You have clearly awakened the SSS level talent of the Plague God, yet the Academy rates it as the worst talent in history. Even your closest sister, Lu Ruyan, advises you to give up the contract. This is because the Plague God can only contract with the most unintelligent zombies, and once contracted, these dim-witted zombies may not distinguish between friend and foe. A moment's inattention could lead to being bitten by a zombie, resulting in an immediate demise, and the 5 major academies have no mentors for the Plague God. From both safety and developmental perspectives, the Academy would never leave a ticking time bomb here. To that end, you can only sneer and wait for me to grow stronger. Just don't come crying to me. This is because you received a Traveler's Starter Pack upon awakening, along with 2 talent abilities. The first talent is the SSS level trap. It can not only trap useless zombies but also yield unexpected rewards. The second talent is the divine power of the Plague God, which can perfectly control any zombie. Moreover, it has the ability to transform any creature into a zombie. At this moment, I am standing on my territory, examining my talent abilities. After a moment, I plan to first set up a basic territory building, a refugee camp. The refugee camp has been successfully placed, currently producing 5 refugees daily. Warning, the camp has been contaminated, resulting in the death of 5 refugees. You twitch your lips twice. The start is indeed disappointing, but fortunately, you still have a cheat. The Plague God activates, and a faint green mist envelopes the refugee camp. In the next second, the deceased refugees open their eyes simultaneously, transformed into infected zombies, with their nails and teeth covered in pathogens and possessing high infectiousness. At this point, you finally have your first batch of followers. Although they are stumbling and lack any presence, you don't care. You immediately open a portal to send your followers to the Novice continent. Once you enter, you control the zombie refugees to explore the surroundings. Before long, you encounter a goblin squad, and you see these greenskin little monsters waving their weapons. In an instant, they smash the zombie refugees into pulp. The zombie refugees are ridiculously weak, but fortunately, they completed their mission before being wiped out. 2 goblins bear some scratches on their arms, but they don't care about such minor injuries. After a brief loiter, they return to their nest. Time flows much faster on the Novice continent than in Lanshin, accelerating until night falls. At this moment, hundreds of goblins are crammed together, sleeping in their nest. Suddenly, 2 goblins open their eyes, their grayish-white pupils devoid of life. They look fierce, baring their bloody mouths. Clearly infected and turned into zombies, they immediately pounce on their companions, their sharp teeth tearing into throats. After 4 or 5 bites, they finally wake the goblins. However, the spread of the zombie virus is unstoppable. The goblins with torn tracheas suddenly open their grayish-white eyes and unhesitatingly lunge at their nearby companions. The wailing echoes throughout the goblin nest, as the living goblins rapidly decrease, while the infected goblins multiply. Half an hour later, the entire nest returns to silence, with no living creatures left inside. The number of zombie goblins is 64, consisting of infected ordinary goblins, whose sharp nails are filled with deadly pathogens, and 5 infected goblin warriors of the second tier, who, having lost their sense of pain, will possess greater combat strength. Is this the power of the Plague God? In just 1 hour of real time, I've gained a zombie goblin army, and the cost for this army was merely 5 zombie refugees. This is amazing. Goblin warriors belong to the second tier and are significantly stronger than ordinary goblins, so you send them back to your territory to store them, while the remaining zombie goblins continue to explore the forest. Soon, a second goblin nest is discovered, containing only about 50 goblins. The zombie goblins swarm in and quickly convert them all. At this point, the number of zombie goblins in your possession has exceeded 100, and your territory has reclaimed 3 zombie goblin warriors. To increase the efficiency of obtaining goblin warriors, you divide the zombie goblins into groups to explore in various directions. After about 10 minutes of limited time, each group discovers new goblin nests, and the zombie goblins sneak into the nests to ambush the sleeping ordinary goblins. Infection spreads wildly, 1 infects 2, 2 infect 3. The fallen goblins rise again, becoming bloodthirsty zombies. Soon, the number of zombie goblins increases, ultimately reaching 300. Meanwhile, the number of zombie goblin warriors sent back to your territory also reaches 50. 50 second-tier goblin warriors can hold their own even among the top students in the academy, and they also possess zombie attributes, making them significantly stronger than typical second-tier troops. After several rounds of battle, the strength of your territory has made a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, most of the 300 ordinary zombie goblins have become battered after prolonged combat, with some even missing arms or legs, only able to crawl on the ground. You have no intention of bringing these weak soldiers back to your territory. Instead, you gather all the zombie goblins together and immediately initiate the SSS skill, Sacrifice. The Sacrifice skill description states that by offering tributes to the Void Evil God, you will gain unexpected benefits. The higher the value and quantity of the tribute, the greater the benefits received. Underneath the 300 zombie goblins, white flames begin to rise, silently incinerating them completely. At the moment the ritual ends, I hear a notification indicating that the sacrifice was successful, and I have gained the B-level Lord skill, Bloodthirsty Joy. The skill has emerged, I'm feeling lucky. You immediately check the newly acquired skill, Bloodthirsty Joy, a buff-type Lord skill that allows your follower troops to enter a bloodthirsty state, significantly increasing their attack power and movement speed. Note that this skill will consume the life force of your follower troops. However, your followers are all zombies, so where will the life force come from? You casually summon a zombie goblin warrior and use Bloodthirsty Joy on it, and you see a faint glow appear on the zombie goblin warrior's skin. Immediately, the formerly dull zombie goblin begins to bare its teeth and becomes extremely excited. After several rounds of experimentation, you confirm that this skill not only enhances the attack power and movement speed of the zombie goblin warriors, but also does not consume any so-called life force. The zombie goblin warriors in a berserk state have attack power close to that of third-tier soldiers, and with their plague-infected attributes, they can hold their own even against third-tier troops. This is fantastic. To prepare for tomorrow's battle, I command the zombie goblin warriors to burrow underground and hide. Back in reality, I check the time, it's still 2 or 3 hours until dawn. Feeling a bit mentally exhausted, you wrap yourself in a blanket and drift off to sleep, but not long after, a loud banging on the door wakes you up. You little brat, are you dead in there? Hurry up and open the door. Hand over the core of your territory, or get out of this house immediately. Opening your eyes, you calmly open the door. Seeing you, your aunt, with a face full of fury, instinctively reaches out to hit you. However, you quickly push her hand away. You little bastard, still trying to hide? Your aunt instantly gets angry and is about to curse. Then you hear your cousin's voice, Mom, has my older cousin gotten up? I still need to go back to school this afternoon. Not far away in the living room sits the seemingly harmless brat. From the original owner's memories, you learn that this cousin is particularly thick-skinned, especially at school. On the surface, he appears to have a good relationship with the original owner, but behind their back, he often speaks ill of them. There were even times when the original owner was bullied and humiliated, and this brat cousin watched from a distance, wearing a smug expression. This mother-son duo is not good at all. Your gaze gradually turns cold as you walk straight into the living room. Sign this voluntary territory battle contract, and hurry up and let the brat get your Lord Core. Your aunt throws a document at you and says, you worthless piece of trash, this is all the value you have left. The brat nearby smugly says, don't worry, cousin. Once I get your Lord Core, I'm sure to score well on this college entrance exam. You'll have a share of the credit then. Every lord has only one core of territory. If the core is destroyed or plundered, they will completely lose their lord status, rendering them powerless and useless. Looking at your cousin, still wearing that innocent smile, you snort coldly and swiftly sign your name on the battle contract. The moment you sign it, the contract transforms into sparkling starlight and disappears before everyone's eyes. Immediately, golden light surrounds you and your cousin, and your consciousness is automatically transported to the void. When you open your eyes, you find yourself hovering above your territory. The territory core floats at the center of the land, while at the edge of the territory appears a portal resembling a wormhole. Soon, noises come from the portal, and you see a team of elf archers numbering between 1 and 50 complete their formation. The 3 leading elf archers are particularly strong, clearly elite archers of the second-tier elf soldiers. Then, a boastful laugh echoes through the void. Ha, my dear cousin, I have waited too long for this day. I can finally trample your territory. With no aunt around, he shows his true colors, arrogantly shouting, trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. What good is being handsome or smart? You're still useless. From today on, let's see if anyone at school will still bother with you. Now you understand why he hates you, it's because he's jealous of your looks and intelligence. You can't help but mock him, no wonder you were raised by that witch of a mother. It's no surprise you turned out as a spineless wimp. You dare to challenge your grandfather? You must be tired of living. I'm a time traveler, and I won't go easy on this obnoxious, brainless cousin. I absolutely hate being called a wimp. Your cousin screams in rage and then shouts, elves, charge in and completely destroy his territory. The next second, 50 elf archers rush toward your Lord Core, with the elite archer leading the charge. A green-skinned arm suddenly stretches out from the ground, accurately grabbing the elite archer's calf, and in the next moment, it tears away a large chunk of flesh. Before the elf archers can react, dozens of zombie goblin warriors burst from the ground, wildly slashing at the surrounding elf archers. In just a few seconds, many elf archers are knocked back. In a flurry to reorganize the battle formation, your cousin seems to realize you're tough to deal with and grits his teeth as he calls for reinforcements from his territory. 50 farmers with hoes rush out from the portal. Then, your cousin's scheming voice rings out, "Damn you, forcing me to show my trump card. I used the Sss-Class Lord skill, Battle Call." Before your eyes, the farmers holding hoes are quickly transformed under a golden light into militiamen wearing simple armor. The 20 surviving elf archers retreat behind the militia. "Elf archers, activate those damned goblins. I refuse to believe that these stupid goblins can break through the militia's defense." On the other side, you watch as your cousin successfully regroups his forces, and a smirk forms on your lips. Just when you were worried about lacking ranged units, he delivers them right to you. Truly, he is a wonderful cousin. The next second, those elf archers killed by the zombie goblin warriors rise from the ground again. The spirit poison archers, equipped with poison arrows, can infect distant enemies with their deadly projectiles. Your cousin's pupils suddenly constrict to the size of pinheads, and he feels as if he's fallen into an ice cellar. His scalp tingles. He can't believe his eyes as the dead elf archers rise from the ground once more. Not only do they come back to life, but they also become part of your army. Gritting his teeth, your cousin immediately orders the elf archers to retaliate. A flurry of arrows rains down on your camp, but only a handful of zombie archers are shot down. Then, you also command the spirit poison archers to shoot arrows. As the arrows pierce the militia's ranks, they instantly cause significant casualties, with 8 militiamen killed and many more injured. To your surprise, the militiamen who were shot down rise again, and they open their gaping mouths, lunging at the nearby militia. The formation is thrown into chaos in an instant. Your cousin panics, his pupils dilating in disbelief. How is this possible? This can't be happening. He screams frantically, "How did you do this? Why are your minions so strange? What have you done to your territory?" However, no matter how desperately he pleads, you ignore him. You decide to eliminate the roots of the problem and focus on destroying his territory first. Panicking, your cousin calls all his minions to retreat to his territory. This withdrawal only adds to the chaos, and the militiamen who can't escape are swiftly slaughtered by the zombie goblin warriors. By the time your cousin pulls his forces back to his territory, only 15 elf archers remain, and the militia has suffered severe losses. At this moment, his heart bleeds as he realizes that all his hard work in training his minions has been wiped out. These minions took him a long time to recruit. With the college entrance exam tomorrow, he wonders what to do. If this continues, he might not even be able to take the exam. "That's enough, cousin," he says, suppressing his resentment. "I underestimated you. I admit you're strong. I'll tell my mom to let you continue living here. I'll still consider you my cousin. All right? Just stop." Though your cousin begs for mercy, his tone remains condescending. You scoff, fully aware that he still looks down on you. You can't help but recall the original owner's past memories. After your uncle passed away, your aunt took control. Initially, she was fairly restrained, only using words, but with your cousin's constant instigation and bad-mouthing, she eventually began to physically abuse the original owner. There was even a time when your cousin intentionally cut his own wrist and blamed it on you, throwing a dead cat into the original owner's room and threatening you to help him take care of the pet. Recalling the original owner's experiences, you remember how they were bullied by that wicked cousin, hiding in a cupboard, silently crying, beaten to a pulp by the cruel aunt, shivering under a thin blanket. Your heart turns to ice as you snort coldly, preparing to send your consciousness to your cousin's territory. Nearly 30 zombie militiamen surge out from the portal, followed closely by zombie goblin warriors and poison attackers. Seeing this scene, your cousin's face turns pale instantly as he lets out a scream that nearly breaks. "You idiot! What are you doing? How dare you invade my territory? Are you tired of living?" Not wanting to waste words, you activate your B-Class Lord skill, Blood Guardian. Instantly, a dark red glow envelopes your zombie army. Then, the zombies go wild, rushing toward your cousin's Lord Core. This scene terrifies your cousin, and he quickly gathers all his minions by the Lord Core, which is surrounded by a wall and several arrow towers. Looking at the wooden walls and arrow towers he built with a significant amount of wood, your cousin feels a tinge of confidence. "If you're so powerful, go ahead and smash my walls. Let's see if you have more troops or if my walls are tougher." Under the enhancement of blood frenzy, the zombie militiamen and zombie goblin warriors crazily charge at the walls. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside the fence who have been bitten quickly have their pupils turn gray. Soon, the first zombie militiaman appears from the walls, followed by the second and third, and simultaneously, your zombie army arrives at the base of the walls, and with the boost from blood frenzy, a massive breach is quickly cut into the walls. Once the zombies enter, the entire camp loses all ability to resist. You quickly find your cousin's Lord Core. Stop. Don't hit it anymore. I surrender, cousin. I give up. Please don't attack the Lord Core. I'm willing to be your servant, I'll agree to anything. Your cousin is completely panicked, his voice tinged with fear. Please don't destroy my Lord Core. Without it, I'm a nobody, my life will be ruined. Did you ever consider my life when you targeted my Lord Core? You scoff and directly order a full-on assault. Hundreds of zombies attack the Lord Core, and cracks quickly spread across its surface. You bastard, you madman. What have you done? Your cousin trembles all over, filled with regret. Accompanied by your cousin's desperate wails, a loud explosion sounds as his Lord Core shatters. Immediately, a shining golden dot flies out from the crystal debris. This dot contains all the power of a level 1 lord and some stored resources. Without hesitation, you open it and receive the Void Essence, along with resources, 1000 stone, 800 wood, 300 iron, and 100 gold. You also obtain blueprints for wooden walls, wooden towers, and a poultry farm. You also gain the Sss-Class Lord skill, Battle Call. Moreover, this battle adds 100 zombie villagers and 40 spirit poison archers to your territory. You got lucky and managed to obtain your cousin's Lord skill. Although it's just a Sss-Class skill, it can still fetch a good price at the trading post. You place the Void Essence into your Lord Core, successfully leveling up to level 2. Your territory expands from 10 square kilometers to 20 square kilometers, unlocking 2 new territory buildings. You open the status panel, revealing you are now a level 2 lord with a territory area of 20 square kilometers. Minions, 3 zombie goblin warriors, 40 spirit poison archers, 87 zombie villagers. Constructible buildings, new graveyard, spirit summoning altar. The land is polluted, a hopeless plot where most rescues are futile. Lord skill, Blood Frenzy. The B-class trap skill does not belong to the Lord panel. This panel finally looks like something. You let out a long sigh, feeling refreshed. As the agreed-upon battle time ends, you automatically exit the void territory and return to reality. As soon as you return, you see your cousin sobbing in his mother's arms. How cruel of you! Why did you destroy my cousin's territory? He's a nobody now, do you even realize? Your aunt glares at you, as if she wants to swallow you whole, her sharp insults relentless. With a face full of resentment, your cousin charges at you recklessly the next second. You won't go easy on him, you kick him right in the stomach. His face instantly turns beet red, and he curls up on the ground in pain. In your memories, your aunt inflicted plenty of domestic violence. Thinking of the original owner being beaten black and blue, you kick your cousin hard twice. Your aunt's face goes pale as she holds her precious son, looking heartbroken. You coldly glance at the mother-son duo before striding back to your room to grab your exam documents and the money you've secretly earned from working over the years. You strap on your backpack and leave this cold place without looking back. From this moment on, I, Lin Nuo, will not set foot here again. I will have nothing to do with this mother-son duo. As you leave the apartment building, you feel refreshed and at ease. You notice that many neighbors are peering out from their windows, watching you with strange expressions. You pay no mind to this and quickly head toward the Lord trading post. At the trading post, you place the materials you've taken from your cousin on the trading table. You sell 100 gold and 300 iron ore for a total of 30,000 basket coins, while various building blueprints sell for a total of 5,000 basket coins. The Sss-Class Lord skill, Battle Call, is currently the hottest item. It gets snatched up by several lords as soon as it's listed, but they offer very low prices. Trading it now would definitely be unwise. You're not in a hurry, you reject all offers until they reach your expected price. In the meantime, you return to your Lord space once again. You organize your existing minions into a proper formation and then place the 2 newly acquired buildings around your Lord Core. Nail, consumes 500 stone and 500 wood. Building a graveyard consumes 300 stone and 300 wood, while constructing a spirit summoning altar requires. Just as you are about to check the building descriptions, a system prompt sounds, indicating that the properties of the buildings have changed due to soil and wastewater contamination. Building description, Desecrated Graveyard. Bodies placed in the graveyard will not be resurrected by holy units, but the death energy contained within will better repair the broken corpses. Building description, Desecrated Spirit Summoning Altar. The vast majority of spirits consider this altar too defiled to respond to its summons. Seeing the descriptions of the new buildings, you fall into deep thought. The purpose isn't about how rare the buildings are, in fact, every lord consumes some materials to build a graveyard. The primary purpose of these graveyards is to house valuable elite minions or spirits that have died in battle until the conditions for their resurrection are met. However, the purpose of your territory is different. Once again, you recite the description of the desecrated graveyard and proceed to bury an elite poison archer who has lost their right hand. Just a few minutes have passed in the real world, but 3 hours have already gone by in the world of your territory. When the elite poison archer rises from the graveyard once again, you are astonished to find that the elite poison archer has. The right arm was as good as new. What the hell? This isn't a graveyard, it's simply a resurrection spring. Lin Chen instantly became excited. Although his zombie army was strong, the inability to self-repair was a significant shortcoming. Now, with the existence of the desecrated graveyard, his army could recover from injuries within it. He had all the second-tier soldiers dive into the graveyard to rest, and Lin Chen began to study the second new building, the summoning altar of the desecrated heroic spirits. In the Lord's world, heroic spirits were akin to heroes. Besides possessing powerful abilities, they could command troops and provide buff enhancements. According to the building's description, his summoning altar was desecrated, so most heroic spirits were unwilling to respond to the call. Did that mean it would be very difficult for him to obtain heroic spirit units in the early stages? With mixed feelings, Lin Chen still opened the altar. The next second, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick, and even his breath became slightly erratic. In the center of the heroic spirit summoning platform, a purple shadow appeared. With the characteristic pointed ears of the elf race, the skin was a dark gray, an incredibly seductive figure, with a pair of waves surging in front. Dark Ranger Sylvanas, epic. Background, originally a general of the high elf race, later corrupted by darkness, becoming a lone ranger who wanders between life and death, yearning for battle. Level 1, can gain experience and level up through combat. Skills, Windbreaker Arrow, Rain of Arrows, Silence Spell, Heroic Spirit Aura, Strong Strike Aura, Archer Talent. Note, under the influence of the Plague God, the heroic spirit also gained the ability to infect everything. Dark Ranger Little Black, epic quality. Lin Chen was stunned. Wasn't his altar tainted by the territory? Why was there an epic level heroic spirit appearing on the first summon? Heroic spirit quality is divided into 5 categories: common, rare, elite, epic, and legendary. During the novice period, even summoning a rare heroic spirit would be considered a massive stroke of luck. Summoning an elite heroic spirit would allow one to enter any top university in the Dragon Kingdom. And now, Lin Chen's altar actually had an epic-level heroic spirit. Could it be that after the altar was desecrated, it deterred most of the common heroic spirits, leaving only the dark-type heroic spirits willing to come to my territory? And such heroic spirits often possess strong abilities? Just then, a very polite voice pulled him back to reality. "Hello, student. My child has the college entrance exam tomorrow. How much do you sell this battle summon for?" Returning to reality, Lin Chen saw an honest-looking old father sitting across the trading table, wearing glasses. Lin Chen politely replied, "Hello, uncle. The current price is 200,000 blue star coins or in exchange for items of equivalent quality." The uncle in front of him looked like a straightforward person. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "I only brought 150,000 blue star coins. Do you need this skill?" The bespectacled uncle then showed Lin Chen a crystal that contained a Lord skill. D-level Lord skill Flesh Explosion. Detonate the body of a dependent, causing area damage equivalent to a full force strike from the dependent. Upon seeing this skill, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Then his heart began to race uncontrollably. Flesh Explosion. He never expected it to be Flesh Explosion. This skill, strictly speaking, was not a powerful Lord skill. After all, the cost of the explosion was the complete death of one's own dependent. But for Lin Chen, the skill was simply divine. He still had over 100 zombie militia in his territory that he didn't know how to deal with. If he used them to self-destruct, it would not only cause massive casualties to the enemy but also lead to widespread infection. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Chen gave the uncle a positive response. After the transaction was completed, Lin Chen directly crushed the skill crystal. At this moment, he had already learned 2 powerful skills, Blood Joy and Flesh Explosion. Lin Chen even controlled a zombie militia to experiment a little. The explosion's power was equivalent to that of a hand grenade, and in the instant of the blast, the skeletal structure of the zombie militia scattered like shrapnel within a 5-meter radius. With this significant boost in strength, Lin Chen was filled with confidence. He then spent nearly 200,000 blue star coins to buy all the materials needed for his territory. 3 more graves were built, and he purchased a blueprint for a stone wall, directly surrounding the camp with a 3-meter-high wall. He bought 6 city crossbows in one go, placing them in various directions on the wall. Looking at the territory that had already taken shape, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. Ding ding, ding ding. At that moment, his makeshift phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen opened the phone. All level 17 students must return to school before 2 p.m. for the final preparations before the college entrance examination. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately rushed towards the school. Tianhai High School, the best high school in Tianhai City. A gathering place for all the outstanding students in Tianhai City. At this moment, a sensational piece of news was spreading across the campus. Have you heard? Lin Jian dropped out. I heard it was because he started a lord war with Lin Chen, and the core of the lord was blown up. Ha! Isn't Lin Chen a waste? How could that be? Who knows? When Lin Jian was processing his dropout paperwork, his mom was crying and told the department head that, in the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, a few students huddled together discussing the matter. One skinny boy with a sharp face sneered, that dead sissy Lin Jian is really a waste. He can't even beat Lin Chen. He usually brags about how powerful his followers are. The skinny boy's companion, a calm-looking student leaning against the back of his chair, replied, Lin Jian was always a waste. It's not surprising that Lin Chen defeated him. The skinny boy immediately showed a fawning expression. Tiangu is right. In front of Tiangu, Lin Jian is just a piece of iron waste. Our Tiangu is a super genius aiming for Qinglan Academy. Zheng Tian immediately displayed a proud expression. I just recruited 3 third-tier mountain giants yesterday, so this time the goal is to get into the Four Saints Academy. His voice was loud, clearly boasting. The surrounding students showed envious expressions upon hearing this. For an average student, recruiting a batch of first-tier troops was already a difficult task. Third-tier troops were something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. In the midst of the discussion, Lin Chen's figure appeared at the classroom door. Oh, isn't this the waste Lin Chen? You're quite impressive, making your cousin drop out. As soon as Lin Chen stepped into the classroom, a sharp mocking voice reached his ears. Frowning slightly, he looked in the direction of the voice. A few male students had gathered, looking at him with disdainful eyes. The skinny boy with the sharp face was called Ma Ho, notorious in Class 2 for being a bully. Opposite him was Zheng Tian, the leader of the little gang, who usually led the bullying against Lin Chen. At the first sight of these people, memories of Lin Chen's past life surged into his mind. They forced him to kneel in front of the other students, blocked him in the bathroom and beat him up. They even demanded a share of his meager earnings from odd jobs. The memories of the past were vivid. These scumbags. Lin Chen's gaze turned somewhat cold as he silently returned to his seat. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the homeroom teacher arrived in the classroom. Following the usual procedure, he explained the exam process and precautions for the next day. An hour later, after finishing his explanation, the homeroom teacher left, giving the students time to communicate freely. Hey, waste Lin Chen, can we see your followers? Ma Ho said, familiar as he wrapped his arm around Lin Chen's neck from behind. With a slight exertion, a suffocating sensation surged from Lin Chen's neck. This was a common tactic used by bad students to bully others. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he suddenly elbowed the monkey in the abdomen. The monkey winced in pain and quickly released his grip on Lin Chen's arm, then angrily said, You dare to resist? Do you think beating Lin Jian gives you the right to shout at us? What is Lin Jian to me? Lin Chen snorted coldly. And what are you? You. The monkey was infuriated, his face alternating between black and white. Especially with many students looking over, he felt even more embarrassed. So he turned to Zheng Tian and shouted, Brother Tian, this kid won't listen to reason. I think he's itching for a beating. Why don't we teach him a lesson? Zheng Tian crossed his arms, adopting a boss-like demeanor. Monkey, we are now lords. Do we really need to get our hands dirty with a waste like him? The monkey's eyes lit up. After becoming a lord, if two people had a dispute, they could initiate a territorial duel, and if the conflict was too intense, they could even sign a battle contract. Of course, once a contract was signed, both parties would be allowed to destroy each other's lord core and plunder resources, reaching a point of no return. At that moment, the monkey felt a bit cornered and could only glare coldly at Lin Chen. You waste. Do you think you can shout at me? Do you believe my army of ferocious hounds will tear your territory apart? Lin Chen grinned. Ferocious hounds? No wonder you're known as the lackey of Tianhai High School. Even the subordinates you cultivate match your temperament. Lin Chen's words successfully ignited the monkey's fury. He widened his eyes and shouted, Damn Lin Chen, I think you're tired of living. Do you dare to duel me? If you don't, kneel and call me grandpa. If you make me happy, maybe I won't hold it against you. In the monkey's impression, Lin Chen had always been submissive, so he was certain Lin Chen wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. But the next second, Lin Chen's calm voice rang out. Alright, let's have a match then. Do we need to sign a battle contract? Seeing Lin Chen's composed demeanor, the monkey felt inexplicably uneasy. However, the words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back. The surrounding students couldn't help but cheer. Monkey, didn't you say your army of hounds is invincible? It's time to show it. Beat Lin Chen, let out some anger for Lin Jian. Lin Chen is just a waste lord. Why are you afraid of him? Among the hecklers, many had bullied Lin Chen before. Lin Chen remained as calm as still water, his expression tranquil. Just as the monkey hesitated, Zheng Tian coldly snorted, "Monkey, you don't need to be afraid. If you lose, I'll take care of him for you. If we don't teach this iron waste a lesson for a few days, I think he's forgotten his own surname." With Zheng Tian saying this, the monkey gritted his teeth. "Since you're looking for death, then bring it on." The Lord Duel began. The classroom was equipped with screens for observing the duel. As the two entered their respective territories, the students all looked up to watch. Since the monkey was the invader, the audience's perspective was focused on him. Inside the monkey's territory, over 300 ferocious hounds quickly gathered. Ferocious hounds were similar to wolf dogs and were among the weaker first-tier troops. Generally, they were suitable for large-scale cultivation, winning by numbers. Seeing that the monkey had so many ferocious hounds in his territory, the students immediately gasped in surprise. Don't underestimate the monkey. He may seem carefree, but he really has put effort into his subordinates. 300 ferocious hounds should be enough to secure a spot in a decent school. Ferocious hounds are very mobile. I wonder if Lin Chen can handle them. Listening to the discussions around him, the monkey felt a surge of pride. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Furious Hound Army, charge into Lin Chen's territory and tear everything apart." 300 hounds surged forth, quickly flooding into Lin Chen's domain. The Lord's perspective in battle resembled the overhead view of a player in a real-time strategy game. Unexplored areas were completely shrouded in the fog of war. Maho watched the hound army rush forward for a while without encountering any attacks, and couldn't help but show a hint of disdainful smile. "Foolish Lin Chen, why aren't you resisting? Are you scared of my hound army?" In fact, not only Maho had this thought, the watching students also felt that Lin Chen's territory was too weak. Each lord's territory had a limited area, and whether it was for placing buildings or developing livestock, ample space was required. The unobstructed path meant that there were pitifully few buildings in the lord's territory. Just as Maho was secretly pleased, thinking the game was secure, the next moment, an arrow 2 meters long shot out from the fog of war. The arrow was incredibly powerful, piercing through 4 hounds before losing its force. "Is that a city defense crossbow?" A sharp-eyed student instantly recognized the source of the arrow. "A city defense crossbow costs 10,000 blue star coins. Where did Lin Chen get the money to buy one?" Before everyone could react, several more arrows shot out from the fog. In just this short time, Maho's hound army had already lost over a dozen. "Damn it, everyone charge in, rush into the enemy camp." Maho was a bit anxious and hurriedly urged the hounds to quicken their pace. However, as the fog of war slowly dissipated, a 3-meter-high white city wall appeared on the screen. On the wall, in addition to the city defense crossbows, there were also dozens of elven archers. In an instant, arrows rained down, killing a dozen hounds on the spot. "Damn, Lin Chen, how do you even have a city wall?" Maho's face was one of disbelief. With the attack power of the furious hounds, let alone a stone wall, even a wooden wall would be hard to break. Without large siege equipment, it was extremely difficult to breach the city wall. It was pure folly. In just a few seconds of being stunned, the rain of arrows had already killed nearly 50 furious hounds. These arrows were not ordinary. Their penetration and accuracy were far superior to those of regular archers. Lin Chen looked at the Dark Ranger hidden in the back, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As an epic hero, the Dark Ranger Sylvanas had an incredibly powerful aura skill. Strong Strike Aura increases the range and arrow penetration of archer units. Marksman Talent increases the accuracy of archers. With these two auras, the combat power of a first-tier elven poison archer was already infinitely close to that of a second-tier unit. "What are you still dawdling for? Retreat quickly, do you want to be killed by the archers?" Zheng Tian's voice jolted Maho awake. Maho was drenched in sweat, frantically issuing retreat orders. However, Lin Chen's combat power was not just as simple as archers and walls. The next moment, beneath the area where the furious hounds were located, hundreds of zombie militia crawled out of the ground. They were in a pitiful state, many even missing arms, looking utterly devoid of combat power. The furious hounds, seeing the enemy appear, immediately pounced with bared teeth and claws. Often, several hounds would tear at one zombie militia. Although they couldn't scale the tall city wall, dealing with these trash militia was still quite simple. However, the next second, Lin Chen activated his Degrade Lord skill, Flesh Explosion. The zombie militia being bitten by the hounds suddenly had their bellies swell up, followed by a violent explosion. Each explosion was equivalent to a fragmentation grenade. Bone fragments were propelled outward by the shockwave, causing widespread devastation. Nearly 100 zombie militia exploded collectively, creating a terrifying force. In just a few seconds, the ferocious hounds suffered heavy casualties. Out of 300 ferocious hounds, fewer than 50 survived this round of explosions. Moreover, each one was affected and injured, with wounds rapidly rotting at a visible pace. Now, less than a quarter of the 300 ferocious hounds remained. At this moment, Maho's face was pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. The classroom was deathly silent. The students who witnessed this battle were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Isn't Lin Chen recognized as a useless person by the school? How did he suddenly become so strong? Where did his walls and archers come from? And how could his subordinate troops hide underground? Did Lin Chen just blow up his own subordinates? What a ruthless person. No one expected that Maho would lose so easily to Lin Chen in this battle. Even those ferocious hounds that survived the explosion seemed to be poisoned, collapsing on the ground without escaping Lin Chen's territory. Thus, all 300 of Maho's ferocious hounds perished within Lin Chen's territory. After the battle, Maho seemed to have his soul drained, collapsing to the ground. He appeared dazed, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. It's over, completely over. Tomorrow's college entrance exam is ruined. Why the hell did I provoke Lin Chen? I just needed to get through tomorrow's exam to go to college. Now it's all over. However, no one felt pity for the fallen Maho. More were puzzled about why Lin Chen had become so strong. Could it be that his previous weakness was an act? Or had he encountered some fortuitous event? Considering these possibilities, those who had bullied Lin Chen before couldn't help but feel a tightening in their chests. Their gazes towards Lin Chen now held a hint of wariness. Hee, Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless to yourself, Zheng Tian said arrogantly as he stepped forward. You even self-destructed your own subordinates just to take down Maho's troops. You don't have many troops left in your territory now, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the class snapped back to reality. That's right, although that series of explosions was terrifying, it was all at the cost of subordinate lives. With such a large-scale explosion, Lin Chen's territory must have very few subordinates left. Ha, I get it, Lin Chen is just putting on a brave face. There are probably only a few elven archers left in his territory. A smile crept onto Zheng Tian's lips as he pulled out a parchment scroll from his pocket. Does Lin Chen dare to engage in a contract battle with me? The winner will take the loser's spoils. As soon as this was said, the classroom fell silent, followed by bursts of exclamations. Zheng Tian, are you crazy? Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and you want to fight to the death now? What if you end up like Maho and lose all your subordinates? You'd be finished. Zheng Tian must want to obtain Lin Chen's Lord Core to advance to a second-tier lord. Maho, lying on the ground, also regained his senses at this moment. He looked at Lin Chen with a venomous expression. Brother Tian, help me kill this kid. If he doesn't let me have it easy, you can't let him have it easy either. Zheng Tian had naturally considered the risks of signing a battle contract, but compared to the rewards of victory, this risk was almost negligible. Moreover, his third-tier troops happened to be siege troops, making it easy to deal with Lin Chen's walls. Thinking of this, Zheng Tian provocatively looked at Lin Chen. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. Useless Lin Chen, do you dare to accept this challenge? Accept it? Of course, he would. At this moment, Lin Chen was dividing part of his consciousness within his territory, and all the hound corpses left by Maho in his territory suddenly opened their eyes. Then they rose from the ground. A full 300 zombie hounds, significantly boosting the combat power of the territory. Seeing Zheng Tian so eager to deliver supplies to him, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Immediately, he signed his name on the contract with a flurry of strokes. The next second, the contract agreement floated into the air, transforming into specks of starlight that vanished before everyone's eyes. At that moment, across the school, various chat groups and confession walls were buzzing with the news of the contract duel between Lin Chen from Class 2 of Senior Year 3 and Zheng Tian. Many students and teachers opened the live viewing system to watch the battle. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a mature woman in a purple long dress slightly pursed her red lips. Lu Hui, the youngest and first female principal in the history of Tianhai Middle School, was 35 years old and already a powerful 8th-tier lord. She unconsciously furrowed her brows. How could a student sign a duel contract? Why didn't the department head stop it? In the school, to prevent students from impulsively engaging in contract duels, an alarm system was set up. Logically, when Zheng Tian presented the contract agreement, the department head should have noticed immediately and intervened. The principal's secretary had a complex expression. Among the two students engaging in the duel, one is Zheng Tian, the nephew of Director Zhang, and the other, Lin Chen, is an ordinary student with no background and very average talent. The reason for not stopping it may be related to the identities of the two students. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's frown deepened. The moment the contract took effect, Lin Chen and Zheng Tian were simultaneously pulled into their respective territories. Immediately after, a massive portal appeared along with the two territories. Perhaps confident in defeating Lin Chen, Zheng Tian chose to take the initiative. 100 orc axe wielders landed first in Lin Chen's territory. Following them were 50 second-tier strong archers and 3 mountain giants made of rock. The teachers and students watching the battle gasped in amazement. It's actually the third-tier unit, the mountain giant. Zheng Tian even recruited mountain giants. That's too impressive. The orc strong archers are second-tier ranged units, incredibly powerful. With axe wielders, strong archers, and 3 third-tier mountain giants, Lin Chen is definitely going to lose this time. In the director's office, Zheng Dong, the head of the senior year department, watched the battle while leisurely sipping tea. As expected of my good nephew, you haven't embarrassed your uncle. Once we devour Lin Chen's Lord Core, getting into the Four Holy Academy will basically be secured. In Class 2 of Senior Year 3, Zheng Tian listened to the continuous gasps around him, unable to suppress the ecstatic expression on his face. He couldn't help but mock Lin Chen. Waste Lin Chen, I advise you to surrender quickly, kneel down and call me grandpa. Maybe I'll let you off the hook. Seeing Lin Chen ignore him, Zheng Tian snorted coldly and immediately issued an attack order. Soon, the troops stopped at the location where the furious hounds had been attacked earlier, the ground littered with craters left by explosions. Dozens of orc slaves parked a cart loaded with boulders in front of the mountain giants. The 3 mountain giants began to grab boulders and throw them towards Lin Chen's camp. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders crashed against the city walls, producing a dull sound. One boulder even smashed a city crossbow to pieces, killing 3 poison archers in the process. Witnessing this scene, the teachers and students across the school couldn't help but gasp in shock. The long-range destructive capability of the mountain giants was astonishing. Just standing still and hurling stones was enough to cause massive damage to the territory. Lin Chen was likely in grave danger this time. Soon, Lin Chen's troops appeared on the battlefield. It was a full 300 furious hounds, and their sudden appearance immediately drew gasps from the crowd, especially Ma Ho, who jumped up from the ground. What's going on? This is my Hound Legion. How is Lin Chen controlling my Hound Legion? Students in the class with keen eyes quickly pointed out the problem. No, look at these ferocious hounds. They're covered in wounds, they don't seem alive. Could they be corpses resurrected by necromancy? Is there a high-level necromancer in Lin Chen's territory? Impossible, only lords of level 3 or above can recruit necromancers. And there's no sign of soul fire in the eye sockets of these hounds. While everyone was speculating wildly, the zombie hounds had already begun to close in on Zheng Tian's team. Zheng Tian snorted coldly and immediately commanded the orc archers and hill giants to launch an attack. Countless arrows rained down, instantly killing a large number of zombie hounds. The hill giants continuously hurled boulders, each throw shattering 7 or 8 zombie hounds. In the end, out of 300 zombie hounds, only a dozen managed to rush into Zheng Tian's archer squad before self-destructing. The explosion was weak, only a few orc archers sustained minor injuries. Ha, these rabble dare to attack my army? Zheng Tian scoffed, using their own kin to self-destruct is an extremely foolish act. You fool, Lin Chen, you. Before Zheng Tian could finish his sentence, a dark figure on the city wall drew back its bowstring. A spiral airflow formed around the arrow, Windbreaker Arrow. In the next second, the arrow shot out with a sound that pierced the air. It was so fast that the naked eye could only catch a faint afterimage. With a thud, the arrow accurately struck one of the hill giants in the eye socket. The hill giant let out a deep, muffled roar. Damn, Lin Chen has a heroic spirit. The teachers and students watching the battle turned their gazes toward Lin Chen's city wall. There, on the wall, a gray-white elven hero was drawing a bow and shooting arrows. With a voluptuous and enchanting figure, she exuded a dark aura. A layer of frost that warned no entry covered her exquisitely beautiful face beneath the cloak. What kind of heroic spirit is she? Has anyone seen her before? There's no record in the textbooks. Could she be an undiscovered heroic spirit? One arrow severely injures a level 3 hill giant. Ordinary heroic spirits definitely can't do that. She must be at least of rare grade. The school's teachers and students erupted in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, discussing fervently. Lin Chen's classmates were even more incredulous. How did that coward, who was once casually humiliated and insulted by Zheng Tian, suddenly become so strong? To summon a heroic spirit before the college entrance examination, his future is limitless. Many students who had bullied Lin Chen felt their hearts leap to their throats, secretly praying that Zheng Tian would definitely take down Lin Chen. If he rose up and sought revenge, it would be disastrous. At that moment, in the principal's office, Lu Hui observed Lin Chen's heroic spirit, a hint of barely perceptible excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. As an 8th-level lord, her experience far surpassed that of these high school students. She could tell at a glance that the heroic spirit drawing the bow was neither a rare spirit nor an elite spirit. Instead, it was a genuine epic-level heroic spirit. Lord levels range from 1 to 9, with each 3 levels defining a tier. The first 3 levels are novice lords, the middle 3 levels are lords, and levels 6 to 9 are great lords. with each 3 levels allowing the summoning of an additional heroic spirit into the territory. What does it mean to have an epic-level heroic spirit? Even the super geniuses of the Imperial Capital's Dragon Academy are rare to find before advancing to Lord status, and Lin Chen had obtained an epic heroic spirit right from the start. How could this not excite Lu Hui? In the territorial battle, Zheng Tian saw that Lin Chen's territory actually had a high-quality heroic spirit. His eyes were filled with flames of jealousy. He immediately ordered the remaining 2 hill giants to launch an attack on the Dark Ranger. Huge boulders flew toward the Dark Ranger, yet her cold gaze showed no sign of panic. Instead, she skillfully dodged the boulders' attacks. Soon, the cooldown for the Windbreaker arrow was over. The Dark Ranger seized the opportunity, once again drawing her bow and pulling the string back to its full arc. Arrow of the Windbreaker. Puff! The arrow was still incredibly precise, instantly embedding itself in the eye socket of the mountain giant. The second mountain giant knelt down, losing its ability to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 mountain giants had fallen. This was the power of an epic-level hero. Zheng Tian's heart was bleeding. His gaze towards Lin Chen grew increasingly shadowy. However, just as he was about to mobilize his troops for a final strike against Lin Chen's nonchalant voice rang out, "It's over." Over? What is over? Zheng Tian was bewildered, completely unaware of what Lin Chen meant by over. But in the next second, a scene that made Zheng Tian's pupils explode appeared. The 2 mountain giants, half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up. As they rose, their entire bodies visibly secreted a layer of dark green slime. Poison Stone Giant, a rock giant with an attack that carries a toxic splash effect, possessing extremely strong infectious properties. Glancing at the description of the poison giant, a slight smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. The next second, he issued an attack order to the poison giant. The 2 poison giants suddenly raised their hands and then smashed down hard towards the orc axe wielders below. After 2 loud booms, 10 axe wielders were instantly killed. But that wasn't the end. The poison debris, propelled by immense force, shot out like bullets. The nearby axe wielders were directly hit in the chest by the debris, collapsing to the ground. Zheng Tian's mountain giants were now attacking Zheng Tian's troops? The scene before him not only terrified Zheng Tian but also deeply shocked the watching teachers and students. Many students had their mouths agape, completely petrified. What was happening? How did Zheng Tian's mountain giants become Lin Chen's subordinates? The most terrifying part was that after becoming Lin Chen's subordinates, the stone giant's attack power seemed to have become even stronger. The last remaining mountain giant attempted to attack the poison giant. However, as it raised its arm, an arrow pierced into its eye socket. On the distant city wall, the Dark Ranger lowered his bow, his cold pupils radiating disdain for life. The third poison stone giant slowly stood up from the ground. The battle situation instantly turned one-sided. Those axe wielders killed by the poison giants crawled up from the ground, their faces filled with a craving for fresh blood. Under Lin Chen's intentional control, the zombie axe wielders charged towards the second-tier strong bowman team. Meanwhile, the poison giants continued to crazily slaughter the first-tier axe wielders in place. With the terrifying destructive power of the poison giants, Zheng Tian's team completely collapsed. In the office of the department head, Director Zhang watched the brutal battle, losing his grip and letting the teacup fall to the ground, shattering into pieces. His face darkened as he pulled up Lin Chen's information. This doesn't make sense. Lin Chen is indeed a backgroundless, weak student. Why does he have such bizarre subordinates? The ability to directly convert the enemy's forces into his own troops is more outrageous than that of a necromancer lord. Director Zhang's expression was grim as he immediately stood up from his desk and headed towards Class 2 of the 3rd year. At the same time, in the principal's office, Lu Hui also stood up and said to the principal's secretary beside her, "Let's go, head to Class 2 of the 3rd year. I want to meet Lin Chen in person." The scene returned to the Lord battle. The speed of the plague's infection was so fast that by the time Zheng Tian regained his senses, all his subordinates had been transformed into zombies. Watching the army he had painstakingly built now become Lin Chen's subordinates, Zheng Tian's face turned ashen, his whole body trembling. In contrast, Lin Chen was in a particularly good mood, a slight smile on his lips. However, it was not yet time for the final harvest. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he immediately dispatched the goblin warriors and elven poison archers from within the city walls. 2 teams gathered, merging into a more powerful zombie army. All subordinates, heed my command, launch a full-scale attack on the enemy's territory. The moment the words fell, Zheng Tian's expression suddenly changed drastically. Compared to Lin Chen's lifeless territory, Zheng Tian's domain was much more vibrant. As far as the eye could see, there were vast forests, grasslands, and even mines. Zheng Tian also erected city walls in his territory. The city walls' crossbows were at least double those of Lin Chen's, but that was a minor issue. the zombie axe wielders automatically walked in front of the poisonous giant. The poisonous giant grabbed the zombie axe wielder and threw it towards the city wall. The crossbows shot arrows, which pierced through the zombie axe wielder but failed to kill it. One of the zombie axe wielders crashed into a civilian house, followed by a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. Screams erupted from within the house, and the next second, several zombies poured out, biting anyone they saw. More zombie axe wielders were thrown onto the city wall. They crashed onto the defending militia, either being directly smashed to death and turning into zombies or being severely injured and eventually becoming zombies. The plague spread rapidly within Zheng Tian's camp. Bloodthirsty zombies crazily infected the civilians in the city, creating small zombie tides everywhere. Lin Shen saw that the infection had spread enough and directly activated the Lord's skilled blood ecstasy. The zombie villagers instantly went mad, and the infection rate surged dramatically. Zheng Tian's main force had already been defeated by Lin Shen, and there were no troops left to stop the spread of the infection. Zheng Tian's face turned pale as he screamed loudly, "Damn Lin Chen, you won, right? Just let your damn subordinates leave my territory. I promise I won't provoke you again." Lin Chen sneered, "You used to bully me so easily, even forcing me to kneel in front of the whole class. Do you think I will spare you now?" Although Zheng Tian bullied Lin Chen's previous self, Lin Chen felt it was his duty to avenge that past. So he looked at Zheng Tian with a cold smile. "Let me tell you some good news. My subordinates have already found the location of the Lord Core. Weren't you shouting about wanting to smash my Lord Core? Now I plan to do the same." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zheng Tian's face changed drastically. "Lin Chen, brother Lin Chen. No, it's my fault. I was wrong. I deserve to die. Please don't smash my Lord Core. I will become a useless person. Heh, someone like you who only bullies the weak is better off as a waste." Lin Chen sneered and immediately issued the command to attack the Lord Core. Zheng Tian, like Lin Jian, was a perpetrator of bullying in the academy. For such scum, Lin Chen would definitely show no mercy. Lin Chen revealed his cold side, instilling fear in many students. "Lin Chen, stop it." A cold voice rang out from outside the classroom. It was the department head, Zhang Dong, pointing a finger at Lin Chen and reprimanding him. "Lin Chen, you maliciously attacked another student's Lord Core, which is a serious offense. Our Tianhai High School does not need students like you. From now on, you are expelled. You won't even need to attend tomorrow's college entrance examination." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding students immediately showed expressions of terror. They did not expect the department head to directly expel Lin Chen upon arrival. Although engaging in a contract battle did violate school regulations, it was Zheng Tian who proposed this battle. At this moment, Zheng Tian had already shown a smug expression, as if saying, "Go ahead and destroy my core, and I'll have you expelled, making it impossible for you to attend university." In the face of the department head's intimidation, Lin Chen snorted coldly and directly unleashed flesh and blood explosion. The zombies that were crazily attacking the Lord Core had their bellies swell and exploded in an instant. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Zheng Tian's Lord Core shattered with a loud bang. Lin Chen really destroyed Zheng Tian's territory core. Zheng Tian's face was ashen, collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, occasionally twitching. "You're seeking death." Zheng Dong approached Lin Chen with a murderous aura, his eyes filled with rage. His nephew had originally had a chance to get into the Four Saints Academy, but now he had been ruined. A bright future was abruptly cut off, and as an uncle, his heart was bleeding. However, just as Zheng Dong was about to forcibly launch an invasion, a cold voice rang out from outside the door. "Director Zhang, you have quite the authority." Following that, Lu Hui, the principal of Tianhai Middle School, walked in with a sharp gaze. Her eyes shot at Zheng Dong like steel blades, and the aura of an 8th-level lord erupted instantly. Zheng Dong trembled all over and immediately lowered his head. "Principal Lu, please let me explain." Lu Hui interrupted with disgust. "You're covering for your nephew who devoured the core of other students. You can forget about being a director. Pack your things and get out immediately." At this, Zheng Dong's face changed dramatically. He had just said he would expel Lin Chen, and now he was being expelled by the principal. The slap in the face came so fast it was like a tornado. And Zheng Tian and his little gang are to be expelled as well. Lu Hui's next words sent the bullies into a frozen panic. The bullies were genuinely scared and immediately began to cry uncontrollably, disregarding their image. "If it weren't for what happened today, I wouldn't have known there would be so many scum under Director Zhang's guidance." Lu Hui was truly angry, showing no mercy. The conflict between Lin Chen and Zheng Tian ultimately ended with the principal's intervention, expelling Zheng Dong, Zheng Tian, and others. After this battle, Lin Chen became well known at Tianhai Middle School. Those students who had previously looked down on him now regarded him with awe. Some even came to flatter him, trying to get close. Lin Chen ignored them all. he was called to the principal's office. Inside the office, Lu Hui first stood up gracefully and bowed to Lin Chen, apologizing for the issues in her management that led to Lin Chen being bullied. To compensate for Lin Chen's mental distress, Lu Hui personally provided him with a large gift of materials, 5,000 units of stone and wood, as well as 1,000 finished iron ingots. The market value of these materials was around 70 to 80,000 blue star coins, a reasonable compensation for Lin Chen. Then, Lu Hui got straight to the point about why she had called him over. Lin Chen, have you thought about which university you want to apply to? This question truly stumped Lin Chen. Since his arrival in this world, he hadn't had the chance to think about his college entrance exam choices. So, uncertainly, he said, for Saints Academy? To his surprise, Lu Hui pursed her lips slightly and shook her head. The Four Saints Academy ranks only in the top 60 among the major universities in Long Country, and your strength is not limited to that. Seeing the principal's serious tone, Lin Chen immediately asked, Principal, do you have any recommendations? I suggest you aim for the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. The Imperial Capital Dragon Academy? The university known as the Monster Concentration Camp, the top university in Long Country? Seeing Lin Chen lost in thought, Lu Hui immediately explained, Your potential is not inferior to those geniuses, I have confidence in you. Coming out of the principal's office, Lin Chen's mind was filled with thoughts about applying to the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. Although it was difficult to get in, once accepted, the future would be bright. In this world where lords were revered, to live well, one had to become a powerful lord. After serious contemplation, Lin Chen made up his mind to apply to the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. With that thought, Lin Chen took out the light point obtained from Zheng Tian's core. With a slight movement of his mind, a large package of supplies appeared before Lin Chen. Obtained Void Source, Level 1, obtained resources, Stone * 5,000, Wood * 5,000, Iron or * 3,000, Gold * 500. Extra obtained B-level Lord skill, Whisper of the Persuader. Extra obtained item, Coordinate Scroll of the Voidland. Why hasn't that kid Zheng Tian used his B-level skill? Lin Chen opened the skill introduction with a puzzled expression. B-level Lord skill Whisper of the Persuader. After releasing this skill, you will find it easier to persuade wild units to become your followers. Lin Chen understood. It turned out that this Whisper of the Persuader was an auxiliary skill. No wonder Zheng Tian could recruit third-tier mountain giants and a bunch of orc archers. It was because of this skill. A first-tier lord can only possess one lord skill, and can learn an additional skill with each level up. Of course, lords can also use a forgetting potion to forget their current skill and replace it with a more powerful one. However, while Whisper of the Persuader was good, it was quite useless for Lin Chen. His followers were all transformed through infection, and there was no taming involved. Now that the trading market had closed, he would wait until after the college entrance examination to exchange for the resources he needed. With that thought, Lin Chen shifted his focus to the second extra item. It was a scroll recording the coordinates of the Voidland. Coordinate Scroll of the Voidland, a miniature island floating in the void, where you can see traces of some stone giants and orc soldiers. So Zheng Tian's troops originated from here. Lin Chen licked his lips. After tonight, I will turn all the creatures on this island into my followers. Absorbing Zheng Tian's void source casually, Lin Chen opened his Lord panel. Lin Chen, Second Tier Lord, Advancement Progress 25%. Territory Area, 25 square kilometers, absorbing Zheng Tian's void source added 5 kilometers. Followers, Zombie Goblin Warriors, 43, Elf Poison Archers, 16, Elite Poison Archers, 43, including second-tier Elves and second-tier Orcs, Poison Stone Giants, 3, Zombies, 67, including Militia and Villagers. Existing buildings, Stone Walls, Durability 67%, Defiled Graveyards * 4, Defiled Altars. Polluted Land, this is a piece of land with little hope, very difficult to save. Lord Skills, Blood Pleasure, B, Flesh Explosion, C. Heroic Spirit, Dark Ranger Sylvanas, LV3, note, SSS level Sacrifice and Plague God do not belong to Lord skills and are not recorded on the panel. Looking at his somewhat cluttered panel, Lin Chen waved his hand and immediately initiated the sacrifice. All second tier and below zombies were enveloped in white flames and turned to ashes. The follower panel instantly became much tidier. That feels good. Lin Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Let's see what good stuff this sacrifice gives me. Ding, obtained Flesh and Blood Cloning Machine, Blueprint. Flesh and Blood Cloning Machine consumes blood and flesh of the same tier troops to clone existing units of the same tier in the territory. For example, putting a second-tier Zombie Goblin Warrior into the machine can clone an equivalent tier melee or ranged unit, and the host can also integrate certain traits into it. If successful, the clone will carry those traits. This machine is incredible. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. I can completely design the cannon fodder into the troop types I need. However, the greatest use of the flesh and blood cloning machine is to transform combat-capable high-tier troops. Low-level cannon fodder does not have conversion value. If there are too many, sacrificing for a lottery is still the best choice. Building a flesh and blood cloning machine requires 400 finished iron ingots and 5,000 units each of stone and wood. Lin Chen's current resources could barely build 2 flesh and blood cloning machines. After the cloning machines were built, Lin Chen threw the zombie goblin warriors and orc archers into the furnace for conversion. The transformed troops became second-tier zombie warriors and second-tier zombie archers. Few finally comfortable. Lin Chen happily exited the territory and went to find a restaurant to eat. Having completely severed ties with his host family, Lin Chen decided to find a hotel near the school for the night. Handsome, staying here? There are beautiful women, a few flamboyantly dressed older ladies on the roadside frequently threw flirtatious glances his way. Lin Chen's face turned red, and he instinctively quickened his pace. He was a good student, how could he fall into such temptations? However, after wandering around, it seemed that all the small inns nearby had a hint of color to them. Lin Chen was reluctant to stay in a hotel, his funds were limited, and he needed to save for college. Travel expenses, living expenses, tuition, there were many places to spend money. At this stage, he needed to save as much as possible. Just as Lin Chen stood by the roadside in a daze, a car stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a rather intellectual and delicate face. Lin Chen, why aren't you going home so late? Lu Hui asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen scratched his head and briefly explained his situation. Orphaned, with a malicious aunt and facing bullying at school. Lin Chen's background evoked a strong sense of sympathy and guilt in Lu Hui. How about this, Lin Chen, come stay at my house tonight, Lu Hui said, focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. We can discuss other matters after it's over. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. What's inappropriate about it? It's just for one night. Lu Hui personally opened the car door for Lin Chen. You are one of the only 2 students from Tianhai High School with a chance to get into the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. For both public and private reasons, I must take good care of you. After being invited into the car, Lin Chen noticed that there was a girl sitting in the back seat. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl. With delicate features and fair skin, even the school beauty of Tianhai High School would instantly pale in comparison to her. Unfortunately, the girl's eyes were a sickly gray-white. The emptiness in her gaze made her appear frail. There was a kind of pitiable, sickly beauty about her. Lin Chen's heart tightened. This was a blind girl. She is my niece, Wan, Lu Hui smiled, and like you, she is also a student at Tianhai High School. But due to her health, she doesn't attend classes regularly. Lin Chen realized, is she also a lord? Lu Hui nodded with a smile, of course, don't underestimate Wan. She is a genius with a chance to get into the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, just like you. Although lords do not observe their territories with their eyes, it was Lin Chen's first time meeting a blind lord. Aunt, when will we get home? I'm hungry, the girl said in a soft and sweet voice. Hearing it made Lin Chen feel as if his ears were about to be overwhelmed. He couldn't help but glance at the girl again. Lu Hui and her niece lived in a standalone villa. After dinner, Lin Chen settled into the room arranged by Lu Hui to prepare for the college entrance exam the next day. At that moment, in a small pink room on the second floor, Lu Wan sat cross-legged, emanating a faint golden aura. Clearly, she was still managing her territory. Wan, you should rest early today, Lu Hui said with a hint of concern. With your abilities, getting into the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy shouldn't be difficult. Aunt, if I get into the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, will there be a chance for my eyes to recover? Lu Hui nodded. The Dragon Academy is filled with strong individuals. Only by entering there is a possibility for recovery. But my territory is of the auxiliary resource type. Lu Wan expressed her worries. My combat power is not high, and I'm concerned. Lu Hui gently reassured her. Don't worry, Wan, I will find suitable people to protect you. On the other side, after returning to his room, Lin Chen made some adjustments and began his final preparations before the college entrance exam. Within the territory, 43 second-tier zombie warriors and 43 second-tier zombie archers were fully equipped and ready for action. 3 recovering poison giants stood at the back of the line. In the next moment, a golden shimmering portal appeared in the open space before them. Unlike the Novice continent, this time the portal led to a small floating island. It was the coordinate scroll that had exploded from Zheng Tian's hands. The moment Lin Chen entered the floating island, he was stunned by the sight before him. At the foot of the mountain, groups of beastmen soldiers were wandering about. There were teams of beastmen archers and teams of beastmen axe-wielders. Just in this area at the foot of the mountain, there were several beastman troops. Further away in the jungle, Lin Chen vaguely saw several tall figures made of rock. Those were the mountain giants. Lin Chen instructed the zombie warriors and archers to stay put, then controlled the 3 poison giants to approach a first-tier axe-wielder troop. Upon seeing the poison giants, they charged forward, swinging their axes. However, in the next second, the poison giant raised its arm, soaked in venom, and smashed it down to the ground. In an instant, several axe-wielders were crushed into pieces, and the splash damage severely injured more than a dozen others. In less than 3 minutes, this axe-wielder troop was slaughtered by the poison giants. The axe-wielders who did not turn into minced meat crawled up from the ground and became zombies. Continuing to attack the beastmen axe-wielders, after several rounds of killing, the first-tier zombies transformed from the axe-wielders quickly accumulated to 500. Looking around, it was a sea of black. The tide of corpses from another world had already formed. Next, Lin Chen controlled the tide of corpses to rampage across the island, causing a bloody explosion. Large swathes of beastman troops on the island were rapidly infected and transformed into Lin Chen's subordinates. A night passed in silence, and the next morning, the first thing Lin Chen did upon opening his eyes was to enter the territory to check on its development. With the flesh and blood cloning machine operating at full power, the scale of Lin Chen's zombie army had become quite considerable. Most notably, there were 20 third-tier rock giants standing quietly at the periphery of the territory. Next, the college entrance examination began. In the morning, the gentle breeze blew. The streets and alleys were filled with red banners saying good luck on the exam. The annual college entrance examination in the Dragon Kingdom drew nationwide attention, a grand event like no other. After submitting his exam materials, Lin Chen walked into the examination hall. The surrounding students were all showing varying degrees of nervousness. In contrast, Lin Chen appeared calm and composed. After entering the examination hall according to the procedure, he quietly waited for the exam to begin. Next, it was a matter of transforming into a dragon or becoming a bug, and it was at this moment. Candidates, please enter the hall in order according to your exam numbers. Please remain quiet during this process. A massive golden light curtain enveloped the entire playground. When the students opened their eyes again, they found themselves in their respective territories. An incredibly authoritative voice echoed from above. This examination is divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon. During the exam, the use of any props and troops not produced by your personal territory is strictly prohibited. Any violations will be treated as cheating, resulting in disqualification. Now, let the exam begin. A huge 5-minute countdown appeared above the territory, and when the countdown ended, the first wave of foreign invasion would commence. Lin Chen also saw the countdown and immediately commanded 200 second-tier zombie archers to prepare for battle on the city walls. In addition to the archers on the walls, there were also zombie warriors ready to support from below. Inside the monitoring hall of the Unified Examination System headquarters, hundreds of Lord Examiners were monitoring the examination in real time. The examination footage of every candidate in each division was displayed on their screens. Oh, this student is quite interesting. His territory has been severely polluted, yet he can still cultivate subordinates, a 6th-tier Lord Examiner exclaimed in surprise, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen's territory. His voice attracted the attention of others. A contaminated territory? I heard its land tainted by the blood of an evil god, with a 1 in a million chance of being assigned to a novice lord. This student must have really bad luck. I hope he can hold out against the first wave of attacks, at least until he passes. Sigh, I think it's a bit precarious. The invigilators shook their heads and sighed upon seeing that Lin Chen was in a contaminated territory. Over the years, there had been no reports of students from contaminated territories being able to get into university. Such territories wouldn't even produce the most basic of followers, leaving no possibility for development at all. As the countdown reached 0, the first wave of monsters surged into the students' territories. They were a group of humanoid monsters with golden lion mane hairstyles and masks on their faces. The moment the monsters appeared, it triggered gasps from the exam candidates. What, is that a hill monster? No way, they sent hill monsters for the first wave. Damn, I can't solve this question, it's too hard. The candidates immediately let out cries of despair. Hill monsters are not weak among the first-tier troops. The fact that they were the first to be sent out only indicated that this year's exam paper was going to be tough. In Lin Chen's territory, he looked seriously at the incoming hill monsters and immediately issued an attack order. The 200 zombie archers on the city wall simultaneously shot their arrows. A dense rain of arrows instantly enveloped the hill monsters, and within seconds, a large number were slain. So fragile? Lin Chen showed a hint of confusion. He didn't expect that a single wave of arrows could take down so many hill monsters. By the time the second wave of arrows was fired, there were hardly any hill monsters left alive. Could it be that this year's exam questions are easy? Lin Chen attributed his ability to kill the hill monsters to the simplicity of the exam. But if other candidates knew this thought, they would probably break down on the spot, because most of the other candidates were anxiously directing the battle at that moment. The first exam used hill monsters as the test subjects. How could anyone survive this? In the monitoring hall of the Tianhai exam area, an invigilator quickly noticed Lin Chen through the monster death data. What kind of troops is this student using? Second-tier troops, with attack range and arrow strength almost reaching third-tier levels, and their accuracy is frighteningly high. The invigilator immediately called over their group leader. The leader, surnamed Chen, frowned unconsciously upon seeing the replay of Lin Chen killing the hill monsters. A contaminated land can still cultivate such powerful followers? I've never encountered such a situation before. And these archers are strange. They look like a fusion of elves and orcs, but I'm not sure what exactly they are. Even the group leader had never seen this? What exactly is this student named Lin Chen? The invigilator responsible for monitoring Lin Chen let out another exclamation. You all come and see. How are the dead hill monsters standing up again? As soon as this was said, several invigilators, including group leader Chen, rushed to the monitor. On the screen, the land showed hill monsters that had been shot down eerily rising from the ground. They stood quietly like puppets, creating a scene that was somewhat spine-chilling. Group leader Chen frowned and immediately spoke. Xiaolu, pull up the student's battle log. Under the leader's command, Xiaolu quickly brought up a panel. The panel clearly recorded that 30 seconds ago, Lin Chen's number of followers was 520, but 30 seconds later, the number of followers had skyrocketed to 736. Are these resurrected hill monsters turning into the student's followers? Directly converting enemies into one's own followers? What kind of territory trait is this? The conversion efficiency is much higher than that of undead lords. If he keeps converting like this, wouldn't it be equivalent to infinite troop production? The discussion grew increasingly heated, even attracting the attention of other proctoring groups. Many teachers cast curious glances. Suddenly, a serious-looking middle-aged man strode over. What's going on here? Why the loud commotion? Team leader Lu forced a smile and immediately explained Lin Chen's situation. The middle-aged man's name was Wei Dongxiang. He was not only the chief examiner of the Tianhai examination area but also an 8th-tier lord. After listening to team leader Lu's account, Wei Dongxiang furrowed his brow slightly. Team leader Lu, looking troubled, said, "This student's territory characteristic is to fight to sustain the fight. The more he battles, the more troops he gains. I'm worried that if this continues, it will be difficult to assess his true level." Wei Dongxiang replied without hesitation. Converting enemy troops for one's own use is this candidate's territorial feature. The assessment content does not need to be changed. How far he can go depends entirely on him. The proctors nodded in agreement. Soon, the first round of exams concluded. The chief examiner announced the exam results. In the entire Tianhai examination area, the first wave of foreign invasions had eliminated 60% of the candidates. Among the remaining 40%, most territories were in ruins, with many suffering severe troop losses. At this moment, in the observation area for the heads of various campuses, the principals of major high schools in the Tianhai examination area were engaged in intense discussions. Isn't this year's assessment too beyond the syllabus? So many candidates were eliminated in the first round. Sigh, our school's results are dismal. The pass rate is only 20%. Could it be that the incident with the outer domain evil gods suddenly raised the difficulty? It definitely has an impact. Those scoundrels almost reached our hometown. Sigh, this year's college entrance exam difficulty is likely the highest in history. Principal Lu Hui frowned as she looked at the constantly updating candidate panel in front of her. Tianhai High School's results were also poor, with a pass rate of only 57% in the first round. Moreover, most students had suffered severe losses in their territorial combat power, making it difficult to survive the second round. It wasn't until Lin Chen's territorial information appeared on the screen that her brow relaxed a bit. Lin Chen still had ample troops, and his territory's defenses were intact. It seemed he should have no problem withstanding the second round's assault. After a brief rest, the prompt for the second round of exams sounded. In the territories of the college entrance exam candidates from various high schools, accompanied by the expanding glow of the portal, hundreds of green-skinned little monsters landed in the territory. It was a group of first-tier goblins armed with wooden sticks. Ha! Goblins? Upon seeing the identity of the invaders, many students widened their eyes in disbelief. It wasn't that goblins were hard to deal with. On the contrary, goblins were the weakest monsters. The second round of the assessment was goblins. Wasn't this a guaranteed score? Many students instantly felt confident. Ha, little goblins, I can crush several with a kick from my Minotaur warrior. These little monsters probably can't even break my wooden walls. The second wave is secure. The examiners must have realized the first round was too difficult, so they lowered the difficulty for the second round. The students were excited, rubbing their hands together with full confidence. In contrast, Lin Chen frowned at that moment. Since the National College entrance exam was meant to screen talent, how could it be that the first test was difficult while the second was easy? The only possibility was that this group of goblins was not simple. Almost as soon as Lin Chen had this thought, the portal rippled again. Following that, 100 red-skinned goblins wielding staffs appeared in view. Goblin Mage, first tier, can cast a simple fireball. The moment the goblin mages appeared, most candidates' pupils constricted instantly. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Although goblin mages were low-tier units, the rain of fireballs formed by 100 of them gathered together was terrifyingly powerful. Most of the students' buildings and walls are made of wood. For them, the rain of fireballs is a disaster. This isn't just a test, it's a matter of life and death. Before the students could regain their composure, the goblin sorcerer began launching simple fireballs at their camp. In an instant, flames engulfed various territories. The candidates were in a frenzy, trying to control their soldiers to extinguish the fires while also organizing their teams to fight against the charging goblins. The scene was quite chaotic. At this moment, Lin Chen's camp was also covered in fireballs. However, most of his buildings were made of stone or metal, with few flammable materials. Facing the goblin sorcerers, Lin Chen was not polite. He directly awakened 5 sleeping poison giants from the graveyard. They casually grabbed the hill monsters from the ground and transformed into human-shaped catapults. Then, like throwing a football, they hurled the hill monsters away. The poison giants' throwing skills, as a ranged attack, were also enhanced by the Dark Ranger's buff. Far and accurate. 5 meatballs landed among the goblin sorcerers, causing a series of explosions. This round of attacks killed 7 or 8 goblin sorcerers. Immediately after, the dead sorcerers crawled back up from the ground, transforming into zombies that bit at other sorcery units. The zombie crisis erupted in an instant, 1 turning into 2, 2 turning into 4. Like cancer cells, all the goblins were quickly infected. In this round of the exam, Lin Chen once again won easily. Isn't this one a bit too easy? Lin Chen scratched his head, glancing at the exam time in the sky, which still had nearly half an hour left. Other candidates were busy exterminating goblins. Only Lin Chen had relaxed and started organizing his territory. In this round of battle, a total of 98 goblin sorcerers and over 200 goblins were transformed. The goblin sorcerers were assigned to the city walls. The remaining 200 goblins, being too weak, Lin Chen simply waved his hand and chose to sacrifice them all. Under a burst of white flames, the goblin cannon fodder turned to dust. Sacrifice completed, gained 2 graveyards. This sacrifice directly gave Lin Chen 2 graveyards, which for him equated to 2 springs of life. A very nice reward. After placing the graveyards, Lin Chen now had 6 graveyards. The recovery ability of his troops was greatly enhanced. Unbeknownst to him, the second round of the exam was nearing its end. After incredibly difficult battles, students from various regions finally endured until the exam concluded. Some students even sat down on the ground due to the sudden relaxation of their highly tense nerves. This exam was damn hard. The goblins almost reached my Lord Core, but thankfully I held on in the end. I can't do it anymore. This is my limit. I've run out of troops. Accompanied by the voices of candidates from various exam sites, dozens of students directly gave up on the third round of the exam. After the second round in the morning, fewer than 100 candidates remained in the Tianhai exam area. Most students either had their familiars wiped out and were forced to withdraw or felt they couldn't win and chose to give up voluntarily. In the monitoring hall of the Tianhai exam area, Wei Changdong watched the lights on the monitoring panel continuously extinguish. Each extinguished light represented a candidate's withdrawal. This year, a total of 80,000 candidates participated in the college entrance examination in Tianhai. As the exam progressed, fewer than 3,000 remained. Next came the time to filter out the elites. By the way, is that candidate named Lin Chen still here? Wei Changdong asked Team Leader Lu. Team Leader Lu nodded, yes, and he has even transformed the goblin sorcerers into his familiars. Now he not only has an archer unit but also sorcerers. Team Leader Lu's voice made the other examiners glance over slightly. There was no need for recruitment. The ability to directly convert enemy forces into one's own was something these lords had never seen before. Wei Changdong showed a hint of anticipation. I wonder what other surprising performances this little guy will display later. Next, let's announce the score rankings to the outside world. Wei Changdong waved his hand and said, the group of reporters outside the exam hall must be as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Soon, the scores of the top 100 students appeared on the big screen outside the exam site. First place, Lin Chen, score 530. Territory population 810, national ranking 13. Second place, Ning Chendong, score 369, territory population 210, national ranking 798. Third place, Suko, score 351, territory population 198, national ranking 7936. Fourth place, Zhang Qi, score 341, territory population 180, national ranking 11431. Once the rankings were announced, it immediately sparked heated discussions. Who is Lin Chen? 13th in the nation is too strong. Isn't this a guaranteed provincial champion? His future is limitless. I heard that the top 10 students in the nation will receive generous rewards from Long Country. I wonder if that's true. Outside the exam hall, students' parents, teachers, and even some passers-by were all discussing it. The Tianhai exam district could only be considered a medium-level district nationwide. Over the years, there had been hardly any provincial champions, let alone national champions. Now, with the sudden emergence of a dark horse like Lin Chen, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Inside the principal's observation room, Lu Hui clenched her fists in excitement. A slight blush rose on her knowledgeable face. Although her niece had achieved good results in a special exam room, due to the unique nature of her territory, it would not be made public in the college entrance examination. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was a true genius who stood out from tens of thousands of candidates. If he could really make it into the national top 10, it would bring her considerable glory. Principal Lu, Lin Chen is from your school, right? What a nice little guy. Other district principals cast envious glances. A very strong student. If he maintains stable performance, he is likely to get into a key national university. Alas, our school doesn't have anyone in the national rankings. It seems we will be embarrassed this time. The principals from various districts were discussing among themselves, their faces filled with complexity. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. There have been students in previous years with high initial scores who later fell behind. Principal Lu, don't be too happy too soon. Be careful of my students surpassing you later. The speaker was Su Bo, the principal of Tianhai No 2 Middle School, who had a contentious relationship with Lu Hui due to annual enrollment issues. The student Su Bo referred to was Ning Qindong, the second place in the Tianhai exam district, a well-known genius in their school. Coming from a large family, Ning Qindong had good resources and, coupled with his decent talent, Su Bo was very optimistic about him. Although he currently ranked second, as long as he could maintain his performance in the subsequent assessments, there was a possibility of overtaking. Lu Hui pursed her lips and did not refute Su Bo's statement. The truth would be revealed in due time. Under the watchful eyes of the principals, the last assessment of the morning session began. At this moment, within Ning Qindong's territory, 100 second-tier musketeers stood ready on the city walls. These musketeers were a powerful unit that he had put a lot of effort into recruiting. With long shooting distances and great power, they were very suitable for defensive battles. Moreover, he also had a common spirit, the dwarf gunner captain, who could increase the attack power of all musketeers. The two complemented each other, making their combat power quite impressive. Ning Qindong was very confident about the third exam. Soon, ripples appeared in the portal, and the next moment, the monster army surged into the territory. When Ning Qindong saw the appearance of the monsters, his previously calm face was instantly replaced by shock, and cold sweat broke out all at once. A subconscious "what the hell" escaped from my lips. At the same time, candidates in other testing areas also let out various exclamations. The third wave of monsters was, once again, classic goblins. But unlike the previous little green-skinned ones, this time all the goblins that appeared were tall goblin warriors. Not only that, but behind the goblin warriors were 6 fuel catapults. Standing further back was a giant goblin, 3 meters tall, wielding a spiked club. Goblin Hero, 3rd-tier spirit, a command-type spirit with considerable intelligence, capable of unleashing a warcry to enhance the combat power of all goblins. What the hell, a 3rd-tier spirit? My troops are only 2nd tier, how can we fight this? We can't fight, it's impossible. This isn't just a monster wave, it's a proper army. The fuel catapults are the biggest threat, we must go out of the city to destroy them. The candidates immediately erupted into various cries of despair. The third exam had unexpectedly gone beyond the scope. However, the exam continued as normal. In the territory where Lin Chen was located, when he saw that the enemy had 6 catapults, he immediately summoned all 20 of his poison giants without hesitation. The fuel catapults were definitely siege weapons. If they weren't destroyed quickly, they would cause massive losses. So Lin Chen didn't hold back and directly used 2nd-tier zombie warriors as projectiles for the poison giants. 20 poison giants simultaneously hurled zombie warriors, and at the same time, 6 fuel shells fell into the camp. A large fire immediately erupted in Lin Chen's camp, and several zombie archers were blown to bits because they couldn't dodge in time. This was the first time casualties had occurred in Lin Chen's camp, indicating that the difficulty of this assessment was significantly higher than before. However, although Lin Chen's camp suffered damage, the Goblin army faced even heavier losses. Of the 20 zombie warriors thrown, 10 hit the catapults. Then came the blood explosion. The skill blood explosion had greater explosive power the stronger the unit was. Each of the 20 second-tier zombie warriors self-destructed with a force akin to a cluster grenade. After 20 consecutive explosions, the 6 catapults were reduced to a pile of parts. Moreover, it also took out over a dozen goblin warriors. The goblin warriors that were killed immediately turned into zombies and charged at the other nearby goblins. However, the goblin hero quickly reacted. He immediately commanded the remaining goblins to slaughter the zombies around them. Even those severely injured goblins that were not dead yet were directly beaten to death by other goblins. Out of 200 second-tier goblin warriors, they lost less than 30. Amidst the goblin hero's roar, the remaining goblin warriors approached Lin Chen's territory. Lin Chen, on the other hand, wore a wicked smile. They certainly wouldn't expect that hundreds of human landmines were buried along their path. At this moment, in the examination hall, Wei Changdong watched as 2,000 of the 3,000 light points on the screen extinguished in an instant. His brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. Even the supervising teacher beside him couldn't help but speak up. The difficulty of this year's college entrance examination is too high. These students have hardly any real combat experience, and they have to fight intelligent enemies. In previous years at this time, there would still be 4,000 to 5,000 candidates left. Now there aren't even 1,000. I actually think a higher difficulty is good. Only difficult problems can produce dark horses. Wei Changdong didn't respond but turned to Team Leader Lu again. Teacher Lu, how is that student who can turn enemies into his subordinates doing? As soon as he said this, a group of supervising teachers turned to look. Team Leader Lu pulled up Lin Chen's battle log, glanced at it briefly, and then reported. 10 minutes ago, the number of Lin Chen's followers had suddenly dropped from 810 to 690. It seemed he was also caught in a tough battle. As the words fell, the supervising teachers immediately showed expressions of understanding. I knew the student wouldn't have it as easy as before. After all, they are all second-tier monsters, and there's even a third-tier goblin hero. A sudden decrease of over 100 followers must be due to the oil catapult destroying some important buildings. The supervising teachers shook their heads. This year's college entrance examination was indeed a bit too difficult. Wei Changdong did not jump to conclusions. Instead, he personally approached Team Leader Lu. Teacher Lu, can you pull up Lin Chen's battle footage? Because each supervising teacher had to monitor hundreds of students at the same time, they usually only looked at the candidates' battle logs. The scores were automatically generated by the system. Now that Wei Changdong wanted to see, Team Leader Lu immediately pulled up Lin Chen's battle footage. At this moment, in Lin Chen's territory, it was a scene of devastation, with severed limbs and corpses everywhere, and the ground was riddled with numerous pits. Among the corpses, a small number were goblin warriors chopped into pieces. The first impression of the scene was indeed that the battle was quite brutal. It seemed that many of Lin Chen's troops had died, while the goblin army still had over 100 left, now at the gates of the city. These goblins bore various wounds, but they did not appear serious and did not hinder their assault on the camp. At the back of this group of goblins, the goblin hero was chewing on a goblin's corpse while commanding the goblin warriors to attack the city wall. A visible crack appeared on the wall and quickly expanded. Both the goblin warriors and the goblin hero showed frenzied and triumphant expressions at the prospect of breaching the camp. Strange, I remember Lin Chen had a group of second-tier archers, and he had also converted quite a few goblin mages. Why can't we see them on the city wall? Wei Changdong frowned in confusion. The battle before him seemed more like Lin Chen was deliberately holding back rather than truly being unable to fight back. Could it be that the oil catapult exhausted his forces? Team Leader Lu speculated. Wei Changdong shook his head. No matter how powerful the catapult is, it can't wipe out all his troops. And look at the wreckage in the distance. The oil catapult has long been destroyed. This student seems to be plotting something. Even Wei Changdong, who had been a supervisor for many years, could not fathom what Lin Chen was up to. As the crack in the city wall grew larger, it wouldn't be long before this group of goblin warriors would destroy the wall and enter the camp. Lin Chen's mysterious maneuvers also attracted the attention of other supervising teachers. Many gathered in front of Team Leader Lu's monitor, various speculations flying around. Hey, have you noticed that the attack frequency of the zombie goblins seems to be decreasing? One supervising teacher suddenly spoke up, a word to awaken the dreamer. Everyone looked closely, and sure enough, this group of goblin warriors seemed to be affected by something, their energy becoming increasingly listless. But they clearly hadn't sustained much injury. Why were they growing weaker? Wei Changdong seemed to have discovered something and immediately spoke. Teacher Lu, zoom in on the footage, focus on one goblin. At Wei Changdong's request, the footage gradually zoomed in. When everyone saw the appearance of one goblin warrior clearly, they all showed expressions of disbelief. This goblin's pupils had turned grayish-white. The wound on its neck was rapidly rotting at a visible speed. This goblin seems to be infected with some virus? Could it be that Lin Chen is using this virus to convert his followers? However, as if in response to the supervising teacher's doubts, the goblin warriors, who had been vigorously striking the city walls, began to slow down, their strikes becoming increasingly lethargic. Eventually, it was as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, and they all stopped hammering at once. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. Over 100 second-tier goblin warriors slowly lowered their hands and turned to face the goblin hero. In their grayish-white pupils, there was no sign of life, just a collection of moving corpses. The goblin hero, who had been laughing triumphantly, also sensed that something was amiss. It shouted at the goblin warriors twice, but there was no response. In a mix of panic and anger, it raised its spiked club in an attempt to intimidate its subordinates. However, in the next moment, the goblin warriors with pale pupils revealed fierce expressions. Fearless, they charged at the goblin hero. Nearly 100 zombie goblin warriors rushed toward the goblin hero simultaneously. At this moment, the goblin hero also showed a look of panic. Just then, the long-absent second-tier zombie archers reappeared on the city wall. 200 archers, led by the Dark Ranger, simultaneously drew their bows and shot arrows at the goblin hero in a frenzy. Hundreds of arrows instantly turned the goblin hero into a pincushion. As it fell, the zombie goblin warriors pounced on it, ravenously devouring its flesh. Amidst the piercing wails, the goblin hero was completely killed. At this moment, the examination hall had fallen into a deathly silence. All the teachers stared in shock at the events unfolding on the surveillance screen. Over 100 goblin warriors had been infected by an unknown virus, unhesitatingly launching an attack on their leader. The goblin hero was first ambushed by the archers and then was literally bitten to death by its own subordinates. Such a gruesome death was enough to make one's scalp tingle. But even more suffocating was that the mangled goblin hero quickly stood up from the ground. Its grayish-white pupils were devoid of life. Lin Chen's fighting style is somewhat like spreading a plague. He doesn't need to kill the enemy, just infect them to complete the transformation. His number of subordinates has risen back to 800. The losses just now were probably just cannon fodder. He sacrificed over 100 first-tier cannon fodder to gain 100 second-tier soldiers and 1 third-tier hero. Fighting to sustain fighting, getting stronger with each battle. The supervising teachers all exclaimed in astonishment. It was at this moment that they truly realized how extraordinary Lin Chen, this lord, was. "Teacher Lu, please keep an eye on things here. I need to step out for a moment." Wei Changdong hurriedly left the room and then connected to the communication device in the principal's viewing room of the Tianhai examination area. At this time, a heated debate was erupting in the principal's viewing area. "I can say with 100% certainty that Lin Chen is definitely cheating. Why did his troops suddenly deplete by 100 and then refill instantly? Clearly, he recruited mercenaries to participate in the battle. This is absolutely against the rules in the college entrance examination." Principal Su Bo of No. 2 High School scolded disdainfully. "Students who cheat must have their college entrance examination qualifications revoked. Severe punishment is a must." Not only Principal Su Bo, but the other school principals also wore expressions of doubt. After all, Lin Chen's battle data was indeed very strange. How could one suddenly deplete over 100 subordinates and then suddenly increase by over 100? This clearly defied logic. Lu Hui's face was frosty, her voice cold. "Do you think the proctors wouldn't notice such obvious data anomalies? Since no announcement has been made, I believe my student is innocent." "Principal Lu, you are covering for cheating. Protecting your student." Su Bo looked utterly disappointed. How could you, as the principal of Tianhai High School, act so unethically and corruptly? Lu Hui was clearly infuriated, her chest heaving violently. Just then, a light screen appeared before everyone. A middle-aged man with a square face appeared in the center of the light screen. The moment the crowd saw him, the noisy scene fell silent. Wei Changdong, the chief examiner of the Tianhai Examination District, was also a significant figure sent by the Dragon Academy of the imperial capital to the Tianhai Examination District. Wei Changdong scanned the crowd and immediately asked, "Who is Lin Chen's responsible teacher?" As soon as these words were spoken, Su Bo instantly showed a gloating expression. It was clear that Wei Changdong had come personally to find Lin Chen's responsible teacher, and it must be related to cheating. The fact that a student from Tianhai High School had cheated would surely tarnish the school's reputation. Thinking of this, Su Bo smirked, looking like he was watching a show. Lu Hui, however, walked forward with a calm expression. "Examiner Wei, I am Lu Hui, the principal of Tianhai High School, and Lin Chen is one of our students. Wei Qiangdong nodded slightly. Congratulations, Principal Lu, your student is very outstanding. Upon hearing this, Su Bo, who had transformed into a smirking Dragon King, was instantly stunned. The other principals were even more shocked, their mouths agape as if they could fit an ostrich egg inside. Wasn't he here to criticize cheating? Instead, he was here to congratulate? If it were just an average outstanding student, it would not warrant such a big shot like Wei Qiangdong coming down to congratulate. Could it be that this Lin Chen was of the super outstanding kind? At this thought, the principals who had just doubted Lin Chen's cheating now felt worse than if they had swallowed a fly. Wei Qiangdong continued, Principal Lu, may I have a word with you? In a private communication room, Wei Qiangdong contacted Lu Hui again and inquired about Lin Chen. When he learned that Lin Chen was an orphan and had even been called a waste at one point, Wei Qiangdong fell silent. It seems that Lin Chen has recently encountered some fortuitous event which has allowed him to rise so quickly. To be able to persevere through adversity and hardship, this child's character is quite commendable. Lu Hui did not expect Wei Qiangdong to give such a high evaluation of Lin Chen, and she was very pleased. She knew Wei Qiangdong's status, and for him to give such high praise was undoubtedly good news for Lin Chen. Meanwhile, in Lin Chen's territory, after transforming all the goblins, Lin Chen entered a slightly boring downtime. The third exam lasted for 2 hours in the Blue Star, and only 40 minutes had passed. Even with 20 minutes left before the 1-hour early submission rule kicked in, there was still time. Since there was nothing to do, Lin Chen decided to start organizing his territory. He reprocessed the 103 second-tier goblin warriors he had just transformed and cloned them into second-tier zombie warriors with unified combat power. At this moment, Lin Chen's territory had over 400 second-tier melee units. There were 300 second-tier archers and 100 goblin mages. Looking at his territory, which was even stronger than before the exam, Lin Chen felt a tremendous sense of achievement. However, as the cloning machine continued to operate, Lin Chen discovered something interesting. The units cloned through the flesh and blood cloning machine, although only of the same tier, seemed to have undergone some kind of optimization. The combat power of the second-tier zombie warriors was clearly stronger than that of the second-tier goblin warriors. This optimization was particularly evident in the cloned archers. Lin Chen had previously reprocessed second-tier elven archers and second-tier orc archers. The cloned second-tier zombie archers possessed both the agility of the elves and the strength of the orcs. It was as if the advantages of the two races had been fused together. Did this mean that as long as Lin Chen continued to merge various units of the same tier, the strength of the resulting units would become stronger, ultimately creating the most perfect unit of the same tier? Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a bit excited. His gaze suddenly fell on a first-tier goblin mage who was daydreaming. With a thought, he tossed the little mage into the flesh and blood cloning machine. Accompanied by the operation of the machine, the little mage was ground into minced meat. Currently, the blood and flesh cloning machine has recorded the first-tier soldiers, first-tier goblins, first-tier elf archers, first-tier orc axe wielders, and first-tier goblin mages. Lin Chen directly merged them without hesitation. Soon, a peculiar-looking first-tier soldier was cloned. It had green skin, a short stature, pointed ears, and a mouth full of fangs. The most noticeable feature was its back, which had a large bulging tumor, with liquid visibly flowing inside. Self-destructing goblin, first tier, a weak creature with 0 defense and slow movement but can cause significant damage to buildings upon self-destruction. A new type of soldier had actually been created. Lin Chen immediately tested this self-destructing goblin. The experiment revealed that while the self-destructing goblin caused average damage to other soldiers, a high explosive fuel inside it could effectively damage buildings. The drawback was its short legs and slow movement speed. In most cases, it would likely be eliminated before it even reached the target building. But this was not a problem for Lin Chen, as he still had the human catapult and the poison stone giant. He planned to have the self-destructing goblins cooperate with the poison giant to bombard enemy buildings from a distance. Considering the limited usefulness of the goblin mages, Lin Chen decided to throw all the mages into the cloning machine, transforming them into self-destructing goblins. To ensure the safety of the goblins, Lin Chen also ordered the zombie warriors to bury them underground. They would be dug up when needed. After completing this task, Lin Chen checked the exam time and found that an hour had just passed. Without hesitation, he submitted his paper early and exited the Lord's space. When Lin Chen's vision returned to reality, he found that most of the students were still enveloped in a golden halo. Many had beads of sweat on their foreheads, their faces contorted. Some who had already lost their golden light sat in chairs, dazed. Sticking to the tradition of high school students, It felt a bit embarrassing to leave the exam room before the last moment. The third exam was not easy for ordinary students. Most were still struggling. Lin Chen raised his hand, and after the proctor nodded in approval, he walked out of the exam room alone. Outside the exam room, there was a silence. Students were either writing furiously or staring blankly. Only Lin Chen walked leisurely and calmly, as if taking a stroll around the campus. Not far from the exam room's entrance, a crowd had gathered, consisting of students, parents, teachers, and city reporters holding microphones and cameras. When they saw Lin Chen appear in their line of sight, all eyes instantly focused on him. "Look, the first student has come out." The moment Lin Chen stepped out of the exam area, he was surrounded by reporters from all sides. At the same time, many parents of students turned to look. How can a student come out in just an hour? Did they finish all their family members? Coming out at this time, their results must not be good. Basically, they are unlikely to get into a key university. The parents scrutinized Lin Chen with expressions of judgment, their murmurs continuous. Yet, Lin Chen remained exceptionally calm, walking towards the school exit without any emotional fluctuations. Just then, a young female reporter approached Lin Chen. "Hello, student, I'm Miao Miao from the city TV station. How do you feel about the difficulty of this exam?" If it were an ordinary student facing a TV interview, they would likely be too nervous to speak. But Lin Chen remained unfazed. He thought about the process of easily defeating monsters earlier and replied earnestly, "The exam questions were relatively simple. The difficulty is quite average." As soon as he said this, the parents on site erupted in an uproar. Simple exam? This year's college entrance examination is said to be of hellish difficulty. It seems this young comrade really likes to boast. You're just a student who couldn't last an hour. What right do you have to say the exam is easy? The controversy continued, and many parents looked at Lin Chen with intense scrutiny. They all thought the college entrance exam questions were difficult. How could he think it was easy? Was he trying to be different? He couldn't possibly be some super genius. Reporter Miao Miao was also feeling overwhelmed and could only ask, "Can you share some details about the exam? Which part did you find the most difficult?" Lin Chen continued to speak honestly. "I wouldn't say it was the most difficult, but the third wave of attacks was relatively challenging. There were 200 second-tier goblin warriors, 6 fuel catapults, and 1 third-tier goblin hero." Upon hearing Lin Chen's description of the battle power, gasps filled the room. Even the beautiful reporter Miao Miao's mouth formed an O. 200 second-tier soldiers, plus siege weapons and a third-tier hero. For a student who had just become a lord, this was practically hellish difficulty. This year's college entrance exam was indeed extreme. However, why did this student describe such a difficult exam as relatively challenging? Miao Miao was confused. From the tone of this candidate, it seemed like these invading monsters hadn't troubled him at all, but he had only lasted an hour before leaving the exam room. Although she was puzzled, Miao Miao still smiled encouragingly. "Don't be discouraged, you've done very well to make it this far. With your current score, you still have a good chance of getting into a good university in the province." Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, I will continue to work hard." Miao Miao smiled sweetly and instinctively asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Lin Chen." Lin is in the forest, and Chen is in silence. Miao Miao was taken aback. This self-introduction was a bit quirky, but suddenly, others began to discuss fervently. "Hey, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Lin Chen? No way, it's Lin Chen." The Lin Chen who ranks first in the college entrance exam score list. A parent of a candidate pointed at the electronic display high above and shouted, "Is this guy the one ranked first in the Tian High exam district? Oh my god, it really is him. The provincial college entrance exam champion Lin Chen, it's actually him. No wonder he said the exam was easy." The exclamations rose and fell in an instant. At that moment, the display screen showed, first place, Lin Chen, score 530, territory population 810, national ranking 13th. Second place, Ning Qindong, score 369, territory population 210, national ranking 798th. Third place, Suku, score 351, territory population 198, national ranking 7,936. This was the previous data, and then the next second, the screen flickered. Lin Chen's score skyrocketed from 530 to 716, and the territory population column changed to 2 dashes. The third exam had not yet concluded, and the new national ranking had not been updated. Even so, seeing Lin Chen's astonishing score of 716 still made the parents present gasp in shock. It's important to note that the full score for the college entrance exam was only 750, and this student named Lin Chen hadn't even taken the afternoon session yet his score had already reached a terrifying 716. He was just 34 points away from a perfect score. This meant that even if Lin Chen didn't take the afternoon session, he could still easily get into prestigious universities across the country. The attitude of the crowd towards Lin Chen underwent a dramatic 780-degree turn. The looks directed at him were no longer filled with disdain and scrutiny but rather with respect. Was this the score a human could achieve? A prodigy, truly a prodigy. Parents were casting envious and jealous glances. How wonderful it would be if their own child were like this. The calm and composed candidate before them was actually Lin Chen, ranked first. He is very likely to become this year's provincial college entrance examination champion. No, the National College Entrance Examination Champion. Miao Miao was a bit excited and spoke carefully. This Lin Chen, may I ask what your plans are next? Lin Chen patted his stomach. I'm hungry, going to eat something, then wait for the afternoon session to start. No wonder you're a champion material, your thinking is so clear. Why hasn't that little brat come out yet? The college entrance examination champion has already submitted their paper. Does the young man have a girlfriend? My second uncle's third aunt's cousin's daughter is the school belle. If it's convenient, could you leave a contact? Compliments were endless, and Lin Chen wore a smile, always maintaining a calm demeanor. As he walked through the crowd, Lin Chen headed off alone into the distance. After walking for a while, a familiar car stopped beside him. The window rolled down, and it was none other than Principal Lu Hui. Let's go, Lin Chen. I'll take you to eat. Lin Chen scratched his head. Principal, isn't that inappropriate? I can find a place to eat by myself. Lu Hui rolled her eyes. How can you just eat anywhere? What if you get a stomachache? Under Lu Hui's strong invitation, Lin Chen got into the car. However, he didn't expect that the principal's niece, Lu Wanwan, was also quietly sitting in the back seat. It was daytime, and Lin Chen instinctively glanced at Lu Wanwan, feeling even more captivated than last night. Lu Wanwan had long silver hair, her delicate figure resembling an untainted spirit. Her eyes were covered by a gray cloth strip, but it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. With a fragile aura reminiscent of Lin Dayu, she easily evoked a protective instinct in others. Wanwan is a resource-supporting lord and does not participate in the college entrance examination rankings, Lu Hui said while steering the wheel. Lin Chen, I have something to tell you during lunch. It's about the afternoon exam. Ha? Lin Chen looked confused. Soon, the three of them sat down in a private room of a fast food restaurant. Once the food arrived, Lu Hui's expression turned extremely serious. The difficulty of the afternoon session is very high, you must not take it lightly, understand? Looking at Lu Hui's serious face, Lin Chen nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Principal, I will give it my all. The afternoon exam starts at 2 o'clock. I've arranged a hotel for you. After eating, you can rest for a while, and I'll call you when it's time. Following Lu Hui's arrangements, the two rested after finishing their meal. The time came to 1:50 in the afternoon. For the afternoon session, there were very few candidates left, only 7. Most students chose to forfeit due to exhaustion from their familiars. As the supervising teacher announced the start of the exam, everyone's consciousness once again entered the void, transforming into light points. At this moment, in the void, there were thousands of light points neatly arranged in a square matrix. These light points came from all over the country, each representing a genius from various regions. The afternoon session was a national unified examination, with all candidates competing on the same stage. A serious voice echoed in the void. The 26th College Entrance Examination afternoon session officially begins, with the assessment location, the Abyssal Great Wall. When the words Abyssal Great Wall reached the candidates' ears, it was like a thunderclap causing a wave of exclamations. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. The Abyssal Great Wall was a massive wall built by humanity in the void. For over 100 years, it had served as one of the most important defenses against the outer evil gods. Setting the assessment location here, did they expect these novice lords to confront the terrifying minions of the evil gods? The next moment, the candidates' speculations were confirmed. A serious voice echoed in the void. All candidates will descend to the outskirts of the Abyssal Great Wall in the form of their familiars. By exploring unknown territories and defeating the minions of the evil gods, you will earn exam points, which will determine your overall college entrance examination score based on the points earned. This assessment requires all candidates to first establish a 10-person advance team. After confirming the location is suitable, they will generate a teleportation portal to transport their territory subordinates. Please note, you only have one opportunity to open the teleportation portal during this assessment. Any attempt to attack other candidates will be deemed a violation, resulting in disqualification. As the examiner's voice fell, several options appeared before Lin Chen. Avatar Choice 1, Second-Tier Zombie Warrior. Avatar Choice 2, Variant of the Dark Ranger. Avatar Choice 3, Plague Lord. Plague Lord? Lin Chen's pupils slightly constricted. The divinity of the plague god not only granted the territory the characteristic of infection but also altered his lordly nature. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose the Plague Lord. Accompanied by a halo enveloping his consciousness, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself at the foot of the Great Wall of Despair. Beside him were dozens of other candidates who had also descended. Some had transformed into dwarf kings wielding massive iron hammers, while others had become elf princesses with pointed ears. Lin Chen even saw a hellish demon with tattered bat wings. As for himself, aside from his pupils and hair turning silver, he bore no difference from his real self. He glanced at the towering great wall behind him, its top obscured from view, and then at the dark, twisted jungle ahead, shrouded in ominous clouds. Lin Chen knew the exam had begun. He immediately selected 9 subordinates to form the advance team. These 9 subordinates included an epic spirit Dark Ranger, a zombified goblin hero, and 7 second-tier zombie archers. The goblin hero had lost its spirit title after being zombified. Nevertheless, it still possessed formidable combat power. Damn it! Why are my subordinates fighting each other? At that moment, a cry of alarm rang out from a distance. Lin Chen looked up to see a group of human mages in chaos. Some mages were biting others like madmen. The candidate who had transformed into a grand mage had completely lost their composure. Fool, this is land tainted by evil gods. Don't you have purification spells? Someone reminded. The grand mage snapped back to reality and hurriedly cast a spell, but it was too late. The mages on the ground began to convulse violently, their chests swelling at a visible rate. In the next second, several monsters with sharp tentacles burst forth from their bodies, slaughtering the surrounding mages. Candidate Li Junjie has lost all subordinates and has been eliminated. In another direction, a dwarf squad clad in golden armor was also under attack. They were besieged by a group of half-human, half-spider-stitched creatures. They spewed corrosive venom that severely corroded the dwarven armor. Candidate Jiang Changbin was killed by a monster and has been eliminated. Candidate Sun Hanyu was killed by a monster and has been eliminated. In just this short time, 7 or 8 candidate teams had already been eliminated. With such a high elimination rate, even Lin Chen felt his nerves tighten. At that moment, a squad of around 50 ghouls surged toward Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle. The Dark Ranger drew back the bowstring, spiraling air currents coalescing at the arrowhead. The next second, the wind-breaking arrow. The arrow instantly pierced through several ghouls' bodies. At the same time, the other zombie archers also drew their bows and shot arrows, continuously targeting the incoming enemies. The zombified goblin hero let out a roar, standing in front of the ranged units. It swung its wolf-toothed club, sending the approaching ghouls flying one by one. However, these ghouls were not only agile but also had extremely sharp bone claws. They quickly swarmed over the goblin hero, and each attack from their sharp claws could tear away large chunks of flesh. Even more ghouls crossed over the goblin hero and charged towards Lin Chen's ranged units. The monsters before him had a combined strength at least at the peak of the second tier, making them quite tricky to deal with. However, Lin Chen was not without countermeasures. In the next moment, he activated his only skill after transforming into the Plague Lord, Tetanus Grasp. He watched as those ghouls killed or injured by arrows had the plague within them erupt instantly, spreading rapidly throughout their bodies. The dead ghouls rose again from the ground, transforming into zombies. The ghouls rushing towards Lin Chen suddenly had their pupils turn white as they opened their gaping mouths and lunged at the other ghouls nearby. The ghouls that had been charging forward were thrown into chaos in an instant. The duration of Tetanus Grasp was 10 seconds, and within that time, any ghoul scratched by a zombie would quickly turn into a zombie, becoming Lin Chen's minions. The situation reversed in an instant, and the ghoul army was soon completely transformed. On Lin Chen's side, aside from the goblin hero suffering a minor skin injury, there were no other losses. Moreover, he had gained 30 zombie ghouls. Watching the ghouls rise from the ground, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. With this foundational force, the basic form of his zombie army was taking shape. At this moment, in the National Examination Hall located in the Imperial Capital, the presidents and heads of top universities in the Dragon Kingdom gathered. Among this group of bigwigs were those whose mere stomp could shake the lordly world. Each one was a top powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom. This year's college entrance examination is more brutal than in previous years. In less than 10 minutes, 50 students have already been eliminated. The students no longer dare to explore deeper. They have directly set up a base against the Great Wall. The world outside the Great Wall of Despair is indeed a bit cruel for these little ones. Only through cruelty can one temper their character. Our ancestors expanded their territory in the void beyond, shedding blood and sacrificing generations. I think today's young people need to experience the cruelty of this world more, otherwise, they will only be flowers in a greenhouse. Not all students are choosing to defend in place. Look at this little guy, he has actually begun to explore deeper. A figure with white hair appeared on the screen before the bigwigs. Surrounding him were various ragtag armies. It was none other than Lin Chen and his zombie legion. Compared to other candidates who were steadily holding their ground, Lin Chen was undoubtedly more daring, directly leading his minions away from the Great Wall of Despair. This little guy is interesting. He can actually convert enemies into his minions? He even recruited an epic spirit. His luck is quite good. This little guy is pretty good. He dares to fight and struggle. I admire him. Daring to fight and struggle doesn't necessarily mean he has both courage and strategy. Let's see how far he can go. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware that he was the only candidate brave enough to venture deep into the jungle. He also did not know that he was being observed by the presidents and heads of top universities. Leading his zombie legion, Lin Chen continued to delve deeper into the twisted jungle. Soon, he discovered a circular clearing the size of a football field. In the center of the clearing, 200 two-headed demons were gathering. The two-headed demons stood 2 meters tall, their bodies wrapped in black horns, a type of second-tier monster with high magic resistance. These two-headed demons were clearly preparing to launch an attack on the examination candidates' camp. However, as they gathered, Lin Chen's team approached head-on. Seeing this scene, many presidents showed expressions of frustration. It was indeed true, this candidate was lacking in strategy. He only has 40 minions. How dare he fight against 200 two-headed demons? The two-headed demon itself has astonishing defense. Even arrows from second-tier soldiers might not be able to penetrate their defenses. This candidate is a bit too greedy. This wave will probably lead to a total wipeout. Amidst the size of the university presidents, the battle between the two teams began. Sure enough, the arrows from the second-tier zombie archers could not break through the defenses of the two-headed demon. The inability to breach the defenses meant they could not infect this group of enemies. However, Lin Chen was well prepared for this situation. First team of ghouls, go. In the next second, the 10 leading ghouls charged towards the two-headed demon. However, their charge was not chaotic. They maintained a straight line, like a white ribbon, quickly closing the distance. What is he trying to do? The presidents were somewhat puzzled by Lin Chen's actions. Soon, the ghouls collided with the two-headed demon. However, the number of ghouls was too small. They were knocked down in less than a second and trampled mercilessly by the two-headed demon. But Lin Chen remained calm. Blood-flesh explosion. In the next moment, the ghouls that were trampled exploded violently. Their ribs shot out like bullets, injuring several two-headed demons. However, this did not stop the charge of the two-headed demons. Second team of ghouls, go. Following the same method, the second team of ghouls crashed into the formation of the two-headed demons, and the explosion spread once again. However, the two-headed demons' defense was astonishing. The series of explosions did not kill them, at most leaving shallow wounds on their bodies. The two-headed demons were now less than 50 meters away from Lin Chen. Third team of ghouls, go. The third team of ghouls slammed into the two-headed demons' ranks, followed by self-detonation. Unfortunately, the 3 rounds of explosions seemed to have sunk into the sea. They did not inflict any substantial damage on this group of two-headed demons. On the ground, only the remains of the self-exploded ghouls could be seen. Not a single two-headed demon was lost. Alas, what a pity, this student has reached his limit. I thought he could create a miracle, but in the end, he was still too young. If he could be a bit more stable and develop further, perhaps there would still be a chance. The heads of various universities shook their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. Given the current situation, Lin Chen had no chance of turning things around. Even if his infection ability was extraordinary, it was definitely too late. Lin Chen was unaware that he had already been labeled a failure in the eyes of the big shots. The plan had finally reached its final stage. Facing the two-headed demons charging towards him, Lin Chen was not afraid. Instead, he licked his lips, revealing an excited expression. Whether his zombie army could take off depended on this wave. Lin Chen raised his right hand, aiming at the charging two-headed demons. A mass of sickly green light quickly condensed in his palm. In the next second, grip of tetanus, Lin Chen suddenly crushed the light in his hand, and a sickly green halo rapidly spread out in all directions. The moment the light enveloped the two-headed demons, the plague within the monsters spread wildly throughout their bodies. Those two-headed demons that were running suddenly had their faces contort into a bloodthirsty grimace at a visible speed. Their shoulders slumped, bodies twisted, and even their pupils turned grayish-white. Out of 200 demons, nearly half were transformed into zombies. Bloodthirsty ecstasy. Lin Chen released his skill again. The transformed zombie demons were enveloped in blood red. Their attack power and movement speed were significantly enhanced. They charged without hesitation towards the nearby two-headed demons, especially those about to reach Lin Chen's face. They were particularly targeted by the zombie demons, dragged away and torn apart. The 200 two-headed demons were now completely embroiled in chaos. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and roars echoed continuously. This situation lasted for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, there were no living two-headed demons left on the scene. All had been transformed into Lin Chen's followers, a total of 146 corpse-like two-headed demons. At this moment, in the examination hall of the capital, there was a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Dozens of university presidents were staring intently at the screen, their faces filled with shock. Especially those presidents who were certain Lin Chen would fail. Their eyes were wide open, as if their eyeballs might fall to the ground. After the fierce battle, not only did Lin Chen's number of followers not decrease, but it surged by nearly 150. I misjudged him. Damn it, I misjudged him. This kid is incredible, too incredible. His temperament is absolutely beyond what ordinary people can reach. He's bold and his thoughts are extremely meticulous, a talent, a rare talent. He already possesses all the qualities to become a top lord. The praises were endless. At this moment, these top university presidents completely recognized Lin Chen's strength. Lin Chen's performance was so eye-catching that it ignited a strong desire for talent in their hearts. In contrast, the other candidates appeared much dimmer compared to Lin Chen's achievements. Most students chose to hold their ground, relying on their followers in the territory to struggle against the monsters under the Great Wall of Despair. In just this short time, dozens of students were overwhelmed by the monsters and eliminated by the system. Looking at this year's candidates, although there were a few who were also very strong, their followers' combat power showed a downward trend with each wave of monster attacks. Only Lin Chen grew stronger with each battle. Now he had directly transformed over 100 two-headed demons, and his combat power soared. With such a comparison, Lin Chen naturally became the most eye-catching star of this national examination. Those eliminated geniuses from various districts were also watching Lin Chen's battle at this moment. Discussions spread among them. What kind of monster is this? He hasn't even opened the portal, and he already has over 100 followers? Is he cheating? I don't even have as many troops as his advance team from my territory, and he hasn't even captured a stronghold yet. If he does, won't he be invincible? The self-proclaimed genius candidates felt as if their hearts had been struck by a ton of weight. This candidate named Lin Chen made them feel an overwhelming sense of defeat. Lin Chen's assessment was still ongoing. He continued to explore deeper with 145 two-headed demons. Soon, more monsters surged towards him. Not only were there ghouls, but also spider-women, carrion crocodiles, and other monsters. Due to their proximity to the Great Wall of Despair, all these monsters were second-tier beings. Faced with such a large source of troops, Lin Chen was not polite. He killed as many as came. Injuries for injuries, even lives for lives. Soon, the number of Lin Chen's troops surged to 300. Various monsters filled his ranks, all of them second-tier. Watching 7 or 8 types of second-tier monsters become part of his zombie army, Lin Chen felt an immense thrill. If he could throw these different types of monsters into a flesh-and-blood cloning machine and mix all their advantages together, who knows what incredible new troop types could be created. Just as he was thinking this, a serious voice suddenly came from the sky. Candidate Lin Chen, congratulations on being the last candidate to persist in this examination. All other candidates have been eliminated or have given up the competition. The sudden voice left Lin Chen dumbfounded. He instinctively exclaimed, "Huh? What the hell? Is this it? I haven't even started to exert myself, and the exam is over?" At this moment, the eliminated students were all watching Lin Chen. Upon hearing his words, they instantly felt an urge to find a block of tofu to smash their heads against. This kid's words were infuriating. They had used all their strength and exhausted all their followers just to hold on for that long. Yet this kid was now saying he hadn't even started to exert himself? The most frustrating thing is that this kid didn't even take a photo of the outpost, and he really didn't put in any effort. Comparing people just makes one furious. Lin Chen's words also left the chief examiner silent for a while. In the examination hall of the imperial capital, the invigilators paused communication and looked towards the university presidents. The presidents exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just then, a steady voice rang out from behind the crowd. "I see this little guy is a bit reluctant to stop. Since that's the case, let him continue to explore." Everyone instinctively turned around, their faces instantly showing respect. Even the chief examiner slightly bowed in acknowledgement. The newcomer was a dignified old man, walking with strong strides, his brow filled with a commanding aura. This man was none other than Chu Qingtian, the president of the Dragon Academy, the highest institution of learning in the Dragon Kingdom. He was also the deputy commander guarding the Great Wall of Despair, a significant figure in the military of the Dragon Kingdom. There is an outpost not far from this little guy. Let's see if he can take it down, Xu Qingtian said, hands clasped behind his back, his tone filled with undeniable authority. The university presidents exchanged glances. The outpost of the evil god's minions was no joke. Even a fifth-tier lord would have to be very cautious when trying to eliminate an outpost, let alone Lin Chen, who was just a second-tier novice lord. However, no one dared to contradict Xu Qingtian's words. Congratulations, Lin Chen, for being the last candidate standing. Now you have two choices. First, leave the Great Wall of Despair to complete the exam. Second, there is an outpost of the evil god's minions to your northeast. If you can eliminate it, you will receive a reward from the Great Wallsguard army. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately sparked intense discussions among the observing candidates. Wow, a reward from the Great Wallsguard army? It must be very generous. Whether it's generous or not, you have to be alive to claim it. Even a fifth-tier lord wouldn't dare to provoke the outpost of the evil god's minions easily. If it were me, I would definitely end the competition. After all, I'm already in first place. In the examination hall, the university presidents were quietly discussing. They were unsure whether this student would choose to continue the challenge or withdraw from the exam. Logically speaking, since he had already secured first place, the significance of continuing the challenge was minimal. Moreover, if he were to fail, it would be a loss. Just then, Lin Chen's calm voice broke the silence. Teacher, I choose to continue. I am very interested in the reward from the Great Wallsguard army. As soon as he said this, both the observing candidates and the university presidents fell into a dead silence. This kid's determination is extraordinary. Xu Qingtian, who stood quietly, had a slight relaxation on his serious face. This child is quite greedy, but greed is not a bad thing. In a sense, greed can also be a driving force to become stronger. This little guy is quite impressive, Xu Qingtian commented lightly before turning to leave. The infiltration of the evil god's power throughout the colonies was giving him a headache, and he still had to deal with these issues. His gaze returned to Lin Chen. After accepting the task to eliminate the outpost, the invigilator kindly provided a topographic map of the evil god's minions outpost, referred to as the Evil Claw. Lin Chen hurried over with his subordinates. Not far from the outpost, he established his base on a high ground. With the base confirmed, the portal opened. The subordinate troops within the territory marched out in great numbers. The most eye-catching were the 23rd tier poison giants. The observing candidates were abuzz with discussion. No wonder he dares to attack the outpost. It turns out he has so many 3rd tier poison giants. It's useless. You all know how strong the Evil Claw outpost is. Just having poison giants won't help. The main issue is that Lin Chen's troop numbers are too few, and their tier is low, making it difficult to break in. The outpost before them was surrounded by massive stone walls, with layers of guards visible on the walls and various barracks buildings inside. The presidents of various universities couldn't help but shake their heads. The disparity in strength is too great. Even these city walls are difficult to deal with. Each outpost has a minimum of 3-tiered troops, and some even have lords stationed there. Taking them down is simply too hard. This little guy is too stubborn. He hasn't considered the gap between the enemy and us at all. Look, the battle has begun. With the sound of shouting, everyone's gaze focused on the light screen. There stood 20 poison giants side by side at the forefront of the stronghold. Behind them, hundreds of strange troops with bloated bodies and large bubbles protruding from their backs slowly emerged. Come on, let's test the power of this newly launched siege weapon. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the poison giant grabbed a self-destructing goblin. Making a motion like an athlete throwing a shot put, he hurled the self-destructing goblin out. With a series of dense explosions, the self-destructing goblin detonated one after another within the outpost. Although it couldn't inflict much damage on the troops, it destroyed quite a few buildings. Even a section of the city wall collapsed. The next moment, a roar echoed from within the outpost. Who dares to invade the territory of Morex? Seeking death. Immediately, 30 large creatures bound with iron chains and sides burst out from the outpost. The Abomination Butcher, a 3-tiered melee troop. This was the second type of 3-tiered troop Lin Chen encountered after the Mountain Giant. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately commanded the poison giants to prepare for battle. At the same time, the zombie archers behind the poison giants began shooting frantically. The Dark Ranger attempted to take down the Butcher with a Windbreaker arrow. However, the 3-tiered Dark-type troops had significantly stronger defense and resistance. It wasn't easy to infect and convert them. In the blink of an eye, the Abomination Butcher collided with the poison giant. The Abomination Butcher wildly swung its rusted iron hooks embedded in its skin, while the poison giant raised its hands. Its arms, covered in green venom, continuously smashed down on the Abomination Butcher. Compared to the zombie archers, the infection ability of the poison giant was undoubtedly much stronger. The Abomination Butchers, battered and bruised, had their pupils visibly turning gray at an alarming rate. At the same time, Lin Chen raised his hand and released Tetanus Grip, rapidly converting 33 tiered abominations. They became Lin Chen's followers. At this moment, the number of poison giants under Lin Chen's command decreased to 12, while he gained 18 zombie abominations. The number of 3-tiered troops increased to 30, and their strength not only remained but even grew. Indeed, fighting against high-tier lords was absolutely beneficial for Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was preparing for the next battle, suddenly, dark clouds began to gather above the stronghold, and blood-red raindrops poured down from the sky. This rain contained a strong corrosive property. When it hit the stones, they visibly turned into pools of black water. When it fell among the zombies, a hissing sound continuously emitted from their heads. If it weren't for the protection of the plague god's divinity, these zombies would likely have their heads corroded away in an instant. However, even so, this corrosive rain would soon erode all of Lin Chen's followers. This is the A-rank lord's skill, corrosive acid rain. The observing teachers and students exclaimed in shock. It's over. With this acid rain, Lin Chen's stronghold will be gone. I said he couldn't win, he just had to show off. Alas, so many 3-tiered troops. What a pity. There was a chorus of regret. Under the cover of the A-rank lord skill, corrosive acid rain, Lin Chen's stronghold was bound to be lost. In such a situation, no one believed Lin Chen could create a miracle. At this moment, Lin Chen's mood was also quite heavy. He had underestimated the power of high-tier lords. Just one skill forced him to abandon the stronghold. However, Lin Chen did not believe he was destined to lose in this battle. Because of his lordly traits, even if he had only one soldier left, there was still a possibility of turning the tide through infection. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. Bloodthirsty joy. All subordinates, heed my command. Charge towards the enemy fortress at all costs. As Lin Chen issued the order, he jumped onto the shoulder of one of the poison giants. Under the enhancement of bloodthirsty joy, an army of 1,000 zombies of various forms surged towards the outpost. He had directly abandoned his stronghold, committing all his forces to the attack. Damn! It's a tactical switch. Lin Chen is amazing. The candidates instantly became excited. This is a do-or-die situation. He's even given up his stronghold. With this wave of assault, if he wins, he takes off. If he loses, the entire army is wiped out. Lin Chen is really a madman. Lin Chen had never been one to admit defeat. Even if the chance of victory was slim, he would give it his all to try. At this moment, hundreds of black arrows shot towards him from the direction of the outpost, as 100 third-tier dark elves drew their bows to shoot. The powerful penetrating force instantly killed over 100 of Lin Chen's subordinates, even shooting down 2 abominable butchers. 2-headed demons, hold the front line, withstand the arrow attacks. All archers, abandon counterattacks, charge towards the outpost with all your might. Poison giants, pro second-tier soldiers, hurl them hard against the city walls. Under Lin Chen's command, the zombie legion surged madly towards the outpost. Following closely was the appearance of massive casualties. The number of Lin Chen's subordinates plummeted from 1,000 to 800, 700, 600. If it weren't for the fact that all his subordinates were zombies, this charge would have resulted in even heavier losses. Facing the enemy's reckless assault, the lord named Morax wore a mocking smile. Such weak soldiers think they can attack my fortress, foolish blue star humans. Under Morax's orders, dozens of massive black cannons protruded from the city walls. These cannons were engraved with complex patterns, existing on a completely different level from the city defense weapons seen on the market. In the next moment, the cannons fired in unison, and black shells exploded continuously within the zombie legion. In just the first round of fire, 200 subordinates were directly blown to pieces. At this point, Lin Chen's forces were down to 300, most of whom were already battered and bruised. In contrast, the evil god lord's side had suffered virtually no casualties, except for some self-destructing soldiers thrown against the walls. The comparison made the outcome very clear. Morax looked at the miserable state of the human forces outside the city, and a wide grin spread across his toothy mouth. Hee, watching your subordinates being slaughtered must be very despairing. Remember the instigator of all this? I, the great evil god Lord Morax. Next time we meet, I will tear apart every single one of your subordinates. Under the barrage of arrows and cannon fire, Lin Chen's subordinates dwindled to just 100. Among them, only 2 butchers and 3 poison giants remained. All the zombie archers and zombie warriors had perished, leaving only the high-defense 2-headed demon struggling to hold on. The zombie army was still 50 meters away from the city walls. In the next moment, a massive shell flew towards Lin Chen. Just then, a goblin hero, with only half a body left, stood in front of Lin Chen. With the sound of the explosion, the goblin hero was instantly blown to a pile of mush. Little Black helped Lin Chen up from the ground. Her cold pupils were filled with worry. An arrow had pierced through her flat abdomen, and she had sustained heavy injuries in this battle as well. Were they going to lose? With fewer than 100 subordinates left, there was no hope of a comeback. The students and principals watching the battle shook their heads. Opposite them was a fourth-tier evil god lord. Lin Chen had no chance of winning. Just as everyone sighed inwardly, it was Lin Chen, supported by the Dark Ranger Sylvanas, who slowly rose in the darkness. His eyes flickered with a green glow. Just moments ago, as the Plague Lord, he sensed a change in the concentration of the plague on the city walls. After this period of fermentation, the plague within the Dark Elf archers finally reached the minimum threshold for transformation. Grip of tetanus. Lin Chen couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, a sickly green aura spread from his body. The plague on the Dark Elves on the city wall rapidly spread throughout their bodies. Those inconspicuous wounds were now crazily rotting and oozing pus and blood. At the same time, their black pupils turned grayish-white. 20 Dark Elves instantly transformed into bloodthirsty zombies. They then lunged at the other Dark Elves nearby, biting them. The arrows aimed at Lin Chen's forces fell silent in an instant. On the city wall, a zombie infection was erupting. The Dark Elves reacted quickly, with a few of them joining forces to try to control the rampaging Dark Elves. Just as they attempted to behead these madmen, blood-flesh explosion. The transformed Dark Elves self-destructed. The self-detonation of third-tier units was as powerful as C4. 100 Dark Elves suffered heavy casualties in the explosion, almost all affected. Immediately after, the Dark Elves that had been blown to bits dared to rise again from the ground. With grotesque faces and twisted bodies, they had clearly become zombies. Sensing the presence of 30 to 40 friendly units on the city wall, Lin Chen's spirit lifted. He immediately ordered 2 abomination butchers to charge towards the city gate. In the next moment, the butchers let out a violent explosion, blowing a massive hole in the city gate. All minions, obey my command, rush into the castle. The walls of Morax had now been completely occupied by the zombified Dark Elves. They drew their bows and shot, continuously killing other units within the castle. The attack power of third-tier Dark Elves was already formidable, and with the buff from the Dark Ranger, they could kill an enemy unit with a single arrow. The soldiers that were shot down quickly rose from the ground, lunging at the nearby soldiers. More and more minions were turning into zombies. The zombie crisis had completely erupted within this camp. Damn human lord, what have you done to my minions? Morax's furious voice echoed from the sky, mixed with a hint of terror. The originally favorable situation had instantly reversed. With no time to think too much, Morax revealed his final trump card. It was 3 earth dragons engulfed in black flames, continuously spewing black fire. Wherever they passed, even third-tier zombies were instantly turned to ash. These are fourth-tier units, the Black Flame Earth Dragons, with astonishing defense that is hard to break. The principals recognized this unit, their brows furrowing. This unit is quite tricky to deal with, even for the Great Wall Guard. At this moment, Lin Chen also realized how troublesome the Black Flame Earth Dragons were. He did not stubbornly launch a strong attack. Instead, he had the Dark Elves control the turrets on the city wall, turning them against the Black Flame Earth Dragons on the ground. In the next second, black cannonballs rained down on the heads of the Black Flame Earth Dragons as if they were free. Seeing this scene, Morax's nose nearly crinkled in anger. It was one thing to use his own soldiers against him, but to use the turrets from his own outpost against him was outrageous. Damn human lord, you wait for me. Morax howled in a shrill curse. I will not let you go. I will make you understand the consequences of offending me. However, no matter how Morax screamed, Lin Chen remained unmoved. After blasting the Black Flame Earth Dragons to bits with the turrets, Lin Chen controlled the remaining zombie army to surge into the core of the outpost. In the core area, a humanoid creature with sharp teeth and a fierce mouth was directing his subordinates to move goods. Beside him stood a portal, clearly indicating an intention to escape. Morax saw the incoming enemies, especially when he spotted Lin Chen, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn Blue Star humans, just you wait. I will definitely come back." Put. It was Xiao He who shot a wind-piercing arrow instantly. Before Morax could step into the portal, he was pinned to the wall. With Morax dead, the entire outpost lost its ability to resist. At that moment, Morax's body transformed into a point of starlight, floating into Lin Chen's hand. The starlight contained the territory coordinates of the 4th-tier evil god Lord Morax. In the Lord's world, if you defeat a Lord's avatar, you will obtain the territory coordinates of that Lord. If you happen to have an invasion card at that moment, you can launch an invasion on that Lord's territory to seize resources. After eliminating Morax's forces, Lin Chen commanded the Zombie Legion to scour the castle. Aside from some material resources, there was nothing of value. However, the black cannons on the city walls were quite powerful, and Lin Chen took them all down to bring back to his territory. He also collected 3 disfigured black flame dragon corpses and other remains of third-tier soldiers, all of which were gathered back to his territory. Once everything was completed, a long-awaited serious voice echoed in the sky. "Congratulations, Lin Chen, you have exceeded the task, and you can return now." Is it over? Lin Chen sighed in relief, instantly relaxing. Although the losses were heavy, in the end, they had won. Under a golden halo, Lin Chen's consciousness returned to reality. The area outside the door was packed with people, mostly invigilators and various school principals, aside from the candidates. Seeing everyone looking at him with intense gazes, Lin Chen scratched his head. What's going on? But the next second, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. "Congratulations, Lin Chen, you are this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination." At that moment, on the big screen outside the examination room, as Lin Chen finished his exam, the long-still electronic display suddenly flickered. First place, Lin Chen, score 750, full score, territory population 98, national ranking 1. National ranking first. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Whether it was students, parents, or teachers, everyone showed expressions of shock. First place, national first, the top scorer of the Dragon Kingdom. Wow, Lin Chen is amazing, he really became the top scorer. Lin God, Lin Great God, so fierce. How long has it been since our Tianhai examination area had a top scorer? Whose child is this? So impressive, simply bringing glory to the family. At the same time, Lu Hui, who received the news, could no longer hold back. Her fingers trembled with excitement, and her cheeks flushed. A student from her school achieved first place in the National College Entrance Examination. This was the national first place, the top scorer of the nation. So glorious, incredibly proud. Principal Lu, congratulations. This time, your Tianhai High School has really made a name for itself. Our Tianhai examination area hasn't had a top scorer in years, and now we have a national top scorer. So envious. When will our school have a prodigy student like Lin Chen? Even Su Bo, at this moment, mustered the courage to come over and congratulate. Congratulations, impressive achievement. Amidst the praises, Lu Hui felt as if she were drunk, her head spinning. Outside the examination room, the beautiful reporter Miao Miao sparkled with excitement as she reported to the camera. Lin Chen stood out in the National College Entrance Examination with a total score of 750, which is a perfect score, and is undoubtedly the national top scorer. This not only brings glory to his family but also to our Tianhai city. This year's college entrance examination was extremely difficult, and to still achieve the top score under such circumstances is truly remarkable. Everyone, look, the top scorer of the college entrance examination is coming out. The moment Miao Miao saw Lin Chen, she transformed into a little fangirl. Her eyes instantly curved into crescent shapes as she approached him with admiration. Hee, Lin Chen, we meet again. Congratulations on becoming the top scholar of Long Country. Do you have anything to say to the audience in front of the camera? Lin Chen waved at the camera. Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen, Lin of the Vast Forest, and Chen of Silence. Miao Miao, who do you want to thank the most for this college entrance exam? I want to thank myself the most. What about your family? My parents have passed away, and all that's left is my wicked aunt and cousin. I thank myself for surviving in a toxic family. Miao Miao felt that the conversation was becoming difficult. Do you have any secrets to achieving your current results? It's all thanks to the contrast with my peers. Miao Miao, 6. The report was live-streamed, appearing on televisions in households across Tianhai City. The overwhelming news about the college entrance exam swept through Long Country, and Lin Chen's name topped the trending lists of major media platforms nationwide. 17th National College Entrance Exam Top Scholar announced, Genius Lord Lin Chen emerges, anticipating his future performance. Many prestigious universities extend olive branches, inviting genius student Lin Chen to join their institutions. Interview footage of Lin Chen exposed, displaying his composed demeanor, praised by state media as a model youth of the new era. Shocking! A woman from Longjiang City claims to be Lin Chen's long-lost aunt, hoping to establish a blood relationship. Lin Chen's name quickly spread across the country. In no time, everyone knew of him. Everyone was talking about the story of this poor boy from Tianhai City who had risen to become the national top scholar. Even the alumni wall of Tianhai High School quickly displayed a large photo of Lin Chen. Below it was a line of small text. Lin Chen, 17th National College Entrance Exam Top Scholar, the first national top scholar in the history of Tianhai City. In the examination hall, Wei Changdong and other proctors closely observed Lin Chen's expressions during the exam. They all wore appreciative expressions. This kid not only has unique territorial characteristics but also possesses excellent psychological qualities. He is a great talent. I wonder how high this little guy will grow in a few years. By the way, Director Wei, what do you think of this kid? The proctors looked at Wei Qiangdong. They saw a smile appear on his serious face. This kid's future is limitless. He may become a backbone force for our Blue Star human race to combat external enemies in the future. The proctors nodded in agreement. The future of Blue Star relies on this group of young people to protect it. Hello, Lin Chen. I am a teacher from the Four Saints Academy. If you come to our academy, not only will we reimburse your 4 years of university tuition, but you will also receive a scholarship fund of 300,000 Blue Star coins and various top-tier resources. Lin Chen, consider our Magic City University. Beautiful teachers teaching offline, a wealth of resources for you to choose from. I come from Linchuan Lord University. Our school is quite large. Lin Chen, please consider our school. Just freed from reporter Miao Miao, Lin Chen was surrounded by a group of people. These individuals were not ordinary. They were the admissions officers from various prestigious universities. Wang from Evergreen University, Zhang from Four Saints Academy, Zhao from Magic City University. At this moment, the heads of these prestigious universities were like vendors in a bustling market, eagerly showcasing the advantages of their institutions in front of Lin Chen. They were frantically offering various generous benefits and resources as if they were free. The national top scholar appears only once a year, making him extremely important to all major universities. The parents nearby were stunned by the scene before them, then turned to look at Lin Chen with envy. Is this the power of the top scholar of the Dragon Country? Usually, the high-ranking admissions officers from top universities are so aloof, yet here they are, fawning over a student. If other candidates saw this, they would surely be so furious they'd cry and spit blood. Comparing people can be deadly. Lin Chen had already decided to apply to the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, so he decisively declined the offers from the admissions officers. Tonight, Lin Chen indulged himself a little and booked a decent hotel to stay in. Exhausted, he went to bed early, and the night passed in silence until the next day. Today was the day to return to school to report to the chosen university. It was also the day to receive the awards for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination and the rewards for the defenders of the Great Wall in dire straits. What kind of generous rewards would he receive as the national top scholar? Dressed neatly, Lin Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards Tianhai Middle School. The weather was clear, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Enjoying this hard-earned moment of relaxation, Lin Chen couldn't help but hum a little tune. She's just my sister. My sister says purple is very charming. As soon as he stepped through the school gate, Lin Chen was met with the kind of attention usually reserved for celebrities. Look, it's the national top scholar Lin Chen. Wow, so handsome. No wonder he's the national top scholar. Brother Lin Chen, I want to be your girlfriend. I've liked you for a long time. Do you still remember me? In the first semester of freshman year, you helped me pick up a basketball. Don't forget me now that you've made it big. To the flattery from those around him, Lin Chen only felt it was noisy. When he was still a nobody, he was surrounded by mocking and disdainful looks. Now that he had succeeded, the mockery and disdain had turned into sycophancy. But in reality, there was no essential difference between the two. After sitting quietly in his old classroom for a while, he received an invitation from Principal Lu Hui to go to the office. Upon arriving, he found that besides Principal Lu, there was also a sturdy man with a calm demeanor standing beside her. The man sized up Lin Chen and smiled faintly. A refined little fellow, you'll have many girls chasing after you in college. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Lu Hui then smiled and said, Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Wei Qiangdong, the admissions officer from the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. Lin Chen replied respectfully, Hello, Teacher Wei. I have two purposes for being here. Besides giving you the award for being the top scorer, I also want to test your territorial characteristics, Wei Qiangdong said. Don't worry, we won't pry into your secrets. We just want to know the limit of your ability to infect enemy dependents. Lin Chen understood. The ability to convert enemy troops into his own dependents was an incredibly powerful skill, almost like cheating. However, his infection ability was not guaranteed to succeed. When he fought against the 4th tier unit, the Black Flame Earth Dragon, yesterday, he could clearly feel that it was quite difficult for him to infect it. Wei Qiangdong opened his palm, and a golden halo appeared in his hand. Lin Chen understood and immediately reached out his hand. He felt a dizzying sensation, and the next moment, he found himself standing on a vast expanse of land. Looking around, the scenery was beautiful, with clear mountains and flowing water, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. In the far distance, he could vaguely see a giant white fortress that looked like a giant. Thousands of ground troops were lined up neatly like ants. This was the territory of the great Lord Wei Qiangdong, Compared to his territory, Lin Chen's own territory seemed like a small speck. At that moment, Lin Chen deeply realized his own weakness. "Come on, Lin Chen, I've arranged the test units for you," Wei Qiangdong said, turning to reveal rows of high-tier units lined up neatly. 4th tier unit, Flame Dragon, 5th tier unit, Frost Giant, 6th tier unit, Two-Headed Chimera. Under Wei Qiangdong's urging, Lin Chen summoned a 3rd tier Abomination Butcher from the territory's teleportation portal. The Abomination Butcher strode towards the 4th tier Demon Dragon with a ruthless gait. After nearly half an hour of biting, Lin Chen finally felt the emergence of the infection threshold. He waved his hand to transform it into a zombie demon dragon. Then came the 5th tier Giant Troll, and the Abomination Butcher continued to feast. An hour passed, then 2. The giant troll was already half devoured, yet the infection threshold still hadn't been reached. Wei Qiangdong waved his hand nonchalantly, and the 5th tier Frost Giant Troll instantly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Only then did Lin Chen feel the threshold appear, allowing him to infect it into a zombie giant troll. However, for the 6th tier Chimera, even after it had turned into a corpse, Lin Chen could not transform it into a zombie. So your current infection limit is 4th tier soldiers. 5th tier soldiers can be completely infected, but 6th tier soldiers cannot be infected at all, Wei Qiangdong said, stroking his chin. You are currently a 2nd tier lord, which means you can infect up to 3 tiers higher, but beyond that, the resistance of the monsters is too high to allow infection. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Alright, I understand now. Wei Qiangdong raised his palm again, and the infected corpses instantly turned to ashes. Next, Lin Chen, it's time to award you for this college entrance examination. Returning to reality, Wei Qiangdong waved his hand, and several orbs of light appeared before them. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. If all went well, these orbs contained his rewards. The first reward is 1,260,000 blue star coins, including the national top scorer, provincial top scorer, and the first place in the Tianhai campus. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his pupils transforming into the shape of coins, bouncing wildly. Wow, this is over 1 million blue star coins. Just like that. It's in my hands, how exhilarating. A wealthy generation that matures early, that's me. He happily accepted the savings card. Next came the second reward. The second item is a reward from the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, a C-grade skill advancement scroll, a precious scroll that can elevate a C-grade lord skill by 1 level. The second item was also a good thing, worth 200,000 to 300,000 in the market, just enough to raise the level of blood and flesh explosion. Delighted, he accepted the second reward. But then Wei Qiangdong's expression became much more serious. The third and final reward comes from the guards of the Great Wall of Despair, personally selected for you by Mr. Xu Qingtian, the principal of the Dragon Academy. Wei Qiangdong guided a golden orb of light in front of Lin Chen and said lightly, 5th tier barracks, Imperial Dragon Riders. A 5th tier barracks? Lin Chen was taken aback, and even Lu Hui beside him showed a look of astonishment. They were directly awarding a barracks? Such a generous gesture? A lord typically has 3 ways to acquire troops. One is to capture them during exploration on the big map, the second is to spend money to hire mercenaries, and the third, the most stable, is to establish barracks. Different barracks can produce different types of troops, which will unconditionally pledge loyalty to the lord. However, barracks are not so easily obtained. Good barracks often require delving deep into dangerous voids and exploring various ruins to have a chance of acquiring them. Truly a reward from the Great Wall of Despair, a 5th tier barracks is practically invincible for Lin Chen at this stage. Lin Chen chuckled, Teacher Wei, please be sure to call me next time there's a task to capture a lookout. I really want to improve. Wei Qiangdong was amused by Lin Chen's demeanor. Don't let your guard down. This time the Lord of the Evil God faction was unprepared. But the next attack won't be so easy. Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. Alright, there's one more thing, a request from Principal Chu. Wei Qiangdong tapped his forehead. Let me confirm, you intend to come to our Imperial Capital Dragon Academy to study, right? Lin Chen nodded. Principal Chu Qingtian hopes you can participate in the Evil God Exorcism battle next month. Originally, only second-year students were allowed to join, but the principal wants you to give it a try. Evil God Exorcism battle? That sounds dangerous. Wei Qiangdong slightly nodded. So normally, first-year students are not allowed to participate, but you are special, and you have the principal's personal invitation. Since Wei Qiangdong had said so, Lin Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. Then I choose to participate. Wei Qiangdong warned seriously, during this time, try to improve your strength as much as possible. The Evil God battlefield is fraught with danger, and unexpected situations can occur. Lin Chen nodded, I understand, Teacher Wei. After a brief exchange, Lin Chen left the principal's office. The college entrance examination was over, marking a perfect end to his high school life, and now Lin Chen was about to welcome a brand new life in college. Reporting to the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy was scheduled for 3 days later. In the meantime, Lin Chen began to prepare his territory. At this time, the population of Lin Chen's territory could only be described as tragic. The battle during the college entrance examination had cost him a large number of troops. The broken and tattered army did not even make him consider sending them to the graveyard for repairs. Lin Chen threw all the second-tier miscellaneous soldiers into the flesh and blood cloning machine. With the roar of the machine, it ultimately produced 50 new zombie soldiers covered in black armor. Black Armored Zombie, second tier, a conventional combat unit with strong defense and magic resistance, an invincible hexagonal warrior of the same tier. Next were the third tier soldiers. Just as Lin Chen was about to merge the Abomination Butcher and the Poison Giant, he caught sight of 3 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons' corpses on the ground. Although low-tier flesh could not clone high-tier flesh, could high-tier flesh be used to clone low-tier flesh? Since he had picked them up anyway, it would be a waste to leave them. Lin Chen simply tossed the Abomination Butcher, Poison Giant, Dark Elf, and Black Flame Earth Dragon corpses into the cloning machine. With a violent stirring, the flesh of the 4 units was mixed together. This time, the cloning process clearly took longer than before. Accompanied by a sound similar to a microwave dinging when the chicken leg is done, a 3-meter-tall black monster emerged from the cloning machine. Black Flame Titan, 3rd tier, a powerful unit capable of both ranged and melee attacks, capable of shooting explosive arrows infused with black flame power. The giant that walked out of the cloning machine had a dragon head growing from its abdomen, in addition to its own head on its neck. It also carried a massive longbow made of flesh and bones, over 2 meters long, on its back. Its body was engulfed in black flames, covered in black rock. After testing, Lin Chen found the Black Flame Titan to be absurdly strong. First, the dragon head on its abdomen could spray black flames over a wide area like a flamethrower, almost covering a 180-degree range in front of it. Then there was the giant bow on its back, which could shoot arrows with power comparable to a siege crossbow by drawing its own ribs. The most impressive part was that the arrow shot would explode, causing black flames to burn and inflict widespread damage. The Black Flame Titan's melee capability was also formidable, with the surrounding black rocks providing it with strong defensive abilities. Among third-tier soldiers, there really isn't a powerful unit like the Black Flame Titan that combines offense and defense. It's like a human-shaped artillery. Lin Chen licked his lips and immediately decided to remold all the remaining third-tier soldiers. Ultimately, 30 Black Flame Titans were produced. At this point, Lin Chen's territory was fully organized. The current military strength consisted of 50 Black Armored Zombies and 30 Black Flame Titans. Next, Lin Chen used an upgrade scroll to upgrade the C-level skill Flesh Explosion to B-level. Under the same tier, the self-detonation power of the followers increased. Next up is the most exciting phase of revealing the rewards. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. The 5th tier barracks, the Imperial Dragon Riders. The moment the barracks were placed in the territory, detailed information about the barracks appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Imperial Dragon Riders, 5th tier, a cavalry unit of Earth Dragons with strong mobility. The Earth Dragons possess impressive melee capabilities, and the riders on their backs can also throw long spears to pierce enemies from a distance. Production speed, 5 per day. The Imperial Dragon Riders are undoubtedly an extremely powerful force. However, just as Lin Chen was about to produce the first batch of Dragon Riders, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The barracks have been affected by polluted land, and the nature of the building has changed. Desecrated barracks, Imperial Dragon Riders. The spirit of the Imperial Dragon Riders has been tainted, resulting in a strong tendency towards brutality. The Imperial Dragon Riders have transformed into Brutal Dragon Riders. Brutal Dragon Rider unit description: their hearts are filled with a desire for slaughter. The more severely injured the Brutal Dragon Riders become, the more frenzied they fight, significantly increasing their attack power. Damn, desecrated again? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. However, it seemed that the combat power of the Dragon Riders had increased after being desecrated, and they even came with skills similar to a berserker. Summoning the Brutal Dragon Riders, what came into view was an Earth Dragon glowing with blood, and the knight on its back was clad in dark red armor armed to the teeth, holding a massive spear. Unexpectedly, it looked a bit rogue and handsome. Lin Chen selected a Black Flame Titan that was dazed in the corner and had it spar with the Brutal Dragon Rider. As a result, the spear shot from the Dragon Rider pierced the Black Flame Titan in an instant. Hiss, as expected of a 5th tier unit, facing a 3rd tier unit was like chopping vegetables. With a 5th tier Brutal Dragon Rider as a trump card, the safety of his territory skyrocketed. In the following time, Lin Chen continued the transformation and training of his subordinates. From the empty island coordinates obtained from Zheng Tian, there were still some mountain giants and second-tier beast soldiers inside. Lin Chen directly sent the brutal dragon riders to sweep through like a whirlwind. It wasn't until there were no living creatures left on the island that he left satisfied. He also visited the novice continent a few times during this period, but unfortunately, the troops there were generally weak, and high-tier units like the brutal dragon riders were not allowed to enter. So Lin Chen returned to his old ways and once again set up a zombie army to rampage through the novice continent. Not just first-tier or second-tier soldiers, all became part of the zombie army. 3 days passed like this. On the eve of heading to the imperial capital Dragon Academy to report, Lin Chen looked at the novice continent, where the number of zombies had reached 30,000. He stretched lazily. Next, the sacrifice skill was activated, and the 30,000 zombies were instantly engulfed by white flames. A series of notification sounds rang out in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Sacrifice successful. Gained basic buildings. Graveyard *4. Gained basic building, Flesh and Blood Cloning Machine *1. Gained D-Rank Lord Skill, Reign of Growth. Gained Advanced Blacksmith Shop Construction Blueprint. After a full dozen notifications, Lin Chen received a large number of items and blueprints. He didn't need much for himself, and he could find opportunities to sell the unused items for money. After simply packing his luggage, Lin Chen boarded the high-speed train to the imperial capital. The public television in the corridor was still broadcasting the news of Lin Chen becoming the top scholar. Sitting in his seat, Lin Chen gazed out the window, and a sudden feeling of loss surged within him. More accurately, it was a sense of loneliness. I heard that the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital is full of beautiful women. I really look forward to it. As the sound of the high-speed train arriving echoed, Lin Chen slowly woke from his nap. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the imperial capital, had arrived. The moment he stepped out of the train station, towering buildings and bustling traffic filled his view. A wave of the vibrant energy of a big city rushed towards him. Hey, classmate, need a ride? If you're carpooling, I can give you a discount. Unaware that he had already come into a fortune, Lin Chen instinctively nodded. I want to go to 888 Xianshui Alley. Alright, the taxi driver enthusiastically helped Lin Chen into the car. It was only after getting in that Lin Chen noticed two elegantly made-up girls sitting in the back seat. One was wearing a pink JK skirt, while the other wore a blue JK skirt. Their long, snow-white legs were a bit dazzling, clearly full of the vitality of university students. At that moment, the two girls were chattering away non-stop. The driver, an older man, got into the car and curiously looked at Lin Chen. Little brother, where did you say you wanted to go? 888 Xianshui Alley, Lin Chen repeated. The older man wasn't very familiar with the place, so he pressed a button on the phone next to the steering wheel. Hey Siri, navigate to 888 Xianshui Alley. A response quickly came from the phone, searching for 888 Xianshui Alley. Confirmed destination is the north gate of the imperial capital Dragon Academy. Navigating for you now. Imperial capital Dragon Academy? The driver instantly showed a look of surprise. Oh my goodness. Are you a student of the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy? A freshman, just got accepted this year. The two girls in the back seat now had their mouths shaped into an O, looking incredulous. Wow, a freshman from Dragon Academy, turns out to be a top student. Anyone who can get into the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy is a once-in-a-thousand genius. The more I look at you, the more familiar you seem. The driver furrowed his brows, and the next second his eyes widened. You're that Lin Chen from Tianhai City, the national top scorer this year. The girl in the pink JK skirt was even more exaggerated. Forgetting to maintain her ladylike demeanor, she directly leaned into the front seat to observe Lin Chen. Then she let out a sharp, playful squeal. Wow, it really is the National College Entrance Examination top scorer Lin Chen. What luck do I have, to be in the same taxi as the top scorer? When I get back to the dorm, I have to share this with my friends. They'll definitely be envious. Today's luck is indeed good. The driver laughed. It's an honor to have the top scorer in my cab. This ride is on me. The two girls in the back seat already had stars in their eyes. They frantically asked Lin Chen if he was hungry or thirsty, then started stuffing various sodas, peanuts, and candies into his arms, as if afraid he might die of thirst or hunger. After finally reaching their destination, Lin Chen declined the girls' requests to add him on social media and quickly dashed away. The girls from the imperial capital were too enthusiastic. He really couldn't handle it. The Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, nestled by the mountains and water, was picturesque. I'm here for the beautiful university life. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air and immediately walked towards the school gate. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small, familiar figure. Not far from the flower bed stood a stunning girl with a white cloth tied around her eyes. Her ethereal aura seemed to belong to another world, and the grayish dress accentuated her slender figure. Luan Yuan, Why is she here by herself? Where did Principal Lu Hui go? While Lin Chen was lost in thought, another group of people approached Lu Wanyuan. Beautiful lady, what are you doing here? I'm Wu Deji, a genius student about to attend the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. May I ask how to address you, beautiful? A young man with a few strands of dyed blonde hair approached with a fake smile. He was followed by several young men with frivolous expressions. Lu Wanyuan's face was filled with panic. Beautiful lady, I really have no other intentions. Wu Deji's eyes brazenly scanned Lu Wanyuan, especially when he noticed she couldn't see anything. His lustful thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but reach out with his hand. You haven't eaten yet, right? Hee hee. I'll take you out for a nice meal. Just as Wu Deji was about to touch Lu Wanquan, a hand grabbed his wrist. Immediately, a tremendous force surged from his wrist, causing pain that twisted Wu Deji's face. Damn it, it hurts. Let go of me. Wu Deji instantly let out a pig-like squeal, drawing the attention of other students at the school gate. Brother Lin Chen, it's you. Strangely, although Lin Chen didn't speak, Lu Wanquan instantly recognized his identity. Like a frightened chick, she hurried to Lin Chen's side and tightly grasped his arm. Although not very familiar with Lu Wanquan, he couldn't just stand by since she was the niece of Principal Lu Hui. Lin Chen coldly stared at Wu Deji, harassing a girl in public? You must be tired of living. Damn, I can harass wherever I want. What's it to you? Wu Deji's neck turned red with anger, and who the hell are you to meddle? However, what infuriated Wu Deji even more was that the beauty he had his eyes on was actually hugging the young man in front of her. Her pitiful and delicate appearance clearly showed that she regarded Lin Chen as a great hero. This scene ignited Wu Deji's fury. What the hell are you all looking at? Get him! Beat this guy up! A few thugs immediately rushed over, but Lin Chen, with one arm around Lu Wanquan, exerted force with the other hand. The military boxing techniques he learned in his past life were fully unleashed at this moment. He kicked Wu Deji squarely in the butt, sending him flying. The thugs instinctively tried to catch Wu Deji, but the guy had too much momentum, crashing into them and knocking them to the ground. Lin Chen stepped forward, kicking one thug in the rear, who let out a miserable squeal. Wu Deji and the thugs were unable to get up from the ground for a moment. At this time, Lu Wanquan was curled up in Lin Chen's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. A strong masculine scent made her heart race, and her face flushed. At the same time, she felt an intense sense of security, the first time she had felt this since losing her sight. Thinking this, Lu Wanquan instinctively tightened her grip. This is my little sister, you know. Lin Chen coldly looked at the thugs on the ground. If you dare to bully my sister again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Let's go, sister. I'll take you to Long Academy. Seeing the security guard approaching from a distance, Lin Chen didn't want to waste time and carried Lu Wanquan toward Long Academy. At the same time, Lu Hui arrived late with a stunningly beautiful teacher. To escape the harassment of the thugs, Lin Chen led Lu Wanquan into the campus of Long Academy. On the small path in the woods of the academy, Lin Chen observed Lu Wanquan's slightly flushed face and asked, "Why are you here alone? Didn't Principal Lu Hui come?" Lu Wanquan's voice was very soft, sounding a bit tender. I was waiting for my aunt, but she hasn't come yet. Perhaps due to a lack of security since childhood, Lu Wanquan didn't immediately let go of Lin Chen's arm. Instead, she clung to him as if he were a lifeline. Lin Chen realized that this little girl must be very scared right now. If he hadn't happened to pass by, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wanquan, you're here. A surprised voice called out from a distance. Turning to look, he saw Principal Lu Hui running over with a worried expression. She was accompanied by an icy beauty. When Lu Hui saw Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lin Chen, you're here. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. Yeah, Principal Lu, long time no see. What are you two doing? Lu Hui looked at her close-knit student and niece, a strange glint passing through her eyes. Wanquan had never had close contact with the opposite sex due to her health issues since childhood. But now, how could it be? Could it be that she was influenced by the liberating atmosphere of university, freeing her true nature? It's like this, Principal Lu. Lin Chen briefly recounted what had just happened. I saw that Lu Wanquan was unsafe on her own, so I brought her into the school. Just then, the icy beauty beside Lu Hui suddenly stepped forward. Wanquan, long time no see. Auntie. Wanquan's voice was filled with surprise. She immediately threw herself into the woman's embrace. Lin Chen instinctively sized up the woman, noticing she wore a long purple dress that accentuated her curvy figure. The most striking thing was her face, which bore a slight resemblance to Wanquan's. She looked like a larger version of Lu Wanquan, but her expression was far too cold, like an iceberg that had never melted. Yes, she was a reserved, icy beauty. I'm Jianghe, Wanquan's aunt. Jianghe affectionately stroked Lu Wanquan's head, then turned her gaze to Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing with scrutiny. And I am also your class teacher at the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. Ha, class teacher? Lin Shen was stunned. This woman, who looked to be in her mid-20s, was actually his class teacher? He had imagined a university teacher to be someone with a potbelly and a Mediterranean appearance. Instead, he got a stunning beauty with an amazing figure. This university life was going to be fantastic. Jiang Yi lightly pressed her red lips together, her voice cool. So, Lin Dazwangyuan, are you satisfied with me? Lin Shen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Hello, Teacher Jiang. I am Lin Chen, a lord trainee with 2.5 years of practice. Jiang He? After a brief exchange, Lin Chen learned that Jiang He was Lu Wanquan's aunt, just 6 years older than him. She had been teaching at the imperial capital Dragon Academy since graduating from university. The reason I had Wanquan apply to the Dragon Academy was also because having her aunt here would make things more convenient. Lu Hui sighed helplessly. This child has been through too much since she was young, and now that she has awakened as a resource-type lord, many people will surely have their eyes on her. A resource-type lord is similar to an alchemist in the Dopa continent, a rather rare type of lord. According to the information Lin Shen had gathered, the spiritual energy of a resource-type lord's territory is several times that of an ordinary territory. It provides significant boosts for forging divine weapons and cultivating rare materials. The armies stationed there can even increase in rank over time, gaining substantial power. Some special resource-type lords can even directly condense the essence of the void to elevate other lords' ranks. However, such powerful resource-type lords have a fatal flaw. They cannot recruit troops above the first rank as their vassals. You can let first-rank troops level up passively, but you cannot recruit troops above the first rank. Therefore, many resource-type lords choose to collaborate with other lords to enhance their territory's defense through stationed forces. But there are also some ill-intentioned lords who choose to forcibly occupy the territories of resource-type lords, turning them into their slaves. Being able to get into the imperial capital Dragon Academy means Lu Wanquan's territory must be extremely rare and weak, making it more susceptible to covetous eyes. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive when Lu Hui suddenly said, Lin Chen, you just drove away the bad students as Wanquan's brother, right? I hope you can maintain this sibling relationship. If the scheming bad guys know that Wanquan's brother is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, they will surely be more restrained. Of course, we will also offer generous rewards for your help. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback, showing a troubled expression. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. It wasn't that being a resource-type lord wasn't attractive enough. The main issue was that he himself was too weak and had no background. If he were targeted by a powerful force, Lu Hui seemed to understand Lin Chen's concerns and immediately said, Don't worry, Lin Chen. As long as you are a student of the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital, the academy is your strongest backing. Besides, most of the time, Wanquan is taken care of by her aunt. You are just a nominal guardian. Jiang Yi, standing nearby, had a cold gaze and did not express any opinion. This matter still depends on what classmate Wanquan thinks. Lin Chen pointed to the silent Lu Wanquan. To be honest, we aren't very familiar, and she probably wouldn't want to. Before Lin Chen could finish, Lu Wanquan lifted her head and weakly said, I am willing. Immediately after, she seemed to muster all her strength and called out cutely, Brother. That brother made Lin Chen's bones feel weak, her soft voice like that of an adorable little kitten, instantly igniting Lin Chen's protective instincts. It seemed that accepting such a delicate little sister wasn't a bad idea. Thus, Lin Chen, who had just arrived at the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital, unlocked the little sister achievement. Under Jiang Yi's guidance, Lin Chen smoothly completed his freshman enrollment procedures at the Academic Affairs Office. Brother Lin Chen, I want to explore the school. Lu Wanquan tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and softly requested. After greeting Jiang Yi, the two began to wander around the campus. As they strolled, they chatted casually. During their conversation, Lin Chen learned that although Lu Wanquan couldn't see, she possessed a remarkable sense of perception. She could generally sense the outlines of objects or the movements of people, so she didn't use a cane and wouldn't trip. The area of the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital wasn't as large as he had imagined. They quickly finished a round, and at some point, a noisy market appeared before them. A sign at the top read Dragon Academy Trading Hall in large letters. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He still had a batch of materials that needed processing, perfect for selling to make some money. So he took Lu Wanquan and headed towards the trading hall. Transactions among students were very straightforward. You just needed to package the materials you wanted to sell and put them on the stall. He rented a stall for $30. Lin Chen put all the materials he had recently obtained on display, marked the prices, and then entered a meditative state. Lu Wanquan sat quietly beside him like a doll. Good bro, I want the blueprint for the advanced blacksmith shop. Hey handsome, the D-grade skill Reign of Growth is a bit pricey. Can I give you my VV and see if you can lower the price? I have private photos dude, I'm a bit short on cash. Can I trade you some building materials instead? Classmate, the scammers have upgraded their tricks again. Please download the Dragon Kingdom anti-fraud app before trading. The items Lin Chen was selling were surprisingly popular. They were sold out in no time, and Lin Chen made over 200,000. At this point, he had accumulated 1.5 million blue star coins in his little treasury, which made him a qualified rich second generation. However, there was one item that no one bought after waiting for a long time. It was the B-grade Lord Skill Whisper of the Persuader, which increased the recruitment chances of dependents, dropped from Zhang Tian. The reason no one bought it was that Lin Chen had priced it at 500,000. It was a good skill, but the price was too high, only a big fool would buy it. Just when Lin Chen thought such a fool wouldn't appear today, a pair of long, straight, white legs suddenly appeared before him. Looking up from the legs, he saw a red ultra-short skirt, a flat stomach without an ounce of excess flesh, and a curvaceous figure barely wrapped in a leather jacket. Her exquisite face was filled with a proud expression. The newcomer was a wild and spicy girl, exuding a wild aura like a female leopard. As soon as the girl appeared, she attracted a flurry of discussions from those around her. Isn't that Zhang Min, the daughter of the Haoyu group? Why is she here browsing the stalls? Wow, a beautiful girl with money. If I could win her over, I'd save 30 years of hard work. What are you dreaming about, you broke loser? She's a tier 4 lord. Do you even think you're worthy? However, the girl seemed completely unconcerned with the gazes of others, squatting down to meet Lin Chen's eyes. Her impressive figure was fully displayed before Lin Chen. He felt his blood pressure spike instantly, a warm rush gathering in his nose. This girl is quite alluring. I really like this B-level skill of yours. How about 300,000 plus these 2 C-level lord skills? Are you selling? Lin Chen examined the 2 C-level skills she showcased and shook his head. They're not what I need. 500,000, no bargaining. Zhang Min frowned slightly. These 2 C-level skills are definitely worth over 200,000. If I weren't in a hurry, I wouldn't sell them to you. As the daughter of the Haoyu group, Zhang Min was certainly not short on money. It was just that she hadn't brought that much cash today, which is why she chose to barter. Mainly, the limited-time dungeon scroll she bought at a high price was about to expire. She was hoping to make the most of the last bit of time to gain more benefits from the dungeon. Coincidentally, she saw someone selling a skill book that improved recruitment efficiency, which prompted her to make a purchase. The limited-time dungeon scroll was a precious item, containing various treasures and rare familiars. There was even a chance to encounter high-quality heroic spirits. If not used in time, the loss would be significant. If I take the skill book, I'll have to sell it again. Too much hassle. Lin Chen shook his head. It's more practical to just give me the money. Seeing Zhang Min's conflicted expression, Lin Chen added, or you could offer me something useful. As a lord, useful items were just a few types. At that moment, Zhang Min received another notification that the limited-time dungeon scroll was about to disappear. Biting her silver teeth, she said, how about this, you give me the skill book, and I'll take you to clear a high-level dungeon. The dungeon supported 2 players, and bringing Lin Chen in would definitely cover the cost of the skill book. High-level dungeon? Lin Chen instinctively asked, how much is it worth? His words instantly made Zhang Min blush, steam rising from her head. That scroll cost me 2 million blue star coins. I'm not even asking you for money. Wow, a dungeon scroll worth 2 million? Lin Chen's interest was piqued, and he decisively stepped away from the stall. In a vacant classroom, Lin Chen settled Lu Wanwan and turned to Zhang Min. Once we enter the dungeon, remember to stay behind me. Zhang Min placed her hands on her hips, looking proud. I can tell just by looking at you that you're weak. By the way, what tier are you? Tier 2? Ha, you really are a little weakling. Under Zhang Min's disdainful gaze, Lin Chen touched his nose and said nothing. Once we enter the dungeon, quickly regroup with me. If your familiar dies in the dungeon, it's really dead. I suggest you send in a familiar with high defense. The main goal of this dungeon is to recruit rare troops, so don't explore deeper. Otherwise, I can't protect you. Although time was limited, Zhang Min still went through all the important points. Everything was ready, and Zhang Min took out a parchment scroll glowing with a white aura. At her signal, Lin Chen placed his palm on the scroll. The next second, Lin Chen's consciousness appeared in a void. Ding! Entering dungeon, Forest of Earth Dragons. Dungeon description: 100 years ago, a fire dragon king fell in the center of the forest. Influenced by the dragon king's remains, this forest has spawned dozens of 3 to 5 tier flame-type dragon beasts. Please select the subordinates to dispatch, 0/5. Please select the copy arrival location, 1/2/3/4/5/6. There are 6 arrival locations, with 4 and 5 being the closest. Zhang Min's voice echoed from the air. Little rookie, you choose 4 and I'll choose 5. After we meet up, I'll protect you. The monsters here are at least tier 3, you definitely can't handle them. Hearing Zhang Min's words, Lin Chen silently chose arrival point 1. Then, feigning panic, he said, "Sister, I accidentally clicked on point 1, you might as well not wait for me." Zhang Min had just arrived at the copy, and upon hearing Lin Chen's words, her blood pressure spiked again. Zhang Min stomped her feet in anger. This little rookie is really both useless and clumsy. Forget it, let him fend for himself. At worst, I'll compensate him with 500,000 after we get out. With that thought, Zhang Min stopped being distracted. Transforming into a Tier 4 Dragon Queen, she led her 5 subordinate dragon men deeper into the forest. With the skill of a persuader, she was confident she could tame 5 Tier 4 Earth Dragons before the copy's time ended. By then, she would be able to form a powerful dragon riding team, greatly increasing their combat power. At this moment, at arrival point 1, clad in blood-red armor, Lin Chen was adapting to his new incarnation, the Brutal Dragon Knight. Beside him were 5 other Brutal Dragon Knights, each exuding a faint red blood aura that created a chilling sense of oppression. Notably, although Lin Chen was now in the form of a Brutal Dragon Knight, he still looked like the Plague Lord with white eyes and white hair inside the armor. Moreover, he could still use the transformation skill Tetanus Grip. Since the wild monsters in this copy are Tier 3 to 5, it should be no problem for my Tier 5 Brutal Dragon Knight to solo them, Lin Chen thought. Controlling the reins with his left hand and raising his spear with his right, he issued the command to attack. Soon, the charging group discovered the first batch of unfortunate creatures. It was a group of over 10 Tier 3 flame rhinos, leisurely grazing. Without a second thought, Lin Chen charged in and swiftly slaughtered them all. With Tetanus Grip activated, the fallen flame rhinos got back up from the ground. These flame lizards had little cultivation value, so Lin Chen sent them all back to his territory to serve as materials for cloning Black Flame Titans. The battle continued, and soon the Brutal Dragon Knights encountered another group of Tier 3 red-armored crocodiles. Even though these crocodiles were known for their defense, they still couldn't withstand the might of a single thrust from the Brutal Dragon Knight. Easily slaughtering and transforming them, Lin Chen once again collected 20 pieces of Tier 3 cloning materials. In less than half an hour of copy time, Lin Chen had already obtained over 30 pieces of Tier 3 cloning materials. This efficiency was quite explosive even in the realm of lords. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Zhang Min, in her Dragon Queen form, tore apart the last 4-armed flame ape, gasping for breath. The half-dragon beside her had also sustained minor injuries. This was already the second wave of Tier 3 wild monsters that she and her subordinates had taken down. For her, a Tier 4 lord, Tier 3 monsters also held recruitment value. Moreover, most Tier 4 lords typically only had Tier 2 main battle troops, with Tier 3 soldiers being elite and Tier 4 and above being trump cards. However, since this was a timed copy, in pursuit of maximizing benefits, Zhang Min could only abandon Tier 3 soldiers and focus entirely on recruiting Tier 4 troops. However, this little wild leopard was still quite lucky. Just as they were resting, 3 dragon-shaped figures approached not far away. The moment she saw them, Zhang Min jumped up in excitement. Tier 4 magical creatures, Flame Earth Dragons. Ha, I didn't expect to encounter them so soon. Zhang Min's crimson dragon tail excitedly swished back and forth. As long as she could knock them out and recruit them, they would become her subordinates. The focus returned to Lin Chen, where a total of 6 brutal dragon knights were rampaging through the forest. The third-tier cloning materials quickly surpassed the 100 mark. This meant that once he left this place, Lin Chen would have 100 powerful third-tier Black Flame Titans as his main fighting force. This dungeon had no shortage of monsters, making it a paradise for Lin Chen to amass troops. After converting another 50 cloning materials, Lin Chen finally encountered the first batch of 4th-tier monsters. There were 10 4th-tier Flame Earth Dragons. Lin Chen immediately commanded the Brutal Dragon Riders to charge at this group of Earth Dragons. The conversion of 4th-tier monsters was considerably slower, but fortunately, the Brutal Dragon Riders had the strength to suppress them. After completely slaughtering this group of Earth Dragons, they successfully transformed into corrupted Earth Dragons. The 10 corrupted Earth Dragons were seen with their bodies rotting and their pupils a ghastly white. The flames they spewed had turned green. Satisfied, Lin Chen recalled 9 of the corrupted Earth Dragons back to his territory, leaving only one relatively intact female Earth Dragon. According to the knowledge he learned in high school, dragon-type monsters had a strong possessiveness towards the opposite sex. When the female dragon emitted a sound similar to a human's coquettish cry, the male dragons would instinctively approach and attempt to engage in deeper communication. Lin Chen instructed the Brutal Dragon Riders to lie in ambush nearby, leaving only the corrupted female Earth Dragon, who was tilting her head and continuously emitting sharp, thin screeches. A few minutes later, a male Flame Earth Dragon came running over, wagging its tail. It approached the female dragon, its tail held high, flapping its wings while dancing around her. After confirming that the female dragon had no resistance, it eagerly pressed forward. Immediately, the male Earth Dragon let out a sharp, strange cry, and its entire face twisted into a contorted expression. It looked as if it had just been told by a certain renowned courtesan that she was not human, completely doubting its dragon life. The next moment, a spear shot out from the shadows beside it, piercing through its heart and swiftly ending its tragic dragon life. After dragging the dragon corpse away for conversion, Lin Chen ordered the female dragon to continue screeching, inviting the next victim dragon to appear. Although the method was a bit unorthodox, the results were outstanding. Soon, the second and third earth dragons were attracted over, and in their moment of distraction, the hidden brutal dragon riders swiftly killed them. In just half an hour of dungeon time, Lin Chen had accumulated 24th tier corrupted earth dragons. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Min, after a grueling battle and at the cost of heavily injuring 2 dragonmen warriors, finally subdued 3 flame earth dragons. She felt quite proud of this achievement. Opening the communication system, she boasted to Lin Chen, "Hey, little weakling, are you still alive? I have good news for you. I successfully recruited 3 4th-tier Earth Dragons. Impressive, right?" Lin Chen glanced at the 20 corrupted Earth Dragons lying in the graveyard recovering from their injuries and the more than 100 3rd-tier cloning materials jumping into the flesh cloning machine in his territory, and reluctantly nodded. "Sister, you really are amazing. I didn't expect you to be quite resilient," Zhang Min said in a good mood. "I'll send you the coordinates, come find me. I still need to recruit 2 more 4th-tier Earth Dragons, and if I encounter any 3rd-tier monsters, I'll leave them for you to recruit." In Zhang Min's view, as a 2nd-tier lord, if Lin Chen could have a dozen 3rd-tier troops, it would significantly enhance his strength. Lin Chen instinctively touched his nose. Although this big sister always put on an arrogant front, she was actually quite nice. However, that said, he wasn't some small fry either. Just as Lin Chen was about to decline Zhang Min's kind offer and continue with his plan to fish for dragons, a piercing dragon roar echoed through the deep mountains. Immediately, a prompt sound rang in both of their minds. Ding! The intruder's actions have completely enraged the Earth Dragon leader, and a beast tide will appear in 1 minute. Zhang Min was stunned, her face turning pale. "I just subdued a few Earth Dragons. How did I provoke the leader?" "Little weak chicken, you didn't do anything bad, did you? Why did you anger the dragon leader?" Lin Chen was also confused. "I didn't do anything, at most just lured a dragon with a trick." Can this really cause such a stir? The notification sound rang again. All players participating in this instance cannot exit until the enemies are eliminated or all players are eliminated. At this moment, deep within the forest's mountains, the 5th-tier spirit, the flame dragon, was continuously roaring in anger. "Damn invaders, using such despicable means to harm my dragon clan. All of you, die." Boom! Hundreds of 3rd-tier fire dragons and 4th-tier flame dragons surged out. At this point, Lin Chen and Zhang Min's positions had been locked onto by the dragons, leaving them nowhere to hide. Feeling the tremors coming from the ground, Zhang Min was so scared that she froze, her fingers trembling violently. She only had 3 remaining followers, and counting herself, there were only 4 4th-tier combat powers. There was no way to withstand this wave of beast tide. Even so, she still opened the communication channel, intending to let Lin Chen escape as far as possible. But it was Lin Chen's serious voice that came first from the communicator, his tone filled with undeniable authority. "Give me your location coordinates." Zhang Min was slightly taken aback, feeling as if the little weak chicken had suddenly become serious, as if he had turned into a different person. A sense of security unexpectedly rose in her heart, and she subconsciously sent her location coordinates, although Zhang Min thought that sending the coordinates was of no use. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of monsters charged towards her, uprooting trees in their path. What came into view were 10 4th-tier flame dragons. She saw them open their massive jaws, ready to tear Zhang Min into pieces the next second. Behind the flame dragons, dozens of 3rd-tier monsters followed. We're done for, we can't fight back at all." Zhang Min was terrified, her face pale with fear. Just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for the tragic end of being torn apart by the monsters, several piercing dragon roars came from the left side of the forest. Zhang Min was startled and instinctively looked up. The next second, 6 powerful dragons, all crimson, charged in from the side. Like 6 trains running side by side, they crashed violently into the oncoming flame dragons. At the same time, the dragon riders on the backs of the dragons wielded sharp spears, piercing through the hearts of the flame dragons. 5th-tier troops, the Empire's dragon riders? Zhang Min's pupils suddenly constricted. No, the Empire's dragon riders aren't this brutal. Wait, they seem to be mutated troops. The ones appearing before Zhang Min were none other than Lin Chen. Under his command, the brutal dragon riders lined up in front of Zhang Min. The beast tide followed closely behind. Yet, the brutal dragon riders showed no fear, their claws tearing apart enemies, while the dragon riders on their backs continuously threw spears, shooting down the monsters one by one. In the blink of an eye, this wave of beast tide was completely annihilated. Zhang Min, witnessing this scene, stood there in shock, feeling as if her worldview had shattered, her big eyes filled with question marks. Who were these super soldiers that suddenly emerged? They were all 5th tier troops. This was 5th tier troops. But in the next second, the brutal dragon rider in the middle turned around. Removing his helmet revealed a face with white hair and white eyes, exuding an enchanting charm. Zhang Min's mouth dropped open in surprise, her expression one of shock as she stammered, Wow, you. Little weak chicken, how could it be you? Big sister, do you still think I'm a weak chicken? Zhang Min calmed her emotions and then rolled her eyes dramatically. Little weak chicken is the nickname I gave you. I didn't expect, little weak chicken, that as a mere 2nd tier lord, you could recruit 5th tier troops. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Min, who had transformed into a dragon queen. Dragon horns, vertical pupils, and a dark red dragon tail swaying behind her. Her already exquisite figure was even more alluring under the tight leather armor. Putting the helmet back on, Lin Chen said seriously, the next wave of beasts is coming soon, so stay right behind me and don't go anywhere. TCH, who needs your protection? Zhang Min retorted, but her body honestly leaned closer to the center. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she curiously observed Lin Chen's back. This guy didn't seem as simple as she had imagined. 100 3rd-tier magical beasts charged towards Lin Chen again. The brutal dragon riders lined up, transforming into a meat grinder that continuously harvested flesh and blood. Lin Chen didn't summon the fallen magical beasts immediately. These guys might still be useful later. After experiencing about 3 waves of beast tides and taking down nearly 30 flame earth dragons, a voice filled with rage came from deep within the forest. Damn invaders, you dare to attack the great territory of the flame dragon. I will personally kill you. The forest began to burn, and in the next moment, 30 flame earth dragons emerged from the dense woods. Following them were a multitude of various flame-type magical beasts. In the center of the earth dragons, a particularly large flame dragon stood on 2 legs, resembling a human. Upon seeing this flame dragon, Zhang Min exclaimed, "That's a 5th-tier heroic spirit-level magical beast, the flame dragon." A heroic spirit, also known as a hero, is a leader within a troop. Heroic spirits can also appear in the wild, and they are generally more difficult to deal with than other units of the same tier. They can be recruited, but the difficulty is much higher. When Zhang Min saw this heroic spirit-level beast, her eyes lit up like light bulbs. If she could recruit this flame dragon, it would truly be an incredible existence. But soon, she dismissed this unrealistic thought from her mind. Recruiting a 5th-tier heroic spirit? Don't joke around. It would be a miracle if she didn't get beaten to a pulp. Even 6th-tier lords would have to pay a hefty price to recruit a 5th-tier heroic spirit, and she was just a 4th-tier lord. The flame dragon's inherent flame-type combat power buff made the surrounding magical beasts extremely excited. As the flame dragon issued the command for a full-scale attack, the magical beasts surged forward, launching their assault. Get on! We need to retreat! Before Zhang Min could react, Lin Chen pulled her onto the dragon's back. The earth dragon moved, swaying violently. To avoid being thrown off, Zhang Min had no choice but to cling tightly to Lin Chen. Despite the armor in the way, Lin Chen could still feel the incredible elasticity coming from behind him. But now was not the time for idle thoughts. Sister, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Zhang Min's mind instantly went astray, her face turning crimson as she couldn't help but let out a soft huff. The next second, the brutal earth dragon suddenly accelerated forward, startling Zhang Min, who clung to Lin Chen with all her strength, resembling an octopus. In the blink of an eye, the brutal dragon riders had distanced themselves significantly from the horde of magical beasts. What are we going to do? This isn't a solution, Zhang Min said, her face filled with worry. If we don't eliminate them, we'll be stuck in this instance forever. Don't worry, I have my ways. As Lin Chen finished speaking, he suddenly yanked the reins. The furious earth dragon beneath him made an emergency stop, executing a rather cool tail whip maneuver. At the same time, Lin Chen extended his palm towards the pile of corpses behind the flame dragon. The next second, grip of tetanus. Those corpses that had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly began to convulse wildly as if they had been struck by epilepsy. Whether they were 3rd-tier monsters or 4th-tier flame earth dragons, they quickly scrambled to their feet. Seeing this scene, Zhang Min's pupils constricted sharply. She looked at Lin Chen with a complex expression. "You better tell me honestly, who exactly are you?" It was only now that Zhang Min realized she still didn't know this little weakling's real name. "My name is Lin Chen, a freshman," Lin Chen said while controlling the zombie army to flank the flame dragon from both sides. Zhang Min's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but gasp, "Lin Chen, you are the national champion who awakened as a special lord. No wonder you can summon 5th-tier soldiers, it turns out to be you." Seemingly realizing her tone was a bit too strong, Zhang Min put on a proud face. "Still, I have good taste. Just bringing a little weakling to grind dungeons can yield a top scorer. But in my eyes, you're still that silly and cute little weakling junior, ha." Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to her. At this moment, the zombie army and the brutal dragon riders were closing in, surrounding the flame dragon and its minions. The flame dragon sensed something was wrong and immediately raised its head to unleash the skill fire meteor. Hundreds of boulder-sized meteors fell from the sky, crashing down on the zombie army. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand to release a counter-skill, Blood Ecstasy. The zombie army instantly went berserk, their speed skyrocketing as they charged forward before the meteors could land. They immediately tore into the flame dragon's minions. On the other side, Lin Chen also commanded the brutal dragon riders to charge. As powerful 5th-tier mutated soldiers, the brutal dragon riders tore into the enemy ranks like cutting vegetables, creating a bloody massacre. The wounds that occasionally appeared on their bodies did not diminish their combat power. Instead, they made them even more brutal and frenzied. The roar was deafening, and blood mixed with limbs and entrails splattered everywhere. Zhang Min was crouched on Lin Chen's back, watching the incredibly brutal scene before her. Her mouth formed an O shape. She was completely stunned. The undead attribute of the zombie army combined with the strong combat power of the brutal dragon riders meant that this group of monsters controlled by a 5th-tier spirit was being utterly crushed. Could this really be something a 2nd-tier novice lord could achieve? Terrifying. At this moment, although Lin Chen was also fighting the monsters as a brutal dragon rider, he considered the need to protect Zhang Min and tried to stay on the periphery as much as possible. If he were to be ambushed by the monsters and let this big sister meet her end early, that would not be good at all. Zhang Min clearly sensed that Lin Chen was intentionally protecting her. A warmth spread in her heart. Despite looking a bit silly, this junior was surprisingly gentle. Unknowingly, her fondness for Lin Chen increased by several percentage points. In the blink of an eye, the flame dragon's minions were slaughtered, leaving it as the only remaining commander. What made it feel most desperate was that its dead minions rose again from the ground, baring their teeth at it. They had clearly become someone else's minions. "Damn invaders, bastards, filthy scum. I, the great flame dragon, will not let you go even if I become a ghost." The flame dragon bared its teeth, trying to appear fierce. Unfortunately, compared to the surrounding corpse-like earth dragons with faces twisted tenfold, its display lacked any deterrent power. 5th-tier monsters were a bit difficult to convert. Just as Lin Chen was about to issue a kill order, Zhang Min suddenly said from behind, "Lin Chen, Jr., have you heard of dragon treasures?" Lin Chen instinctively replied, "Dragons have a habit of hoarding wealth. They hide precious treasures deep in their lairs, known as dragon treasures." "That's right," Zhang Min nodded. "This flame dragon is a 5th-tier spirit-level monster, not low in intelligence, and it definitely has dragon treasures. Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Lin Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Big sister, just say what you want. Rest assured, I won't agree to any requests." Hearing that Lin Chen was joking, Zhang Min playfully punched him in the side and returned to a normal tone. "I want to recruit this spirit dragon. How about if I succeed, the dragon treasure goes to you. Of course, you can also choose to take down this trash-talking stinky dragon. You will lose the dragon's treasure and get a rotten, foul-smelling dragon corpse, along with a -100 penalty to your favorability with me, Senior Zhang Min. You better think it over." "Ha!" Lin Chen laughed at Zhang Min's expression, shrugging his shoulders. "Then go ahead and try. If you fail to recruit it, just kill it." Zhang Min's face lit up with excitement as she took small steps toward the flame dragon, but soon the dragon's mocking laughter echoed. "Dirty, weak, despicable little rat, what right do you have to be my master? I would rather starve to death or be beaten to death than compromise like a stinky egg in a sewer. You are just a 10,000 words omitted here." Zhang Min returned to Lin Chen's side with a dark expression. "This dragon talks too much trash, get it killed for me." Lin Chen was having a great time. "Sister, if you really want to recruit it, I have a way." "What way?" Zhang Min asked, looking gloomy. Lin Chen snapped his fingers lightly, and the zombie army automatically parted. 5 female zombie dragons approached, surrounding the flame dragon and began to pose. The flame dragon was immediately terrified, curling up into a ball, covering its eyes with its wings, its body trembling violently. indicating it was in a panic. "Ha! What is this stinky dragon afraid of?" When Jiang Min learned the truth, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but spit. Alright, so this is how you want to play, Lin Chen, you were so bad." In the end, under Lin Chen's intimidation, the flame dragon completely surrendered. It was successfully recruited by Jiang Min as a territorial spirit. The flame dragon had no choice but to obediently hand over the dragon's treasure. Looking at the golden treasure chest floating in front of him, Lin Chen rubbed his hands and immediately chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 gold. Obtained blueprints for the Iron Wall. Obtained blueprints for the Magic Cannon Tower. Obtained Goblin Factory, Mechanical Repairman. Obtained C-Grade Skill Upgrade Scroll *3. Obtained Invasion Card *1. As expected of the treasure collected by the dragon race, this time the loot was quite good. Just the 10,000 gold was worth a lot. The Iron Wall and Magic Cannon Tower could enhance the territory's defensive capabilities. The Goblin Factory was also good, as the mechanical goblins produced could perform repairs during wartime and maintenance afterward. However, what caught Lin Chen's eye the most was the invasion card that came out of the chest. Invasion card: if you know the coordinates of other lords, you can forcibly invade that lord's territory. With this invasion card, it meant he could invade the territory of the evil god Morax at any time. However, considering that Morax was a 4th-tier evil god lord, Lin Chen needed to strengthen his power a bit more before officially invading. He casually opened the lord panel that he hadn't checked in a long time, and it had quietly changed. Lin Chen, 2nd-tier lord, advancement progress 25%, territory area 25 square kilometers. Dependents: 2nd-tier black armored zombie, 50, 3rd-tier black flame titan, 30, 3rd-tier clone material, 169, 4th-tier corpse dragon, 50, 5th-tier brutal dragon rider, 15, existing buildings, flesh clone machine *4, graveyard *10, defiled empire dragon rider camp *1. New buildable structures: Iron Wall, Magic Cannon Tower, Goblin Factory. Contaminated land: the pollution from the evil god seems unable to stop your progress in becoming stronger. Keep striving for greater strength. Lord skills: Bloodjoy, B, Flesh Explosion, B, Spirit, Dark Ranger Sylvanas, LV3. Aside from the Lord level being a bit low, everything else was fine, especially the dependents, which not only had high ranks but were all mutated units. Every military branch possesses zombie attribute bonuses, making their combat power quite impressive. With such strength, it shouldn't be much worse than a 4th-tier lord, right? As the dungeon time ended, Lin Chen exited the void space and returned to reality. However, before his vision could fully recover, a fragrant breeze swept over him. Lin Chen then saw Jiang Min's delicate face leaning towards him. She immediately planted a kiss on his cheek. Reality was not like the Lord world. Lin Chen's face instantly turned red. The cute little junior can still be shy. Jiang Min seemed to have discovered a new world, grinning mischievously as she nudged Lin Chen's shoulder. "Thank you so much, little junior, for helping me tame the 5th-tier dragon spirit." Jiang Min expressed her gratitude quite seriously. As a lord focused on cultivating dragon-type dependence, a high-tier dragon attribute spirit would significantly enhance her power. Her strength could be said to have risen considerably. "Here, this is for you, a token of my appreciation." Jiang Min handed him a gold card, prominently marked with the figure 1 million. "You can use this gold card to shop at any store under the Haoyu group," Jiang Min explained, "and it will automatically upgrade to a permanent VIP status." Seeing Lin Chen's hesitant expression, Jiang Min had no choice but to force the gold card into his pocket. "Take it, this is your sister's love for you." Jiang Min's big eyes sparkled with joy, making her look even more charming to Lin Chen, especially since Lin Chen himself was quite good-looking and just a fresh student, which made Jiang Min like him even more. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said seriously, "Senior, you're being too polite. We are just mutually beneficial. Well, since the transaction is over, let's part ways here. Farewell." With a whoosh, Lin Chen disappeared from the classroom. Only Jiang Min stood there in shock, stamping her foot in frustration. "Wait, am I really that unappealing? Little junior, at least leave me a contact number." After leaving the classroom, Lin Chen felt like he had forgotten something important, but he just couldn't recall what it was. Until his homeroom teacher, Jiang Yi, called him, Lin Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I left Lu Wanwan in the classroom." He hurried back, and fortunately, Lu Wanwan was quietly curled up on a corner desk, sleeping like a little cat. He gently rubbed Lu Wanwan's head to wake her up. "Come on, Wanwan, I'll take you out for dinner." Your aunt is treating." Due to her special condition, Lu Wanwan was usually taken care of by Jiang He. After dinner, she parted ways with Lin Chen and returned to her assigned dormitory building at school. Lin Chen lived in room 314 of dormitory building number 10, where all the students of the Dragon Academy had single rooms. After washing up, Lin Chen entered his territory to organize his dependents. Inside the territory, the flesh cloning machines were operating at full speed. He poured third-tier flesh materials into the large pot above, and soon, massive black flame titans emerged from the warehouse doors below. At this point, Lin Chen already owned 4 flesh cloning machines, with each machine cloning a black flame titan every 10 minutes on average. The speed was a bit slow. If it weren't for the building placement limit for low-tier lords, Lin Chen would have loved to set up 17 or 18 machines to produce simultaneously. With the flesh cloning machines running day and night, rows of black flame titans were neatly cloned. They stood in orderly lines beside the flesh cloning machines. In just one night, Lin Chen cloned 200 black flame titans. Compared to the time of the college entrance examination, this was a significant boost in combat power. The next morning, the classroom of Class 5 in the first year was holding a welcome meeting. A dozen students sat in the classroom, chattering non-stop. Have you heard? The top scorer of this year's college entrance examination is in our class. I'm not interested in the top scorer. I want to see beautiful girls. Just as the discussion was underway, Lin Chen led Lu Wanwan to the door. The moment the two appeared, the classroom fell into silence. All eyes were focused on the stunning beauty beside Lin Chen. Wow, what a beautiful girl. So cute. My inner girl is screaming. I know her name, Lu Wanwan. I heard she's from Tianhai City. Lu Wanwan's looks were quite striking, instantly causing a howl of admiration from the class. Compliments poured in endlessly. However, Lu Wanwan shyly leaned closer to Lin Chen, tightly gripping the hem of his shirt. It was only then that the students noticed Lin Chen's presence. A chorus of heartbroken sounds filled the air. No way? Could he be her boyfriend? No, is this guy the Flash? It's only the first day of school and he's already made a move. What a beast, really a beast. Under the heated gazes of the students, Lin Chen took Lu Wanwan to a seat by the window. Soon after, the homeroom teacher, Jiang Yi, walked into the classroom. She had a serious and meticulous expression, exuding an icy aura that kept people at a distance. The identity of the aloof, ice-cold beauty teacher was confirmed. As soon as she appeared, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, and the students fell silent. I am your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years at the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. My name is Jiang He, and this is my contact information. Lin Chen, please repeat what I just said. Jiang He's cold voice suddenly rang out. What? Lin Chen looked confused. He had just spaced out. But a chubby boy sitting in front of him grinned mischievously. Teacher Jiang said she wants to choose you as a class officer. Lin Chen quickly waved his hands. No, Teacher Jiang, I can't be a class officer. I'm not cut out for that. As soon as he said this, the class erupted in laughter. However, a girl quietly reminded him, Suera was just joking with you. We're not actually making you a class officer. Lin Chen instantly felt awkward. Damn, that chubby guy is really sneaky. Sueru, huh? I'll remember you. Jiang He looked at Lin Chen expressionlessly. Lin Chen, since you've already stood up, I'll take it as you want to participate in the class leader selection. After asking a nearby female student, Lin Chen learned that there would be a competition for the class leader. The rules were simple. 5 people would each occupy a castle at different positions with their followers. Each person could send 50 followers into battle. The winner would be determined by either toppling the castle or annihilating all followers. Moreover, such competitions within the academy were usually conducted using a simulated sand table. The followers would participate in battle through digital projections, meaning there would be no actual casualties. In other words, this simulation match can't create a zombie army through infection? Lin Chen grinned. It wasn't unacceptable. After all, most of the time, students were just sparring. If they were really using real weapons every day, there would be no soldiers left before graduation. Under Jiang He's arrangement, a simulated battlefield for the 5 armies was set up in the middle of the classroom. Lin Chen and the other candidates sat around the sand table. The other students in the class eagerly opened their viewing devices to watch the battle unfold. Suero sat down opposite Lin Chen, flashing a friendly smile. Lin Chen immediately returned a polite smile, but inwardly he sneered, "You did fatso, just wait and see how I blow up your base." Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's killing intent, Suera chuckled, "Lin the top scholar, your strength is so impressive, you must go easy on me later." Lin Chen knew this guy was trying to provoke him, so he ignored him and silently waited for the duel to begin. On Lin Chen's left, a girl wearing round-framed glasses adjusted her glasses and said, "Lin is the strongest among the 5 of us. I suggest we deal with him together first. Only by defeating him can we have a chance to run for class monitor." On Lin Chen's right was a tall, thin guy who immediately nodded in agreement. "I think this plan is feasible. Since Lin Chen is the brother of Wanwan, his strength must be quite impressive." "That's right, if he's Lu Wanwan's brother, 4 against 1 seems very reasonable." Lin Chen's mouth twitched violently. These guys really have a screw loose. Who did I provoke to deserve this? However, seeing the smug expression on the face of that fat guy across from him, Lin Chen's anger flared up. 4 against 1, huh? Bring it on. Whoever backs down is a coward. As the battle began, the 5 players' consciousness automatically entered the simulation battlefield. At the same time, all the students in Class 5 of the freshman year, including Jiang He, also entered spectator mode. In the battle simulation, the view was of a vast, boundless grassland. Lin Chen stood atop his black castle, and in the distance, he could see 4 castles identical to his own. Ding! Please select the minions to deploy, 0/50. Lin Chen immediately deployed the Black Flame Titan into battle. The 4th and 5th tier troops were his trump cards. There was no need to send them out for such a minor skirmish. Just the Black Flame Titan was enough. On the other side, the 4 classmates' minions had gathered, forming a battle legion of 200 people heading towards Lin Chen's castle. The only girl among them was named Song Ko, and her minions were a group of 3rd-tier sea monsters forming a ranged magic unit, led by a rare spirit, Naga. The tall, thin guy named Sun Gaocheng brought a group of 3rd-tier minotaurs. The fat guy Su Era had a group of highly mobile 2nd-tier wolf cavalry as his minions. The last boy, who had said very little, was named Qian Mayu, and his minions were a group of shadow assassins with stealth abilities. The assembled team surged towards Lin Chen's castle. In the classroom, students watched the match and discussed among themselves. 4 against 1, even if Lin Chen is the top scorer in the college entrance exam, he can't hold up, right? Definitely can't hold up. Who among those who can get into Dragon Academy isn't a top-notch genius? For geniuses against one genius, Lin Chen is bound to lose. Jiang He had somehow sat down next to Lu Wanwan. Her voice was cold. Wanwan, who do you think will win this battle? Although Lu Wanwan couldn't see, the Battle Lord's consciousness space didn't require the use of the naked eye to observe. Lu Wanwan quietly said, Brother Lin Chen will definitely win. Seeing the confidence on Lu Wanwan's small face, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang He's cold eyes. She instinctively sized up Lin Chen, who was sitting in front of the battlefield. He was the first boy to be unconditionally trusted by her little niece. She didn't know why this little girl trusted him so much. Look, Sun Gaocheng's Minotaur warriors are starting to charge. With the exclamations, the view returned to the battlefield where the 5 armies faced off. 50 Minotaur warriors roared as they charged towards Lin Chen's base. They held massive shields over 2 meters tall, with Song Ku's sea monster unit interspersed among them. I paid a hefty price to have these shields crafted by dwarf artisans. Even 3rd-tier arrows can't easily penetrate them. Sun Gaocheng said proudly, unable to help but shout, Minotaur warriors, charge. Flatten the enemy's buildings. Ha, Lao Gao, I'm providing support from the flank. Su Arrow laughed heartily and also issued an attack order. Suddenly, 50 wolf cavalry burst out from the nearby bushes, spreading out on the Minotaur's flanks, ready to provide support at any moment. The glasses-wearing girl, Song Ku, excitedly adjusted her glasses and said, Don't worry, everyone. As long as I can get my sea monster army to the castle below, I will unleash curses on all the enemies inside the castle, greatly weakening their combat power. Hearing this, Sun Gaocheng licked his lips in excitement and immediately activated his B-rank Lord skill, Vine Armor Defense. Green vines rapidly wrapped around the Minotaur, visibly enhancing its defense. With this layer of vine armor, Sun Gaocheng believed that even if Lin Chen had 3rd-tier archers, they would pose no threat at all. Whoosh! But the next second, a massive 2-meter-long arrow shot down from above Lin Chen's castle. Then, boom! An explosion suddenly erupted at the center of the Minotaur army, sending several Minotaurs tumbling. Black flames quickly spread outwards, and once they touched the Minotaurs and sea monsters, they burned like maggots gnawing at bones. They burned furiously. What's going on? What happened? Sun Gaocheng's face stiffened as he hurriedly called for the team to disperse. But Song Ku shouted in shock, Look at the top of Lin Chen's castle. What kind of monster is that? At this moment, on the walls of Lin Chen's castle, 50 Black Flame Titans had lined up, standing atop the walls. The Black Flame Titans were as massive as mountain giants, surrounded by eerie black flames. Moreover, they had a fearsome black dragon head protruding from their abdomens. The moment the classroom saw these mutated units, a wave of gasps erupted. What the hell is this unit? It's not recorded in the book. It looks a bit like a mountain giant, but those black flames are just too cool. Look closely at their backs, those are bows. These giants are archers. Ranged combat units. The students stared in disbelief at the Black Flame Titans, nearly dropping their jaws at their imposing and fierce appearance. At Lin Chen's command, the Black Flame Titans drew massive bows from their backs, knocked arrows, and pulled the bows to full draw. The next second, 50 gigantic arrows shot out, leaving trails of black in the air before plunging into the Minotaur army. Following that, explosions rang out continuously, and black flames spread wildly beneath the Minotaur's feet. Under the explosions and the scorching black flames, the Minotaur warriors suffered heavy losses, continuously dissipating into data streams at their original spots. No, this can't be happening. Sun Gaocheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are my Minotaur warriors so fragile? His Minotaurs had decent defense among third-tier units. Coupled with the shields customized from the Dwarven race and the Vine armor defense skill, they should have been able to withstand attacks from fourth-tier units. Yet now, nearly half of them had been wiped out by Lin Chen's volley. What the hell was going on? Was Lin Chen cheating? However, Somku's face turned pale as she said, "Quick, get the troops away from those black flames. Those black flames come from the fourth-tier black flame earth dragons and have strong corrosive properties that can significantly reduce unit defense." Lin Chen looked at Somku with interest. This glasses girl was quite perceptive, immediately recognizing that this was the flame of the black flame earth dragon. But just recognizing it was of no use. Just as Somku and Sun Gaocheng were frantically retreating their remaining troops, Lin Chen's second batch of arrows had already shot out. Accompanied by continuous explosions, 50 Minotaur warriors and 50 sea monsters were completely annihilated. Seeing their team defeated so easily, Somku and Sun Gaocheng felt a sense of defeat, slumping in their chairs like deflated balloons. The scene of the Black Flame Titans instantly wiping out two teams was witnessed by the other students in the class, who couldn't help but gasp in shock. Wow, this is too fierce. This is the power of third-tier units? The main issue is that the Black Flames are just too overpowered. They come with a defense-reducing attribute. Who can withstand that? I underestimated Lin Chen. He truly deserves to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. However, just as the students were marveling at Lin Chen's formidable companion, Su Arrow made his move. Blood sacrifice technique, blood frenzy. The wolf cavalry, charging forward, pulled out daggers and stabbed them into their own chests. As blood gushed forth, the wolf mounts grew in size, transforming into nearly 2-meter-tall demon wolves in an instant. The demon wolves shook off their riders and charged towards Lin Chen's fortress at an exaggerated speed. Su Arrow roared, "Charge, bloodthirsty wolf pack! Tear apart the enemies ahead with your claws." The arrows of the Black Flame Titans rained down on the wolf pack, but due to their extreme agility and dispersion, they managed to take down fewer than 20 giant wolves. The remaining 30 demon wolves reached the base of the castle, their claws tearing at the walls as they quickly climbed upwards towards the Black Flame Giants. At this moment, the Black Flame Titans had put away their longbows and entered close combat mode. As the demon wolves leaped onto the city walls, the rock-covered arms of the Black Flame Titans swung down towards them. Meanwhile, Su Arrow couldn't help but shout, "Xianmoyu, hurry up and make your move." In the next moment, a blurry figure appeared on each demon wolf's back. These figures leaped high as the demon wolves collided with the Black Flame Titans. The black daggers in their hands plunged fiercely towards the heads of the Black Flame Titans. "Lin Chen, you're definitely going to lose." Su Arrow screamed, his excitement evident. "Xianmayu's unit specializes in assassination. There's no way you can." However, before Su Arrow could finish his sentence, the dragon head on the Black Flame Titan's abdomen suddenly spewed forth a torrent of black flames. The flames didn't shoot far, but they spread widely. In an instant, they engulfed the positions of the demon wolves and shadow assassins. The massive demon wolves were immediately scorched, their fur burnt, and then they were smashed into pulp by giant rock fists. "Retreat!" Xian Moyu uttered a single word. The remaining shadow assassins immediately vanished into the darkness, trying to find another opportunity for assassination. But Lin Chen wouldn't give them that chance. 50 Black Flame Titans transformed into humanoid walking flamethrowers, wildly spewing black flames at every corner of the city walls. The flames quickly covered the entire wall, leaving the shadow assassins in stealth mode with nowhere to hide. In just a few seconds, a large area was burned out. They were either burned alive by the flames or smashed to death by the fists of the Black Flame Titans. The scene was incredibly brutal. In reality, Su Arrow and Xianmoyu sat pale-faced in their respective chairs. They never dreamed that their proud companions would be so easily defeated by Lin Chen, especially in a 4-on-1 situation. 4 people, utterly defeated. Lin Chen, a complete victory. Lin Chen, what a monster. The 4 defeated ones couldn't help but feel the same sentiment in their hearts. Clap, clap, clap. After a long silence, the classroom suddenly erupted in applause. The students, who were slow to react, immediately offered the warmest applause, followed by cheers and the adoring gazes of the entire class. "Wow, amazing Lin Chen, you actually won a 4-on-1. Your unit must be a mutated companion. It's just too strong. This is a 1 against 4. I wouldn't even dare to imagine. So cool, Lin Chen is so handsome." Hearing the praises around him, Lin Chen shrugged, remaining exceptionally calm. Meanwhile, in the corner, Lu Wanwan's little face turned slightly red. If she were to remove her eye mask at that moment, one would see her eyes already smiling into crescent shapes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sweet little dimple. I didn't expect this kid to win a 4-on-1. At that moment, Jiang He felt a ripple in her heart, although she had seen Lin Chen's admission file and knew he was strong. But I didn't expect it to be this strong. 1 against 4, and it was still against the top students in the class. In this situation, not only did I defeat them, but I didn't lose a single soldier. It seems I underestimated Lin Chen. Jiang He calmed his thoughts and resumed a serious demeanor. Congratulations to Lin Chen for achieving the final victory. The position of class monitor will be held by Lin Chen. Do any of you 4 or other classmates have different opinions? The whole class fell silent, no one opposed. Suera sighed weakly. I have no objections. Lin Chen is indeed strong. There's no denying it. With Lin Chen's strength, I believe he can lead our class well. Song Ku adjusted his round glasses, looking serious. Class monitor, we'll be relying on you from now on. Sun Gaochang clasped his hands. Qian Moyu said, I wholeheartedly agree. Thus, with unanimous approval from the class, Lin Chen became the class monitor of Class 5 in his freshman year. The first thing Lin Chen did as class monitor was to be called to the office by the beautiful yet aloof teacher Jiang He. Here, this is your reward for becoming the class monitor of Class 5. Choose one for yourself. Jiang He handed over an electronic screen, and when Lin Chen saw the dazzling array of items on the screen, his eyes widened in surprise. Tier 3 Mountain Giant Barracks, Rare Hero Recruitment Scrolls, Advanced Magic Construction, and even various sea-level Lord skills. Seeing Lin Chen's astonished expression, Jiang He explained, This is the public exchange store established by the Dragon Academy in the Imperial Capital. You earn credits by completing various tasks and activities assigned by the school, and then you can exchange for the items you need in the public exchange store. However, the exchange store you see now is only a level 1 store. Higher level stores will even have S-level Lord skills and barracks above tier 5. S-level. Lin Chen licked his dry lips. Teacher Jiang, how do I unlock higher levels? By accumulating class contributions in various subjects, simply put, by earning more credits. As long as the class credits are high enough, you can gain access to higher exchange permissions. At the Dragon Academy in the Imperial Capital, credits are a very important resource. As long as you have enough credits, you can basically obtain any item you need. Jiang He crossed her legs and lightly stood on her toes, quietly waiting for Lin Chen's selection. In the end, he chose a level 1 hero enhancement stone as his reward. Are you already planning to cultivate a hero? That's a good choice. Jiang He nodded slightly. In the following time, Jiang He briefly talked about class matters. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, there will be a Lord Strength test for all freshmen. You should go notify everyone. Lin Chen nodded and immediately left the office. During the lunch break, Lin Chen used the enhancement stone on the Dark Ranger. An additional +1 appeared in the hero information bar. The enhancement was successful, the Dark Ranger's buff skill was strengthened, and the overall combat power of the troops increased significantly. He happily took a nap. At 1:40 in the afternoon, all 16 members of Class 5 were sitting at the edge of the playground. Other first-year students gradually arrived, wandering around the playground. In the scorching summer, everyone had an old popsicle in their mouths. The entire Class 5, consisting of 9 boys and 7 girls, was chattering away. Wow, look at those long legs, so white. This one isn't great. The chest is too small. That one is pretty good. Cool, I like it. Su Aro and Sun Gaochang were talking loudly, while Chen Moyu shyly covered her face nearby. Listening to Su Ara's naive discussion, Lin Chen showed a look of disdain and forcefully interjected, You really haven't seen the world, fatty. The girls you mentioned are too ordinary. The real gem should be the one on the far right. Following the direction Lin Chen pointed, everyone indeed saw a girl with flowing long hair, as pure as an elf. Her ethereal aura made one feel as if they were bathed in a gentle breeze at just one glance. No wonder you're the class monitor, your eyes are sharp. Sun Gaochang immediately gave a thumbs up. Su Ara pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Alright, you're impressive, you're impressive. Song Ko looked at him with disdain. Oh class monitor, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. After some playful banter, Lin Chen chuckled. If we're talking about beauty, it has to be our teacher Jiang He. As soon as he said this, all eyes from Class 5 turned towards him. Our teacher Jiang He not only has a great figure but is also beautiful, and her aura is that of a high-cold, domineering woman. If this were ancient times, not to mention being as beautiful as the moon or flowers, she would definitely be at the level of a sinking fish or falling goose. Absolutely a stunning beauty. When Lin Chen spoke the first half, everyone's gaze was still on him, but by the second half, their eyes had drifted. Lin Chen didn't react in time and immediately asked, Why are you looking at me? What's behind me? Fatty, did sand get in your eyes? Why are you making faces at me? Does classmate Lin Chen think I'm pretty? A cold voice, as if from an ice cave, rang out from behind. Lin Chen's finger twitched, and the half-eaten popsicle fell to the ground. Turning around, he saw teacher Jiang He with a frosty expression. looking at him with a strange and inexplicable gaze. Beside her, Lu Wanwan covered her mouth, seemingly stifling a laugh. Teacher Jiang, let me explain. No, I mean, let me clarify. It's not what you think. However, no matter how Lin Chen explained, Jiang He remained icy, showing him no kindness at all. But in fact, Lin Chen's assessment of Jiang He was spot on. When Jiang He and Lu Wanwan, the two beauties, appeared on the playground, almost everyone couldn't help but look over. Jiang He was dignified and aloof, exuding a domineering aura, while Lu Wanwan appeared delicate and obedient, evoking affection. The two stunning beauties with completely different temperaments standing together were quite eye-catching. At this moment, within the group of Class 1 freshmen, a lecherous gaze was greedily fixated on Lu Wanwan. But soon, he shifted his gaze to Lin Chen beside her, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. What a narrow road for enemies, you little brat. Soon, under the guidance of the class teachers, the freshmen of the first year stood in their respective class positions. This semester, there were 10 new classes, lined up on the rubber track, facing a huge testing platform. Hello everyone, I am Wei Qiangdong. Today we will conduct a strength test related to the Lord Avatar. Please have all the freshmen from each class come forward in turn to test their Lord Avatar. As the head of the first year department, all the class teachers respected Wei Qiangdong greatly. As the testing began, students gradually stepped out from the crowd. Su Arrow from Class 5 volunteered to go first. His Lord Avatar was an elite wolf cavalry captain, with a fierce-looking giant wolf beneath him. First year, Class 5, Su Arrow, elite wolf cavalry captain, skilled in rapid assault tactics, can release a capture net to control enemies, overall score 76. First year, Class 8, Jiadukai, heavy artillery captain, skilled in siege warfare, can bomb enemy buildings from a distance, overall score 75. First year, Class 2, Yangmi. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and most students completed their assessments after testing. These assessments would be stored in their student records in the form of data. When arranging various directional tasks later, these data will serve as a reference. Lin Chen, step forward. Please display your Lord Avatar. At this moment, most students had completed the test, with only Lin Chen and a few others yet to go. All eyes naturally focused on them. On the stands, Wei Qiangdong also squinted slightly, instinctively looking at Lin Chen as he walked out from the class lineup. Lin Chen connected to the controller in front of him, and his consciousness was instantly transmitted to the testing platform. In the next second, a massive black shadow slowly coalesced on the testing platform. A menacing dragon lay on the ground, with a dark red armored knight seated on its back. A dragon knight, mixed with an eerie aura, appeared on the testing platform. The moment the brutal dragon knight appeared, it triggered a wave of gasps throughout the venue. What the hell? What kind of avatar is this? So cool. It should be a variant of the dragon knight, giving off a very evil vibe. Does anyone have an extra diaper? I think I just peed myself. The discussions were incessant. Compared to other freshmen, Lin Chen's avatar was clearly much more imposing. On the stands, a hint of astonishment flashed in Wei Qiangdong's eyes. The Imperial Dragon Knight had completely changed its appearance. This kid really had something. This student, please remove your helmet. We need to confirm your identity, the testing teacher shouted to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, and the moment he took off the helmet, his silver-white hair flowed in the wind. His white pupils sparkled with an otherworldly gaze. Coupled with his already sharp features, an enchanting beauty of a half-demon emerged. A chorus of screams erupted from the female students on site. Many girls' eyes instantly turned into two big hearts, beating wildly. Wow, so handsome. It's a feeling of excitement. My heart, which was sealed in concrete, is moving again. Does the handsome guy have a girlfriend? I want to confess to you. Oni-chan, I love you so much, Oni-chan. In the area where Class 5 was located, the cheers from the girls grew even more fervent. The class leader is so handsome. The super handsome class leader. Sisters, that's our Class 5 leader, Lin Chen, hee. Su Arrow and others looked on with envy and jealousy. Damn it, we got overshadowed by class leader Lin. Sun Gaochang lamented, lost my priority in mate selection. Xian Mayu's eyes flickered, but Lin Chen is indeed very handsome. Sun and Su? After confirming the identity of the avatar, the next step was to evaluate the strength of the Lord Avatar. Before the brutal Dragon Knight, a fourth-tier rock giant appeared. At the teacher's signal, Lin Chen rode the brutal dragon and charged towards the rock giant. Roar! In the next second, the brutal dragon's front claw slammed hard against the rock giant's chest. The sharp dragon claw almost instantly tore the heavy rock armor to shreds. Following that was a flurry of storm-like claw strikes. The rock giant let out a roar, attempting to counterattack. But the brutal dragon did not give it that chance. Opening its massive jaws, it forcibly bit off the rock giant's head. A chilling crunch echoed. The rock giant's head was crushed like a peanut by the brutal dragon. The fragments slowly transformed into data streams, disappearing from the spot. The The venue fell into dead silence. All the students were in a daze, their mouths agape as if they could fit an entire ostrich egg inside. The rock giant was a 4th-tier unit known for its defensive power. It was originally meant to serve as a meat shield for the freshmen to test their damage. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would take it down directly, and in such a complete domination? Doesn't this mean that Lin Chen's Lord Avatar has combat power that exceeds the 4th tier? He can't possibly have a 5th-tier unit, right? Having 5th-tier strength at the freshman stage, isn't that invincible among the same tier? The new students in each class looked at Lin Chen with envy. At this moment, Wei Qiangdong also unconsciously showed a hint of surprise. An ordinary Imperial Dragon Knight could never easily defeat a rock giant. This mutated Dragon Knight clearly possessed a much stronger attack power. Classmate Lin Chen's territory has been contaminated by the blood of the evil god and has gained some kind of infection characteristic. The combination of the two seems to induce a directional mutation in the troops. If all of Lin Chen's troops can mutate, who knows what terrifying existence will emerge when he is promoted to a great lord. Even someone as composed as Wei Qiangdong felt a huge wave rising in his heart. This little guy Lin Chen is truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. This troop type is not recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's troop catalog. Please name it, classmate Lin Chen. The testing teacher's voice rang out. Brutal Dragon Knight. New student Lin Chen from Class 5, transformed into a brutal Dragon Knight, killed a 4th-tier rock giant, with a total score of 100. Congratulations, classmate Lin Chen, for achieving the highest score in this test, earning 100 credits. As the class leader of Class 5, all students in Class 5 will receive an additional 20 credits each. As soon as this was said, the entire venue erupted into intense debate. What the hell? Getting first place can earn credits. Right now, the exchange rate for blue star coins to credits is 100:1, which is equivalent to getting $2,000 for free. This is amazing. One person gets a high score, and the whole class gets rewards. Not all students, only the class leader can get high scores. The students of Class 5 were overjoyed at this moment. Class leader Lin Chen, I love you to death. Is this how you get 20 credits for free? Lin Chen, you're not just my class leader, you're my sugar daddy. Sugar daddy, please accept my bow. The boys of Class 5 kept howling like dogs. Looking at the other classes, the students were extremely envious, filled with jealousy and hatred. As Lin Chen exited the simulator, this test also reached its conclusion. Class leader, let's go out for a meal, Su Ero suggested. In the next 4 years of college, let's all look out for each other. Sun Gaochang wrapped his arm around the shy Qianhuayu. Song Ku and several other girls also gathered around. Class leader, let's go eat together. Lin Chen nodded. Fatty, do you have a suitable place? Su Ero's mouth twitched. There's a pretty good restaurant to the east of the school. Just as everyone was chattering excitedly, a very arrogant voice rang out from the side. Lin Chen, you're quite impressive today. You've stolen the spotlight from all the freshmen, looking very handsome. Lin Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a yellow-haired guy with his hands in his pockets walking over, followed by 7 or 8 boys. The students of Class 5 instantly became tense. These suddenly approaching students clearly intended to pick a fight. The yellow-haired guy continued leisurely, don't think that just because you got a perfect score, you're something special. In front of me, Wu Diji, all your so-called talents are just garbage. One of Wu Diji's lackeys quickly chimed in, our young master Wu is the second young master of the Wu family in the capital. The resources you fight over are worthless to our young master. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and call him sir. Young master Wu can casually reward you with a few peanuts, enough for you to live in luxury for a lifetime. Pfft, what kind of bullshit, young master Wu? Su Ero scoffed. You think you can show off in front of Class 5? What are you even worth? Sun Gaochang also sneered, young master of the capital? Remember, I'm your grandpa. Xian Mayu silently gave him the middle finger. Although they had just formed the class not long ago, Class 5 showed an extraordinary sense of unity. United against a common enemy, they stood together. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate the students of Class 5, Wu Diji pointed at Lin Chen's nose and cursed. Trash Lin Chen, you only dare to hide at the back of your class, right? Last time you ruined my good thing. Today I'm going to kill you. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. I said, Huang Mao, this is a society governed by law. We can't use knives or guns. Say that again. I'm not called Huang Mao. Then what color is your hair? It's yellow. Isn't that just Huang Mao? I'm going to kill you. Wu Diji's rushed towards Lin Chen, just as Lin Chen was about to teach him a lesson. Brothers and sisters, protect the class leader. Su Era shouted, leading the charge towards Wu Diji's. The others from Class 5 surged in with the same fierce momentum. The boys kicked and punched, while the girls launched a mental attack with their screams. In the chaos, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to get close to Wu Diji's. Taking him by surprise, he executed a sweeping kick, and with a crisp crack, Wu Dizhi's face instantly turned the color of liver. A heart-wrenching scream echoed across the entire playground. Inside a teaching building at Longyuan, as the bell rang, the sophomore students began to exit the building one after another. Zhang Min walked along the path somewhat absent-mindedly. Beside her was her good friend Zhang Xiaoxiao. In stark contrast to her name, she had a grand and impressive demeanor. Have you heard? The freshmen got into a fight. Class 5 and Class 1. The leader seems to be called Lin Chen, and he's this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. I heard he was challenged to a duel by Director Wei, and it's about to start. As soon as the student finished speaking, Zhang Min, who had been listless, suddenly lifted her head. She then rushed to the student in 3 quick steps. Say that again. Who was leading the fight? The speaking student clearly panicked, stammering, it seems to be Lin Chen. Where is he now? On the playground. After all, he has to duel. Seeing Zhang Min's expression, her friend Zhang Xiaoxiao instantly squinted her eyes. Something's up. Min, do you know him? Zhang Min was too lazy to explain, grabbing Zhang Xiaoxiao's arm and running outside. Zhang Xiaoxiao clutched her chest and screamed, slow down, you know I have a lot of inertia. By the time Zhang Min and Zhang Xiaoxiao reached the playground, there were already quite a few people standing outside, most of them from different grades coming to watch the excitement. On the playground, Wei Changdong had a serious expression. Lin Chen from Class 5 and Wu Dizhi from Class 1, since you are the leaders, your conflict must be resolved in a leader's way. The world of leaders is a survival of the fittest. No one will care about right or wrong, most people only care about winners and losers, and you will understand this once you enter society. So now, you can choose the duel mode. The losing side must apologize to the winner and pay 50 credits as mental compensation. In school, leader duels mainly involve spirit battles, territory wars, and battles of different scales of legions. If you are confident enough in the quality of your troops, you can even engage in battles between soldiers of the same rank. I request a 1v1 spirit duel, Wu Dizhi said without hesitation, then provocatively added, Lin Chen, I know your troops are impressive, dare to compare whose spirit is stronger. Wu Dizhi's was full of confidence. His spirit was an elite spirit recruited at a high price. He had also smashed a dozen enhancement stones of various ranks. Now it was an invincible existence at enhancement level +6. Spirit quality is divided into 4 categories: ordinary, rare, elite, epic, and legendary. Elite is already a very good spirit that a novice leader can obtain. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in your spirit. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Alright, then let's have a duel between spirits. With the duel mode confirmed, the next second, a huge duel sand table appeared in the sky above the playground. After entering battle mode, Wu Dizhi eagerly summoned his elite spirit, enhanced to +6. It was a knight riding a wild boar, clad in silver armor, exuding an imposing presence. It's the Wild Boar Knight King, an elite-level spirit. A gasp erupted from the crowd in the distance. Among the spectators were some sharp-eyed individuals who continued to speak up. A regular Wild Boar Knight doesn't have this size. This Knight King must have been enhanced, and the enhancement level is not low. Regular spirit enhancements are divided into 9 levels, with a significant boost every 3 levels, and the higher the enhancement level, the more expensive the corresponding enhancement stones, with a greater chance of failure. Zhang Xiaoxiao adjusted her posture, leaning against the railing, an elite spirit with a high enhancement level. It must be tough to deal with. Min, do you think Lin Chen can win? Zhang Min pursed her lips and then nodded firmly. I believe in the junior, he will definitely win. On the playground, hearing the crowd continuously discussing his summoned spirit, Wu Dizhi felt a sense of pride. Lin Chen, it's not too late to admit defeat, just bow your head to me twice, and this matter will be over. The members of Class 5 also showed worried expressions. An elite spirit with a high enhancement level is not easy to handle. Class leader, why don't we change the way of the duel? Wu Dizhi must have thrown money at his enhancement level. It's not fair to you, Sun Gaochang said. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. There's no way I'm admitting defeat. The word defeat doesn't exist in my dictionary. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen summoned the Dark Ranger Sylvanas to the battle arena. The moment the little black figure appeared before everyone, the previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Even Wu Dizhi, who had been so arrogant, now showed a serious expression. The black cloak wrapped around a slender, dark gray body, with the elf race's characteristic pointed ears, a delicate face, with cold, icy eyes, especially her gray-white hair, flowing in the wind. Wow, what spirit is this? I've never seen it before, and it's a super rare, stunning dark female spirit. I'm freaking out. In terms of aura, it completely crushes the Wild Boar Knight King. This spirit's quality is definitely not low. Could it be an epic level spirit? Lin Chen has an epic spirit? The exclamations continued, but Lin Chen remained unfazed. He directly issued a command for Little Black to attack with full force. After several battles, Little Black's strength had reached level 3, which is 3rd tier. She raised her longbow, knocking several arrows on the string. In the next second, the arrow shot out, wildly splitting in the air, and ultimately transformed into a rain of arrows aimed at the Wild Boar Night King. Wild Boar Night King used the Holy Boar Shield to defend. Wu Dizhi shouted, his voice so loud that the entire playground could hear. Use the boar charge to close the distance with the enemy. The watching students couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Wasn't this classmate embarrassed by such loud shouting? Under Wu Dizhi's command, the Wild Boar Night King charged forward. Its strong, short legs unleashed incredible power, crashing toward the Dark Ranger like a speeding train. Wu Dizhi wore a smug expression. With an enhancement of +6, the elite Wild Boar Night King, at full speed, could inflict significant damage even on 4th-tier soldiers. Lin Chen, watch how my Wild Boar Night King turns your summoned spirit into a pile of mush. It's still not too late to surrender. Just bow your head to me twice. But the next second, the smile on Wu Dizhi's face vanished. Just as the Wild Boar Night King was about to collide with the Dark Ranger's long legs lightly tapped the ground, skillfully and gracefully dodging the attack. The fierce wind lifted the gray hair of the Dark Ranger, and there was no sign of emotional fluctuation in her cold eyes. The Boar Night King, undeterred, turned the boar's head and launched another attack. This time, the Dark Ranger leaped high into the air. In the instant of dodging the charge, her long, beautiful legs whipped out like a long whip. They struck fiercely against the Boar Knight. A sound akin to a pig's wail echoed, and the Boar Knight was nearly sent flying. The onlookers collectively gasped. Damn, isn't this an archer spirit? How can she be so strong in close combat? Just one kick, and she almost kicked the Boar Knight away. That power is terrifying. A dark elf, beautiful and powerful. Brothers, I'm feeling envious. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, unmoving as a mountain. Now, it was the Dark Ranger's turn to counterattack. Little Black knocked an arrow, her strong fingers gripping the arrow's tail, pulling the bowstring back to its full arc. A spiral airflow quickly condensed above the arrowhead. Whoosh! The arrow, imbued with tremendous penetrating power, shot towards the Boar Night King's backside. At that moment, the Boar Night King was still turning its head. Suddenly, it felt a chill at its rear. Before it could react, a sharp pain shot through its backside. It touched its rear, feeling wetness. Looking at its hand, it was covered in blood. It should be noted that the Boar Night King was wearing knight armor. Even a second-tier dwarf gunner would find it hard to penetrate. Yet now, it had been shot through by an arrow, showcasing terrifying penetration power. Wu Dizhi's face turned somewhat grim. He hadn't expected Lin Chen's spirit to be so difficult to deal with. I'll give you a chance, yellow hair. Lin Chen mimicked Wu Dizhi's tone. Kneel and call me grandpa, and I'll let you lose gracefully. Wu Dizhi was so furious he felt like he might crush his back teeth. He simply could not accept the fact that the Boar Night King was inferior to the Dark Ranger. His Boar Night King was already quite strong, so why was it still not as good as Lin Chen's? However, he wasn't without a chance to turn the tide. Lin Chen, don't be arrogant, I still have trump cards left. With that, Wu Dizhi issued new orders to the Boar Night King. The boar beneath the knight began to pound the ground continuously, and with the ongoing pounding, the earth within a 5-meter radius began to tremble violently. Spirit skill, Earth Resonance. The Boar Night King charged again, and this time, the ground shook violently wherever it went. Sand and stones flew about, as if a magnitude 5 or 6 earthquake had struck. The Night King pulled the arrow from its backside, stuffed its thumb into the hole to stop the bleeding, and wielded a spiked club with the other hand. With a roar, it charged towards the Dark Ranger. Under the influence of Earth Resonance, the Boar Night King's momentum increased significantly, and as it approached the Dark Ranger, the trembling ground caused her form to sway. She couldn't aim at all. Wu Dizhi immediately shouted, "How about that, Lin Chen? Surprised? Unexpected?" Earth Resonance is a skill obtained after breaking through to Tier 3 enhancement, specifically designed to deal with agile heroes like you. Next, watch me turn your spirit into mush. Lin Chen watched the Dark Ranger dodging within the range of Earth Resonance and couldn't help but marvel at the effects of spirit enhancement. The higher the enhancement, the more likely it was to fight beyond its level. However, while the Boar Night King was strong, it still fell short compared to the Dark Ranger. After several evasions, the Dark Ranger quickly adapted to the earthquake's frequency. She crouched low, drawing back her position, with an arrow knocked on the bowstring, ready to release her second piercing arrow. The Boar Night King suddenly clamped its legs around the boar beneath it and charged towards the Dark Ranger. The next second, a light circle appeared above the Boar Night King's head. It was as if a binding spell had been cast, instantly freezing it in place. Wild Boar Night King, what's wrong with you? Don't just stand there in a daze, get moving. Wu Dezhi shouted excitedly, his voice cracking, still unaware of what had happened. Not only Wu Dezhi, but the other students watching the duel also looked completely bewildered. Meanwhile, high-ranking lords like Wei Qiangdong and Jiang He showed thoughtful expressions. It's the silence spell. Jiang Min couldn't help but shout from a distance. Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly covered her mouth. Isn't the silence spell a magic that only epic spirits can master? Cultivating to a high level can even transform into a domain, casting a wide-range magic suppression over an entire area. It's the nightmare of mage units. Could it be that Lin Chen's spirit is epic? At that moment, the wild boar Night King, bound by the silence spell, had lost its skills and stood there like an idiot. But the next second, Xiao He shot a piercing arrow that suddenly penetrated the Night King's chest. One arrow didn't kill it, so he leisurely shot a second arrow, followed by a third, and a fourth. The once imposing wild-boar Night King had now turned into a living target. The students witnessing this scene were instantly thrown into chaos. Damn, this skill is too overpowered. It controls the enemy and then just hits them at will? I remember now, this is the silence spell. Can you believe it's not even a single target skill, it's a damn area skill. Silence spell? Isn't that a skill only epic spirits can master? Lin Chen's summon spirit is epic. At this moment, Wu Dexia's voice was hoarse from shouting, trying to get the wild boar Night King to counterattack. However, unfortunately, no matter how much he yelled, the wild boar Night King seemed deaf, showing no reaction at all. The arrows continued to pierce through its armor. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar Night King's chest was filled with arrows. It looked pitiful, like a porcupine. The duration of the silence spell finally ended, and the Night King let out a groan of relief before collapsing straight down. Along with the wild boar beneath it, they instantly transformed into data streams and disappeared from the spot. The entire area fell into dead silence, and the next second, a tidal wave of cheers erupted throughout the playground. Lin Chen is amazing. He controlled the opponent to death. The class leader is so strong. I love you, class leader. Damn, there's a monster among this year's freshmen, an epic spirit with a silence skill. We can't mess with that. Outside the playground, Zhang Min also showed a happy expression. Grabbing Zhang Xiaoxiao beside her, she ran towards the playground. Let's go meet the junior. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, my goodness, can you go down the stairs slower? My center of gravity is too high. Wei Qiangdong approached Lin Chen. In this duel, Lin Chen from Class 5 of the first year has emerged victorious. The defeated party is Wu Dexi from Class 1 of the first year, who must compensate 50 credits and immediately apologize to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Wu Dexi lowered his head, his face pale. A strong sense of defeat surged within him. At this moment, he felt utterly humiliated, like a complete clown. Laughter echoed around him, piercing his heart like steel needles. Meanwhile, the students of Class 5 cheered. The class leader is so strong, the class leader is mighty, the class leader is the coolest. That stupid yellow-haired guy was so arrogant, thinking he could bully others just because he has some money. The key is that he was the one who started the trouble. He kicked a steel plate, his leg is going to break. Looking at the students of Class 1, they all hung their heads, their faces dark. Especially since Director Wei had just mentioned that the loser was from their class. It made them feel utterly humiliated, so damn embarrassing. In the face of the cheers and praises from those around him, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm throughout. After this battle, the Dark Ranger's experience bar increased significantly, and it was about to level up to the 4th tier. Hello, Lin Chen. Teacher Jian wants you to go to her office. A female student suddenly jogged over, speaking cheerfully. Wow, Teacher Jiang is looking for you now. She won't be scolding you, will she? The students of Class 5 immediately began to discuss. What's there to scold about? Clearly, it was Class 1 that started it. It might be a commendation. Who knows, there could be some special treatment. Lin Chen waved his hand, exasperated by their speculations. Stop guessing. I'll find out when I go. What about the dinner? Send me the location. I'll go over myself later. By the time Zhang Min and Zhang Xiaoxiao ran over, panting, Lin Chen had already left the scene. Even the students from Class 5 had vanished. Zhang Min stomped her feet in frustration. It's all your fault, Xiaoxiao. Why couldn't you run faster? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked aggrieved. I have 2 landmines hanging on my chest. I can't move fast. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found Jiang He in her office. He thought she would mention the duel happening today, but instead, Jiang He tossed him a lesson plan. Starting tomorrow, we will have a practical course for the freshmen. Every freshman must participate in this practical course. Those with high rankings will receive extra credit. Wang Yuan will not participate in this practical course. She has special learning arrangements. Seeing Jiang He's dismissive attitude, Lin Chen grinned helplessly and took the lesson plan. It had the words Fog Survival written in large letters. Before Lin Chen could look through the details, Jiang He continued, by the way, how are you preparing for the exorcism of the evil god? Exorcism of the evil god? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, recalling his agreement with Wei Qiangdong after the college entrance examination. He nodded instinctively. I've prepared as much as I can. When does this exorcism start? Soon, right after this practical course ends. Jiang He paused before continuing. Don't think you're strong now. The battlefield against the evil god is countless times more brutal than school. High-level lords can command hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers, far beyond what you can contend with now. Lin Chen's heart sank as he recalled the ant-like mass of followers he had seen in Wei Qiangdong's territory. Those densely packed followers were all powerful units above level 5. Compared to Wei Qiangdong's territory, his own land was hardly worth mentioning. Realizing this, Lin Chen immediately became serious. Teacher Jiang, I will take the upcoming courses seriously. Jiang He nodded slightly. Try to strengthen yourself as much as possible during the practical course. Remember, in the world of lords, even a level 9 lord has enemies they cannot defeat. When dealing with any lord outside your faction, you must be fully alert, understand? Seeing Jiang He's serious expression, Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Leaving the office and walking towards the restaurant for the dinner, Lin Chen's gaze fell again on the large words at the beginning of the lesson plan. Fog survival? Quest description. This is a world consumed by fog. Beware of the monsters that may suddenly pounce on you from within the mist. You can choose to gather resources to fortify your shelter or make powerful allies to explore this mysterious unknown world together. In the fog, danger and opportunity coexist, and precious treasures await those destined to find them. After grasping the general idea of the course, Lin Chen nodded slightly. This course seems quite interesting. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the dinner location for Class 5. Everyone was young, and there were no formalities. They quickly mingled. During the meal, Lin Chen tossed the lesson plan to Su Arrow, asking him to take a photo and send it to the class group. With Su Arrow's disappointed expression, the task assigned by Jiang He was successfully completed. Based on the analysis of the lesson plan, fog survival should belong to the treasure hunting type of quest. Moreover, the copy clearly states that all students can only send second-tier dependents and second-tier lord avatars to participate in the mission. At this moment, Lin Chen had just become a lord and was indeed lacking various treasures and items. This was a perfect opportunity to gather more treasures. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their homes. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, when Lin Chen arrived at the freshman lecture hall, it was already packed to capacity. All 160 students from the 10 freshman classes were seated in the classroom. Wow, I'm so nervous. This course is called Mist Survival, and I heard it's a treasure hunting dungeon. I'm definitely going to farm a lot of treasures. Don't think it's that simple. Last year, many freshmen didn't even see a treasure before they got eliminated. I think we should team up for safety. Who wants to team up with me? My dependent is a musketeer. I can fight at range but not in close combat. Various discussions were ongoing, all revolving around this dungeon. Lin Chen intended to find a place to sit and wait for the dungeon to start. However, the next second, a charming figure approached him. Hi, Lin Chen. Do you want to team up with me for the dungeon? The newcomer was a pure-looking, well-proportioned beauty. Was he really being approached by a girl on the very first day of class? Lin Chen instinctively touched his nose. Damn, the freshman beauty Gu Qingqing actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Chen. Brothers, I'm so jealous. A chubby boy immediately showed a look of regret. I was really stupid. If I had invited Lin Chen first, maybe he would have agreed to team up with me. Now the school beauty has gotten ahead of me. Brothers, I'm so mad. I thought you were jealous of Lin Chen. Turns out it's Gu Qingqing. You're not my buddy, Nantong. Where's Nantong? I'm also Nantong. Come stick with me. Get lost. Didn't you see the duel yesterday? Lin Chen was so fierce, he must have some strong backing. Strong backing or school beauty. Even a fool knows to choose the strong backing. Lin Chen assessed the beauty who had approached him. She was tall and slender, and indeed beautiful, especially her legs, which were as thin, white, and straight as bamboo chopsticks, almost like those legendary anime legs. The only flaw was that her chest wasn't very large. It could barely be held by one hand. Sorry, this classmate, Lin Chen said with an innocent expression. I don't plan to team up with anyone for this dungeon. As soon as he said this, disappointment instantly appeared on Gu Qingqing's face. Many students nearby heard this and began to scold Lin Chen. What a jerk! Gu Qingqing is the recognized school beauty of our freshman class. Lin Chen can't be Nantong, right? He rejected such a beautiful girl. Brothers, spread the word, Lin Chen is Nantong. Let's launch a mental attack on him. The loudest among them was Su Arrow, and Lin Chen directly kicked him in the butt. This drew laughter from those around them. Lin Chen, don't think you can look down on other students just because you're the top scorer in the college entrance exam. At that moment, an angry voice rang out from the side. Liu pointed at Lin Chen and accused him. Classmate Qingqing kindly invited you to team up. Why did you refuse her? Qingqing, don't worry, I won't let you be wronged. I'll teach this jerk a good lesson. Seeing who it was, Lin Chen was taken aback. clearly seeing the words Fei Yang above this student's head. Liu, don't get the wrong idea. I have nothing to do with you, Gu Qingqing said, her tone much colder compared to when she spoke to Lin Shen. As if afraid Lin Shen would misunderstand, she explained, Liu and I are just in the same class. I'm not familiar with him. Liu immediately showed an expression of shame and anger, and when he looked at Lin Shen, his eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Shen, you'd better pray that I don't encounter you in the instance world, or you'll be in for it. Lin Shen rubbed his nose, and a classic meme suddenly flashed through his mind. Xianjiang is tired, Fiangiang, you go push from behind. Don't peek, or I won't talk to you anymore. Don't worry, Mianjiang, I won't peek. In the corner, Wu Dizhi witnessed the entire conflict, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he approached Liu. Good brother, do you want to teach Lin Shen a lesson? Liu, still fuming, nodded immediately. I hate him so much. If it weren't for Lin Shen, Qingqing wouldn't talk to me like that. Then let's team up. Wu Dizhi secretly handed over a prop card, a sly smile on his face. I have a way to take him down. The moment Liu saw the prop card, his pupils constricted sharply. This is the Blood Moon Disaster card? This card is worth a lot of money. Wu Dizhi looked like a wealthy bachelor. My surname is Wu. I have plenty of money. As long as I can take down Lin Shen, I don't mind spending money to crush him. Once all the students arrived in the classroom, the homeroom teachers from the 10 freshman classes stood on the podium. Jiang He was elected to explain the basic rules of this fog survival course. In this course, each person can only bring 5 second-tier or lower familiars, and your Lord Avatar ability will also be limited to second tier. Opportunities and dangers coexist in the fog, and each person only has one chance to enter the fog world. If your Lord Avatar dies in the fog world, you will automatically exit this course, so everyone must be careful and act within their means. Any effective actions you take in this course will earn you points, and your credits will also be your ranking points. The top 10 in the course rankings, as well as the top 3 in the first place, will receive generous rewards. Random events will occur in the fog world, and solving these events will also earn you points. At the same time, to increase the interactivity of the assessment, cross-regional trading and auction systems will be opened, allowing you to trade necessary items with other students. A world filled with fog, random events, various treasures, and monsters. Lin Shen adjusted his breathing, waiting for the instance to begin. If everyone is ready, then let's start today's course, accompanied by a golden halo enveloping the entire classroom. The next second, system notification sounds rang in the ears of the freshmen. Beginner Resource Exploration Instance, Fog Survival, officially starting. Please select your Lord Avatar and the familiars you wish to bring. Lin Shen chose 5 black armored zombies as his fighters, while he transformed into a plague lord with the ability of black armored zombies, with a flash of white light before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dilapidated wooden cabin. Ding! You have arrived in the fog world. The fog world is fraught with danger. The wooden cabin you are currently in will be the only relatively safe place in the early stages. You can choose to collect resources to strengthen the cabin, or you can choose to abandon the cabin and start exploring the fog directly. The system notification continued to ring in his mind. Lin Shen dug at his ears, his gaze turning to the outside of the window, the pitch-black fog world. It seemed he was in a town in ruins. He could vaguely see collapsed houses and even a private car that had corroded to just its shell outside the cabin. But besides these, Lin Shen also saw some shadows wandering in the fog. He could faintly hear horse murmurs. This world was not only filled with fog, but there were also unknown monsters lurking within it. He casually opened the regional communication channel, which was already in chaos at that moment. I knock. This is the world of mist. It feels so terrifying that I don't even dare to go out. I was born on a cliff, and just now when I opened the door, I almost fell off. What a disastrous start. There are so many living corpses around me. Just now, I had my minion kill one, and it dropped a crystal core that can be exchanged for 1 credit. I found a treasure chest in the grass, and when I opened it, there was a scroll for a group healing spell inside. How delightful. Silently noting the information in the chat channel, Lin Shen called his minions and opened the wooden house to step outside. As soon as he stepped out, a series of piercing roars echoed from a distance. Immediately, 3 living corpses charged towards Lin Shen, their decayed faces filled with a fierce expression. Without needing Lin Shen to take action, the 2 black armored zombies beside him rushed forward. After a flurry of blows, the 3 living corpses fell stiffly to the ground. Lin Shen attempted to use the plague source to infect a living corpse, but it failed. However, he discovered a flickering light on one of the living corpses. Upon closer inspection, it was a crystal the size of a fingernail. Mist Crystal Core, a crystal core produced by monsters in the mist, containing the power that makes up the mist, can be exchanged for credits at the academy. This should be the crystal core mentioned in the chat channel. It is also the main way for new students to earn credits. As the Plague Lord, You have seen through the essence of the Mist Crystal Core. Perhaps you can try to devour the Crystal Core. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Devour the Crystal Core? Is this a special ability of the Plague Lord? A Mist Crystal Core is only worth 1 credit, and attempting to devour it is clearly more cost-effective. Lin Chen immediately channeled the power of the Plague in his palm and began to devour the power of the Crystal Core into his body. Ding! Mist Crystal Core devoured successfully. You have gained some superficial understanding of the Mist world. A miraculous scene occurred. The visibility, which was originally only 5 meters, increased to 6 meters in Lin Chen's eyes. After devouring the Mist Crystal Core, Lin Chen could see further in the world of Mist. This was undoubtedly good news. Low visibility not only meant missing many treasures but also made it easy to be ambushed by monsters. The higher the visibility, the more advantageous it was for exploring the Mist world. Sure enough, when Lin Chen looked around, he indeed saw a bronze treasure chest placed in the grass 6 meters away. Starting with a bronze treasure chest? What great luck! In the Mist world, treasure chests are ranked as ordinary bronze, gold, platinum, diamond. The higher the rank, the richer the rewards from the open chests. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, eager to open the bronze treasure chest. Acquired, Wooden House Upgrade Kit *1. Acquired, Torch Manufacturing Blueprint. Acquired, Level 2 Heroic Spirit Enhancement Stone Fragment. You opened the bronze treasure chest, credits plus 10, Wooden House Upgrade Kit, can directly upgrade the wooden house to a stone house, which has stronger defense and a better living environment. Upgrading the wooden house to a stone house undoubtedly saves a lot of time in gathering building materials. Casually using the upgrade kit, Lin Chen turned his attention to the second item. Torch Manufacturing Blueprint, a simple torch that can be made using 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of thatch, which can be placed in a location as a light source, providing some warmth to the surroundings. This blueprint is also quite good, similar to torches in MC. It is essential for outdoor exploration and mining. The last item Lin Chen couldn't use for now. He needed to collect 10 fragments to obtain a complete enhancement stone. However, Lin Chen was still pleased to put it away and focused again on the torch blueprint. Go, collect some wood and thatch. Under Lin Chen's command, the black armored zombies quickly gathered a lot of wood and thatch, piling them up inside the stone house. Next, Lin Chen used the torch manufacturing blueprint and produced a dozen torches in one go. He immediately placed the torch on the trading platform and started advertising in the regional channel. In the dark night with a cold heart, are you still troubled by the darkness at night? Are you still afraid to travel far because you're worried about not being able to return to the wooden cabin? The Lin Chen brand torch is worth having. It can be inserted and pulled out, providing you with warm shelter anytime, anywhere. A conscientious merchant, fair to all, 1 torch only costs 1 mist crystal core. 3, 2, 1, everyone, get on board. After Lin Chen sent a long advertisement into the regional channel, over 100 freshmen fell silent, followed by an intense discussion. Brother Lin Chen, is this torch genuine? Can it really be inserted and pulled out? Lin Chen is amazing. He has already obtained the manufacturing blueprint, so strong. As expected of our class leader, please, class leader, give us a few torches. Lin Chen directly refused the requests from his classmates. The price was uniform for everyone, 1 mist crystal core for 1 torch. Being able to provide long-term illumination for an area was an extremely useful item in the early stages. Soon, the order completion notifications began to scroll continuously at the top of the chat channel. Yangmi purchased torch *1, paid Lin Chen 1 primary mist crystal core. Gu Qingqing purchased torch *4, paid Lin Chen 4 primary mist crystal cores. Su Arrow purchased torch *2, paid Lin Chen 2 primary mist crystal cores. Qian Maoyu purchased. Soon, all 16 torches were sold out, and Lin Chen had obtained 16 mist crystal cores. But Lin Chen knew that the value of torches would decrease over time, so while the demand was still high, he needed to sell more. The black armored zombies tirelessly continued to collect wood and thatch. Meanwhile, Lin Chen hid in the stone house, frantically making torches. Soon, a second batch of 30 torches was listed on the trading platform. Within minutes, they were all sold out. Then he continued to manufacture and sell. Time quickly passed to 3 hours later, and Lin Chen had earned 100 mist crystal cores from selling torches. They piled up to form a small hill. Just as he was about to list a new batch of torches, he clearly felt that sales had slowed down. Opening the trading market, he saw that 4 or 5 other students had also listed torches, and 1 student had even lowered the price to 1 mist crystal core for every 3 torches. It's obvious that the bonus period for being able to insert and pull out has passed. Lin Chen stretched lazily, his gaze falling on the 100 mist crystal cores. Exchanging for credits was clearly not the best choice. Lin Chen spread his arms to activate the source of the plague. The cores disappeared at a visible speed. Notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. Devouring successful, visual range expanded. Devouring successful, visual range expanded. Devouring successful. You deepened your understanding of the mist world. After devouring all the mist crystal cores, Lin Chen walked out of the stone house into the outdoors. He saw that the originally 5 or 6 meters of visual range rapidly expanded under his gaze, eventually stopping at 100 meters. At this moment, Lin Chen's visual range had increased to 100 meters. Various collapsed and dilapidated ruins, cracked roads, and rusty, decayed billboards were everywhere. Besides these, in the grass, in the ditches, and even inside collapsed buildings, several glowing points were flickering. These flickering points were the locations of treasure chests. Now, I'm going to get rich. Lin Chen looked at so many treasure chests exposed in his field of vision. The corner of his mouth suddenly twisted into a charming smile reminiscent of an urban dragon king. At this moment, outside a small town in the mist world, Fei Yang Yangliu had successfully met up with Huang Mao Wu Diji. Next, as long as we find Lin Chen's exact location, I'm confident I can use this Blood Moon disaster card to take him down. Wu Diji wore a confident expression and patted Li Yu on the shoulder. Don't worry, good brother. Once you take care of Lin Chen, your goddess will definitely see you in a new light. Li Yu's eyes burned with fierce determination as he nodded firmly. Opened bronze treasure chest, obtained acceleration scroll *1, spike trap blueprint, level 2 enhancement stone fragment *1, credits plus 10 opened bronze treasure chest, obtained fire rain scroll *1, campfire construction blueprint, level 2 enhancement stone fragment *1, credits plus 10 opened ordinary treasure chest, stone *60, wood *60, credits plus 5 opened ordinary treasure chest, scrap iron *10, plastic *5, credits plus 5. There were a total of 18 treasure chests around the stone house, and after opening them all, Lin Chen acquired a large amount of resources. A simple summary revealed that the most valuable item was the credits. 13 ordinary chests plus 5 bronze chests brought Lin Chen a total of 115 credits. Checking the rankings, Lin Chen was currently among the top in his grade, sitting at the 18th position. Next came the large amount of building materials from the ordinary chests. Although each chest yielded only a small amount of materials, the sheer number of chests open meant that after organizing the materials, Lin Chen was surprised to find he had enough to upgrade his house once more. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Congratulations! The stone house has been upgraded to a metal house, defense increased, comfort level raised. The pointed stone house transformed into a square metal house. He also obtained quite a few level 2 enhancement stone fragments, but the quantity was still insufficient for synthesis. He collected some item scrolls as well, including fire rain and acceleration scrolls, along with an ice storm scroll, all kept on him for emergencies. It's a pity the undead can't be converted, otherwise, I could organize an army of zombies to explore the misty world, Lin Chen said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he casually opened the regional channel. Ha, I found the 3rd treasure chest, and it's a bronze one. I'm so lucky. Upstairs, big shot, share some of that luck. While you guys are looking for treasure chests, I've already upgraded my cabin to a stone house. Envy me. I really don't know how the top 3 on the leaderboard are grinding. I only have over 40 points, and they're almost at 200. Following this conversation, Lin Chen opened the leaderboard. The top 3 positions were 3 familiar names. First place, Class 4 Gu Qingqing, credits, 198. Second place, Class 1 Wu Diji, credits, 176. Third place, Class 5 Qianmoyu, credits, 166. 18th place, Class 5 Lin Chen, credits, 115. Looking at the names on the leaderboard, Lin Chen pondered. There were quite a few experts among the freshmen. It seemed he needed to work harder. Just as he was thinking, a sudden electronic prompt sounded. Ding! Random event occurred. An armed escort vehicle has appeared in this area. The escort vehicle seems to be hiding precious treasures, but please note, this escort vehicle is well armed and has a high combat power. All lords should act according to their abilities. What the hell? A random event? The chat channel instantly erupted. The first random event in the Misty world, it seems a bit challenging. What a pity, the escort vehicle's route is too far from me. Otherwise, I would definitely give it a try. The escort vehicle does pass by my place, but I don't plan to take action. It's better to steadily farm the undead. Lin Chen opened the route map of the armed escort vehicle and was slightly taken aback. Coincidentally, the vehicle was passing right by his doorstep. Remembering that he had obtained the spike trap blueprint while opening chests, a bold plan formed in his mind. Since the escort vehicle would pass by his house, he could set a trap to ambush it. Without further ado, Lin Chen immediately instructed the black armored zombie to split into two groups, one to gather materials. Another group followed their lead to set traps on the highway. To prevent the escort vehicle from escaping, Lin Chen designed the trap in a massive U-shape, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. After setting up the scale of the trap, the black armored zombies began to dig frantically, throwing various building materials into it. About 3 hours into the instance, the trap was completed. Sharp wooden stakes over a meter long were densely packed beneath the trap. Any prey that fell in would surely be pierced through. However, this was still not foolproof, so Lin Chen instructed the black armored zombies to find some flammable materials in the town ruins to throw into the pit. During this process, a black iron zombie unexpectedly found an abandoned gas station. Upon receiving this news, Lin Chen quickly gathered the black iron zombies and made his way over, ultimately finding a large barrel of gasoline inside. He poured the gasoline into the trap and covered it with a thin layer of fallen leaves for concealment. Everything was ready, now it was time to wait for the prey to arrive. Half an hour later, at the end of the highway, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a black-armed escort vehicle emerged from the mist. The glaring headlights pierced through the fog, illuminating a large area ahead, including Lin Chen's metal house. At that moment, Lin Chen was quietly crouched by the window, his heart calm as still water, firmly seated like a fisherman waiting for a catch. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. In the next second, a massive crash echoed. The entire escort vehicle plunged headfirst into the spike trap. Due to the tremendous impact, the front compartment of the escort vehicle instantly shattered and deformed. Several sharp wooden stakes pierced directly into the driver's cabin, creating a gruesome sight. But that was not the end. Lin Chen took out a skill scroll named Fire Rain and tore it in half. Red clouds quickly gathered in the sky, and hundreds of basketball-sized meteors, engulfed in flames, came crashing down. The meteors rained down on the escort vehicle, instantly triggering a series of explosive sounds. At the same time, the flames ignited the flammable materials and gasoline in the trap. Soon, a raging fire engulfed the entire spike trap. The towering flames consumed the escort vehicle, fiercely burning the personnel inside. Lin Chen watched the blazing fire, estimating that the people inside must have perished. However, in the next moment, the transport vehicle was violently kicked open, and 5 bioengineered strongmen armed with deadly weapons emerged. What the hell? Doomslayers? Lin Chen couldn't help but curse upon seeing the appearance of the 5 men. Each of the strongmen was muscular and twisted, clearly no longer belonging to the human category. The deadly weapons they held were none other than Gatling guns. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down on Lin Chen's metal house in an instant, sparks flying, the deafening sound making one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he had upgraded to a metal house. If it were still a stone house, it definitely wouldn't withstand such intense attacks. However, even the metal house was beginning to sway precariously. The 5 bioengineered Doomslayers crazily unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Lin Chen's small house, giving him no chance to counterattack. This won't do. Lin Chen pulled out a scroll marked with snowflakes and tore it in half. In the next second, large flakes of snow began to gather around the 5 Doomslayers. The temperature plummeted, and the snowflakes turned into ice crystals, continuously tearing at the skin of the Doomslayers like sharp blades. In this ultra-low temperature environment, the Doomslayers indeed all stalled, slowly stepping back, trying to leave the area. Black armored zombies, go out and kill them. With a command, 5 black armored zombies charged out of the metal house. Lin Chen then cast a blood frenzy buff on them, significantly boosting their speed and attack power for a short time. At this moment, within the range of the ice storm spell, the Doomslayers also spotted the incoming enemies, attempting to drive the machine gun in hand to counterattack. However, within the range of the ice storm, their machine guns fell silent, and their speed and reaction time were significantly reduced. In the blink of an eye, the black armored zombie charged in front of the Doomslayer. The black armored zombie had sharp claws growing from its hands, and it began to frantically tear at the Doomslayer's body. The Doomslayer retaliated as well, but without the firepower of the Gatling gun. Relying solely on his fists, he couldn't do much against the black armored zombie. Soon, Lin Chen, hiding in the metal shack, felt the familiar infection threshold again. In the next moment, the grip of tetanus activated. 5 Doomslayers were instantly occupied by the plague, transformed into Lin Chen's minions. Virus Doomslayer, second tier, a powerful biochemically modified being. They become more bloodthirsty and fearless of death after being infected by the virus again. As the ice storm's magic dissipated, the 5 Doomslayers stood there blankly, as if their souls had been drained. Lin Chen immediately issued a gathering order, only to see the Doomslayers standing in formation, holding their Gatling guns like soldiers awaiting inspection. Although the Doomslayers were second-tier units, The Gatling guns in their hands were formidable weapons. Delighted, Lin Chen welcomed the 5 Doomslayers into his ranks. He eagerly headed towards the escort vehicle. At this moment, the escort vehicle had completely turned into a sea of flames and ruins. Above the ruins floated a large golden treasure chest. It was not a golden chest, but a more advanced platinum treasure chest. I've struck gold. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately ordered the Doomslayers to bring the chest down. Next came the thrilling and tense moment of opening the chest. The moment the chest was opened, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky. At the same time, a regional announcement echoed in the channel. Congratulations to Lin Chen for successfully ambushing the escort vehicle. Credits plus 100. As soon as the announcement was made, it sparked a heated discussion among the students in the channel. Damn! Someone really targeted the escort vehicle. That's insane. Isn't Lin Chen from Class 5? He's so fierce. The escort vehicle just passed by my house. I didn't even dare to look, and then Lin Chen took them out. I told you Lin Chen is a big shot. The regional channel was filled with discussions of envy and awe. Returning to Lin Chen, after opening the platinum chest, he received a reward of 100 credits. 5 golden orbs floated in front of him. He opened the first one. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a level 4 Spirit Enhancement Stone. Damn, a level 4 Enhancement Stone. Lin Chen was stunned, then immediately overjoyed. Level 4 Enhancement Stones are not cheap, at least 1 million. Did he just earn 1 million blue star coins in an instant? He happily accepted the Enhancement Stone and continued to open the second orb. Ding! Obtained a medium mechanical pack animal summoning card, which can carry buildings on its back and move freely. Lin Chen summoned the mechanical pack animal and chose to place the metal shack on its back. It actually succeeded. This meant he could hide safely inside the metal shack while searching for treasures throughout the foggy world. His safety was greatly increased, and most importantly, the efficiency of obtaining treasure chests would also rise significantly. So exhilarating! He couldn't wait to click on the third orb. Advanced Housing Upgrade Component can upgrade any house by 1 level and customize part of the house's layout. Without hesitation, he upgraded directly. Ding! Your house has been upgraded from a metal shack to a steel house, significantly increasing its defense. The fourth orb, Intermediate Land Expansion Card, a rare item card that can expand the Lord's territory by 10 kilometers. This card was for territory development, and Lin Chen accepted it directly. Next was the last orb. The moment Lin Chen clicked on the light orb, an unusual pale purple halo flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, a light purple card floated in front of him. Summoning card, Blackwatch 5-man squad, elite human soldiers with rich combat experience, possessing firepower strong enough to handle most viral infection incidents. It was actually a summoning item card for the Black Watch. Lin Chen immediately chose to use the card. In the next second, 5 black soldiers, carrying rocket launchers and holding assault rifles, appeared before him. These soldiers also belonged to the second-tier troop type. However, as they were ranged units, their combat power was quite considerable. With this, I now have 10 ranged units, Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the steel house on the back of the mechanical beast. Lin Chen directly activated the custom modification mode, transforming the steel house into 2 levels. The lower level served as his lounge and storage area, while the upper level was converted into a watchtower, capable of 360-degree remote attacks on enemies. The first floor was for supplies and relaxation, while the second floor was designated for ranged units to attack surrounding enemies. Perfect. Next, let's go to other places to collect treasure chests. Useful items will be stored, and unnecessary resources will be sold. Having determined what to do next, Lin Chen called his followers back to the steel house, accompanied by the sound of mechanical bearings. The mechanical beast emerged from the ground, carrying the steel house as it walked off into the distance. Shortly after Lin Chen left, 2 shadowy figures appeared by the roadside. Look, it's the wreckage of the escort vehicle. Lin Chen must be nearby, Li Yu exclaimed excitedly. However, the next second, they startled a nearby living corpse. Damn it, keep your voice down, Wu Dizhi said, somewhat speechless, as he immediately tore open a stealth scroll. The 2 quickly concealed themselves, and the living corpse, losing its target, slowly wandered away. To catch up with Lin Chen, this was already the 13th stealth scroll Wu Dizhi had used. A single stealth scroll was worth 5,000, proving that the second young master of the Wu family was indeed wealthy. This made Li Yu envious while also revealing a hint of anticipation. After all, when teaming up with Wu Dizhi, he had promised himself that as long as they dealt with Lin Chen, Wu Dizhi would reward him with a bounty comparable to what he could earn from exploring the mist survival. To win back the favor of the goddess and also for the hefty reward, Li Ning had abandoned the wooden house to track Lin Chen with Wu Dizhi. Just as the two were trying to find traces of Lin Chen, dense gunfire erupted not far away. They exchanged glances and immediately headed toward the source of the gunfire. At that moment, Lin Chen was busy killing a group of high-level monsters known as soul-returning corpses, numbering around 40 to 50. Behind this group of soul-returning corpses was a golden treasure chest half-buried in the dirt. The mechanical beast would automatically burrow into the ground when not moving. Therefore, when the soul-returning corpses charged, they could only pound on the steel walls of the house. Unfortunately, the walls were far too sturdy. Even after smashing their hands to pieces, the soul-returning corpses could not inflict a single bit of damage. Meanwhile, the watchtower above the steel house, manned by the black guards, effortlessly eliminated all the soul-returning corpses with a barrage of gunfire. During the loot collection, the black-armored zombies acted as porters, bringing the golden treasure chest back into the house. They also collected the mist crystals from the bodies of the soul-returning corpses. Opening the golden treasure chest, he received plus 30 credits. Obtained level 3 strengthening stone fragment *3. Obtained magnetic grappling hook launcher blueprint. Obtained basic land expansion card, can expand the Lord's territory by 5 kilometers. Obtained Ice Bloodstorm Scroll *1, a high-level spell scroll that can unleash a large-scale ice bloodstorm. The contents of the golden treasure chest were quite impressive, especially the magnetic grappling hook launcher, which caught his eye. The magnetic grappling hook launcher can grab items within 100 meters, and this grabbing also applies to treasure chests. Seeing the item description, Lin Chen thought of the gold miner game he played in his past life. Grabbing everywhere, now he didn't even need to leave his door. So exhilarating! Lin Chen had all the materials to make the grappling hook launcher, except for one called precision parts. However, he wasn't worried and directly shouted in the regional channel, "Who has precision parts for sale? 10 credits for 1. The regional channel instantly erupted. Wow, Lin Chen is back again. What does the big shot need precision parts for? Is he going to make high-level equipment? As expected of the number 1 on the leaderboard, making big moves. Big shot, I have 2 precision parts, do you want them? It was only then that Lin Chen realized he had already topped the credits leaderboard. His credits had accumulated to 295, 30 points more than the second place, Gu Qingqing. In the regional channel, various envious and jealous comments were being refreshed wildly, but Lin Chen ignored them all. In the end, he bought 4 precision parts for 40 credits. In the blink of an eye, 4 magnetic grappling hook launchers were installed. Lin Chen aimed at an ordinary treasure chest 100 meters away and tried it out. With a whoosh, the grappling hook shot out, then rebounded, and at his feet appeared an ordinary treasure chest. Finding treasure chests like this is so much more convenient. Lin Chen waved his hand and immediately activated the mechanical pack beast to move forward. An hour later, the mechanical pack beast was still walking ahead. All the treasure chests discovered along the way were collected by Lin Chen in one go. Various materials and items piled up into small mountains, and it was clear he was about to run out of space. Just as Lin Chen was pondering how to deal with these materials, a prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Random event occurred, giant figure in the mist. Event description: the Misty World has sensed the presence of numerous survivors and is attempting to eliminate them all. It is gathering more powerful monsters and will launch an attack on all survivors in 1 hour. Please upgrade your shelters and strengthen defenses as much as possible. Once your defenses are breached by monsters, all your gains in this world will disappear. Once the event was announced, it immediately sparked intense discussion. What the hell? All items drop on failure? That's brutal. Help! I'm still in a wooden house, too busy looking for treasure chests. Why do I feel like a stone house isn't safe either? Spending heavily to buy 30 scrap iron pieces to upgrade to a metal house is the only way to be safe. Which kind benefactor can sell me wood? I urgently need wood. Just as everyone was lamenting, a message with 3 exclamation marks caught everyone's attention. What the hell, you guys, look at the trading post. Someone is selling building materials in bulk. The students immediately opened the trading post and were dazzled by the array of goods. Wood, 836, 10 units/credit. Stone, 761, 10 units/credit. Scrap iron, 216, 5 units/credit. Plastic, 173, 5 units/credit. Metal ingots, 60, 2 for 1 credit. Looking at the seller column, without exception, all were listed as Lin Chen. What the hell? Where did Lin Chen get so many materials? Lin Chen, big shot, please let me cling to your thigh. I'm a cute girl, I can warm your bed. Metal ingots for 1 credit for 2, isn't that too expensive? For those who said Lin Chen was overpriced, he chose to ignore them all. After all, there was less than an hour before the new event would start. Not buying materials and waiting for monsters to smash their houses would leave them with nothing in the end. Many students understood this logic and rushed to buy the materials Lin Chen had listed. In the process, Lin Chen's credits skyrocketed. From 295, it soared to 395, then 495. Until the materials in the store were completely bought out, Lin Chen had accumulated a terrifying 650 credits, 300 points higher than the second place, Gu Qingqing. At this moment, not far from Lin Chen's location, Liu and Wu Dizhi followed the traces. Looking at the long virtual line formed by the open treasure chests on the ground, jealousy surged uncontrollably on Liu's face. How the hell did this guy manage to find so many treasure chests? The materials in the trading hall must have been opened by this kid from the treasure chests. Seeing Lin Chen's credits ranking first, Liu trembled with anger, as if he had stolen his thunder. Liu turned to Wu Dizhi, how are you prepared? I can already smell it, he is less than 200 meters away from us. Liu's Lord Avatar was a creature called a bloodhound, capable of tracking prey by scent. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Dizhi teamed up with him. It's ready, we just need the Lord's blood to activate the scroll, Wu Dizhi said, spreading out the parchment. Just drop your blood on it. This shouldn't have any side effects, right? Liu asked with some concern. Don't worry, just a drop of your blood is needed. Wu Dizhi smiled, after this is over, I will give you a generous reward. Liu nodded, believing him, and the next second, he bit his finger, letting blood drip onto the scroll. At that moment, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky above Liu's territory. The instant the blood moon appeared, an invisible attraction swirled in the air, drawing all of Liu's followers into the red blood moon as sacrifices to power the scroll. Unaware of all this, Liu was now looking forward to the ground rapidly turning blood-red. Above the ground, a blood-red moon was slowly rising. Its power was so great that it even dispersed large areas of fog. The next second, the ground crazily shattered and cracked under the influence of the blood moon, countless blood-red energies enveloping the land, frantically harvesting all living beings within it. Blood Moon Calamity, Sss-Class Annihilation Forbidden Technique, capable of extracting the blood of living beings within a certain range, transforming them into frenzied blood corpses for indiscriminate attacks. Once the Blood Moon Calamity was activated, all fog within a radius of 500 meters disappeared. Everything within sight was stained red by the blood moon. At this moment, Lin Chen was preparing to move forward when a danger warning suddenly rang in his mind. Warning! Someone is using the S-Class Forbidden Technique Blood Moon Calamity on you. Due to the host being a plague lord, with no flowing blood in the body, immune to this attack. Lin Chen was taken aback. S-Class Forbidden Technique Blood Moon Calamity? Is there really someone in the fog world with such an impressive skill? The next second, the entire ground collapsed with a loud crash, and Lin Chen, along with his iron house, fell rapidly downward. Immediately, countless blood-red monsters surged out from the blood moon, chasing after Lin Chen's falling direction. Seeing this scene, Wu Dizhi laughed heartily. That guy Lin Chen is doomed. Even if the blood moon doesn't kill him, the undying blood puppets will. Beside Wu Dizhi, Liu's face turned pale. He clearly saw that the blood monsters that had just surged out from the blood moon were his territory's followers. What have you done to my territory? Liu questioned. Wu Dizhi revealed his true intentions, coldly saying, I will compensate you for your losses. I warn you not to let today's events leak out, otherwise, we of the Woo family will not let you go. Hearing this blatant warning, Liu realized he had been deceived, his face filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, behind Wu Dizhi and Liu, hundreds of black shadows appeared in the fog. By the time they noticed, the shadows had already pounced on them, and even using the invisibility scroll was of no use. In the terrified gaze of the two, the monsters surrounded them and tore them to shreds. Ding! Random event activated, duration 3 hours. All survivors please hide in the shelter and do not go outside. Powerful monsters will continuously attack the camp within 3 hours. Use all available resources to reinforce defenses as much as possible. At this moment, Lin Chen was still plummeting due to the effects of the blood moon disaster. Although this forbidden technique mainly affects living beings filled with blood, it still has a powerful destructive force on the terrain. Fortunately, his house had been upgraded to a steel house, otherwise, it wouldn't have held up. Ding! The durability of the steel house has dropped to 60%. Please consume materials for repairs immediately. Lin Chen knew it wasn't the time to be frugal and immediately consumed all the materials he could. This barely maintained the durability of the steel house from further decline. However, how much longer would his steel house continue to fall? It felt as if he had entered some underground cave, with emptiness surrounding him. Just as Lin Chen was filled with suspicion, a prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! You have entered a special area of the Mist World, temporarily unable to communicate with the outside world. On the leaderboard, Lin Chen, who was ranked first, turned gray and offline. The chat channel exploded. What the hell is going on? How did Lin Chen go offline? Lin Chen must have encountered some danger. The number 1 on the leaderboard is nothing special. He's dead now? Wu Dizhi exited the instance world and, upon seeing Lin Chen turn gray on the holographic projection, his face was filled with immense pride. This is the fate of opposing me. Useless Lin Chen, let's see how arrogant you are now. But sitting next to him, Li Yu looked suspiciously in the direction not far away. Why hasn't Lin Chen exited the instance world yet? Didn't he just die? After a long 10 minutes of falling, accompanied by a loud boom, Lin Chen's steel house finally crashed to the ground. The house's durability dropped to a pitiful 10%. But at least it had landed. Inside the steel house, Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to assess the damage. The dependents had suffered varying degrees of external injuries, but due to their zombie attributes, they were not in serious trouble. One of the 4 magnetic grappling hook launchers was damaged, but that wasn't a big loss. The most severely damaged was the mechanical pack beast, which had 5 of its 6 mechanical legs broken and had temporarily entered standby mode. Repairing it would require a significant amount of high-level materials. Just as Lin Chen was still counting the losses, a sudden downpour of dense blood rain began from the sky. Following that, the blood rain merged into hundreds of blood-red monsters, charging towards the steel house. What the hell, blood puppets? Lin Chen's scalp tingled, and he immediately commanded the dependents to defend. However, these blood puppets were made of blood, immortal and indestructible. They could not be killed. Even if the Black Watch used rocket launchers to bombard them, it would only shatter them temporarily before they quickly reformed. Under the assault of the blood puppets, the durability of the steel house continued to decline, soon dropping to the red line of 5%. As the steel house teetered on the brink of collapse, a series of roars echoed from the darkness in the distance. Following that, various decayed monsters covered in mutated tumors surged forward. These monsters were the mist creatures attacking Lin Chen after the random event began. An interesting scene unfolded. The blood puppets actually abandoned their attack on the steel house and charged towards the mist monsters. They can't be treating the mist monsters as my rescuers, can they? Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen hurriedly began to repair the steel house. When the materials ran out, he dismantled the metal furniture. The fireplace, tables, chairs, and even the floor were all taken apart by Lin Chen to repair the steel house. Soon, the durability of the steel house recovered from 5% to 20%, and it was still continuing to recover. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window again. The blood puppet was immortal. No matter how many mist monsters charged in, they would be slaughtered. Monster corpses were piled up densely in the distance, and beneath the monster bodies, numerous flickering light spots and orbs were faintly visible. These orbs looked exactly like the ones that appeared when opening treasure chests. Lin Chen instantly realized that the monsters spawned from this random event would drop materials and equipment. What seemed like a defensive battle was, in fact, a wild treasure hunting party. Use the magnetic grappling hook and see if we can grab a few orbs back. Lin Chen immediately issued the command. Soon, under the operation of his subordinates, several orbs were retrieved. Acquired level 2 enhancement fragment *1, acquired metal ingot *30, acquired mechanical repair tool *1, damn, this is amazing. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, immediately ordering his subordinates to keep pulling in orbs. Various materials quickly accumulated, and Lin Chen invested all these materials into the recovery of the steel house. Soon, the durability of the steel house reached 100% again. The remaining materials were used to repair the mechanical camel. Meanwhile, Lin Chen also obtained a large amount of other materials. He had accumulated 67 level 2 enhancement fragments, 19 level 3 enhancement fragments, and 1 level 4 enhancement stone. There was a huge pile of various skill scrolls, including 5 high-level scrolls. Among the monsters that appeared in this random event, there was a boss present. However, unfortunately, Lin Chen didn't even get to see it before being taken down by the blood puppet. 3 hours later, with the end of the blood moon calamity, the blood puppet finally disappeared from the spot. The mist monsters also faded into the mist as the random event concluded. Lin Chen climbed to the window to check the situation outside. What he saw was a ground covered densely with flickering light spots. Each light spot represented the existence of a mist crystal core. Now, I'm going to get rich. After confirming that there was no danger around, Lin Chen sent the black armored zombie to collect all the mist crystal cores in the vicinity. Exactly 500 of them. 500 cores meant 500 credits, a pretty good haul. But who would use a spell of the level of Blood Moon Calamity on me? Lin Chen thought for a moment and quickly locked his suspicion onto that yellow-haired Wu Dizhi. After all, only a rich second generation like Wu Dizhi could afford such a high-level spell. Others simply couldn't afford it. He silently noted down this debt. Lin Chen began to absorb the mist crystal cores. After absorbing 100, a prompt sounded, ding. Your absorption of mist crystal cores has reached the limit, expanding your visual range in the mist to 200 meters, maximum. You have initially glimpsed the essence of the mist world and comprehended the A-level Lord skill, War Mist. War Mist skill description, releases a large area of mist, reducing the enemy's troop visibility and hit rate, with no effect on your own and allied units. A-level Lord skill. This is possible? Lin Chen was shocked. He didn't expect to obtain an A-level Lord skill in this way. Clearly, War Mist was a very powerful skill in Legion warfare. Creating a large area of mist was a complete nemesis for ranged troops. However, Lin Chen was currently only a level 2 Lord, so War Mist was still in a gray, unusable state in his skill bar. He would have to wait for an opportunity to upgrade to a level 3 Lord. The combination of the zombie army and War Mist would be quite powerful. Satisfied with his spoils, he then remembered that he seemed to have fallen into a special area of the mist world. Climbing to the second floor of the Iron House to observe the surroundings, Lin Chen was instantly stunned. The position he was in was a massive underground cave. The cave floor was incredibly flat, with a dome above resembling an inverted iron pot. In the direction close to the center of the dome-shaped cave, a large number of monsters gathered, seemingly protecting something. Lin Chen instantly understood. It was obvious that a precious treasure was hidden in the very center of the dome cave, which was why so many monsters were congregated there. Moreover, these monsters were no longer the undead or zombie-like creatures. They resembled mutated monsters formed after nuclear radiation, each one powerful enough to exceed the second tier and reach the third tier. If other students had come here, they would have sighed and left. After all, with only second-tier soldiers in hand, it was practically impossible to break through and obtain the treasure. But Lin Chen was an exception. He commanded a black sentinel soldier to shoot at a mutated monster. The injured mutated monster immediately charged towards Lin Chen's direction. Following that, 5 black-armored zombies moved in to engage the mutated monster in battle. 5 against 1, and with the activation of Blood Frenzy, the black-armored zombies successfully took down the mutated monster. When the mutated monster crawled up from the ground again, its pupils had turned grayish-white. This method was effective. Lin Chen repeated the trick, continuing to lure the mutated monsters over. Then he would strangle them and infect them to become his own units. Lin Chen was very patient, attracting 1 or 2 monsters at a time, then slowly strangling and infecting them. Time quickly passed to 3 hours later. During this process, 2 random events occurred, but they happened on the surface and had nothing to do with Lin Chen. He was solely focused on infecting the mutated monsters. At this point, behind the steel house, the number of infected mutated monsters had reached 100. They were all wrapped in dark green venom, clearly exhibiting infectious properties. Next, Lin Chen began to attract more mutated monsters, from groups of 4 or 5 to groups of over 10. These mutated monsters had no intelligence. The moment they were lured over, they were pounced upon by the zombie mutants. They quickly assimilated into his units. Soon, the number of zombie mutants accumulated to 200, while the mutated monsters surrounding the cave center dwindled to less than 100. Looking at the army of zombies encircling the steel house, Lin Chen revealed a calm smile. Blood Frenzy, Zombie Army, attack. With Lin Chen's command, 200 glowing red zombie mutants charged towards the core of the cave. The mutated monsters were startled and immediately became entangled. However, in terms of numbers, Lin Chen's zombie army completely overwhelmed the opposition. Moreover, with the enhancement of Blood Frenzy, the combat power of the zombie army was far superior to that of the mutated monsters. The battle showed a one-sided trend. Soon, all the mutated monsters were slaughtered. Just when Lin Chen thought the battle was over, a furious voice echoed from the core. Who dares to invade my territory? Damn intruders! Ding! Your actions have angered the residual soul of the Fog Lord. Please prepare for battle immediately. In the next moment, dozens of zombie mutants were swept away, and in the center of the cave, a gigantic mutated monster slowly rose. This mutated monster stood 5 meters tall, its massive body composed of tens of thousands of humans. All over its body, one could see countless humanoid figures struggling, with dense arms resembling fur, sending chills down one's spine. Atop this monster's head, a figure draped in a black cloak was embedded within. Clearly, he was controlling this enormous flesh and blood monstrosity. Residual soul of the Fog Lord. Once, he was a formidable lord. His fog devoured countless beings across the realms, annihilating numerous lords' territories. Years ago, he was slain by the human powerhouse Chu Qingtian and turned into a survival instance of fog. Hissed the residual soul of the Great Lord. The monster before him was actually controlled by the remnants of a Great Lord's soul. The Lord stage is divided into 9 levels, from 1 to 9. The first 3 levels are called Novice Lords, the middle 3 are simply referred to as Lords, and only the last 3 are called Great Lords. Each Great Lord commands legions of followers numbering in the millions. For them, 4th or even 5th tier troops are merely cannon fodder. To his surprise, the dungeon meant to enhance the strength of newcomers turned out to be that of a deceased Great Lord. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, realizing for the first time the brutal nature of the Lord world. Just then, the Flesh and Blood monster launched its first assault on the zombie army. Countless streams of blood erupted from its body, instantly transforming into blades that slaughtered dozens of zombies. Lin Chen frowned slightly and immediately began to command the zombie army to counterattack. At that moment, in the real world, in a freshman classroom, the homeroom teachers of 10 classes were engaged in a heated discussion. What's going on in the Mist world? Why has it suddenly become unstable? We can only see fluctuations in the values. We don't know exactly what's happening. This has never happened in previous years. What's going on this year? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, who ranked first but whose avatar had turned gray. A hint of curiosity flashed in his cold eyes. Could it be that this guy is behind it? Not just the homeroom teachers, but even the eliminated students were discussing it. No one knew what had happened in the Mist world. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. 2 serious figures stepped into the classroom. The moment the students saw them, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. It was none other than Principal Chu Qingtian and Director Wei Changdong. Principal Chu, Director Wei, you. Chu Qingtian waved his hand. I sense that the core of the Mist world has been invaded by a little guy, so I came to take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed expressions of shock. The core has been invaded? Who is so powerful that they can invade the core? With a wave of his hand, Chu Qingtian conjured a massive light screen on the podium. A figure with gray-white hair appeared on the screen. When everyone recognized the appearance of the white-haired youth, they were instantly astonished. Lin Chen, it's actually him. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yi's beautiful eyes. It really is him. Wu Dizhi and Liu reacted the most intensely, jumping 3 feet high from their seats. Their faces turned as pale as if they had eaten several pounds of flies. How is Lin Chen not dead? This is not scientific. At this moment, deep within an underground cave, Lin Chen was unaware that he was being watched. After several rounds of probing, he had figured out the basic tactics of the Flesh and Blood monster. Besides being able to spit out blood that transformed into blades, it could also swing its massive fleshly arms to send enemies flying. The blood-red humanoids clinging to its body could also detach and launch surprise attacks. He also noticed that the humanoids attached to the Flesh and Blood monster could be shot and killed if their heads were blown off by firearms. With the tactics basically mastered, it was time to counterattack. Black Watch, use RPGs to bombard the monster's chest. Doom Slayer, focus fire on the area below the monster's chest to clear out the minions on the boss. Under Lin Chen's command, mechanical beasts continuously maneuvered around the monster's perimeter, while the gunners in the tower unleashed concentrated fire on the creature. However, these attacks seemed to inflict little damage on the Flesh and Blood monster, as if they were merely scratching an itch. The students and teachers in the classroom saw this scene and began to discuss again. It seems like Lin Chen's attacks are ineffective. That monster must have at least 4th tier strength. Lin Chen can't defeat it. It's over. It's likely that he's going to die here. Wu Dizhi did not hide his gloating expression at all. Lin Chen is just a piece of trash. If he can take down this boss, I'll kneel and call him dad. Heh, so what if he's the top scorer in the college entrance exam? He's just a poor kid with no money and no resources. Wu Dizhi's voice was loud, and many students looked over. Even a student from class 5 quietly took out his phone and recorded the scene of Wu Dizhi standing there. In the cave world, after a round of bombardment, the small monsters in front of the blood-flesh demon puppet had been mostly cleared. Especially at its chest, a nearly 2-meter blood hole had been blasted open. Lin Chen began the second phase of his plan. All zombie mutants, listen up. At all costs, climb onto the boss. Find any gaps to burrow into, or use your teeth to bite a hole. At this moment, Lin Chen's zombie army had less than 300 left. Under his command, the zombies began to climb up the blood-flesh demon puppet's body recklessly. This directly accelerated the death of the zombie army. The blood-flesh demon puppet swatted the zombies off its body as if swatting ants. In the blink of an eye, the 300 zombies were reduced to less than 200, with most of them being smashed into meat paste, dead beyond recovery. What a terrible commander! What effect does he achieve by sacrificing his subordinates like this? My grandma could do better with her feet. Shouts echoed in the classroom. Most students were speechless at Lin Chen's reckless tactics. It was the first time they had seen such a desperate sacrifice of one's own subordinates. The key was that this sacrifice yielded no benefits. It was simply sending troops into the enemy's mouth to be slaughtered. At this moment, the Lord's remnant soul controlling the blood-flesh demon puppet seemed to think the same. It let out a strange cackle. Foolish human lord, have you already given up resisting? Watch as I smash your subordinates into meat patties. Just as it spoke, a zombie mutant climbed onto the chest of the blood-flesh demon puppet. The wound from the RPG explosion on its chest had not fully healed. The mutant tore and bit its way inside. In the next second, Lin Chen selected this zombie mutant to activate blood-flesh explosion. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred at the chest of the massive blood-flesh demon puppet. Countless blood and flesh mixed with bones exploded from its chest. A huge wound appeared on its chest. The blood-flesh demon puppet let out a roar, instinctively trying to protect its chest. Immediately after, several explosions occurred at its deformed leg bones. These explosions were triggered by the zombie mutant burrowing into its skin, causing significant damage. In an instant, the right leg of the blood-flesh demon puppet was blown off. Its entire body lost balance and crashed to the ground. Now's the time. Burrow into the boss's chest. Dozens of zombies frantically burrowed into the chest of the blood-flesh demon puppet, continuously tearing at the flesh inside. When they were deep enough, blood-flesh explosion. Continuous explosions erupted from inside the boss, delivering heavy damage in an instant. The blood-flesh demon puppet tried to get up from the ground, but in that brief moment, more zombies burrowed into its skin. They wriggled like maggots, biting deeper. Lin Chen employed the same tactic again, continuously unleashing blood-flesh explosions. One explosion after another erupted from the body of the blood-flesh demon puppet, each explosion delivering severe damage. After Lin Chen had nearly sacrificed all the zombie mutants, the blood-flesh demon puppet was ultimately blown apart into a pile of rotten flesh. At the head of the puppet, the remnant soul of the Mist Lord wailed in despair, "This is unreasonable. You have no reason to defeat me. Damn human lord. Who exactly are you?" Lin Chen had no intention of answering. Instead, he directly controlled the last mutated zombie, charging it towards the remnant soul. In the next moment, flesh and blood exploded. The remnant soul, amidst cries of unwillingness, was completely shattered. At the same time, a brilliantly shining giant diamond treasure chest flew out from the body of the flesh and blood puppet. The classroom fell into a dead silence. Both students and teachers wore expressions of disbelief. Is this how we win? I apologize, Lin Chen, this victory was too unexpected. I can only describe it in 2 words, so awesome. The students in the classroom began to murmur, all shocked by Lin Chen's brutal fighting style. Zhang Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. This battle made her see Lin Chen's potential in commanding combat. Perhaps it was time to consider establishing a territory connection with Wan Wan. Chu Qingtian and Wei Qiangdong exchanged glances. Wei Qiangdong couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid's fighting style is perfectly suited to his territory characteristics, infecting enemies and then detonating them, causing even greater area infections. With this fighting style, he is completely invincible among lords of the same rank, and even challenging higher ranks would be no problem." Chu Qingtian remained still, slowly nodding. He is indeed a remarkable little fellow. I'm already looking forward to his performance in the evil god Exorcism battle. Chu Qingtian and Wei Qiangdong arrived suddenly and left just as swiftly. After confirming that the Mist World could continue to operate smoothly, the two vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in the underground cave, Lin Chen had already moved the dazzling diamond treasure chest back into the steel room. He directly opened the most precious treasure chest in the Mist World. Ding! Opened diamond treasure chest. Credits plus 100. Obtained level 4 Heroic Spirit Enhancement Stone *3. Obtained Rare Building, Goblin Research Institute. Obtained Barracks Enhancement Scroll, 5th rank. Obtained Barracks Duplication Scroll, 5th rank and below. Obtained Void Origin LV7, Residual. Obtained Sacred Relic, Aztec's Forgotten Skull. As expected of a diamond treasure chest, the rewards were quite abundant. Lin Chen looked at the 6 items, each one a precious existence. The Heroic Spirit Enhancement Stones go without saying. Level 4 Enhancement Stones are already rare, and this time he directly obtained 3. Adding to the one he got from the Platinum chest earlier, Lin Chen now had 4 Level 4 Heroic Spirit Enhancement Stones. The Goblin Research Institute is not a troop-building structure. Its function is to upgrade the armor and weapons of the territory's dependents by consuming gold and other materials, thereby enhancing the overall abilities of all dependents. While its enhancement effect is much weaker than the buff aura of heroic spirits, its advantage lies in enhancing all dependents in the territory. Moreover, as long as the institute is not destroyed, this enhancement will continue indefinitely. The Barracks Enhancement Scroll and Duplication Scroll, as the names suggest, are for enhancing troop types and duplicating barracks. For Lin Chen at this moment, these were excellent items. Then there was the Void Origin, which Lin Chen urgently needed. It is well known that a lord can only increase their lord level by absorbing Void Origin. The ways to obtain Void Origin are either by destroying the territory core and acquiring it from the dead lord's territory, or by purchasing resources that assist in producing Void Origin. This scarce resource, even a level 1 origin, is extremely expensive, making it quite difficult for ordinary people to complete lord promotion without help from the school. Lin Chen wondered if this broken Void Origin he obtained could allow him to promote to a level 3 lord. Suppressing his anticipation, Lin Chen focused his gaze on the last item. Introduction to the Forgotten Head of Aztec. Aztec was once a traveler who constantly traversed the battlefield of myriad races, possessing a magical ability to induce forgetfulness. Placing the Forgotten Head of Aztec within one's territory allows the release of a forgetfulness skill every 24 hours, real time, erasing the coordinate traces left behind during battles in other planes. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. His fingers couldn't help but tremble. The function of this holy relic was to erase the coordinate traces of plane wars. This meant that if Lin Chen failed while invading another lord's territory, a hostile lord would not be able to find his territory's coordinates, because the Forgotten Head of Aztec could erase the coordinate traces during the invasion. Wasn't this akin to knowing your house number and ringing your doorbell in the dead of night, while you had no idea what my house number was? The power of this holy relic was simply outrageous. Lin Chen almost instantly remembered that he still had the territory coordinates of an evil godlord in hand. With this holy relic, he might be able to fire the first shot in invading the evil godlord. Delighted, he gathered all the spoils and tidied up the battlefield. Aside from acquiring another 200 mist cores, there were no other items. In the middle of the cave was a portal leading to the outside world. Upon returning to the surface, Lin Chen's gray avatar on the leaderboard turned colorful again. His credits surged to 1350. He was nearly 500 points ahead of the second place, Gu Qingqing. Wow, the great Lin Chen has returned, with 1,300 credits. That's a bit too outrageous. I heard from a sophomore that he has barely just over 1,000 credits accumulated so far. Does Lin Chen need a girlfriend? I want to get close to you. In the classroom, the homeroom teachers of 10 classes were also discussing. 1350 points. Last year's super genius Wu Liang only reached a little over 1,000 at the end, right? Lin Chen has it tough. I heard he's an orphan with no backing. It's normal for Wu Liang to have the resources of the Wu family, but Lin Chen relies entirely on himself. The homeroom teachers looked at Lin Chen with admiration, all filled with praise for his performance. At this moment, Gu Qingqing, who was clearing a mutated hound's nest, paused her actions. She looked at the leaderboard, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her clear eyes. Lin Chen is so strong, no wonder he doesn't want to team up with me. Immediately after, she clenched her fist to encourage herself, but I won't give up. I am a member of the Gu family, and I must not bring shame to the Gu family. With this thought, Gu Qingqing directed the Nightflower demon beside her to launch the final attack on the mutated hound. After 2 hours of dungeon time, the Mist Survival dungeon closed. All students' consciousness returned to the classroom. When Lin Chen awakened from the classroom, unsurprisingly, all eyes were on him. The boys were filled with envy and jealousy, while the girls looked at him with admiration. Lin Chen maintained a calm expression, unfazed by such a small scene. He even took a special glance at Wu Des, not far away, and found that the guy was looking at him with a gloomy face. Clearly, that S-rank forbidden technique card was used by him. What an annoying guy. Lin Chen still wore a faint smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze towards Wu Des, so much so that Wu Des couldn't help but shiver. As the top student of this course, Lin Chen was awarded an additional 500 credits. With this extra 500 credits, Lin Chen's total credits reached 2,100. With the ringing of the bell, the practical class ended. Lin Chen immediately returned to his dormitory to start counting the gains from this practical class. First, there were more than 50 skill scrolls, ranging from healing to area spells, all sorts of them. These scrolls can play a significant role in the territorial wars, so Lin Chen chose to keep them. After synthesizing all the fragments of the Heroic Spirit Enhancement Stones, Lin Chen obtained 10 Level 2 Enhancement Stones, 4 Level 3 Enhancement Stones, and 3 Level 4 Enhancement Stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen began the enhancement. Ding! Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV2, ding! Enhancement failed. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV2, ding! Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV3, the difficulty of enhancing from Level 3 to Level 4 increased significantly. Ding! Enhancement failed. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV3, ding! Enhancement failed. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV3, ding! Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV4, the Dark Ranger Sylvanas was enhanced to LV4, gaining the skill Corrosive Arrow Rain, with an expanded range for the silence spell. Looking at the dazzling Dark Ranger in the territory, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. After the enhancement to +4, Little Black's combat power and the aura buff for ranged units were both enhanced, especially the aura buff, which directly affected the combat power of the territory's ranged units. After enhancing Little Black, Lin Chen turned his attention to the Brutal Dragon Rider camp. After several days of deployment, the number of brutal dragons had accumulated to 30, all lined up in a neat row beside the barracks. Lin Chen directly used the enhancement card on the barracks. The next second, the camp was rapidly renovated by an invisible force, becoming not only more imposing but also significantly larger. Brutal Dragon Rider Camp produces powerful Brutal Dragon Riders, 8 units/day. The enhanced barracks could now produce 3 more Brutal Dragon Riders each day, and Lin Chen also discovered that the camp had become stronger after the enhancement. The most obvious change was that the scales of the Earth Dragons became thicker, and their limbs more powerful. Although the Brutal Dragon Riders were still a Tier 5 unit, their combat capabilities had improved considerably. Next, Lin Chen used a duplication card to replicate the Brutal Dragon Rider camp into 2. This way, Lin Chen's camp could consistently produce 16 enhanced Brutal Dragon Riders each day. The efficiency of troop production had increased significantly. Next was the Goblin Research Institute. When Lin Chen placed the Goblin Research Institute in the territory, a familiar prompt sounded. Ding! The Goblin Research Institute has been affected by polluted land and transformed into a Mad Goblin Research Institute. Building description: this building has abandoned the research of blades and armor technology. The goblins are now more obsessed with the study of stitching corpses and genetic modification technology. Below the description were 4 technology options. Corpse stitching: this technology can slightly enhance the physical defense of the minions. Research cost: gold *200, wood *1000, stone *1500. Giant spinal fluid research: this technology can slightly enhance the agility and reaction of the minions. Research cost: gold *200, wood *1000, stone *1500. Frenzied cytology: minions' attack power receives a slight enhancement. Frenzied zombie gene: minions gain the ability to consume flesh to repair their bodies. Compared to enhancing armor and weapons, enhancing the body was clearly more suitable for Lin Chen's minions. Moreover, according to what Lin Chen understood, a normal Goblin Research Institute would typically only have 2 technologies. However, Lin Chen's mutated institute could research 4 technologies at once. In the early stages, the impact might not be significant, but as time went on, having an additional research technology would greatly enhance the minions. Lin Chen waved his hand and filled all the research technologies to the maximum. The dragon treasures he had obtained earlier had provided him with plenty of gold, enough to sustain him for a while. After completing these tasks, Lin Chen took out the last reward from this practical lesson. Void Origin LV7, Residual. This origin should be a remnant of the power left after the Mist Lord Gopi's demise. Lin Chen was not one to hesitate and directly chose to absorb. He saw the Lord experience, which had been stuck at 25% of the second tier, finally begin to rise. 30%, 50%, 70%, 100%. In the next moment, Lin Chen successfully advanced to a 3rd-tier Lord. Above the territory, with the promotion of the Lord's level, the originally 25-kilometer territory rapidly expanded to 50 kilometers. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in Lin Chen's mind again. Detected 3 unused land expansion cards. Would you like to use them? Use. Lin Chen's territory expanded again, from 50 kilometers to 70 kilometers. Looking at the territory that had nearly doubled in size, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief in his heart. A larger land meant a higher limit for building placement and the ability to stockpile more troops. Congratulations on your promotion to a 3rd-tier Lord, unlocking new buildings. Well of Life, Wolf Cavalry Camp. Lin Chen tried to construct the 2 buildings. As expected, both underwent mutations. The Well of Life has been contaminated and turned into a plague well. The water from this well is extremely toxic to most creatures, but your dependents can quickly recover from injuries after drinking it. The Wolf Cavalry Camp has been infected and turned into plague wolves. They no longer use hunting nets to capture enemies but wield long knives containing corrosive poison, infecting every being they come into contact with. The corrosive liquid on the knives can also cause significant damage to buildings. Production speed, 20 units/day. Plague wolves belong to the 2nd-tier troop type, with average combat power but strong mobility. Lin Chen suddenly thought of a notorious runner tactic from the War World Championship in his past life. The general idea was to use high mobility units to harass enemy rear buildings, thus buying time for one's own development. Plague wolves were fast enough and could cause considerable damage to enemy buildings, making them quite suitable for the runner strategy. With this in mind, Lin Chen quickly built the plague wolf camps to their limit. 10 camps lined up in a row, each producing 20 plague wolves a day, resulting in a total of 200 wolves from the 10 camps daily. This number was already quite impressive. After tidying up the camps, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go outside to relax, he suddenly received a call from his homeroom teacher, Zhang He. "Lin Chen, where are you right now? I need to talk to you, come to the office." Zhang He's voice was noticeably serious. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown and immediately headed to the office. Pushing the door open, he found only Zhang He in the office. Lu Wanwan was unexpectedly absent. Today, Zhang He was wearing a light purple qipao, accentuating the perfect curves of a mature woman. Her well-proportioned figure, combined with her cold yet exquisite features, left even Lin Chen, who prided himself on his experience with women, momentarily stunned. No wonder she was Lu Wanwan's aunt. The aura of this Alufan was truly captivating. "Do I look good?" Zhang He's icy voice interrupted Lin Chen's moment of fantasy. Lin Chen quickly averted his gaze, displaying an innocent expression. "Teacher Zhang He, what do you need me for?" Zhang He lightly pursed her lips, scrutinizing Lin Chen. He had been staring at her with a lecherous gaze when he first entered, but now he had transformed into a model student. What a mischievous boy who was both lovable and infuriating. The principal sent a letter. Zhang He said with annoyance, "In 3 days, at 9 in the morning, the evil god exorcism battle will begin. Remember to attend on time." In 3 days? That fast? Lin Chen was taken aback. He thought he would have to wait a few more weeks to participate in the battle, but it turned out to be in 3 days. Zhang He, with her long, fair legs crossed, kept rising on her toes. "If you're scared, you can withdraw. I'll tell the principal." "Who said I'm scared?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes. "It's just participating with second-year students. Who's afraid of whom?" A flicker of barely perceptible admiration flashed in Zhang He's beautiful eyes, but her voice remained cold as she said, "But I must remind you that every sophomore participating in this battle is a top figure in the same grade, like Wu Liang, Xia Yuqing, Zhang Min, and so on. Moreover, one of them has a grudge against you." Lin Chen's expression instantly turned serious. That woman Zhang Min is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Zhang He's icy face twitched slightly, a rare occurrence. "I'm talking about Wu Liang, Wu Dexia's older brother." Zhang He said, somewhat speechless, "But do you also have a grudge against Zhang Min? She is the daughter of the Haoyu group. Do you have a past with her?" "Oh, so it's the Wu family," Lin Chen said with an awkward smile. "I have nothing to do with Zhang Min, Teacher Zhang, don't overthink it." "We have nothing to do with each other. What's there to overthink?" Zhang He's face darkened as she coldly said, "The Wu family is notorious in the capital for their vengeful family tradition. You must be extra cautious when you go to the battlefield." Lin Chen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Don't worry, I will be careful. I heard from Su Arrow that Gu Qingqing from Class 4 has feelings for you?" Zhang He suddenly asked. Lin Chen scratched his head. "I'm not really sure. Actually, if you want to get rid of Wu Dexia's entanglement, dating Gu Qingqing would be a good choice," Zhang He said astonishingly. Teacher Jiang, what are you talking about? I haven't thought about that yet. Gu Qingqing has the Gu family behind her." Zhang He waved his hand, interrupting. "The Gu family has always had more daughters than sons. You could consider becoming a son-in-law to their family. With your talent and the Gu family's resources, success would be just around the corner. Of course, the Haoyu group behind Zhang Min is also impressive, but the chairman of Haoyu group is notoriously strict. I don't know if you can handle it." "Wait, weren't we talking about the exorcism of the evil god? How did we get onto the sensitive topic of becoming a son-in-law?" Lin Chen showed a look of exasperation. "Teacher Jiang, I'm still young. I don't want to think about these things for now." Realizing he had strayed too far, Zhang He waved his hand. "I've said what I needed to say, you can go now." Lin Chen was ushered out of the office. Walking back to the dormitory, Lin Chen reflected on the conversation. Whether it was the Wu family, the Gu family, or the so-called Haoyu group, they were all colossal entities that could not be shaken by Lin Chen at this moment. Naturally, he would avoid provoking these giants if he could. However, this did not mean he would not resist if bullied. Even an ordinary person could spill blood when enraged. If pushed to the limit, Lin Chen wouldn't hesitate to confront Wu Dexi, let alone the Wu family. But no matter how much he talked, the core issue still lay in the strength of power. Before the exorcism of the evil god, it seems I need to work harder. Lin Chen revealed a determined expression. "I just happened to obtain an invasion card earlier, and with the relic of the Forgotten Head, even if I can't successfully invade the evil godlord's territory, I can still retreat unscathed." With this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, the place he was heading to was not the dormitory, but the trading market of the Dragon Academy. He still had many level 2 and level 3 enhancement stones that he couldn't use for the time being. He planned to sell them all and then purchase a large amount of building materials and a new batch of magic scrolls. Following that, he spent half a day replanning his territory, setting up defenses, and adding personnel. By the time night fell, Lin Chen confirmed that everything was ready. 200 Plague Wolf Riders were all set to go. Lin Chen took out the coordinates of the 4th level Evil God territory, faintly remembering that this Evil God Lord called himself Morix. I wonder what the territory of a 4th level Evil God Lord will be like. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Chen began his first territory invasion. At this moment, in the world of the Evil God, the 4th tier Lord Morix had just completed the blood worship and was riding a hell beast towards his lair. Beside him, several colleagues with 4 eyes were fawning over him madly. Mr. Morix, as the youngest 4th tier Lord of the Evil Spirit Norlensa, you were truly magnificent during the worship just now. Even the holy sorceress Miss Machima cast friendly glances at you several times. To be able to hold the fort for a week at the foot of the human race's great wall of despair, no one else could do it but you. Morix was exceptionally pleased with the flattery from his colleagues, lounging lazily on the back of the hell beast with a proud expression. The human race of Blue Star has only just risen for 100 years. Don't think that building the Great Wall of Despair can stop the steps of our evil gods. General Salazar in the north has already found a way to erode the wall. It won't be long before our army occupies all the territory of the human race. Our great evil god will one day descend upon Blue Star and slaughter all the deities on it. Just as Morix was making his grand declaration, a message about an invasion in his territory suddenly entered his mind. Morix's expression changed. How could my territory be invaded? Could it be that human lord from the Great Wall of Despair? But he's just a 2nd-tier lord. How dare he invade my domain? Without allowing Morix to think further, he immediately sank into his consciousness and entered his territory. At this moment, in the southwestern corner of Morix's territory, a group of wolf cavalry, covered in green blood, was continuously pouring out from a portal. Lin Chen looked down at the gathering army from a god's perspective. Since he was the invader this time, most of the map was in a black, invisible state. Although there were also plants and animals within the evil god lord's territory, overall it looked as if a layer of dark red blood had been splashed over it. The entire sky was also dim and unusually oppressive. The trees in the forest seemed to have undergone a distortion, twisted like monsters. Next was the time to scout the map. Lin Chen controlled 5 plague wolves to run out in 5 different directions. One was to scout the path, and the other was to search for the evil god lord's buildings. At the same time, Lin Chen dispatched a mechanical goblin to build structures on the spot. With the continuous influx of resources, 2 plague wells were constructed. Looking at the thick green liquid in the wells, Lin Chen directly commanded all the wolf cavalry to fill a water pouch each for backup. For the first invasion, Lin Chen did not send all his troops over. Instead, he let the plague wolves wander around first to test the enemy's strength. If he confirmed that this lord's forces could not defeat him, he would launch a full-scale attack. Just as he was thinking, the scouting wolf cavalry sent back new information. The plague wolves discovered a group of evil god laborers collecting minerals in the nearby mountains. The evil god laborers were low-tier evil god units responsible for resource extraction, with a ring of eyes embedded in their heads and forearms. Not far from them, several first-tier evil god soldiers were using whips to drive them to collect minerals. Oh, it seems they are mining evil eye crystals. Lin Chen immediately spotted the red crystals pulsating like a heart within the mining area. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the Lord's world, there were hundreds of types of mineral deposits. Some were used to forge various types of armor, while others endowed weapons with special properties, and even allowed dependents to devour them to gain some unique powers. Each faction had its own special mineral resources. For example, the Evil Eye Crystal from the Evil God faction was a rather expensive mineral resource, with a market value even higher than gold. Seeing that they had already collected 3 carts of Evil Eye crystals, Lin Chen immediately commanded the Plague Wolf cavalry to rush towards this mine. Accompanied by the howls of wolves, the mine was surrounded by the wolf cavalry. At this moment, the evil god soldiers who were vigorously whipping the laborers all stopped their work. They looked on in terror at the dark shadows rushing towards them. Instinctively wanting to sound the alarm, they were unable to do so before the giant wolf pounced on them, tearing them to shreds. Not just the evil god soldiers, but the laborers also fell in droves under the long blades of the wolf riders. Accompanied by a green plague that rapidly spread over every corpse, the dead miners and soldiers opened their eyes and twisted as they stood up from the ground. This wave directly infected over 100 zombies, who stood there growling in a daze. Among them, one wolf rider approached the minecart and opened the resource transfer portal. 3 large carts of Evil Eye crystals were transported back to Lin Chen's territory. Acquired Evil Eye Crystal *136. As Lin Chen happily accepted this first bucket of gold, just as he was about to continue to other areas, an angry voice echoed from the sky. "You human lord have such audacity to invade my territory. Watch as I, Morix, tear your kin to pieces. The earth trembled, and on the plains not far from the mine, thousands of dark shadows were rapidly approaching. Lin Chen focused his gaze and was shocked to see hundreds of Black Flame Earth Dragons. The Black Flame Earth Dragon is a 4th-tier unit, and the Wolf Riders clearly could not withstand them head-on. Lin Chen immediately ordered the Plague Wolf Riders to retreat from the flanking rear mountain while sending the newly transformed zombie army towards the Black Flame Earth Dragons. The moment the Black Flame Earth Dragons crashed into the zombie army, they swiftly slaughtered the zombies with overwhelming force. Their skin burned with black flames, and ordinary zombies could not break through their defenses at all. In the blink of an eye, the zombie army was nearly wiped out. Damn Blue Star humans, I know your kin have infection traits. To deal with you, I have maxed out my resistances in Evil God technology. Let's see if you can still transform my kin. The Evil God technology Morex spoke of was similar to the Goblin Research Institute, supporting various technological research efforts. Lin Chen remained silent throughout, instead retreating faster into the distance. However, this was Morex's base after all, and the entire territory was visible to him, so he quickly gathered his troops to pursue the Plague Wolf Riders. He even used Lord skills during this process. The movement speed of the Black Flame Earth Dragons suddenly increased, rapidly closing in on the Plague Wolf Riders. Blood Frenzy, Acceleration Scroll, Berserk Scroll. Without hesitation, Lin Chen activated his Lord skills as well. At the same time, he used 2 magic scrolls that could increase the movement speed of the Wolf Riders. The Wolf Rider army visibly accelerated, quickly creating distance from the pursuers behind them. But creating distance was clearly not enough. Commanding from a bird's eye view, Lin Chen immediately used the new skill he had mastered after advancing to a 3rd-tier Lord, War Fog. In the next second, countless white smoke billowed out from the grass and forest, spreading at an incredible speed for dozens of kilometers. At this moment, Morex, who was commanding from a bird's eye view, furrowed his brow tightly. The war fog not only interfered with the vision of his kin, but even he, as the Lord, could only see a vast expanse of fog when looking down at the ground. The figures of the Plague Wolf Riders completely vanished within the fog. At the same time, Morex received distress signals from his kin in other directions. In multiple mines, lumberyards, and even riverside villages, terrifying plagues erupted. Those with mild infections collapsed, feverish and unconscious, while those severely infected turned directly into bloodthirsty zombies, continuously slaughtering farmers and miners. Under Lin Chen's arrangement, the scattered Wolf Rider scouts were not merely scouting the Evil God territory. One of the Plague Wolf Riders, upon discovering a village, directly poured the water from the plague well into the upstream river of the village. This highly toxic well water served as a powerful recovery potion for the Plague Knights, but for other beings, it was an extremely toxic poison. Those villagers who drank from the river or even just came into contact with its water quickly became infected. The entire village rapidly fell victim to the plague, ultimately leading to a zombie crisis. The same thing was happening in the mines and logging camps. After the Plague Knights entered these areas, they first rampaged wildly. Once exhausted, they would self-destruct, converting more troops to join the ranks of the undead. In the time it took Morex to pursue the wolf cavalry, 4 or 5 gathering sites had already fallen. A large number of zombies poured out from the gathering sites, quickly converging in the same direction. Watching his carefully nurtured minions perish like this, Morex's eyes were filled with rage, his heart bleeding. Damn human lord, why won't you face me in battle? You coward, you only hide like a rat. No matter how Morex cursed, Lin Chen remained silent. During this time, he had plundered a large amount of resources from other gathering sites. A vast quantity of gold, wood, and stone all filled Lin Chen's pockets. Just what he needed for his mad goblin research, which required a lot of resources for technological studies. The plundered resources perfectly filled this gap. To explore Morex's territory as thoroughly as possible, Lin Chen sent out an additional dozen wolf riders to scout in all directions. Half an hour later, a significant number of the evil godlord's territorial buildings had been mapped out by Lin Chen. Even several quite prosperous towns were marked on the map. These towns must be hoarding a wealth of treasures, and Lin Chen planned to invade the towns next. However, at that moment, hundreds of sharp screeches echoed from the sky. Following that, hundreds of humanoid bats swooped down towards the wolf riders. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Before him were third-tier flying units, the gargoyles. However, these gargoyles were quite different from what he had seen in textbooks. Not only were they larger, but their eyeballs were a bright red, as if they had contracted red eye disease. They are units enhanced by evil eye crystals. Lin Chen instantly deduced their origins. One of the functions of the evil eye crystal was to enhance their combat power at the cost of sacrificing the rationality of the units. 100 evil eye gargoyles charged towards the plague wolves. Their sharp claws quickly took down several wolf riders in an instant. The plague wolves attempted to counterattack, but their long swords had limited reach and could not effectively retaliate against the Evil Eye Gargoyles. Instead, each dive by the Evil Eye Gargoyles could take out a dozen wolf riders. After several rounds of diving, the Plague Wolves suffered heavy losses. In contrast, the Evil Eye Gargoyles had minimal casualties. The next moment, the Evil Eye Gargoyle swarm attacked the nearby infected gargoyles, tearing their bodies apart completely. By eliminating the infected from their ranks, the Evil Eye Gargoyles no longer faced the risk of mass conversion. Morex's arrogant voice rang out again. I had already anticipated this move, human lord. Once I eliminate this cavalry, I will personally head to your territory and eradicate all your minions one by one. At this point, Morex felt victory was within his grasp. Just as he organized the gargoyles, attempting to launch another offensive, the next moment, a blood-red vortex appeared around the wolf riders. High-level spell scroll, Blood Ice Storm. A massive blood-red storm wall suddenly appeared around the plague wolves. The blood-red ice crystals tore through everything they could touch like blades. By the time Morex realized this was a high-level spell and tried to pull back the Blood Eye Gargoyles, it was already too late. The blood storm formed a gigantic circular wind wall, with immense attraction continuously pulling the Blood Eye Gargoyles into the storm wall. Immediately, countless blood-red blades frantically tore apart the bodies of the blood-eyed gargoyles. The gargoyles fell from the sky, only to be turned into mush by the plague wolf riders. Except for a few extremely powerful forbidden techniques, most spells released by the lords would not harm their own side or allies. Watching his painstakingly nurtured blood-eyed gargoyles quickly perish, Morex's expression turned extremely grim. He never dreamed that a mere second-tier lord could actually use high-level spell scrolls. Lin Chen saw that the duration of the ice bloodstorm was about to end and released the war fog once more. The traces of the plague wolf riders vanished into the mist. Within the fog, Lin Chen ordered the plague wolf riders to clean up the battlefield. Just as Morex had said, his followers indeed enhanced the resistance to the plague. Out of 100 blood-eyed gargoyles, only 10 were successfully transformed. The majority were directly killed during their resistance. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Lin Chen began to devise how to maximize the effectiveness of these 10 gargoyles. Soon, a new plan was formulated. According to statistics, only 130 plague wolf riders remained. Lin Chen immediately divided these 130 plague wolf riders into teams of 13, advancing towards the major towns, villages, and resource points marked on the map. The 10 blood-eyed gargoyles remained on standby under the cover of the war fog. They swallowed the plague well water, and their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, the 10 teams of plague wolf riders launched surprise attacks on Morex's various village buildings. While spreading the plague, they plundered and destroyed the structures. The corrosive long knives of the plague wolf riders had a high bonus for destroying buildings. A lumberyard could be collapsed with just a dozen strikes. A large amount of resources was sent back to Lin Chen's territory. At the same time, for every village the plague wolf riders destroyed, a large number of zombies would be transformed. These zombies, fueled by the joy of blood, rushed together and quickly gathered into a larger horde. During this process, Morex did not remain passive. Instead, he mobilized hundreds of 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons in an attempt to eliminate the infected. However, what disgusted him immensely was that every time the Black Flame Earth Dragons arrived at an infected town, especially when encountering the Plague Wolf Riders, a deluge of spell scrolls rained down on the Black Flame Earth Dragons' forces as if they were free. These scrolls were all low-tier magic scrolls, causing minimal damage. But the disgusting part was that these scrolls all had varying degrees of slowing effects. There were Blizzard Scrolls, Mire Scrolls, and even Charm Scrolls. As long as it was a spell that could slow down the Black Flame Earth Dragon forces, Lin Chen would throw it out. And it wasn't enough just to throw them. He also used the war fog to obscure their marching routes. As a result, Morex had no idea how many villages were destroyed or how many followers were transformed into zombies. The marching speed of the Black Flame Earth Dragon Legion was greatly reduced, and after 2 hours, they had only eliminated 5 teams of wolf riders. Meanwhile, the remaining teams, after burning, killing, and plundering everywhere, had amassed a vast amount of resources. Morex's territory was quite extensive, which meant that the resources on his land were abundant. A large number of rare metal mines and rich forestry resources allowed him to build numerous gathering buildings throughout his territory. Now, these gathering buildings were being destroyed upon encountering Lin Chen's wolf rider squads, while their resources were plundered clean. Lin Chen took a moment to glance at the resources he had already plundered. Just the Evil Eye crystals had accumulated to 500, along with 40,000 units of gold, and over 100,000 units of wood and iron ore. These materials were neatly categorized and placed in Lin Chen's territory. At a glance, there were several small hills. Currently, the total value of the resources Lin Chen has plundered has completely exceeded the various items and troops he has consumed. But this is merely the harvest from the resource points surrounding the territory. The truly high-value assets lie within the city, especially in the main city of this fourth-tier evil god lord. The latest news from the front lines has arrived. The zombie army, hidden in the fog of war, has successfully reached the first intermediate town of the evil god lord. As the fog gradually dissipates, revealing the spine-chilling number of zombies, Morix's blood pressure skyrockets to 180, and his eyes instantly become bloodshot. He is so furious that he seems about to explode. The number of zombies is as high as 60,000. This tide of corpses, composed of these 60,000 zombies, all comes from the gathering points and villages throughout the territory. They are all the farmers and dependents he has painstakingly nurtured. The fourth-tier lord has already transcended the realm of novice lords. Not only will the territory expand significantly, but the number of dependents will also experience explosive growth. Even the most ordinary fourth-tier lord will have non-combat units numbering in the hundreds of thousands. These non-combat units are responsible for mineral collection, construction, and sowing crops to provide food support for the army, and so on. Therefore, it is entirely normal for Lin Chen to have infected an army of 60,000 zombies at this time. As the tide of corpses approaches the city, the evil god soldiers standing on the town walls are filled with panic. After a brief shock, Morix regains his composure. He then sneers, "What good is having a large number? Do you think a group of weak infected can contend with my regular army?" This time, Lin Chen does not remain silent. Instead, he calmly replies, "I don't need to fight your regular army. I just need to capture this town and plunder its resources." Heh, you underestimate the foundation of a fourth-tier lord too much. Let me show you my trump card. The moment Morix's words fall, a series of roars come from the sky not far away. 20 black dragons, each about the size of a heavy pickup truck, appear in view. Upon seeing the dragons, Lin Chen's face reveals a knowing expression. As expected, this guy has a trump card. The 5th-tier Abyssal Dragon, a powerful dragon-type unit with flying capabilities. The Abyssal fire it breathes can turn everything it touches to ashes. 5th-tier units, still the dominant dragon race in the air. 25th-tier dragons, their combat power is absolutely not to be underestimated. As the Abyssal dragons appear above the battlefield, the evil god soldiers on the city walls erupt in deafening cheers. Morale instantly surges. Lin Chen does not dare to be reckless and immediately orders the zombie tide to begin the siege. At the same time, he releases the fog of war to obscure the marching route of the dragons. Lin Chen's zombie army is attacking one of Morix's medium-sized towns. The 5-meter-high city walls eliminate the possibility of climbing. But Lin Chen has no intention of climbing. He directly orders the remaining Plague Wolf Riders to reach the city gate. They wildly swing their corrosive great swords at the city gate. Under the strikes of dozens of Plague Wolf Riders, the city gate rapidly corrodes and deforms at a visible speed. The roar of dragons echoes from above. Black dragon breath descends from the sky, instantly turning large swaths of zombies to ashes. The Abyssal dragons have arrived on the scene. However, the city gate is also on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen calls for the Plague Wolf Riders to retreat from the city gate position, and countless zombies madly rush into the gaping hole in the city gate. Immediately after, blood explosion. Accompanied by a series of not-so-violent explosions, the city gate collapses with a thunderous crash. Blood frenzy. The entire zombie army is enveloped in a blood-red hue, surging into the town like a tidal wave. Above the town, the Abyssal dragons continue to spew dragon flames. However, compared to the zombies being burned by the flames, even more zombies have already flooded into the town streets, slaughtering the civilians within. Morix's 4th-tier Earth Dragon troops also rushed over, climbing the city walls and beginning to encircle the zombies within. Lin Chen issued the final command, instructing all zombies to disperse into the various major areas of the town. The Plague Wolf Riders were responsible for setting fires everywhere to create chaos. In an instant, a massive uproar erupted throughout the entire town. Morix was furious, transforming into a keyboard warrior and unleashing a barrage of insults at Lin Chen. Various unpleasant words continuously spewed from his mouth. It wasn't that this human lord was particularly strong, it was mainly that his minion traits were too disgusting. The troops were not strong, just crazily slaughtering farmers. When encountering regular troops, they would turn and flee, refusing to engage in a head-on confrontation. In contrast, Lin Chen remained incredibly calm at this moment. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Above a town further away, accompanied by 10 gargoyles with evil eyes descending from the sky, a zombie crisis erupted in that town as well. The gargoyles relentlessly attacked the city defense forces with their sharp claws. However, they only inflicted wounds without entangling themselves. They then flew into the streets and alleys of the town, infecting every person within. Soon, zombies began to appear in the streets and alleys. The city defense forces attempted to suppress the spread of the plague, but the infected soldiers suddenly lunged at their comrades nearby. The zombies spread through the town like cancerous cells. By the time Morex regained his senses, the town had already been overrun by zombies. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. First, use the zombie army to attract his attention, then attack another town. When Morex came to his senses, he hurriedly tried to dispatch troops from the main city for rescue. However, even the fastest cavalry would take 2 hours to reach the town. 2 hours was enough time for a horde of zombies to wipe out all the civilians in a medium-sized town. At this moment, Morex's face was ashen, as if he had become paralyzed, completely motionless. Town A, overwhelmed by the zombie horde, was quickly annihilated due to the presence of the dragons and black flame earth dragons. Even the plague wolf riders were torn to shreds by the earth dragons. However, Town B, which was ambushed by the gargoyles, completely fell into Lin Chen's hands. The city had a population of 70,000, all transformed into zombies by Lin Chen. The zombies surged into every household in the town hall's resource warehouse, transferring the vast resources inside back to Lin Chen's territory. 100,000 gold, 1,360 evil eye crystals, mountains of iron ingots, timber, and stone. 2 hours later, the entire town was stripped bare. It had become a dead city filled only with zombies. At this moment, the first batch of reinforcements from Morex arrived. Also arriving were abyssal dragons flying in the sky. Just as the dragons roared, intending to fiercely eliminate this group of invaders, Lin Chen, who was watching the battle from above the town, lightly snapped his fingers. Evil god sacrifice. In the next second, in 2 towns, an army of 80,000 zombies simultaneously ignited with white flames. All the zombies turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ding! Sacrifice successful. Gain 2 flesh cloning machines, Deslac heavy dragon hunting crossbow blueprint. The sacrifice was successful, and the rewards were quite good. Lin Chen's consciousness withdrew from Morex's territory. Although this invasion did not reach the main city, the harvest was substantial. At this moment, in Morex's territory, Morex was grimly gathering the forces of the main city. 100 5th-tier abyssal dragons, nearly 1,000 4th-tier black flame dragons, and an endless number of 3rd-tier evil god soldiers, including hundreds of siege engines and countless evil god laborers. 2 pitch-black elite high-level spirits stood beside Morex. Damn humans, daring to invade my territory, you will now bear the full brunt of my wrath. According to the territory invasion rules, if you invade someone else's territory and do not destroy the enemy lord's core, the other party will automatically obtain your territory coordinates and can attack with their troops without using any items. At this moment, Morex was fuming. He wanted to gather his forces and crush the damned human lord. However, after waiting in a murderous rage for a long time, he still had not received the coordinates of Lin Chen's territory. What's going on? Where are the coordinates of the human lord? Morex was bewildered, his face filled with confusion. It wasn't until 2 hours of waiting that a sharp roar echoed from above the main city. Damn human lord. No wonder you dared to invade my territory. You actually have an item to hide your lord's coordinates. Ah, this is infuriating. That damned guy. Morex's furious roar spread to every corner of the main city. Influenced by his anger, the vassals also let out roars. The entire main city was suddenly filled with wails and cries. Lin Chen's consciousness returned to his territory. Looking at the warehouse filled to the brim with resources that could only be piled outdoors, Lin Chen clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected such a great harvest from invading a high-level lord's territory. After the tide of corpses was sacrificed, Lin Chen obtained 2 flesh cloning machines and the blueprint for a dragon hunting crossbow. The cloning machines were one of the main buildings of Lin Chen's territory, the more the better. The dragon hunting crossbow was a siege weapon that balanced offense and defense. It was somewhat like the elven crossbow cart, with 4-wheel drive, capable of being placed on city walls or pushed around by humanoid troops. The arrows it fired were thicker than a wrist, with a long range and extremely strong penetration. Even a brutal dragon rider would suffer significant damage if hit by these arrows. Lin Chen immediately commanded the mechanical goblins to build 100 dragon hunting crossbows to be placed on the city walls as defensive weapons. After finishing these tasks, Lin Chen exited the territory. It was already late at night, and the exhausted Lin Chen lay in bed and quickly fell asleep. A night passed without incident, and the time came to the next morning. Today was theory class, and the students of Class 5 gathered in Classroom 310. As soon as Lin Chen entered the classroom, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. "Have you heard? That guy Wu Detzi is claiming he wants to teach the class leader a lesson. That little punk Wu Detzi is still so arrogant. Hasn't he had enough of a beating before? Who told him he has a powerful older brother? Wu Liang, have you heard of him? Wu Liang, you mean the genius ranked in the top 3 of the second year? Wow, he's actually Wu Detzi's older brother?" After Lin Chen sat down, Su Arrow and Sun Gaocheng immediately gathered around. Last night on the school forum, Wu Detzi had loudly declared that he would treat Lin Chen as his archenemy, saying things like he should wash his neck in wait. Hearing this news, Lin Chen felt indifferent. Looks like that yellow-haired kid hasn't been beaten enough. Su Arrow looked serious. "Class leader, you must not take this lightly. Wu Detzi's older brother Wu Liang is a ruthless person. I heard he recently had a conflict with someone and directly blew up their territory core." Sun Gaocheng added, "Wu Liang's reputation in the second year isn't good either. He usually bullies others and is very arrogant. Recently, I heard he was just rejected by the second-year goddess, Senior Zhangmin, so now Wu Liang is like a ticking time bomb." Listening to their advice, Lin Chen waved his hand helplessly. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them." Lin Chen only said the first half of the sentence, leaving the second half unspoken. "If someone offends me, I'll slap them back." After the theory class, Lin Chen called Su Arrow and Sun Gaocheng to go to the cafeteria for a meal. Xian Mayu approached, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Chen immediately put his arm around Xian Mayu's shoulder. "Xian Mute, let's go eat together." "I'm not mute." "Then sing a song from the Qinghai Tibet Plateau for me to hear." Xian Mayu. A burst of laughter and playfulness filled the air as everyone made their way to the cafeteria. After the lunch break, Lin Chen received a text message from Jiang He. It stated that Lin Chen's credits had broken the highest record in the history of freshmen, so the second-level store of the academy had been opened early for Class 5 to exchange items. As soon as this news broke, the class group chat exploded with excitement. Voices praising Lin Chen flooded in. Lin Chen quickly swiped a couple of times and closed the class group, then opened the academy's second-level store. Compared to the first-level store, which only sold low-tier scrolls and materials, the second-level store offered a much richer selection, albeit at a higher price. Second-tier troop building, Empire Heavy Armored Soldier, 300 credits. Intermediate Spell Scroll, Explosive Fire Rain, 500 credits. Elite-level Hero Recruitment Scroll, 1,000 credits. The dazzling array of products left Lin Chen feeling overwhelmed. But soon, a product priced at 1,500 caught his eye. Dragon Odivaying's Spine. The ancient dragon god Odivaying was slain by dragon slayers, and his body transformed into the Dragon Bone Mountains. A segment of his spine was found by adventurers, and for hundreds of years, it changed hands without anyone discovering its effects. The spine became a piece of art, ultimately collected by the principal of the Empire Dragon Academy and placed in the exchange store. Could this Odivaying be the one from Elder Scrolls? Lin Chen thought, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he couldn't be sure if it was just a coincidence, the term Dragon God in the description made Lin Chen realize that this item was definitely extraordinary. He had a flesh and blood cloning machine. He wondered if he could use the spine to synthesize something remarkable. With that thought, Lin Chen decisively exchanged for the Dragon Odivaying spine. The spine was only a segment, but surprisingly large, about the size of a heavy truck. It was hard to imagine how massive the Dragon God Odivaying must have been. After exchanging for the spine, Lin Chen still had over 500 credits left. He browsed the store for a while and ultimately exchanged for an invasion card worth 500 credits. With only 2 days left until the battle against the evil god began, Lin Chen needed to use the remaining time to become stronger. He planned to invade Morix's territory again after the cooldown of the Aztec Forgotten Head ended tonight. After all, one should take advantage of the situation. He intended to strip this 4th-tier evil god Lord bare. Thus, Lin Chen spent the entire afternoon preparing for the upcoming invasion. Night fell. At this moment, in the world of the evil gods, Morix, with 6 dark circles under his eyes, wearily exited his territory. After being invaded last night, Morix hadn't slept a wink. Not only was he furious, but another reason was that his territory had been severely polluted. 2 towns that had suffered zombie attacks were completely devoid of life, and the surrounding land and rivers were shrouded in plague. Although these plagues had weakened to the point of being unable to infect the living, they still caused civilians to suffer from fevers and illnesses, even leaving them bedridden. Morix had spent the entire night and the whole day cleaning up the remnants of the plague. The medical troops responsible for dispelling the plague were running themselves ragged, constantly treating sick farmers. Finally, after a day and night of hard work, he completely eradicated the plague from his territory. Morix lay exhausted on his blood-warmed bed, feeling a sense of enveloping comfort akin to a womb. He let out a comfortable groan and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, alarms blared throughout the territory again. Warning, the territory is under invasion. Please proceed to organize defenses immediately. Damn it! Morax sprang up from his warm bed, his 8 eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Are you never going to stop? Here we go again? %. Upon entering the evil god's territory, this time Lin Chen did not employ the Wolf Rider escape tactic. After all, the last home run had already destroyed the outer villages and gathering facilities of the evil god's territory. It was impossible to form a tide of corpses in a short time. The moment he landed, Lin Chen began to command the mechanical gnomes to build steel walls. Once the city walls were completed, various magical artillery, crossbow towers, and other offensive structures followed. The materials used were plundered from Morax's side. No matter how much was built, Lin Chen felt no regret. In the blink of an eye, a forward base with considerable firepower was constructed, centered around the territory's teleportation portal. Soon after, 200 Black Flame Titans emerged from the portal. Then came the 4th-tier Flame Earth Dragons. In the distance, dozens of roars echoed in the air. 30 Abyssal Dragons flew towards the outpost. Beneath each Abyssal Dragon, a particularly large War Demon Elephant was clutched in its claws. War Demon Elephant, 4th-tier siege unit, with immense strength capable of easily smashing through steel city walls. Each elephant is equipped with a catapult that can launch explosive meteors infused with the power of lava. The 30 War Demon Elephants lined up in a ready position. The Abyssal Dragons in the sky circled slowly around the position, not in a hurry to attack. Soon, a deep black line appeared on the distant plain. Morax's 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons and 3rd-tier Evil God soldiers arrived on the battlefield. Only then did Morax's sharp roar echo in the sky. Damn human lord, you are so bold to dare invade the evil god's territory again. I see you are tired of living. Now I will let you know the true power of the great evil god lord. This time, Morax had summoned a large number of troops from the main city, totaling over 5,000. Just the 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons numbered nearly 500. Compared to Morax's forces, Lin Chen's outpost had only about 300 combat units. 5,000 against 300 seemed to have no chance of victory for the latter. But Lin Chen had many defensive towers, oil cannons, magical artillery towers, crossbow towers. Various powerful defensive towers were built in layers, 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. The reason Lin Chen was so extravagant was that the resources for building these defensive towers were plundered from Morax's territory not long ago. Soon, Morax's army charged towards the forward outpost. Leading the charge were the 4th-tier siege War Demon Elephants. The elephants ran wildly, while the catapults behind them launched massive explosive meteors. Following them were the 3rd-tier Evil God Archers, walking and shooting arrows as they went. Behind them were the 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons. In the sky, 5th-tier Abyssal Dragons flapped their enormous wings, watching hungrily. The 4th-tier Lord's troops were not to be underestimated. Faced with dozens of meteors falling from the sky, the crossbow towers played their role. Hundreds of arrows shot into the sky, continuously shattering the falling meteors. The hit rate of the crossbow towers was not high, but the sheer number of towers made up for it. Thus, only a small portion of the explosive meteors hit the outpost, while the vast majority were detonated in mid-air. Great evil God above, please gaze upon your most loyal followers, and grant us the blessing of blood baptism, Morax chanted while crushing a blood-red skill crystal. His troops were suddenly enveloped in black smoke, and their morale surged. The evil god's camp specialty, the prayer crystal, had a function similar to human skill scrolls, praying to the evil god for various battlefield bonuses. The troops under the gaze of the evil god marched towards the city walls at a faster speed. On the city walls, Black Flame Titans drew their bows and shot arrows. Huge arrows engulfed in black flames shot out, piercing into Morax's troops, causing a series of explosions. The effect was outstanding. Each arrow that hit the rear units caused considerable area damage. As a mutated subordinate formed by the fusion of over a dozen 3rd-tier soldier types, the Black Flame Titan possesses extraordinary combat power among soldiers of the same rank. However, Lin Chen also observed that the evil god soldiers struck by the black flame arrows did not quickly transform into zombies. Moreover, enveloped in black smoke, their wounds healed rapidly. The prayer crystal ability used by Morax effectively restrained Lin Chen's plague power. Even when their skin was scratched, it could not cause infection. Only those soldiers who were instantly killed by the arrows would turn into zombies through infection. Yet, as soon as these zombies stood up from the ground, they were chopped into pieces by other nearby evil god soldiers. Morax had clearly made ample preparations. He had suffered greatly from plague infections. The plan to weaken the enemy's forces through widespread infection had failed. However, Lin Chen did not panic. When the war elephant reached the attack range of the defensive towers, all the defensive towers began to counterattack. Dozens of artillery towers simultaneously fired oil shells. The shells traced fiery red arcs in the air before landing among Morex's troops. The sound of explosions echoed, and hundreds of evil god soldiers were directly smashed into pulp. At the same time, the crossbow towers continuously shot arrows like machine guns. One could see a siege war elephant with arrows sticking out of its head, crashing to the ground with a roar of unwillingness. Following that were the second and third elephants. Morex immediately commanded the abyssal dragon circling in the air to dive down. The dragon continuously spewed black flames towards the city wall. In the raging fire, numerous arrow towers were destroyed, and dozens of black flame titans were burned to charcoal. Just as the abyssal dragon attempted to destroy more towers, several blue halos shot towards them. It was the magic artillery beginning to take effect. As a magic-driven artillery, it posed a strong suppression against the abyssal dragon. The diving abyssal dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, constantly dodging the attacks of the magic artillery. On the other side, taking advantage of the abyssal dragon's cover, 10 giant siege elephants had already approached the city wall. Hundreds of third-tier evil god soldiers climbed onto its back and jumped onto the city wall. On the wall, the black flame titans spewed forth large amounts of flames, turning the soldiers rushing up the wall to ashes. However, there were simply too many soldiers climbing the wall, and the number of black flame titans was far too few. Soon, the wall was filled with evil god soldiers. The black flame titans swung their arms, continuously attacking the enemies around them. Yet, the number of enemies was overwhelming, like ants crawling on their backs. One black flame titan had an evil god soldier climb onto its back. The next second, the soldier moved to the front and stabbed a long knife into the titan's eye socket. The black flame titan collapsed with a loud crash, and was soon overwhelmed by more evil god soldiers, torn to pieces. This situation was occurring all over the city wall. The black flame titans simply could not defeat so many enemies and fell one after another. At the same time, the siege elephants rammed the city wall with their massive tusks. With cracks spreading continuously, there was a loud boom as a section of the wall collapsed. "Ha, with such a small force, you dare to challenge the great Morex?" Morex's shrill voice echoed from above. "All subordinates, obey my command and tear the enemy apart." The abyssal dragon dove down from the sky, standing on the city wall, continuously spewing black flames. Wherever the flames reached, defensive towers were destroyed in large numbers. The fourth-tier black flame earth dragons also surged into the outpost, battling Lin Chen's fourth-tier flame earth dragons. Both being fourth-tier dragons, they should theoretically be evenly matched. However, the black flame earth dragons numbered 500, while Lin Chen's flame earth dragons were fewer than 100. With such a disparity, the black flame earth dragons began to slaughter almost effortlessly. A flame earth dragon simply cannot contend with 4 or even 5 black flame earth dragons at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the flame earth dragon was nearly dead or wounded. The fourth-tier troops should be your limit. Morex's triumphant voice rang out. "A mere novice lord dares to invade the great Morex's territory. It seems you don't want to live anymore." In just this short time, the defense towers of the outpost had been dismantled to a large extent. Lin Chen's forces suffered heavy losses, with less than 30% remaining. "All subordinates, listen up. Retreat immediately through the portal." Lin Chen calmly issued the retreat order. The remaining black flame titans and flame earth dragons began to surge toward the portal. Upon noticing this, Morex revealed a frenzied expression. It seemed this human lord knew he couldn't defeat him and was planning to retreat. Immediately, Morex showed an extremely disdainful look. As expected, a rookie. Does he not know that once the portal opens, it takes at least 10 minutes to close? And 10 minutes is enough for me to counterattack your territory. Morex displayed a cruel smile and then issued another command. All subordinates, immediately pass through the portal. Launch a full-scale attack on the enemy's territory. In the sky, the abyssal dragon swooped down, tearing apart several flame earth dragons before charging into the portal. At the same time, the black flame dragon troops and third-tier evil god soldiers surged toward the portal. In Morex's view, although this human lord possessed strange traits, he was ultimately just a novice lord. As long as he was careful not to be infected by the lord's subordinates, everything else was insignificant. Sensing that the abyssal dragon had entered the enemy's territory, Morex immediately projected his consciousness into the enemy's domain. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was a desolate landscape. When Morex clearly saw the position of his subordinates, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. He saw the abyssal dragon crawling out of the portal, right in the center of a massive circular pit. Surrounding the pit on the high ground were hundreds of dragon-hunting crossbows poised to strike. Next to each dragon-hunting crossbow stood blood-red Earth Dragon Knights. Besides the Earth Dragon Knights, he also saw a dark elf wearing a black cloak. It was a heroic spirit providing attack power boosts to the crossbows. Ambush? But the next second, the dragon-hunting crossbows fired their arrows. The arrows, imbued with powerful penetrating force, shot toward the abyssal dragon. The abyssal dragon attempted to flap its wings and fly into the sky. Unfortunately, the terrain was too low, and the arrows from the dragon-hunting crossbows were simply too fast. The abyssal dragon was instantly pierced through the neck. Following that, its chest, abdomen, and massive wings were all struck by arrows. The entire dragon was pinned to the ground. What a powerful crossbow! Morax was astonished, his breath becoming erratic. However, the portal continued to flicker with light. A large number of 4th-tier Black Flame Earth dragons and 3rd-tier Evil God soldiers surged out of the portal. What awaited them were the dragon-hunting arrows shooting in from all directions. In less than a breath's time, hundreds of Morax's troops were dead or wounded. Without exception, they were all killed by the powerful dragon-hunting crossbows. Only then did Morax come to his senses. With these dragon-hunting crossbows present, even if his troops managed to establish a foothold in this human territory, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. This battle cannot continue like this. Retreat, a must retreat. Realizing the situation was dire, Morax hurriedly returned to his territory, trying to give the subordinates rushing toward the portal the order to stop the attack. However, just as he returned to his territory, Lin Chen's nonchalant voice echoed from above. "Is my territory somewhere you can come and go as you please? What do you mean? What are you trying to do?" Before Morax could finish speaking, Lin Chen suddenly tore open a high-level magic scroll. In the next second, the throng of the evil god's minions crowded in the outpost surged into the teleportation portal as if they had gone mad. A faint blue halo emanated from their bodies, and no matter how Morax shouted, the minions seemed not to hear, all rushing headlong into the portal. This is a high-level taunt skill. Morax recognized the skill Lin Chen had unleashed, his heart bleeding. A group taunt skill could cause troops to lose their sanity and attack the taunted target recklessly for a certain period. If such an ability were used on the front lines, Morax would not be afraid at all. However, when the enemy had set traps behind the portal, the power of this group taunt skill was no less than an Sss-Class forbidden technique. Thousands of evil god soldiers, including Abyssal Dragon, madly surged into the portal. Looking at the other side of the portal, a massive pit had now turned into a grave pit. The soldiers emerging from the portal were instantly killed. The Abyssal Dragon attempted to fly into the air with its powerful physique. However, in the next second, it was pierced through by long spears shooting from all directions. The 5th-tier brutal dragon riders were not to be trifled with. Thus, the slaughter continued for a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, with the complete closure of the portal, this massacre plan was forced to come to an end. Inside the grave pit, the bodies shot down were piled up to fill half the pit. A rough estimate showed at least over 2,000, many of which were 4th-tier or even 5th-tier soldiers. "So you never intended to confront me head-on from the beginning, but rather lured me into your territory," Morax said darkly, suppressing his anger and coldly asked, "Can you tell me your name, human lord?" Lin Chen smiled indifferently. "I won't change my name or surname. I am Wu Liang." "Alright, Wu Liang, just wait. I will definitely find a chance to take revenge on you." Morax snorted coldly, completely withdrawing his consciousness from Lin Chen's territory. Just like the first invasion, this time Morax still failed to obtain the coordinates of Lin Chen's territory. Looking at the once 5,000-strong army, now reduced to less than 3,000, Morax felt his heart bleed. The words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Damn human lord, I will not let you go." Roars echoed continuously above the territory. On the other side, Lin Chen looked at the thousands of corpses in the grave pit, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Next was the time to count the spoils. In this invasion battle, to make Morax believe he had exerted all his strength, he had sent all his 3rd and 4th-tier soldiers to the battlefield. This led to his 3rd and 4th-tier soldiers being nearly wiped out. The wars between lords were quite brutal, especially among major lords. It was common for millions of troops to be annihilated. However, with great sacrifice came great rewards. Under Lin Chen's command, 400 plague wolf riders brought the plague well water to the grave pit. They then poured the plague well water from their containers into the pit. As the plague well water covered the corpses, a chilling scene unfolded. The previously motionless corpses began to convulse violently, and in the next second, they crawled out of the grave pit. Some bodies with severe injuries healed at a visible speed. Even a few that had been beheaded found their heads and reattached them to their bodies. The plague well water quickly filled the grave pit with a green liquid. Within the liquid, corpse transformation bodies continuously crawled out, making their way to the shore. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly burst forth from the green liquid, followed by a piercing roar. A 5th-tier Abyssal Dragon, successfully transformed. Transformed into a Corpse Dragon. One by one, the Corpse Dragons emerged from the liquid, numbering more than 10. Following them were the 4th-tier Black Flame Dragons. Soon, the final tally of this battle's gains was calculated. A total of 1,521 3rd-tier Evil God Soldiers were transformed. 326 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons, 10 5th-tier Abyss Dragons. Looking at the densely packed, silent undead minions before him, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This time, the wool was successfully pulled. Originally, his fighting force of 3rd tier and above in the territory was just over 500. Now it had surged by nearly 2,000, which was a significant increase. Moreover, aside from the brutal dragon riders, his territory had finally welcomed a second type of 5th-tier unit. This 5th-tier unit was also a large flying unit. Looking at the majestic form of the Abyss Dragon, Lin Chen was very pleased. He casually tossed one into the flesh and blood cloning machine. I wonder if the spine of the dragon Alduin can merge with the Abyss Dragon. With this thought, Lin Chen ordered his minions to cut off a piece of Alduin's spine, about the size of a basketball. It was then thrown into the cloning machine. Perhaps due to the fusion of high-tier units, this cloning process took particularly long. He opened the research panel of the Crazy Goblin Research Institute. The previous 4 technologies had all been completed, slightly enhancing the overall strength of the territory. The new technologies were still 4, Distortion Assistant, increases the efficiency of unit transport and resource gathering. Bloodthirsty Stem Cells, enhances unit resistance to negative effects. Corrosive Stomach, faster digestion of flesh and blood, and recovery from bodily injuries. Hardened Skull, increases the defensive capability of vital areas of the minions. The second round of technology research cost slightly more resources than the first, but Lin Chen didn't care and filled the 4 technology points again. The territory research was all about gradual improvement, aimed at enhancing the overall quality of the territory. This kind of enhancement might not show immediate results, but over a longer timeline, it would be a significant boost. Ding! Cloning complete. Please collect the new minion. The prompt sound brought Lin Chen's attention back to the cloning machine. The moment he opened the machine, a white giant dragon slowly crawled out. Corpse Giant Dragon, 5th tier and enhanced unit inheriting part of Alduin's genes. The Corpse Giant Dragon has lost the ability to breathe fire, but its physical defense has been greatly enhanced. When the body of the skeletal giant dragon is shattered, it can reorganize and revive for a short time. Material fusion entry unlocked, Spine of the Dragon Alduin. Entry characteristics, consuming Alduin's spine can grant the minion the revive characteristic. This characteristic cannot be replicated and must be granted by consuming a certain amount of spine. Revive, the minion can resurrect once after death, resetting every 24 hours, real-time. What the hell? Revive? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of excitement. The ability to allow minions to resurrect, and it resets every 24 hours. Truly worthy of the Dragon God's bones, this characteristic is simply outrageous. If all high-tier units could have this characteristic, it would be equivalent to each minion having 2 lives. Their combat power would increase significantly. Looking at the dragon spine the size of a heavy truck, Lin Chen knew this spine could be used for a long time. He tossed the remaining 9 Abyss Dragons into the cloning machine. Soon, 8 Corpse Giant Dragons walked out of the machine. Only one was still working continuously. What's going on? Lin Chen frowned slightly and opened the production log of the cloning machine. Flesh cloning failed. Current flesh material cannot withstand the power of the Dragon God's marrow. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds left until physical collapse. Lin Chen immediately showed a puzzled expression. Marrow power? Didn't he receive the Dragon God's spine? How did it turn into marrow? Before Lin Chen could react, the notification sound rang out. The Dragon God's spine marrow contains powerful true dragon energy, and 5th-tier flesh materials exhibit a repulsion reaction. You may attempt to use other materials to maintain the cloning process. A successful clone may yield a more powerful mutated individual. Hearing the system say this, Lin Chen immediately decided to take the risk. However, what material should he use to support the cloning machine? Right, the Evil Eye Crystals. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the Evil Eye Crystals he had plundered. A total of 1,360 pieces. He wondered if these crystals would be enough. Lin Chen quickly took the Evil God Crystals and poured them all into the flesh cloning machine. Accompanied by the frenzied stirring of sharp blades, the crystals were crushed and integrated into the flesh. The cloning machine is stabilizing, and the cloning process is advancing. Please continue to input more materials. Now was not the time to be frugal. Lin Chen took a deep breath and poured another 500 crystals into the cloning machine. Soon, the notification sound rang out again, prompting Lin Chen to continue adding crystals. In the blink of an eye, all 1,360 Evil Eye crystals were consumed. Finally, the cloning machine began to operate smoothly. After a full 2 hours, a sound like that of opening a soda bottle echoed. The cloning was complete. Immediately after, the hatch opened, and steam billowed out. A massive crimson figure slowly emerged. The moment it appeared, Lin Chen distinctly sensed that both the skeletal giant dragon and the fourth-tier zombie dragon instinctively recoiled. It felt as if they were afraid of this being that had stepped out of the cloning machine. As the steam dissipated, when Lin Chen saw the creature produced by the cloning machine, he instinctively held his breath. The enormous dragon body was composed of blood-red crystals. Its gigantic red wings were folded over its shoulders, and a ring of crystal protrusions adorned its forehead, resembling a diamond crown. The entire dragon seemed to be crafted from red crystals, like a massive work of art. Compared to ordinary dragons, it exuded an aura of royalty, clearly embodying the demeanor of a dragon king. Every movement carried an immense sense of oppression. Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, peak 5th tier, mutated. A mutated dragon race containing faint powers of the evil god and dragon god. One can seemingly sense the breath of the ancient dragon Eljuin from within it. Skills: Resurrection, 6-hour cooldown, Crystallization Infection, Winged Beam Cannon. Mutated talents: Dragon Rider, Anti-Magic Skin, Crystal Devour. Lin Chen immediately checked the detailed descriptions of the skills. Resurrection was the same as that of the skeletal giant dragon, but the rebirth cooldown was only 6 hours. Crystallization Infection releases a wide range of crystallized spikes that rapidly grow and explode upon hitting the enemy, with the resulting crystal fragments also capable of infecting surrounding enemies. Winged Beam Cannon condenses the energy of the Evil Eye crystals in its wings and releases a powerful laser beam from its mouth to annihilate the enemy. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King's skills are incredibly powerful, all area of effect damage skills. Then he looked at the mutated talents. Dragon Rider. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King is a mountable unit. The rider gains the protection of the Dragon King and receives an all-attribute ability boost. Anti-Magic Skin significantly reduces elemental skill damage to the body, with the same bonus for the rider. Crystal Devour can increase its tier by devouring rare crystals. The mutated talents were also excellent, especially the riding and combat power aspect. This was undoubtedly a top-tier mount. The talent to increase its tier by devouring crystals gave it considerable potential. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King walked up to Lin Chen. It lowered its massive body, indicating submission. This mutated dragon race could no longer be treated as an ordinary subordinate. It was more like a mount baby. Riding it transformed one into a dragon knight soaring through the skies. I called over 2 brutal dragon knights for a simple test. The combat power of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King far exceeded that of the brutal dragon knights, making it the strongest force in Lin Chen's territory. It's a pity that such a mutant cannot be replicated. Otherwise, it would truly be invincible. At this moment, in an apartment building at the Dragon Academy, Wu Dixis was lamenting to another young man with a sorrowful face, "Bro, this is how it is, you have to take revenge for me. That Lin Chen kid completely disregards our Wu family, you must cripple him." Facing Wu Dixis was a young man with a somewhat feminine complexion. A glint of cold light occasionally flashed in his eyes, like a venomous snake. "The family gave you so many resources this year, and you can't even deal with a poor kid from a remote area?" Wu Liang retorted. Wu Dixis showed an awkward expression. At that moment, Wu Liang's phone rang. He opened it to find the personnel list for the Evil God Exorcism battle taking place tomorrow. Lin Chen's name was prominently listed. Is the Lin Chen who bullied you a student from class 5 of the freshman year?" Wu Dixis nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "That's the bastard." "Good, then I'll take care of him for you." A glint of cold light flashed across Wu Liang's face. Wu Dixis looked surprised. "Big brother, this guy's minion is more bizarre than a necromancer lord. You must not underestimate him." Wu Liang waved his hand impatiently. "I'm not a waste like you. Do you think I would lose to a mere novice lord?" Wu Dixis shook his head vigorously. "But big brother, how do you plan to deal with him? You should have heard about the Evil God Exorcism battle, right? When a lord transforms and enters the battlefield, if the transformation is killed, the territory coordinates will be exposed to the killer. So, as long as we find an opportunity to take down Lin Chen and spend some money to send someone to shatter his territory crystal, it will be fine." Wu Dixis looked excited. "Awesome, big brother, your strategy is brilliant." The time came to 1:30 in the afternoon. Another theoretical class involving all the freshmen was about to start. Freshmen from 10 classes sat in the classroom. With 5 minutes left before class, the room was filled with laughter and chatter. "Hello, Lin Chen. Is there anyone sitting next to you?" A crisp voice rang out. Lin Chen turned to see the slender Gu Qingqing holding a thick stack of textbooks, looking at him with bright eyes. Today, Gu Qingqing wore a refreshing light yellow long dress. Her long hair, reaching almost to her waist, swayed gently in the breeze. Gu Qingqing looked a bit nervous, her delicate face flushed. As she spoke, many male classmates secretly glanced over, their eyes filled with envy. Since it was a public class in a large classroom, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't act like a seat hog. He nodded, "Feel free." Gu Qingqing then sat beside Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you were amazing in the last fog survival practice class. I tried so hard behind you but couldn't catch up." In the last practice class, Gu Qingqing came in second. However, compared to Lin Chen's score, she was several hundred points behind. "Actually, second place is already very strong," Lin Chen said seriously. "I just got lucky." Hee, a genius who got lucky, huh? Gu Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. "When can I also get lucky?" Lin Chen suddenly realized that Gu Qingqing looked quite pretty when she smiled. Not stunning, but rather had a sweet charm that was very pleasant. So the two continued to chat back and forth. The topics flowed one after another, and soon they were discussing the evil god exorcism battle. "Lin Chen, do you know that second-year students will enter the evil god battlefield tomorrow?" "Yeah," Lin Chen replied. "It's about the activity related to exorcising the evil god lord, right?" Gu Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, her face full of envy as she said, "I heard that every student who has participated in the evil god battlefield comes back with their strength skyrocketing. I really want to join." "Such a dangerous place is not suitable for freshmen," Lin Chen silently added in his heart, "except for a great master like me. So we have to wait until the second year," Gu Qingqing said with a cheerful smile. "By then, I'll have the strength to fight." As she spoke, Gu Qingqing waved her little pink fist and declared fiercely, "When the time comes, I will definitely kill all the evil god lords and bring glory to the country." Lin Chen glanced at Gu Qingqing in surprise, not expecting this little girl, who seemed so innocent, to have such a fierce killing intent. Lin Chen did not know that the reason the Gu family in the imperial capital had so few male heirs was not due to reproductive issues. Rather, all the male members of the Gu family served the country, with most dying on the battlefield against foreign invasions. Even now, with the Gu family's doors cold and only female relatives remaining, they were still respected by many as a family of war gods. A new day, a new beginning. Today was the day for the second-year students of the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital to commence the evil god extermination war. Lin Chen got up early and tidied up his appearance. He then headed to the designated assembly point for the extermination war. As he approached the location, he saw his homeroom teacher, Jiang He, standing at the intersection. Today, teacher Jiang He was still wearing a light purple qipao. Her tall figure was curvaceous, exuding a strong mature charm. Her cold expression made it hard for anyone to approach, wrapped in a layer of indifference that kept people at bay. She was undoubtedly a stunning ice queen. Whoever could marry her would definitely be over the moon. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, there was a change in Jiang He's cold eyes for the first time. "Lin Chen, you must be careful during this extermination war, understand?" Although Jiang He's voice was cold, her words carried concern. "If you can return safely, I will consider letting Wan be with you." Lin Chen was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly explained, "Wan and I are innocent, and we haven't really communicated much during this time. What I mean by being together is forming a territorial alliance." Jiang He rolled her eyes beautifully. "Do you know what it means to ally with a resource-supporting lord? It meant being able to gain a significant resource acquisition boost from the supporting lord. Stationing high-level troops in the territory of the supporting lord could even directly enhance the combat power of the troops. And most importantly, supporting lords could produce void essence. This was a precious necessity for upgrading a lord's rank." Teacher Jiang, why so suddenly?" Lin Chen scratched his head. "Are you really that at ease with me?" Jiang He's expression was serious. "First of all, although you usually seem unfocused and like to look at female classmates' legs and the teacher's chest." Stop, just say but directly," Lin Chen said helplessly. "But your character is still commendable, and the class has a high opinion of you," Jiang He said earnestly. "Most importantly, Wan has feelings for you, so I'm relatively at ease with you forming an alliance. But you still haven't said why we need to ally." Lin Chen pointed out the crux of the issue. "Someone is eyeing Wan's territory, and they are not outsiders, they should be some upperclassmen," Jiang He said. "If Wan's territory is invaded and she cannot resist, she will become a slave to those bad students. You should understand how important the core of a territory is to a lord." Lin Chen fell silent. Bad students from upper grades? How high? Second year, third year, or even interns and graduates? Wan is currently only a second-tier lord and can only ally with novice lords, which is why I came to find you. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Jiang He pursed her thin lips slightly. "You should think it over carefully. If you feel that allying with Wan is too dangerous, I will find other students to protect her." Lin Chen did not rush to respond to Jiang He was weighing the pros and cons. Jiang He left with her alluring long legs, while Lin Chen entered the battlefield of the evil god. At that moment, a dozen students stood in the venue, all of them second-year students. As soon as Lin Chen walked in, many began to murmur, "He must be that Lin Chen, the freshman who joined the evil god extermination war against the odds. Heh, what's a freshman doing here? Just asking for trouble." Exactly, the evil god battlefield is no joke. If he gets taken out by the evil god camp, the territory will be invaded. Don't underestimate him, he might be quite strong. Various discussions buzzed in his ears, but most people looked at Lin Chen with a hint of disdain. There was no way around it. Those who were sent to the battlefield in their second year were all top talents from the academy. Naturally proud to the core, they looked down on a freshman like Lin Chen. Lin Chen grinned, preparing to find a small corner to wait for the battlefield to open. Just then, a delicate voice called out from behind, "Move aside, quickly, move aside, I'm going to bump into you." Lin Chen wanted to turn around to see what was happening, but the next second, two volleyball-like objects came crashing toward his face. Damn! Lin Chen couldn't help but scream. The next moment, he was completely covered by the volleyball, which then slammed him to the ground. Lin Chen felt something soft pressing down on him. It was incredibly elastic and still moving. "Didn't suffocate you, did I?" Zhang Xiaoxiao, her face flushed, climbed off Lin Chen. I'm sorry, I was too hasty and couldn't stop in time." Lin Chen stared in astonishment as the volleyball slowly lifted, revealing the delicate girl who had knocked him down. The moment he saw her, a phrase flashed through his mind, childlike face, giant breasts. The girl in front of him had a cute doll-like face, but two large bombs were hanging on her chest. And just now, it was these two bombs that had slammed into his face, nearly suffocating him. "Ah, Xiaoxiao, you really crack me up." A hearty laugh came from behind Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Min, dressed in a fiery red leather jacket, was holding her stomach and laughing heartily. "You weren't even late, so what's the rush? Those assets of yours almost became weapons, huh?" Hearing Zhang Min's teasing, Zhang Xiaoxiao's ears turned red, and she quickly got up, pouting, "I didn't do it on purpose. I was just afraid of being late." Zhang Min covered her mouth, still giggling, "You should hurry and apologize to this classmate." "This, ha?" Zhang Min's voice suddenly stopped, her smile turning into surprise. "Lin Chen, Jr., it's you." Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. "Long time no see, Senior Zhang." Zhang Xiaoxiao's mouth instantly formed an O shape, and she teased, "So you're the junior that Min has been thinking about day and night. She talks about you every day. Xiaoxiao, if you keep talking, do you believe I'll tear your big mouth apart?" Zhang Xiaoxiao thrust her chest forward fiercely, looking fierce. Come on, see if I don't suffocate you with my big bombs." After all, it was a public place, and after a bit of playful banter, the two girls quickly quieted down. Then they began to size up Lin Chen. "No wonder you're my junior, Lin Chen, just starting college and already participating in the evil god battlefield," Zhang Min said proudly. "Such a thing hasn't even been heard of in previous years." Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Chen with a glint in her eyes, not only strong, but also handsome and well-built, hee. Lin Chen felt that these two women were acting strangely, looking at him like hungry wolves. Senior sisters, are you both here to participate in the evil god battlefield?" "I'm here to cheer," Zhang Xiaoxiao said, snuggling up to Zhang Min's arm. "I'm her territory ally. I may not be able to fight, but cheering is definitely something I can do." Lin Chen then realized that Zhang Xiaoxiao, like Lu Wanwan, was a rare resource supporting lord. He then asked some questions about territory alliances. The two women didn't hold back and shared all the relevant information with him. The gist was that allying with a support lord would greatly enhance the quality of the territory, including the speed of resource acquisition and the combat power of troops. However, in exchange, combat lords had to station a portion of their forces in the territory of the support lord to protect them from invasions by other lords. If the support lord was successfully invaded, the territory coordinates of the allied combat lord would also be exposed. The two were in a symbiotic relationship, they either thrived together or suffered together. Just as the three were chatting, they were unaware that a venomous gaze was locked onto Lin Chen. Wu Liang glared darkly at Lin Chen, who was happily conversing with Zhang Min, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "I originally just wanted to teach you a simple lesson, but you dared to lay your hands on the Zhang family's young lady. How dare a poor kid like you touch a woman I have my eyes on?" Wu Liang's gaze was filled with malice, and he had already placed Lin Chen on his kill list. "This time in the evil god extermination war, I will ensure you have no place to bury your body." 10 minutes later, the leading teacher appeared on the field and began explaining the precautions for the evil god extermination war. "My name is Zhao Qian, the leading teacher for this event. The battlefield for this evil god extermination war is located in the northern battlefield where the human race and the evil god clan are at war. You will become part of the battlefield in the form of lords. Please note, what you are about to participate in is not a dungeon or a simulation match, but a real battle, with your safety as the top priority. Of course, the battlefield commander will also score your actions, and the higher the score, the more credits you will earn. Next, I will assign tasks based on each person's abilities once you enter the battlefield. Wu Liang and Xiao Yuqing, your battlefield task is Reconnaissance, under Officer Su Zhang. Zhang Min, Wang Taichung, Zheng Zhe, your task is to escort the supply line, under Officer Su Lily. Li Tie, Guo Meng, you are. Zhao Qian continued to assign tasks as if he were calling out soldiers. The last to be called was Lin Chen. Lin Chen, your task is. At this point, Zhao Qian paused noticeably and instinctively glanced at Lin Chen. Then he continued, your task is to transport the battlefield corpses at the cremation site, under the charge of Gu Menghu. As soon as the words fell, countless discussions erupted. What the hell? Transporting corpses? Lin Chen actually got assigned such a thankless job? The corpses on the evil god battlefield are quite disgusting. Just hearing about it makes me want to vomit. After all, he's just a freshman, with weak strength, he can only be a corpse collector. Facing the discussions and mocking gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen snorted coldly and ignored them. So what if he was a corpse collector? On the battlefield, every responsible troop type had its significance. Even cooking in the mess hall was extremely important. Zhao Qian silently assessed Lin Chen and, seeing no change in his expression, nodded slightly. In fact, this corpse collector job was personally arranged for Lin Chen by Principal Chu Qingtian. Being a corpse collector on the evil god battlefield was not a task just anyone could handle. In fact, in some respects, it was 100 times more dangerous than being in the reconnaissance team. Next, everyone prepared to transform and enter the evil god battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the leading teacher summoned a golden light curtain that enveloped the entire field. The consciousness of the crowd was instantly transported to the void. Ding! Please choose the Lord Avatar you wish to become. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately transformed into the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. In the next moment, a blood-red crystalline armor covered Lin Chen's body. His aura underwent a tremendous change from within. His gray-white hair was mixed with streaks of blood, and his pupils remained the distinctive white of the god of plague. His hands became a pair of sharp dark red crystalline claws, and his feet transformed into sharp dragon talons. At this moment, Lin Chen resembled the king of hell from the Super Beasts, only the base color had turned into red crystal. Feeling the powerful energy surging within his body, Lin Chen opened his attribute panel. Lin Chen, Tier 3 Lord. Lord Avatar, Plague Lord, Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, can transform between two forms, Talent, Plague, Super Strong Physique, Dragon's Pressure. Skill 1, Dragon King Transformation, Half Dragon King Transformation, transforming into the Dragon King's true form to gain powerful combat abilities. Skill 2, Tetanus Grip, accelerating the rate of plague infection. Skill 3, Crystallization Infection, throwing crystals to generate more crystals within the target's body. Skill 4, Crystal Beam Cannon, gathering crystalline energy in the arm to release a powerful energy beam. Lord Skill. Looking at his Lord Avatar template, Lin Chen felt terrifyingly strong. However, to maintain a low profile, Lin Chen dispersed his armor and descended onto the battlefield of the evil gods in the form of the Plague Lord. Behind the northern front line of the evil god camp and the human camp, there was a very small military camp. Accompanied by dozens of golden halos projected from the sky, students from the imperial capital Dragon Academy appeared on the battlefield of the evil gods. What met their eyes was a desolate scene. Black clouds shrouded the sky, and red lightning occasionally spread across it. There was a strong sense of oppression, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. In the distance, the ground was eerily silent, with various indescribable giant creature bones scattered everywhere. The pockmarked ground indicated that a large-scale battle had recently taken place in this area. Even the second-year students had never seen such an environment before. Most of them were shocked, their pupils trembling. Compared to the astonished crowd, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. Mainly because his own territory environment was just as grim. The little chicks are all scared. A dark-skinned, lean man stepped out of the camp. He wore a military green uniform and had a gentle smile on his face. Commander Chu, you've brought the flowers of our motherland here for training again. This batch of little ones is quite a lot. Chu Qingtian was not only the principal of the imperial capital Dragon Academy but also the deputy commander stationed at the desperate Great Wall. The leading teacher, Zhao Qian, revealed a helpless smile. Captain Chen, here is the list of members and assigned tasks for this time. Please take a look. Captain Zhao took off his towel to wipe his hands before accepting the list. Alright, let's start arranging. Captain Chen scanned the youthful faces of the students present and smiled. Welcome to the cruel battlefield beyond. Soon, officers began to emerge from the camp one after another. Each officer took 2 or 3 students, and when it was Lin Chen's turn, a figure wrapped in a huge cloak approached him. The newcomer not only wore a massive cloak but also donned a huge steel helmet made from an iron barrel. The whole appearance was exceedingly bizarre. As she appeared, a foul odor spread through the air. The nearby students could not stand the smell and quickly covered their noses, hurrying away. Lin Chen also caught a whiff of the odor, but as the Plague Lord, this scent made him feel the decay of flesh, the decline of life. Lin Chen, right? Come with me. A low, hoarse voice that was indistinguishable in gender emanated from the steel helmet. Lin Chen nodded and immediately followed Gu Menghu towards the outside of the camp. A portal leading to the cremation ground appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the two of them were transported to another area through the portal. What came into view was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The bodies of various monsters were piled up like dead fish along the coastline of an island, densely packed and seemingly endless. All these corpses were the fallen minions from the battlefield of the evil gods, stretching as far as the eye could see. To prevent the corpses from rotting and contaminating the land, the vast majority of them will be thrown into the incinerator for burning. Gu Menghu pointed to a nearby pile of corpses marked off in a grid pattern. That's a new batch of minion corpses of 4th rank and below, about 2,000 in total. Your task today is to kill the living ones among them, and then wait for the transport team to carry the corpses to the cremation furnace. Captain Gu, do these corpses really have to be burned? Lin Chen asked. Gu Menghu stopped and cast a scrutinizing gaze from beneath his steel helmet. If you want to take them back to your territory, I certainly have no objections, just don't bring them back here. Clearly, Gu Menghu understood the characteristics of Lin Chen's territory. However, I suggest you first complete the pile of corpses I designated, Gu Menghu said meaningfully. Your current strength is not enough to handle higher-ranked corpses. Lin Chen was somewhat confused by Gu Menghu's words. Is there a difficulty classification for handling corpses? Just then, from a nearby pile of mixed-ranked corpses, a 7th-rank hell demon suddenly stood up. Although half of its body was missing, it still unleashed an astonishing amount of power. Dozens of 5th-rank frost giant minions were slaughtered by it, creating a gruesome scene. Seeing this, Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. This was a bit frightening. The minions of the evil god lord generally possess extremely strong vitality, and it's common for them to return to life. Moreover, even if high-ranked troops die, their bodies will still contain various curse powers, Gu Menghu explained. With your current strength, you can only handle 4th-rank minion corpses. Anything higher is not safe. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Captain Gu, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Gu Menghu seemed to prefer not dealing with people much. After nodding, he left alone. Lin Chen, on the other hand, eagerly approached the grid representing the 4th-rank monster corpses. As soon as he stepped in, a warning sounded in his ears. You have been cursed by the evil god. Please leave this area within 3 hours, or your body will be eroded. No wonder they wouldn't let me enter the corpse area. There really is a curse. Lin Chen scratched his head, but his gaze was drawn to a living creature among the nearby pile of corpses. It was a 4th-rank enraged giant, half of its body chopped off. It was gasping heavily while staring intently at Lin Chen. The moment Lin Chen approached, it suddenly burst out from the pile of corpses and charged at him. At this point, the giant's lower half had disappeared, relying solely on its arms to run. Its intestines and internal organs flailed wildly, creating a chaotic scene. Stop running, I'll send you to the afterlife. Lin Chen raised his right hand, and a crystalline dragon claw instantly covered his right arm. The next second, a red beam shot out, instantly piercing through the enraged giant's body. He approached the giant to check its information. Enraged giant, 4th rank, damaged, deceased. Non-vanished states, death decay, grievance entanglement, evil god curse, source of pain, light burn, blood frenzy. There were over a dozen various negative states, making it hard to imagine the brutal battle this enraged giant had gone through. Lin Chen tried to infect this giant to turn it into a zombie, but he failed. Clearly, with so many positive and negative buffs affecting it, it was nearly impossible to infect it. However, since it couldn't be infected, using it as a 4th-tier cloning material wasn't a bad idea. Lin Chen then retrieved it back to his territory. Continuing to rummage through the pile of corpses, he soon spotted another body. This time, the corpse was completely dead. It was a black flame earth dragon. Lin Chen once again brought it back to his territory. After his last battle with Morax, Lin Chen realized that the strength of the 3rd-tier Black Flame Titan was no longer sufficient. Fortunately, there were so many corpses of 4th-tier soldiers here, which could be synthesized into higher-tier units. He continued to search through the pile of corpses. Suddenly, he saw 2 struggling 2-headed abominations rushing towards him. Lin Chen gathered his hands to form a laser cannon and instantly killed the 2 abominations. 4th tier cloning material +2. Soon, as Lin Chen continued to search, the living creatures hidden among the corpses were swiftly eliminated by him. He thus collected various types of 4th tier cloning materials. Cave Blood Spider Corpse +3. Frozen Demon +2. Parasitic Tree Demon +1. Blood-Eyed Demon 8 +4. Awesome! Lin Chen stretched his somewhat sore waist, a look of satisfaction on his face. In less than an hour, Lin Chen had already collected a total of 50 different 4th tier monster corpses. At this moment, Lin Chen began to anticipate what kind of powerful existence would be born from merging these monsters together. It's a pity that with that disgusting curse power in existence, I can only stay here for 3 hours and can only try to pick some high tier monsters to send back to my territory, Lin Chen thought with some regret. Lin Chen had envisioned recovering low tier monster corpses, throwing them into the cloning machine, and then sacrificing them to gain valuable items. But the reality was that the creatures cloned in the cloning machine could not be used for sacrifices. Only the followers infected by the zombie plague could be sacrificed. Therefore, the corpses of low-tier monsters held much less value for Lin Chen compared to those of 4th-tier monsters. This was also why he only collected 4th-tier monster corpses. In the blink of an eye, the 3-hour curse limit was up, and Lin Chen could clearly feel the curse power spreading within him. He called over the transport team to move the corpses. Lin Chen exited the grid and began to tally the results of today's work. Today's efforts had netted him a total of 114 4th-tier monster corpses. Among them, there were 6 types from the Evil God faction and 3 types from other factions. In other words, today's corpse-moving work had allowed Lin Chen to obtain genes from 9 types of monsters. The cloning principle of the flesh cloning machine was quite simple. The richer the genes, the stronger the cloned monsters would be. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to proceed with the cloning. Instead, he planned to wait until the curse was lifted tomorrow to continue acquiring more genes. Thus, he could create an ultimate, invincible batch of 4th-tier units. At this moment, in the office of the cremation station's workstation, Gu Menghu was quietly sitting in front of the monitor, observing the movements around the cremation ground. Suddenly, a pain from the depths of his soul swept through his entire body. Gu Menghu struggled to take out a syringe from the drawer, trembling as he removed his helmet. Underneath the helmet was half of a stunningly beautiful female face. When Gu Menghu took off the helmet, what was revealed was half of a woman's face. The other half seemed to have been eroded by some external force, completely losing its human appearance. It was as ugly as a mummified corpse. At that moment, the skin belonging to the mummified part was rapidly eroding her intact skin. It looked bizarre, like some wriggling insect. If someone from the imperial capital were present, regardless of gender, they would surely scream. Because the woman before them was none other than Gu's long-missing eldest daughter, Gu Menghu, who had been missing for 7 years. She was hailed by the president of the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital as a once-in-a-century genius, a super powerhouse who had been promoted to a 9th-tier lord before the age of 30. At the same time, she was also once recognized as the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital, a perfect woman who embodied both beauty and strength. The stunningly beautiful face was once the dream goddess of all the young elites of that era. However, such a remarkable talent suddenly disappeared 7 years ago, leaving even the Gu family unaware of her whereabouts. There were rumors that she had been shattered by a powerful enemy from the Evil God faction, her will broken and reduced to an ordinary person. Yet the truth was far more severe. Gu Menghu's territory had been eroded by the power of the Evil God. This erosion not only completely killed all her dependents in the territory but also affected the Lord herself. After 7 years, half of her body had completely decayed, and the other half was on the brink of collapse. Moreover, every day she had to endure the bone-corroding pain brought on by the erosion, only able to alleviate the torment with injections of sedatives. Perhaps dying would be a form of relief rather than living like this. Gu Menghu stared blankly at the syringe in her hand, a thought of ending her life suddenly arising. 7 years had passed, and her body showed no signs of improvement, but rather grew weaker. The once beautiful figure had become ugly and broken. Perhaps there was really no need to continue living. As she thought this, the sedative slipped from her hand. Just as Gu Menghu's will to survive was waning, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Captain Gu, I'm back." Lin Chen's excited voice rang out. "I've finished dealing with the corpses. Is there any other work?" "Captain Gu? Captain? Strange, the transport team clearly said Captain Gu was here. Why is no one around?" Lin Chen looked puzzled. He was about to leave when he vaguely heard a low growl coming from inside the door. It sounded like a seriously ill patient, hoarse yet unable to make much sound. "Something's wrong." Lin Chen instantly realized the situation was dire and kicked the door open. There, on the chair, was a woman who was half human, half ghost, reaching out as if asking for something. Through her helmet and attire, Lin Chen instantly recognized this woman as Captain Gu. What the hell? Captain Gu is a woman? And judging by that half-human face, she's a beauty. It's just that the other half, the ghostly face, was truly horrifying. At that moment, Captain Gu's face was filled with pain, as if she was enduring some immense torment. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward. No, don't touch me. You'll get infected. Gu Menghu tried to warn Lin Chen. However, this time the pain was unprecedentedly intense. She could barely muster the strength to breathe. Captain Gu, are you okay? Are you looking for medicine? Lin Chen asked as he reached out to support Gu Menghu. The moment he made contact with her, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Evil God power residue detected. Do you wish to absorb it? If the evil God power is not cleared in time, the life form attached to it will be in danger. Lin Chen was taken aback and instinctively chose to absorb it. In the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. Dark red energy, like little snakes, surged out from Gu Menghu's body and then burrowed into Lin Chen's. Absorbing evil God power. Evil God power condensation successful. Obtained evil God crystal *1. Obtained evil God crystal *1. Obtained evil God crystal *1. Evil God crystal, an ultra-rare crystal containing evil God power, can be used for dependent cultivation or relic crafting. Lin Chen was completely stunned by this sudden news. What was going on? Why did he get such immense fortune just by touching Captain Gu? The evil God crystal was a rare gem that even powerful lords coveted, and now, it had come to him so inexplicably? And not just one, but one after another. What? What did you do to me? At that moment, a hoarse voice sounded beside him. Gu Menghu looked at Lin Chen with a face full of astonishment. The deep-seated pain that had gripped him suddenly dissipated as if by magic. It was 10 times more effective than a powerful sedative. Gu Menghu could clearly feel the evil god's power within him diminishing significantly. I don't know what I did, Lin Chen said innocently, just about to explain further. But the next moment, he felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, landing right in Gu Menghu's arms. At that moment, Gu Menghu had regained her ability to move due to the disappearance of the pain. Without regard for gender differences, she stripped Lin Chen of all his clothes. At that moment, dark red energy, representing the evil god's power, was swirling chaotically all over Lin Chen's body. Then, an unknown green energy appeared out of nowhere, aggressively devouring the dark red energy. What is this energy? Gu Menghu looked in surprise at the green energy rapidly dissipating from the surface of Lin Chen's body, her brows tightly knitted together. After hesitating for a moment, she took out her phone and called Chu Qingtian. Master, the little ghost you asked me to bring seems to be able to absorb the evil god's power from me. Lin Chen, while unconscious, vaguely heard a notification sound. It indicated that the absorption of the evil god's power had reached a threshold, and his body had automatically entered a protective mechanism, causing him to faint for a while. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a stunning beauty looking at him from a very close distance. Her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial fairy. Is this heaven? Are you a fairy, sister? However, when the beauty turned to the side, revealing her dark red ghostly face, Lin Chen jolted awake, instantly regaining consciousness. Gu, Captain Gu, why is it you? Lin Chen then realized he was completely naked. Aside from a blue pair of shorts, there was nothing else to cover him. What the hell? How did I end up stripped? Lin Chen was still in shock when Gu Menghu tossed his clothes to him and explained, I was worried you would be eroded by the evil god's power, so I took off your clothes to check your body. There are currently no signs of erosion. Lin Chen, still skeptical, put on his clothes and couldn't help but ask, Captain Gu, what is the evil god's power, and why did I absorb it after coming into contact with your body? Gu Menghu turned slightly, trying to hide half of her ghostly face in the shadows. The evil god's power is a force controlled by the evil god faction, containing powerful curse energy. Any lord from a non-evil god faction who comes into contact with it will suffer serious consequences for their territory and themselves, Gu Menghu said, a hint of sadness in her eyes. My real name is Gu Menghu, with Meng meaning sprout. Later, to fulfill my father's dying wish, I joined the army, and everyone got used to calling me Mighty Tiger. During a battle, I was infected by the evil god's power, my territory's followers were wiped out, and I was also eroded by the evil god's power, becoming what I am now. At this point, Lin Chen could clearly sense Gu Menghu's intense sorrow. As for why you can absorb the evil god's power from me, I asked Principal Chu Qingtian, Gu Menghu continued, it should be due to the characteristics of your territory. It seems to strongly restrain the evil god's power. To be more precise, it should be the plague power restraining the evil god's power. Lin Chen thought to himself but did not voice it. The reason you fainted earlier was likely due to the immense physical exertion required to eliminate the evil god's power. With that, Gu Menghu slowly took out 2 cards from her pocket. I think these should cover the cost of treating me. Lin Chen took the cards, his pupils slightly contracting. One of the 2 cards Gu Menghu handed over was unmistakably a 5th-tier barracks replication card that had been used before. One can replicate a barracks into 2, greatly enhancing troop deployment efficiency. The other card is a territory expansion card, which allows one to expand their territory by an area of 10 kilometers. The market value of these 2 cards exceeds 1 million. Captain Gu is indeed quite generous. Are you satisfied with the treatment costs this time? Gu Menghu asked. Yes, very satisfied. Lin Chen paused and then realized, this time? Is there going to be a next time? Gu Menghu got straight to the point. You are the first person who can dispel the evil god's power within me. I want you to be my therapist, helping me expel a portion of the evil god's power periodically, and I will exchange it for the materials and items you need most at this stage. Sensing Lin Chen's skepticism, Gu Menghu continued, this matter was personally arranged by Principal Chu Qingtian. You should know Principal Chu's character, he wouldn't harm you. So as long as I regularly absorb the evil god's power from you, you'll give me good things? Lin Chen confirmed. Gu Menghu nodded, yes, even if you return to school, it's fine. I will come to find you. Being able to absorb the evil god's power to condense evil god crystals while also receiving considerable rewards, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse such a good deal. Alright then, Captain Gu, let's have a pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands, officially establishing their partnership. The following days returned to normalcy. Gu Menghu did not actively seek out Lin Chen, while Lin Chen continued to collect the corpses of high-level monsters among the piles of bodies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing his work on the 3rd day, Lin Chen stretched and waved to the transport team in the distance. Soon, several goblin heroes came down, nodding and bowing to Lin Chen before starting to move the corpses. Lin Chen stepped aside, found a chair to sit on, and his consciousness sank into the territory. After 3 days of labor, he had collected 432 corpses of 4th-level monsters, with the types of monsters reaching as high as 30. Next, Lin Chen planned to use these 30 types of monster genes to create the strongest 4th-level troops. However, before manufacturing, Lin Chen specifically went to check on the dragon nest. The dragon nest was a designated resting area for dragons that Lin Chen had specially built. 9 skeletal dragons lay outside the nest, while inside, a dark red crystal dragon was in a state of slumber. After obtaining the evil god crystal, Lin Chen immediately had the evil eye crystal dragon king attempt to devour one evil god crystal. Unfortunately, the energy contained in the evil god crystal was too immense. Just one caused the crystal dragon king to fall into a deep sleep. Lin Chen could clearly feel the energy within the evil eye crystal dragon rising steadily. It seemed it was about to break through to the 6th level. The thought of having a 6th-level combat force appear in his territory filled Lin Chen with anticipation. After using the barracks replication card and the territory expansion card given by Gu Menghu, Lin Chen's territory area had reached 80 square kilometers, and the brutal dragon cavalry barracks had transformed into 3. They produced a stable output of 24 brutal dragon riders daily, which was quite considerable. However, today there were other important matters. Lin Chen refocused his attention on the flesh cloning machine. He counted the materials he currently possessed: the spine of the ancient dragon Aljuan, the evil god crystal, 30 types of 4th-level monster genes, and 432 4th-level cloning materials. Next, Lin Chen was going to use these materials to synthesize the strongest troops. As the flesh cloning machine began to operate, Lin Chen started throwing the monsters into the cloning machine one by one. The huge blades at the top of the cloning machine spun wildly, turning everything into a meat paste. After 30 corpses were thrown into the cloning machine, Lin Chen added an evil god crystal inside. The spine of the ancient dragon Aljuan was too precious, so Lin Chen decided not to let the 4th-level troops use it for now. He could wait until he had 6th or even 7th-level troops before using it. The moment the evil god crystal was into the cloning machine, a blood-red halo enveloped the entire machine. It looked slightly eerie, as if enchanted. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a ding, the cloning machine ceased operation, and the hatch opened. A humanoid creature, exuding an aura of evil, slowly emerged from within the machine. Tier 4 peak clone type, Weeping Angel, a powerful unit with flight capabilities, able to summon blood spears for long-range attacks, and can also land on the ground, transforming into a nimble and agile warrior. Its body has been enhanced by the power of the evil god. As the steam dissipated, what appeared before Lin Chen was a humanoid being with a perfect female form. It spread 2 pairs of black bat-like wings, its entire body covered in blood-red patterns. The most striking feature was its face, which lacked traditional facial features and was instead enveloped in a smooth, helmet-like exoskeleton. Unit talent: super high-speed flight, blasphemer, attribute granted by the evil god crystal. Unit skills: blood spear, Crimson Claw, Crystal Shield. Blasphemer Talent Introduction. They are products of blaspheming the divine, significantly reducing the impact of curses on them. As blasphemers, they will not have their combat power diminished under the pressure of divine power. The characteristic granted to the unit by the evil god Crystal is blasphemy against the divine. Compared to the rebirth characteristic of the ancient dragon Alduin's spine, the evil god's blasphemy can enhance the unit's resistance to negative buffs and withstand the pressure from deities. Looking at this brand new Tier 4 clone unit before him, Lin Chen felt quite pleased and immediately called over a brutal dragon rider to test its combat power. As expected of a Tier 4 peak unit, it possessed the ability to switch between long-range and melee forms at will. The Blood Spear had astonishing penetrating power, and the Crimson Claws could even tear through the armor of the brutal dragon rider. In battle against a similarly ranked Black Flame Earth Dragon, the Weeping Angel could completely overpower and shred the Black Flame Earth Dragon. The newly born unit was incredibly powerful. Most importantly, it also had both long-range and flight capabilities, which would be a tremendous advantage on the battlefield. He hauled the Tier 4 corpses and Black Flame Earth Dragons in his territory into the Flesh and Blood cloning machine. The new unit, Weeping Angel, officially entered mass production. The expected number of Tier 4 Weeping Angels, 700. Just then, a powerful dragon roar suddenly echoed from the dragon nest. Following that, a massive blood-red crystal dragon flew out from the nest. The immense pressure caused the surrounding dragon-type creatures to kneel in submission in an instant. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The Crystal Dragon King had finished absorbing the evil god Crystal. He immediately opened the subordinate panel. Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, Tier 6, a powerful dragon-type mutant, containing ancient dragon bloodline and the power of the evil god within. Its hard body can withstand attacks beyond its tier. Finally, the first Tier 6 subordinate was born in his territory. Lin Chen gazed at the enormous Crystal Dragon King in the sky, a strong sense of pride swelling within him. At the same time, as the master of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, Lin Chen's Lord Avatar also experienced a significant boost in power. He successfully upgraded to a Tier 6 Lord Avatar, with his strength greatly enhanced. Just as he was happily feeling the changes in his body, Gu Menghu quietly approached him. Sensing her presence, Lin Chen immediately withdrew from his territory. "It seems your strength has increased quite a bit these past few days," Gu Menghu remarked as she assessed Lin Chen. "I think you should stay at the crematorium from now on. It suits you well." "Captain Gu, is there something you need from me?" Lin Chen asked, scratching his head. "A battle just ended on the southwestern front. Come with me to recover the corpses there." "Are we going to the battlefield to collect corpses?" Lin Chen nodded seriously. "I will be careful." In the blink of an eye, Gu Menghu drove up in a massive transport truck. The truck was special, containing spatial inscriptions that could recover monster corpses far exceeding the truck's volume. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Menghu floored the accelerator, and the truck sped forward. 2 hours later, the truck slowly came to a stop in front of a battlefield somewhere on the southwestern front. Lin Chen stared blankly at the endless sea of corpses outside the window, as well as the followers busy transporting the bodies, falling into silence for a moment. The battles between great lords often involve millions of troops clashing. "What you see now is just a small scene," Gu Menghu explained simply. Lin Chen suddenly understood why second-year students were allowed to participate in real battlefield training. Only by understanding the brutal battles between great lords early on could one maintain a sense of crisis in their heart. This sense of crisis would constantly urge novice lords to become stronger. "Come on, let's go collect the bodies, but remember not to wander too far." Lin Chen began to work alongside Gu Menghu. Unlike the cursed power at the cremation site, the battlefield was filled with the curse of the evil god lord due to the clash of two armies. There was also the purifying power of human lords. The two forces cancelled each other out, so they wouldn't severely affect the corpse collectors. Gu Menghu tossed Lin Chen a dimensional bag and gestured for him to use it to collect the bodies. The dimensional bag, along with the truck's cargo area, had an inherent attraction property. Lin Chen aimed the spatial bag at a pile of corpses, and he watched as a large number of bodies instantly vanished from the ground. "So this is how corpse collectors recover bodies. I thought it would take days and nights if done manually." Lin Chen then began his work. Occasionally encountering some high-tier monster corpses, he would also collect them into his territory. Gu Menghu tacitly approved of Lin Chen's actions. After all, her job was to handle the corpses, whether by burning them or having Lin Chen take them back to his territory. It all counted as processing. An hour later, Lin Chen had collected 50 4th-tier monster corpses and 3 5th-tier monster corpses. The 4th-tier monsters could be thrown into the cloning machine to clone Weeping Angels. As for the 5th-tier monster corpses, Lin Chen would use the cloning machine to clone brutal dragon riders. Lin Chen had already decided to make the 4th-tier Weeping Angels the main fighting force of his territory, while the brutal dragon riders would serve as elite troops. The more units of each type, the stronger Lin Chen's territory would be. Lin Chen, I won't be collecting these corpses, you take care of them. Gu Menghu suddenly pointed to the corpses on a nearby open space. Lin Chen focused and saw 10 5th-tier monster corpses. Excited, he licked his lips. Thank you, Captain Gu. With these 5th-tier cloning materials, Lin Chen's number of brutal dragon riders was expected to reach 100. Moreover, it would continue to grow at a rate of 24 per day. Lin Chen couldn't help but think of Morex, who had fought against him before. It wouldn't be long before he had the strength to confront him head-on. Ha! Isn't that the first-year rookie? Collecting corpses with such enthusiasm. A mocking voice rang out from the side. While others are here to train and improve their strength, you're just foolishly moving bodies. Ha! This is killing me. Lin Chen looked up to see a few second-year students with proud expressions, looking at him as if he were a fool. Their dissatisfaction with Lin Chen stemmed from the fact that he was a first-year student but was granted special permission to participate in their second-year course. This made the self-proclaimed genius second-year students feel embarrassed. So, upon seeing Lin Chen collecting corpses on the battlefield, they came over to mock him. Lin Chen felt nothing from their ridicule. He simply continued to silently collect a 6th-tier monster's corpse into his territory. Participating in the evil god battlefield was a rare opportunity. Lin Chen had to seize the chance to improve himself as much as possible. You little brat, we're talking to you. Are you deaf? A hot-tempered student shouted. I think he's not just deaf, but also a mute. A powerless connection, just a piece of scrap. The mocking voices grew increasingly unpleasant. Even Gu Menghu slowly lifted his head. They all say that about you, and you're not angry? I don't get angry with idiots. Lin Chen gently shook his head. Those who look down on the weak aren't strong themselves. What you said makes some sense. Gu Menghu glanced at Lin Chen with a hint of appreciation. True strong people indeed don't mock the weak. Just then, a piercing alarm shattered the air. At the same time, whether it was Lin Chen, Gu Menghu, or the second-year students who hadn't walked far, the same voice echoed in their minds. All Lord Avatars immediately evacuate the Southwest C691 battle zone. The evil godlord is about to launch an offensive. As soon as this voice sounded, the faces of the second-year students changed drastically. In contrast, Lin Chen remained calm and looked at Gu Menghu. Let's go, we need to drive away from here. Gu Menghu frowned slightly and ran towards the transport vehicle with Lin Chen. However, this surprise attack was different from before. Just as the two were about to board the transport vehicle, the ground suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. In the next second, an enormous serpentine monster burst forth from the ground. It then swallowed the entire transport vehicle whole. What devoured the transport vehicle was a gigantic, blood-red earthworm. The front end of the worm had a massive mouth. Its circular, serrated mouth almost instantly shredded the transport vehicle into pieces. After emerging from the ground, the worm quickly sank back down. Immediately after, various high-level magical creatures surged out of the massive hole it left behind. Countless minions of the evil god poured out from the cave, and the once calm earth was suddenly filled with all kinds of monsters. Watch out! Gu Menghu suddenly pushed Lin Chen away. But the next second, a blood-red blade of light shot out from the crowd of monsters. A gruesome wound appeared on Gu Menghu's back. Blood sprayed out. Gu Menghu's face instantly turned pale. In the distance, a strange humanoid figure wrapped in tentacles emerged. He had only one arm, and at the end of his long, thin arm was a blood-colored longsword covered in flesh buds. The blade that had severely injured Gu Menghu had come from this sword. Several second-year students were also surrounded by monsters, their faces grim. Damn it, we're surrounded. We can't let them take us down, or our territory coordinates will be exposed. Why are so many monsters suddenly appearing? Looking at the clawing, advancing monsters, Lin Chen knew he had to give it his all. In the next second, the power of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King surged through his body. A layer of blood-red armor made of crystals quickly covered Lin Chen's surface. The armor was quite striking, exuding a powerful aura of a king. So much so that when the armor was fully assembled, the surrounding monsters cautiously halted their steps. Lin Chen, you. The injured Gu Menghu stared in shock at the transformed Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's gray-white hair was mixed with blood, complemented by the red crystal battle armor. He looked like a seasoned general. Just the appearance alone was incredibly imposing. Gu Menghu was completely stunned. Captain Gu, I'll take you away from here. Lin Chen picked up Gu Menghu. In the next second, a pair of blood-red crystal wings unfolded from his back. On the other side, the second-year students who were fighting hard also saw Lin Chen's transformation. Gasps of surprise erupted. Wow, look over there, that freshman's Lord Avatar. One student exclaimed. What kind of minion's avatar is that? I've never seen it before. What a powerful aura. At least a 6th-tier minion. Wow, so handsome. The students who had just been mocking Lin Chen now all wore expressions of shock. Lin Chen wanted to fly into the sky and take Gu Menghu away from the scene. However, he had barely taken off when a blood-red blade light struck again. The blade light contained immense power, and despite Lin Chen's best efforts to resist, he was instantly knocked to the ground. Lin Chen, you should go quickly, you can't escape with me. Gu Menghu's face was pale. Lin Chen remained silent, only laying Gu Menghu flat on the ground before taking a combat stance. Blood frenzy, a red glow enveloped his body. Immediately after, Berserk Scroll, Continuous Recovery Scroll, Skin Hardening Scroll, Blood Burning Scroll. Lin Chen, as if mad, used all the strength-enhancing scrolls he had accumulated on himself. His combat power surged wildly during this process. His momentum soared. The enemy before him was powerful to the point of being nearly insurmountable, but he couldn't abandon Gu Menghu and flee alone. Don't worry, Captain Gu, Lin Chen said in a low voice, you won't be in any danger with me here. Countless high-level monsters charged towards Lin Chen, and Lin Chen revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. His sharp dragon claws suddenly spread wide. Then, hundreds of red crystals shot out in all directions. These red crystals possess strong penetrating power, and once they entered the bodies of these monsters, they rapidly expanded like balloons. Monsters of level 5 and below would be instantly burst apart if hit by the red crystals. The battle entered a white-hot phase right from the start. Under the stacking of dozens of positive buffs, Lin Chen unleashed the most powerful force he had ever displayed. The sharp crystal dragon claws continuously tore apart the bodies of the charging monsters. Some monsters even attempted to bypass Lin Chen and ambush the lying Gu Menghu. However, every time they were about to succeed, Lin Chen would swiftly strike out, crushing their throats. At this moment, the defenseless Gu Menghu stared blankly at the boy standing in front of her. His back wasn't particularly tall, but it gave a sense of security. To her, the peak level 6 lord's form didn't seem strong, but the fighting spirit Lin Chen was exuding at that moment made Gu Menghu take notice. She suddenly remembered her long-deceased father, the former war god of the Dragon Kingdom who fought fiercely on the battlefield. Tears unwittingly moistened her eyes, and her father's figure gradually overlapped with that of the boy. Gu Menghu suddenly realized that this little guy before her possessed a fighting conviction that rivaled her father's. Just then, a massive roar echoed from behind the horde of monsters. A 7th-level Icefield Titan charged towards Lin Chen. Faced with this high-end combat power, Lin Chen did not intend to confront it head-on. War Fog. In the next moment, thick fog rapidly gathered around Lin Chen. The Icefield Titan, obscured by the fog, temporarily lost sight of Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen fought as many level 6 and below monsters as possible within the fog. The duration of Blood Frenzy was limited, and the other enhancement scrolls also had time constraints. He had to kill as many monsters here as possible before the weakening period arrived. With this belief, Lin Chen crazily slaughtered every monster in his path. The avatar of the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, an invincible existence of the same level, combined with the buffs, allowed him to briefly contend against a large number of the evil god's minions. However, this high-intensity combat lasted only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the exhausted Lin Chen could no longer maintain the war fog. The mist quickly dissipated. Dozens of corpses lay scattered on the ground. At the same time, the various positive buffs on him rapidly faded. The negative effects brought by Blood Frenzy left his face pale. Lin Chen knelt beside Gu Menghu, gasping for breath while watching the approaching minions of the evil god. The monsters realized that Lin Chen was on the verge of collapse, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on him. Lin Chen coldly surveyed his surroundings, yet he remained calm, because his true trump card was finally making its appearance. Grip of Tetanus. Lin Chen slowly raised his arm. As green energy spread from his hand, the corpses he had slain began to rise from the ground. The scene stunned everyone present, including the evil god lord watching from a distance and the struggling second-year students. Killing enemies and then converting them into his own minions, such a bizarre ability left everyone in shock. Even Gu Menghu, who was fully aware of Lin Chen's background, was utterly astonished upon witnessing this power. Roar! The 7th-tier Icefield Titan was the first to snap back to reality, swinging its massive club and charging at Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately commanded the zombies to engage in battle. However, facing a 7th-tier monster, a head-on confrontation was clearly unwise. Lin Chen quickly dispatched all his 5th-tier zombies to slow the Titan's advance. 3 6th-tier zombies launched a fierce assault on the other monsters. They rapidly infected a large number of them. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued to use the grip of tetanus, infecting more zombies to further impede the Titan's progress. After advancing to a 3rd tier lord, Lin Chen's limit for infected minions reached 6th tier. He could freely infect 5th tier monsters, and as long as he defeated a 6th tier monster, he could also infect it. Under Lin Chen's control, more and more monsters were turned into zombies. It seemed the tide of battle was about to turn. However, at that moment, the strange figure standing behind the monsters raised its longsword once more. A blood-red sword light rushed toward Lin Chen. In the next second, a 5th tier magic wolf burst from the horde, colliding precisely with the sword light. The magic wolf was instantly torn in half, yet Lin Chen and Gu Menghu remained unharmed. It's a pity I can't send my minions into battle during the internship, Lin Chen panted as he continued to fight. During this time, Lin Chen noticed that the wave of evil god minions rushing toward him was not the strongest. The powerful minions had their sights set on the human front lines further away. From a high vantage point, one could clearly see a vast area of evil god minions spreading across the land. Only in the direction where Lin Chen stood was there a break, as if a stick had been inserted into a river, separating a portion of the tide of enemies. Lin Chen's battle continued. In the evil god camp, the strange figure realized Lin Chen was a tough opponent. It immediately approached him, sword in hand. Lin Chen hurriedly controlled 2 6th tier zombies to block the way. However, in the next second, a blood-red blade flashed. The 2 zombies were beheaded before they even had a chance to resist. One sword strike killed a 6th tier minion. Who was this person, with such terrifying strength? Lin Chen knew he could no longer hide any trump cards. If he didn't take down this strange figure, both he and Gu Menghu would surely be finished. So, in the next moment, Lin Chen drained the last bit of strength from his body to unleash the fog of war. The mist surged forth, quickly obscuring the figure's line of sight. Immediately, the zombies within the fog began to run wildly and gather, fearlessly launching suicide attacks against the figure. The figure reacted quickly, swinging its longsword the moment the first zombie surged forward. Before the sword could make contact with the zombie's body, blood-flesh explosion. A massive blood-red explosion engulfed the figure entirely. Lin Chen couldn't see the situation inside, but he still controlled the zombies to charge at the monster. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. Each explosion stirred up a large cloud of blood mist. All the self-destructing ones were 5th tier units. With each explosion, the power was comparable to that of a medium-sized C4. However, even amidst such intense detonations, Lin Chen's furrowed brow showed no signs of relaxation. He knew all too well that the person capable of slaying a 6th tier zombie with a single strike could not be easily eliminated. Sure enough, when the fog of war dissipated and visibility was restored, at the center of the explosions, a bizarre figure with only one arm still stood in place. As the blood and debris from the explosion slowly faded away, the figure remained unscathed, gazing at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. "Human lord, do you really think such an attack could harm me? I am the greatest Baron Mobius, my power." Lin Chen had no interest in listening to the ramblings of this so-called Mobius, the evil god lord. Instead, he focused his consciousness on his territory and retrieved a blood-red crystal from it. It was unmistakably an evil god crystal. The moment Mobius saw the crystal, a greedy look crossed his face. "Are you trying to use this crystal to buy your life? How naive of you. After all, once I eliminate you and obtain the territory coordinates, everything within your domain will belong to me." Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and instead crushed the crystal in his palm. In the next moment, countless strands of red energy surged into Lin Chen's body. The once dull red crystal armor regained its luster, and Lin Chen felt his strength returning. This was the last trump card he could think of. Transforming into the form of the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King to absorb the evil god crystal, he would then unleash his strongest attack. "Damn it! What are you doing? Do you know you're wasting something precious?" Mobius exclaimed in surprise. Even for him, the evil god crystal was an extremely valuable item. The human before him, by crushing the crystal to absorb the power of the evil god, was undoubtedly drinking poison to quench his thirst. It was a complete waste of resources. Before Mobius could react, Lin Chen pulled out a second and then a third evil god crystal, crushing them to absorb their energy. With each crystal consumed, Lin Chen's momentum surged higher. The scarlet armor around him pulsed as if it were alive. At the same time, to counterbalance the raging power within him, Lin Chen's plague power was also rapidly depleting, nearing exhaustion. Finally, upon absorbing the 6th crystal, his energy reached saturation. At the same time, an enraged Mobius swung his longsword and charged at him. He could no longer tolerate Lin Chen's wasteful behavior. Facing this formidable foe, Lin Chen showed no fear. In the next moment, his body erupted with a blinding red light. Then, his entire form rapidly expanded and transformed, ultimately becoming a 10-meter-long crystal dragon. With scarlet pupils, a fierce head, and a blood-red crystal crown symbolizing kingship atop his head. The moment the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King appeared, an ancient dragon pressure swept across the battlefield. Even the 7th-tier Icefield Titan found itself involuntarily halting, its eyes flickering with unease. Empowered by the 6 evil god crystals, Lin Chen spread his wings. A surge of scarlet energy quickly gathered between them. In that instant, the world changed color. A massive red energy sphere formed between his wings. The next second, Wing Breaker Beam, boom! A colossal beam of energy, carrying terrifying power, shot towards Mobius. Instinctively, Mobius attempted to dodge to the side, but 2 6th-tier zombies held him back at the cost of their heads. In the next moment, the beam of energy pierced through his body. Damn it! Mobius let out a piercing scream. His body rapidly dissolved under the beam's energy, from his clothes to his skin and even his muscles. Everything was quickly burned to ashes in this beam of super strong energy. Lin Chen swore that this was the strongest strike he could muster so far. It consumed the power of 6 evil god crystals in a single attack. It seemed that the minions of the evil gods, including several 7th-tier ice titans, realized their leader was in pain and all charged towards Lin Chen. Taking advantage of the remaining time of the beam cannon, Lin Chen used his last ounce of strength to sweep the beam cannon around the surrounding enemies. The evil god minions below the 7th tier were instantly swept away, their upper bodies obliterated. As for the Ice Titans, although they did not die immediately, their bodies were charred. Huge wounds burned by the beam continuously gushed blood. After doing all this, Lin Chen completely lost all his strength. His dragon form quickly shrank and finally reverted to the Plague Lord form. Weak and staggering, he leaned back. Fortunately, Gu Menghu caught him just in time, and he slowly fell to the ground. Lin Chen, are you okay? Gu Menghu asked with a worried expression. Lin Chen took a few deep breaths, not dead. Damn human lord, you actually consumed 6 evil god crystals to deal with me. The voice of Mobius echoed again. Not far away, Mobius, whose skin had completely disappeared, slowly stood up from the ground. Immediately, the skin on his body began to grow back at a visible speed. At this moment, Mobius was extremely angry. A mere novice lord had actually injured him, a powerful lord-level being. Although the injury was just superficial, it was a great humiliation for him. So, die. A black beam containing the aura of death erupted from the long sword in Mobius's hand. Just as he was about to release it and completely kill Lin Chen, a blinding beam suddenly burst forth from the heavens above. Following that, a powerful army composed of a 6-winged Seraphim legion suddenly attacked. Among them, one Seraphim had 12 wings on his back, clearly a powerful archangel. Mobius, how dare a mere 7th-tier lord be so arrogant here? A deep voice came from the archangel. Immediately, a massive white spear condensed in his hand. The spear contained terrifying pressure and shot towards Mobius at the moment it reached its limit. Mobius's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated a secret technique. At the moment the spear made contact with him, he turned into a puddle of blood. He actually used a blood escape technique to flee. Lin Chen's last memory lingered on the scene of human minions descending from the sky. He heard Gu Menghu's voice calling out to him like an echo. Then he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying inside a military green tent. The tent was filled with people, and he could vaguely hear discussions. Menghu, did this kid really injure a 7th-tier lord? That 7th-tier Lord Mobius is no simple matter. His lord form is said to be an 8th-tier mutated monster. This kid actually managed to injure an 8th-tier monster, but he is clearly only a 3rd-tier lord. It's unbelievable. An impressive little guy. If it weren't for him holding off the enemy, the southwestern front would probably have been torn open. Having made such a great contribution, we need to think about how to reward this little guy. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found people surrounding him. Look, this kid is awake. Tisk tsk, the young man is in good health. He woke up so quickly. Didn't the military doctor say he was just exhausted? Ha, it's good if he's fine. Lin Chen awkwardly shrank back under the blanket. The middle-aged men exchanged glances, said a few words to Gu Menghu beside them, and then left. Lin Chen originally wanted to ask who these uncles were, but the next second, a figure burst into the tent in a flurry. Then, without saying a word, she hugged Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen only felt his head enveloped by 2 large, soft masses, and then he caught a faint, unique fragrance of the girl. Stinky little brother, I heard you were attacked by the evil god lord. It scared me to death, did you know? It's a good thing you're okay, otherwise, how would I live, sister? The visitor was actually Zhang Min. As she spoke, she began to wipe away her tears, her voice tinged with a sob. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Min to be so anxious about him getting into trouble. Classmate, please don't be so agitated. Lin Chen is still in recovery. Gu Menghu's voice rang out. However, for some reason, Gu Menghu didn't deliberately change her voice this time. She used her female voice. Zhang Min sniffled a few times and silently released her grip on Lin Chen's neck. For the next few hours, Zhang Min stayed by Lin Chen's side. Only after confirming that he had fully recovered did she reluctantly leave. Lin Chen, after resting for a few hours, became lively again. "Who was that girl just now? Your girlfriend?" Gu Menghu suddenly asked on the way back to the crematorium. Lin Chen scratched his head. "She's my senior. I've only known her for a few days." "A few days and you get her so worried?" Gu Menghu said with a hint of meaning. "It seems Lin Chen has quite the charm with the ladies at school." Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. "By the way, Captain Gu, how's your injury?" "After removing the curse power from the wound, I healed in just a few minutes," Gu Menghu said. "It was because my strength was severely reduced by the evil god's power. Otherwise, that knife wouldn't have harmed me at all." After spending a few days together, Lin Chen could guess that Gu Menghu had an extraordinary background. However, he didn't ask further. This time back at the crematorium, "Just honestly pick up corpses and develop," Gu Menghu said. "Here, this is the military's reward for your performance this time, and thank you for saving me." Lin Chen then realized that the people who had been surrounding his hospital bed earlier were all big shots from the military district, powerful beings who could shake the land with a stomp. Lin Chen opened his dimensional bag and was momentarily stunned when he pulled out the first item. A-Class Lord Skill Upgrade Scroll *1. Can upgrade B-Class Lord skills to A-Class. Then he looked at the next reward. Holy Gem *10. Rare gems containing holy power. Can be used for kin cultivation and equipment forging. Advanced Territory Expansion Card. Can expand territory by 50 kilometers. Neutral Camp Void Land Coordinates. Records the coordinates of habitats for 4th to 5th tier beings, where you can tame 4th and 5th tier beings. Relic. The Direct Black Death Sword of the God Slayer Gel. Truly a generous reward from the military. Just those 10 holy gems were already worth a lot. The upgrade card, territory expansion card, and void land coordinates were all items Lin Chen currently needed. But among these rewards, the most precious was undoubtedly the last one. Relic, the direct black death sword of the God Slayer Gel. Lin Chen clicked on the introduction of the relic. Direct black death sword of the God Slayer Gel, a relic obtained from the evil god Lord Mobius, an evil holy sword forged from living tissue. Relic characteristics: when holding the direct black death sword, the living tissue will parasitize the user, thereby enhancing the host's body. The direct black death sword has the ability to absorb the life force of enemies, and when releasing the living tissue, it can erode living beings within a certain range. Lin Chen held the direct black death sword in his hand. The next moment, the living tissue on the sword's edge rapidly spread over Lin Chen's entire body like venom. At that moment, although Lin Chen had not transformed into the Crystal Dragon King state, he still felt a powerful force surging throughout his body. At the same time, he discovered that he could control the living tissue on the surface of the direct black death sword at will according to his consciousness. The living tentacle-like tissue spread out around, each tentacle capable of transforming into a sharp spike to launch a powerful strike. "What a nice tool," Lin Chen said, satisfied as he retracted the black death sword. By now, Lin Chen had already collected 2 relics. In the Lord's world, relics are rare and precious magical items. Each relic possesses different magical abilities. For the next few days, Lin Chen stayed low-key in the cremation ground, developing quietly. With the enhancement of the Black Death Sword, Lin Chen was no longer limited to the 4th-tier corpse piles. He began to attempt picking corpses from the 5th and 6th-tier piles. After finishing his daily corpse collection, Lin Chen would take out the coordinates of the void land rewarded by the military. On the floating island recorded by these coordinates, there were a large number of 4th and 5th tier creatures. Lin Chen directly appointed the Dark Ranger as the commander, leading over 100 brutal dragon riders to crazily transform high-tier creatures on this island. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After Lin Chen had worked tirelessly for 7 days, his territory had undergone a tremendous transformation. There were 2,300 4th-tier Weeping Angels, 265 5th-tier Brutal Dragon Riders, and 17 6th-tier Monster Corpses. The most numerous were the 3rd-tier Black Flame Titans, which had accumulated to 8,000. Lords of the same tier are also divided into low, medium, and high ranks. Judging solely by the number of dependents, Lin Chen's apparent strength was already that of a mid-tier 3rd lord. The rapidly increasing number of dependents did not make Lin Chen's territory feel crowded. After integrating the high-tier territory expansion card, Lin Chen's territory had expanded to 130 kilometers. It is known that an ordinary 3rd-tier lord's territory is at most about 50 kilometers, while Lin Chen's 130 kilometers was already quite a large scale. When a 3rd-tier lord breaks through to the 4th tier, the territory size expands according to the territory size multiplier. Lin Chen recalled from his lessons, which means the larger the territory area at the 3rd tier, the more it expands when upgrading to the 4th tier, and the larger the territory size, the greater the limit on the buildings that can be placed. Just like now I can place up to 13 flesh cloning machines and 130 defenses. 17 6th tier monster corpses were not too many. Lin Chen thought it would be fine to wait a few more days to collect corpses before proceeding with the synthesis. The time reached 4 p.m. in the Void World. After completing today's corpse collection, Lin Chen stretched and prepared to return to his residence to rest. However, at that moment, a striking figure appeared at the entrance of the cremation ground. "Stinky little brother, you're off work." Looking up, he saw Zhang Min waving at him. Since he was in his Lord Avatar state, Zhang Min looked just like a dragon queen. Her fiery figure was wrapped in a red leather armor. Her chest trembled violently, perfectly embodying the meaning of surging waves. Her exquisite face faintly revealed a light red flame pattern. She had dragon horns on her head, and a fiery red dragon tail swayed from her curvy hips. Senior sister," Lin Chen scratched his head and walked over. Zhang Min was not polite at all, boldly wrapping her arm around his shoulder. "Stinky little brother, are you free tonight? Sister will take you to have fun." Lin Chen had already begun to get used to Zhang Min's boldness and directly asked, "Where to?" "To the bonfire party organized by the military. They say it's an event held every year for our school." Lin Chen was a bit confused, but this is the front line, holding a party seems a bit inappropriate. Zhang Min rolled her eyes. Soldiers are also human, they need to relax. Okay. Many lords stationed on the front line can't go home for years or even decades. Even if we don't come, there will regularly be events held here. Lin Chen nodded to show he understood. "So, do you want to go?" Zhang Min made a pitiful expression. "I'm just a girl, unfamiliar with the place, just thinking about it makes me scared." "Don't be like that, big sister. Can't I just go?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes. His senior's personality was truly quirky. Lin Chen went to the monitoring room to report his itinerary to Gu Menghu. To his surprise, after hearing about the event, Gu Menghu insisted on joining the two of them. "This kind of event only happens once a year. I definitely don't want to miss it," Gu Menghu said, taking off her helmet. What surprised Lin Chen was that Gu Menghu's half-decomposed face had mostly returned to a human appearance, though it still bore some dark red marks resembling birthmarks. But this did not detract from her beauty. "Wow, this captain's sister is so pretty. No wonder my Lin Chen is willing to stay here," Zhang Min emphasized, deliberately. Gu Menghu found a mask to wear. The main reason Lin Chen stays here is that he likes corpses, especially the freshly dead ones. You can take advantage of them while they're still warm. Lin Chen suddenly realized that Captain Gu seemed to possess a certain dark side. Listening to the two women start chatting, Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. He regretted attending tonight's party. The time came to the evening at the starting point, on a flat terrain behind the battle lines. Dozens of tents surrounded an open space, and inside the tents, one could see the figures of intermediate and even high-level lord soldiers. They all arrived here in their lord forms. Various delicacies were laid out around them for their enjoyment. "Ha, old Zhang, I heard there's an incredible kid among this year's newcomers who single-handedly held off a 7th-tier lord's attack." "A 7th-tier lord? Are today's students really that strong? Ha, I must see this for myself if I get the chance. Looking forward to tonight's lord performance. I hope that kid can take the stage." The conversations of the lord soldiers were not discreet, and at a nearby table, Wu Liang's face darkened as he unconsciously crushed the cake in his hand. In just a few days, news of Lin Chen resisting the evil god lord alone had spread like wildfire along the entire southwestern front, completely overshadowing Wu Liang's reputation. Why should a freshman receive so much praise? At that moment, Wu Liang's eyes were filled with jealousy. Lin Chen, Zhang Min, and Gu Menghu arrived at the venue for the party. Soldiers were drinking and having a good time everywhere, and some were even singing karaoke. The atmosphere was lively. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. At that moment, the sound of gongs and drums rang out, and Captain Chen, who had previously assisted the battlefield interns, walked to the center of the venue with a smile. "Everyone, continue to enjoy the food and drinks. Next, let's welcome the little ones from the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy to perform for us. Let's give them a round of applause." A wave of applause surged from all directions, and at the same time, a massive holographic projection sand table rose from the ground at the center of the venue. The so-called talent show was not about singing or dancing but rather about simulating territorial battles through the sand table. This talent showcase still follows the old tradition, conducting territorial battles through arena competitions. "Fellow veterans, it's time to loosen your belts and take out your treasures." Captain Chen's words elicited a round of laughter and curses from the crowd, while at the same time, the reward board above the arena began to refresh with various props and materials. 6th tier Lord Su Lang contributes 3,000 gold to the winner's prize pool. 7th tier Lord Lan Yuntian contributes 100,000 wood to the winner's prize pool. 7th tier Lord Zhao Zai contributes a level 2 spirit enhancement stone to the winner's prize pool. 8th tier Lord Su Kai contributes a mid-level magic scroll, explosive fire rain to the winner's prize pool. This was a reward-based viewing mode. The more intense the competition, the more rewards are given, and the final winner will receive all the prizes in the prize pool. Can it really be played like this? Lin Shen felt numb as he looked at the increasing variety of materials and props in the prize pool. Actually, it's a bit of goodwill from the veterans, Gu Minghu explained, to support some young lords and help them become the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom's future. Lin Shen nodded silently. At Captain Shen's call, a sophomore stepped onto the stage. It was none other than Wu Liang, known as the first genius of the sophomore class. The first thing he did upon entering the arena was to raise his hand and point at Lin Shen, who was sitting not far away, saying, "Lin Shen, I heard you single-handedly withstood the onslaught of a 7th-tier evil godlord on the battlefield. I now challenge you, do you dare to accept?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a huge stir around. "Haha, is the opening a peak showdown? I'm already looking forward to it. Don't be cowardly, Lin Chen. The simulation battle won't consume your followers. Go for it, Lin Chen. I can't wait to see your performance." The veterans looked at Lin Chen with eager eyes, hoping he would agree to the battle. Looking at Wu Liang, who seemed eager to devour him, Lin Chen felt a bit speechless and rubbed his nose. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. However, he was not one to fear for his life. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he slowly stood up from his seat. Be careful, little brother. Wu Liang's followers are a terrifying group of heart-eating demons that are hard to deal with. Zhang Min showed a worried expression. He is already a 4th-tier High Lord, and his strength should not be underestimated. Lin Chen patted Zhang Min's shoulder, signaling her to relax. He then walked towards the stage, facing Wu Liang in battle. As a golden halo enveloped the scene, Lin Chen and Wu Liang's consciousness was transported to the territory space. Captain Chen's voice echoed from above. The rules of the simulation match are very simple. You will spawn on a piece of land, and each of you will have a fortress. Deploy your own army to defend or capture the opponent's fortress, and the first person to shatter the fortress core will be the winner. The rules resonated in the void. Zhang Min showed a hint of concern. Without a limit on the number of troops, with Wu Liang's scale of followers, Lin Chen will probably find it very difficult to defend. Gu Minghu glanced at Zhang Min and said in a flat tone, "The number of followers is just part of a lord's strength. Truly powerful lords can defeat strong enemies with inferior forces. I believe Lin Chen has that kind of strength." Zhang Min bit her lip and remained silent. In the battle space, Wu Liang looked at Lin Chen in the void with a playful expression. "Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to dare to accept the challenge. You have some guts." At the same time, an endless army of 4th-tier heart-eating demons was gathering around the castle. Heart-eating demons are a type of semi-ethereal follower with strong resistance to physical damage. Moreover, they come with a disruption aura that can affect the enemy's mind, making them extremely difficult to deal with. In addition to the 4th-tier heart-eating demon army, at the core of the formation, there were over 2,000 5th-tier explosive souls. In the middle of them were dozens of 6th-tier powerful followers. With such a troop composition, let alone 4th-tier, many newly promoted 5th-tier lords wouldn't be able to match it. As Wu Liang's army gathered, the number had already exceeded 30,000, which was all the troops he had dispatched this time. At this moment, Lin Chen was also mobilizing his forces. It was time to test all the efforts he had made to level up and strengthen his followers. 8,000 Black Flame Titans charged out. They formed a long line, backed by the castle. 2,300 Crying Angels stood densely on the city walls, ready to take off at any moment. 265 5th-tier brutal dragon riders were stationed to one side of the Black Flame Titans, always ready to cut into the enemy's rear and disrupt their formation. Above the sky, 9-headed skeletal dragons and an evil-eyed crystal dragon king soar, their predatory gaze fixed on the battlefield below. On the back of the evil-eyed crystal dragon king sits a cold-faced but stunningly beautiful elven woman, the Dark Ranger Sylvanas. A faint halo radiates from her body. The strong strike aura and archer aura are currently providing ranged attack boosts to the ranged minions below. In terms of the number of minions, Lin Chen does not hold any advantage over Wu Liang. However, Lin Chen is very confident in his minions. Each of these minions has been personally trained by him, cloned from various precious materials. Their overall strength is definitely not weaker than any minion of the same rank. Moreover, in recent days, Lin Chen has been tirelessly conducting research in the Goblin Laboratory, using materials without hesitation. Various technologies related to body, bones, and even brains have been enhancing and upgrading every part of his territory's minions. Their combat power has significantly increased. Accompanied by a piercing dragon roar from the evil-eyed Crystal Dragon King above, Lin Chen's territory minions erupt with astonishing fighting spirit. Even though the enemy is numerous, they remain unafraid. On the other side, Wu Liang coldly watches the minions controlled by Lin Chen. It's a pity this is a simulated battle, otherwise, I would definitely wipe out your minions. Go, heart-eating demon, charge forward and tear apart all enemies in sight. Wu Liang shouts, immediately issuing the attack order. Tens of thousands of 4th-tier heart-eating demons surge toward Lin Chen's fortress. At the same time, Wu Liang activates the A-level Lord skill, Shadow of the Soul. A black ghost appears above each heart-eating demon's head. These ghosts continuously gnaw at the bodies of the heart-eating demons, forcing them to charge even more frantically toward Lin Chen's castle. Simultaneously, 5th-tier exploding souls begin to cast spells. High above, black magic circles swirl continuously. From each magic circle, black skulls surge forth wildly. These skulls emit sharp cries, then plummet toward Lin Chen's castle like meteors. Faced with such an onslaught, although Lin Chen has ordered his minions to evade, these skulls possess tracking capabilities, continuously embedding themselves among Lin Chen's minions. The sound of explosions fills the air. Minions of 4th tier and above barely manage to dodge, but the 3rd-tier Black Flame Titans suffer casualties in this wave of attacks. Lin Chen coldly watches the enemy charging forward. The moment they enter range, he issues a concentrated fire order. Over 7,000 Black Flame Titans simultaneously draw their massive bowstrings. The next second, a swarm of black arrows rains down on Wu Liang's forces like locusts. Although the Black Flame Titans are only 3rd tier, under various attribute enhancements, they still possess considerable lethality. The moment they embed into the enemy forces, while they cannot instantly kill 4th-tier minions, the continuous explosions and burning black flames quickly weaken the heart-eating demon army's strength. Many minions are severely injured, and their marching speed is significantly reduced. Meanwhile, the newly trained 4th-tier Crying Angels flap their wings and soar into the sky. Facing the heart-eating demon army below, they gather their spears and throw them frantically. The spears embed into the heart-eating demon army, causing far greater damage than expected. As 4th-tier minions, the physical defense of the heart-eating demons at this moment is like paper, easily pierced by the spears. Even more astonishing is that the black skeletons summoned by the 5th-tier exploding souls cannot kill a Crying Angel in one go. It often takes 3 or more concentrated hits to bring down a single Crying Angel. Yet the Crying Angels are only 4th-tier minions. Why do they kill the same tier heart-eating demons as easily as cutting vegetables, while also being able to withstand attacks from 5th-tier mage units? The Crying Angels are indeed a type of super minion with extremely high offensive and defensive capabilities. At this moment, the Lord's soldiers watching the battle were also in a state of confusion. What is Lin Chen's 4th-tier unit? I've never seen it before. It must be some kind of mutant, but the attack power of this mutant is too strong. It can kill a creature of the same tier with a single spear. If it were a high-tier lord, this battle wouldn't be hard to explain. But Lin Chen seems to be just a 3rd-tier lord. No wonder he can hold off a 7th-tier evil god lord. This subordinate training is too successful. As the exclamations continued, the prizes in the reward pool rapidly increased at a visible rate. The more intense the battle, the more tips the lord's soldiers gave. Lin Chen, you're amazing. Go, Lin Chen. Zhang Min was so excited that her little face turned red, constantly cheering him on. Beside her, Gu Menghu also showed an interested expression. Wu Liang, seeing his heart-eating demon army suffering heavy losses, knew he could no longer hide his trump card. In the next moment, dozens of poison balls formed from miasma flew into the sky. It was Wu Liang's 6th-tier subordinate, the poison miasma Grand Sorcerer, making a move. The poison balls flew toward the Weeping Angel like guided missiles, followed by a violent explosion. Countless highly corrosive liquids splattered everywhere, severely affecting the Weeping Angel. With the Grand Sorcerer's cover, the heart-eating demon army quickly pressed into Lin Chen's castle territory, taking advantage of their numbers. Coming to confront them was the Black Flame Titan army, which had only 6,000 left. Under Lin Chen's command, the Black Flame Titans abandoned long-range attacks and launched a fearless assault against Wu Liang's army. Seeing this, Wu Liang immediately showed a mocking expression. 3rd-tier units want to fight my 4th-tier units? Lin Chen, are you out of your mind? However, before Wu Liang's smug expression could fade, a series of explosions erupted from the front lines. Although the Black Flame Titans were no match for the heart-eating demons, they could still inflict significant damage under the enhancement of blood and flesh explosions. Moreover, at this point, the blood and flesh explosions had successfully upgraded from B tier to A tier. The explosive power was greater, and the range wider. Amidst the continuous explosions, the heart-eating demons suffered heavy losses. Almost every black flame titan that self-destructed could injure more than 3 heart-eating demons, and these explosions came one after another. As a result, in a short time, the number of the heart-eating demon army rapidly decreased. Lin Chen, you're seeking death. Wu Liang's eyes turned red in an instant, and he released his lord's skill again, driving the frenzied heart-eating demon army to charge at Lin Chen's fortress at full speed. The heart-eating demon army suffered countless casualties, and their formation was completely chaotic. Lin Chen knew the opportunity for a counterattack had come. In the next moment, war fog. A massive fog swept across the battlefield, and Wu Liang's legion instantly lost a large portion of their visibility. Even Wu Liang himself could see nothing beyond his subordinate troops. In the fog, knights riding blood-red dragons charged forward. The brutal dragon riders appeared, piercing into the heart-eating demon army like sharp arrows. Wherever the cavalry went, corpses littered the ground, and many heart-eating demons were pierced through the chest and torn apart. At the same time, 10 massive figures crossed the heart-eating demon army under the cover of the fog, flying toward their rear position. The sudden appearance of the brutal dragon riders began to tilt the battlefield in Lin Chen's favor. A large number of 4th-tier heart-eating demons were slaughtered, and even several 5th-tier explosive souls were heavily injured. Wu Liang looked grimly at the subordinates being continuously killed in the fog, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Chen. Damn it, I admit you're strong, but that doesn't mean you can win this duel. Wu Liang raised his finger, and in the next moment, a blinding golden light shot from the tip of his finger into the battlefield. S-tier Lord skill, Blood Moon Calamity. A blood-red sun appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The entire land was shrouded in crimson. Immediately, the corpses that had already died on the ground transformed into blood water at a visible speed, from which emerged red blood puppets. The blood puppets felt no pain and almost ignored any physical attacks. Dozens of blood puppets pounced on a brutal dragon knight, and in an instant, they tore it apart until only bones remained. All the dead heart-eating demons at this moment turned into blood puppets, rushing towards Lin Chen's territory. The tide of battle instantly reversed, and Lin Chen's forces suffered heavy casualties. Seeing Wu Liang's army already at the gates, about to launch an attack on the castle, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, because his assault team had also arrived above Wu Liang's fortress. A thunderous dragon roar echoed from above Wu Liang's castle. Following that, 9 skeletal dragons and a crystal dragon king with evil eyes descended upon the castle like divine soldiers. Wu Liang, who had been smug just moments ago, suddenly changed his expression. When did this happen? Damn it, the war fog. Wu Liang realized that the war fog Lin Chen had released allowed a squad of dragons to bypass his line of sight and launch a surprise attack on his castle. Wu Liang instantly lost his footing and hurriedly ordered the defensive forces within the castle to counterattack. However, the combat power of the 9 5th-tier skeletal dragons was formidable, and with their resurrection ability, they could not be defeated in a short time. The Crystal Dragon King with evil eyes was even a 6th-tier mutated dragon, far surpassing the combat power of the same tier. At the same time, the Dark Ranger rode the Crystal Dragon King, transforming into a Dragon Knight. At this moment, she did not use a bow and arrow but wielded a relic, the Dark Death Sword. With each swing, the parasitic entities on the Dark Death Sword spread outwards, transforming into spikes that continuously killed the incoming defensive forces. Within Wu Liang's castle, 5 6th-tier poison mages were stationed. They had intended to release poison to defend the core of the castle. The next second, several light rings fell from above their heads. It was the Dark Ranger who unleashed an enhanced dark spell. Following that, the Crystal Dragon King burrowed into the castle, its sharp claws instantly tearing apart the bodies of the poison mages, killing them in an instant. At this moment, within Lin Chen's castle, the brutal dragon knights, weeping angels, and black flame titans were few in number. They were all concentrated in a room at the core of the fortress, fighting desperately against the heart-eating demon's assault. At this time, outside, it was silent. The Lord's soldiers nervously watched the fierce battle on the simulation sand table. Although Lin Chen's followers were very powerful, their numbers were simply too few. In the end, Wu Liang directly used a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries, wiping out most of Lin Chen's forces. He completely overwhelmed Lin Chen's followers with sheer numbers. However, this did not mean Lin Chen was weak, as he had always been fighting against greater numbers. And now, just as Wu Liang was about to breach the fortress, his assault team had also successfully infiltrated Wu Liang's fortress. Lin Chen's move of using the dark strategy was executed beautifully. To fight against a powerful enemy with a force several times smaller than his own, this strategy is truly rare. Not only the final dragon surprise attack, but the earlier tactics of the Dragon Knights entering the battlefield to divide the enemy's formation were also extremely brilliant. If it weren't for the Dragon Knights disrupting the opponent's formation, the battle might not have dragged on to this point. The discussions echoed among the soldiers. The gazes directed at Lin Chen were filled with admiration. At a small table, Zhang Min was excited, her face flushed, as expected of the guy Zhang Min, have my eyes on, so outstanding, wahaha. Beside her, Gu Minghu glanced at Zhang Min and, rarely, offered a comment. Lin Chen's battlefield command ability is indeed impressive, but I wonder who will win in the end? Within the simulation sand table, Wu Liang was now red with rage, roaring at Lin Chen. You've definitely lost, Lin Chen. My minions are about to shatter the core of your castle. I'm a top genius. You don't even qualify to carry my shoes. However, before Wu Liang could finish his roar, a voice echoed from above. Ding! Wu Liang's castle core has been shattered. This match is over. Congratulations to Lin Chen for winning this battle. Boom! The lords and soldiers in the viewing area erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. Awesome, Lin Chen, turning the tables like this. What a great kid. His battlefield handling ability is incredible. I bet in the last minute, this kid unleashed a big move to overtake Wu Liang. 1 minute ago, when Lin Chen realized that the enemy had breached his castle's interior, he decisively ordered the 9-headed skeletal dragon to crash into the castle core and self-destruct. Then he commanded the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King to unleash a wing-breaking beam cannon, instantly evaporating the core. Thus, he narrowly won this battle. As the golden light faded, the consciousness of both sides returned to the void. Suddenly, there was a thud. Wu Liang, as if drained of all his strength, collapsed directly onto the ground. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible? This can't be. How could I lose? I'm the top-ranked sophomore. How could I lose to a freshman?" At this moment, Wu Liang's gaze was vacant, his spirit severely crushed. However, the atmosphere on site was lively, and no one paid attention to this loser. Lin Chen is amazing. Lin Chen is so cool. Zhang Min excitedly cupped her hands into a megaphone shape and cheered loudly. Her big eyes sparkled with admiration. Other lords and soldiers also erupted in waves of applause. Applause, cheers, flowers, adoration. Lin Chen stood calmly in the center of the arena, his face always showing a calmness that was unaffected by praise or blame. I didn't expect this kid to actually win, Gu Minghu said, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Lin Chen with interest. It seems that soon, the Dragon Kingdom will give birth to another god-level powerhouse. This little guy has an unlimited future. Thinking of this, Gu Minghu couldn't help but glance at the bouncing Zhang Min. The young lady of the Haoyu group seems to have developed real feelings for Lin Chen. That's not good news. Our Gu family has few males, and now encountering such a promising young man, if he could be matched with the girls of the Gu family, that would be a beautiful thing. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware that Gu Minghu was plotting against him. After defeating Wu Liang left in a huff, as if his soul had been drained. However, before leaving, he shot Lin Chen a venomous glance. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms. Lin Chen, you wait for me. The humiliation I suffered today will be repaid double in the future. Our Wu family in the imperial capital believes in repaying debts and avenging grievances. In the following arena matches, Lin Chen sparred with several other students. Without exception, all were defeated by Lin Chen. Not only because Lin Chen's minions were incredibly powerful, but also because he possessed a talent for commanding troops that far surpassed his peers. In the end, Lin Chen held the arena and secured the top prize in this tournament. After the event, when Lin Chen saw the prize pool filled to the brim with rewards, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the prize pool, there were 50,000 pieces of gold alone, and various basic materials counted in the tens of thousands. Then there were over 200 intermediate skill scrolls, 80 level 1 spirit enhancement stones, 40 level 2 spirit enhancement stones. Counting the prizes in the pool, Lin Chen felt that he had truly struck it rich. Unlike those heirs of noble families who were born with access to vast resources, Lin Chen was just a poor kid without any background or strength, and every resource had to be fought for and won from strong enemies. You performed quite well in this exhibition match, Lin Chen. Captain Chen and the team leader, teacher Zhao Qian, approached. Zhao Qian looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Your territory's minions have become significantly stronger. It seems you gained quite a bit from this battlefield practice. Lin Chen humbly replied, it's not bad. We expect to conclude this internship in 10 days, so cherish the remaining time. After a simple tally of the gains from this exhibition match, most of the items were fragmented, roughly valued at around 20 million blue star coins. Winning a battle brought in a bonus of 20 million. It was simply exhilarating. After taking out the building materials and skill scrolls that Lin Chen could use, he planned to find opportunities to sell the remaining materials for currency. With the experience from his battle against Wu Liang, Lin Chen realized that his minions were not as invincible as he had imagined. When faced with enemies that outnumbered him by several times or even a dozen times, the battle would still become strenuous. Thus, during the next 10 days, Lin Chen began to implement as many troop production and garrison plans as possible. The most stable way to produce troops was through the coordinates of 4 to 5 tier creature habitats. At this point, Lin Chen had already built a colonial outpost at the coordinates, which could steadily provide 50 to 100 copies of 4 to 5 tier cloning materials every 24 hours in Blue Star time. Then there was his old trade, picking up the corpses of high-tier magical beasts in the graveyard. This work also allowed for a stable acquisition of high-tier magical beast materials. However, ever since he obtained the relic, the Godslayer's Dark Death Sword, Lin Chen had been trying to select high-tier magical beast corpses from the piles of 5 to 6 tier corpses. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the rewards were plentiful. In 10 days, he collected over 200 5-tier magical beast corpses and more than 36 tier magical beast corpses. Additionally, Gu Menghu occasionally appeared, casually tossing him a few high-value 6-tier magical beast corpses. This caused Lin Chen's expected number of minions to continue to soar. At this point, Lin Chen had already begun to plan the various matters related to creating 6-tier clones. However, with the rapid increase in the strength of his territory, problems also followed. Due to the limitation on the number of buildings that could be placed, the efficiency of the 13 flesh cloning machines was clearly unable to keep up with the output. The most direct issue caused by this was that the cloning materials were piling up like mountains, but the number of clones produced each day remained fixed. He needed to find a way to increase the building placement limit, otherwise, he would still be unable to accumulate troops in a short time. In the midst of fulfilling his tasks, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle against the evil gods targeting the second-year students was reaching its conclusion. On the day before their departure, Lin Chen once again absorbed the evil god power from Gu Menghu's body. Along with obtaining 5 evil god crystals, Gu Menghu also tossed Lin Chen a gold card containing 5 million blue star coins. After 2 treatments, Gu Menghu's physical condition had noticeably improved. At this point, she no longer wore a helmet, and her body no longer emitted the aura of decay and rot. Even the half of her face that had been withered had now regained a human appearance. Although the dark purple markings resembling birthmarks were still visible, she no longer looked like a ghostly figure. In fact, when Lin Chen saw Gu Menghu's current appearance, he felt a sense of being dazzled. She resembled a mature and stunningly beautiful ice queen, lacking the charm of teacher Jiang Yi but exuding a more heroic and spirited vibe. She looked like a female general. "Captain Gu, I'm leaving." Lin Chen waved at Gu Menghu. "Come visit me at Dragon Academy when you have time." Gu Menghu seemed indifferent as she waved her hand. But when Lin Chen truly disappeared from the courtyard, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. After a month of getting to know each other, she was deeply impressed by this energetic and motivated young man. Perhaps 7 years of loneliness had been too long, and now that she had finally met someone she could talk to, he was leaving. This stirred a sense of reluctance in her heart, especially since this young man could also help her with her hidden ailment. "I wonder what kind of impression I made on him," Gu Menghu thought to herself. "He asked me to visit him at Dragon Academy. Was that just polite talk, or did he really want me to come?" At the internship assembly point, all the interns had gathered. The first place in this internship goes to Lin Chen from Class 5 of the freshman year, with a reward of 5,000 credits. Second place goes to Zhang Min from Class 3 of the sophomore year, with a reward of 3,000 credits. Third place goes to Wu Liang from Class 1 of the sophomore year, with a reward of 1,000 credits. Zhao Kaiji, Lu Menglu, Su Guang, and Sun Yingying have all fallen as Lord Avatars, their territory coordinates leaked, and they have been expelled. As the rankings concluded, the students below began to whisper among themselves. Zhao Kaiji and the others deserved it. Instead of keeping watch, they went to mock Lin Chen, and ended up being taken out by the evil god lord. Their bright futures are now buried. That said, Lin Chen is really impressive. A freshman actually took first place among us sophomores. The most amazing part is that he managed to beat Wu Liang. I heard Wu Liang has been sulking these days, looking like everyone owes him $200. A burst of white light enveloped everyone. In the next moment, the Lord Avatars vanished from the spot. At the same time, within the Dragon Academy and the Blue Star Empire, the students' consciousness returned to their own bodies. As the golden light faded, the student lords exited their invincible state. Lin Chen came back to his senses, feeling a sense of profound change as if he had returned from another world. A month had passed in the Void Realm, but only a few days had gone by in reality. During these days, everyone had been protected by the Golden Halo, so they did not feel hunger or thirst, their states were frozen at the moment they departed. Wow, we're finally back. Jiang Min happily approached Lin Chen, wrapping her arms around his. Little junior, you must not run away this time, give me your contact information. Feeling the incredible elasticity from her arm, Lin Chen cleared his throat and quickly exchanged contact details. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll take you off for some good food. Without waiting for Lin Chen to respond, Jiang Min pulled him towards the school gate. Wu Liang stared blankly at their distant figures, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Damn Lin Chen, not only did he steal my honor, but he also took my woman. Just wait, soon you will know you've messed with the wrong person. On the way to eat, Lin Chen asked Jiang Min about methods to increase the building limit of territories. The simplest way is to expand the territory, the larger the area, the higher the building limit. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Are there any other methods? Jiang Min thought for a moment. I remember there's a relic in the school shop that can also increase the limit, but it requires quite a few credits. Lin Chen immediately took out his phone and opened the school shop's exchange panel. He found the relic Jiang Min mentioned on the relic exchange page. Billy Link's beeping boy. This is a robot that Billy Link assembled from a toilet and other discarded parts when he was a child. It was his only companion during childhood, and the beeping boy makes a beep 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 sound when it gets angry. Relic ability. Placing it in the territory can double the building limit. Credits required for exchange, 7,000 points. Doubling the territory buildings. What a great item. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. This relic was exactly what he urgently needed. However, it was a bit pricey, requiring 7,000 credits for the exchange. He had only just obtained 5,000 credits, and most of the previous ones had been spent on exchanging for other items. Seemingly noticing Lin Chen's predicament, Jiang Min patted Lin Chen's shoulder and smiled. Isn't your credit a bit short, Junior Lin Chen? Do you want me to lend you some? Lin Chen scratched his head. What's the price? It won't be that I have to offer myself, right? Jiang Min rolled her eyes. You think too highly of yourself. Of course, if I lend you, you have to pay it back. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Min continued, I'll lend you the credits, but you have to pay me back within 3 months, plus 5% interest. If you think that's okay, then lend it. If not, forget it. Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Then lend me 2,000, and I'll pay you back 2,050 credits in 3 months. Jiang Min's eyes twinkled, and she suddenly changed her mind. No, 5% interest is too little. You have to give me an extra request. Ha? What request? I haven't thought of the specific request yet, but it definitely won't be something to make you uncomfortable, Jiang Min said. So, what do you say, stinky brother, do you agree? Lin Chen helplessly nodded. Then I agree. Hee, stinky brother is really straightforward. After borrowing 2,000 credits, Lin Chen successfully exchanged for the relic Billy Link's beeping boy. The moment it was placed on the territory, he received a prompt that he could build more structures. So Lin Chen waved his hand and built 13 more flesh cloning machines. With a total of 26 flesh cloning machines operating continuously, the conversion efficiency of the cloned familiars greatly increased. At 1:30 in the afternoon, just as Lin Chen was about to return to his dormitory to rest, he received a call from teacher Jiang He. He said that the freshmen were attending a public class on outer exploration and asked if he wanted to participate. At that moment, Lin Chen was in urgent need of credits, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. He arrived at the public classroom and sat down, accompanied by a golden halo enveloping his entire body. Lin Chen's consciousness was transmitted into this outer dimension. The next second, he appeared in the form of a lord in a desolate wasteland world. The dim sky was filled with the ruins of cities and broken asphalt roads as far as the eye could see. Rusted car wrecks and skeletal remains clad in some kind of protective gear were scattered throughout the grass. Radiation world, 250 years after the nuclear war, the world is a site of devastation, filled with buildings destroyed by explosions and terrifying creatures mutated by radiation. Please explore carefully in the radiation world. Every puddle you cross may contain radiation, and the radiation energy can weaken you, make you seriously ill, or even kill you. Task 1. Collect the glands of first-level mutated cockroaches, 0/100. Task 2. Defeat a second-level mutated lobster and collect its eyeball, 0 out of 1. Task 3. Explore the northern radiation zone, where powerful forces such as the Steel Brotherhood and the Corpse Demon Nest exist. Find and defeat them. Upon seeing the tasks, Lin Chen suddenly felt as if a max-level expert had returned to the novice village. After spending so long in the evil god battlefield, looking at these novice tasks felt rather uninteresting. Let's explore north first, Lin Chen said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The other students are probably exploring north too. The next second, a pair of enormous dragon wings made of red crystals unfolded from Lin Chen's back. He shot up like a missile, racing northward. In this outer exploration, all students were required to carry only 9 familiars for combat. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Hajian Town, which was just an ordinary and backward village before the nuclear war, was preserved due to its distance from the city after the war broke out. After 100 years of development, Hajian Town had become a relatively prosperous wasteland town in the region. Several mechanical patrols roamed around the town, providing shelter for the people living there. This relatively safe town was also a gathering place for first-year students. Having arrived in this world nearly a month ago, most of the surviving students set up camp here with their companions. They rested at night and ventured outside the town during the day to hunt monsters, complete quests, and earn points. However, tonight was anything but peaceful. Just as most students lay in bed starting to rest, an army clad in iron armor appeared outside the town on a distant hillside. The invaders from another world have stationed themselves in this small town. Brothers, grab your weapons and unleash a massacre upon them. Drive these damned bastards out of our world. Charge! The next moment, the sound of cannon fire erupted. The Iron Brotherhood, thousands of steel soldiers, charged toward the town. Various crude mortar shells rained down on the town, triggering a series of explosions. The students in the town were instantly awakened. In a panic, they scrambled to prepare their companions for battle. However, the shells falling from the sky exploded mercilessly around them. Countless companions were killed or injured, and several students who had transformed into lords also perished in this barrage. Just as the shelling finally ceased, the iron tide of the Iron Brotherhood followed closely behind. Countless steel soldiers fired their machine guns, sweeping away all living forces in the town. The combat power of the Iron Brotherhood's mech soldiers was assessed to be Tier 3, a force not to be underestimated. This sudden attack caught the students off guard, leaving them unable to organize an effective defense. The defeat was overwhelming, and the surviving students could only retreat from the town of Hajian, fleeing from night until day. Worse things were yet to come. Their retreat was so chaotic that several students disturbed a nearby large zombie nest. Thousands of zombies swarmed out, completely sealing off their path forward. With zombies in front and the Iron Brotherhood blocking the rear, the group of students found themselves trapped in a narrow canyon, precariously surrounded. The scene shifted to Lin Chen, who was searching for supplies in an abandoned gas station by the roadside. Broken tape, wrenches, car repair tools, expired drinks. None of these were the supplies Lin Chen needed. Suddenly, a cockroach the size of a calf dropped from the ceiling, its sharp mouthparts aimed to pierce Lin Chen. In the next moment, Lin Chen drew his black death sword and instantly skewered it. Kill mutated cockroach, gain mutation gland *1. Lin Chen examined the white gland in his hand, which resembled a silkworm cocoon. After a night of exploration, Lin Chen discovered that this world, devastated by nuclear weapons, had two types of materials he needed: the mutation gland he currently held and a material called radiation stone. Radiation stone was a mineral containing extremely high radiation, somewhat resembling evil eye crystals. It could grant the radiation attribute to companions or items. Radiation, this trait continuously emits uncomfortable energy fluctuations to the surroundings, slowing down enemy unit movement speed and disrupting their judgment. The greatest effect of the radiation attribute was to slow down enemies. In battle, the faster side always had the upper hand, and the radiation attribute acted like a slowing aura for each companion, thereby weakening the combat power of the enemy army. The mutation gland was a material that could induce random mutations in the body. These random mutations were highly unpredictable. A mutant might grow an extra eyeball, a heart, or perhaps an extra arm or lose a few fingers. This mutation was useless to other lords. But for Lin Chen, who possessed a flesh and blood cloning machine, it was equivalent to a random enhancement lottery ticket. Randomly select a body part to undergo mutation, then synchronize the positive mutations that can enhance combat power to the flesh and blood cloning machine for large-scale cloning. This will strengthen the dependence. For example, if a stroke of luck allows the brutal dragon to grow an extra heart, then the brutal dragon rider will inevitably see an increase in mobility and explosive power. This is the function of the mutation gland. After determining the items to be collected next, Lin Chen prepared to take action. Just as he stepped out of the abandoned gas station, several scavengers in tattered armor approached him. "Hey, kid, hand over the valuable stuff on you," one of the scavengers said, pointing a wasteland gun at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. These scavengers had at most first-tier combat power. He even doubted whether the wasteland guns in their hands could fire bullets. Just as Lin Chen was about to take action to deal with these scavengers, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from a distance. Following that, several wasteland tanks and powered armor soldiers passed by on a nearby road, seemingly heading to participate in some battle. "Damn Steel Brotherhood, I heard they're hunting a group of otherworldly visitors in Hajian Town. Who knows if it's true?" One scavenger spat to the side. "Hope they can take each other out. It'd be best if they all died." Guys, should we go take a chance later? If we can pick up 1 or 2 sets of powered armor, we'd strike it rich. Lin Chen stepped forward. Excuse me, you just mentioned the otherworldly visitors in Hejian Town. Which way should I go to get there? The scavengers immediately showed disdain. You want to go to Hejian Town? I'll kill you right now. However, the scavenger hadn't finished his sentence. In the next second, a black sword entwined with flesh buds suddenly slashed towards him. There was no chance to resist. 3 scavengers had their bodies broken in an instant. Kill Wasteland Scavenger, obtain Mutation Gland *1. Kill Wasteland Scavenger, obtain Mutation Gland *2. Kill Wasteland Scavenger, obtain Mutation Gland *1. So even killing humans can yield glands? Lin Chen showed a thoughtful expression. In the next moment, he spread his crystal wings and chased after the tank unit that had just passed by. At this time, in a valley outside Hejian Town, Su Arrow, Sun Gaochang, and others were commanding their dependents to resist the onslaught of the corpse demons with great difficulty. These agile and pain-resistant corpse demons had reached a 3rd-tier level of physical strength. What made things even more troublesome was that some of these corpse demons possessed intelligence and could even use weapons to attack them. Most of the students were doing their utmost to fend off the assault of the corpse demons. On the other side of the valley, Gu Qingqing was gravely commanding the 3 flower tree spirits in front of her. The flower tree spirits belonged to the 4th tier of dependents, making them elite among the freshmen. However, the number of Steel Brotherhood members pouring into the valley was overwhelming, and there were also wasteland tanks present. Even the flower tree spirits could only barely withstand their assault at this moment. The other students' dependents were too weak to help Gu Qingqing share the damage. At this point, the 3 flower tree spirits were already riddled with wounds, their bodies on the verge of collapse. Qingqing, we're done for. If we can't clear the corpse demons in front, there are so many mechs behind. One of Gu Qingqing's female classmates showed a look of despair. We might be wiped out here. Gu Qingqing didn't respond but gritted her teeth and continued to hold on. Her Lord Avatar was a daffodil spirit. She raised her hand and waved. Dozens of seeds fell to the ground and instantly grew into attacking vines. These vines continuously attacked the steel soldiers rushing forward. In the blink of an eye, several steel soldiers were killed. Just as Gu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief and prepared to issue defensive orders to the flower spirit tree demon, a massive shell shot in from behind the steel soldiers. The explosion erupted from one of the flower spirit tree demons, tearing its body apart in an instant. No! Gu Qingqing cried out in alarm. However, following that, more missiles flew in from the rear of the Steel Brotherhood, obliterating 2 more flower spirit tree demons. The explosive power was formidable, directly knocking Gu Qingqing to the ground. The steel soldiers followed closely behind, about to enter the canyon. At that moment, Gu Qingqing's face turned pale, her eyes filled with anxiety. She instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for the enemy to crush her body. Roar! A tremendous dragon roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Immediately after, a blood-red giant dragon swooped down from the clouds, racing straight toward the valley. The steel soldiers instinctively halted, looking up. The students trapped in the valley gasped in astonishment. What the hell? What is that thing? It looks like a giant dragon. Oh my god, it's so big. What a stunning crystal dragon. I've never seen one before. Gu Qingqing opened her eyes, her large, watery eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, the crystal giant dragon landed right in front of her, its fierce dragon head stretching forward. The massive roar reverberated throughout the valley. At that moment, Gu Qingqing was less than 5 meters behind the giant dragon, staring blankly at the blood-red crystal dragon. Strangely, the dragon had a writhing black longsword strapped to its back. The dragon's head slowly turned, its blood-red vertical pupils locking onto Gu Qingqing's gaze. Although she didn't know what the giant dragon wanted to express, Gu Qingqing received an important message. This dragon recognized her. Could it be Lin Chen? Lin Chen, is that you? When she saw Lin Chen nod, Gu Qingqing's eyes turned red, tears welling up uncontrollably. It really is you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and once again let out a dragon roar. A white portal appeared beside Lin Chen's massive body. Roars of dragons echoed from within the portal. In the next moment, 9 skeletal dragons emerged from the portal, their enormous bodies with white skeletons transforming into the most loyal guardians of the Crystal Dragon King. The 10 dragons lined up, leaving the first-year students behind them in a daze. Is this a 5th-tier dragon's kin? Wow, so cool. Such a powerful kin. Which student does it belong to? It's too strong. I heard Gu Qingqing say it seems to be Lin Chen's. Lin Chen? Didn't he take leave for something? Has he returned? Amidst the shock and admiration of the students, the 10 dragons charged toward the soldiers of the Steel Brotherhood like armored tanks. These 3rd-tier soldiers had no chance to fight back against the 5th-tier dragons. Kill Powered Armor Warrior, gain Radiation Stone *1. Kill Powered Armor Warrior, gain Radiation Stone *1, kill Powered Armor Warrior, gain Radiation Stone *1. A series of notification sounds rang out in Lin Chen's mind. These heavy powered armors were all powered by energy provided by radiation stones. Looking around, thousands of powered armor warriors were equivalent to thousands of radiation stones. At this moment, Lin Chen dealt with the enemies before him as if he were mowing grass. With a flick of his tail, he could instantly kill dozens of powered armor warriors. In the distance, a wasteland tank opened fire, but that seemingly powerful sports car caused no damage at all in front of the skeletal dragons. One of the skeletal dragons charged into the tank position, swiftly destroying most of the tanks in just a few moves. Lin Chen once again harvested a large batch of radiation stones. However, simply farming radiation stones was clearly not the most profitable strategy. Lin Chen knew that on the other side of the canyon, there was a large group of corpse demons. In the world of radiation, corpse demons belong to the mid to high tier of combat power, and their bodies must contain a significant number of mutated glands. Therefore, Lin Chen ordered the skeletal dragon to stay behind and continue clearing the power armor of the Steel Brotherhood. He then dispelled the Dragon King transformation and reverted to his human form. At this moment, Lin Chen was clad in dark red crystal battle armor, carrying a black longsword that oozed a constantly writhing black substance. His pale short hair danced in the wind, complemented by a delicate yet coldly fierce face. At this moment, Lin Chen resembled a king born from a blood sacrifice, exuding an overwhelming and impressive aura. The students recognized Lin Chen's identity, but no one dared to approach him due to the icy aura he radiated. Even their voices instinctively lowered. "Thank you, Lin Chen, for saving me." It was Gu Qingqing, her hands clenched into fists at her chest, gazing at Lin Chen with a look of excitement and even admiration. Lin Chen walked over and nodded slightly. "How is the situation in the canyon? How many corpse demons are there?" Gu Qingqing's face flushed slightly, and she instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. "There are 3 large corpse demon nests, and the number of corpse demons is estimated to be between 800 and 1,000. Lin Chen nodded and immediately headed deeper into the canyon. As he passed by the students in the canyon, everyone instinctively made way for him, as if clearing a path for a powerful king. No one dared to speak, and their gazes towards Lin Chen were filled with awe. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the back of the team and saw the tide-like army of corpse demons. "Damn, class leader, you're back!" Su Arrow exclaimed with excitement. Besides him, the other students from Class 5 also perked up. The morale of the group instantly surged at that moment. The front line, which was on the verge of collapse, quickly stabilized. Lin Chen nodded to Su Arrow and the others, then focused his gaze on the horde of corpse demons. These hairless, skeletal wasteland creatures were unaware that a god of death was staring at them. In the next moment, Lin Chen drew the Dark Death Sword and spread his wings, plunging into the army of corpse demons. The Dark Death Sword erupted with immense lethality. With each swing of the long sword, countless tendrils transformed into black spikes, shooting towards the surrounding corpse demons. It was as if it had a splash effect, crazily inflicting damage on the nearby corpse demons. The corpse demons charged at Lin Chen fearlessly. However, their proud claws and sharp teeth were utterly useless at this moment. They could not breach the defense of the crystal armor at all. In the next second, Lin Chen's left hand conjured a red crystal beam cannon, releasing a superheated beam. In an instant, a large number of corpse demons were vaporized on the spot. His right hand wielded the Dark Death Sword, continuously slashing down the approaching corpse demons. Kill Frenzied Corpse Demon, gain Mutated Gland *4, kill Intelligent Corpse Demon, gain Mutated Gland *3, kill Armed Corpse Demon, gain Mutated Gland *6. As one corpse demon after another was mercilessly slaughtered, Lin Chen harvested a vast number of mutated glands. At the same time, the skeletal dragon had nearly wiped out the members of the Steel Brotherhood, obtaining a large quantity of radiation stones. 2 hours later, the canyon was littered with corpses. Everywhere one looked, there were bodies of the Steel Brotherhood, corpse demon factions, students, and various familiars. Lin Chen had not made any effort to protect these students. After the chaos erupted, everyone engaged in a brutal fight. More than 100 students had fought until now, leaving only over 30 and less than 200 familiars. The entire battlefield could be described as extremely tragic. Despite this, all the students present couldn't help but look at the white-haired boy in crystal armor with awe. If it weren't for his support, all the students there would likely have been wiped out. He saved them. After killing the ghouls and steel soldiers, Lin Chen found a relatively clean spot to tally the spoils of this battle. He collected a total of 786 radiation stones and 1,369 mutated glands. Lin Chen tossed one radiation stone into the cloning machine to try to extract its properties, but received a prompt saying that the energy of a single radiation stone was insufficient. It wasn't until he consumed 30 radiation stones that he successfully extracted the radiation properties. The radiation properties were stored in an energy core that glowed with a dark green aura, known as the radiation crystal core. It took 30 radiation stones to condense into one radiation crystal core. At this point, Lin Chen had effectively obtained 26 radiation crystal cores containing radiation properties. The harvest was quite decent. Just then, Lin Chen sensed someone approaching him. Looking up, he saw it was the campus beauty, Gu Qingqing, from the first year. By now, Lin Chen and Gu Qingqing were somewhat familiar with each other, so he smiled and said, "What's up, Miss Gu? Need something?" Gu Qingqing lightly bit her lip and said softly, "Thank you for saving me earlier. I came over to ask about the bodies of those powered armor soldiers. What do you plan to do with them?" Lin Chen's plague couldn't infect ghouls or mechanical units, so he chuckled, "I have no use for them. Many students want to salvage these mechanical armors to take back to the territory for forging equipment, but since these armored soldiers were defeated by you, we wanted to ask how much you would sell them for." The metal parts of third-tier mechanical units were indeed good materials for newcomers. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, 100 mutated glands or 10 radiation stones for one armored corpse. The price Lin Chen offered wasn't too high. At least, mutated glands were materials that could be obtained by casually defeating small monsters. After selling all the steel soldiers' armor, Lin Chen gained another 6,000 mutated glands and over 300 radiation stones. He casually tossed the radiation stones into the cloning machine for refinement and ultimately obtained 40 radiation crystal cores, along with 7,500 mutated glands. A definite windfall. After a night of battle, the students were all exhausted, with many leaning against each other and falling asleep tiredly. Gu Qingqing also sat down to rest near a rock not far from Lin Chen. However, this quiet atmosphere lasted for less than half an hour. Soon, a voice from the school teachers echoed in everyone's minds. The casualty rate for this off-world exploration course has exceeded 80%. Except for a few students, the majority of the classmates did not perform well. After discussions among the homeroom teachers, we have decided to conduct the final trial. We will place a super nuclear bomb in the center of Hejian Town and set it to detonate 4 days later. At the same time, a large amount of supplies and building materials will be dropped around Hejian Town. You have 24 hours to collect resources and reinforce Hejian Town. Until 1 second before the super nuclear bomb detonates, you will automatically leave this world. Remember, 24 hours after the bomb is placed, its location will be announced to the world, and countless powerful forces from the radiation world will come to Hejian Town to disrupt the nuclear bomb detonation plan. Your task is to hold them off until the bomb is completely detonated. This trial is very difficult, but the credit rewards are equally rich. Killing a first-tier enemy rewards 1 credit, killing a second-tier enemy rewards 5 credits, killing a third-tier enemy rewards 10 credits, and so on. Come on, everyone! The series of prompts echoed in everyone's minds, waking all the students present. Then came a chorus of wails, "No way, this is getting serious. A super nuclear bomb, guarding Hejian Town? Can we really win against all the forces in the irradiated world? We only have a little over 30 people and more than 100 dependents. How can this small force defend for 4 days? Sigh, this is too difficult. This practical lesson is just too hard." Listening to the students' continuous lamentations, Lin Chen remained calm. Defending Hejian Town and detonating a super nuclear bomb sounded quite thrilling, but what Lin Chen was most concerned about was the credit rewards from this trial. Killing enemies would earn credits, which was a rare opportunity for Lin Chen, who had 9 fifth-tier skeletal dragons. Lin Chen got up from the ground and silently walked towards Hejian Town. Gu Qingqing came to her senses and jogged to catch up. Seeing someone heading towards Hejian Town, the other students followed suit. Once they entered Hejian Town, the situation was somewhat better than expected. One student opened an airdrop supply box and obtained some building materials, 5 wasteland machine gun turrets, and a Vanguard completion card. The machine gun turrets were set up around Hejian Town, serving as decent defensive weapons. The Vanguard completion card could replenish or replace their dependent troops, with a maximum limit of 9 slots. There were many similar airdrop supply boxes around Hejian Town. Brothers, hurry up and scavenge for supply boxes in the wasteland. Build the walls and defenses before the monsters attack. The students immediately split up, leading their dependents to frantically gather resources from the wasteland. Lin Chen did not collect materials like the other students. Instead, he found an empty room and began studying the newly acquired mutation glands. His consciousness sank into the territory, focusing on a flesh and blood cloning machine. Next to the cloning machine crouched a brutal dragon rider quietly. Lin Chen took out the mutation gland, and a circular charging ring appeared in his view in a very user-friendly manner. The top right corner displayed the mutation score. The bottom right corner indicated the number of mutation glands as 7516. Further down was a button labeled Place. This operation interface was quite intuitive. Lin Chen clicked the Place button several times, and the charging ring was filled to 3/5. After a few more clicks, the charging ring was finally full. The Place button in the bottom right corner changed to Mutation. Alright, let's see what kind of monster the first mutation will produce. Lin Chen eagerly pressed the mutation button. The brutal dragon rider began to convulse wildly, but soon, the mutation technology activated. Ding! Mutation of the brutal dragon rider completed, negative mutation acquired, cataract. Mutation score, 6 points. Before him, the brutal dragon rider's eyes turned gray, appearing to have completely lost its vision. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly and immediately tossed the cataract-afflicted brutal dragon rider back into the flesh and blood cloning machine for reprocessing. He then called for a second one. Ding! Mutation of the brutal dragon rider completed, positive mutation acquired, 6th toe. Mutation score, 11 points. Lin Chen was undeterred and continued the mutations. Ding! Mutation of the brutal dragon rider completed, positive mutation acquired, underdeveloped deformed wings. Mutation score, 21 points. Ding! Mutation of the brutal dragon rider completed, negative mutation acquired, diseased spine. Mutation score, 0 points. Ding! Mutation of the brutal dragon rider completed, negative mutation acquired, deafness. Mutation score, 5 points. After a series of more than 10 mutations, the results were not ideal. Most of the mutated brutal dragon riders suffered from various diseases, significantly weakening their combat power. The few positive mutations were also quite lackluster, failing to enhance combat effectiveness. By this time, nearly 3,000 mutation glands had been consumed. Lin Chen scratched his head. After all, there were plenty of mutation glands. The more mutations performed, the higher the probability of obtaining exceptional mutation traits. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen continued the mutation experiments. After more than a dozen mutations, Lady Luck finally arrived. Ding! The mutation of the brutal dragon rider is complete, gaining a positive mutation, Vice Head. Mutation score, 87 points. The mutated brutal earth dragon surprisingly grew a second dragon head. Compared to the first head, which looked fierce and menacing, the second head was located on the side of the neck and was extremely flexible and elongated, resembling a snake. Lin Chen immediately checked the attributes of the Vice Head. Two-headed brutal dragon rider Vice Head, the flexible neck can monitor movements in a 360-degree radius, can spray highly corrosive gastric fluid in any direction, and if the Vice Head is severed, a second Vice Head can grow back in a short time. Great, the mutation materials were not wasted. Lin Chen looked at the successfully mutated two-headed brutal dragon rider and nodded in satisfaction. Having an extra head not only boosted combat power but also granted a wide-area destructive skill. Lin Chen immediately began to clone the mutated dragon riders in bulk. In no time, a batch of powerful two-headed brutal dragon riders emerged from the cloning machine. Exiting the territory world, 13 hours had passed since the 24-hour novice protection period began. At this time, Hajin Town was surrounded by massive city walls. The entire town had undergone a tremendous transformation. The students who had lost their familiars replenished their familiar slots. Patrolling craftsmen were seen everywhere in the town. The city walls were lined with rows of machine gun turrets. With these defensive facilities in place, the students felt a significant boost in confidence for the upcoming defense battle. Lin Chen stepped out of his room and ran into Gu Qingqing, who was accompanied by her familiar. Lin Chen! Gu Qingqing ran over with a joyful expression, her big watery eyes filled with admiration. Previously, Lin Chen hadn't paid much attention during the battle, but now seeing Gu Qingqing, he felt a bit dazzled. Gu Qingqing's familiar was a group of plant spirit familiars. She herself was a daffodil spirit. Her delicate skin was slender and well-proportioned. Her body was adorned with green leaves and flowers, giving a pleasing aesthetic. Overall, she looked like a flower spirit. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's intense gaze, Gu Qingqing shyly asked, "Lin Chen, what are you planning to do now?" Lin Chen scratched his head. "I plan to stroll around Hajin Town." The major forces of the Wasteland world were about to arrive, and Lin Chen wanted to scout the terrain in preparation for battle. "By the way, Gu Qingqing, do you have any extra completion cards?" Lin Chen inquired. "Oh, I do." Gu Qingqing rummaged through her slender waist pocket for a moment and then handed over 3 cards. "This is all I have left. Are you planning to change your familiar?" Lin Chen nodded. "I'll convert these cards into credits for you. Consider it a purchase." "I don't want your credits," Gu Qingqing said seriously. "You saved me yesterday, so just take these as a reward." Seeing Lin Chen hesitate, Gu Qingqing firmly shoved the cards into his hand. "Lin Chen, I have nothing to do right now, let's wander around together. Faced with Gu Qingqing's expectant gaze, Lin Chen couldn't think of a reason to refuse. He could only nod and say, "All right then." The two then began to wander aimlessly around Hejian town. During this process, Lin Chen received 6 more completion cards from other students. These cards were one-time use only, could only change one familiar, and would expire before the great battle began. Considering the lack of lethality of the bone giant dragon, Lin Chen replaced all of them with 2-headed brutal dragon riders. As night fell and the bright moon hung high, large swaths of wasteland armies emerged on the plains outside Hejian town. There were the fully armed Iron Brotherhood, driving tanks and cannons, and the army of corpses controlled by intelligent ghouls. There were the atomic men of the nuclear bomb cult, super mutants, and biosynthetic beings. These factions, once in love and conflict on the wasteland, were now gathered here, united in their clear purpose to completely annihilate the otherworldly enemies of Hejian town. Attention all students, the wasteland residents will launch an attack on Hejian town in 5 minutes. Please treat this with caution. Super nuclear bomb detonation failed, all participating students will have 500 credits deducted. The voice of the mentor echoed in their minds once again. All students led their followers up onto the city walls, their expressions grave as they gazed at the distant enemies. Lin Chen also climbed the walls. Not far from him was Gu Qingqing, who had already ordered the flower spirit tree demon to take root on the walls. 9 skeletal dragons retracted their territory. Immediately after, 9 2-headed brutal dragon riders emerged from the portal. An evil aura instantly spread outwards. The ferocious appearance of the brutal dragon riders caused many students to change their expressions slightly. Especially the second head on the neck of the brutal dragon, resembling a python, sent chills down their spines at just a glance. The 2-headed brutal dragon riders had combat power that absolutely surpassed the skeletal dragons. Lin Chen was full of confidence. Tonight, he was going to kill with abandon. As the countdown ended, the first wave of wasteland residents charged forward. They were a group of scavengers, dressed in rags, wielding makeshift weapons and wasteland firearms. Ranged units, attack! Someone shouted, and in the next second, countless arrows and ranged magic flew towards the scavengers. With the continuous sounds of explosions and screams, large numbers of scavengers were killed. As they closed in, the machine gun turrets on the walls began to retaliate. Dense bullets wove a net of firepower, continuously slaughtering the wasteland scavengers. Lin Chen stood on the walls, constantly condensing red crystals around him and shooting them out like arrows. The moment the red crystals penetrated the bodies of the scavengers, they exploded with the spreading crystals. Then came the massive explosions, with the red crystals continuing to infect other scavengers. Each red crystal Lin Chen shot out triggered large-scale explosions. His credits began to rise rapidly at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the army of scavengers charging towards Hejian town was slaughtered to the last. Following closely were even stronger enemies. The second wave of attackers was the atomic men of the nuclear bomb cult. The atomic men had a similar physical strength to the corpse demons, but their bodies glowed. This was a phenomenon caused by massive nuclear radiation condensing within them. Even if these atomic men were killed, they would still emit nuclear radiation, making them extremely troublesome. As this group of atomic men charged towards Hejian town, many students felt discomfort in their bodies. Some weaker archers even began to vomit. Worse still, this radiation did not only affect living beings, the machine gun turrets and the crafty craftsmen stationed on the walls were also affected, experiencing various short circuits and electric sparks. Both Lin Chen and the 2-headed brutal dragon riders had considerable resistance to nuclear radiation. Faced with such a troublesome enemy, he immediately spread his wings without hesitation. Brutal dragon riders jumped down from the walls and stopped the atomic men from approaching Hejian town. With Lin Chen's command, he drew the Black Death Sword from his back and dove down from the walls. The 2-headed brutal dragon riders followed closely behind. The followers lined up to face the charge of the atomic men. The vice leader of the brutal dragon riders raised his head and sprayed corrosive acid over a large area ahead. The atomic men that were splashed with the acid instantly turned into pools of blood. Kill the followers of the nuclear bomb cult. Gain radiation stone fragment *1, credits +1. Kill the followers of the nuclear bomb cult. Gain radiation stone fragment *1, credits +1. Kill the followers of the nuclear bomb cult. Gain radiation stone fragment *1, credits +1. Unexpectedly, these atomic beings could also explode radiation stones. Lin Chen licked his lips and activated his slaughter mode. Throughout the day, scavengers, atomic beings, and the army of corpse demons relentlessly attacked Hejian town. However, the defenses of Hejian town were no mere decoration, and the more than 300 family members of the 30 students were not to be underestimated. Soon, they completely wiped out all these enemies. Another night fell, and the enemy ceased their assault, seemingly gathering a more powerful force. After the battle, Lin Chen did not return to the city wall. Instead, he stood quietly in the corner, recovering his strength. When the night deepened and only the shadowy sound of the wind remained in the wilderness, Lin Chen quietly activated his lord skill, War Fog. A vast mist enveloped the outskirts of Haijian town. Once the mist completely concealed the corpses from the day, Lin Chen stood up and slowly raised his right hand. In the next moment, a faint green light gathered in his hand and then spread out like ripples in water. A deep, low growls echoed from within the mist. Immediately, countless corpses began to rise from the ground. Under the cover of the fog, these corpses could only be seen as shadows. Each one was hunched and twisted, limping as they walked. At this moment, on the city wall, the 30 students witnessed the dense black figures in the mist, their scalps tingling. Is this Lin Chen's ability? This is terrifying, like watching a horror movie. At night, seeing so many corpses rise is damn creepy. Creepy my ass. These corpses are now our allies. The number of zombies Lin Chen infected was about 800, most of whom were scavengers. Under the cover of the mist, this zombie army marched grandly towards the hillside. Under Lin Chen's command, the zombie army first arrived at the camp where the scavenger army was stationed. The scavengers were merely a ragtag army forcibly gathered by their leaders. By the time the zombie army captured half of their camp, these guys finally realized what was happening. However, it was too late. 2 hours later, the zombie army occupied the scavenger camp, and the number of zombies expanded from 800 to 5,200. A vast, dense horde of zombies would make anyone's scalp tingle. The war fog continued to spread. Clad in crystal armor, Lin Chen entered the scavenger camp. At the center of the camp, there was a mountain of piled materials and weapons. Black iron breastplates, wasteland prosthetics, iron pipe rifles, manhole cover shields. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen sent them all into his territory. Although these items were of no use to him, they could be sold to other students in exchange for mutation glands or radiation stones. Both of these materials were high-consumption items, the more the better. Lin Chen's vision pierced through the mist, looking towards the camp of the Steel Brotherhood stationed down the hillside. Since it was a ceasefire period, aside from a few hundred patrolling steel soldiers outside the camp, most soldiers had removed their heavy armor and were sleeping. This was a perfect ambush opportunity for Lin Chen's zombie army. The range of the war fog quickly spread over the Steel Brotherhood's camp. At this moment, the camp seemed to realize the strangeness of the mist, and many members of the Steel Brotherhood were awakened, trying to don their powered armor. However, putting on powered armor takes time. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's zombie army had already quietly approached. In the next moment, blood ecstasy. The moving zombie legion in the mist radiated a scarlet glow. They transformed from a slow jog into a mad dash. At this moment, in the steel soldiers' line of sight, the dense, strange figures in the mist were rushing towards them at high speed. Instinctively, they raised their guns, wanting to attack these shadows. In the next moment, a massive two-headed dragon burst through the mist and crushed his armor in one bite. The brutal dragon riders led the charge, swiftly eliminating the camp's guards. Following closely behind, the zombie army surged into the Iron Brotherhood's stronghold. A bloody massacre ensued. Without the support of steel armor, the soldiers of the Iron Brotherhood couldn't even match a first-tier combat power. They were no match for the thousands of zombies. An hour later, the entire camp was completely overrun, with not a single member of the Iron Brotherhood surviving the ambush. The number of zombies had surged to 15,000. A large number of well-preserved power armors and wasteland tanks lost their owners. Lin Chen was unceremonious, continuing to collect this massive haul of loot into his lord's space. After the battles of day and night, Lin Chen had obtained 4,300 radiation stones. 10 fragments combined to form one stone. This equated to 143 radiation crystal cores, bringing his total to 183 cores. His credit accumulation reached 3,200 and was still growing. He had 15,000 mutation glands, about 1,200 intact power armors from the Iron Brotherhood, and various wasteland-style equipment and weapon materials that couldn't be quantified. 15,000 mutation glands weren't actually that many. After all, Lin Chen had consumed 3,000 mutation glands on his first attempt to mutate his minions. If only there were a way to steadily acquire mutation glands, Lin Chen couldn't help but think. Unfortunately, that was just a thought. It seemed that aside from the radiation world, there was no other world where one could steadily obtain such things. This meant that once he left the radiation world, Lin Chen would soon be unable to enhance his minions through mutation. Frustration aside, the battle had to continue. After annihilating 2 siege forces, Lin Chen's zombie army had accumulated to 15,000. It was time to challenge a more powerful enemy. Lin Chen set his sights on the synth camp not far from the Iron Brotherhood's base. Synths were a type of clone born in wasteland laboratories. Created by wasteland scientists, they possessed extremely high physical strength but had a very short lifespan. Each synth lived only 5 years, tasked with capturing wasteland humans and various test subjects for the laboratories. The combat power of a synth was equivalent to Tier 3, with around 3,000 in number. Lin Chen surveyed the synth camp outside the mist. The camp was brightly lit, clearly indicating that they had discovered the fall of the Iron Brotherhood. However, Lin Chen did not feel daunted. Instead, he directly commanded his zombie army to charge toward the synth territory. Once again, the brutal dragon riders led the way, tearing through the camp's defenses in an instant. The following tide of corpses flooded into the entire camp like a tsunami. This battle was evidently much more difficult than the previous ones. 3 hours later, the sky began to brighten slightly. The synth camp was littered with corpses, with bodies of both synths and zombies everywhere. Lin Chen stood atop the pile of bodies, wiping the blood from his cheek. Looking around, there were no living beings left in the entire camp. What remained was his dwindling zombie army of 10,000. However, at this point, the zombie horde was mostly incapacitated. Most zombies were missing arms and legs, losing their ability to move. Many zombies were left with only half a body, their mouths opening and closing. As the mist cleared, Lin Chen saw tens of thousands of ghouls surging from the hillside not far away. Without the cover of night, continuing the fight clearly lost its meaning. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, the tens of thousands of zombies in the camp ignited in white flames. Lin Chen activated the sacrifice skill, sacrificing all the remaining soldiers. He then returned to Hejian town with the brutal dragon riders. Ding! Sacrifice successful, obtained defense building blueprint, radiation electric circle. At first, Lin Chen thought this was just an ordinary defensive tower-like structure. When he returned to Hejian town, he suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of this building. Radiation electric circle releases radiation, slowing down and interfering with the enemy's thoughts within a certain range. This radiation can induce negative mutations in the human body. Lin Chen stared at the description of the radiation electric circle, reading it 2 or 3 times before suddenly slapping his forehead. His consciousness sank into the territory. He found a spot far from the Lord's core, consumed materials, and built the first radiation electric circle on the flat ground. The moment the radiation electric circle was established, a faint green halo began to emerge within a radius of several dozen meters. These halos were the manifestation of nuclear radiation. He quickly built 3 more radiation electric circles. The surrounding green halos were almost solidifying, resembling a patch of grass from a distance. Lin Chen recalled that when he first managed the territory, he had obtained a refugee camp building. He immediately moved the refugee camp into the radiation range of the radiation electric circle. Under the massive radiation, the refugees quickly underwent negative mutations. Their bodies swelled, and their faces were covered with repulsive tumors and scabs. After about an hour of exposure to the radiation, Lin Chen controlled the refugees to leave the radiation zone and then dissected them. Obtained mutant gland, unformed, can induce a very slight mutation in organisms, of very low value. It really works. Lin Chen showed an excited expression. The idea of inducing mutations in organisms through the radiation electric circle was feasible. It was similar to raising poultry, but instead of harvesting meat, he was harvesting mutant glands. Lin Chen poured a large amount of resources into building walls around the radiation electric circle to enclose it. He rummaged through his inventory and found several blueprints for first-tier barracks. Then, he built 10 barracks within the nuclear radiation range in one go. Each barrack could produce 300 first-tier soldiers every 24 hours of blue star time. With 10 barracks, he could steadily produce 3,000 first-tier soldiers daily. To maximize the efficiency of the mutant gland collection site, Lin Chen simply built tall tower-like structures around the radiation electric circle, resembling birdcages. Each level of the tower had 2 to 3 barracks. After the barracks produced troops, they would undergo a baptism of radiation on each level. Mature mutant individuals would be driven by second-tier black armored zombies to the slaughterhouse. Next to the mutant gland collection site, Lin Chen planned a simple factory for slaughtering mutants. The factory was garrisoned with a large number of second-tier black armored zombies. These black armored zombies acted like workers on an assembly line, beginning to slaughter and extract mutant glands as soon as the mutants entered the factory. With this process in place, Lin Chen's territory could steadily produce mutant glands. He built 3 such factories in one go. Based on the current speed of gland mutations, each 24 hours of blue star time could complete a round of harvesting. Lin Chen could steadily obtain 9,000 mutant glands daily. This was already a considerable scale. Through his research, Lin Chen discovered that his subordinates could undergo more than one mutation. The 2-headed brutal dragon rider could still consume mutant glands for a second mutation. However, the amount of mutant glands required for a second mutation was 10 times that of the first. Given Lin Chen's current reserves, he simply couldn't afford a second mutation. After finishing the work in his territory, Lin Chen felt that this battle had yielded rich rewards. Exiting the territory space, Lin Chen observed the situation in Hejian town. Perhaps because he had continuously attacked 3 wasteland camps at night, today's battle was far less intense than yesterday, with pitifully few troops attacking the camps. Lin Chen did not participate in the battle but let the brutal dragon riders rest and recover their strength in Hejian town. He himself leaned against a cool spot and slept until noon. During this time, no student dared to disturb him. After all, everyone knew that if Lin Chen hadn't eliminated 3 camps last night, their battle today wouldn't have been so easy. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The afternoon battle was just as easy as the morning one. Lin Chen, enjoying the leisure, remembered that he still had a pile of materials to deal with. So he set up a stall right there and started his business. Various wasteland equipment, firearms, and Brotherhood armor were all laid out in front of him. The students quickly noticed these items, their eyes widening in surprise. Materials that were worthless to Lin Chen were excellent goods for these students, especially the well-preserved power armor, which could grant a militia member Tier 3 combat power with just a bit of training. As for the scrapped items, whether melted down or disassembled for weapons to enhance territorial defense, they were all quite good options. Shortly after Lin Chen set up his stall, many students gathered around to start shopping. Lin Chen wasn't greedy, he directly stated that they could exchange 3 items: mutant glands, radiation stones, or credits. The intact power armor was priced at 10 credits per set. The other assorted materials could be exchanged for a few or a dozen mutant glands. In the blink of an eye, the materials Lin Chen had gathered in the radiation world were sold out. Especially the power armor, several students fought over it, nearly coming to blows. In the end, Lin Chen's total earnings from this stall amounted to 600 radiation stones, 6,000 mutant glands, and 1,500 credits. Adding in his previous monster hunting, Lin Chen's credits had skyrocketed to 7,000, a definite windfall. Just as Lin Chen was reveling in his harvest, someone sounded the enemy attack alarm. The alarm rang out in quick succession, loud and urgent. This meant that a strong enemy was preparing to launch an attack on Hejian town. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he climbed up the city wall. He saw a rather strange legion approaching Hejian town from a nearby hill. The reason it was called strange was that the members of this legion were, strictly speaking, not human. Yet they had a human appearance. They were tall, nearly 3 meters high, faceless, with limbs as thin and long as chopsticks. Super mutants, mutated humans that have undergone perfect evolution in the wasteland. They no longer belong to the human category and, aside from their shape, are essentially another type of biological existence. These bizarre humanoids, resembling stick insects, were indeed a powerful species in the radiation world. Super mutants. Each mutant's strength had reached the late Tier 3 level. For the current freshman, this was definitely a significant challenge. Come on, everyone, hold on tonight, and we can complete tomorrow's task. One student encouraged, perseverance is victory. Damn, it's just a late Tier 3 monster. My kin are also late Tier 3, we won't back down. Grit your teeth, we can definitely hold on until the end. Lin Chen looked at the super mutants surging toward Hejian town, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. While others saw them as troublesome opponents, for Lin Chen, who had already reached Tier 6 and had 9 Tier 5 mutated kin by his side, these enemies were merely a means for him to earn credits. Killing a Tier 3 monster would reward him with 10 credits. Looking around, the densely packed Tier 3 monsters were all credits in Lin Chen's eyes. The upcoming battle was quite difficult for the other students, but for Lin Chen, it was a complete slaughterfest. Transforming into the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, Lin Chen unleashed his full combat power, slaughtering the super mutants like a meat grinder. The 9 two-headed brutal dragon riders by his side also charged fearlessly across the battlefield. The radiated world is a simple difficulty challenge in the outer world designed for freshmen. The strongest enemies do not exceed the 3rd tier. However, all of Lin Chen's troops are above the 5th tier and have undergone mutations and enhancements. Their combat power is simply on a different level. Thus, the brutal Dragon Knight squad led by Lin Chen rampaged through the enemy's positions, suffering not a scratch. The students watching from the city walls were left dumbfounded, their expressions blank. As fellow freshmen, why was their battle relying on the walls and turrets so arduous, while Lin Chen fought like a god of death, unstoppable? How could the gap between lords be so vast? Moreover, the most absurd part was that after Lin Chen slaughtered a group of enemies, the corpses that were intact slowly stood up from the ground and joined Lin Chen's ranks. As the battle progressed, Lin Chen's combat power not only remained unchanged but increased, with more and more followers joining him. After eliminating all the super mutants, around 200 zombie mutants appeared on the scene. Zombie mutants are considered a very powerful troop type in the radiated world. Lin Chen looked at the clustered enemies on the distant hill and immediately commanded the zombie mutants to charge in that direction. Fueled by bloodlust and the explosion of flesh, the siege forces suffered heavy losses, with a large number of troops killed and transformed into Lin Chen's followers. The battle raged from night until morning, then from morning until afternoon. At this point, there was only 1 hour left until the nuclear explosion. The forces surrounding Hejian Town launched their final offensive. Tens of thousands of combat units from various factions surged madly toward Hejian Town. The tide of enemies attempted to cross the walls to prevent the nuclear bomb from detonating. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's zombie army had already formed. After he harvested the last enemy camp, he commanded the amassed army of 10,000 zombies to charge back from the periphery, forming a counter-encirclement. The army of 10,000 zombies, fueled by bloodlust, crazily tore into the major factions of the radiated world. From above, it looked like a plague, rapidly assimilating all hostile forces in sight. Time reached 5 minutes before the nuclear explosion. Beneath the crumbling walls of Hejian Town, there were countless corpses and dismembered limbs of the undead. On the walls, the students' resistance had reached its limit. The followers were nearly all gone. The world seemed to fall silent in that moment. Everyone quietly awaited the countdown to the nuclear explosion to end. Lin Chen stood on the hill outside Hejian Town, looking at the dense mass of zombies below, and snapped his fingers again. In an instant, tens of thousands of zombies turned to white powder. Lin Chen released the sacrifice skill once more. Sacrifice successful, obtained high-level magic scroll, Crimson Flamestorm. Obtained high-level magic scroll, Rain of Supplication. Obtained high-level magic scroll, Soul Burning Frenzy. In the second before being teleported back to the main world, Lin Chen witnessed a massive mushroom cloud rising from the center of Hejian Town. The super-nuclear bomb unleashed its world-destroying power, engulfing everything in its path. Buildings, plants, and living beings were all burned to ashes. The next second, vision faded, and when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he was back in the large classroom. As the golden halo enveloping everyone slowly disappeared, all the students exited the radiated world, their consciousness returning to their bodies. The scene erupted into intense discussions. "We did it! We completed the final task! Damn, that was so hard! I lost all my followers! Thankfully, we won in the end." This Outer World practical class was a huge gain. This time we were able to hold out until the end thanks to Lin Chen. Without his army of undead, we couldn't have been so smooth. Lin Chen is indeed fierce. I bow down to him. Lin Chen is so handsome. I want to be your girlfriend. The students unconsciously focused their discussions on Lin Chen. Many even turned to look at him, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Lin Chen did not pay much attention to the discussions in the classroom but silently counted the gains from this course. Although he had joined the off-world practical course midway, his harvest was not small. First and foremost was the crucial credit part. After 3 days of battle, Lin Chen had accumulated a terrifying 36,000 credits. Such a large amount of credits was largely due to the infection transformation characteristics of the zombie army. Besides credits, he also obtained over 10,000 mutation glands and several thousand radiation stones. These were all quite useful enhancement materials for Lin Chen, enough for him to indulge for a while. At this moment, in an office at the side door of the large classroom, the 10 homeroom teachers of the freshman year were showing conflicted expressions. "I would call this practical class the most bizarre one in recent years," said the homeroom teacher of class 3 with a complex expression. The second place, Gu Qingqing, earned 4,800 credits, yet the first place, Lin Chen, actually earned 36,000 credits. The gap is somewhat ridiculous. The other homeroom teachers couldn't help but nod. "Teacher Jiang He, your class has produced a monster." Although Jiang He looked cold, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She humbly said, "Lin Chen wasn't this strong a while ago. He probably gained some benefits during the evil god exorcism battle." The homeroom teacher of class 6 sighed. Speaking of which, Principal Chu really isn't afraid of Lin Chen getting into trouble. The evil god exorcism battle is such a dangerous environment that a small mistake could lead to the downfall of geniuses, especially freshmen lacking combat experience. Principal Chu really dares to take that risk. The homeroom teacher of class 3 nodded, but it seems this risk was worth it. Lin Chen now possesses combat abilities far beyond his peers. At this point, the other homeroom teachers instinctively looked at Jiang He, their eyes filled with envy. Jiang He stared intently at Lin Chen's data report. At this moment, she had completely recognized Lin Chen's strength and quietly made up her mind. Perhaps it was time to talk to him about establishing a territory alliance. After completing the final trial and achieving first place, Lin Chen received an additional 5,000 credits as a reward. His credits had now skyrocketed to 41,000. Just as he happily accepted the credits and prepared to leave the classroom after class, Zhang He approached him. Lin Chen, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chen scratched his head and instinctively followed Zhang He to the office. However, this time Zhang He did not take him to the office but directly to the classroom apartment building. This is a personal matter, unrelated to studies, Zhang He explained. Let's talk at my home. Talk at home? Personal matter? Lin Chen inexplicably felt nervous. Before heading home, Zhang He picked up Lu Wanwan, who was attending a targeted class. The three returned home and closed the door. Zhang He straightforwardly asked, "What have you thought about the territory alliance with Wanwan?" Since Zhang Min and Zhang Xiaoxiao were also in an alliance, Lin Chen had learned a lot about territory alliances from Zhang Min. To sum it up, forming a territory alliance would bring enormous benefits to both parties involved. This benefit was described by Zhang Min as dual cultivation. Zhang Min could obtain various rare resources and cultivate dependence from Zhang Xiaoxiao's territory in return. Zhang Min had to station troops in Zhang Xiaoxiao's territory for a long time, responsible for her safety. By allying with the other party, he could absorb the abundant spiritual energy within the territory to enhance the strength of his dependence. At the same time, the resource-supporting lord's territory also produced precious materials, capable of providing various resource support to the other party. In short, allying with a resource-supporting lord would bring immense benefits. Lost in thought, Lin Chen slowly nodded. I am willing, if Wanwan has no objections. Zhang He nodded and turned his gaze to Wanwan. Wanwan, what about you? Are you willing to ally with Lin Chen? Lu Wanwan nodded. For some reason, this girl, whom she had hardly interacted with, seemed to have a strong sense of trust in Lin Chen. Seeing that both parties had no objections, Zhang He's gaze focused on Lin Chen again. Before we form an alliance, I need to test you. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Test? What kind of test? I will launch an invasion on your territory. If you can withstand it, then I can rest assured to hand Wanwan over to you. An invasion of the territory? Lin Chen felt a bit flustered. It seemed that teacher Jiang He was a 7th-tier Great Lord. A 7th-tier Great Lord's invasion? Was this something a novice lord like him could withstand? This time, I will only send 200 6th-tier dependents to invade, and I won't record your territory coordinates. As long as you can eliminate these dependents, you can form an alliance with Wanwan. Lin Chen forced a smile. 200 6th-tier dependents? His territory currently only had one 6th-tier Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. The 6th-tier corpses he had collected from the Evil God battlefield were only stored as cloning materials and did not constitute any combat power. If you find it too difficult, you can choose to give up, Zhang He said coldly, but you should know that many great lords have tried hard and still have no opportunity to ally with resource-supporting lords. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Lin Chen understood Zhang He's meaning and nodded, saying, then I can only try my best. With Lin Chen's agreement, Zhang He wasted no time. They immediately began to sign the battle contract. The contract clearly stated that the territory coordinates of both parties could not be seen, and the territory crystal could not be destroyed. In the next moment, golden light enveloped them. Lin Chen's consciousness appeared in his territory. Soon after, the invasion alarm sounded. 100 Medusas with human faces and snake tails crawled in from the portal. 6th tier, a high-tier unit with powerful charm abilities. Its flexible tail grants it strong melee capabilities. The purple pupils can release charm spells to enchant enemies, while the white pupils can release petrifying rays to turn enemies to stone. 199 surged into Lin Chen's territory, and at the back of these Medusas appeared a particularly large Medusa queen, over 6 meters long. From the appearance of this queen, it was unmistakably Zhang He's Lord Avatar. She wore a crown made of amethyst on her forehead. The Medusa Queen avatar of Zhang He was cold yet alluring, possessing a goddess-like aura. Especially her slender snake-like waist, every twist could provoke endless imagination. Lin Chen was slightly dazed, then suddenly jolted awake. Damn, the Medusa's charm spell is not an active skill but a passive skill. I almost fell for her trick. To fully counter the attack of the, Lin Chen also activated his Lord Avatar and stood on his Iron City wall. Watching the 6th tier strong enemy slowly approaching his territory, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, continuously mobilizing the troops within his territory. Nearly 10,000 black flame titans surged up the city wall, drawing bows and shooting arrows. 2,500 crying angels were poised in the air, ready to strike. 300 two-headed brutal dragon riders were hidden in the Rocky Mountains not far from the camp. Lin Chen stood on the city wall, clad in red crystal battle armor, with the crawling Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King on his left and the Dark Ranger Sylvanas on his right. So far, the only good news was that his minions were immune to charm interference. After all, they were all zombie units, and charm had no effect on them. Nevertheless, the pressure released by the 206th tier Medusas still made Lin Chen feel an invisible weight. Jiang He, transformed into the Medusa Queen, looked at Lin Chen on the city wall with great interest. Not bad. You woke up from the charm of the ice so quickly. It seems you aren't as lecherous as I imagined. Lin Chen rolled his eyes dramatically. You are my mentor, teacher Jiang He. I definitely wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about you. Oh, is that so? Jiang He revealed a meaningful smile. What about now? She raised her pure white arm and cast the A-rank Lord skill Wild Charm at Lin Chen. Ding! You are affected by Wild Charm, you feel a burning desire, and your rationality is significantly reduced. Please maintain your true self and do not let desire control you. Lin Chen felt as if he had consumed a whole jar of spring medicine. His mind instantly became a chaotic mess, losing all ability to think except for that one thing. Just as he struggled to control his body and resist the desires within, a white halo appeared above his head. The Dark Ranger Sylvanas has cast a silence spell on you. Your negative buff has been removed. Lin Chen regained his rationality, still shaken. Fortunately, his troops were zombie units. If they were regular troops, Jiang He's skill would have thrown his team into complete disarray. Looking down from the city wall, he saw Jiang He leading the army of Medusas with different colored eyes charging towards his city. Jiang He watched Lin Chen, who had resumed commanding the battle on the city wall, with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Even high-tier lords found it difficult to break free from her charm for a short time. She hadn't expected this guy to recover so quickly. Moreover, the strength of Lin Chen's minions was much greater than she had anticipated. Over 10,000 third-tier soldiers and more than 2,000 fourth-tier soldiers. She even noticed a special 6th-tier dragon variant on the city wall. Furthermore, it seemed that all of Lin Chen's minions were mutated types, which meant that at the same tier level, Lin Chen's minions were much stronger than others. Soon, Jiang He shifted her attention to the female elf standing beside Lin Chen. A dark-type female elf, clearly a heroic spirit of Lin Chen's territory. She knew this female elf should be an epic-level heroic spirit, continuously providing attack power bonuses to the territory's minions. The scale of Lin Chen's territory was also part of what shocked Jiang He. Not only was the territory vast, but the many buildings within it were ones she had never seen before. It resembled the elven moon well, but the well water glowed green and bubbled. Rows of constructed graveyards, with minions constantly crawling out and others crawling in. And that enormous blood-red steampunk-style building, resembling a giant pressure cooker, seemed to be stirring some bloody flesh material. Lin Chen's entire territory exuded an aura of evil. Any ordinary person seeing this environment would probably be scared out of their wits. Is this the territory cultivated on the land polluted by the blood of the evil god? Jiang He pursed her lips. Indeed, it is quite unique. Soon, Jiang He's minions reached the range of Lin Chen's city. The battle between the two sides began. Numerous black flame titans on the city wall drew their bows and shot arrows, along with dragon-hunting crossbows releasing a dense barrage of massive arrows. Just as these arrows were halfway through their flight, gray-white light shot out from the pupils of the Medusas with different colored eyes. The moment the arrows touched the light, it seemed as if they had lost all their power, quickly petrifying and falling to the ground. A large number of arrows shot out, yet they fell in clusters. In the end, they did not inflict even a bit of damage on the. Immediately after, it was Medusa's turn to counterattack. Countless purple orbs gathered in her palms, and the next second, the orbs flew towards the city walls like shooting stars. These orbs had no physical form and could not be intercepted by the arrow towers. Thus, a large number of orbs landed on the city walls and exploded violently. They had no lethality, but all the followers under the orb's cover were afflicted with a weakening buff. Even Lin Chen felt an unusual heaviness in his body at that moment. It was as if several kilograms of sandbags were weighing him down. Lin Chen furrowed his brows and immediately commanded the Dark Ranger to use the silence spell to dispel it. The Dark Ranger had already been upgraded to the 4th tier, and the silence spell had the function of removing negative states. However, facing Medusa's continuous throwing of purple orbs, the Dark Ranger clearly could not quickly clear all negative states. Lin Chen knew he had to stop Medusa's curse attacks. Once they got close, the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately ordered the two-headed brutal dragon riders hidden not far away to launch an assault. At the same time, the weeping angels in the sky dove down, targeting Medusa's forces. The two-headed brutal dragon riders, as ground cavalry units, maximized their mobility at this moment. They charged madly and soon reached the face of Medusa's army. At the same time, the weeping angels rained down spears, attacking Medusa's forces. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. 200 clashed with Lin Chen's 3,000 followers. The numbers did not give Lin Chen much of an advantage. Instead, the 200 were terrifyingly strong. Even the two-headed brutal dragon riders needed 3 to 6 to hold one at bay. the Weeping Angels needed dozens to confront a single Medusa. What troubled Lin Shen the most was that even if he controlled the brutal dragon riders to self-destruct, the damage to Medusa was pitifully low. There were also mutated followers, and after receiving various combat power enhancements from a 7th-tier lord, they were far beyond what a small lord like Lin Shen could withstand. The situation was very unfavorable for Lin Shen, but there was still a glimmer of hope. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, Lin Shen finally sensed the infection threshold within the next second. Grip of Tetanus. Lin Shen activated his signature skill, attempting to convert Medusa into his follower. However, just as he released the skill, a cold voice rang out from behind Medusa's army. Purification Apostle. Jiang He used a high-tier magic scroll. A massive transparent angel floated at the back of the battlefield, continuously spreading purifying energy. Under the influence of this energy, the zombie virus within Medusa rapidly receded. Jiang He's voice sounded a second later. Lin Shen, although your ability to infect followers is powerful, it is not without countermeasures. I only need to use a purification scroll to negate your infection. Lin Shen's brows furrowed. His trump card had failed. So how should he win this battle? Watching the brutal dragon riders and weeping angels suffer heavy losses, Lin Shen felt a chill run down his spine as his mind raced. Just when he was in deep turmoil, the Dark Ranger Sylvanas suddenly spoke up. My lord, please allow me and the giant dragon beside you to join the battlefield. We will fight for you until the last moment. On the other side, the evil-eyed Crystal Dragon King let out a high-pitched dragon roar. It was extremely excited for this battle. Lin Shen immediately nodded in agreement and ordered the remaining 9 skeletal dragons to move out simultaneously. With their participation in the battle, the situation improved significantly. However, to truly defeat this Medusa army, this alone was far from enough. It seems it's time to resort to some underhanded tactics. Lin Shen dispatched nearly 1,000 plague wolf riders he had accumulated. Second-tier soldiers could only serve as cannon fodder at this moment. Yet, in certain circumstances, cannon fodder could play a crucial role. Fog of War. In the next moment, a thick mist enveloped the battlefield, but the Purification Apostle's ability continued unabated. Only the periphery of the battlefield was shrouded in fog. The area where fierce fighting was taking place remained clear, but for Lin Shen, that was already sufficient. All Plague Wolf Riders, heed my command. Attack the Medusa Queen. Nearly 1,000 Plague Wolf Riders, under the cover of the mist, circled around to the back and charged at the Medusa Queen. Jiang He raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing only a few second-tier minions charging towards her. Dealing with second-tier soldiers was as easy as chopping vegetables for her, hardly a challenge. However, before Jiang He could react, a wolf rider leaped high in front of her, and a familiar figure emerged from the giant wolf's belly. It was Lin Shen, hidden within the Plague Wolf Riders. In the midst of Jiang He's astonished gaze, Lin Shen suddenly unleashed his Dragon King transformation. In the next moment, a massive Crystal Dragon King appeared before her. The enormous dragon claws lunged towards her abdomen. Jiang He did not expect Lin Shen to confront her in his lord form outside the city. However, she reacted quickly, immediately casting a curse spell in an attempt to weaken Lin Shen's combat power. Yet, Lin Shen, transformed into the Crystal Dragon King, was already prepared. He commanded the Plague Wolf Riders to charge towards the gigantic Medusa Queen. In the next moment, he initiated a series of self-explosions. Although these explosions could not harm Jiang He, they greatly interfered with her line of sight. Blood mist filled the air, and for a moment, Jiang He could not lock onto Lin Shen's position. At this time, the evil-eye Crystal Dragon King that Lin Shen had transformed into resembled the Medusa Queen. It was like a giant. Lin Shen pierced through the blood mist, his sharp claws accurately grasping the Medusa Queen's shoulders. He then spread his enormous wings and flapped them violently, lifting the Medusa Queen entirely off the ground. From a distance, it looked as if an eagle was entangled with a python. The Medusa Queen swung her serpentine tail, quickly wrapping it around the Crystal Dragon King's body, attempting to strangle him by tightening her waist. At this moment, Lin Shen felt a strong sense of suffocation. The red crystals surrounding him began to crack, forming dense fissures. But Lin Shen gritted his teeth, clenching tightly, and carried the Medusa Queen away into the distance. Lin Shen's goal was simple: to take the Medusa Queen to the Mutant Gland Ranch and use the excessive radiation inside to eliminate her. But Jiang He clearly would not sit idly by. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from her serpentine tail. Lin Shen, who had been flying steadily, suddenly felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. The strength of that tail was so great that it affected Lin Shen's ability to fly, and he collided headfirst towards the ground. Blood ecstasy. Newfound power surged from Lin Shen's body. He raised his wings and rapidly condensed a light sphere between them. The light sphere contained immense energy, ready to shoot out in the next moment. However, the Medusa Queen suddenly released her tail, whipping it like a steel whip against the light sphere. In an instant, both were engulfed in a massive explosion of flames. They then fell to the ground together. At this moment, Lin Chen's lord form had its wings blown apart, and his body made of red crystals was covered in cracks. Jiang He, transformed into the Medusa Queen, also suffered significant damage, with a segment of her serpentine tail blown off and several scales damaged. Lin Chen raised his massive dragon head and saw that Queen Medusa was still trying to use her curse skills on him. Lin Chen immediately cast the Fog of War and charged towards her. In the next moment, his giant dragon body pressed down hard on Queen Medusa. He opened his enormous dragon mouth, pretending to bite down, but Lin Chen had no intention of actually biting. Instead, he laughed in a teasing tone. Teacher Jiang He, do you concede? If you admit defeat now, I will let you go. Originally, Jiang He intended to end the match, but upon hearing Lin Chen's arrogant tone, her anger flared up. As a 7th-tier lord, how could she be threatened by this little brat? Who knows who will win or lose? Jiang He snorted coldly and immediately unleashed her A-rank lord skill, Wild Enchantment. Her strategy was simple. First, use the enchantment skill to disrupt Lin Chen's consciousness. After escaping, she would release other spells to counterattack. However, when the enchantment skill was cast on Lin Chen, who was in his Dragon King form, the situation suddenly began to spiral out of control. Ding! You are affected by wild enchantment and are losing your rationality. Under the influence of blood ecstasy, you begin to crave the blood of your enemies intensely. The blood of the ancient dragon is boiling within you. Influenced by the nature of the giant dragon, your rationality significantly decreases while your strength attributes increase greatly. Just as a series of prompts echoed in Lin Chen's mind, he had not yet regained his senses. In the next moment, a tremendous primal impulse surged within him like a flood, almost instantly shattering his rationality and enveloping him in desire. At this moment, Lin Chen did not loosen his grip on Queen Medusa despite the interference of wild enchantment. Instead, due to the surge in power, he pressed Queen Medusa down firmly onto the ground. Sensing that Lin Chen seemed to have completely lost his rationality and that his strength had become immense, Jiang He panicked and thrashed her snake tail wildly on the ground. Lin Chen, what are you doing? I concede. Let me go. What do you want to do to me? Let me go. However, no matter how Jiang He shouted, Lin Chen showed no response. The dragon form was inherently lustful, especially with the bloodline of an ancient dragon. Under the dual influence of the ancient dragon and wild enchantment, Lin Chen began to uncontrollably charge like a wild beast driven by desire. At this moment, he had transformed into a creature ruled by primal instincts, only wanting to unleash flames upon the enemy before him. Jiang He's face turned pale, her mind blank, as if all her strength had been drained. She never dreamed that one day she would be, by her own student. The only shred of rationality left in her made her tear open the one magic scroll that could preserve her purity. Time rewind. Accompanied by a white halo enveloping both Lin Chen and Jiang He, their bodies began to shrink rapidly. Lin Chen's dragon form was dispelled, and his crystal armor automatically released, revealing his true appearance. Jiang He also shed her massive form, returning to her normal human size. However, since she was still in her lord form, even after returning to her normal size, Jiang He still dragged a long tail behind her. After Lin Chen reverted to his original form, he closed his eyes and remained motionless, seemingly falling into a coma. You naughty boy, are you pretending to be unconscious? Jiang He pushed Lin Chen. Upon realizing he was truly unconscious, she complexly got up from the ground. The fog of war continued to obscure their figures, and Jiang He looked at the mess around them. Then she glanced at the bare-chested Lin Chen, her face flushed with shame and anger. She wished she could personally slay this scoundrel. After guarding her purity for so many years, she had almost fallen prey to this brat. The most crucial part was that after stopping all of this, she felt an intense sense of loss deep within her heart. Although it was just the Lord's avatar and not the true body, it was enough to make Jiang He feel so shy that she wished she could burrow into a crack in the stone. Jiang He understood that what had just happened was definitely not intentional on Lin Chen's part. Lin Chen's Lord Avatar actually possessed the bloodline of an ancient dragon. Meanwhile, her Medusa Queen also contained the bloodline of an ancient beast. Whether it was a giant dragon or a python, there existed a part of primal wildness in their bloodlines that could influence reason. The wild charm skill she had unleashed undoubtedly intensified the mutual influence between their bloodlines. It was almost as if she had been bullied. Damn you, scoundrel, pervert! Jiang He did not realize that at this moment, she was no longer the aloof goddess she used to be. Instead, she was cursing Lin Chen with a full display of femininity, continuously venting her inner unease and rippling emotions. After about 10 minutes of cursing, all the various negative buffs stacked on Lin Chen disappeared. Lin Chen woke up from his unconscious state, looking bewildered at Jiang He, who was staring coldly at him. Their eyes met for about 5 seconds. Jiang He then asked, do you remember what just happened? Just now? Lin Chen scratched his head. I only remember you cursing me, and then I can't recall anything after that. What happened to you, teacher Jiang Yi? On the surface, Jiang Yi sighed in relief, but deep down, she felt a bit lost. So she spoke in an even colder tone. I knocked you out, you lost. Did I lose? Lin Chen scratched his head. Well, okay then, but you also passed my test, Jiang Yi said with an air of aloofness. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield, and then we can discuss the alliance. Lin Chen quickly asked, what about those? They are yours now, Jiang Yi replied. Consider it a bit of compensation for invading your territory. After saying that, Jiang Yi disappeared on the spot, exiting Lin Chen's territory. Once Jiang Yi left, Lin Chen, who had been looking honest and simple, suddenly showed a strange expression. That was dangerous. I almost had a misfire. Lin Chen actually remembered what had happened earlier. He pretended to forget it to avoid making Jiang Yi uncomfortable. However, it must be said that the wild charm skill was indeed powerful. After it was applied to him, he felt as if he had downed 7 or 8 bottles of Viagra. It was an overwhelming feeling. Fortunately, nothing irreparable happened in the end, otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to face teacher Jiang Yi in the future. Exiting the Lord Avatar state, Lin Chen returned to the battlefield from a bird's eye view. Due to the destruction caused by the 206th tier, his territory was now in shambles. Nearly 50% of his followers were dead or injured, and even the steel city walls had been smashed to pieces. However, compared to the 6th tier troops that Jiang Yi had almost given away, these losses were negligible. Within the battle circle, there were now 200 corpses of 6th tier. Generally, lords could not gift followers to each other unless under special circumstances. If you terminated the follower employment relationship, another lord would have to tame and recruit them anew. Moreover, such second-hand follower recruitment would generally be more difficult, and the potential for growth would be significantly reduced. Lin Chen was an exception because he could turn the corpses into his followers through infection. Transforming corpses into his followers, theoretically speaking, belonged to a different kind of being, so there was no need to worry about the potential decline. 200 corpses were a substantial windfall for Lin Chen at this moment. It should be noted that his territory only had one 6th tier as a follower. The main combat power was still concentrated in the 4th and 5th tiers. 200 corpses were enough for him to cultivate a batch of powerful 6th tier followers. At this moment, in the outside world, in Jiang Yi's boudoir, after Jiang Yi exited the Lord's world, Lu Wanwan couldn't wait to step forward. Auntie, did brother Lin Chen pass the test? Jiang Yi nodded. He passed. He should still be cleaning up the battlefield in the territory. Lu Wanwan revealed a happy smile, but then slightly frowned and said, Auntie, your heart is beating so fast. Did something unpleasant happen with brother Lin Chen? Jiang Yi's expression stiffened, and she couldn't help but recall how Lin Chen had pinned her down in the territory earlier. It's nothing, Wanwan, I just got a bit carried away during the fight. Lu Wanwan showed a curious expression. I haven't seen what brother Lin Chen looks like yet. I'm so looking forward to it. Although Lu Wanwan was blind in reality, she was no different from other lords once she entered the lord's space. Seeing Lu Wanwan's excited demeanor, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, Wanwan, why do you trust Lin Chen so much? What do you see in this guy? Lu Wanwan's little face turned red, and she whispered, he gives me a very reliable feeling. My intuition tells me brother Lin Chen is a good person. Jiang Yi patted Lu Wanwan's head, wanting to say something more, but the golden halo surrounding Lin Chen had already disappeared. Lin Chen stepped out of the territory. Jiang Yi instantly regained her aloof and cool demeanor, coldly saying to Lin Chen, since you passed the test, let's sign the alliance treaty with Wanwan next. With a gentle wave of her hand, a long parchment appeared on the table. Alliance Clause 1, neither party may destroy the other's Lord Core, violators will be stripped of their Lord status for life. Alliance Clause 2, both parties must open a permanent teleportation portal in the main city. The portal must not be closed, it will accept in special circumstances. Alliance Clause 3, if one party's territory is invaded, the other must do their utmost to provide assistance. If either party's Lord Crystal is destroyed, the portal will remain for 24 hours. The numerous clauses left Lin Chen feeling dazed. Even so, Jiang Yi insisted he read through all of them and even explained each one. After the explanations, she solemnly asked, if you are sure there are no issues with the agreement and are willing to be Wanwan's gatekeeper, you can sign the agreement now. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at Lu Wanwan. He saw her fumbling to sign. Lin Chen picked up the pen and signed his name on the agreement. The next second, the agreement transformed into golden light and entered the foreheads of Lin Chen and Lu Wanwan. The agreement officially took effect. At the core of Lin Chen and Lu Wanwan's respective territories, a white teleportation portal appeared out of thin air. The portal resembled an upright mirror, reflecting the scenes of their respective territories. Alright, from now on, you two can operate on your own and set up defenses for your territories, Zhang Yi said as she went to the kitchen to cook. She left Lin Chen and Lu Wanwan to enter their own territories. Lin Chen, embodying the Plague Lord, examined the mirror-like portal before him. He could clearly see a vibrant world filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers through the portal. Just as he was about to step through the portal to Lu Wanwan's territory, the next second, the mirror rippled. Following that, a beautiful girl in a princess dress emerged from the mirror. Because Lin Chen was too close to the mirror, the girl bumped into him unexpectedly. Ouch! The girl exclaimed, and then their eyes met. After Lin Chen clearly saw the girl's appearance, he recognized her as Lu Wanwan. However, compared to her frail appearance in reality, Lu Wanwan looked much more lively at this moment. Is this your territory, brother Lin Chen? Lu Wanwan curiously looked around. It looked so lifeless. Lin Chen let out a bitter laugh. His territory was already tainted by the blood of the evil god, so its appearance was certainly not great. Nevertheless, he still took Lu Wanwan on a brief tour of his territory. Naturally, Lu Wanwan also invited Lin Chen to visit her territory. As expected of a resource-supporting lord, Lu Wanwan's territory was not only vast but also rich in resources. There was even an ocean, with a variety of ecosystems that were quite abundant. It was like a small world in itself. Brother Lin Chen, this is a welcome gift for you, Lu Wanwan said, pulling out a sack of items from who knows where. When Lin Chen opened the sack, he was completely stunned. It was filled to the brim with various rare materials, holy crystals, wisdom tree fruits, obsidian cores, forging stones. All of these were rare materials for cultivating territories, and now Lu Wanwan had packed them in a sack to give to Lin Chen. The wisdom tree fruit could enhance the spirit power of heroic spirits. Just when Lin Chen thought that such precious materials could only be possessed by Lu Wanwan in limited quantities, she directly took him to a wisdom fruit tree farm. Not only was there a wisdom fruit tree farm, but also a holy crystal mining center, obsidian mines. Seeing so many resource extraction facilities, Lin Chen was utterly amazed. If Lin Chen's territory could be likened to a warrior charging forward, then Lu Wanwan's territory was like a super rearguard, producing various resources to ensure the smooth progress of frontline battles. Forming an alliance with a resource-supporting lord had many benefits, but as part of the responsibility, he also had to ensure the security of her territory. So, Lin Chen directly deployed 100 two-headed brutal dragon riders and 300 weeping angels as station troops. Among the freshmen in the first year, these troops were absolutely invincible at the same level. Even some fourth-tier lords not nurtured by major families might not have troops as strong as Lin Chen's station army. After arranging the station troops, Lin Chen originally planned to exit the lord's space. However, at that moment, Lu Wanwan approached him again. Brother Lin Chen, I forgot to give you this. Lu Wanwan presented a white crystal to Lin Chen as if offering a treasure. Within the crystal, a white building could be faintly seen. Well of spiritual energy, a special building for third-tier resource-supporting lords, can be placed in other lords' territories to supply spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, also known as aura or natural power, is an energy that fills the air in the lord's world. The higher the spiritual energy content in a territory, the stronger the combat power of its dependents. Upon seeing the introduction of the well of spiritual energy, Lin Chen instinctively gasped. He looked at Lu Wanwan in disbelief. Wanwan, do you intend for me to build the well of spiritual energy to absorb the spiritual energy from your territory? Lu Wanwan nodded seriously. Anyway, you'll be responsible for protecting me in the future, and I'm very generous with my bodyguards. Looking at Lu Wanwan's adorable appearance, Lin Chen couldn't help but rub her head affectionately. Sister Wanwan, from today on, your territory will be protected by your big brother Lin Chen. Lu Wanwan covered her head. You will still form alliances with others in the future. I just hope you remember that the first person you allied with is me. And also, put more powerful troops in my territory. I definitely won't treat them poorly. Don't worry, Wanwan, I will take good care of you from now on. He placed the well of spiritual energy next to the Lord's core. The next moment, a vast amount of spiritual power surged into Lin Chen's territory like a runaway wild horse. Lin Chen's dependents felt the power surging through the world and immediately let out excited howls. Ding! The well of spiritual energy releases a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, slowly enhancing the attributes of the territory's dependents. The impact of the well of spiritual energy on the territory was subtle yet profound, effectively applying a slow strengthening buff to the entire territory. Although the enhancement effect was not obvious, if the timeline was extended long enough, it remained an important way to increase the Lord's strength. Lin Chen exited the territory world together with Lu Wanwan. At this moment, Lin Chen truly regarded Lu Wanwan as his sister. Moreover, the more he looked at this sister, the more he genuinely liked her from the bottom of his heart. Jiang He personally cooked today and prepared a table full of dishes. Lin Chen was not polite, chatting while eating. Unknowingly, the relationship among the three of them had drawn much closer. After finishing the meal, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Lin Chen prepared to return to his dormitory. As he reached the door, Jiang He suddenly chased after him. About today's test. Jiang He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Do you really not remember what happened? Lin Chen scratched his head. Teacher Jiang He, I really can't remember at all. Oh, Jiang He's voice turned cold again. You can go. With that, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Really? So inexplicable, Lin Chen muttered to himself as he left the classroom apartment area. After a 10-minute walk, Lin Chen returned to his residence. He washed his face to refresh himself and summarized his gains during this period. Since returning from the Evil God battlefield, Lin Chen had collected a total of 20 corpses of 6th tier monsters. The types of monsters were 3, all belonging to the Evil God faction. The remaining corpses of 5th and 4th tiers had already been transformed by Lin Chen into angels and dragon knights. After the Evil God battlefield ended, Lin Chen obtained 300 radiation crystals and over 10,000 mutation glands in the radiation world. Both of these items were quite good and would be useful soon. After fighting with Jiang He tonight, he received a friendly sponsorship of 206th tier, a type of monster, corpses from teacher Jiang He. They belonged to a mutated soldier type and was very valuable among soldiers of the same tier. Then came the last and biggest gain, establishing a territory alliance with Sister Wan Wan. He received a sack full of precious materials and a well of spiritual energy from her. These were Lin Chen's main gains during this recent period. Now, he needed to convert these gains into a part of his strength. Although Lin Chen won the battle against Wu Liang, it made him realize that he was not invincible. Unconsciously, it also put considerable pressure on him. This pressure had now become Lin Chen's motivation to urge himself to become stronger. So next, it was time to cultivate the 6th tier dependence. In reality, Lin Chen was covered by a golden halo. At this moment, his consciousness sank into the territory world. After selecting a flesh clone machine as the cultivation container, Lin Chen began to choose the materials for this cultivation. In addition to the, Lin Chen also had 3 other 6th tier dependent corpses, the bloodthirsty siren, frost demon ape, and corrupted trey ant. He put all 4 types of materials into the flesh clone machine. As the machine stirred, the flesh and blood of the 4 6th tier monsters were ground and kneaded together. Next was the material input time. Based on Lin Chen's previous cloning experience, the rarity of the material's input would directly affect the quality of the dependence. Moreover, the material should ideally match the attributes of the cloned entity. For example, if Lin Chen were to input a holy gem now, unless the quantity was enormous, it would likely result in a furnace explosion. Lin Chen thought for a moment and first put a radiation crystal into the cloning machine. Ding! The flesh material is repelling the radiation crystal. Please choose to continue inputting the crystal or abandon this cloning attempt. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen began to pour in the radiation crystals. The radiation crystals reacted violently, like peanuts thrown into hot oil. It wasn't until 200 radiation crystals were consumed that the violent reaction began to calm down. Next, he added rare materials like the obsidian core and wisdom tree fruit. As the blood and flesh within the meat grinder continued to churn, the various energies contained within began to merge and transform. Lin Chen had almost used all the materials he had recently collected for the cloning process. There were many materials, and soon the cloning machine started to become unstable, spewing hot steam like boiling water. To avoid an explosion, Lin Chen reluctantly used 2 Evil God crystals. When the energy from the Evil God crystals infused into the cloning machine, the boiling machine began to stabilize. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and the cloning machine ceased operation. A massive, strange creature slowly crawled out from the cloning machine. Black Armored Shield Guardian, Tier 6, a robust shield warrior with unparalleled defensive and destructive power. Its shield will provide you with the most reliable protection. The Black Armored Shield Guardian was like a dwarf enlarged to 3 meters tall, with a massive bone shield on its left arm. In its right hand, it gripped a meteor hammer. Clearly, this time the clone belonged to a melee defensive type, primarily focused on defense. Opening the Black Armored Shield Guardian's profile. Black Armored Shield Guardian, Tier 6 ground unit. Talent, Obsidian Skin, Mind Deafness, Blasphemer, Radiation Assault. Skills, Battle Roar, Shield Guardian, Soul Chain. Soul Chain skill description, activates the Soul Chain, allowing all Black Armored Shield Guardians to share the damage taken. When damage hits a single unit, it does not affect the healing of other Black Armored Shield Guardians. It was evident that this Tier 6 soldier was a ground warrior specialized in defense. Currently, Lin Chen already had Tier 5 cavalry and Tier 4 aerial ranged units, and the addition of the Tier 6 Black Armored Shield Guardian significantly enhanced the territory's defensive capabilities. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chen began to mutate and strengthen the Black Armored Shield Guardian. Compared to the Tier 5 Brutal Dragon Knight, the mutation of the Black Armored Shield Guardian consumes several times more mutation glands. With Lin Chen's current gland reserves, he ultimately mutated it 7 times. Only one mutation could be utilized, which allowed sharp bone spines to grow on the shield of the Black Armored Shield Guardian. The score was not high, only 69 points, but it could slightly increase the Black Armored Shield Guardian's counterattack ability. It was still a decent mutation. With the Black Armored Shield Guardian fully cultivated, 26 blood and flesh cloning machines began to work overtime to clone. By 8 a.m. Blue Star time, Lin Chen's territory had already produced 213 powerful Tier 6 followers. The combat power of the territory received a tremendous boost. The next morning, attending the early class, Lin Chen walked into the classroom under the bright sunlight for the early lesson. It was a theoretical class taught by an old lord. The course felt a bit boring, and most of the class ended up dozing off. Finally, when the class ended, the students of Class 5 prepared to head to the cafeteria together for a meal. However, the next second, a sexy and beautiful figure blocked Lin Chen's path. "Junior, you finally finished class." Zhang Min stood in front of Lin Chen. The students of Class 5, seeing the second-year senior actively approach Lin Chen, immediately showed expressions of envy and jealousy. In college, it was a big deal for a senior to take the initiative to talk to a freshman, enough to inspire the new students to imagine a 40-episode large campus soap opera, especially Su Arrow and others, who were wildly giving Lin Chen thumbs up. No wonder he was the class leader. Just a few days into the semester, he had already hooked up with a senior. Today, Zhang Min was no longer her usual carefree self. There was a hint of worry in her brows. Lin Chen immediately sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong, senior? Is there something going on?" Lin Chen noticed the redness at the corners of Zhang Min's eyes, as if she had just been crying. Clearly, she had encountered a very tricky situation. Zhang Min hesitated, then took Lin Chen's hand and led him to a garden in front of the teaching building. "Lin Chen, I have to attend a banquet tonight, and my father will introduce me to a boy I don't like." "Family marriage?" Zhang Min nodded. "You know that guy, it's Wu Liang. My family's Haoyu group is going to collaborate with the Wu family, and the Wu family wants me to get close to Wu Liang." Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Wu Liang is not a good person. I could feel that during our sparring." Zhang Min nodded. "I really dislike him too, but my dad is an old-fashioned man who always sticks to his decisions, and no one can change them. But I really hate Wu Liang." "You want me to accompany you to the banquet and help you get rid of Wu Liang's entanglement?" Zhang Min gently nodded. "Don't worry, Lin Chen, once it's done, I won't treat you poorly, even if..." Zhang Min's face turned red. "Even if it means being your girlfriend, I would agree, as long as you can help me get rid of Wu Liang." Lin Chen smiled wryly. "That's not necessary. Don't worry, big sister, I'll definitely help you with this. Besides, I haven't had the chance to thank you for the credits you lent me before, so this time it can count as my gratitude." Zhang Min nodded slightly, but then looked a bit disappointed. "Is it just to thank me?" Her voice was very soft, and Lin Chen didn't hear her clearly. In the afternoon, with no classes, Zhang Min accompanied Lin Chen to choose a formal dress. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes, horses rely on their saddles. After Zhang Min's careful grooming, the handsome and spirited Lin Chen made a dazzling appearance. With the charming Lin Chen by her side, Zhang Min's mood, which had been a bit gloomy, improved significantly. She even secretly took a side profile photo of Lin Chen and quietly changed it to her phone's wallpaper. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and Zhang Min brought Lin Chen to the Tinglong mansion, which belonged to the Haoyu group. The so-called mansion could also be seen as an extremely luxurious estate. The estate was brightly lit, with a swimming pool, fitness area, and even a golf course. At this time, many people had already gathered in the estate. When they saw Zhang Min appear at the entrance, many turned to look. "Zhang Min, you're here." Wu Liang excitedly walked over, but halfway there, he froze in place. His expression quickly darkened. "Lin Chen, why are you here too?" Zhang Min stood in front of Lin Chen, glancing at Wu Liang and then at the other guests at the banquet. She announced loudly, "Lin Chen is my friend. I asked him to accompany me to the banquet." However, the moment Zhang Min finished speaking, a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. "Director Zhang, doesn't your daughter know that today's banquet is to matchmake her with Wu Liang? Why did she bring a guy back?" Many members of the Wu family had come to today's banquet, while the Haoyu group had brought along a few senior executives. "Exactly, our Wu family is a prestigious family in the capital. Does your Haoyu group think we're easy to bully? Zhang Min, being able to marry into our Wu family is your fortune. How dare you flirt around outside?" Hearing the harsh words from the Wu family, Zhang Min trembled with anger. She immediately retorted, "Even if I die, I will never have anything to do with your Wu family. I absolutely will not be with Wu Liang. He's just a jerk, a disgusting jerk. Wu Liang's face turned green with anger upon hearing Zhang Min say that about him, but he was reluctant to vent his anger on Zhang Min, so he coldly glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? You. Wu Liang wanted to continue provoking him, but just then, a deep voice sounded. Minner, what's going on? This deep voice was very imposing. As soon as it appeared, the scene immediately fell silent. The crowd then parted to make way. A stern-looking middle-aged man walked over. Zhang Tianyu, the chairman of Haoyu Group, who had single-handedly established one of the largest business empires in Longwa. The business magnate who created the commercial myth of the Dragon Kingdom. Even long-established noble families must seek to win over such a powerful figure. Zhang Tianyu did not have his own family, with only a daughter, Zhang Min. The moment Zhang Tianyu appeared on the scene, the previously fierce Zhang Min instantly lost her fire. Tears even began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Lin Chen noticed this change and instinctively pulled her behind him. It was clear that Zhang Min was quite afraid of her chairman father. Zhang Tianyu looked at his daughter hiding behind a strange boy and frowned slightly. Minner, if you think Wu Liang is not suitable for you, you can tell me. There's no need to casually bring a boy to the banquet. The Wu family is our guest now. It's very impolite of you to act this way. Lin Chen is my friend, not just any boy, Zhang Min said, and I can bring whoever I want home. I am not a tool for you to use for your business strategies. I have the freedom to choose whom I like. At this point, Zhang Min actually burst into tears. Although she was the precious daughter of Haoyu Group, there was a significant gap between Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Min. Zhang Min's mother had passed away long ago, and Zhang Tianyu had been busy with business for many years, resulting in a very shallow relationship with his daughter. Coupled with the undeniable aura Zhang Tianyu had developed in business, the conflict between father and daughter intensified. This banquet became the fuse for the explosion of their conflicts. Seeing Zhang Min's emotions spiraling out of control, Wu Liang's father, Wu Haiyang, suddenly walked over to Zhang Tianyu. Pointing at Lin Chen, he scolded, "Where did this wild kid come from? This is such a formal occasion. How dare you show up? Security, hurry up and throw him out." The security guard instinctively moved forward, but Zhang Min tightly hugged Lin Chen's arm and shouted, "Lin Chen is my friend. I want to see who dares." Wu Haiyang glanced at Zhang Tianyu, revealing a cold smile. "It seems Miss Zhang Min has brought her little boyfriend to the party. I was thinking of matchmaking little Liang and Miss Zhang Min to create a marriage, but it seems I was overthinking. In that case, our Wu family will take our leave." Saying this, Wu Haiyang signaled his family to prepare to leave the courtyard. "By the way, Director Zhang, our cooperation ends here. Since we can't become in-laws, I think it's time to stop supplying the medicines we've been providing you. After all, those medicines are quite expensive, and many powerful forces are eyeing them." Upon hearing this, aside from Zhang Tianyu's expressionless face, his subordinates' faces changed drastically. The old steward, who had followed Zhang Tianyu for many years, hurriedly ran to Zhang Min. "Miss, this is not the time to be willful. You need to go apologize to the Wu family. The master's old illness cannot be delayed. For these years, it has been maintained by medication." The old steward lowered his voice and briefly explained Zhang Tianyu's condition. It turned out that Zhang Tianyu had served in the military when he was young and had been a lord's soldier. Later, he was injured in a battle by a mechanical lord from outside the domain, forcing him to retire and go into business. As he aged, his territory began to be eroded, affecting his own body. This erosion was quite painful and had no means of suppression. Only sedatives could barely alleviate the pain in his body. The illness had persisted for several years, and recently it had suddenly worsened. If it weren't for the Wu family providing a new type of powerful sedative, Zhang Tianyu would likely be bedridden by now. Hearing the old steward's words, a look of panic flashed in Zhang Min's eyes. She had never known that her father was suffering from such a hidden ailment. She had not heard about this matter from anyone. "Sai, the master strictly forbids us from telling you about this, fearing it would worry you," the old steward sighed. "But the master's health is already very poor, and if the Wu family stops supplying medicine, Lin Chen listened to the old steward's account, revealing a thoughtful expression. The Lord of the Blue Star human race waged war against the myriad races of the world, and the first to explore was the Voidland. The main enemy in the Voidland was the Lord of the Evil Gods, and the Great Wall of Despair was also an important defense line built in the Voidland. Beyond the Void lies a broader world known as the Outer World. In the Outer World, countless races stand tall. Each race's lord continuously expands outward, devouring or enslaving other groups. Among the myriad races in the Outer World, the current main hostile forces are the Mechanical Lord belonging to the God of Machinery, the Undead Lord belonging to the God of Death, and the Mist Lord belonging to the God of the Lost. Each lord possesses vastly different abilities. However, they all share a common goal: to eliminate and annex the territories and resources of other races. When a lord is defeated, they either die in battle or, like Zhang Tianyu and Gu Minghu, have their territories rendered useless, eroded by the powers of different camp deities. This means that Zhang Tianyu's affliction is very likely a result of divine power erosion, just like Gu Minghu. Is there a possibility that Lin Chen could treat Zhang Tianyu's illness in the same way he treated Gu Minghu? Could he extract the divine power that was eroding him? Lin Chen had previously extracted the evil god's power from Gu Minghu and transformed it into evil god crystal. He had also absorbed mist power in the mist survival instance and gained the skill war mist. Analyzing it this way, perhaps he could also absorb the mechanical power within Zhang Tianyu. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd not far away. Zhang Tianyu, who had been full of vigor, suddenly knelt on the ground with a pained expression. On his neck, fine lines resembling fiber optic cables covered his skin. Wu Haiyang, quickly inject the chairman with a sedative, one of Zhang Tianyu's subordinates shouted. Chairman Zhang's medicine is all used up. Wu Haiyang leisurely took out a syringe but did not hurriedly hand it to Zhang Tianyu's subordinate. Instead, he smirked and said, I won't waste words with you. As long as your Haoyu group is willing to become in-laws with our Wu family, we can supply the strong sedative in unlimited quantities. As he spoke, a triumphant smile flashed in Wu Haiyang's eyes. Miss Zhang Min, as long as you marry Wu Liang, I will save your father. What do you say, will you agree? Wu Liang looked at Zhang Min, unable to suppress the lewd gaze in his eyes. Zhang Min, marry me, and I will take responsibility for you. At this moment, Zhang Min had already reached Zhang Tianyu's side, feeling her father's body tremble violently from pain. Zhang Min's face turned ashen. In the end, she seemed to resign herself to fate and nodded slightly. I am willing. However, before she could finish the word willing, Lin Chen's voice suddenly interrupted her. Wait, I might have a way to treat Mr. Zhang's injuries. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately provoked a round of laughter from the Wu family. Not old but so arrogant. Do you know what territorial erosion is? This illness is incurable. Do you understand, you brat? Miss Zhang Min's taste is too poor to fall for a guy like this. Wu Liang quickly whispered something in his father Wu Haiyang's ear. Wu Haiyang looked at Lin Chen with a hostile gaze. Lin Chen, right? I heard you come from Tianhai City? A poor kid with no background dares to shout here? Upon hearing Wu Haiyang say that Lin Chen had no background, not only the Wu family but even the leaders of the Haoyu group showed disappointed expressions. They had thought that the boy Miss Zhang Min brought home would have some powerful background. The result turned out to be just a foolish boy from a poor, remote area? Lin Chen's gaze was calm. Not having a background doesn't mean lacking strength. Besides, I just want to check Mr. Zhang's condition. Is that considered arrogance? Lin Chen's rhetorical tone was not strong, but it sounded extremely harsh in the ears of the Wu family. How dare a poor boy speak to them, the Wu family, in such a tone? This kid must be tired of living. Wu Haiyang's gaze gradually turned cold, just as he was about to say something more. However, Lin Chen ignored the Wu family and strode towards Zhang Tianyu. Lin Chen, do you really have a way to save my father? Zhang Min's tears were welling up in her eyes, her small face filled with worry. Lin Chen gave her a reassuring expression and then said to Zhang Tianyu, Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Lin Chen. May I take a look at your injuries? At this moment, Zhang Tianyu was too tormented by pain to speak. He struggled to lift his head, but looked towards Zhang Min. Zhang Min quickly said, Lin Chen is very capable. Let him give it a try. Although the medicine provided by the Wu family could alleviate the pain, it was merely a sedative, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Zhang Min chose to trust Lin Chen. Zhang Tianyu nodded and said in a low voice, Butler, help me to a seat. With the help of everyone, Zhang Tianyu was assisted to a nearby chair. The Wu family did not leave but stood a short distance away, watching coldly. Wu Liang asked Wu Haiyang, Father, do you think that Lin Chen can really cure Director Zhang? Wu Haiyang sneered, Impossible. Currently, methods to counteract territorial erosion are extremely rare. Each one is a precious find. Do you think a foolish boy from a poor, remote area could have a solution? Wu Haiyang's words calmed Wu Liang's mind. He looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Let's see how this guy ends up. The Wu family members all showed expressions of watching a spectacle, waiting to see the joke of this ignorant junior. With Zhang Tianyu's tacit approval, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves. At that moment, a series of silver metallic squares were embedded in Zhang Tianyu's wrist. The metallic squares seemed to have a life of their own, continuously supplying light to the blue glowing lines. This metallic square was like a cancerous abscess, constantly consuming Zhang Tianyu's vitality. After observing for a while, Lin Chen found that the erosion of mechanical divine power seemed similar to that of the evil god's erosion. This meant he could also absorb mechanical divine power. Lin Chen, is my father's illness very tricky? Seeing Lin Chen silent, Zhang Min asked nervously. Not sure, we'll find out by trying, Lin Chen said, placing his palm on the elbow where Chu Qingtian's erosion was most severe. However, as he made this move, a wave of murmurs erupted in the crowd. This kid is crazy. Doesn't he understand the most basic common sense? Directly contacting the power of erosion will also affect his own territory. In severe cases, it could even lead to the death of many dependents. The Wu family members nearby let out various sharp mocking sounds. What a stupid guy, you can't touch the power of erosion barehanded. This is common knowledge learned in the 3rd grade of elementary school. I thought he was impressive, turns out he's just a brainless rookie. Ha, he can't really think he can save Zhang Tianyu, can he? The mocking voices continued. Wu Haiyang and Wu Liang, the father and son, also wore similar expressions of ridicule. Their gazes towards Lin Chen were filled with mockery. However, the next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. After Lin Chen touched Zhang Tianyu's wrist, the blue cables quickly retracted from Zhang Tianyu's body. At the same time, the lines began to spread wildly onto Lin Chen's arm. At that moment, a faint green halo surrounded Lin Chen. Under the protection of the plague's power, the blue cable did not harm his body. Instead, it rapidly dissolved and melted within Lin Chen. Ding! Mechanical divine power absorption complete. Divine power condensed, obtained material, mechanical core. Mechanical core material introduction. The core used by the god of machinery to create all things can be integrated into research buildings to enhance research quality. At this moment, the banquet hall was dead silent. All the guests stared blankly in the direction of Lin Chen. Even the sharp-tongued members of the Wu family widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, what did I just see? The power of erosion disappeared? This little guy seems to have absorbed the god of machinery's power of erosion. How is that possible? I must be dreaming. Wu Haiyang and Wu Liang gaped, their expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. Wu Liang instinctively asked, Father, didn't you say? Shut up. Wu Haiyang's face was grim as he squinted at Lin Chen. I misjudged him. This kid is not simple. Zhang Tianyu felt his body suddenly become extremely light. The unbearable pain quickly faded at that moment. While feeling astonished, he also took a serious look at Lin Chen for the first time. This boy brought home by his daughter was anything but ordinary. Sir, you're all right? The butler excitedly stepped forward to inquire. Zhang Tianyu felt himself for a moment and then nodded. The power of erosion has indeed disappeared. This is incredible. Zhang Tianyu's response excited his subordinates. Their gazes towards Lin Chen shifted from disdain to friendliness and gratitude. Zhang Tianyu was the pillar of the Haoyu group. Curing Zhang Tianyu's illness was equivalent to saving the entire Haoyu group. Thank you so much, little brother. Thank you for curing the chairman's illness. We were blind just now. I apologize. No wonder you're Miss Zhang Min's boyfriend. You're truly impressive. Zhang Min's eyes were moist, and her gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with gratitude and a hint of admiration. If it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention, not only would her father continue to suffer from illness, but she would also be forced into a marriage with that bastard Wu Liang. It was hard to imagine how bleak her life would have been. But now, thanks to Lin Chen's help, everything was moving in a positive direction. After clearing the power of erosion from Zhang Tianyu's body, Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy and nearly stumbled. Zhang Min, with a pained expression, helped Lin Chen to a nearby chair to sit down. During this time to recover his strength, Lin Chen closed his eyes to rest while also directing a portion of his consciousness into his territory. The mechanical core resembled an octahedral die, but its surface was filled with high-tech patterns. This was the first material he obtained from a mechanical system lord. Without any hesitation, he aimed the mechanical core at the Goblin Research Institute for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. The Crazy Goblin Research Institute upgraded to Flesh and Blood Technology Research Center. Flesh and Blood Technology Research Center? What a grand name. He casually opened the building introduction. Flesh and Blood Technology Research Center. The research facility of the Crazy Goblins has been upgraded, allowing them to begin researching more complex flesh and blood technologies and sincerely thanking the Lord for their care. Below the introduction were the latest 4 research options. Infinite cell proliferation. This technology can significantly enhance the physical defense of the dependents. Research cost, gold * 20,000, wood * 100,000, stone * 150,000. Powerful adrenaline. This technology can significantly enhance the agility and reaction of the dependents. Research cost, gold * 20,000, wood * 100,000, stone * 150,000. Yang-style electric shock therapy stimulates nerve synapses, moderately enhances the perception abilities of the dependents. Cold-blooded killer gene strengthens the night vision capabilities of the dependents. The new research options significantly improve the amplification effects on the dependents, but the basic resources required have also increased. Fortunately, Lin Chen is now quite wealthy. With a wave of his hand, he directly chooses all research options. After this round of research, the strength of Lin Chen's territory dependence will undoubtedly be further enhanced. He even begins to anticipate whether one day, the dependence he cultivates will be able to achieve extraordinary feats in battle. Just as Lin Chen is about to exit the Lord's space, he suddenly notices several blood-red goblin researchers at the door of the research center, seemingly wanting to say something. Lin Chen immediately lowers his perspective and inquires about the goblin researchers' needs. Chief Researcher, Goblin Ryan Koskech sends you a request, asking whether you can hand over the ancient dragon's spine for their research, and promising that they may soon unlock the secrets of biological resurrection. This ancient dragon's spine is indeed precious, but it doesn't help me much at the moment, Lin Chen muses. I might as well give it to the goblin researchers and see what they can come up with. With that thought, Lin Chen waves his hand and sends the ancient dragon's spine to the research center. The goblin scientists jump up and down in joy. These goblin scientists resemble short-legged little Lubon. They sway side to side as they walk, looking a bit comical. Watching the goblins cheer and celebrate, Lin Chen can't help but smile. These little guys add a bit of lively atmosphere to his otherwise dull territory. At this moment, at the banquet, Zhang Tianyu, who had been treated by Lin Chen, regained his former authority. He scrutinizes Lin Chen, who is resting with his eyes closed, a glint of scrutiny flashing in his cold eyes. My lord, I just learned some information from the young lady, the old butler whispers. This little guy is named Lin Chen, an orphan from Tianhai City with no background, but he is this year's National College Entrance Examination champion, and his performance in school has been outstanding. It seems from the young lady's tone that she cares quite a bit about this little guy. Their relationship should be complicated. Zhang Tianyu listens silently to the old butler's recounting, nodding slightly. However, at that moment, the Wu family starts causing trouble again. Wu Liang appears with a large bouquet of roses, eagerly presenting them to Zhang Min. Min, I truly like you, please marry me. Zhang Min's voice is cold and sharp. My father's condition has just stabilized. Do you think this is an appropriate occasion? Wu Liang dismisses her concern. Don't worry, as long as you marry me, our Wu family will definitely save your father. Your dad won't die. Wu Liang, you. Zhang Min is furious, unable to hold back her roar. Even if I die, I will never be with you. Give up on that thought. The Wu family wants you to marry me just because they covet the resources of Haoyu Group. You make me feel disgusted. As soon as these words are spoken, the faces of the Wu family members darken. Publicly slandering the Wu family, even if it's the truth, is absolutely unforgivable. Especially Wu Haiyang, who walks up to Zhang Min with a dark expression. Just when everyone thinks he is going to reprimand Zhang Min, he suddenly turns his focus on Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen, right? A perfectly good banquet has been turned into this situation because of you. Do you know what the consequences are for provoking our Wu family? Lin Chen calmly stands up. I just came to visit my friend and happened to check on her father's injury. There's no need to be so aggressive. Wu Liang immediately retorts, if it weren't for you causing trouble, I would definitely have been able to get engaged to Zhang Min at today's banquet. If you know what's good for you, get out now. Our Wu family is not something a poor country bumpkin like you can provoke. Lin Chen sneered. What? Just because your last name is Wu, you think you can bully others and look down on them? Just because I have no power or influence, you dare to oppress me without restraint? Lin Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. Every time the Wu family spoke, they adopted a condescending attitude, which made Lin Chen feel somewhat nauseous. Although the Wu family was strong, Lin Chen didn't want to be a coward. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as bowing down and admitting fault. Wu Haiyang's expression was grim. I heard from Wu Liang that you once defeated him on the evil god battlefield. We won't make things too difficult for you. If you fight Wu Liang again and win, our Wu family will let you go. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Zhang Min immediately scolded. Is that not making things difficult? Wu Liang is a tier 4 lord, and Lin Chen is just a novice lord. This duel is completely unfair. Zhang Tianyu also frowned and said in a deep voice, Wu Haiyang, do you dare to lay a hand on a junior here? Wu Haiyang laughed. How could I bully a novice lord? With a shift in tone, Wu Haiyang suddenly said in a low voice, Wu Liang, what are you waiting for? Don't you move? Wu Liang sneered and took out a scroll, tearing it apart violently. In the next second, golden light enveloped both Wu Liang and Lin Chen. A prompt sound rang in Lin Chen's ears. Warning, someone has initiated a territory challenge against you. Do you accept the challenge? This challenge is a defensive battle initiated by the challenger. Your side must hold the position for 1 hour to achieve victory. Wu Liang used a territory challenge scroll against Lin Chen. Wu Liang arrogantly said, "Lin Chen, do you dare to accept my challenge? If you don't dare to accept, then kneel and call me dad, and crawl out from under my pants. Maybe I'll let you go." Zhang Min's anxious voice sounded, "Lin Chen, don't act impulsively." Wu Liang must have come prepared this time. Looking at the smug Wu Liang across from him, Lin Chen's gaze flickered. Finally, he slowly said, "I accept the challenge." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Haiyang and Wu Liang immediately showed expressions of triumph. In contrast, Zhang Tianyu's sighed repeatedly. In the end, he's still too young and can't stand a bit of grievance. Lin Chen is just a freshman. How can he fight against a sophomore like Wu Liang? This kid is too impulsive. Zhang Nin's family estate had a real-time battle projection observation system. The moment the two entered the territory duel, a holographic projection appeared above them. Wu Liang initiated an invasion duel. Lin Chen was responsible for defense while Wu Liang led the attack. If Wu Liang captured Lin Chen's territory within an hour, he would win, otherwise, Lin Chen would be victorious. Aside from the strict rule that the invading side must not destroy the defending lord's core, all other attacking actions were permitted. As Lin Chen entered the territory, he immediately began to gather his forces. At the same time, at the edge of Lin Chen's territory, a massive portal opened. A tide of heart-eating demons poured out from the portal. Lin Chen had encountered these minions once on the Evil God battlefield. Tier 4 monsters, proficient in spells and possessing strong melee capabilities, were quite troublesome. Lin Chen held his breath and focused, preparing to fight with all his might. After this period of development, Lin Chen's territorial strength had improved significantly compared to before. This battle against Wu Liang was the time to test his strength. 30,000 Tier 4 heart-eating demons gathered at the edge of Lin Chen's territory. Following them were 5,000 Tier 5 explosive souls and 100 Tier 6 poisonous fog warlocks. Wu Liang switched to the Lord's perspective, looking down at Lin Chen's territory. Although a large area was obscured by mist, his eyes were filled with disdain. Compared to Lin Chen, who had just become a lord for a few months, he had already managed his territory for over a year. Coupled with the resources poured in by the Wu family, Wu Liang always felt terrifyingly strong. "You little brat, you really dared to accept my challenge without knowing your place," Wu Liang said with a proud expression. "Do you think that winning against me in the Evil God battlefield has given you the confidence to defeat me? Heh, I can only say you are too naive. You underestimate the training the Wu family has given me." Lin Chen grinned. What was there to boast about in becoming stronger through family resources? Only someone like Wu Liang would flaunt such things. After a night and a whole day of cloning, Lin Chen's cloning materials had all been transformed into combat units. Now, facing Wu Liang, he felt completely confident. Heart-eating demon army, charge towards the enemy territory with all your might, destroy any enemies and buildings you see. As Wu Liang issued the command, he applied his lord skill to all his subordinates. Shadow Soul End. Under the stimulation of Shadow Soul End, the heart-eating demons surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, howling as they rushed towards the center of the territory. Lin Chen did not choose to passively defend. Instead, he summoned 3,000 crying angels and flew towards the heart-eating demon army. Previously, the military had rewarded Lin Chen with a coordinate for a void plane. The floating island marked by the coordinates was filled with numerous 4th and 5th tier wild magical creatures. After this period of plundering and infection, his crying angel legion had accumulated to a considerable scale. 3,000 crying angels spread their wings and flew out of the castle, dense as locusts. Soon, they approached the heart-eating demon army. Faced with an army 10 times their number, the crying angel legion showed no fear at all. The angels gathered blood-red spears and hurled them downwards with force. It was as if a rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. The sharp blood-red spears instantly pierced through the bodies of over 1,000 heart-eating demons. Wu Liang's expression darkened, and he immediately issued a counterattack order. Countless purple-black skulls flew out from the heart-eating demon army, homing in on the crying angels like guided missiles. Upon hitting the angels, they unleashed a series of dense black-purple explosions. Following that, Wu Liang's 6th-tier subordinate, the Plague Grand Sorcerer, began to unleash various area curses into the air. The crying angels affected by the curses saw a decline in their combat power. In contrast, the morale of the heart-eating demon army surged at that moment. Lin Chen, unwilling to be outdone, immediately summoned the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. The Dark Ranger rode atop the Crystal Dragon King, appearing at the center of the crying angels. Under the Dark Ranger's aura enhancement, the combat power of the crying angels was bolstered. Meanwhile, the Crystal Dragon King continuously cast explosive crystals downwards, inflicting significant damage on the heart-eating demon army. Wu Liang frowned slightly. Compared to before, he could clearly feel that Lin Chen had become much stronger. It seemed he had put in a lot of effort during this time. However, to Wu Liang, this was merely a trivial skill. He pointed gently at the center of the heart-eating demon army. The next second, a mass of black gas erupted from the center like a fountain. From a macro perspective, the black gas quickly spread throughout the entire army, completely enveloping them in black smoke. The smoke resembled a half-circular black pot, covering the ground. The crying angels attempted to throw their spears, but the moment the spears came into contact with the black gas, they reacted violently. The spears were corroded in an instant. The skill Wu Liang used seemed to encase his army in a protective shell. The attacks of the crying angels lost their effectiveness. Soon, under the protection of the shell, Wu Liang's army approached the city. Wu Liang disdainfully said, "I'll give you one more chance, Lin Chen. Kneel down and bow to me 3 times, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, when my heart-eating demon army breaks through your castle, I will flatten all your buildings. I will kill all your kin." Wu Liang's arrogant words made Lin Chen furrow his brow. Who gave this guy the confidence to think he could defeat him? He hadn't even made a move yet. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. Black-armored shield guards, move out. In the next moment, 200 giant shield warriors, all clad in dark armor, appeared atop the city walls. They leaped down from the walls and immediately assumed a defensive stance. In an instant, the Soul Chain skill was activated. Invisible life chains began to link the 206th-tier black-armored shield guards together. These chains allowed them to share vitality, boosting their defense to an unimaginable level. Wu Liang's expression changed slightly as he looked at the sudden appearance of so many 6th-tier soldiers in Lin Chen's territory. However, he still ordered the heart-eating demon army to launch a full-scale attack. Under the cover of tens of thousands of heart-eating demons, the explosive souls summoned thousands of black skulls that flew toward the black-armored shield guards. At the same time, the Plague Grand Sorcerer continuously cast spells to weaken the enemy's defenses and enhance his own. Although the explosive souls were 5th-tier soldiers, with Wu Liang's careful training and their numerical advantage, he was confident that after a series of explosions, the black-armored shield guards would sustain damage. However, when the smoke cleared, the black-armored shield guards holding their massive shields were completely unscathed. What the hell? How are they so tough? Wu Liang's brows furrowed tightly, and he immediately stopped holding back. He ordered the heart-eating demon army to charge toward Lin Chen's castle. With 30,000 heart-eating demons, Wu Liang did not believe they couldn't break through the defense of 200 black-armored shield guards. However, Lin Chen's defensive power was not solely reliant on the black-armored shield guards. On the city walls, thousands of black-armored zombies pushed dragon-hunting crossbow carts up the walls. Thousands of dragon-hunting crossbows unleashed a dense barrage of massive arrows. Wherever they passed, heart-eating demons fell in droves. From a bird's-eye view, it looked like harvesting chives. A single volley could reap a large number of heart-eating demons' lives. The heart-eating demons that charged in front of the black-armored shield guards were met with the guards swinging their meteor hammers with one hand and wielding bone shields covered in sharp barbs with the other. With a dual assault, they continuously smashed the heart-eating demons into pulp. Meanwhile, the black-armored shield guards emitted nuclear radiation at all times. As a result, the nearby heart-eating demons visibly slowed down, their reactions dulled. Especially those close to the black-armored shield guards, who appeared dazed, staring blankly as the guards crushed them into meat patties. The Black Flame Titans, the most numerous, crowded the city walls, drawing bows and shooting arrows. Although their attack power was somewhat lacking against high-tier kin, the sheer number was overwhelming, and the explosions from the black flames continuously inflicted burn damage on the enemy. A rain of arrows poured down from the sky, landing right in the midst of the heart-eating demon army. A large number of explosive souls were hit. Looking up, they saw the Dark Ranger riding the Evil Eye Dragon King unleashing skills. Wu Liang coldly observed the prolonged siege of the city, realizing that continuing the battle would result in significant losses. He immediately stopped holding back and aimed his strongest trump card skill at the enemy below. S-rank Lord skill, Blood Moon Calamity. Lin Chen had seen Wu Liang use Blood Moon Calamity once, so he had specifically investigated this skill. The mechanism of this skill was to extract the blood of both sides and transform it into blood puppets that were immune to physical damage for a short period, allowing for high-intensity combat. However, despite the skill's power, Lin Chen felt no fear, because his territory's trait countered this skill. Wu Liang selected 5,000 heart-eating demons to be thrown into the Blood Moon, causing a large amount of blood to merge and splatter. On the surface, vague humanoid blood-red monsters began to form. In contrast, Lin Chen's followers were not affected in the slightest by the Blood Moon. They continued to resist the invasion of the heart-eating demon with vigor. Only half an hour remained until the duel concluded. Wu Liang, aware of the peculiarities of Lin Chen's territory, could only urge the blood puppets to quickly scale the walls of Lin Chen's lordly castle. As long as a breach could be opened to allow the heart-eating demon army to enter the castle, Wu Liang was confident he could destroy all the buildings within before the duel ended. Soon, good news arrived. The blood puppets successfully reached the battlements, thanks to their immunity to physical attacks. They created chaos while attacking the gate, and it seemed they were about to break through. Wu Liang hurriedly commanded the 6th-tier Plague Grand Sorcerer to launch a full-scale assault. The 6th-tier Plague Grand Sorcerer faced off against the 6th-tier Black Armored Shield Guards. 100 Plague Grand Sorcerers unleashed various spells, bombarding the 2 Black Armored Shield Guards at the gate. With such a concentrated assault, Wu Liang was certain that no matter how strong the Black Armored Shield Guards were, they could not withstand it. However, to Wu Liang's disbelief, under the bombardment of over 100 6th-tier Grand Sorcerers, the Black Armored Shield Guards did not die, they actually withstood the onslaught. How is this possible? Wu Liang exclaimed in disbelief. He was unaware that the Black Armored Shield Guards possessed a skill called Soul Chain. Whether focusing fire on one Black Armored Shield Guard or spreading the attack across 100, the damage was evenly distributed. It turned out that even if the blood puppets breached the gate, the heart-eating demon army could not surge into the castle. Especially after Lin Chen specifically deployed 2 Black Armored Shield Guards to defend the gate, it became impossible. The Black Armored Shield Guards now stood like massive mountains outside the castle walls, giving Wu Liang no chance to penetrate the castle's interior. The 30,000 heart-eating demon army had already lost 10,000, yet they posed no threat to Lin Chen's castle whatsoever. Instead, the more they fought, the greater the losses for Wu Liang's forces. At this point, Wu Liang could no longer remain calm. He had not expected that in such a short time, Lin Chen had cultivated a 6th-tier defensive follower. The key was that this follower's defense was so abnormal that even Grand Sorcerers of the same tier could not inflict damage on them. Even if some damage was dealt, these Black Armored Shield Guards would actively take the water pouch from their waists and pour it over their wounds. The green liquid could quickly heal their injuries. If they couldn't even break through the defense, how could this battle continue? Only 20 minutes remained until the invasion ended. Wu Liang knew that holding on was meaningless. He immediately commanded the remaining troops to attempt to retreat from Lin Chen's territory. But just then, a cold voice echoed from the sky. "Is my territory somewhere you can come and go as you please?" Wu Liang's 30,000 heart-eating demon army was quite a substantial gift for Lin Chen's territory. The moment Lin Chen's words fell, a faint green ripple, almost invisible to the naked eye, spread from the core of Lin Chen's territory. Soon, those heart-eating demons that had been killed and whose bodies were preserved suddenly opened their eyes wide. Their white pupils showed no signs of life. Slowly, they stood up from the ground. At the same time, those heart-eating demons that had been wounded by arrows were also eroded by the power of the plague. The zombie virus replicated and proliferated wildly within them. By the time Wu Liang regained his senses, the 20,000 heart-eating demons he could still control had inexplicably decreased by over 5,000. The lost 5,000 troops had already completed their transformation, becoming zombie units under Lin Chen's control. Seeing so many enemies suddenly rise from the ground, Wu Liang was completely panicked. He desperately issued retreat orders. However, it was too late. The heart-eating demons that had turned into zombies began to open their gaping maws towards the surrounding heart-eating demons. The heart-eating demons at the back wanted to retreat, but at that moment, they were horrified to discover that a cavalry unit of 500 had quietly appeared on the hilltop. In the next moment, the two-headed brutal dragon riders charged towards the heart-eating demon army at an incredible speed. As cavalry units, a single charge from the brutal dragon riders could slaughter a large number of heart-eating demons. They did not engage with the higher-tier units within the heart-eating demon army. After the charge, they raced away to regroup before launching another assault. Each charge could kill hundreds of heart-eating demons. At this moment, the brutal Dragon Rider Legion had transformed into a meat grinder on the battlefield, repeatedly slaughtering the heart-eating demon forces. Wu Liang wanted the 6th-tier Plague Grand Sorcerer to cast a spell to suppress the brutal Dragon Riders. However, the next second, a white halo descended from the sky. The Dark Ranger riding the Crystal Dragon King unleashed a silence spell in a wide area. A large number of Plague Grand Sorcerers were hard-controlled and could not effectively counter the brutal Dragon Rider Legion. The skeletal dragon descended from the sky, sealing off the enemy's retreat like a wall. More and more heart-eating demons were turning into zombies. The heart-eating demon army was thrown into chaos, with several zombies occasionally self-destructing in groups, blowing up higher-tier monsters and rendering them unable to retaliate. Watching his troops become as immobile as if stuck in a quagmire, Wu Liang stood frozen in place. This was over 30,000 of his subordinates, just like that, doomed. His heart felt as if it had been brutally stabbed, bleeding profusely. Under the siege of the brutal dragon riders and the skeletal dragon, the heart-eating demon army could not retreat quickly. The number of heart-eating demons that had turned into zombies was increasing, spreading like cancer cells within the army. Even the Plague Grand Sorcerers, as high-tier units, would not be killed immediately, but they could not move towards the portal. As the duel approached its conclusion, what awaited them was a forced severing of their connection with Wu Liang's subordinates. They would be killed and then become cloning materials for Lin Chen's faction. At this moment, in the outer estates, there were many guests, but they were enveloped in a strange silence. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the battle between Wu Liang and Lin Chen. The subordinates cultivated by Lin Chen were actually able to fight back against Wu Liang's heart-eating demon army. Although Lin Chen had the advantage of defending terrain, Wu Liang had dispatched over 30,000 subordinates of 4th tier or above. With such a scale, let alone an ordinary 4th tier lord, even those 5th tier rogue lords would find it quite tricky to handle. Who would have thought that a mere 3rd tier lord like Lin Chen could defeat Wu Liang? Especially seeing the Dragon Rider army rampaging through Wu Liang's forces, each charged like a razor, mowing down large swaths of soldiers, made them seriously doubt. Was Lin Chen really just a novice lord? How could his combat power be even more ferocious than that of a 4th tier lord? The expressions of the Wu family members were generally grim. In particular, Wu Haiyang's face was ashen, filled with fury. The moment Lin Chen and Wu Liang exited the lord's space, Wu Haiyang roared, "Lin Chen, at such a young age, you are so ruthless, killing all my son's subordinates on your territory. Do you not understand the principle of leaving a line for others?" Wu Haiyang was a 7th tier Grand Lord. The moment his roar echoed, an invisible pressure from the Grand Lord spread outwards. The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. Angering a Grand Lord was no trivial matter. Yet Lin Chen remained completely unaffected by the pressure, calmly looking at Wu Haiyang. "Wu Liang had no intention of holding back when attacking my territory, did he?" Lin Chen retorted, "I merely defended against his invasion and conveniently killed all his subordinates. May I ask where I went wrong?" Wu Haiyang was so furious his face turned green. He cursed inwardly. How could his prideful son not even defeat a freshman? The Wu family poured so many resources into him every year. All the focus has been poured into that dog. Wu Haiyang's face was extremely grim. It is quite normal for juniors to compete and determine winners and losers. But the problem lies in the fact that Wu Liang, the most talented member of the Wu family, actually lost to a no-name brat. If the elders of the family found out about this, they would likely question Wu Liang's qualifications, and in severe cases, it could even reduce the resources allocated for his training. For the lord of a large family, this would be an unimaginable loss. Thinking of this, Wu Haiyang's gaze towards Lin Chen grew even colder. "It seems you are determined to go against our Wu family. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Just as Wu Haiyang was about to take action against Lin Chen, a voice devoid of any emotion rang out. "Mr. Wu, are you really going to make a move against a rookie lord in my estate? Since my condition has been stabilized, I think the cooperation intentions between Haoyu Group and the Wu family should be reconsidered." The moment the voice sounded, the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Wu Haiyang, who had initially looked fierce, changed his expression repeatedly. Although the Wu family was not afraid of Haoyu Group, having an additional enemy out of nowhere was certainly not beneficial for the family's development. Wu Haiyang suppressed the anger in his heart and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Let's leave today's matter at that. We are leaving." Wu Liang was unwilling. "Father, aren't you going to punish Lin Chen? He has disrespected the authority of our Wu family." "Shut up!" Wu Haiyang snapped. "You worthless fool who can't even defeat a rookie lord. The family has wasted years training you." Wu Liang dared not oppose Wu Haiyang's decision. He could only glare at Lin Chen beside him and threaten, "You better watch out. Once you leave this estate, let's see who dares to protect you. One day, I will personally crush your territory core, turning you into a waste." I'll be waiting for you," Lin Chen calmly nodded, "after you send me a few thousand high-tier troops." Seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, Wu Liang trembled with rage. Just thinking about how all of his more than 30,000 dependents had perished in Lin Chen's territory made him want to grind his teeth to dust. Those 30,000 dependents were the result of half a semester of his training. In the blink of an eye, they were all lost. At this moment, Wu Liang's heart was bleeding. Soon, Wu Haiyang led the Wu family members out of the estate. The arrogance that once adorned their faces was gone, replaced by a hurried departure. Today, the Wu family had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Once the Wu family left, the atmosphere on site became lively. The leadership of Haoyu Group immediately surrounded Lin Chen. Some praised Lin Chen's prowess, while others expressed gratitude for saving their chairman. Zhang Tianyu dispersed the crowd and walked to Lin Chen's side. He scrutinized this young man, who, despite his age, showed no signs of fear in front of Wu Haiyang. A glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. As a token of gratitude for curing his ailment, Zhang Tianyu was quite generous. He directly gifted Lin Chen a grand present, a scroll containing coordinates to the void. The floating island located by the void coordinates was filled with numerous magical creatures. 3rd and 4th tier beings were everywhere, and even 5th tier creatures could be spotted. This scroll, if placed on the market, would be worth at least 8 million blue star coins. Now, it was directly given to Lin Chen as a token of thanks. Lin Chen humbly thanked him and then tucked the scroll away. With this void coordinate, Lin Chen gained another way to acquire dependence from the void. The accumulation speed of his territory's dependence had increased a notch. Coupled with the nearly 30,000 high-tier cloning materials obtained from defeating Wu Liang, the number of Lin Chen's dependents would soon experience explosive growth. In the following time, Lin Chen, at Zhang Tianyu's invitation, enjoyed a rather luxurious dinner. As expected of the big boss of Haoyu Group, he even had a dedicated chef on site. The hairy crabs and lobsters were larger than Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen was not shy at all. While casually chatting with Zhang Tianyu and several other executives, he indulged himself. He feasted on lobsters and abalones until his stomach was round and full. Although he was dining with a big boss like Zhang Tianyu, Lin Chen showed no signs of nervousness. On the contrary, Zhang Min, who sat beside him, appeared quite reserved. This stark contrast might lead someone unaware to think that Lin Chen was the young master and Zhang Min was the guest. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Chen stood up to bid farewell and left the manor. Zhang Min expected Zhang Tianyu to inquire about Lin Chen, but instead, he casually remarked, "This little guy is quite good. We should invite him over more often." Upon returning to school, Lin Chen immediately entered his territory space. The reason he was able to defeat Wu Liang this time was primarily due to the home field advantage. If the roles were reversed and Lin Chen had to attack Wu Liang's territory, it would have been much more difficult. Lin Chen realized he was still not strong enough, especially in terms of the scale of his followers, which was several times less than that of a Tier 4 lord. Now, Lin Chen had completely fallen out with Wu Liang. The sense of crisis urged him to rapidly enhance the strength of his territory. After much contemplation, Lin Chen decided to launch an invasion. The target of the invasion was none other than the Tier 4 evil god lord, Morix. After setting the target, Lin Chen entered a frenzied troop accumulation mode over the next few days. He established outposts at 2 coordinates in the void. He dispatched Dark Rangers and the evil-eyed Crystal Dragon King to conduct a cleanup on the floating islands at those coordinates. Any wild magical creatures of Tier 3 and above were designated for conversion. Then there were the 30,000 high-tier corpses generously sponsored by Wu Liang. After accounting for battle losses, 25,000 of the Tier 4 corpses were all converted into Weeping Angels. 1,000 Tier 5 explosive Wraith corpses were converted into brutal Dragon Riders. The corpses of the Tier 6 Plague Grand Sorcerer only yielded 50, which was a rather tragic loss ratio. However, having some was better than none. Time flew by, and 5 days later, after days and nights of accumulation, Lin Chen's territory had undergone earth-shattering changes. The explosive growth in the number of followers forced Lin Chen to replan his castle territory. A larger and more magnificent lord's castle was constructed. The tall and sturdy steel city walls reached nearly 30 meters high. Every few meters, there was a dragon hunting crossbow and several defensive towers. After 5 days of intense work, almost all resources were exhausted. The number of Tier 4 Weeping Angels reached 28,000. The number of Tier 5 two-headed brutal dragon riders reached 8,000. The number of Tier 6 black armored shield guards was 250. The number of followers below Tier 4 was countless, with most converted into logistical units. Just as Lin Chen was delighted by the increasing strength of his territory, another piece of good news arrived. The Blood and Flesh Research Institute achieved a technological breakthrough. The Mad Goblin scientists successfully deciphered the resurrection code contained within the ancient dragon's spine. Thus, a 5th option was added to the research projects of the Institute. Resurrection Armor. After research, it can grant followers the resurrection trait. When a follower suffers a fatal attack, there is a 10% chance to trigger the resurrection trait, allowing the triggered follower to revive with full health and continue fighting. Materials required for research: 200,000 gold, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 8 holy gems. Damn, resurrection armor. Lin Chen was stunned, and his excitement surged. A 10% chance to fully revive followers was an incredibly game-changing research. If Lin Chen had 1,000,000 followers sacrificed, a 10% resurrection chance would mean an additional 100,000 followers out of thin air. This is a huge help in the later stages of the Lord's battle. It might even turn the tide of the battle because of this feature. Lin Chen licked his lips and immediately clicked the research button. Ding! Insufficient materials, please replenish materials before researching. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then realized he had run out of building materials. He could only rush to the trading market overnight and bought over 1,000,000 building materials in one go. Only then could he barely support the research on the resurrection armor. Several hours later, the research on the resurrection armor was successful. A white mark resembling a dragon's head appeared on the foreheads of all the vassals. Even when Lin Chen transformed into the Plague Lord, this mark also appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the strong and robust territory. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen gathered a large number of troops at the edge of the territory. He then took out a scroll marked with the coordinates of Morex's territory and began the invasion operation. In the realm of the evil god, in the domain of the evil spirit Norlensa, the residence of Lord Morex. Morex had not participated in the evil god's blood sacrifice activities for several days. Ever since his territory was invaded, he had become distracted during the daily worship. He even politely declined the meat compensation invitation from the holy witch Machima. Miss Machima was the most beautiful woman in the evil spirit Norlensa, and countless young lords would fight to the death for the chance of meat compensation. Yet he had rejected her request. It was all because the damned human had obtained his territory coordinates. Moreover, they had conducted a brutal plunder of his territory. Damn human lord, one day I will get your territory coordinates and crush your Lord Core to pieces. Morex slammed his fist on the table. The table, made of flesh and blood, was immediately smashed into a large hole. But soon, the flesh quickly covered and repaired the hole. Just then, a sultry voice came from outside the door. "Excuse me, is the esteemed Mr. Morex, descendant of the old ones, at home?" Morex was momentarily stunned, then instantly excited. Because this voice was all too familiar, it was none other than the holy witch Machima. "I didn't expect Miss Machima to have such deep feelings for me," Morex said, his eyes misty. "She actually came to my house to find me." Morex tidied up his tailcoat and opened the door with a rather formal gentlemanly stride. Standing outside was a figure. Morex bowed very gentlemanly to the visitor. "Hello, Holy Witch, the most esteemed Miss Machima, long time no see." Standing outside was indeed Miss Machima, known as the most beautiful woman in the evil spirit Norlensa. From the neck down, she was quite fiery and enchanting, with a figure that could be described as perfect like an international supermodel. However, if one shifted their gaze upward to focus on her face, those with weak hearts might faint on the spot. It was a face with features turned upside down, as if someone had twisted her head a full 180 degrees. The most critical point was that right above her head was a huge, carnivorous mouth resembling a man-eating flower. Anyone who saw it would gasp in shock. "Esteemed Mr. Morex, descendant of the old ones, I have admired you for a long time. May I come in and sit?" Of course, Morex made a very gentlemanly gesture for her to enter. Sitting at the table, the two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. After a few cups of blood wine, they found themselves liking each other more and more, and an ambiguous atmosphere quickly filled the room. At that moment, Machima proposed the meat compensation request. Morex immediately agreed and eagerly prepared to conduct the meat compensation ritual. However, just then, an alarm suddenly rang in his mind from the territory. "The territory is under invasion. Please return to the territory immediately for defense." Morex trembled all over, his pants halfway down before he stopped. His face twisted into a grimace. "Damn it, why now of all times? That damned human lord, I'll kill you." At the edge of Morex's territory, with the opening of the portal, Lin Chen's tens of thousands of vassal troops marched out in a grand procession. There were those on the ground and those flying in the sky. It was like a locust swarm passing through, an awe-inspiring sight. The moment they entered the territory of the evil god, Lin Chen dispatched all the plague wolf riders to rapidly explore outward in a radial formation. The wolf riders were incredibly fast, covering a large area in just over 10 minutes. Wherever they went, the plague ran rampant, with infected low-tier workers either falling ill and fainting or directly transforming into zombies. In the blink of an eye, the plague and zombies were rampant within Morex's territory. At the same time, as the plague wolf riders continued to scout, Lin Chen gained insight into the terrain of various regions. He directly released the fog of war, concealing his main forces as they moved steadily toward the evil godlord's main city. "Damn human lord! What are you doing in my territory?" Morex roared from the sky. Lin Chen had no intention of communicating with him, commanding his vassal army to move toward the main city. Seeing this, Morex realized the invaders were not to be trifled with. He immediately dispatched a large number of Black Flame Earth Dragons to intercept. 50,000 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons surged forth from major military strongholds and bunkers. They formed a massive Black Flame Earth Dragon Legion. At the same time, a large flying formation composed of 10,000 Abyssal Dragons took off from the main city. The 5th-tier Abyssal Dragons not only had formidable melee capabilities but could also spew out highly lethal black flames. They were a powerful 5th-tier unit. The scattered Plague Wolf Riders quickly reported the enemy's troop types and scale back to Lin Chen. Faced with Morex's first wave of counterattack, Lin Chen did not dare to be careless. He ordered the black armored shield guards to charge ahead, while the brutal dragon riders spread out on the flanks, focusing on protecting the supply troops at the rear of the legion. The army of weeping angels in the sky had already formed blood-red spears, ready to launch a fierce attack on the enemy at any moment. Soon, the Black Flame Earth Dragon Legion appeared on the horizon. 50,000 strong, a dark mass that looked like a flowing black liquid from a distance, sending chills down one's spine. The 4th-tier Black Flame Earth Dragons had once been monsters that Lin Chen could barely defeat with all his strength. But now, slaughtering them was like butchering pigs and dogs. The Earth Dragon army surged forward, fearlessly charging into the fog. The next second, roars echoed from within the mist. The radiation power spread, causing the approaching Black Flame Earth Dragons to become sluggish. Countless massive bodies began to frantically slaughter the Black Flame Earth Dragons that had entered the fog. The weeping angels in the sky also hurled dense spears, continuously killing the Black Flame Earth Dragons. Morex saw the enemies in the fog and realized they were a group of 5th-tier and even 6th-tier high-level units. How the hell did this damned human lord manage to do this? Morex's face was grave. It's only been a short time, and he's managed to cultivate so many high-level units. Without any hesitation, Morex unleashed his lord skill, Corrosive Acid Rain. In the area covered by the fog of war, a large amount of dark green clouds quickly gathered in the sky. Following that, a torrent of acid rain fell from above. Wherever it passed, trees and rocks began to corrode. Lin Chen's troops were also affected by the acid rain, but he was well prepared. He took out a high-tier spell scroll and tore it open with a fierce motion. The next second, a massive white barrier enveloped the troops above. The corrosive acid rain fell on the barrier, and in an instant, it was purified into ordinary rainwater. Morex saw that Lin Chen had specifically prepared against him and realized that continuing the battle would yield no benefits. Without hesitation, he issued a retreat order. After the battle, Lin Chen's forces suffered almost no losses, while over 10,000 of Morex's Black Flame Dragons were killed. However, for this young genius lord of the evil spirit Narensa, these losses were merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, before the war began, he had already used prayer crystals on his subordinates. Even if the Black Flame Dragons were killed, they could not be infected by the plague and turned into zombies. Lin Chen had anticipated this situation, but he still ordered the logistics team to collect the corpses of the over 10,000 Black Flame Dragons. Completely breaking through a lord's territory was not an easy task. Lin Chen changed his strategy and no longer approached the main city. Instead, he marched towards a satellite city not far from the main city. This was a military stronghold, surrounded by tall walls and equipped with numerous defensive turrets. Lin Chen forcibly captured this city at the cost of 10,000 crying angels and 3,000 brutal dragon riders. The logistics team quickly repaired the walls and built hundreds of dragon hunting crossbows to enhance the city's defenses. For this invasion, Lin Chen brought a large amount of construction materials. He established himself on the spot, utilizing the abundant materials stored in the satellite city to build 20 blood flesh cloning machines in one go. All the corpses of the Black Flame Dragons that could not be infected were thrown into the cloning machines to produce crying angels. During this process, Morex frequently sent Abyssal Dragons to harass them. However, under the dual defense of the dragon hunting crossbows and the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, most of the harassment had little effect, and occasionally a few Abyssal Dragons would not return. Then Morex began to unleash his corrosive acid rain. Lin Chen actually had no effective countermeasure against the corrosive acid rain. He still needed to reserve precious defensive scrolls for use on the front lines. Fortunately, this military stronghold had strong corrosion resistance. Each time the acid rain struck, as long as they took shelter inside the town in time, they would not suffer much damage. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in the Lord's world. The previously captured corpses of the Black Flame Dragons had all been cloned into crying angels. Lin Chen's total force of crying angels increased to 30,000. During these 3 days, Lin Chen's subordinates did not just huddle in the satellite city. Lin Chen fully utilized the mobility of the brutal dragon riders, breaking into smaller units. They spread out to continuously destroy and plunder resource points in nearby towns and villages. In addition to obtaining a large amount of construction materials and precious resources, the corpses of high-tier troops were constantly transported to the satellite city. Then, the blood-flesh cloning machines would clone combat-ready troops. At this moment, if one could look down from the high ground of the satellite city without the fog of war obscuring the view, they would see the brutal dragon riders swarming out and returning like ants emerging from and returning to their nests. They went out to forage and returned with various sizes of monster corpses. During these 3 days, Morex also organized a large-scale attack. However, apart from leaving behind a few hundred abyssal dragon corpses and a few thousand black flame dragon corpses, he made no other substantial progress. Under the protection of the black-armored shield guards, Morex had no way to deal with the satellite city. At this point, the satellite city was like a cancerous tumor, continuously reproducing and growing, yet he could not eradicate it. The key issue was that Morex's main city could not accommodate all the population of the territory. There were numerous gathering sites and villages in the wild. All of these became the nutrients for Lin Shen's growth. He frantically plundered, constantly bringing back corpses to the satellite city for transformation. Morex soon realized that this human lord wanted to engage him in a war of attrition. He could no longer sit idly by. If he did not quickly expel Lin Shen, once his strength reached its peak, it would inevitably launch a fatal strike against his main city. By that time, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Morex finally made up his mind. He needed to seek external assistance. Returning to reality, it had only been 10 minutes since Morex entered the Lord's world. Morex grabbed Miss Machima's hand, his face filled with urgency. Miss Machima, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. My admiration for you flows like a river of blood. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. My territory is under invasion. Can you send your followers to help me defeat the strong enemy? Machima was moved by Morex's sweet words and nodded vigorously, saying, Dear Mr. Morex, I am willing. It is my honor to help you. Soon, a portal to the territory appeared next to Morex's main city. Immediately, a massive force of 30,000 high-level followers marched out. 30,000 fifth-tier corpse flower succubi, all at this moment obeying Morex's command. Looking at such a large number of high-level troops, Morex's confidence soared. Since the damned human lord did not take the initiative to attack his main city, he would go and flatten that damned guy himself. 30,000 corpse flower succubi, plus the 20,000 abyssal dragon followers he possessed. Morex firmly believed that 50,000 fifth-tier followers had the strength to crush Lin Shen's army. Morex took all his troops and marched grandly towards the satellite city. Lin Shen soon received news that Morex was leading his army towards the satellite city. After counting the troops he had accumulated, he found 32,000 fourth-tier weeping angels, 7,000 fifth-tier brutal dragon riders, 256th-tier black armored shield guards, 20,000 third-tier black flame titans, and a zombie army composed of miscellaneous troops, 120,000. These were all the forces Lin Shen had stockpiled. According to the intelligence returned by the Plague Wolf Riders, Morex had not only gathered 50,000 fifth-tier troops but also had nearly 50,000 other troops below the 5th tier, a total of 100,000 troops. At this moment, Morex was brimming with confidence. Even in a siege battle, he was confident he could crush Lin Shen's forces. With 100,000 troops at the city gates, Morex looked down with pride, Human Lord, I admit you are strong, but unfortunately, you are no match for the great Morex. I will completely crush all your followers. Lin Shen remained calm and said in a rather nonchalant tone, All right, I am waiting for your attack. Morex snorted coldly and immediately ordered the siege. Thousands of war elephants slowly approached the city. At the same time, 30,000 corpse flower succubi rooted in place, like mortar positions, spewing explosive spores towards the satellite city. 5th-tier corpse flower succubi were already powerful followers, and with a massive scale of 30,000, the overwhelming explosive spores rained down like artillery fire, covering the buildings inside the city walls. With the sound of explosions, the buildings within the city walls quickly collapsed into ruins. The city crossbows, arrow towers, and even the flesh cloning machines all crumbled under the artillery fire. The defensive power of the corpse flower succubi was not high, but their strength lay in their ability to deliver overwhelming strikes. Their destructive capability against fortified cities was quite formidable. Watching the satellite city turn into ruins, Lin Shen immediately issued an attack order. In the sandy soil on the battlefield's flank, countless zombies crawled out of the muddy ground. The tide of 120,000 zombies was dense enough to make one's scalp tingle, like a mass of wriggling maggots packed together. Blood ecstasy. Lin Shen unleashed his skill, and in the next second, the zombies surged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline, charging towards Morex's army. The zombies transformed into bizarre creatures, twisting their bodies and running wildly across the land. Morax did not take the tide of corpses seriously. Although there were over 100,000 zombies, it was hardly enough to concern an abyssal dragon. He watched as 20,000 abyssal dragons soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of the corpse tide. The abyssal dragons dove down, opening their massive jaws. Black flames traced a long line across the ground. The zombies along the line were almost instantly charred to cinders. After a few rounds, the tide of corpses was quickly annihilated. Morax laughed triumphantly. These infected are low-tier slaves with pitiful combat power. Even with their numbers reaching 100,000, they are merely cannon fodder. My abyssal dragon legion is invincible. Human lord, where are your flying birdmen? Why don't we see them in battle? Lin Chen ignored him and issued another attack order. On another hillside, a brutal dragon cavalry corps of 7,000 had gathered. In the next moment, the dragon cavalry launched an attack, charging towards Morax's legion at incredible speed. Most of the abyssal dragons were still engaged with the tide of corpses and could not return in time. In the blink of an eye, 8,000 two-headed brutal dragons crashed into the legion's position. Transformed from imperial dragon riders into brutal dragon riders, they had undergone enhancements and mutations, ultimately becoming the current two-headed brutal dragons. Under Lin Chen's training, this 5th-tier dragon cavalry unit was already far stronger than other units of the same tier. The moment they broke into the enemy camp, they began to harvest enemy lives as if they were chopping vegetables. Even the same-tier carrion flower succubi could not withstand the trampling and biting of the dragon riders. After a single charge, the brutal dragon riders inflicted nearly 10,000 casualties on the enemy. The abyssal dragons arrived late, continuously spewing black flames at the brutal dragon riders. Morax watched the battle below, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The abyssal dragons quickly suppressed the dragon cavalry, taking advantage of their aerial superiority. But why hadn't that human lord deployed his own aerial combat unit? Morax's confusion stemmed from the war fog obscuring his vision. He could not see the situation within the satellite city at all. Just as he was puzzled, the enemy's cavalry unit seemed to have received some message. They all retreated towards the satellite city. 7,000 iron riders entered the city. On the city walls, 2nd and 3rd tier vassals operated crossbows, continuously attacking the siege mammoths. However, the siege mammoths had such high defensive capabilities that most crossbows could not inflict any damage on them. Things progressed more smoothly than expected. The siege mammoths crashed through the city walls and entered the city with hardly any losses. At the same time, the abyssal dragons landed on the city walls, continuously spewing black flames into the city. When most of the vassals had entered the satellite city, Morax finally saw the situation inside. Aside from the ground littered with 2nd and 3rd tier troops and shattered buildings, he could not see a single high-tier enemy unit. What was going on? Had the enemy evaporated? The next second, the ground suddenly caved in, revealing a massive pit the size of a football field in Morax's view. The pit was not only enormous but also incredibly deep. Looking towards the direction the pit extended, he saw it led back to his main city. Morax's expression changed drastically. Damn it, it's a trap. At the same time, on a flat piece of land outside Morax's main city, a group of low-tier blood slaves was planting crops. The next second, the ground suddenly caved in without warning. As the soil fell wildly, a huge opening appeared in the land. From the dark cave, 30,000 weeping angels surged forth like a swarm of venomous wasps. They continuously flew out of the cave, overwhelming the area in an instant, creating an extremely terrifying scene. At the same time, the black-armored shield guards and other troops surged out of the cave like a tide. They were less than 500 meters away from the main city of Morax. This underground tunnel had been secretly excavated by Lin Chen since the early days of occupying the satellite city. The purpose was to create a diversion and catch Morax off guard. Knowing they had fallen into a trap, Morax had already begun to recall his troops. But even the fastest abyssal dragon would need at least an hour to return to the main city. An hour was enough to secure victory. All subordinates, obey orders and attack with full force. The moment Lin Chen issued the command, tens of thousands of subordinates charged madly toward the main city of Morax. The 6th-tier subordinates, the black-armored shield guards, activated their soul chains and led the charge at the front. Waves of arrows shot toward them but could not inflict even the slightest harm. In the sky, the 9-headed skeletal dragon crashed down onto the city walls like a cannonball. Its massive size swept away large sections of defensive towers in an instant. Defensive cannons bombarded it, shattering it into pieces. Yet, the fragments reassembled the next second, and after a few more minutes of battle, they finally turned into a pile of white bones. The sacrifice of the skeletal dragon bought Lin Chen's side a few minutes of respite. Weeping angels dove down, unleashing tens of thousands of blood-red spears. The spears fell like drops of blood, covering large areas of the city walls. Morix's subordinates were instantly pierced, suffering heavy casualties. A dragon's roar echoed from the horizon as the Dark Ranger rode the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King onto the battlefield. The Crystal Dragon King gathered a massive blood-red orb of light between its wings. The next second, the orb shot out. A colossal beam swept across the buildings on the city walls. Explosions rang out continuously, causing buildings to collapse. At the same time, the black-armored shield guards also reached the city walls. The Plague Wolf Riders attacked the walls, continuously reducing their defensive power with their corrosive blades. The black-armored shield guards smashed the walls with their enormous shields. 10 minutes later, the walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. The scene inside the main city was revealed to Lin Chen for the first time. The Plague Wolf Riders surged into the main city like a tide. They did not engage in the frontal battlefield but instead used their mobility to continuously destroy the buildings within the main city. They slaughtered low-tier blood slaves. The brutal dragon riders also arrived on the battlefield at this moment. Once inside the main city, they began to wantonly destroy the defensive facilities and important buildings. An hour later, Morix's dragon army arrived late. The abyssal dragons rushed toward the main city as if they had gone mad. With a completely reckless fighting style, they attempted to kill the invaders within the main city. On the backs of two of the dragons sat a heroic spirit from the evil god faction. Various spells and skills poured down as if they were free. However, it was all too late. The black-armored shield guards, in conjunction with the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, broke through layer after layer of defenses and reached the core area of the main city. Corpses filled every corner of the hall, and blood flowed like a river. The location of the Lord's Crystal. Looking at the massive blood-red crystal before him, Lin Chen issued the attack order. No, don't! A heart-wrenching roar from Morix echoed in the sky, but it was too late. With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the Lord's Crystal collapsed. In that instant, the entire territory seemed to be affected by an invisible force. The abyssal dragons, which had been frantically counterattacking, began to fall from the sky. Their connection to the Lord was severed, and they all fell into a state of chaos. The weeping angels and brutal dragon riders, seeing this situation, did not hesitate to kill all the abyssal dragons. In the evil god realm, Morix retreated from the Lord's world with a face full of fear. His expression was as pale as death, and he seemed to lose his soul, falling into a daze. But that was not the most terrifying part. In the next moment, a wave of corrosive power spread out from his body. A green halo spread across his surface like tree roots. Morix seemed as if he was about to crack open, his body covered in green fissures. A situation similar to that of Gu Menghu and Zhang Qingtian occurred. Under the erosion of the plague power, Morix heavily fell to the ground, unconscious. In the War of the Myriad Races, a defeated lord met such an end. In Morix's territory, Lin Chen obtained a light orb that flew out from the shattered crystal. The moment he touched the orb, the map opened up, revealing the entire situation within the territory. At this moment, Lin Chen had mastered all control over this evil god's territory. All resources within the territory belonged to him. Next was the time to tally the spoils. Lin Chen found the storage warehouse of the evil god lord. The moment he opened it, he was stunned by the mountains of resources inside. Tens of millions of building materials, millions of gold ingots, and other rare materials. There were even tens of thousands of evil eye crystals. Then there were various high-level equipment, defense tower blueprints, rare crystals. A simple count revealed that the value of these materials was no less than a small target. This invasion of the territory had already yielded a huge profit. Next, Lin Chen took out the light point that flew out from the Lord's Core. The moment he opened the light point, a series of prompt sounds echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Obtained Void Origin, Level 4, Extra obtained A-Level Lord Skill, Corrosive Acid Rain. Extra obtained items, Dragon Nest Construction Blueprint, Skill Fusion Scroll, Advanced Territory Expansion Stone *3. By defeating the Level 4 Lord, he obtained the Level 4 Void Origin. Lin Chen casually absorbed the Void Origin. His advancement experience bar increased significantly, and he was now only 5% away from being promoted to a Level 4 Lord. Corrosive Acid Rain was a very powerful Lord skill, but Lin Chen was currently unable to use it, so he turned his attention to the other rewards. Dragon Nest produces powerful flying units, dragons, and can change dragon attributes by embedding different attribute crystals. Production speed, 5 dragons/day. For example, embedding a holy gem can produce a radiant dragon, embedding an evil god crystal can produce an abyssal dragon, embedding a mechanical core can produce a mechanical tyrannosaurus. What Lin Chen obtained was not a finished dragon nest building, but a blueprint. This meant he could construct up to 26 dragon nests in his territory, 130 territory area plus relic boy bonus. But that was not the limit. Lin Chen took out 3 territory expansion stones and chose to use them all. Each expansion stone provided 50 kilometers of land to the territory. Thus, Lin Chen's territory area surged by 150 kilometers. His territory area changed to 280 kilometers. This meant the building limit for dragon nests changed to 56. 280 territory area plus relic boy double bonus. Similarly, the building limits for other structures in the territory also increased significantly. The flesh clone machine could also build 56 units. With 56 dragon nests, each nest could steadily produce 5 dragons per day. This meant Lin Chen's territory could steadily obtain 280 dragons daily. In one semester, he could reliably harvest 30,000 level 5 dragons. This efficiency, even in a level 5 lord's territory, was an incredibly explosive existence. Silently putting away the dragon nest blueprint, Lin Chen focused on the last item, the Skill Fusion Scroll. Skill Fusion Scroll can fuse same-tier lord skills to generate more powerful skills. Note: this fusion technique has a failure probability, which can be increased by consuming rare crystals. Lin Chen paused slightly, pondering for a moment. He attempted to fuse the A-level Fog of War and A-level Corrosive Acid Rain together. Before him appeared a circular synthesis disc. Above the synthesis disc is the Fog of War plus Corrosive Acid Rain. Below is a groove for placing rare crystals. Next to the groove is written the success probability. Currently, the success rate is 1%. Lin Chen curled his lips. This interface always gave him a sense of playing a web game. He tried to place an Evil Eye crystal into the groove. He saw the success rate on the right increase from 1% to 2%. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen directly threw 100 Evil Eye crystals into the synthesis disc. As a result, the success rate only increased to 10%. Combining 2 A-level skills comes at a significant cost, but a high cost means a good effect after synthesis. So Lin Chen rummaged through his warehouse. 2 Evil God crystals increased the success rate by 40%. 2 Holy Gems increased it by another 30%. Various other crystals were thrown in. Finally, the success rate was stacked to 99%. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen pressed the synthesis button. After a flash of golden light, a crisp prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained A+ Lord skill, Plague Fog. Plague Fog skill introduction. This is a fog containing toxic gas. Enemy units that come into contact with this fog will continuously suffer from plague infection, and their armor defense will be reduced, slowing their movement speed. Just looking at the introduction does not intuitively reveal the power of Plague Fog. Lin Chen waved his hand, covering the area where the carrion flower harpy was located with the fog. The next second, the harpy's entire body turned green, letting out a miserable howl. The harpy, trapped in the fog, not only lost its vision but also had its movement speed significantly reduced. Soon, Lin Chen felt the infection threshold within the carrion flower harpy. Tetanus grip. 30,000 carrion flower harpies, having lost the protection of their lord, suffered a significant reduction in all attributes. Within minutes, they all turned into zombie units. This skill is quite useful. Lin Chen looked excitedly at the densely packed 5th-tier zombies on the ground. This skill was much faster than the infection speed of biting. In the following time, Lin Chen set up a watchtower in this unclaimed territory. He dispatched low-cost troops to transport resources within the territory. Meanwhile, he returned to his own territory. This battle incurred considerable losses but yielded great rewards. Nearly 50,000 5th-tier cloning materials only needed to wait a few days. They could be transformed into powerful cloned followers. This campaign brought many benefits, and it would take Lin Chen some time to digest them all. After preparing his followers, Lin Chen took out the Dragon Nest blueprint and clicked to learn. Ding! You have learned the construction method for the 5th-tier barracks Dragon Nest. Please build it in a suitable location. Please consider embedding suitable crystals before construction. Once the crystals are embedded in the dragon nest, they cannot be changed. The type of crystal will change the attributes of the hatched giant dragon. Lin Chen initially wanted to use Evil God crystals for embedding, but considering the scarcity of Evil God crystals, he could not embed them in bulk. So Lin Chen settled for the Evil Eye crystals. Ding! Evil Eye crystal embedded successfully. Would you like to start hatching the giant dragon? Yes. Inside the dragon nest, which was as large as 2 basketball courts, a blood-red aura was continuously gathering. However, at that moment, the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King resting not far away suddenly opened its eyes. It flapped its wings and hovered above the dragon nest. The next second, it let out a deafening roar. The moment the sound erupted, the young dragon hatching inside the dragon nest also roared in response. Ding! Under the influence of the ancestral dragon Alduin's aura, the dragon nest triggers a reversion phenomenon. The dragon nest is renamed Ancient Dragon Lair. The giant dragon produced will contain a trace of ancient dragon bloodline. Wow, it can do that? Lin Chen was a bit excited, quietly waiting for the birth of the first giant dragon. Hours later, accompanied by a roar from within the dragon nest, the first giant dragon was about to emerge. A gigantic crimson dragon crawled out of its lair. This red dragon was larger than the abyssal dragon, its body covered in thick crystal scales. Its massive form was as large as a basketball court. Primordial crystal dragon, mutant, a mutated dragon species containing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, a powerful aerial overlord. Its blood can erupt into blades that tear apart a wide range of enemies. The appearance of the crystal dragon was similar to that of the evil eye crystal dragon king, except it lacked a crystal crown on its head. Looking at the imposing primordial crystal dragon, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Under the influence of the Crystal Dragon King, all dragon nests mutated into ancient dragon lairs. The dragons produced in these ancient lairs had combat abilities far superior to ordinary dragons. Lin Chen chose a vast canyon to build the dragon nest on the steep cliffs on both sides, naming it Dragon Valley. In the time to come, Dragon Valley would continuously produce primordial crystal dragons, becoming Lin Chen's next main battle companion after the brutal dragon riders. In the following days, Lin Chen enjoyed a somewhat relaxed university life. He chatted and joked with his classmates during classes, occasionally teasing Gu Qingqing. When he had free time, he would visit the faculty dormitory to strengthen his bond with Jiang He and his sister Wan Wan. Life was quite comfortable. However, in the world of lords, leisurely university days are always short-lived. A large extracurricular practical course on lord promotion was in full swing. This practical course was extremely important. Not only first-year students but also second-year students would participate. The course content was not only related to the Void Plane but also concerned the promotion of lord ranks. It is well known that lord promotion requires the absorption of the Void Source. Under normal circumstances, to obtain the Void Source, one must either kill a lord to destroy the core of their territory or acquire it through resource-assisted lords. For ordinary students, completing lord promotion was an extremely difficult task. This large extracurricular practical course was an opportunity for ordinary students to advance. The location of the practical course belonged to a low-dimensional plane, where there were many undeveloped low-tier lord life forms. These worlds were generally in the exploratory stage regarding the lord world. Most life forms had low lord ranks. Killing these life forms would yield the Void Source, thus completing the rank promotion. Lin Chen was quite looking forward to this practical course after learning that he could obtain the Void Source. He was just one step away from promoting to a 4th-tier lord. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to make a decisive push for promotion. Time flew by, and soon it was the day to participate in the practical course. In the teleportation venue for the practical course, first and second year students sat in their respective places with serious expressions. Accompanied by a beam of golden light descending, all students from both grades were teleported to the plane where the practical course was held. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in the midst of a snowstorm. At the same time, some information about the practical course echoed in his mind. Westeros, located at the westernmost end of the known world, stretches about 3,000 miles south from the polar ice cap in the north. The wall is a towering, insurmountable structure, spanning 300 miles, separating the northern wilderness from the Seven Kingdoms. This is a medieval world interwoven with magic and racial slaughter. Years ago, psychic energy erupted in this world, allowing city-state rulers to absorb psychic energy to promote to lords, while some races awakened various magical abilities. You can choose to ally with a lord to assist in conquering territories or rally followers to overthrow the lord's rule and seize the Void Source. Currently, this world has 3 boss-level forces: the Night King, level 7, the leader of the White Walkers, located north of the wall, the Tyrant Empress Cersei, level 4, based in King's Landing, and the Dragon Queen Daenerys Targaryen, level 7, who is stirring on the western coast of Essos. Please assess your own strength level to challenge formidable foes. The following are important notes. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Game of Thrones? He didn't expect that this practical course would lead him into the world of Game of Thrones. However, compared to the original work, the world of Game of Thrones had undergone tremendous changes. The surge of spiritual energy had awakened supernatural powers in the people of this world. The danger level was far higher than in the original. He opened his attribute panel. It indicated that his current incarnation was a level 2 Plague Lord. Only by summoning higher level lords could he regain the corresponding tier of power. Lin Chen also noticed that his current lord skills were limited to Flesh Explosion and Blood Ecstasy. The Plague Mist skill was currently unavailable. Through the notes, Lin Chen learned that students arriving in this world could summon followers. However, summoning followers required the consumption of invasion points. These invasion points could be obtained by hunting the natives of this world. In simple terms, the more killings, the more followers he could summon. At this moment, Lin Chen had only 50 basic invasion points. Summoning a level 5 soldier required 10,000 invasion points. A level 4 soldier needed 1,000 invasion points. A level 3 soldier required 100. A level 2 soldier needed 10, and a level 1 soldier needed 1 point. With the meager invasion points Lin Chen had, he could at most summon 5 Plague Wolf Riders. The urgent task was to first clarify his current location and then accumulate invasion points to develop his own power. Looking at the heavy snowfall, Lin Chen estimated that his starting point should be in the icy plains north of the wall. This was the territory of the White Walkers, and the Night King was not an easy opponent. With this in mind, Lin Chen spent all his invasion points to summon 5 Plague Wolf Riders, directing them to scatter and charge in different directions. Eventually, one of the riders reported seeing a massive glacial wall. Lin Chen then roughly determined the direction. He controlled the Plague Wolf Riders to continue mapping, and about 3 hours later, one of the riders discovered a camp occupied by the first men. There were approximately 30 people. Lin Chen immediately gathered all the wolf riders and headed towards the first men camp. The first men, also known as the wildlings, were the natives north of the wall. They were quite primitive tribesmen. Once Lin Chen quietly approached this territory of the first men, he observed for a while. These first men were significantly stronger than in the original work. Clearly, the surge of spiritual energy had enhanced their bodies. Without hesitation, Lin Chen ordered the Plague Wolf Riders to launch a surprise attack. Although the Plague Wolf Riders were a level 2 unit, their combat power was not low due to a series of territorial bonuses. After breaking into the first men camp, it took only a moment to slaughter these natives. 31st men provided Lin Chen with 35 invasion points. Lin Chen grinned. He could only say it was better than nothing. Under the influence of the plague power, the 31st men quickly rose from the ground, becoming Lin Chen's first zombie army. Lin Chen briefly looted the camp, finding nothing of value except for a few pieces of dragon crystal sharpened into blade-like shapes. These dragon crystals were actually ordinary obsidian, primarily used to counter the army of White Walkers. Looking at the quiet standing zombie followers in the territory, Lin Chen was curious whether his plague power was stronger or the Night King's dark magic was more potent. The Night King's methods belonged to magic, while his plague power relied on viral transmission. It was indeed difficult to compare which was stronger or weaker. As night fell, there was no sign that the blizzard would stop. Lin Chen planned to set up camp and wait for the blizzard to pass before taking action. A night passed in silence, and the next day arrived. Lin Chen crawled out from under the heavy snow and looked around. The flat land was covered in a blanket of white. In the distance to the south, a massive wall stretched from east to west across the land. That was the North Wall, guarded by the Night's Watch for generations. After clearing a space and lighting a bonfire to melt the ice-encased zombie minions, Lin Chen led them deeper into the area north of the wall. At this point, the number of Plague Wolf Riders had reached 8. Relying on their mobility, they continuously explored the vast surroundings. Soon, another ancestral settlement was discovered, and Lin Chen commanded the zombie minions to engage in fierce battle with the ancestors. They quickly eliminated these ancestors, and Lin Chen once again harvested 30 invasion points and 30 zombie minions. This continued for nearly a day. The number of minions composed of ancestors had accumulated to 100. Once the Plague Wolf Riders reached 10, Lin Chen stopped summoning more. Instead, he began to accumulate invasion points in preparation to summon stronger minions. 100 zombie minions, if well controlled, was already a sufficient number. The ancestors were too weak to deal with these zombies. The zombie army would only grow larger with each battle. Soon, the Wolf Rider scouts discovered a large camp. This camp was clearly a long-term residence for the ancestors, with a population of 300 and even fences set up outside the tents. Lin Chen hid his troops behind a hillside and climbed up alone to observe the situation below. With 300 people, a direct confrontation would surely result in losses. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen decided to play a trick. He summoned a Plague Wolf Rider and made a deep cut on the rider's wrist. Green blood gushed from the wound. Lin Chen collected this blood in a leather water pouch and cleaned the outside of the pouch with snow. "You, come here." Lin Chen summoned a zombie minion that still resembled a human. He then controlled it to walk toward the ancestral camp. Although it stumbled and attracted a crowd of ancestors, the following progress went smoothly. The plague blood was poured into the ancestors' drinking water. Soon, Lin Chen sensed that many ancestors were brewing the plague within their bodies. Some were already suffering from high fevers and bedridden. The plague was about to break out. At this time, across various corners of Westeros, students were busy establishing their own forces or aligning with certain factions. Those with good fortune had already become advisors to some lord. Others summoned their minions to slaughter everywhere, accumulating invasion points. On the western coast of Westeros, on the Iron Islands, Wu Liang disguised his Heart-Eater minions as humans and allied with the Greyjoy family. The Ironborn were a group of sea raiders similar to Vikings, living by plunder and slaughter. Wu Liang, having allied with the Greyjoys, bloodily wiped out several villages on the western coast. This not only caused his minions to rapidly increase in number but also attracted the attention of the ambitious Euron Greyjoy. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Liang formed a large-scale naval raiding fleet. In just a few days, he collected a significant number of invasion points. He then began gathering various intelligence on the continent of Westeros, trying to find Lin Chen's whereabouts. The failure at the Haoyu Group's banquet had nailed him to the family's pillar of shame. Not only was he mocked by his peers, but even some elders questioned his strength. This time, Wu Liang came prepared for the practical lesson. He was determined to take revenge for all the humiliation he had suffered before. The bad news was that after searching for several days, Wu Liang had not found any trace of Lin Chen. The good news was that during the intelligence gathering process, he captured a red-robed priestess who claimed to worship the god of light. Through the soul-searching technique attached to the heart-eating ghost, he learned that the red-robed priestess possessed a powerful curse that required sacrificing the lifeblood of enemies. Thus, he specifically gathered 1,000 civilians to offer to the red-robed priestess for blood sacrifice. The target of his assassination was none other than Lin Chen. 1,000 civilians, converted into invasion points, is enough to exchange for a 4th-tier unit. The power of blood sacrifice in this world is formidable. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Wu Liang snorted coldly and immediately cut open his palm, letting his blood drip into the magic circle beneath his feet. The blood within the magic circle seemed to come alive, flowing toward the center. A monster made of thick, dark red blood rose from the blood pool. Before he could see its form clearly, the blood shadow instantly vanished into the darkness, shooting off toward the northern border. After completing all this, Wu Liang revealed a look of anticipation. At this moment, north of the Great Wall in the northern border, Lin Chen's invasion points had accumulated to 700 after several days of development. He still had 10 plague wolf riders and 500 zombie followers. The vast area north of the northern border was resource poor and sparsely populated. This made Lin Chen's troop accumulation speed very slow. However, Lin Chen did not leave this area because he knew that hidden within this seemingly barren icy world were some mysterious and powerful beings. These beings were the top combat forces on the continent of Westeros. One of them was even a figure akin to a prophet, peering into the past and future. Lin Chen planned to convert them and take them to conquer the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Difficult Camp, built on a peninsula to the east of the Ghost Shadow Forest, north of the Great Wall, was an important gathering place for the ancestors, housing tens of thousands of wild men. Its significance was second only to Castle Castor. Not far from Difficult Camp, Lin Chen lay in the snow, silently observing the situation below. Capturing Difficult Camp was Lin Chen's next target. However, he currently only had 500 zombie followers, making a direct assault unrealistic. Moreover, the area was heavily guarded, and infiltrating with zombies to poison them was also impractical. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen decided to restore some strength first. He consumed 100 invasion points to summon a Black Flame Titan. The Black Flame Titan was not important. What mattered was that Lin Chen's Lord Avatar's strength was restored to the 3rd tier level. The Plague Mist skill was reset to a release state. When night fell, Lin Chen used the Plague Mist skill on Difficult Camp. A thin, pale green mist slowly enveloped the camp. Under the cover of night, this mist did not attract the attention of the ancestors. By the next morning, many ancestors began to show symptoms of vomiting and dizziness. Some even developed high fevers and were bedridden. The healers in the camp tried to treat the patients, but it was of no use. Even after a whole morning, more patients were unable to get out of bed. The most severe cases had even fallen into deep comas. The wild men of Difficult Camp realized that a plague had broken out in their camp. Soon, chaos ensued, and several tribal leaders discussed whether to leave this place of trouble early. By 6 in the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened. The pale green mist reappeared inside the camp. The wild men who inhaled the mist began to cough, showing various symptoms of illness. At this point, nearly 1/3 of the wild men were experiencing strong discomfort. As night deepened, at 9 o'clock, Lin Chen stood on the hillside, watching the scattered campfires below. Most of the wild men in the camp had already fallen asleep. The entire camp was very quiet. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling the dense green light points below the hillside. Each light point represented a life form that had reached the infection threshold. When the number of light points reached 5,000, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his palm, and a pale green energy quickly condensed from his hand. Immediately, it spread towards the lower camp. In the next moment, the deeply unconscious wild men in the camp suddenly opened their eyes. Their grayish-white pupils were lifeless. Their grim faces appeared particularly terrifying in the glow of the campfire. Then, the reanimated wild men lunged at their companions nearby. The zombie crisis erupted, and the transformed corpses slaughtered the entire camp in just a few minutes. 10,000 invasion points were easily acquired. Not only that, but he also gained an additional 10,000 zombie legion. Lin Chen entered the difficult camp, where there were no living souls left. He then began to scavenge the supplies in the difficult camp. A large number of dragon crystals were rummaged out, roughly estimated to be over 1,000 pieces. But besides the dragon crystals, Lin Chen also discovered some other interesting items. They were 3 gemstones of different shapes and colors. The moment Lin Chen touched the gemstones, information about them appeared in his mind. Corrosion, low tier after embedding. The attacks of the minions will carry the corrosion attribute. Fire resistance, low tier after embedding. It can enhance the fire resistance of the minions. Claw, low tier after embedding. It increases the sharpness of the minions' claws. Introduction to embedding holes. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, lords can enhance the combat power of their minions through embedding. Different combinations of gemstones can produce different characteristic effects, and 3 gemstones of the same tier can be combined to create higher tier gemstones. For example, embedding Wine Blade plus Flame Core plus Chain Slash into a longsword type weapon can generate a more powerful Fury Chain Slash. Lin Chen understood. For instance, the gemstones he had just obtained, Corrosion plus Claw, when stacked and embedded, they could give the zombie army sharp bone claws with the corrosion attribute. Note, this ability only applies to minions and weapons in this plane. A drilling tool can be used to increase the number of embedding holes. A panel for embedding holes popped up in front of him. The panel displayed that he currently had a zombie squad. The squad had 3 embedding holes. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately embedded the gemstones he had just obtained. As the gemstones activated, the skin of the zombie army began to secrete a greenish slime. Sharp claws covered in corrosive liquid grew from their hands. Compared to the previous pure primitive infected zombies, the current zombie army was significantly stronger. Looking at the tens of thousands of zombies in the difficult camp, Lin Chen nodded slightly. These zombies would be his first foundation for conquering the continent of Westeros. Considering his current weakness, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He directly spent 10,000 invasion points to summon an ancient crystal dragon. Lin Chen himself was also strengthened, raising his power to the 5th tier. For a period of time afterward, Lin Chen controlled his zombie army to sweep through all the wild men within the Ghost Shadow Forest. Camps of all sizes were all turned into part of the zombie tide without exception. Those wild men who had survived by chance all headed to the last refuge, Castle Caster. Although it was called a castle, Castle Caster was actually just a gathering place for wild men, slightly larger than the difficult camp. The walls were made of huge logs, and the crude, primitive defensive mechanisms provided little protection for the castle. On this day, the weather was clear and breezy. Lin Chen led his zombie army to appear near Castle Caster. Currently, Castle Caster was gathering over 50,000 wild men. Lin Chen's plan was to annex these wild men, earning invasion points while expanding the scale of the zombie tide. The most dangerous enemy in the far north was not the wild men, but the ice blue-bodied White Walkers. Only by amassing enough military strength could he have the power to confront the army of White Walkers. With this thought, Lin Chen jumped onto the back of the ancient crystal dragon. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching dragon roar, the zombie army surged towards Castle Caster. At this moment, on the walls of Castle Caster, the wild men, already terrified of the zombie army, were filled with dread. Upon seeing the blood-red giant dragon take off from the hillside, panic immediately set in. Oh my god, there's actually a giant dragon over there. Aren't dragons extinct? Why have they appeared again? By the forest god, what kind of monster are we really fighting against? Just as everyone was in a state of panic, a white halo enveloped the wild men in the next moment. The wild men instantly fell silent. It was the pioneer of the shapeshifters from Castle Castor who had cast the Prayer of Courage. The original ability of the shapeshifters was merely to attach their consciousness to animals. But since the psychic energy explosion, their powers had been enhanced, becoming like wizards. Under the influence of the Prayer of Courage, the wild men no longer feared the threat. Instead, they erupted with high spirits of battle, eager to tear apart the enemy's body. At this moment, within the wild men's camp, several discordant figures flashed by. Damn, it looks like Lin Chen is attacking the camp. Crap, how did we run into this guy? Everyone, do your best to resist. It would be great if we could drive this freak back. If we can't, we can only blame our bad luck. Lin Chen was unaware that there were first-year students participating in the practical class inside Castle Castor. After adjusting the formation, he issued the command for the entire army to attack. The army of 10,000 zombies was covered in a blood-red halo. Like they had been injected with adrenaline, they charged madly towards Castle Castor. Lin Chen sat on the back of the crystal dragon, constantly observing the situation below. A flurry of sparse arrows flew from the fortress but caused little harm to the zombie army. The zombie army crashed into the wooden city walls. The sharp bone claws, soaked in corrosive venom, severely damaged the wooden structure with every strike. Seeing this, the wild men on the city walls immediately planned to use fuel to burn the enemies below. But the next moment, a roar echoed through the sky. The crystal dragon swooped down, spewing forth a massive amount of blood. It looked like blood, but it actually contained incredibly sharp blood blades. Wherever the blood flowed, the bodies of the wild men were instantly pierced. The most severely affected had their innards completely obliterated, leaving only stark white bones in their chests. After several blasts, the crystal dragon completely shattered the wild men's defenses. The wooden city walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. The zombies surged into the position, crazily slaughtering the wild men in the camp. Seeing that the battle was decided, Lin Chen controlled the dragon to land on top of the city wall. Just then, several figures suddenly rushed out from the corners. They shot towards Lin Chen. Some of these people were wrapped in golden halos, some had wolf heads and claws, and there were even those holding large silver hammers with both hands. Judging by their methods of attack, they clearly did not belong to the continent of Westeros. Lin Chen did not make a move. The crystal dragon swung its tail and swept across the incoming figures. A few tried to block it, but without exception, they were all sent flying 10 meters away, crashing to the ground like dogs. The plague wolf riders immediately moved in to control them. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and approached the few people. Before he could speak, one of them said, "You're impressive, Lin Chen. Do whatever you want with us. Damn, coming to this godforsaken place, we can't develop at all. Just kill me, I'm tired." The few were all first-year students, familiar faces from their large classes. Unable to help himself, Lin Chen asked, "Was your arrival point also in the far north?" "Sigh, yeah," one of them replied gloomily. "This broken place has too few resources, it's like starting in hell. I heard there are those weird ice zombies further north. How are we supposed to develop? We can't develop at all. And the wild men here don't even bathe, it's stinky everywhere." Listening to the students complain incessantly like disgruntled wives, Lin Chen felt a black line form on his forehead. Stop, everyone cut it out. Since you think there are few resources here, why not develop south of the Great Wall? Big brother, it's not that we don't want to go, it's that the damn Great Wall is impossible to cross. So high, so long, our low-tier dependents don't even have flying abilities. Listening to their complaints, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He waved his hand to let the plague wolf riders retreat. "In light of your connection with my father and me, I'll spare your lives." A few of them brightened up. "What the hell, you're going to let us go? Adoptive father. Good buddy, after class ends, I'll treat you to a meal." They first laughed foolishly for a while, then their faces fell again. "What good is it to let us go? We can't climb the Great Wall of Despair, we can't leave here at all. Lin Chen, big shot, how about you take us in? We'll follow you." Lin Chen wouldn't keep a few competitors around him, even if they were weaklings. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You guys head south from here, and after reaching the foot of the Great Wall of Despair, walk east for about half a day's journey. There's a passage sealed by an iron gate there. You just need to guard by the passage, and if you see soldiers in black cloaks, do this." Lin Chen made a gesture of cutting his throat. "Fish in troubled waters, I don't need to teach you that." Under Lin Chen's guidance, the few freshmen thanked him and headed towards the Great Wall of Despair. Watching them disappear from sight, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and began to tally the spoils from capturing Karst Fortress. The biggest gain, of course, was the wild men. Including those consumed in battle, Lin Chen's zombie army had surpassed 50,000. But besides the regular zombie types, Lin Chen also discovered a dozen special entities. For example, the ancestral giants, snowfield mammoths, and the shapeshifters who wielded supernatural powers. However, the transformed shapeshifters lost their ability to provide group bonuses to teammates. Currently, they only retained the Eagle Eye ability, which allowed them to overlook the land using the vision of a falcon. For Lin Chen, this was quite a decent reconnaissance skill. He immediately assigned the shapeshifters to the second reconnaissance team. As for the mammoths and giants, their numbers were too few to form a scale. Lin Chen arranged them in the 3rd Logistics Team, mainly responsible for transporting dragon crystal metal armor and other materials for him. Each squad had 3 basic embedding slots. After scavenging around Karst Fortress, he found over 1,000 pieces of dragon crystal. As a weapon against the ice demons, Lin Chen collected as many as possible. He gathered a total of 18 gems of various attributes. After synthesizing the duplicate gems, Lin Chen obtained 4 mid-level gems with stronger performance. Ice resistance, mid-level significantly increases resistance to low temperatures and freezing, slightly enhances physical defense. Fortification, mid-level significantly increases the physical strength of dependents, slightly accelerates wound recovery speed. Claw, mid-level allows dependents' limbs to grow sharp claws, with armor-piercing attributes. Energy, mid-level increases the energy limit of dependents, slightly boosts energy recovery speed. The remaining low-level gems were mostly those that increased strength or endurance. They were somewhat useful, but the enhancement was limited. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen embedded the ice resistance, fortification, and claw into the slots of the first team. The moment the gems activated, the 50,000 zombies in the castle collectively let out a roar. The zombies' shriveled muscles rapidly expanded. One by one, they transformed into muscular brutes. Then, sharp bone claws grew on their hands and feet. The ice resistance gem caused thick hair to grow on the surface of these zombies, providing a certain level of defense and low temperature resistance. Looking around, the entire zombie army resembled a group of half-orcs. Watching the strength of the zombie army rise another level, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The energy gem was embedded by Lin Chen in the 2nd squad to enhance the endurance of the shapeshifter's eagle eye skill. At the same time, he also assisted in embedding a stamina gem and a primary ice resistance gem. The mammoths and giants of the 3rd squad each had a strength, stamina, and weight-bearing gem embedded. After completing these, Lin Chen's followers' strength saw a considerable increase. The sun was about to set, and Lin Chen planned to rest for the night in the fortress before setting out again. Under the influence of the Night King, the climate in the far north was extremely harsh and unpredictable. The 2nd major blizzard appeared after the sun had set. Lin Chen hid in the wooden house, watching the heavy snow outside the window, and soon felt drowsy. He thought about resting early tonight, planning to set out at dawn to search for the 3-eyed crow hiding in the frigid land. But tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. At 2 in the morning, a blood-red shadow, as fast as lightning, rushed toward Castle Cast. This blood shadow was quite eerie, leaving no trace on the snow it passed over. It was as if it were merely the reflection of some invisible entity on the snow. The giant wolf, deep in sleep, suddenly opened its eyes, about to make a sound. But in the next moment, the blood shadow transformed into a sharp blade, completely severing the giant wolf's head. Other giant wolves sensed the danger and opened their eyes as well. However, the blood shadow was incredibly fast. The plague giant wolf couldn't react in time and was instantly beheaded, along with the plague cavalry. Inside the wooden house where Lin Chen was, he suddenly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he had lost control over 10 plague wolf riders. This meant someone had killed them. Realizing the situation was dire, Lin Chen sprang out of bed. In the next second, a blood-red blade filled with murderous intent flew in through the window, aimed directly at Lin Chen's chest. At the critical moment, a set of dark red armor covered his entire body, barely blocking the assassination attempt. Immediately after, the blood shadow slipped through the gap in the doorframe, visibly coalescing into a human form. Upon seeing the figure, Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. The figure emitted a harsh caw. "You reacted quite quickly, kid, managing to block my lethal strike." The blood-formed figure bore the face of Wu Liang. Lin Chen thought for a moment and immediately understood that Wu Liang must have received help from the Red Priestess. In Westeros, only the Red Priestess could create such mysterious assassination techniques. "If I were you, I would place the assassination target on some lord," Lin Chen said calmly. "Is it worth wasting an opportunity to gain the void source just to kill me?" Wu Liang sneered again. "Do you think I lack this little void source? I'm here to kill you." As soon as the words fell, Wu Liang swung his arms. Countless droplets of blood transformed into blades and flew toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no intention of confronting them head-on. Instead, he continuously dodged the blades with serpentine movements. In the next moment, a massive dragon roar echoed from outside the wooden house. The crystal dragon tore off the roof and lunged at Wu Liang. As a 5th-tier mutated species, the crystal dragon's combat power was not to be underestimated. Wu Liang dodged the dragon's bite and attempted to chase after Lin Chen. Seeing this, the crystal dragon immediately extended its forelimbs and swatted at him. Wu Liang couldn't evade in time and was instantly turned into a puddle of blood. However, in the next second, the blood recoalesced, forming a human shape once more. After being thwarted, Wu Lian once again locked his target onto Lin Chen. With a cold snort, he transformed into a torrent of blood and charged toward Lin Chen. The crystal dragon reached out to block him, but the torrent, being liquid, passed directly through the dragon's claws. As the blood torrent approached Lin Chen, it transformed into countless sharp blades. The blade was still mixed with Wu Liang's face, which had twisted to the extreme. "Damn Lin Chen, you go die!" Wu Liang screamed as he charged at Lin Chen, but Lin Chen casually said, "Plague mist." The next second, a light green mist enveloped the entire wooden house. Lin Chen's figure quickly vanished within it. Wu Liang's full force strike missed completely, and he searched around but could not find any trace of Lin Chen. "Cunning bastard, come out if you dare," Wu Liang cursed. The response to his curse was a blood-red dragon head emerging from the mist. The crystal giant dragon opened its massive maw and instantly swallowed Wu Liang whole. Blood surged like a burst of fur in the dragon's mouth, wildly swirling around. It looked like a desert camel eating a spiny cactus. "Damn Lin Chen, I won't let you go." Wu Liang's roar echoed intermittently. "Once I gather my followers and regain my strength, I will completely annihilate all your followers along with you." After a while, Wu Liang fell completely silent. The crystal dragon tilted its head back and made a very human-like swallowing motion. A large mass of blood was entirely swallowed into the dragon's belly. Just when Lin Chen thought it was over, the crystal dragon's throat moved, and it suddenly began to vomit. Despite its efforts to cover its mouth, trying to keep what it had swallowed from coming back out, a blood-red gem the size of a chicken egg still slipped through the gaps in its claws and rolled onto the ground. "Ah, this." Lin Chen was stunned and instinctively picked up the gem. Blood Demon, advanced, a rare weapon inlay gem that can be embedded on the surface of a famous sword, granting the user the ability to transform into a blood demon. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen stored the blood demon gem away, contemplating that perhaps he should look for a famous sword to test the gem's power. A famous sword is simply a renowned sword. Such swords are not uncommon in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Examples include Arya's Needle, Brienne's Oathkeeper, Joffrey's Widow's Wail, and Jon Snow's Longclaw, among others. Lin Chen was in the north, and the only opportunity he had to obtain one was Jon Snow's Longclaw. "Perhaps I can make a trip to Castle Black and retrieve Longclaw," Lin Chen silently calculated. Longclaw, forged from Valyrian steel, had an even greater restraining effect on White Walkers than dragon glass. If he could acquire such a weapon early on, it would indeed be a great thing. Once he decided to act, Lin Chen was a man of action. He immediately transformed into a crystal dragon, sprouting a pair of crystal wings from his back. Flapping his wings, he flew towards Castle Black. In the medieval backdrop of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the only creatures that could fly besides birds were dragons. Lin Chen concealed himself in the clouds, easily crossing the wall of the north to reach the foot of Castle Black. As night fell, Lin Chen stealthily infiltrated Castle Black. He took Longclaw from Jon Snow, the son of the realm. The surge of psychic energy seemed to have a significant impact on this bastard. As Lin Chen approached Jon Snow, he could clearly sense that his strength had reached the third tier, close to the fourth tier. He had successfully been promoted to a lord. Lin Chen did not want to complicate matters, so after taking Longclaw, he quietly left. When dawn broke, Lin Chen arrived at Castle Casterly. As the exclusive sword of the Son of the Realm, Longclaw had 4 inlay holes. 2 of them already had gems embedded, sharpness and resilience. When Lin Chen embedded the Blood Demon gem into the 3rd inlay hole, the entire sword seemed to be soaked in blood, emanating a faint red glow. The blade became longer, looking heavily menacing. Feeling the powerful force surging on the blade, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a suitable weapon in hand, it was time to consider searching for the three-eyed raven. Under Lin Chen's command, an army of 50,000 zombies surged out of Castle Cast. They advanced further north. With the help of the shapeshifters, the wild man camps hidden across the snowy plains were easily located. These small factions of wild men were all converted by the Zombie Legion, becoming part of the tide of corpses. The invasion points slowly increased during this process, gradually approaching the 100,000 mark. Soon, news of a powerful legion appearing on the ice plains reached the White Walker camp. An ancient-looking White Walker general awakened the army of White Walkers sleeping beneath the ice and snow. He rode a skeletal warhorse, wielding a long-handled broadsword, leading all his forces through the blizzard. On the other side, Lin Chen only knew that the three-eyed crow was hiding beneath an old tree in a certain mountain range. The exact location was unclear. Therefore, he could only disperse some zombies to search slowly. The shapeshifters provided Lin Chen with a wide field of vision, which significantly sped up the search process. However, soon a new problem arose. The shapeshifters reported that a large White Walker army was approaching them from 10 kilometers away. Their marching route, showing no signs of avoidance, was clearly heading towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was mentally prepared for this situation. He immediately deployed his followers to a low slope that was easy to defend but hard to attack. As the snowflakes began to fall to the ground, a dark mass of White Walkers appeared on the horizon. There was nothing to say about the battle between White Walkers and zombies. It was just an endless frenzy of slaughter. Once the White Walker army discovered Lin Chen's forces, they charged forward like hungry wolves encountering live prey. This White Walker army numbered around 30,000. The moment they charged, they clashed with Lin Chen's zombie followers. Since White Walkers were already dead, they could not be infected. However, after shattering them, invasion points could still be gained. The fighting continued for nearly 3 hours. After 3 hours, the entire battlefield was covered with the corpses of the White Walkers, while Lin Chen's zombie legion had also lost 10,000 units. The ancient White Walker general, realizing he had become a lone commander, attempted to retreat but was intercepted by an ancient crystal dragon descending from the sky. The White Walker general possessed 5th-tier combat power, which was on par with the ancient crystal dragon. Just as the White Walker general drew his broadsword, preparing to fight the ancient crystal dragon to the death, Lin Chen, transformed into a blood demon, descended from the sky and launched a frenzied attack on the White Walker general. The ancient crystal dragon joined the battle at the same time. Under their combined assault, the White Walker general could only hold on for a few rounds before Lin Chen struck him in the neck with a sword. In an instant, he turned into a pile of ice shards. Lin Chen picked up the gem that had fallen from the White Walker general's body. Frozen Core, advanced attacks release a biting chill that erodes and slows enemy units, providing recoverable ice armor for followers. This Frozen Core was not very useful against White Walkers, but it would be very useful against enemies other than White Walkers. After storing the Frozen Core, Lin Chen began to accelerate the search for the three-eyed crow with his followers. Killing the White Walker general was no small matter. The Night King must have already learned of Lin Chen's existence. It wouldn't be long before more White Walkers would return. Therefore, Lin Chen had to quicken his pace and find the three-eyed crow before the Night King counterattacked. Mastering the power of the three-eyed crow would give Lin Chen a tremendous advantage, whether in fighting the Night King, conquering the Seven Kingdoms, or opposing the Dragon Queen. To achieve this goal as soon as possible, the Zombie Legion, under Lin Chen's control, searched frantically day and night. Finally, on the evening of the third day, in a hidden mountain range located in the northern part of the Ancestor's Fist, the shapeshifters discovered the presence of the Great Banyan Tree. It was a giant trunk growing on the permafrost, connected to the rock layers below. The intricate, root-like structure inside the tree hollow was faintly visible. Leading his army of zombies, he quickly stationed himself in the snowy hills not far from the Great Banyan Tree. A group of whites hidden beneath the glacier attacked the troops. There were only a few hundred of them. These whites were the Night King's eyes, tasked with monitoring the movements of the three-eyed raven. When Lin Chen appeared here, the Night King naturally received the news immediately. Several white legions gathered, forming a larger army, marching grandly towards the Great Banyan Tree. Lin Chen knew that his time was running out. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on the Great Banyan Tree. Under the Banyan Tree, hundreds of children of the forest were already prepared for battle. The children of the forest were among the few beings in A Song of Ice and Fire capable of using magic directly. They possessed a green sight stronger than that of the shapeshifters. They could transform into beasts for combat or hurl powerful explosive fireballs. The children of the forest surrounding the Great Banyan Tree all had the strength of third-tier soldiers. However, despite their power, their numbers were extremely limited. Lin Chen issued the order to attack without hesitation. The army of 50,000 zombies surged towards the Great Banyan Tree. The sound of intense explosions erupted from the zombie army. The children of the forest, positioned above, continuously hurled explosive fireballs down. Each explosion could kill dozens of zombies. It seemed highly damaging, but in the face of the vast numbers of the zombie army, it was hardly enough. In the blink of an eye, the zombie legion rushed to the front of the children of the forest. These beings, resembling dwarves and looking like elves, sensed the danger and transformed into various beasts: bears, tigers, ice wolves. They engaged in fierce combat with the zombie army. At that moment, Lin Chen descended from the sky riding a crystal dragon. The crystal dragon spat a mouthful of blood onto the children of the forest below. In an instant, over a dozen children of the forest were pierced by the blood blades, nailed to the ground. Lin Chen descended, his blood-red longsword surrounded by a torrent of blood. The blood demon form activated, blood enveloping Lin Chen to form a blood-red liquid armor. He swung his longsword continuously, and the children of the forest in his path could not withstand his assault. 300 children of the forest quickly crumbled under the invasion of Lin Chen's zombie army. At the cost of losing 10,000 zombies, Lin Chen completely slaughtered the 300 children of the forest. A green halo burst forth from his body. The next moment, 213 children of the forest transformed into zombies, slowly rising from the ground. Thus, Lin Chen's army gained a magical unit. Not only could they provide him with powerful magical attacks, but they could also offer greater vision, ensuring the army could move freely to any area. As Lin Chen approached the great banyan tree, the zombie army and the transformed children of the forest all stepped aside. Lin Chen sheathed his blood-colored longsword on his back and entered the interior of the great banyan tree alone. In the center of the tangled roots, an old man sat. At that moment, the old man's eyes were still gray-white. He was using his green sight for some kind of probing. After a while, the old man's pupils returned to normal, and upon seeing Lin Chen, he said, "The Night King's vanguard is less than 30 miles away from here. 100,000 corpse demons, can you withstand them?" At this time, Lin Chen's army had only 40,000 left, but he was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he retorted, "Has your green prophet ability told you your own fate? Will you be killed by me or surrender to me?" The three-eyed raven fell silent for a moment before replying, "I cannot be among the dead. Even if the dead have nothing to do with the whites, then there's nothing to discuss." Lin Chen took down the long sword and decisively sent the three-eyed crow to its end. The three-eyed crow possessed fourth-tier abilities, but its powers were primarily supportive and lacked any real offensive strength. After eliminating the three-eyed crow, he transformed it into his own subordinate. Lin Chen briefly checked its abilities. Green vision, peering at the earth from a god's perspective, no movement escapes the eyes of the green prophet. The Lord can use this skill to view any corner of the world of a song of ice and fire. Forest blessing, utilizing the power of nature to heal injuries and mend bodies within a certain range for allied units. Nature aura, allied troops are influenced by the power of nature, slightly increasing their injury recovery speed. The three-eyed crow's abilities were quite good, all of which he could currently utilize. He casually assigned the three-eyed crow to the second reconnaissance team. Next, Lin Chen dispatched his subordinates to thoroughly scour the interior of the giant banyan tree. In addition to collecting thousands of dragon crystals, he obtained 30 low-level embedded gems, 6 mid-level gems, and 1 high-level gem. Furthermore, he acquired a treasure known as a perforator. Perforator, after use, it can increase the embedding holes of items or subordinate teams. Thorns, high level adds a counter damage attribute to subordinates and forms thorn armor, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Lin Chen immediately used the perforator to add a fourth embedding hole to the first team. The moment the thorn gem was embedded, Lin Chen's zombie army was enveloped in a layer of dark green vine armor at a visible speed. The armor covered from their toes to their heads, with dense spikes growing all over. With the standard vine armor equipped, the overall strength of the zombie army rose to a new level. Lin Chen took a long knife and struck the vine armor twice. To his surprise, the knife did not cut through the armor. Instead, his palm was pricked by the spikes. With this vine armor's protection, the threat level from the White Walker army was greatly reduced. He synthesized the newly acquired 30 low-level gems. At this point, the number of mid-level gems in Lin Chen's possession reached 13. The famous sword, Long Claw, had 4 embedding holes. Aside from the Blood Demon gem, he replaced the others. The current embedding configuration was Blood Demon, high level, plus Sharp, mid-level, plus Solid, mid-level, plus Strength, mid-level. With the 4 gems embedded, Long Claw had transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long great sword. The sharp blade and smooth surface made it clear at a glance that this was an extraordinary sword. For the second reconnaissance team and the third logistics team, Lin Chen also replaced the embedded low-level gems with suitable mid-level gems, enhancing their overall strength. After completing these tasks, the second reconnaissance team sent news that the enemy was about to arrive. 100,000 corpse demons had reached the foot of the mountain, led by 5 White Walker generals riding skeletal horses. The upcoming battle would be particularly fierce. At this moment, on the continent of Essos, east of Westeros, a powerful army composed of unsullied, Dothraki cavalry, and 3 dragons was marching towards the slave city of Meereen. At the forefront of the group was the dragon queen Daenerys Targaryen, her face serious, exuding the aura of a ruler. Beside her was a female general whose grace and beauty rivaled that of the dragon queen. This female general had recently pledged allegiance to Daenerys. Whether it was due to their shared gender or her powerful tribe, Daenerys valued her greatly and quickly promoted her to be her deputy. "Lady Herman, do you have any thoughts on the upcoming attack on Meereen?" the Mother of Dragons asked her deputy. If Lin Chen were present at that moment, he would be astonished to discover that the so-called Lady Herman was none other than his senior from university, Zhang Min. Herman, also known as Zhang Min, had an unusually serious expression on her small face. "I can lead a vanguard to infiltrate the forest and eliminate all the guards at the city gate. Then I will welcome you, Dragon Queen. Daenerys nodded in satisfaction. Then let's do it, he Ermin. I look forward to your performance. During the Legion's encampment phase, Zhang Min returned to the tent and closed the door. The next moment, she lay on the bed without a care for her ladylike demeanor, sprawled out in a big letter D. I'm exhausted. If I had known marching and fighting would be this tiring, I might as well have gone straight to Westeros to develop. Zhang Min tilted her head back, exposing her fair neck, looking utterly disenchanted. But soon her thoughts shifted elsewhere. I wonder how Lin Chen is developing. With his abilities, he should be able to summon 4th-tier minions by now. Zhang Min recalled the various experiences she had shared with Lin Chen. Her face flushed slightly as she instinctively hugged the pillow beside her. In these days, I've gathered quite a bit of news from Westeros. Many students have already made a name for themselves, but I haven't heard anything about Lin Chen. I heard Wu Liang has taken over the Iron Islands, and his naval fleet is unstoppable, causing headaches throughout the 7 kingdoms. I wonder where Lin Chen is developing, that there's still no news. As she pondered, her eyelids began to droop. She quickly fell asleep, exhausted from days and nights of marching. At this moment, in the far north, in the land of eternal winter, an army of 100,000 whites surrounded the great banyan tree. Beneath the banyan tree was Lin Chen's zombie legion. Lin Chen stood at the highest point of the banyan tree, surveying the white army not far away. Most of the whites were made up of skeletons, many of them missing arms and legs. Setting aside their ghastly faces, the whites actually looked quite fragile, the kind that could shatter into a pile of bones with a single blow. In contrast, Lin Chen's zombie legion, enhanced by gems, appeared quite robust. Especially with their standard vine armor, they looked like a regular army. 100,000 whites were a massive number, but Lin Chen did not believe his 40,000 zombies would be defeated by them. As the white generals drew their weapons, the whites seemed to receive a command simultaneously, rushing madly toward the banyan tree. Hundreds of explosive fireballs flew out, landing among the white army. In an instant, over 1,000 whites were blown away. Following that, the whites collided with Lin Chen's zombie legion like a tide. Both sides were undead units, and morale was essentially non-existent. The clash erupted into the most primal and brutal slaughter. The zombie legion swung their sharp claws, continuously tearing apart the incoming whites. In contrast, the whites attempted to bite the zombies' vine armor, but the resilient vine armor was not so easily damaged. Moreover, the armor was covered in spikes. Many whites, while trying to bite, ended up gnawing their own jaws to pieces. The sheer number of whites did not seem to suppress the zombies before them. Instead, there were signs of a potential rout. Seeing this scene, the white generals lost their composure. A total of 5 white generals were deployed for this battle. As 5th-tier leaders, their strength was not to be underestimated. One of the white generals raised his hand, quickly condensing a spear of ice in his grasp. The next moment, he hurled the spear toward the zombie legion. As the spear struck the ground, it easily pierced through a zombie's chest. Immediately, the magical power contained within the ice spear erupted violently. Countless ice crystals shot out like bullets, penetrating through layers of zombie bodies. The zombies hit by the ice crystals froze in place, completely immobilized. With just the might of a single spear, Lin Chen lost nearly 100 of his followers. The ice general, seeing the effectiveness of his attack, began to continuously hurl ice spears. The ice spears exploded among the horde of zombies, causing massive casualties. Lin Chen's army suffered rapid losses. Realizing the severity of the situation, Lin Chen immediately changed his combat strategy. The explosive fireballs of the forest children began to concentrate along a single path, quickly blasting open a passage. Under Lin Chen's control, the zombies surged into the passage, splitting the corpse demon army into 2. Lin Chen deployed 10,000 zombie troops in one breath, charging down the passage towards the ice generals. Blood ecstasy. In the next moment, the entire zombie legion was marked in red, significantly enhancing their combat power and movement speed. The frenzied zombies rushed towards the ice generals. The ice generals did not evade, wielding various weapons to fight against the zombie troops. These ice generals contained extremely powerful ice demon power within them. Each time their weapons struck a zombie, it would instantly freeze. Even the protection of vine armor was of no use. Just as the ice generals were in the heat of battle, a roar echoed from the sky. Following that, blood gushed from the mouth of the crystal dragon, transforming into blood-red blades that rained down upon the ice generals below. The ice generals swung their weapons, continuously fending off the crimson blades. One ice general reacted quickly, immediately condensing an ice spear and throwing it at the crystal dragon. Lin Chen had no choice but to control the crystal dragon to gain altitude, narrowly avoiding the attack. The 5 5th-tier ice generals were not easy to deal with. However, Lin Chen had his own combat ideas. In the next moment, a pale green mist began to spread around the ice generals. Just a few breaths later, the visibility in the mist was reduced to only 2 or 3 meters. Shadows dashed through the fog, charging towards the ice generals. One ice general raised his long knife, ready to cleave the approaching zombie in half. However, at the moment the blade made contact with the zombie's body, a violent explosion erupted from within the zombie. The sudden explosion caused the ice general to stagger violently. Before it could regain its footing, another zombie charged in. But this zombie did not self-destruct. Instead, it wielded 2 black short knives. The ice general broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the short knives. They were the dragon crystal daggers, which were particularly effective against ice demons. Just as it managed to fend off and slay this zombie, another zombie wielding a dragon crystal dagger rushed in. Following that, dozens, even hundreds of zombies charged forward, each gripping various weapons made of dragon crystal. With the cover of the mist, along with hundreds of zombies and the dragon crystal that countered the ice demons, 3 of the 5 ice generals were taken down in an instant. The remaining 2, sensing the danger, attempted to flee, but Lin Chan and the crystal dragon executed a counterattack. After several rounds of entanglement, they eliminated the 2. Thus, all 5 ice generals were dead. The corpse demon army controlled by the ice generals collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of bones. Half an hour later, beneath the great banyan tree, the ground was littered with corpses. Lin Chen's zombie legion had lost around 10,000 in this battle. Currently, the number of the zombie legion stood at only 30,000. The battle was fierce, but the rewards were substantial. In just one battle, they had gained over 100,000 invasion points. Combined with the points Lin Chen had previously acquired, the total invasion points had accumulated to 170,000. This number was already quite considerable. After defeating the 5 ice generals, each general dropped a high-level embedded gem. Hurricane, advanced when embedded in a weapon, it can unleash a hurricane slash, dealing area damage to enemy units. Ice Rock, advanced when embedded in armor, it generates ice armor that significantly enhances defense. When the ice armor shatters, it can cause a frost shockwave to surrounding enemies. Strengthen, advanced significantly increases the physical attributes of the minions and moderately enhances their recovery abilities. The remaining 2 gems are the same as the one dropped by the previous undead general. Both are frozen cores. Holding the 3 frozen cores in his hand, Lin Chen directly chose to synthesize. In the next moment, a blue gem radiating a golden halo appeared in his hand. After synthesizing the advanced gem, even its name changed. Eternal Winter, special grade grants minions the power to alter the climate, turning all places it passes through into severe cold, where corpses do not decay and souls do not disperse. Staring at the gem's description, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. This Eternal Winter gem was precisely the undead's signature ability, transforming summer into winter wherever it went. The land was covered in wind and snow, and flora and fauna perished. At this moment, the gem configuration for Lin Chen's first squad was Thorn, Advanced, plus Claw, Intermediate, plus Strengthen, Intermediate, plus Ice Resistance, Intermediate. The Intermediate Strengthen and Ice Resistance were replaced. The gem configuration for the zombie squad changed to Thorn, Advanced, plus Claw, Intermediate, plus Strengthen, Advanced, plus Eternal Winter, Special Grade. With the new gem sequence in place, Lin Chen's zombie army underwent another evolution. The advanced Strengthen made their bodies even stronger, each towering at 2 meters, with a significant boost in power and speed. The power of Eternal Winter altered their appearance. They were enveloped in pale blue ice crystals, and the surrounding air temperature dropped, with snowflake-like particles constantly forming around the horde. At this moment, the horde was shrouded in a thin mist. From a distance, they appeared like malevolent spirits hidden in the fog, exuding a chilling aura of terror. In the following time, Lin Chen began to annex the scattered tribes of wildlings around the Ancestor's Fist. With the assistance of the three-eyed crows and other aberrants, the annexation was highly efficient. There were virtually no wildlings able to escape the pursuit. Because of this, many wildlings began to gather towards the northern wall to survive. Some fearless ones even started to climb the wall, seeking to evade the zombie horde's chase. More and more wildlings were crossing the wall to escape, which naturally drew the attention of the Night's Watch. At this time, Jon Snow, the 998th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, was listening gravely to the reports from his subordinates. A powerful force had appeared outside the wall, hunting wildlings. This force was not the undead, but it possessed the same power to resurrect the dead. Realizing the severity of the situation, Jon Snow immediately summoned Maester Aemon Targaryen. He instructed him to send a raven to convey the message to the Seven Kingdoms. A few days later, lords of all sizes from the major cities of the Seven Kingdoms received the Night's Watch's message. A rapidly expanding force had emerged in the land of eternal winter. Its danger level was on par with the undead, and if not contained early, it could become a disaster. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms took this matter very seriously, gradually dispatching troops to the north. They gathered at Winterfell as a rallying point, preparing their forces. Once their military strength was sufficiently powerful, they would completely eradicate this emerging force. At this time, most of the students from Dragonstone Academy had already infiltrated various factions. The sudden troop movements of the Seven Kingdoms lords naturally caught their attention. They quickly realized that the force appearing beyond the northern wall was likely a group of students from a certain class. However, according to intelligence, the area north of the north was quite barren. Moreover, there was the formidable enemy of the undead present. How did this classmate manage to develop a force in such a place? At this moment, in a mercenary camp located in Dorne's Sunspear, Gu Qingqing, under the alias of Troy, was listening intently to the report from a news dealer. "Miss Troy, this is all the information we have received, and now we need you to pay us some compensation." Gu Qingqing waved her hand to have her subordinates pass her the currency, while she thoughtfully propped up her chin. Has Lin Chen finally started to make a move? He has already become a presence that the Seven Kingdoms fear. Glancing at the mercenary group she had assembled, she clenched her fist to encourage herself. I need to work hard too. I can't lose to Lin Chen. Across the strait, the Dragon Legion successfully occupied Milan. In the operations conference room at the highest tower of Milan, Queen Daenerys was frowning as she stared at the map of Westeros. Our next target is to cross the Narrow Sea and head to King's Landing to reclaim the Iron Throne. Just then, the spider, responsible for gathering intelligence, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, there is bad news from the north. A dark force has appeared north of the wall, and it may become as troublesome as the White Walkers. Daenerys frowned slightly. The wall blocks the north. We will not consider these hidden enemies in the darkness for now. By the way, Helmin, what are your thoughts on crossing the Narrow Sea? Helmin? Daenerys called again, and Zhang Min finally came to her senses. A complex expression instantly appeared on her face. That guy Lin Chen has finally shown up, and he has already stirred the Seven Kingdoms. I wonder what he will do next. In the Iron Islands, Wu Liang also received news from the north. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, and he sneered. The Seven Kingdoms have sent troops to the north. It seems I also need to send Lin Chen a grand gift. North of the north, near the Fist of the First Men. After several days of development, Lin Chen's loyal army had barely reached 40,000. Meanwhile, on the vast plains north of the Fist, a massive black cloud was slowly approaching. Beneath the cloud, a fierce blizzard raged, with countless dark figures faintly visible within. Such a scale of blizzard indicated that an extremely powerful army of White Walkers was approaching, and the one controlling this army was none other than the supreme leader of the White Walkers, the Night King. Through the green vision skill of the three-eyed raven, Lin Chen easily discerned the number of whites hidden beneath the blizzard. 300,000 whites, plus 25th-tier White Walker generals and the 7th-tier Lord Night King. On Lin Chen's side, after several days of development, the number of his zombie army had accumulated to 60,000. At the same time, his invasion points had also reached 160,000. The decisive battle with the Night King was crucial. If he lost, all his efforts before returning home would be in vain. If he won, the entire land of eternal winter would become Lin Chen's territory. He would then head south to confront the Seven Kingdoms. In this process, Lin Chen would harvest a large amount of resources and the particularly precious Void Essence. Acquiring the Void Essence was an important step for him to advance from a novice lord to a formal lord. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Chen's gaze once again focused on the Night King's army at the foot of the mountain. Without much hesitation, he directly consumed 100,000 invasion points. The next second, a portal opened behind Lin Chen. Following that, a blood-red crystal giant dragon slowly crawled out of the portal. It was the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, who was already close to the peak of the 6th tier. The moment the Crystal Dragon King appeared, Lin Chen's strength rapidly soared, directly increasing from the 5th tier to the 6th tier. The skills of the Red Crystal Armor and Dragon King transformation were available for Lin Chen to use again. He did not save the remaining 60,000 invasion points either. He summoned 6 ancient crystal dragons once more. At this moment, Lin Chen's forces consisted of 1 6th-tier Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, 7 5th-tier Ancient Crystal Dragons, and a zombie army of 60,000 with strengths between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Sitting on the back of the one-eyed Crystal Dragon King, Lin Chen waved his sword to issue the command to retreat into the canyon. The so-called canyon was a defensive point that Lin Chen had long regarded as easy to defend and hard to attack. The peaks on both sides towered high, leaving only a pocket-shaped opening. Such terrain was extremely suitable for a protracted battle. Under Lin Chen's command, the 60,000 zombie army quickly retreated into the canyon. Zombies were in front, while the abnormal ones, the children of the forest, waited behind. The crystal dragons lay coiled on both sides of the cliff, ready to obey Lin Chen's command for a swift strike. Everything was in place. Now they just awaited the arrival of the others. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and heavy snow began to fall. A blizzard started to whip outside the valley, and through the swirling snow, shadows could be seen moving. When Lin Chen finally saw the appearance of the corpse demons, a grave expression appeared on his face. Compared to the previous skeletal and fragile corpse demons that crumbled at a touch, the ones before him had undergone a significant transformation. Their intact skin glowed with a bluish hue, and each corpse demon looked remarkably robust. They wore black armor woven from some kind of vine. These corpse demons, in terms of combat and defense, were worlds apart from the previous rabble. Watching as the army of corpse demons was still some distance away, Lin Chen issued orders for the crystal dragons to continuously spray blood water at the pocket of the canyon. As the blood water hit the ground, sharp blood-colored crystals sprouted instantly. These crystals pointed outward, quickly forming a wall made of blood spears, like a barricade guarding the pocket's entrance. An hour later, the army of others arrived at the scene. The corpse demons opened a path. A figure wearing an ice crown slowly emerged from among the others. He had sky-blue pupils, and his cold gaze seemed capable of freezing everything. It was none other than the Night King, the leader of all others. Lin Chen stood high above, locking eyes with the Night King, unwilling to back down. There was little need for communication between the two opposing forces. The Night King raised his hand slightly. The army of corpse demons charged toward Lin Chen's zombie army in the canyon. Lin Chen's zombie legion bared their teeth, preparing to attack. In less than a breath, the two armies collided. A brutal melee began. Under the Night King's command, several other generals condensed ice crystals, preparing to launch deadly ice spears. Lin Chen had long been prepared for this move. As the ice spears flew in, the crystal dragons perched on the cliffs sprayed blood water, instantly reducing the ice spear's power to a minimum. With the protection of the crystal dragons, the ice spears lost their effectiveness. The Night King frowned slightly and immediately sent 4 other generals to charge into the fray. The 5th-tier other generals tore a hole in Lin Chen's defenses the moment they joined the battle. A large number of zombies were slaughtered by the other generals, and the front line began to visibly retreat into the canyon. The canyon was narrow, so Lin Chen did not deploy the crystal dragons. Instead, he drew the blood demon greatsword and charged toward the other generals on the front line. At this point, Lin Chen's strength had reached the peak of the 6th tier. It was not difficult to confront the 5th-tier other generals. The moment he entered the battlefield, he swung his long sword fiercely. Waves of blood-red sword energy splashed from the blade, instantly slaying large groups of zombies. The other generals attempted to move forward to stop him, but the fierce sword edge and the immense force behind it were beyond their ability to withstand. After several skirmishes, they not only failed to gain an advantage but were continuously pushed back by Lin Chen's swinging greatsword. A few times, they narrowly avoided being struck by the Valyrian steel sword. The Night King realized the enemy was troublesome and immediately stopped holding back. He raised his long knife high, and the remaining other generals surged onto the battlefield. At the same time, Lin Chen also issued the command for all crystal dragons to launch an attack. Led by the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, the crystal dragons spiraled high in the sky, madly spraying blood water downward. Wherever the blood water passed, the corpse demons were pierced through by blood-colored spikes. The other generals condensed ice spears, attempting to shoot down the crystal dragons. However, after throwing for more than a dozen times, he finally hit a crystal dragon. The crystal dragon roared and smashed towards the direction of the ice general. Blood and flesh explosion. The falling crystal dragon's body suddenly expanded, followed by a massive explosion. The explosion was so powerful that it instantly killed 4 ice generals and severely injured 2. Sacrificing a 5th-tier crystal dragon to take out 4 ice generals was quite a bargain for Lin Chen. The ice generals, seeing that the crystal dragon could self-destruct, no longer dared to use their ice spears easily. They began to move closer to the front line, attempting to use their 5th-tier combat power against the zombie horde. But just as they were in the heat of battle, a horde of over 10,000 zombies, each equipped with dragon crystal weapons, surged forward. After a single charge, the casualties were heavy. Nearly half were instantly killed by the ice generals. However, many ants can kill an elephant. Although the ice generals were slaughtering zombies as if they were chopping vegetables, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. No matter how fast they cut down the zombies, ultimately, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. Then, during one of the charges 10 minutes later, a zombie wielding a dragon crystal dagger rushed up behind an ice general. Before he could swing his blade, the dragon crystal dagger pierced his back. The next second, the ice general let out a piercing scream. Immediately after, his entire body shattered into ice crystals, scattering everywhere. The death of the first ice general seemed to trigger a domino effect. The second and third ice generals fell one after another. Although the ice generals had 5th-tier strength, they had no resistance against the dragon crystal. Once struck, it meant certain death. It was precisely because of this that Lin Chen chose to confront the ice army head-on. In the blink of an eye, only 6 ice generals remained. The 300,000 zombies had also been severely reduced under the continuous onslaught of the crystal dragon, leaving less than 100,000. Looking at his remaining 30,000 followers, while the opposing zombie army was already nearing its end, Lin Chen immediately issued the order to counterattack. The crystal dragon in the sky spewed out red blood, slaughtering the zombies at the mouth of the canyon. The zombie horde surged out like a sharp arrow, continuously tearing apart the formation of the zombie army. The battle had reached a critical moment. Lin Chen held nothing back anymore. He continuously cast blood and flesh explosions on the zombies charging at the front. In a series of explosions, the zombies were blown to pieces before they could even react. Using this brutal tactic, the zombie army was split in half. Taking advantage of this newly created passage, more zombies surged into the enemy's rear, charging towards the remaining ice generals and the Night King. At the same time, the crystal dragon in the sky also flew to the back of the ice army. Under the combined siege of the dark mass of zombies and the crystal dragon, the ice generals were instantly overwhelmed by the tide of corpses, turning into ice crystals and dissipating from this world. Suddenly, it began to snow in the sky, with flakes resembling ice crystals. The ground rapidly cooled, and the natural energy in the entire world surged and spun as if it had gone mad. Lin Chen rode on the back of the one-eyed crystal dragon king, watching the rapidly changing battlefield, his expression slightly shifting. The Night King plunged his long sword into the ground, and his entire body was covered in countless frost. Immediately after, wisps of pale blue energy drifted from the ice corpses killed by the zombie horde. The energy crazily gathered into the Night King's body. The next second, the Night King's body began to expand rapidly, transforming into a massive frost giant at a visible speed. He grasped the air, and an ice club appeared in his hand. Then he swung the club and smashed it down onto the battlefield. In an instant, the ground shook violently. A deep ravine was created in the area where zombies and ice corpses were mixed in battle. The ravine was filled with the shattered remains of zombies and ghouls. With just this one heavy blow, Lin Chen had lost nearly 10,000 zombie minions. Is this the power of a 7th-tier lord? Terrifying indeed. As the frost giant raised its club once more, Lin Chen immediately jumped down from the back of the crystal dragon king. In the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a 6th-tier giant dragon almost identical to the crystal dragon king. The frost giant suddenly reached out its palm and grabbed a crystal dragon. In the next second, it tossed the crystal dragon into its mouth and chewed it to bits like a snack. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. No wonder it is one of the 3 major bosses in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. The Night King in the form of the frost giant possessed terrifying power. Its destructive capability was likely infinitely close to the peak of the 7th tier. While pondering this, another crystal dragon was caught by the frost giant and once again tossed into its mouth for a hearty chew. Even with Lin Chen using the flesh explosion skill, he could not inflict any damage to the frost giant's mouth. High attack power, high defense, and such a massive size. How should one deal with such an enemy? Just as Lin Chen was deep in thought, he saw the Crystal Dragon King not far away firing a superheated beam at the Night King's chest. The beam successfully burned a deep wound into the Night King's chest. However, that wound seemed to inflict no effective damage. Considering the Night King's enormous size, a new plan was born in Lin Chen's mind. He first controlled all the zombie units and the remaining crystal dragons, directing them to continuously harass the Night King. Then, he flew to the Night King's heel with the evil-eyed Crystal Dragon King. At that moment, the Night King was trampling the zombies on the ground as if they were tiny ants. But in the next second, 2 high-temperature beams shot towards its ankle. Like a laser cutting tool, they visibly sliced through a large portion of its ankle. The Night King's massive body instantly lost balance and crashed to the ground. The opportunity had come. Lin Chen focused all his energy and called for the Crystal Dragon King to fly towards the Night King's wrist. The Night King intended to prop up its enormous body with both hands. However, in the next second, its right wrist was struck by the laser. Like a laser scalpel, it sliced away a large amount of tissue. The Night King fell to the ground once more. Following that, its left hand and the other ankle were all cut by the superheated beams released from the winged beam cannon. At this point, the Night King resembled a crippled being with severed tendons, completely unable to stand upright. Moreover, due to its massive size, it became embedded in the rock layer when it fell. Now it couldn't move at all. The dragon-transformed Lin Chen and the evil-eyed Crystal Dragon King had now become laser scalpels, slicing at the Night King's nape. They spent a full 3 hours on this. Finally, the head adorned with ice blue patterns was severed from its body. The moment it was cut off, the mist surrounding the area dissipated at a visible speed. At the same time, all the students on the continent of Westeros heard a notification sound in their minds. The Northern White Walker leader, the Night King, 7th tier, has been killed. The voice was not loud, but when it reached the ears of all the students, it was like thunder. Many were left stunned in place. What the hell? The 7th tier Night King? Killed? Who is so badass that they can take down the Night King? I just summoned a 4th tier soldier, and someone has already killed the 7th tier Night King. People make me feel inferior. Who did it? Across various regions of the continent of Westeros, students were filled with astonishment, wildly speculating who had killed the Night King. At this moment, Lin Chen, the one who had killed the Night King, was cleaning up the battlefield. With the Night King's death, all the ghouls also fell to the ground, turning into true corpses. This battle was undoubtedly quite brutal. At this moment, Lin Chen had only the Reconnaissance Team 2 and Logistics Team 3 remaining. The entire First Team's zombie legion was wiped out. However, the heavy sacrifices brought back substantial rewards. First and foremost was the crucial invasion points, which Lin Chen had accumulated to an astonishing 300,000 points. Then, the 20 ice generals provided him with 20 high-grade embedded gems. Of course, the main highlight was still on the Night King. From the Night King's corpse, Lin Chen managed to extract 3 treasures. They were a special grade gem, a relic, and a Lord Core containing the essence of the void. Corpse transformation, special grade embedded in a weapon. It consumes energy to indiscriminately transform corpses within a certain range into corpse demons, with no limit on the number of transformations, but the strength of the corpse demons depends on the average combat power of the group. Relic, the frozen crown of the Night King. Bury this relic underground in your territory to transform the land into an indestructible permafrost layer. Lord Core, Night King, 7th rank, an incompletely matured Lord Core containing fragmented essence of the void. All 3 items were quite impressive. Lin Chen directly embedded the corpse transformation gem into his long claw. The gems embedded now changed to corpse transformation, special grade, plus hurricane, high grade, plus blood demon, high grade, plus reinforcement, high grade. After replacing the gems, the appearance of the long claw underwent a dramatic transformation. It now looked ominous, exuding a sinister aura reminiscent of Frostmourne. The frozen crown obtained from killing the Night King was also a decent relic. It enhanced the solidity of the land in his territory, preventing others from digging and stealing. The ice demons in the far north had been completely exterminated, and the wild men were almost wiped out by Lin Chen. There were no resources he needed left here. Next, Lin Chen planned to cross the northern wall and head into the territories of the 7 kingdoms to redevelop his followers. After gathering his spoils, Lin Chen looked at the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, which was lying in the snow in the valley, revealing a hint of helplessness. During the battle with the Night King, the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King had fired lasers dozens of times. Its body was nearly drained, and it was currently too weak to even stand. So, Lin Chen let it rest in place, waiting for it to regain its strength before rejoining him. As Lin Chen descended from the Ancestor's Fist Peak with his remaining followers, a black line suddenly appeared on the white horizon. Before Lin Chen could react, various troops carrying the banners of different families surged out from the surrounding forests. The soldiers, weapons in hand, looked at him with unfriendly expressions. The soldiers surrounding him numbered over 30,000. Just as Lin Chen pondered where these people had come from, a familiar arrogant voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "Ha ha, Lin Chen, do you like this grand gift I brought you?" The crowd parted, revealing Wu Liang, wearing the Iron Island family emblem, striding out with a smug expression. "Your troops must have been wiped out by the ice demons, right? I now represent the 7 kingdoms to hunt down you, the remnants of the ice demons. Lin Chen, do you have anything to say?" Lin Chen looked at the soldiers advancing towards him, and a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes as he gazed at Wu Liang. This Wu Liang was like a mad dog. Once he set his sights on someone, there was no shaking him off. Damn it! The soldiers drew closer, and just as Lin Chen was about to take action, an unexpected change occurred. The soldiers surrounding Lin Chen began to emit black gas. Then, everyone fell to the ground, convulsing as if poisoned. The soldiers of the 7 kingdoms spontaneously combusted, turning to ashes in an instant. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, do you think I'm stupid? Don't I know you can turn them into your followers?" Wu Liang said smugly, "I've just scored 30,000 invasion points for free. I can finally summon 6th rank troops." Lin Chen understood. Wu Liang didn't know what method he used to burn this group of soldiers from the 7 nations. He did this to gain a large number of invasion points. Then he shifted the blame for killing the soldiers onto himself. This Wu Liang is truly calculating. Lin Chen revealed a cold smile. 6th tier soldier? Let's see if you have the life to summon one. After saying this, Lin Chen intended to take down Wu Liang. However, Wu Liang showed a cunning smile. His entire body gradually became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could I possibly come here in my true form? I'm not a fool. Wu Liang first smiled, then his expression turned cold as he spoke. Lin Chen, the next time we meet, you're dead. I'll make you understand the consequences of angering me. Let me remind you, this is a different world, and many of the rules set by Blue Star are useless here. Just clean your neck and wait for me to come and kill you. As soon as Wu Liang's words fell, he disappeared from the spot. Lin Chen recalled Wu Liang's words, and his brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Is it true that this different world doesn't require adherence to the rules of Blue Star? If that's the case, he must be doubly cautious and must not let Wu Liang find an opportunity to scheme against him. The urgent task is to find densely populated areas. He must quickly develop his zombie army. After determining his next target, Lin Chen headed north towards the Great Wall. Re-establishing his followers was not a difficult task for Lin Chen. With the help of the god's eye provided by the three-eyed crow, Lin Chen easily located the position of the Black Castle. The Black Castle is the stronghold of the Night Watchers, housing 3,000 people and possessing a passage connecting the inside and outside of the Great Wall. 3 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the passage outside the Great Wall. When night fell, Lin Chen spread his crystal wings and flew over the Great Wall. He then unleashed the plague mist towards the Black Castle. As the time approached midnight, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes after resting. At this moment, he sensed that 2/3 of the people inside the Black Castle had reached the infection threshold. After waiting a while longer, when the number of infected reached 3/4, Lin Chen quietly activated the grip of tetanus. Dozens of Night Watchers lying side by side in the Black Castle suddenly opened their eyes. Their grayish-white pupils showed no signs of life. Soon, chaos and howling erupted within the Black Castle. But the howling lasted only a few seconds before it completely vanished. The entire Black Castle fell silent once again. A few zombie subordinates opened the door for Lin Chen. As Lin Chen walked into the Black Castle, just as he was about to open the gate to let his followers in, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the commander's office. He was holding a sword, charging at Lin Chen with a look of fearless determination. It turned out to be the son of the plain, Jon Snow. Lin Chen waved his hand, and several zombie Night Watchers lunged at him. After a frenzy of biting, Jon Snow turned into a corpse. Lin Chen then found a high-level power gem and an immature Lord core next to his body. Lin Chen did not intend to advance to a 4th-tier Lord in this different world, so he collected these Lord items to use later after the course was over. After all the Night Watchers in the Black Castle were converted, the number of Lin Chen's zombie army increased to 3,000. But this was still far from enough. According to the intelligence provided by the Three-Eyed Crow, the 7 nations had already listed Lin Chen as one of the most dangerous forces. Being enemies with the 7 nations was an unchangeable fate. Therefore, the urgent task was to redevelop the zombie tide as much as possible. Then, he would use the gems he had acquired along the way to strengthen the zombie tide, developing it into a powerful force that the 7 nations could not resist. After conquering the Black Castle, Lin Chen launched night attacks on several other Night Watcher garrisons. By dawn, the number of Lin Chen's zombie troops had returned to 5,000. Next, it was time to rally the troops at Winterfell and the Bolton's territory. Winterfell is the main city of House Stark in the north, reputed to have the strongest walls in the north. Before attacking this castle, Lin Chen rearranged the nested gems of his undead army. The nested gems for a legion of zombies were changed to Everwinter, Elite, plus Thorns, Advanced, plus Fortify, Elite, plus Claw, Advanced. After defeating 20 White Walker generals, several high-level Fortify gems dropped. Lin Chen directly synthesized the highest level of Fortify. The undead army received another enhancement. The bodies of all troop types were reinforced several times, transforming them into towering figures 2 meters tall. With the sharp claws that had grown on their hands, they resembled an orc army at first glance. The Elite Everwinter gem was also in effect at this moment. Wherever the zombie legion passed, the temperature noticeably dropped. Even some animals were affected by the cold aura when they approached them, their speed significantly reduced. The effect of the Everwinter gem increased as the size of the legion grew. The more troops there were, the greater the impact on the surrounding environment. At dawn, Lin Chen led his new zombie legion to appear outside Winterfell. On the walls of Winterfell, countless archers drew their bows, their expressions serious as they awaited the enemy's arrival. The Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, held a heavy sword and wore thick leather armor, coldly watching the approaching zombie legion. From the perspective of the Three-Eyed Raven, Lin Chen knew that Winterfell currently had a garrison of 5,000 men, and that lords from other territories were on their way with reinforcements. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen walked alone to the front lines and slowly raised his hands. In the next second, countless pale green mists spread from his body, rapidly enveloping the entire sky above Winterfell at a visible speed. Immediately, the roars of countless zombies echoed from within the mist. The guards on the walls of Winterfell barely had time to light their torches, but in the next moment, the zombie army charged out of the mist. Eddard Stark immediately ordered his men to light fire arrows in retaliation. However, at that moment, a dragon's roar sounded from above. Amidst the mist, a massive dragon descended upon the city walls. Countless blood-red crystals shot out from its wings, instantly killing a large number of soldiers on the walls. The moment the evil-eye crystal dragon king revealed itself, it dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the guards. Coupled with the terrifying zombies that were continuously climbing up from below the walls, Winterfell's defenses were breached in an instant. The zombie army took over the city, rampaging and slaughtering the soldiers and civilians within. The zombie virus spread wildly, infecting everything in the city. By evening, Lin Chen stood at the highest point of Winterfell. Like a king ruling over all, he glanced down calmly. The number of his undead followers had increased to 13,000, and there was not a single living being left in Winterfell. It had completely become a dead city. Lin Chen spread his hands, counting the spoils from this siege. In addition to a few mid-level gems, he also obtained 2 drilling tools and entered Stark's 4th-tier Lord Core. Lin Chen planned to use the 2 drilling tools on his undead army. However, after creating the 5th hole, he was prompted that there were not enough drilling tools to continue. For both weapons and followers, the first 5 gem slots required only 1 drilling tool to open a hole each time. But for the 6th to 10th holes, each opening required 3 drilling tools. Once the gem slots reached 10, each additional slot would cost 6 drilling tools. Lin Chen accepted this setup with pleasure. After all, the method of enhancing attributes through gem embedding could significantly improve or even change the attributes of his followers. Such a straightforward and brutal method of cultivating followers would inevitably have its limitations, otherwise, it would be too overpowered. After reorganizing the vassal troops in Winterfell, the reconnaissance team reported an enemy warning. The armies of House Bolton and House Stark appeared 20 miles outside Winterfell, numbering around 8,000. Lin Chen did not take this force seriously, viewing them instead as a supply package of soldiers. When the armies of the 2 families were less than 5 miles from Winterfell, Lin Chen's zombie army surged forth, engulfing them like a tide. During this process, Lin Chen's forces swelled to 20,000. At the same time, his invasion points increased to 370,000. 370,000 invasion points were equivalent to 37 5th-tier crystal dragons, or 3 6th-tier black-armored shield guards and 7 crystal dragons. This was the foundation Lin Chen had accumulated so far. After dealing with the Boltons and Starks, the zombie legion continued to roam within the north. The next target was the Dreadfort. After capturing the Dreadfort, they would march east to attack Widow's Watch. Following that, they would head south to seize the north's largest port, White Harbor. The war lasted for 7 days and nights. Once Lin Chen had slaughtered all the merchants in White Harbor for his own use, his zombie legion had reached a terrifying 100,000. The accumulated invasion points totaled 500,000. There were 6 core lord crystals in total. Looking at the densely packed zombie army within White Harbor, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. After the battle with the Night King, Lin Chen's vassal scale had surpassed its peak. At this moment, light snow began to fall over White Harbor. The surrounding temperature dropped to an extreme, with even ice blocks appearing faintly on the sea surface. Lin Chen's vassals had begun to influence the surrounding climate, much like the former Night King. At this time, within the borders of the 7 kingdoms, the major lords had begun to panic. They had heard about the events occurring in the north. A dark army comparable to the White Walkers was rampaging and slaughtering all living beings in the north. Moreover, as the slaughter continued, the scale of this dark army was rapidly growing. When this army amassed enough power, it would likely launch a full-scale attack on the 7 kingdoms. By then, even King's Landing would find it difficult to contend with them. To prevent such a situation, King's Landing issued orders to form a punitive army within the 7 kingdoms, stationed at River Run to stop the dark army from penetrating deeper into the 7 kingdoms. However, when the punitive army launched an attack on White Harbor, they found that the dark army had vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated from the world. 3 days prior, Lin Chen had captured White Harbor and rested there for a night. He originally intended to march south to attack River Run, but at that moment, a sophomore named Wang Kuei came to him. Wang Kuei, whom Lin Chen had met once on the battlefield of the Evil God, sought Lin Chen for a trade. According to his description, there was a solo world secret realm called Blood Dragon's Dance on a small island in the southeastern sea of White Harbor. Lacking sufficient troops and confidence to clear the dungeon, Wang Kuei wanted to use this secret realm as a bargaining chip to exchange for Lord Crystals with Lin Chen. Lin Chen had heard of Blood Dragon's Dance. It was an event from the previous era of the Game of Thrones, marking the decline of the Targaryen dynasty during the civil war among the dragon clans. Dragon riders from various Targaryen factions fought each other, and countless powerful dragons perished in that battle, disappearing into the annals of history. Lin Chen did not directly agree to Wang Kuei's exchange request but instead had his three-eyed raven open its third eye to check the island Wang Kuei mentioned. After confirming the existence of a teleportation array there, Lin Chen gave Wang Kuei 2 third-tier Lord Crystals. Wang Kuei then handed Lin Chen the token to open the secret realm. The plan to advance into the Seven Kingdoms was temporarily set aside. Lin Chen hid the zombie army in a concealed forest in the north, spread his crystal wings, and set off alone to the island where the Blood Dragon's Dance secret realm was located. It is called an island, but in reality, it is just a shallow area made up of reefs. Lin Chen squeezed into a cave and found a secret realm formation inside. The world's secret realms of another world are extremely rare, often containing unique item rewards. Whether it is a holy relic or materials, they are all very precious. Lin Chen took out the gem given to him by Wang Kuei and placed it at the center of the formation. As the formation activated, Lin Chen was transported into the Blood Dragon Dance secret realm. As soon as he landed, he felt the power within him surge uncontrollably. His body instinctively transformed into the Dragon King form. In the next moment, Lin Chen appeared as the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King at the original spot. When he regained his vision, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Lin Chen found himself in a dragon nest so enormous it was hard to imagine. Dragons of various shapes soared within the nest, densely packed like birds. The air above the nest and the surrounding rock walls were also covered with countless giant dragons. They came in all colors, including two-headed dragons and frost giants. The number of dragons in this giant nest exceeded 1 million. At the same time, Lin Chen noticed that the ground beneath his feet was rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern. Looking towards the edge of the dragon nest, he could vaguely see the curled patterns of a giant dragon's dorsal fin. He realized that beneath him, under this immense dragon nest, a mysterious ancient dragon, at least the size of a magical city, was coiled. It provided a resting place for over 1 million dragons. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen was transported to the very center of the ancient dragon's back. Directly opposite him was a giant dragon of similar size, but with a snake's head. The rules of the instance echoed in his mind. The rules were simple. It was a battle arena. For a period of time, a continuous stream of giant dragons would come forth to challenge. Either Lin Chen would kill the giant dragon or be killed by it. Each time he defeated an enemy, Lin Chen would accumulate a reward until the challenge ended and he received all the rewards. Watching the snake-headed giant dragon charging at him without hesitation, Lin Chen raised his claws and rushed towards it without a second thought. The two giant dragons collided, producing a tremendous sound. The surrounding dragons watched the duel, all howling to the sky. They emitted a spine-chilling roar. For a while, Lin Chen began his arena slaughter career, battling fiercely against dragons from various eras. Recently, the continent of Westeros has not been peaceful. Besides the Dark Army that has swept through the north, another large-scale army has entered the continent from the southeastern coastal region. They call themselves the Dragon Legion, serving the Dragon Queen Daenerys. Not only do they have powerful soldiers, but they also possess 3 giant dragons. Aside from Daenerys, there have been frequent reports of lords being attacked and killed in various cities across the Seven Kingdoms. These killers share a common trait: they always appear with some unfamiliar subordinates. Some are covered in flowers, while others have wolf heads fiercer than the direwolves. Among these strange and inexplicable killers, the most troublesome for the Seven Kingdoms is a pirate fleet. Not only are they powerful in combat, but they are also extremely ruthless. Wherever they land, nothing remains alive. According to reports from coastal lords, this pirate crew has already slaughtered over 1 million civilians, including soldiers. Several large port cities have been turned into dead cities by them. All the bodies were burned to black ashes. At this moment, on Dragonstone Island in the northern part of Westeros, Wu Liang was counting the spoils of conquering Dragonstone. Not far from him stood 3 second-year students, 2 boys and a girl. When Wu Liang took out 3 Lord Cores, the 3 students immediately showed a look of desire. One of the female students said, "Wu Liang, we have forced Jiang Min to Eileen Valley as you requested. Now you should fulfill your promise. Hand over the Lord's Core to us." Another student chimed in, "Jiang Min is currently being hunted by the Knights of Eileen Valley. Aren't you just looking to be a hero and save her? Give us the Lord's Crystal, and we promise to keep the secret to ourselves." Wu Liang snorted coldly and tossed the crystal over. "A few worthless crystals, you treat them like treasures, they're useless trash." He waved his hand, dismissing several students. Wu Liang couldn't wait to board the ship and head towards Eileen Valley. At this point, he still wanted to try to improve his relationship with Jiang Min. Of course, if Jiang Min remained as cold towards him as before, he had other ways to keep her under his control. The scene shifted to Eileen Valley. At this moment, Jiang Min was tired and evading the pursuit of the Valley Knights. She had been doing well under Daenerys, but ever since she brought her Dragonborn followers into the open, Daenerys' attitude towards her had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Moreover, rumors were spreading across Westeros about an otherworldly being with strange followers invading the world. Daenerys had directly kicked Jiang Min out of the team. With no other choice, Jiang Min brought her followers to Westeros. She initially intended to head north to find Lin Chen and ask if he could take her in. However, upon arriving at Eileen Valley, she was ambushed. Her followers were nearly wiped out, and now she was being hunted by the Valley Cavalry. The situation was dire for Jiang Min. Just then, a group of Valley Knights discovered her presence. As Jiang Min prepared to fight with all her might, a horde of Heart-Eaters surged from the forest. In an instant, they slaughtered the Valley Knights. Wu Liang emerged from the depths of the jungle, his face filled with concern. "Jiang Min, are you okay? Did those Valley Knights hurt you?" Wu Liang's sudden appearance felt overly deliberate. Jiang Min instinctively frowned. "Wu Liang, what are you doing here?" "I happened to come to Eileen Valley to challenge the Lord here, and then I saw you being chased by the Valley Knights. Fortunately, I acted in time. I'm so glad you're okay. Seeing you being besieged earlier nearly broke my heart." Wu Liang thought he was being sincere, unaware that his tone was full of pretense. Jiang Min's brow furrowed. "Thank you for saving me. Since you want to attack the Lord of Eileen Valley, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." With that, Jiang Min prepared to walk away. Wu Liang suddenly reached out to stop her. "Jiang Min, come with me to attack Eileen Valley. I'll let you take all the spoils." "Sorry, I'm not interested," Jiang Min replied without hesitation. Seeing Jiang Min so dismissive, Wu Liang's expression darkened, and his tone shifted. "I saved your life out of kindness, and this is your attitude? Jiang Min, you'd better not push your luck. If you anger me, you'll definitely regret it." Wu Liang signaled to his Heart-Eaters, who immediately surrounded Jiang Min and her followers. Jiang Min's expression changed slightly, and she immediately took a fighting stance. She would never allow Wu Liang to manipulate her, even if it meant death. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Dragon Dance secret realm, Lin Chen, after dozens of battles, felt his spirit and stamina reaching their limits. The red crystals covering his body lay scattered on the ground. Blood dripped continuously from his wounds. Surrounding Lin Chen were the corpses of the dragons he had torn apart and killed. Unfortunately, the dragons here could not be infected by the zombie virus. Otherwise, the numerous corpses would be enough for him to create a zombie dragon army. After an exceptionally long wait, the next giant dragon slowly ascended the arena. However, this time, the dragon that appeared was particularly old. Its heavy body was even covered in various mushrooms and flowers. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to engage in a life-and-death battle with this old dragon, it let out a faint roar, conveying a friendly message. It then extended its withered dragon claw, and a series of purple orbs flew towards Lin Chen. Among these purple orbs were also 2 golden orbs. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback but then realized that the challenge had ended. Suspended before him were the rewards for this challenge. A total of 6 orbs, 4 purple and 2 gold. Lin Chen prioritized opening the 4 purple orbs: Ancient Dragon's Tooth, the sharpest teeth of an ancient dragon after its death, a rare material for territory cultivation. Dragon Blood Essence, a precious potion containing the power of dragons. Drinking it as a lord can permanently increase all attributes by 3%. Dragon Scale Armor, a powerful armor with 7 embedded slots that can automatically change its shape according to the host's form. Building Blueprint, Dragon Totem, can increase the dragon hatching speed by 1% within a certain range of the dragon nest. The totem effect can stack, usage limit, 100. Just these 4 rewards were already quite abundant, especially the Dragon Totem that could accelerate dragon production, which was a very useful building for Lin Chen. But the rewards didn't stop there. There were still 2 golden orbs left unopened. Lin Chen immediately touched the first golden orb. Accompanied by a not overly dazzling halo flashing before his eyes, the item within the orb appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Dragon God Crystal, unique, a crystal formed after the death of the dragon god. Dragon-type creatures that devour it can gain a significant boost in strength, and if the potential value of the dragon-type creature is high, there is a chance to awaken the power of the dragon god, gaining immense benefits. Lin Chen looked at the description of the item in the orb, unable to hide the joy on his face. This was a powerful item that could directly enhance the combat power of dragon-type dependents. Just from the description, this crystal undoubtedly contained powerful dragon energy. Lin Chen pondered how much stronger the Crystal Dragon King would become after devouring this crystal. Could it directly elevate to 7th tier strength? He happily stored the crystal away. Lin Chen then opened the second golden orb, building, unique, Dragon Feast Church, offer sacrifices to pray to the dragon god, and you can receive blessings for various abilities of dragon-type dependence. Note, this building functions similarly to a Goblin Research Institute, serving as a dragon-exclusive ability enhancement building that can stack with the technological effects of the institute. Dragon Feast Church? Sounds like an impressive existence. Lin Chen licked his lips. He would study this building after the practical class ended. As Lin Chen gathered all the orbs in his hands, the secret realm also came to an end. A golden halo enveloped his body. When he regained his vision, he had already returned to the rocky island. Lin Chen casually took out the dragon blood essence and consumed it, feeling a warm current surge through his limbs. His injuries had mostly healed. At this moment, he felt in excellent condition, his body filled with energy. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave and return to the northern region, a shadow with bat wings appeared before him. Congratulations, Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to really clear the secret realm. The figure was none other than Wang Kuei, the sophomore student he had traded with before. Lin Chen frowned slightly, instinctively on guard. Senior Wang Kuei, you came here too. Wang Kuei smiled wryly and waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, Lin Chen. I've already obtained what I needed. I'm here to tell you that Zhang Min is currently in trouble and needs your help. Wang Kuei and Zhang Min were in the same class. After parting ways at White Harbor, Wang Kuei headed to Eileen Valley, which borders the north, intending to level up and cultivate his followers there. However, a day earlier, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the scene of Zhang Min being besieged by Wu Liang. With Wu Liang's numerous followers, Wang Kuei knew he was no match for him. After much thought, he decided to seek help from Lin Chen. We're all saying in our sophomore year that you and Sister Min are having some underground romance, Wang Kuei said with a bitter smile. I don't know if it's true, but I figured I'd come and try my luck. Where is Zhang Min now? Can you take me to find her? Lin Chen asked, frowning. I only know she is trapped in a cave. Here are the coordinates. Wang Kuei handed over a parchment scroll and said, I'm just a civilian player and don't want to mess with that mad dog Wu Liang, so, good luck. Thanking Wang Kuei, Lin Chen spread his crystal wings and flew towards Eileen Valley. Wang Kuei watched Lin Chen disappear into the horizon, a hint of helpless melancholy on his face. It seems the rumors are true. Goddess Zhang Min is really dating this freshman. What a lucky break for that kid Lin Chen. In full-speed flight, the crystal wings unleashed terrifying speed. Lin Chen wove through the clouds and finally arrived above the coordinates after 3 hours. Looking down, he saw black figures darting through the dense forest. It was Wu Liang's second-tier follower, the heart-eating ghost. At the same time, heart-eating demons surged towards the rock crevices deep within the forest. A battle was erupting at the crevice. Dismembered dragon followers were scattered everywhere along the edges. Without hesitation, Lin Chen drew the sword from his back and flew into the crevice. He swiftly killed a few heart-eating ghosts that blocked his way and dove into the crevice, where the space below was particularly spacious. In a corner, he found Zhang Min, who was covered in wounds. She was enveloped in a golden halo, clearly in a state of territorial duel. Not far from her, Wu Liang sat cross-legged, looking quite pleased with himself. Zhang Min and Wu Liang were engaged in a territorial duel. At this moment, within Zhang Min's territory, she looked pale as she watched Wu Liang's army slaughter her followers. The city walls were destroyed, and her followers were being killed. The heart-eating demon army surged into her castle like a tide. The enemy was about to attack the location of the Lord's Crystal. Zhang Min bit her lip hard, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity before defeat. A familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Senior, I'm here to help you. Upon recognizing Lin Chen's voice, Zhang Min's body trembled violently. Her eyes instantly turned red. Grant me territorial access, Lin Chen said seriously. I'm here to help you defeat Wu Liang. In the next moment, the golden halo enveloped Lin Chen's body. At this time, within Zhang Min's territory, Wu Liang looked smug as he watched his heart-eating demon army crazily slaughtering Zhang Min's followers. As long as he could reach Zhang Min's core and control it, she would become a little lamb for him to slaughter. To prevent her territory from being destroyed, she would have to obediently marry him. Then he would be the prince consort of the Haoyu group. Thinking of this, Wu Liang's smugness grew even stronger. He urged his followers to accelerate their attack. Meanwhile, at the core of Zhang Min's territory, a massive portal opened in the open area. Countless powerful followers surged out from the portal. Leading the charge were the 5th-tier mutated followers, the two-headed brutal dragon riders. After this period of development, the number of two-headed brutal dragon riders had skyrocketed to 60,000. Following that, roars echoed from the portal. 15,000 5th-tier ancient crystal dragons flew out. Their massive bodies resembled heavy bombers. Next came the 4th-tier weeping angels, swarming like locusts, currently numbering 100,000. The last to emerge was Lin Chen's trump card, 200 6th-tier black-armored shield guards, a total of 170,000 dependents. This was Lin Chen's current peak combat power. Jiang Min looked at the dark mass pouring out of the portal, her mouth forming an O shape, her face filled with shock. Lin Chen, are all these your dependents? My god, this is too strong. Lin Chen did not answer Jiang Min's confusion but waved his hand to command all his dependents to launch a counterattack. On the ground, the brutal dragon riders charged forward like madmen. In the sky, the ancient crystal dragons and weeping angels formed a dark mass. There was a palpable sense of oppression, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. When Wu Liang discovered that a large army was once again surging out from Jiang Min's castle, his face turned green. After all the fighting, his number of dependents had dwindled to less than 50,000. Faced with this massive battle group of 160,000 dependents, he had no power to retaliate. Moreover, the appearance of these legions was very familiar. They were Lin Chen's dependents. How could Lin Chen suddenly appear here? In the sky, Wu Liang's voice was cold and harsh. Lin Chen, withdraw your troops immediately, and I will let go of our grievances. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen sneered in response. It seems you still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. Do you think I deployed my troops just to drive you back? You keep looking for trouble with me. Do you really think I won't dare to act against you? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Liang's expression changed drastically. But the next second, Lin Chen unleashed his Lord's skill blood ecstasy. The speed and attack power of the legions were all significantly enhanced as they charged towards Wu Liang's dependents. The battle situation instantly tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Wu Liang's 50,000 dependents had no resistance against Lin Chen's plague legion of 160,000. What made Wu Liang even more desperate was that most of his 50,000 dependents, after dying, had transformed into zombies due to infection. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had nearly 50,000 zombie troops. But this was far from over. The epic spirit, the Dark Ranger, who had already broken through to 5th-tier strength, was now holding the long claws Lin Chen had given her, standing at the center of the battlefield. The next second, the special zombie transformation gem ability was triggered. Those corpses that had been lying on the ground opened their eyes and transformed into 3rd-tier corpse demons. The corpse demons were not strong, but their numbers were overwhelmingly large. All of Wu Liang's and Jiang Min's dependents were transformed. The number of corpse demons reached 300,000. Looking at the vast army of corpse demons, like a black tide, Wu Liang felt his scalp tingle. A wave of dizziness washed over his mind. So many corpse demons, even if they were all 3rd tier, their combat power was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Chen still had 160,000 core dependents. Adding all the combat units together, the total force exceeded 500,000. However, when Wu Liang's dependents were completely devoured and eliminated, Lin Chen's plague army did not stop. Instead, they surged towards the portal leading to Wu Liang's territory. With the brutal dragon riders entering the portal first, Lin Chen and Jiang Min's vision shifted to Wu Liang's territory. Lin Chen, do you dare to attack my territory? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Wu family? Damn Lin Chen, I admit defeat. Just quickly withdraw your damned dependents. Lin Chen, you bastard, ICN. Lin Chen and Jiang Min very tacitly blocked out Wu Liang's voice. The 500,000 plague army surged into Wu Liang's territory. Under Lin Chen's control, they advanced towards the core of the territory. During this process, troops continuously appeared, attempting to block them. However, against the massive plague legion, all attempts at obstruction were futile. Those dependents that were killed would also transform into zombies, becoming part of the plague army. Wu Liang continuously unleashed the Blood Moon Calamity in an attempt to stop Lin Chen's army during this process. However, in the face of absolute military strength, even thousands of blood puppets immune to physical damage struggled to influence the outcome of the battle. The walls of Wu Liang's main city collapsed 3 hours after the enemy arrived at the gates. All buildings within the city were trampled and destroyed by the brutal dragon riders. As they fought and killed their way through, blood and severed limbs covered the ground of the main city. 2 hours later, the inner city walls were destroyed. Several brutal dragon riders crashed through the last great door. Inside the hall, a massive white crystal floated at the center of the territory. This crystal was the foundation of Wu Liang, the core of a 4th-tier lord. Lin Chen, are you really going to shatter the Lord's core? Jiang Min asked with some concern. If the Wu family finds out about this, you'll be in big trouble. I'm not afraid, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. As long as I am a student of the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, the Wu family wouldn't dare to act against me openly. Besides, as long as Wu Liang remains, he will always be a threat. I consider this a way of acting on behalf of heaven. The moment his words fell, Lin Chen issued the command to attack. It was easy to imagine that Wu Liang was now screaming and cursing in desperation. However, Lin Chen had already blocked him out, and his surroundings were quite peaceful. With the Lord's core shattered, a light point rose from the core and fell into Lin Chen's hand. At this point, Wu Liang completely lost his lord status and became a useless person. His territory became the second one, after the evil god Lord Morix, to be destroyed by Lin Chen. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, Lin Chen and Zhang Min agreed to exit the territory. They returned to the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Wu Liang, having lost his lord status, was automatically transported away from this world. The surrounding heart-eating demons went mad due to the loss of their lord. Glancing at Zhang Min, who was exhausted and covered in wounds, Lin Chen did not linger and transformed into the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, carrying Zhang Min as they flew north. Hours later, in a dense forest in the north, Lin Chen successfully reunited with his loyal troops. Zhang Min jumped off the dragon's back and gave him a big hug the moment Lin Chen transformed back into his original form. A fragrance scent wafted over, and the two soft mounds at her head had an astonishing elasticity. Lin Chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "Thank you so much this time, Lin Chen." Zhang Min wiped her tears and smiled through her sobs. "Don't worry, with me around, the Wu family wouldn't dare to touch you. No matter how powerful the Wu family is, they absolutely wouldn't dare to confront our Haoyu group head-on." Lin Chen did not take Zhang Min's words seriously. He did not expect the Haoyu group to offer him any help. After all, the leader of the group was Zhang Min's father, not Zhang Min herself. In the face of absolute interests, Lin Chen was merely a small character who could be sacrificed at any time. Sensing Lin Chen's indifference, Zhang Min pouted but said nothing more. Given her father's personality, he would never allow her to make a decision to confront the Wu family if they were just ordinary friends. But what if Lin Chen was not just an ordinary friend? What if he was the son-in-law of the Haoyu group? At this thought, Zhang Min couldn't help but let out a light hum. "Stinky little brother, this time you've really hit the jackpot." Since they were still in the practical course of A Song of Ice and Fire, Lin Chen did not rush to count the spoils obtained from Wu Liang's territory. He planned to complete the course first. From Zhang Min, Lin Chen learned a lot about the Dragon Queen Daenerys. The Dragon Legion had been affected by the surge of spiritual energy, with even the lowest tier soldiers reaching the third tier. One of the three giant dragons of the Dragon Queen even possessed 7th tier strength. Lin Chen immediately realized that his zombie legion was still not strong enough. In the following period, Lin Chen began to lead Zhang Min to attack the remaining castles in the north. Whether it was a large castle or a small one, even certain way stations or mercenary camps, all became targets of attack. During the assault on these places, Lin Chen intentionally let Zhang Min take the heads to accumulate invasion points, while he used his Long Claw's corpse transformation ability to resurrect the bodies. With the help of the Three-Eyed Crows and other reconnaissance units, Lin Chen found the population resources in every corner of the northern territory, converting them into military strength. Zhang Min also put in considerable effort during this process, killing many soldiers and gaining a large number of invasion points. Her Dragon Man Legion began to reorganize. However, it was puzzling that during the battles, Zhang Min occasionally acted strangely. Sometimes she would drag him out at night to see the snow scenery, or suddenly throw a snowball at her own head, then innocently claim it wasn't her doing. Lin Chen defined such illogical and unreasonable behavior as brain-dead. 10 days later, both Lin Chen and Zhang Min had greatly improved in strength. Zhang Min summoned a 5th-tier Berserk Dragon Man, raising her own power to the 5th tier. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had harvested a large number of low-level gems and zombie dependents, accumulating 12 drilling tools. The resources of the Northern Territory had been completely drained by Lin Chen. He planned to enhance the strength of his dependents one last time before marching into the southern territories of the Seven Kingdoms. Currently, Lin Chen's zombie army was equipped with 5 gems. Next, it would take 3 drilling tools to create 1 embedding hole. Without hesitation, Lin Chen consumed all 12 drilling tools. The number of embedding holes in the zombie army's formation changed from 5 to 9. The gems previously embedded were Eternal Winter, Special, Thorn, High, Fortification, Special, Claw, High, and Endurance, High. Lin Chen first poured all the gems onto the ground, then used the low-level gems to synthesize medium-level gems, followed by medium-level gems to high-level, and high-level to special. In the end, Lin Chen had 7 special gems in hand: Super Strength, Special, Steel Armor, Special, Rending Claw, Special, Blood Corruption, Special, Boiling Blood, Special, Serpent Eye, Special, Hemolysis, Special. All 7 special gems could significantly enhance the strength of his dependents. Lin Chen wasted no time, replacing all the embedding holes except for Eternal Winter, Special, and Fortification, Special, with the newly synthesized 7. All 9 embedding holes were filled with special gems. The moment all the gems were embedded, Lin Chen's zombie army underwent a grand evolution. All the zombies' bodies surged to 3 meters tall, their muscles grotesque like a biochemical hulk. Long, dark gray bone claws sprouted from the backs of their hands, exuding a crimson, decaying gas. Their eyes transformed into serpent-like vertical pupils, and with every breath, the veins beneath their skin glowed with an eerie red light. In addition to their size change, their bodies were covered with a thick layer of steel armor, which could be said to be armed to the teeth, providing them with 360-degree protection. At this moment, the zombie army not only underwent a significant change in appearance but also gained several new abilities. Boiling blood, the heavier the injury, the greater the increase in combat power. Hemolysis, significantly enhanced injury recovery ability. Blood corruption, an advanced version of corrosive power, capable of not only corroding flesh but also causing strong interference to the will of living beings. Serpent Eye, thermal imaging ability like that of snakes, enhancing dependent's ability to foresee danger. With the gem embedding completed, Lin Chen's zombie army's combat power had broken through to the peak of the 3rd tier. Such strength was enough to walk through the 7 kingdoms with ease. Even against the purifiers of the Dragon Queen, they were completely unafraid. Next, Lin Chen led Zhang Min to launch a full-scale attack on the 7 kingdoms. As expected, the zombie army swept through, unstoppable in their path. No lord of any city could withstand the onslaught of the undead. With each castle they passed, the zombie army would slaughter the life within and then convert them into their own units. In every battle, the number of Lin Chen's followers only increased. One castle after another fell, and soon Lin Chen's zombie army grew to 100,000. Then it surged from 100,000 to 200,000. With the peak strength of a 3rd-tier army, the impact on the surrounding environment grew increasingly significant. By the time the zombie army reached a new town, snowflakes would begin to fall within minutes, and the town would be frozen in low temperatures within hours. At this point, Lin Chen had clearly become a second Night King. There was even an occasion when he was ambushed by a little girl from House Stark while capturing a castle. Unfortunately, the girl's strength was only 5th tier, and her Valyrian steel dagger could not deliver a fatal blow to him. Lin Chen undoubtedly eliminated the little girl and continued his campaign against the 7 kingdoms. When Lin Chen and Zhang Min's combined forces arrived at the Yari Valley, the allied forces of the 7 kingdoms attempted a final resistance. However, any resistance was futile against Lin Chen's tide-like zombie army. The allied forces crumbled in less than half a day when faced with Lin Chen's Plague Legion. The slain soldiers of the alliance transformed into zombies and joined Lin Chen's ranks. They continued to advance and fight. Like a snowball effect, the number of the legion quickly surged to 1 million. 1 million zombies, all at 3rd-tier strength. Such a powerful force was simply insurmountable on the continent of Westeros. Many students, seeing Lin Chen's development reach such an incredible level, directly withdrew from this practical class. There was no way around it. Almost all the resources of the continent were being devoured by Lin Chen. No one felt they could compete with him. Zhang Min, who was by Lin Chen's side, also gained tremendous benefits. At this point, she successfully summoned 6th-tier followers. As her strength rose to 6th tier, she obtained a high-quality nested sequence for her weapons and armor. Although it couldn't compare to Lin Chen's full-body enhancement crafted from special-grade gems, it was undoubtedly among the top tier of all the students participating in the practical class. After breaking the allied forces of the 7 kingdoms, the Plague Legion headed straight for King's Landing. Even as the Queen of King's Landing continuously sent messages seeking peace, Lin Chen remained unmoved. 5 days later, they were at the gates of the city. The capital of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing, was within sight. To fend off Lin Chen's attack, the Queen of King's Landing turned all her citizens into bio-soldiers, attempting to win this battle under the leadership of the Bio-Magic Mountain. Unfortunately, the combat power of the bio-soldiers only reached the peak of 2nd tier, and their numbers were around 300,000. Against Lin Chen's million-strong zombie army, they had no capacity for resistance. Immediately after, Queen Cersei activated her last resort. She ignited the wildfires laid outside King's Landing. These green flames, comparable to dragonfire, spread across the battlefield in mere moments, burning nearly 200,000 of Lin Chen's zombie troops alive. However, this loss was insignificant to Lin Chen at this point. Once the wildfires extinguished, the Plague Legion launched another attack. This time, King's Landing could no longer withstand the assault. The city gates shattered, and the zombie army surged into every corner of King's Landing. The Great September of Baylor, Flea Bottom, the Red Keep, and other buildings were all reduced to rubble by the zombie horde. Cersei's body was found among the ruins of the Red Keep, having committed suicide by poison after the gates were breached. With the fall of the capital of the 7 kingdoms, the regime led by King's Landing officially disbanded. Lin Chen then gained the right to use the Iron Throne, which was also a relic. The Iron Throne, the only relic forged from tens of thousands of iron swords and dragonfire, it symbolizes the highest imperial power of Westeros. Please do not attempt to sit upon it unless absolutely necessary, as the sharp spikes on the Iron Throne may very well infect you with tetanus. Relic characteristics: placing it in a territory grants the lord the aura of an emperor. Under the influence of this aura, the vassals will gain higher morale and fighting spirit, and it will attract the attention of certain powerful beings. Undoubtedly, the Iron Throne is quite an impressive relic. With great satisfaction, it was claimed. With the acquisition of the Iron Throne, Lin Chen naturally became the king of the rebel forces in the Seven Kingdoms. Soon, he received news that a powerful legion was approaching King's Landing. According to the description from the Three-Eyed Raven, 3 giant dragons soared above this legion. It was unmistakably the force of Daenerys, the Dragon Queen. 3 days later, on the outskirts of King's Landing, Daenerys stood at the forefront of her legion, her expression fierce as she called out, "I am Daenerys Targaryen, Stormborn, the Unburnt, Queen of Meereen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, Undul, Khaleesi of the Dothraki Sea, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons. Dark ones from another world, leave our world at once, or I will roast every piece of darkness with dragon fire. With my claws, I will tear apart every minion of the Dark Legion." On the walls of King's Landing, Lin Chen and Zhang Min stood silently, watching the unsullied legion below, which looked like blocks of tofu. "I can help you hold off 2 6th-tier dragons," Zhang Min said, surveying the Dragon Legion, "but you have to give me the gems that drop." Lin Chen nodded. "That sounds reasonable." Lin Chen's 6th-tier troops, aside from the Crystal Dragon King, could not fly. With Zhang Min's help, Lin Chen only needed to deal with the 7th-tier dragon, the Black Death, Drogon. For the current high-end combat power, Lin Chen and the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King would face the Black Death, while Viserion and Regal would be handled by Zhang Min. As for the ground troops, it would be a chaotic battle. Lin Chen did not believe that his army of over 1 million zombies could be wiped out by a few 100,000 unsullied. As Daenerys mounted the Black Death, Drogon, the largest and most brutal battle in the history of Westeros began. The Black Death, Drogon, displayed formidable combat capabilities under Daenerys' command. Even with Lin Chen and the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King working together, the battle was quite challenging. On the other side, Zhang Min spread her dragon wings, coordinating with her Dragon Rider Legion to hold off the 2 6th-tier dragons. On the ground, the Unsullied Legion and the Dothraki Cavalry launched an offensive against the Zombie Legion within King's Landing. The moment the two legions clashed, blood and flesh flew, and the sounds of roaring filled the sky. Countless zombies had their heads severed and fell to the ground, while just as many Unsullied were dismembered by the zombies. The commander of the Unsullied Legion, Grey Worm, charged to the front, slaying dozens of zombies before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, overwhelmed by the tide of zombies. The battle raged from morning until night, and then from night until dawn. Blood soaked the earth, littered with shattered armor fragments, severed limbs, and broken arms. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar from the sky, the Black Death, Drogon, fell from the clouds like a kite with its string cut. Its body was covered in various wounds, half of its face torn to shreds. As Drogon plummeted, Lin Chen and the Crystal Dragon King, both injured, also descended rapidly from the sky, gathering their last energy to shoot out a beam of energy. Then came a tremendous impact sound from the ground. The moment the sound ended, the world fell completely silent. At last, the Mother of Dragons fell, and Drogon was dead. The final battle of the Song of Ice and Fire was declared over. With the Lord fallen, the vassals lost all courage to continue fighting. The Dragon Mother's subordinates were quickly devoured. Lin Chen's followers reached an astonishing 1,500,000. On the other side, although Zhang Min was somewhat flustered, she successfully killed 2 6th-tier giant dragons. With the fall of all 3 major bosses in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, this practical lesson was coming to an end. This practical lesson will end in 6 hours, and each student will receive 1 opportunity to activate a territory teleportation portal. Students can transport the resources obtained during the practical lesson to their own territories. The invasion point submission function is now open. For every 100 invasion points submitted, 1 credit will be awarded. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. The practical lesson was finally coming to an end, and he was about to reap an epic harvest. This time, Lin Chen chose not to sacrifice these zombies. Instead, he activated the teleportation portal to transport them to his territory. Upon entering the territory, the followers completely belonged to Lin Chen, their combat power fixed, officially becoming 3rd-tier zombie followers within Lin Chen's domain. Along with them were the corpses of 3 giant dragons and various equipment materials obtained during the battle. The Dragon Mother's 7th-tier Lord Core was also collected into his territory. At the same time, he obtained another special grade gem and a rather rare piece of equipment. Unburnable gem, special grade. Inserting this gem can significantly enhance the fire resistance of followers, granting them lava skin to greatly improve their defensive capabilities. Game of Thrones bracers, left hand, Lord exclusive. After wearing these bracers, the Lord can obtain a follower formation with a nested system. Followers in this formation will receive gem ability bonuses. However, please note that only followers below 5th tier can receive gem ability bonuses in this formation. Those at 5th tier and above do not enjoy this bonus. Currently, suck at 5/15. Equipment in the Lord's world is generally divided into the following categories: relic type equipment, Lord equipment, and follower equipment. Relic equipment usually possesses special abilities, such as the Dark Death Sword. The dragon scale armor obtained earlier belongs to follower equipment, which Lin Chen can also wear, but most lords prefer to equip armor on their heroic spirits to enhance their survival capabilities. Lord equipment is very special. It can only be worn by the Lord themselves and generally possesses Lord-level effects. For example, now that Lin Chen is wearing the Game of Thrones bracers, he can allow followers within a formation to enjoy various bonuses brought by the gems. For a Lord like Lin Chen, who relies on infection to obtain basic followers, these Game of Thrones bracers are undoubtedly a divine artifact. There was half an hour left until the practical lesson ended. Lin Chen took out all the drilling tools he had collected. Then, he exchanged several high-grade gems for the drilling tools in Zhang Min's hands. In the end, Lin Chen opened all the sockets on the Game of Thrones bracers. 15 sockets, if matched well with gems, would be enough to cause a tremendous enhancement to his future zombie army. The pile of primary gems quickly diminished as Lin Chen continuously synthesized them. Ultimately, he ended up with more than 10 special grade gems in his hands. The countdown for the end of the practical lesson echoed in his mind. Lin Chen closed the territory teleportation portal and quietly waited for the countdown to finish. Soon, the teleportation opened. His consciousness returned to Blue Star. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in the familiar classroom of the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chen quickly noticed that the atmosphere was off. All the returning students were looking at Lin Chen with a complex expression of awe. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, everyone witnessed Lin Chen's rise from the north, step by step conquering King's Landing, and ultimately battling the Dragon Queen. This was nothing short of a legendary achievement for them. Lin Chen, why did you shatter Wu Liang's territory core during the practical lesson? At that moment, Zhang He, along with several teachers and the freshman guidance director Wei Qiangdong, walked over. The expressions of the group were hard to describe as serious or not. However, shattering a lord's core was no small matter, especially since Lin Chen had shattered the core of the Wu family's genius, Wu Liang. Before Lin Chen could speak, Zhang Min hurriedly recounted the events. Wu Liang used an extremely rare forced invasion scroll on me, trying to seize my territory. If it weren't for Lin Chen helping me fend him off, I would have been the one whose lord's core was shattered. One of the short-haired female teachers frowned and looked at Lin Chen. Since you had already repelled Wu Liang, why did you invade his territory instead? And even shattered Wu Liang's territory stone? Lin Chen put on an innocent expression. I couldn't just stand by and watch my friend being bullied without helping her. The short-haired female teacher frowned even tighter. You couldn't just stand by? Do you know who Wu Liang is? Do you realize how much trouble you'll be in after shattering his lord's core? Wu Liang was from the Wu family, and the Wu family was a prominent family in the imperial capital. Lin Chen was naturally aware of this. However, he believed he had done nothing wrong in helping Zhang Min, so his expression remained quite calm. One person does the deed, one person bears the consequences. If I did something wrong, I'm willing to accept the punishment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Min's eyes instantly turned red. This is not Lin Chen's fault. He fought with Wu Liang to protect me. Although the academy listened to Zhang Min's testimony, shattering a lord's core among clans was still a serious matter. Lin Chen's punishment was already unavoidable. He followed Wei Qiangdong to the department head's office. Lin Chen sat alone in the waiting area, awaiting the final decision on his punishment. Before the decision arrived, the Wu family came to demand an explanation. Wu Haiyang stormed into the office, his face filled with anger. Director Wei, what is going on? Why was my son's lord's core shattered? He is now a waste. Along with Wu Haiyang, his wife Lu Huiwan was also in tears, vehemently condemning Lin Chen's actions and demanding the academy expel such social scum. Wei Qiangdong was well aware of Wu Liang's character. He simply replied calmly, telling Wu Haiyang and his wife to go home and wait for news. As for Lin Chen's final punishment, it would be decided by Principal Chu Qingtian himself. After sending Wu Liang's parents away, Wei Qiangdong returned to the waiting area. He placed a cup of tea in front of Lin Chen. Thank you, Director Wei. Watching Lin Chen taste the tea like a little adult, Wei Qiangdong showed a curious expression. You, after just a few days, dared to confront a 4th-tier lord head-on. I know Wu Liang's 4th-tier territory. His combat power is not something an ordinary 4th-tier lord can compare to. Lin Chen smiled humbly. It was just luck. pure luck. Luck? In territory duels, there's no such thing as luck. Wei Changdong shook his head. Don't get too proud. Wait until Principal Chu arrives to see how he punishes you. The punishment was quickly handed down. Although Lin Chen's act of shattering Wu Liang's territory core was provoked, it still constitutes negligence leading to the shattering of a lord's core. Therefore, Lin Chen is sentenced to a major demerit and exiled to the outer desert for 1 month. It is hoped that during this period of exile, he can reflect deeply and repent for the impulsive mistake he made, and not repeat it in the future. At the same time, Jiang He, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the freshman year, is punished for failing to supervise and not properly guiding Lin Chen's thoughts. He is to be exiled to the outer desert along with Lin Chen. The outer desert is a barren and desolate area of the outer world. The environment is harsh, and the power dynamics are chaotic. It is said that the Blue Star human race explored this area 30 years ago. However, after 30 years of exploration, not even 1% of the desert has been explored. It is said that this desert was once the stronghold of a powerful civilization from ancient times. Later, the civilization perished, and various miracles were buried beneath the yellow sands. Many people were drawn to the miracles in search of treasure. Some died in the desert, while others obtained divine artifacts and became powerful. Although the desert is barren, countless forces from various races continue to venture into it. As a result, numerous complex factions and chaos have emerged in the outer desert. Regarding the school's punishment, Lin Chen had no objections. As long as he wasn't expelled, everything was negotiable. Being exiled to the outer desert was indeed harsh, but Lin Chen could accept it. He just felt a bit sorry for teacher Jiang He, who had been inexplicably dragged into this situation. At this moment, in the principal's office, Jiang He stood coldly before Chu Qingtian. Principal, do you want me to protect Lin Chen and prevent any accidents during his exile? Chu Qingtian nodded and then took out a sheepskin map. This is a map I obtained during my adventures in the Great Desert when I was young. It records many important coordinates in the Great Desert. Once you enter the desert, you can refer to this map for your exploration. Jiang He frowned slightly. Currently, there are no human lighthouses built in the outer desert. I'm worried that the Wu family may have ulterior motives. The lighthouse is a blessing structure provided by the gods of various races for their own camp. Within the range of their lighthouse, a lord can directly project their avatar into that area. In places without a lighthouse, a lord can only enter in their true form, inheriting the abilities of their avatar. Therefore, in areas without a human lighthouse, if a lord dies, it is truly death. This is precisely why Lin Chen's punishment is referred to as exile. I will call the elder of the Wu family shortly to give them a warning, Chu Qingtian said with a hint of a playful smile. However, verbal warnings may not have much effect on some younger members, and Lin Chen still faces the risk of retaliation from certain younger members of the Wu family. So, teacher Jiang He, you need to make Lin Chen aware of this and encourage him to improve his strength as much as possible before his exile to the outer desert. Jiang He nodded. I understand, Principal Chu. After leaving the principal's office, Jiang He immediately sought out Lin Chen. She then explained the dangers of the outer desert and the potential retaliation from the Wu family. What the hell? I have to go to the outer desert in person? Lin Chen was startled upon learning this. Then this exile is quite dangerous. Jiang He rolled her eyes. Isn't your Lord Avatar already at the 6th level? You're considered a small expert now. Besides, I'll be going with you. What are you afraid of? Lin Chen silently swallowed. The strength of a 6th level Lord Avatar didn't seem very reassuring. They call it exile, but it's actually the principal's extra care for you, Jiang He said, pulling out the map scroll and placing it in front of Lin Chen. This map was given to me by the principal to pass on to you. It records many treasure spots and ruins. Before the exile begins, try to improve your strength as much as possible. The desert exploration was set for 5 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days later. Time was precious, and Lin Chen hurried to prepare and enhance his strength. The most important task was to feed the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King with Dragon God Crystals. As Lin Chen had anticipated, after absorbing the Dragon God Crystals, the Evil Eye Dragon King lay down in its lair and fell into a deep sleep. After this practical lesson, the invasion points Lin Chen had accumulated reached an astonishing 1,500,000. When converted into credits, he received 15,000 credits. Adding to what he had previously accumulated, Lin Chen's credits broke through to 50,000. 50,000 credits was just enough to unlock the Academy's Level 3 exchange shop. Lin Chen immediately opened the Tier 3 shop to take a look, and the dazzling array of precious items and buildings left him momentarily stunned. However, considering the upcoming desert journey, he decided to exchange for some useful items first. Phoenix Blood Essence increases all attributes by 3% when consumed by the Lord, exchange for 6,000 credits. Beast King Essence increases reaction speed by 1% by enhancing neurons when consumed by the Lord, exchange for 3,000 credits. Divine Deer Essence increases energy attribute by 3% when consumed by the Lord, exchange for 5,000 credits. Similar materials that could directly enhance the Lord's attributes. Lin Chen exchanged all of them in one go and then consumed them frantically. His credits quickly dwindled to 10,000. After consuming numerous tonics, Lin Chen felt terrifyingly strong. On average, all attributes had increased by nearly 10%. This was already a significant boost for a lord. After finishing the potions, Lin Chen immediately took out a light point. The light point was from the shattered core of Lord Wu Liang, containing the entire void essence of a tier 4 lord. It is worth mentioning that although Wu Liang's lord core was shattered, his territory would still exist for a while. At this moment, Lin Chen's followers were continuously transporting various materials from his territory. As expected of the genius cultivated by the Wu family, there were indeed many good things in Wu Liang's territory. So much so that Lin Chen managed to build 100 warehouses in his own territory just to barely accommodate Wu Liang's assets. Returning to the main topic, Lin Chen clicked on the light point. Gained Void Essence, Tier 4, Extra gained A-grade Lord Skill, Shadow Soul End. Extra gained items, Blueprint for the Steel Great Wall, Coordinates for a Tier 6 Creature Habitat, Bald Man Restrictor, Relic. He didn't manage to obtain the S-grade Blood Moon Calamity, and Lin Chen felt a sense of loss. But his attention was quickly drawn to the extra items. Bald Man Restrictor? Which bald man? Could it be that guy? Lin Chen hurriedly clicked to check the description. Bald Man Restrictor, Relic, he said. Being bald also makes you stronger, he said. Doing 100 push-ups every day will make you as strong as him, he said. There's a big sale at the supermarket tomorrow, don't be late. Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. So it really is that guy? Relic ability. When the Lord breaks through the tier, it automatically enters Restrictor mode. In this mode, the Lord Core can absorb Void Essence power far exceeding the tier limit, allowing the territory to gain a greater degree of enhancement. Lin Chen read the description of this relic several times in succession, instinctively gasping. Without a doubt, this relic was the most powerful one he had obtained so far. Because just like the name of this item, it was a powerful artifact that significantly enhanced the territory's potential by compressing the tier. Lin Chen took out all the Lord Crystals he had obtained so far, including Wu Liang's and those from the Game of Thrones world. The total number of crystals was 18. Among them, Wu Liang's Lord Crystal contained the most Void Essence, followed by the Night King and Daenerys. Then came Cersei and other lords from the continent of Westeros. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately began the promotion of his Lord tier. As he absorbed the Void Essence into his body, the experience points for a Tier 3 Lord quickly reached 100%. At the same time, a breakthrough window for the Restrictor popped up in front of him. The window was simple, with a blue little person doing push-ups in the center. In the lower right corner was a button asking, "Continue to fill in Void Essence?" He clicked the button, and a portion of Void Essence merged into the system. The blue little person began to do push-ups even faster, and its blue body quickly turned yellow. He continued to click the button. The little figure moved faster, its body changing from yellow to red, flames erupting from it. Accompanied by the continuous clicking of buttons, a large amount of Void Essence flowed into Lin Chen's body. Finally, after nearly filling all the Void Essence, the little figure in the middle of the window turned into a blinding gold, performing push-ups at an incredible speed. Only after images could be seen. At this moment, the button in the lower right corner changed to reach the limit of Void Essence filling. "Do you want to break through the rank?" Lin Chen immediately clicked yes. In the next second, the window disappeared, and the breakthrough began. At this time, Lin Chen felt as if his entire body was enveloped by an unimaginably huge energy. A powerful force he had never experienced before surged within him. At the same time, his territory was undergoing tremendous changes. The edges of the territory seemed to breathe as if they were alive, and during this process, the area of the territory rapidly expanded in all directions. The promotion from a 3rd-tier lord to a 4th-tier lord was a watershed moment. It not only marked the lord's official leap from novice level to formal lord but also meant that the scale of the territory would grow exponentially. Lin Chen's current territory area was 280 kilometers, and according to the usual breakthrough formula, he should gain a 10-fold expansion, reaching an area of 2,800 kilometers. However, under the enhancement of the Bald Man's Restrictor, Lin Chen's territory expanded directly by 20 times. The area reached an astonishing 5,600 kilometers. Correspondingly, the construction limit of all buildings within the territory also expanded 20-fold. The blood and flesh cloning machine's original limit of 56 was raised to 1120. The Dragon's Nest was similarly increased from a limit of 56 to 1120. Other territorial buildings experienced the same increase. At this point, Lin Chen's territory was no longer as crowded as before. He now had the capability to construct towns of various levels and even satellite cities. The Lord skill unlocked a new slot and granted him new qualifications for recruiting heroic spirits. Congratulations on your promotion to 4th tier Lord. Under the influence of the relic Bald Man's Restrictor, your territory has received richer promotion rewards. Reward 1, permanent +1 enhancement level for all barracks within the territory, covers all. Subsequent barracks will also enjoy this bonus. Reward 2, permanent 50% increase in production and research output for all buildings within the territory. Covers all. Subsequent buildings will also enjoy this bonus. Reward 3, unlocks the construction blueprint for the 6th tier barracks Black Armored Shield Guard, and unlocks the special building, Imperial Fortress. Lin Chen opened the building description for the Imperial Fortress. Imperial Fortress, a unique building in the territory, can upgrade the main city to an Imperial Fortress, which has the most reasonable architectural planning and powerful defensive capabilities. I remember that the Imperial Fortress can only be built at the Great Lord stage, Lin Chen said with a strange expression. Is it because of the restrictor's existence that I inexplicably unlocked a high-level building? Besides the Imperial Fortress, the 6th tier Black Armored Shield Guard barracks blueprint was also one of the very important gains. A 6th tier barrack could be built for every 100 kilometers of territory area. With 5,600 kilometers of land, Lin Chen could currently build 112. The Relic BB Boy provides double building bonuses. The output of the 6th tier barrack was 5 units per day in Blue Star time, and with the recently acquired bonus, the current output was 5 units per day. With 112 6th tier barracks, the daily production of 6th tier soldiers stabilized at 840 units. It should be noted that Lin Chen currently only had a little over 300 6th tier soldiers. After being promoted to a 4th tier lord, he would produce 840 units daily. This was enough to demonstrate the significant increase in territory when a 3rd tier lord was promoted to 4th tier. After the promotion ended, the strength of the territory rose to a higher level. Most of the materials accumulated during this time were consumed. The Imperial Fortress was constructed grandly around the core of the territory. After waiting for a while, the enormous Imperial Fortress, as massive as a steel giant, was constructed. After a brief tour, Lin Chen could only describe the fortress with one adjective: old cowhide. Various buildings were neatly arranged throughout the Imperial Fortress according to their functions. The warehouse was incredibly vast and had a vertical hive structure. Lin Chen no longer had to worry about having too many materials with nowhere to put them. There was even a room in the core of the fortress specifically for displaying relics. When Lin Chen walked in, he saw various relics projected in glass display cases, emitting different colors of light. Currently, the relics Lin Chen possessed included the following: the Forgotten Skull of the Aztecs, Billy Link's Beeping Boy, the Death Sword of the God Slayer Gur, the Frozen Crown of the Night King, the Iron Throne, the Bald Man's Restraint. Looking at the relics in the display case, which resembled works of art, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. There was another important matter regarding his promotion to a 4th tier lord: recruiting his 2nd heroic spirit. The existence of heroic spirits in the Lord's world was very special. If you killed a Lord's heroic spirit, its body would disappear on the spot, and its soul would return to the Hall of Heroic Spirits. The Lord only needed to pray at the graveyard to summon the heroic spirit again. When the core of the Lord's territory was shattered, the soul of the heroic spirit would return to the Hall of Heroic Spirits, waiting for re-recruitment by other lords. Considering that his territory was tainted land and had the enhancement of the Iron Throne Emperor's aura, he wondered what kind of heroic spirit he would recruit this time. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen opened the long-unused heroic spirit altar. At that moment, more than a dozen heroic spirits wanting to join Lin Chen's territory appeared in the altar. Without exception, they were all powerful heroic spirits of epic level or above. Death Knight Rachel, epic. Fear Demon King Dilu, epic. Dungeon Lord Boone, epic. Lich King Arthas, legendary. When Lin Chen saw the last heroic spirit radiating golden light, his eyelids twitched. A legendary heroic spirit. It was actually a legendary heroic spirit. He never expected to encounter a legendary level heroic spirit during the 2nd recruitment of heroes. Lin Chen immediately clicked on the character introduction. Arthas, the 2nd Lich King in the history of Warcraft, is the supreme commander of the Scourge, who once led the Scourge to invade the continent of Azeroth. Ability introduction: Lich King Arthas is a powerful undead hero who charges into battle, brave and fearless, with strong battlefield command abilities. Main skills: Mass Death Coil, Mass Frost Armor, Mass Heroic Charge, Death Pact. Aura abilities: Evil Aura, Corpse Enhancement, Lifesteal Aura, Shield Aura. Without a doubt, the Lich King was a powerful frontline hero, a presence that charged into battle. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen summoned the Lich King Arthas. Accompanied by a soaring golden pillar of light rising from the summoning altar, a pale figure riding a skeletal warhorse slowly emerged from the altar. His skin was withered, his hair was white, and his entire face revealed a deep sense of sorrow. Lich King Arthas, the most tragic anti-hero in the history of Warcraft. Currently, Arthas was only at level 1 and did not possess artifacts like Frostmourne or the Helm of Domination. Lin Chen directly gave him the Longclaw obtained from the Game of Thrones. After embedding 6 top-grade gems, Longclaw had already acquired a power akin to that of an artifact. Coupled with the ability to turn surrounding corpses into zombie life forms, it was very suitable for Arthas to use. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that after shattering Wu Liang's territory crystal, he had also obtained a 6th-tier lifeform coordinate scroll. He then devised a plan to have the Lich King and the Dark Ranger go level up by fighting monsters. He called upon 200 6th-tier black-armored shield guards to act as muscle. The coordinate scroll was activated. After helping them establish a fairly decent defensive outpost, the Lich King and the Dark Ranger stayed on this floating island filled with 6th-tier lifeforms for a while, beginning to grind monsters for experience. They then completed all the necessary buildings and planned the designated areas. 2 days later, only 1 day remained until their exile from the academy. During this time, Zhang Min had come to find him several times, asking if there was anything she could help with. Lin Chen waved his hand, telling her not to worry. After a simple dinner with Zhang Min, Lin Chen returned to his dormitory. As soon as he stepped through the door, he sensed unusual activity within his territory. The moment his consciousness entered the territory, a notification sound rang in his ears. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King has successfully advanced, current tier, 7th tier. The attributes of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King have changed under the influence of Dragon God's power. The Dragon God's power has enhanced the characteristics of the ancient dragon Alduin, strengthening the resurrection ability. A series of messages echoed in his ears, but Lin Chen had no time to check. His gaze was focused on the Dragon Canyon not far away. At this moment, the Dragon Canyon had expanded to an area of 50 kilometers. The massive canyon was lined with dragon nests, and next to each nest were towering dragon totems that improved hatching efficiency. In the central position of the canyon stood the Dragon Feast, Xiang, Cathedral, where rituals related to strengthening the dragons were being conducted. However, none of this was the main point. The focus was on a large dragon nest next to the Dragon Feast Cathedral. A gigantic crimson body was exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. It seemed to sense Lin Chen's approach, slowly emerging from the nest. Spreading its blood-red wings, which nearly spanned the entire canyon, it flew into the air. The Crystal Dragon King, now at 7th tier, underwent a dramatic transformation. Its crystal skin became thicker, its body grew larger, and the wingspan was comparable to half a football field. The crystal crown atop its head was more pronounced. The entire body resembled a massive steam engine, continuously emitting crimson steam. Although the Crystal Dragon King had not gained any new skills, all its existing skills had been enhanced. What amazed Lin Chen the most was that the resurrection characteristic of the ancient dragon Alduin had also been strengthened. Previously, the attribute allowed for a low probability of resurrection. After being enhanced by the dragon god's power, the resurrection characteristic was upgraded to a chance to resurrect once every 7 days in Blue Star time. This meant that if the Crystal Dragon King were to die in battle, it would definitely resurrect once. Moreover, the cooldown for this skill was only 7 days in Blue Star time. The most crucial point was that if Lin Chen chose the Crystal Dragon King as his Lord Avatar, he too could resurrect once every 7 days. This was beyond mere luck, it was simply astonishing. Without a doubt, with this skill, Lin Chen had gained a powerful trump card for survival. Even if he were to be exiled to the Great Desert, his chances of survival had greatly increased. Furthermore, at this moment, his Lord Avatar's strength had already reached the 7th tier. 7th tier was already considered a small expert. With the remaining time, Lin Chen took a good rest. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, in front of the teleportation passage outside the imperial capital, Lin Chen and Jiang He prepared their equipment to enter the passage. Not far from them, Wei Changdong was meticulously taking photos of the two from various angles with his phone. These photos are for evidence, to prove that you and I have been exiled, Jiang He warned Lin Chen, who was grinning foolishly beside him. Don't make silly faces at the camera, you need to show the regret and confusion of being exiled. Otherwise, you won't scare the students of Dragon Academy. Ha, they won't announce my exile to the whole school, will they? Lin Chen grinned. Of course, they will announce it, Jiang Yi said coldly. Not only will it be announced, but your exile photo will also be played on the school's big screen, probably for about a week. Hearing this, Lin Chen's face darkened. Isn't this a bit too embarrassing? Can this be considered a public execution? After the photo taking was done, Wei Changdong stepped forward and patted Lin Chen's shoulder, signaling him. Let's go, you two. The outer world is fraught with danger, be careful. A white halo enveloped Lin Chen and Jiang He. Soon, the two disappeared from their spot. In the outer world, within a small settlement in the southern part of the Great Desert, Lin Chen and Jiang He stepped out of the light column and appeared in the vast desert. What met their eyes was a scene of rampant yellow sand. The camp was filled with dilapidated tents in various states of disrepair. Phew, is this the start of my exile life? I'm so excited, Teacher Jiang He. Jiang He silently wrapped a sandproof scarf around his face and said in a muffled voice, Don't be too excited, the hard days are still ahead. Seeing Jiang He so familiar with the surroundings, Lin Chen asked curiously, Teacher Jiang, have you been exiled before? You seem to know this place well. Jiang He explained, survival training in the outer desert is a required course for third-year students. Bringing you here is like giving you a head start on this course. Lin Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Isn't this like skipping 2 grades, starting from the first year and taking third-year classes? As the sky darkened and the temperature dropped sharply, Jiang He rented a tattered tent to serve as their resting quarters for the night. The camp was not only inhabited by the Blue Star human race, various races were stationed here. Therefore, the two had to take turns resting, ensuring that one person was always awake to keep watch. When it was Lin Chen's turn to keep watch, he opened the desert survival guide that Jiang He had given him. The guide detailed information about the desert and the various divine rules that existed within it. The first point was that one could summon followers in the Great Desert, but summoning required a substance called Desert Star Core. Moreover, summoned entities would continuously consume the Desert Star Core while present in the Great Desert. If the core was not replenished, the followers would be forcibly returned to their lord's world. Obtaining Desert Star Cores was relatively simple. One could either kill various monsters that existed in the desert, such as deathworms, oasis crocodiles, and so on. They would yield different amounts of Desert Star Cores. Alternatively, one could explore desert ruins and exchange high-value items found there with Star Core traders for Star Cores. The Desert Star Core was not only the energy material needed to summon followers but also the only currency that could circulate within the Great Desert. Next, the survival guide categorized the main monsters in the Great Desert. The monsters were divided into 2 major categories. One type consisted of mechanical organisms left behind by ancient civilizations in the Great Desert. These organisms often lay dormant in the yellow sand and would quickly activate and attack enemies when approached. The other type of monster was the mutated biological entities that lived in the desert, such as various poisonous scorpions, desert snakes, lizards, and so on. Moreover, the closer one got to ruins and oases, the stronger the monsters that existed there. After finishing the survival manual, Lin Chen took out the desert map gifted by Principal Chu. This map had been updated by Principal Chu, clearly marking the various power camps and the locations of discovered or suspected ruins. He silently noted the marked points on the map, planning to check them out next. A night passed without a word, and the next morning arrived. Lin Chen, fully prepared, set off on a journey through the wandering desert with Jiang He. However, not long after they started, they encountered their first desert monster. It was a hill monster, gnawing on the corpse of a traveler, with a lion's head wearing a mask. Over 2 meters tall, it looked quite formidable. A large hill monster, level 5, Lin Chen recalled from the monster guide. Teacher Jiang He, do you want to go or should I? Jiang He replied coolly, You want me to go? Lin Chen forced a smile and immediately charged at the large hill monster with his dark death sword. The hill monster seemed to be in a good mood, humming a tune. Lin Chen ignored this and raised his sword to slash at the large hill monster. However, the hill monster reacted extremely quickly. It immediately raised both hands, attempting to catch the blade with empty hands. Yet, it underestimated Lin Chen's strength. The dark death sword easily pierced through its palms. It then struck the mask on its forehead. In the next moment, the mask shattered, revealing an extremely ugly face. The large hill monster clutched its injured head and let out a mournful shriek. It then charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly sidestepped to avoid it and countered with a slash that cut into the monster's chest. The dark tendrils on the dark death sword suddenly erupted, wildly surging into the hill monster's wound. In an instant, the black tendrils shredded the monster's internal organs. The hill monster knelt on the ground, losing its vitality in the blink of an eye. The next second, countless tiny light points flew nimbly into Lin Chen's hands. Gained Desert Star Core *100. Gained Hill Monster Mask Fragment, material. Killing monsters in the vast desert would drop materials, which could also be exchanged for Desert Star Cores from the Star Core vendors. Lin Chen approached the corpse of the large hill monster. The monster's body quickly began to weather away, eventually turning into a pile of yellow sand. "You can't transform the monsters here," Zhang Yi said, having appeared in front of Lin Chen at some point. "They are bound by the rules of the vast desert. They continuously respawn in this desert, only to be killed by later adventurers, repeating the cycle." Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. Is there a deeper meaning to this? It should be that the civilization of the vast desert once tried to resist invaders, Zhang Yi explained. Every so often, a portion of the desert star cores will emerge from beneath the yellow sand. These star cores automatically absorb some sand and monster corpses to transform into new monsters. The civilization of the vast desert wanted to use this to prevent outsiders from prying into their civilization. Lin Chen nodded in understanding and took out a map to glance at it. "Let's go, Teacher Zhang He. There's an oasis to the east, let's check it out." With that, the two continued forward. However, as they neared the oasis, another group of monsters appeared in their line of sight. It was a pack of desert jackals, numbering over 20. This group of jackals are level 3 monsters, Lin Chen counted. "Teacher Zhang He, do you want to give it a try?" Zhang He tightened the sand-blocking scarf around her face. "No, you handle it. I believe Lin Chen will protect me well." Lin Chen grinned and charged towards the pack of jackals. With the area splash damage provided by the Dark Death Sword, the pack of jackals was quickly reduced by more than half. Gained Desert Star Core *20. Gained Desert Star Core *20. Gained Desert Star Core *20. Gained Jackal Fawn, material. Gained Jackal Fawn, material. After a period of slashing, Lin Chen completely wiped out the jackals. However, while defeating them, he was also drenched in sweat. He felt as if he had been thrown into an oven, nearly fainting from the heat. Feeling the abnormal high temperature within him, Lin Chen quickly asked Zhang He for advice. "Teacher Jiang, have I suffered from heat stroke?" Zhang He nodded. Fighting in the Great Desert for too long can cause an overheating reaction. So if the enemy isn't too powerful, it's best to use familiars for combat in the Great Desert. At that moment, Lin Chen felt as if he had been thrown into the sun, his whole body feeling like it was about to be baked dry. He quickly retrieved his dragon scale armor from his territory and embedded all the gems that increased fire resistance and related to cooling and freezing into the armor. The moment he put on the armor, Lin Chen felt a significant coolness wash over him. The feeling of nearly being cooked alive quickly faded away. Zhang He showed a hint of approval. Quick reaction. Wearing cooling gear can indeed offset the overheating reaction. However, this only allows you to last longer in battle, but it doesn't address the root cause, so you still need to summon familiars for combat. As they approached the oasis, they encountered several waves of monsters. But this time, Lin Chen no longer took action himself. Instead, he sent out 4-tiered weeping angels to carry out the slaughter. Each 4-tier soldier consumed 10 desert star cores per minute. In the oasis, various monsters were constantly appearing. There were 3-meter-long crocodiles that ran swiftly and giant, hard-bodied centipedes. The entire oasis had about 50 of such monsters. Lin Chen's 10 weeping angels flew into the air, launching indiscriminate attacks on the monsters below. Blood-red spears were thrown down as if they were free, each one capable of severely injuring or even killing the monsters below. Gained Desert Star Core *50. Gained Desert Star Core *50. Gained Desert Star Core *50. Gained Crocodile Skin, material. Gained Insect Chitin, material. Zhang He observed the weeping angels in battle, revealing a thoughtful expression. "You've trained these familiars quite well," Zhang He praised. 4-tier familiars have attack power almost on par with 5-tier ones. This kind of situation generally only occurs among high-tier lords' familiars. Lin Chen looked at his weeping angels rampaging through the battlefield, feeling quite satisfied. With his promotion to a 4-tier lord, his familiars had been enhanced, coupled with the continuous technological research from the Institute and other bonuses. The overall combat power of the territory's familiars had reached a remarkably impressive level. "I've heard that some top-tier great lords can have even a 1st-tier goblin fight against a dragon in their territory. I wonder if that's true," Lin Chen asked with a smile. Zhang He nodded seriously. "It's true. Even when promoted to a great lord, the strength of the territory can vary greatly. Powerful lords can cultivate familiars that can fight at super-tier levels. A 1st-tier familiar facing a dragon sounds like a fantasy, but among the circles of great lords and above, it's not a difficult feat to achieve." "Above great lords?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, just about to ask what was above great lords when, in the next moment, a piercing roar interrupted him. A massive creature, resembling a centipede, emerged from the sand beside the oasis. With a mouth like a chrysanthemum, its jaws were lined with dense tentacles and teeth. It was a 6-tier death worm. "Be careful," Zhang Yi warned, "it's time to fight a boss." Lin Chen immediately commanded the Weeping Angels to gain altitude and attack the deathworm from above. The blood-red spears rained down but only managed to create small wounds on the deathworm's skin. The deathworm let out a piercing howl, continuously spewing green acid from its mouth. This acid was incredibly potent. When it landed on a nearby coconut tree, it completely dissolved it within seconds. Lin Chen realized that if this continued, the oasis would be utterly destroyed, so he directly summoned a 6-tier black armored shield guard. The black armored shield guard appeared, consuming 100 desert star cores per minute. Although it was a bit painful, now was not the time to save. The massive black armored shield guard charged in front of the deathworm. The acid spray was completely blocked by the shark shield of the black armored guard. In the next moment, a meteor hammer smashed down hard on the deathworm's mouthparts. The black armored shield guard stepped forward and slammed the shield against the deathworm's body. In an instant, the body shattered, and various nauseating internal organs spilled everywhere. Ding! Killed the deathworm. Gained Desert Star Cores *3000. Gained worm whiskers, rare material. Gained equipment, cooling battle boots, blue quality. What a great haul. Lin Chen looked at the spoils from defeating the deathworm, his face filled with excitement. With these 3,000 Desert Star Cores, Lin Chen's total star core count had now reached 5,002. The materials dropped from monsters could also be sold for a good price. Then there were the new equipment drops. The cooling battle boots on Lin Chen's feet, which had felt like they were on fire, now felt as if they were soaking in mountain spring water. It was incredibly comfortable. He could clearly feel that his heat resistance had improved significantly. If he could get a full set of cooling series equipment, he probably wouldn't have to worry about overheating anymore. "Teacher Jiang, these shoes are nice, do you want to wear them?" Lin Chen pointed to his feet and asked. Zhang He simply shook his head lightly. "You keep the equipment you obtain for yourself, don't worry about me." Lin Chen grinned and casually recalled his familiar back to his territory. He entered the oasis. The cool environment instantly dispelled the surrounding heat. Lin Chen even saw some coconuts hanging from the palm trees. He picked two, using his black death sword to pry open two small holes in them. He handed one to Zhang He and held one for himself. Then he started drinking with a ton sound. To be honest, the coconuts in the desert had sweet coconut water that was both thirst-quenching and delicious. In contrast, Zhang He had somehow found a straw, elegantly sipping the coconut water from the shell. Just as the two were taking a moment to rest, a team was approaching from not far away, heading towards the oasis. When this team came into Lin Chen and Zhang He's view, Zhang He reminded him, "The outer desert is a place without any moral constraints. Do not let your guard down around anyone, not even the Blue Star human race." Lin Chen nodded silently while observing the approaching team. It was a standard 6-person exploration team, consisting of both Blue Star humans and other races. "Are you two done resting? If you're done, get the hell out of here." A fierce-looking scar-faced man stepped forward, showing an impatient expression. "We, the Poison Wolf Gang, don't want any flies buzzing around while we work." Lin Chen frowned slightly. Who did this punk think he was calling a fly? They had clearly arrived at the oasis first. Just as Lin Chen was about to step forward to argue, he was stopped by Zhang He. "There's no need to complicate things," Zhang He said coldly. "Let's go." The gathering camp wasn't far from here, and if a fight broke out, it would easily attract more raiders. The outer desert was full of black-on-black crime. Lin Chen listened to Zhang He's words and was about to leave. But at that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Huh? Where did the deathworm go? Damn it, someone got there first." Lin Chen felt a dense sound of footsteps coming from behind him. When he turned around, he found himself surrounded by members of the Poison Wolf Gang. Several of them had unfriendly expressions, their eyes filled with greed as they looked at the two. One tall and thin man questioned, "The deathworm boss that our Poison Wolf Gang had our eyes on was taken down by you two?" Seeing that the two remained silent, the tall and thin man snorted coldly. "Hand over the equipment and materials that burst out from the deathworm, or I guarantee you won't walk out of this oasis alive." This adventurer group, relying on their numbers, had already made plans to kill the two. In the outer desert, such things could almost be considered routine. They happened almost every day. Lin Chen was not polite. He immediately took the black death sword from his back and held it in his hand. On the other side, Zhang He stood calmly in place, with no intention of making a move. Seeing that the two had entered a combat state, the tall, thin man sneered and raised his hand, opening a portal beside him. 6 outer domain lords opened 6 portals. The next second, a massive wave of followers emerged from their territory. 3rd tier Hellhounds, 3rd tier Berserkers, 4th tier Centaur Archers. The strongest among them, the tall, thin man, summoned 10 5th tier silver armored beasts. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of followers surrounded Lin Chen and Zhang He. I advise you to obediently hand over everything valuable on you. The tall, thin man sneered. If you make me happy, I might leave you with a whole corpse. Boss, the one in the back is a woman. A scar-faced man revealed a lewd expression. Can we keep her for a while, let the brothers have their fun before killing her? The tall, thin man nodded. Same old rules, I go first, and after I'm done, you can have your turn. The scene immediately erupted into even more wicked laughter. Lin Chen remained expressionless and waved his hand. The next second, a massive portal opened behind him. 10 ferocious dragon riders slowly emerged from the portal. The moment they appeared, a strange aura instantly spread across the battlefield. The previously grinning members of the Poison Wolf Gang had their smiles vanish in an instant. The followers before them looked quite eerie and intimidating, but judging by their aura, these followers were clearly only 5th tier. Why did they feel a chill running down their spines? Seeing his subordinates' morale plummet, the tall, thin man snorted coldly. My 10 5th tier soldiers will restrain his silver-armored beasts. You are responsible for taking down the lord who summoned them. Attack! With the tall, thin man's command, his silver-armored beasts charged towards the ferocious dragon riders. 5th tier against 5th tier, even if there were differences in strength, there should have been an intense battle process. However, the moment the silver-armored beasts reached the ferocious dragon riders, a scene that made the tall, thin man's eyes nearly explode occurred. One of the two-headed earth dragons slapped a silver-armored beast to the ground with a single blow. Its sharp claws tore a long wound in the silver-armored beast's skin. Immediately after, a thick stream of sulfuric acid sprayed out from the snake-like head, instantly corroding a massive wound in the metal skin of the silver-armored beast. The other dragon head frantically bit at the wound, and within a few bites, the silver-armored beast lost its life. This situation unfolded in mere seconds across several silver-armored beasts. The tall, thin man was left dumbfounded at this scene. Not just him, but the other members of the Poison Wolf Gang also looked at the unfolding scene in disbelief. They instantly realized that the two before them were not soft persimmons at all. They were iron plates, solid iron plates, but it was too late for regrets. After the ferocious dragon riders killed the silver-armored beasts, they unleashed a frenzy of attacks on the surrounding followers. Followers below 5th tier had no resistance against the ferocious dragon riders and were wiped out in an instant. Some even attempted to ambush Lin Chen and Zhang He but were swiftly slain by Lin Chen. The Poison Wolf Gang realized they had provoked a powerful foe and immediately summoned their mounts to retreat into the distance. But how could Lin Chen allow them to leave so easily? Ferocious dragon riders, kill them all. Under Lin Chen's command, the brutal dragon riders charged out, quickly catching up to a few people. The terrified members of the Poison Wolf Gang tried to kneel and beg for mercy, but Lin Chen showed no mercy and slaughtered them all. Since the outer desert was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, Lin Chen had no qualms about being the predator. Whoever dared to provoke him would face his wrath. After some time, all the members of the Poison Wolf Gang were exterminated. Lin Chen then began to tally the spoils of this battle. 6 people, 5 3rd-tier lords and 1 4th-tier lord. Lin Chen obtained their lord cores and materials from a dozen types of desert monsters. The total amount of desert star cores reached 8,000 points, marking the greatest gain from this battle. He casually opened the core of the tall, thin lord, receiving a sea-level lord skill and some low-level building blueprints. For Lin Chen at this moment, these could only be stored in the warehouse to be sold later. The void essence of the 4th-tier lord was quite good. After merging it into his own lord core, his experience bar only increased by a pitiful 1%. Under the influence of the bald man's limiter, every promotion for Lin Chen was much more difficult than for an ordinary lord. However, the benefits and territory increase he received upon promotion were greater than those of an average territory. Absorbing the void essence from the 6 lord cores barely raised his lord experience bar to 2%. In the long run, that was not too bad. In the following time, Lin Chen and Zhang He continued their journey through the desert. This time, they were heading to the ruins of an abandoned rock ancient city. The ruins were filled with numerous monsters, including quite a few mid to high-tier combatants like the Great Hill Monster. Upon reaching the ancient city ruins, Lin Chen directly summoned dozens of ancient crystal dragons to sweep across a large area. A vast amount of monster materials was collected. The number of desert star cores quickly grew to 20,000 points. As night fell and darkness approached, Jiang He reminded Lin Chen that it was time to find a nearby campsite to rest. The temperature at night is completely opposite to that of the day, Jiang He said. If you don't have equipment to increase the temperature, you won't survive long in the wild at night. Hearing this, Lin Chen hurriedly removed the ice-type gems from his dragon scale armor and replaced them with fire-type gems. The two then rushed to the nearest stationed campsite. After paying a sum of desert star cores, they rented a tent, continuing their routine of taking turns to guard through the night. However, perhaps due to the sudden drop in temperature during the latter half of the night, Jiang Yi, who was on watch, sneezed several times in a row. At this moment, in a large teleportation camp located in the northern part of the Great Desert, a beam of light rose from the teleportation portal. Two figures slowly emerged from the light. As soon as they stepped out, Wu Haiyang respectfully said to the man beside him, "Mr. Sun, we have arrived at the outer desert. Next, we can search for Lin Chen and avenge my son." Mr. Sun, whose full name was Sun Hongfei, was a powerful 8th-tier lord. Seeing Wu Haiyang's impatient demeanor, he frowned slightly and said, "As a 6th-tier lord, don't you know the rules of the outer desert? The urgent task now is to obtain desert star cores to summon followers. The high temperatures of the desert make it impossible for the main body to participate in combat for long." Wu Haiyang awkwardly smiled and nodded. "I brought a lot of treasures from the Wu family. I should be able to exchange them for plenty of desert star cores here." Mr. Sun, you must avenge my son. Sun Hongfei nodded. "Rest assured, I have already used secret techniques to weaken the strength of that female teacher beside Lin Chen. At that time, I will hold her back, and you can personally take revenge for your son." After hearing this, Wu Haiyang excitedly nodded repeatedly. "Once the deed is done, your reward will certainly not be lacking, Mr. Sun." When Lin Chen woke up in the tent, he found Jiang He holding a roll of tissue in a thermos cup, his nose red and looking like he hadn't fully woken up. "Teacher Jiang, are you catching a cold?" Lin Chen was a bit confused seeing Jiang He like this. Jiang He sniffed and spoke with a rather heavy nasal tone. "It was too cold last night. I might have caught a chill, but it's no big deal. It doesn't really affect my performance." Lin Chen grinned. It was the first time he had seen a lord come down with a bad cold. What a rare sight. Before setting off, Lin Chen sold a large amount of materials to several star core merchants in the camp. 20,000 desert star cores skyrocketed to 40,000. Especially the tentacles dropped from the death creatures, which sold for 5,000 desert star cores. "Hey, little brother, do you want to buy something else?" one of the star core merchants said with a flattering expression. "Our Desert Merchants Association is the largest material trading guild in the outer desert, with prices that are open and transparent, fair to all." Lin Chen gestured for him to open the shop. Inside the shop, there were a dazzling array of items. From oral rehydration solutions for heatstroke to various excavation machinery, everything was available. However, for some valuable items, the merchants only displayed the prices, and purchases had to be made at designated large camps. Lin Chen surveyed the items in the Star Core merchant's shop. Soon, he found something of interest. Power Crystal slightly increases the Lord's power-related attributes, 2,000 star cores for exchange. Agility Crystal slightly increases the Lord's agility-related attributes, 2,000 star cores for exchange. Intelligence Crystal slightly increases the Lord's intelligence-related attributes, 2,000 star cores for exchange. Note 1, attribute crystals are a specialty of the outer desert, produced within desert ruins, and cannot be taken out of the desert. Please use them within the desert. Note 2, only lords of levels 4 to 6 can absorb attribute crystals. The lower the lord's rank, the more significant the attribute increase upon absorption. These attribute crystals are great items. They can directly enhance the various stats of the lord. Ever since arriving in the outer desert, Lin Chen had felt a constant sense of crisis around him. He had descended into the desert in his true form, and a slight misstep could be fatal. Now that he saw items that could directly enhance his true strength, he was naturally very interested. After all, exploring the outer world required not only powerful subordinates but also a sufficiently strong lord. Otherwise, if ambushed, having more subordinates wouldn't help at all. Understanding this, Lin Chen immediately spent 20,000 desert star cores to buy out all the attribute crystals. 5 power crystals, 3 agility crystals, and 2 intelligence crystals. Each crystal was about the size of a fingernail. Red represented power, green represented agility, and blue represented intelligence. After exchanging for the crystals, Lin Chen chose to absorb them right away. In the next moment, the crystals turned to powder in his hands, and streams of fine energy flowed into his body. At that moment, Lin Chen felt waves of heat surging within him. His muscles became more solid and powerful, and his body felt light. When he looked at the surrounding scenery again, he felt as if the movements of passers-by had slowed down a beat. This was an illusion created by the increased speed of his neural reactions. The enhancement effect of the attribute crystals on the body was indeed impressive. Lin Chen moved his body a bit and felt particularly good. Besides the attribute crystals, the outer desert also produced a special material called fusion skill fragments. This material was quite interesting. 3 D-grade fragments could be fused into 1 C-grade fragment, and 3 C-grade fragments could be fused into a B-grade fragment. Following this pattern, as long as you had enough fragments to fuse, you could even create powerful S-grade Lord skills. At this time, Lin Chen had just been promoted to a level 4 Lord and needed a powerful level 4 Lord skill. So, for the upcoming desert adventure, Lin Chen had only 2 goals. One is to obtain attribute crystals to strengthen oneself. The other is to collect and fuse skill fragments to create exclusive Lord skills that surpass A rank. Lin Chen shared his plan with Jiang He, who praised him for the latter. Not bad, you've realized the 2 most valuable materials in the outer desert. Then let's go with your plan, Achio. Jiang He couldn't help but sneeze to the side. Sigh, I haven't traveled for years, and the moment I do, I catch a cold. What bad luck! Lin Chen smiled wryly but didn't respond. To speed up their journey, Lin Chen bought a medium-sized desert mount as a means of transportation. It was essentially a camel that was 2 or 3 times larger. Following the guidance of the sheepskin map, Lin Chen quickly arrived at a new monster spawning point. This was a rather cool canyon oasis, filled with various magical creatures. He summoned 5 crystal dragons, which then began to slaughter the monsters in the canyon like a meat grinder. The 5th-tier crystal dragons, combined with various enhancements, had combat power that ordinary 5th-tier monsters could not match. Rarely could a 5th-tier monster withstand more than 3 rounds against the crystal dragon's bites. The entire canyon stretched about 10 kilometers. It used to be a beautiful habitat with clear oasis water and lush grass and coconut trees surrounding it. 2 hours later, the entire area was utterly destroyed. Fires blazed in the coconut trees, many trunks had snapped, forming various right triangles with the ground. Pits and the bodies of magical creatures were everywhere. The bodies of the magical creatures quickly turned to dust. The dust covered the oasis, turning the clear lake water into a muddy swamp. There was no need to worry about the oasis disappearing after being destroyed. The outer desert was constantly influenced by the technology of ancient underground civilizations. Not only would the magical creatures quickly regenerate, but the damaged oasis would also be rejuvenated in a few days. By eliminating the monsters in the canyon, Lin Chen obtained nearly 30,000 desert crystal cores. At this point, he had accumulated 50,000 crystal cores in his hands. Additionally, because this was a high-resource area with a higher difficulty level, after Lin Chen defeated a 6th-tier carrion giant crocodile boss, it dropped a power crystal and a C-rank skill fragment. He absorbed the power crystal casually, increasing his strength a bit more. After clearing an entire canyon, he only received these 2 items, which made Lin Chen feel that the drop rate was frustratingly low. Suddenly, Jiang He spoke up. The surface of the Great Desert is inherently difficult to obtain materials. You could try exploring underground ruins. Even some ordinary monsters in the ruins have a decent chance of dropping these materials. So that was it. Lin Chen's expression brightened. Now that he had 50,000 desert crystal cores, he could maintain the summoning of 6th tier or even 7th tier followers for a long time. Thus, Lin Chen immediately locked onto a large underground ruin and headed in that direction. 3 hours later, Lin Chen and Jiang He appeared at the entrance of the ruin. The entrance was a massive beast's mouth carved from giant stones. Summoning 3 brutal dragon riders to lead the way, Lin Chen entered the ruins. The interior of the ruins was quite spacious, also harboring many monsters. The lowest level of these monsters was 4th tier, with 5th tier monsters everywhere, and quite a few 6th tier ones as well. To clear the ruins as efficiently as possible, Lin Chen summoned 100 crystal dragons and 26th tier black armored shield guards in one go. Under the powerful offensive and defensive bodies of the shield guards, even 6th tier monsters couldn't withstand much against their spiked giant shields. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters in the hall of the ruins were cleared out. Lin Chen glanced at his balance of desert star cores. Goodness, not only had it not decreased, but it had even increased by 3,000 points. Jiang He was right, the drop rate in the ruins was significantly higher than outside. After clearing a relic hall, he obtained 3 agility crystals and 2 D-grade skill fragments. Absorbing the agility crystals casually, Lin Chen glanced proudly at Jiang He beside him. Teacher Jiang He, my monster clearing speed isn't slow, right? Jiang He pursed her lips and replied in a hoarse, cold tone, average. My suggestion is, you still need to practice. Average? Still need to practice? I'm clearly very strong. Lin Chen grinned and immediately commanded his followers to venture deeper into the relics. Jiang He walked silently behind Lin Chen, quietly observing the young man. The reason she said this was simply to prevent Lin Chen from becoming arrogant. In reality, Lin Chen's displayed strength had completely exceeded her expectations. It could even be described as monstrous. Lin Chen was unaware that the relic he was currently pushing through would require a team of over a dozen third-year students to dare enter. Just clearing the monsters in the relic hall would take half a day. Among the third-year students, many possessed 5th or even 6th tier followers. However, their followers could only match the same tier monsters in the relics at best. To achieve the kind of complete domination that Lin Chen was demonstrating was a rare occurrence. It seemed that having one ally with Lin Chen was the right choice. This guy's future was limitless. Lin Chen had no idea how highly he was regarded in Zhang He's eyes. At this moment, he was still pushing through the levels with a grunt. After clearing a few side halls, Lin Chen clearly felt the strength of the monsters beginning to increase. Although their tier had not changed, the monsters' power was growing. The good news was that the drop rate was also starting to improve. During this time attacking the side halls, Lin Chen once again harvested 3 power crystals and 4 D-grade skill fragments. While absorbing the power crystals, Lin Chen discovered he had already collected 6 D-grade skill fragments. He immediately began to fuse them. Soon, the 6 D-grade fragments fused into 2 C-grade fragments. At this point, Lin Chen already had 3 C-grade fragments in hand and casually synthesized them. In no time, a skill stone radiating a blue halo appeared in his hand. B-grade Lord Skill Stone. Outland Desert Fusion version can be directly absorbed to obtain a B-grade Lord skill suitable for the current Lord, or can choose to continue fusing into a higher quality skill stone. The synthesis efficiency of skill fragments is quite high, Lin Chen said with a smile while playing with the skill stone. It took less than a day to fuse a B-grade skill stone, maybe in a few days. I could even fuse an A-grade or even S-grade Lord skill. An S-grade Lord skill was an incredibly powerful existence. If his 4th tier Lord skill reached S-grade, it would definitely become one of his trump cards. With this thought, Lin Chen felt invigorated. Over the next few days, Lin Chen roamed through various underground relics. While harvesting attribute crystals to enhance his own strength, he also collected skill fragments. In a highly efficient, almost mindless state of pushing through, Lin Chen continuously conquered several underground relics. During this process, he accumulated a massive amount of desert crystal cores. Every time he reached a camp, Lin Chen would buy the attribute crystals sold by merchants to strengthen his body. This continued for 5 days. On an evening 5 days later, inside a rather dilapidated desert relic, a 6th tier desert centipede king emerged from the sand. However, before it could let out a roar, a black greatsword rushed down from above its head. Immediately after, a figure with white hair and white eyes stood gracefully atop the centipede king's head. The next second, the black greatsword thudded as it pierced into the desert centipede king's skull. Lin Chen, wielding the pitch-black death sword, thrust down fiercely. The black tendrils on the pitch-black death sword spread rapidly within the centipede king's body like tree roots. Amid a piercing wail, the massive centipede king bled black blood from its entire body. It then crashed to the ground, dead. At this moment, Jiang He was watching from the side, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his cold eyes. Very good, killing a 6th tier boss with the strength of a 6th tier avatar. The attribute crystals absorbed during this time were not in vain. Lin Chen dug out 3 treasures from the sand, his face beaming with excitement. Teacher Jiang He, I feel terrifyingly strong now. The feeling of gradually increasing my power is amazing. Jiang He nodded. The attribute crystals from the outer desert are indeed valuable. It's a pity that these crystals are only effective for lords between the 4th and 6th tiers, with the best effects at the 4th tier. The effects at the 6th tier are almost negligible. Principal Chu said he exiled you to the outer desert to suffer, but in reality, he wants to cultivate you further. Lin Chen nodded. Principal Chu Qingtian had indeed helped him a lot. Killing the Centipede King yielded 3 items. Centipede King's Close Armor. Wearing it increases the wearer's defense and significantly boosts resistance to extreme cold and high temperatures. Centipede King Antenna, an extremely rare monster material with exceptionally high value. A-Class Fusion Skill Stone, can absorb and gain compatible A-Class skills or fuse with the same tier to become a higher level skill stone. A stroke of luck, he actually got an A-Class skill stone. Lin Chen felt a tightness in his bladder, a wave of excitement surging through him. He was thrilled because he had already synthesized 2 A-Class fusion skill stones before this. With this third one, he could fuse an S-Class Lord skill. Exiting the ruins, Lin Chen and Zhang He headed to a nearby desert town to rest. Compared to the camp they had stayed in before, the town was much better in both scale and facilities. There was even an inn for lodging. They booked 2 rooms, one for Lin Chen and one for Jiang He. Lin Chen locked the door and began the fusion of the S-Class skill stone. He held the 3 A-Class skill stones, glowing with a purple aura, in his hands. The moment they were placed together, the 3 skill stones attracted each other like liquid infused into one. When the liquid resolidified, the purple aura of the skill stone transformed into a golden glow. The S-Class skill stone was complete. Lord Skill Stone, S-Class, produced in the Outer Desert, upgraded to top tier, can directly absorb and gain an S-Class Lord skill compatible with the current Lord, generating different skill options for the host to choose from to obtain powerful Lord skills. Lin Chen did not hesitate and aimed the skill stone at himself. The skill stone turned to powder, and golden energy surged into his body. As golden light enveloped Lin Chen, a prompt echoed in his mind. Lord Skill Stone, S, has been used. Currently, there are 3 S-Class skills available for the Lord to choose from. Please make a reasonable selection based on your actual situation. Following this were 3 skill selection boxes. Skill 1, Hell Parasite Demon Puppet, designate an enemy unit to nurture a powerful demon puppet within it. The puppet reveals its true form after absorbing all of the enemy's life force, possessing extremely powerful combat capabilities. Skill 2, Wind, Thunder, and Earth Clone Technique. The Lord can cast this when in Lord Avatar form, allowing them to transform into up to 3 clones of Wind, Thunder, and Earth attributes, each possessing the Lord's complete memories and thoughts. As long as one clone survives after a severe blow, the Lord will resurrect. Skill 3, Night King. In the Night King state, the Lord and their kin possess the ability to transform into a swarm of bloodthirsty bats. These bats absorb the enemy's blood for sustenance and are immune to most attacks, granting the Lord or kin in bat form rapid movement abilities for a short time. The selection box not only includes skill descriptions but also very user-friendly accompanying demonstration videos. The Hell Parasite Puppet tortures the selected enemy unit, and upon its death, a gigantic 5-meter-tall hell creature emerges from its body. The second skill transforms the user into 3 small avatars, each possessing its own elemental attributes. These avatars have considerable combat power, with one generating wind and another unleashing lightning chains. As for the third skill, Dark Night King, it resembles Dracula's abilities from European films. Transforming into the Dark Night King, the user can turn themselves or their minions within a certain range into an endless swarm of blood-sucking bats. This skill not only grants immunity to most attacks but also allows the user to drain blood to heal their own units. Lin Chen fell into deep thought as he looked at the 3 skills. Undoubtedly, all 3 S-level skills are quite powerful. The first skill is geared towards direct battlefield combat, the second skill significantly enhances the Lord themselves, and the third skill can be used both on the front lines and serves as a solid life-saving skill. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately chose the third S-level skill, Dark Night King. The name of the skill is cool, but more importantly, it offers great operational flexibility. For instance, in a Legion battle, if his ranged artillery unit is about to be charged by the enemy cavalry, he could directly transform these ranged units into bloodthirsty bats to escape the scene and regroup elsewhere. Conversely, he could turn his cavalry into a swarm of bats to suddenly appear behind the enemy lines. Such a highly operational skill often has the ability to turn the tide of battle. Do you choose Skill 3, S-level Lord Skill Dark Night King? Yes. With Lin Chen confirming his skill choice, he finally acquired his 4th Lord skill. This also marked his first S-level Lord skill. After making his choice, Lin Chen eagerly tested the newly acquired skill. However, the next moment, he was enveloped in black smoke. Countless blood-sucking bats burst through the windows like black smoke and flew into the sky. At that moment, Lin Chen's consciousness seemed to be in a third-person perspective, effortlessly controlling thousands of bats to fly in any direction. Once he became familiar with the skill, the swarm of bats returned to the room, condensing into black smoke. Lin Chen's main body slowly emerged from the smoke. Not bad, a very useful skill. Lin Chen licked his lips. He also discovered that the current blood bat form of the Dark Night King was not its strongest state. The number of blood bats increases with the enhancement of the host's mental power. Currently, there are tens of thousands of bats, but as Lin Chen's mental power grows stronger, the number of bats he can transform into will reach millions. By then, Lin Chen would only need to stand in front of an outlandish city, and the dense swarm of bats he conjured would be enough to bite through the entire population of the city. Acquiring an S-level Lord skill put Lin Chen in a very good mood. However, on the other side, Jiang Yi seemed to be getting worse from her cold. Not only had her voice completely changed, but even the hot water in her thermos had been replaced with goji berry tea. Lin Chen asked if she wanted to see a doctor, but she refused, saying it was just a minor cold and nothing to worry about. Since teacher Jiang said so, Lin Chen decided not to dwell on the matter. He continued to wander through the various ruins in the vast desert, continuously harvesting a large number of Desert Star Cores and attribute crystals, among other items. Half of his exile life had passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Chen cherished the precious time in the latter half even more, frantically seizing various resources in this great desert. Meanwhile, after multiple twists and turns and investigations, Wu Haiyang and Sun Hongfei finally tracked down Lin Chen and Jiang He's location. Remembering the humiliation and hatred of his son being crippled, Wu Haiyang wore a gloomy expression, wishing he could personally kill Lin Chen. He looked at Sun Hongfei beside him and said, "Mr. Sun, when do we make our move? Don't worry, as long as I can avenge my son, I will double your payment." Sun Hongfei nodded slightly. "Not yet, there are too many people in the camp, and we can't unleash our fists and feet. We'll act once they leave the camp. But are you ready to deal with Lin Chen? When we start fighting, my main target will be that female teacher." Wu Haiyang said confidently, "I'm a dignified 6th-tier lord. How can I not handle a junior?" However, Wu Haiyang hesitated slightly. "That female teacher is from the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. Mr. Sun, if you make a move against her, aren't you afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself?" Sun Hongfei revealed a fierce look. "It's precisely because she is a teacher from the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy that I want to deal with her. Moreover, I have secretly cast a blood sacrifice curse on her. The most powerful aspect of that curse is its subtlety. Once we start fighting, it will be my guaranteed winning card." Wu Haiyang immediately gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, as expected of Mr. Sun, truly remarkable." Sun Hongfei sneered, "Although that female teacher is also an 8th-tier lord, I am confident I can take her down. By then, you can take your revenge, and I will obtain the void essence of an 8th-tier lord. This is a win-win situation for both of us." At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware that he had been targeted. Another night passed. In the morning, Lin Chen called Jiang He as usual to explore the ruins. The location Lin Chen was about to set off to was an undeveloped deep-level ruin. The coordinates for the ruins were purchased from the Desert Merchant Association. It was said that many powerful monsters existed inside, to the extent that several advance teams had gone in and never returned. Lin Chen planned to challenge this high-difficulty dungeon. Although he had already obtained an S-level Lord skill, Lin Chen didn't mind acquiring a second or even a third. After 6 hours of riding desert beasts, the two arrived at the site of the ruins. Unlike other ruins that had stationed camps around them, this ruin was surrounded only by humanoid skeletons scattered on the ground. As Lin Chen approached the entrance of the ruins, 3 deathworms burrowed up from the ground. Goodness, deathworms guarding the gate. This was enough to show how high the difficulty of the ruins was. However, Lin Chen was no longer the same as before. He didn't even summon his followers and charged in with the Dark Death Sword. In just 3 minutes, Lin Chen had slain all 3 deathworms. After half a month of conquest in the Great Desert, he had assembled a set of temperature resistance gear for himself. Now, as long as he wasn't fighting for several days and nights, he generally wouldn't experience overheating reactions. He casually summoned 2 brutal dragon riders to lead the charge. Lin Chen brought Jiang He into the ruins. Initially, he thought there would be a fierce battle ahead. However, Lin Chen found that although the monster strength in this ruin was high, most of them were solitary monsters. There was only 1 or 2 in each area. Even in areas with high-level monsters of Tier 7, under the powerful offense and defense of the Black Armored Shield Guard, they would only last for a few minutes before being defeated. As he pushed through, a large number of high-tier monsters were slain. The Desert Star Core accumulated to 100,000. C-level and even B-level skill fragments dropped on average every 3 monsters killed. Most monsters dropped attribute crystals after being defeated. Lin Chen's followers were pushing ahead, while he followed behind to collect the spoils and devour the crystals. He kept pushing forward and absorbing. It was simply exhilarating. Lin Chen's personal combat power slowly increased during this process. However, with the massive absorption of attribute crystals, Lin Chen also noticed that the enhancement from the attribute crystals was becoming weaker and weaker. In the past, absorbing 1 or 2 would make him feel a warm current surging within him. Even now, even if he absorbed 10 attribute crystals in one breath, he could only feel a trace of energy wandering within his body. Jiang He explained that this was because his absorption of attribute crystals was nearing saturation. Attribute crystals, materials that could directly enhance a lord's physical qualities, naturally could not be absorbed without limit. Otherwise, those great lords would have long since divided the outer desert, leaving no chance for the lesser lords. At this moment, Lin Chen felt that his absorption of attribute crystals was about to reach saturation. Boom! At that moment, the tunnel ahead suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, a massive shadow crawled out from the debris. A 7th-tier hero-level monster, the Lava Giant. It wildly swung its scorching arms, instantly sending 2 black-armored shield guards flying. The shields of the black-armored shield guards were deeply dented, and their black bone armor was riddled with cracks. The lava giant before him was an extremely troublesome 7th-tier boss. Lin Chen's expression tightened, and he immediately summoned more black armored shield guards to assist in the battle. 50 black armored shield guards stepped out of the teleportation portal and activated the soul link. Every time the lava giant attacked, the damage was instantly distributed among each black armored shield guard. Heavy blows continued, yet none of the black armored shield guards could be sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the black armored shield guards had surrounded the lava giant in the center. The giant kept attacking the surrounding black armored shield guards but could not break through their defenses. Roars echoed throughout the ruins. Then, in the next moment, a swarm of blood bats tainted with black mist surged from the air. Following that, the blood bats coalesced into a cloud of black smoke from above. Lin Chen leaped down from the black smoke, wielding the dark death sword, and fiercely stabbed down at the lava giant's head. The lava giant let out a heart-wrenching roar. It extended its massive arms, trying to crush Lin Chen. However, just as its palm was about to touch Lin Chen's body, Lin Chen transformed into a blood bat again, flying through the gaps in the lava giant's palm. He then appeared behind it and delivered a heavy slash to its back. The S-rank Night King skill allowed Lin Chen to continuously transform into a swarm of blood bats while in the Night King state. Whether for escape or ambush, it was an incredibly useful skill. The lava giant went berserk, wildly swinging its hands in an attempt to drive Lin Chen away. Yet, with each attack, Lin Chen could evade through his bat transformation. After condensing his form in another position, he would strike again. Thus, under Lin Chen's continuous movement and counterattacks, the lava giant's vitality was rapidly depleted. Half an hour later, with a hoarse roar echoing, the lava giant finally collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of fine yellow sand. A 7th-tier hero-level monster would surely drop something valuable. Lin Chen eagerly began to rummage through the yellow sand. Finally, he unearthed 4 items. Lava Core, high-level rare material. The core of the lava giant, a high-level material cultivated by fire attribute familiars. Flame Horns, high-level rare material. A pair of eternally burning horns, high-level materials needed for cultivating fire attribute familiars. Lava Spine, high-level rare material. A spine that burns with flames, which even the depths of the ocean cannot extinguish. A-rank Fusion Skill Stone, can obtain an A-rank Lord skill or fuse 3 into a higher level skill stone. The first 3 items were high-level materials cultivated in the territory, worth quite a bit. The last item, however, was the highlight of this haul. With this A-rank Fusion Skill Stone, along with the skill fragments he had obtained earlier, after fusing them together, Lin Chen once again created an S-rank Lord Skill Stone. This trip to the desert has yielded incredible rewards. After greeting Jiang He, Lin Chen found a safe place and began preparing to acquire a new S-rank Lord skill. However, before that, he still had to give up a Lord skill. Blood Flesh Explosion was still a relatively powerful counterattack skill, and Lin Chen did not plan to abandon it. The Plague Mist also played a crucial role in every battle, so Lin Chen had no intention of letting it go. After thinking it over, the only skill that could be replaced was Blood Ecstasy. After taking the Forgetting Potion, he forgot Blood Ecstasy. Lin Chen aimed the S-rank skill stone at himself. The skill stone turned to dust, and then golden energy surged into his body. Accompanied by golden light enveloping Lin Chen, a prompt sounded in his mind. Lord Skill Stone, S, has been used. There are currently 3 S-rank skills available for the Lord to choose from. Please make a reasonable selection based on your actual situation. Lin Chen immediately checked the new skill options. Skill 1, Divine Creation Great Soothing Technique. This technique can tame and recruit a large number of wild monsters, and when used on one's own followers, it can restore vitality. Skill 2, Soul Resurrection Divine Technique, can resurrect a large number of dead soldiers and significantly enhance their combat power and life recovery speed for a short time. Skill 3, Frenzied Offering, gain powerful combat power at the cost of burning life, accumulate frenzy points when killing enemies, gain stronger combat power, and extend the duration of Frenzied Offering. Again, 3 powerful S-rank Lord skills. However, although the first 2 skills were powerful, they did not suit Lin Chen's taste. Instead, the third S-rank follower enhancement skill caught Lin Chen's attention. Burning life was not a significant side effect for Lin Chen's followers. After all, most of his followers were zombie-like units. There was no risk of death from burning life. After a moment of consideration, Lin Chen chose the S-rank Frenzied Offering as his 2nd-tier Lord skill. Thus, Lin Chen's 4 Lord skills changed to Blood Flesh Explosion, Frenzied Offering, Plague Mist, and Night King. 2 S-rank Lord skills, even among 5th and 6th tier Lords, were quite explosive. In the blink of an eye, the ruins had been mostly cleared. Lin Chen obtained a massive amount of star cores and various precious materials. It's getting late, Teacher Jiang He. Lin Chen walked over to Jiang He. Let's head back to the camp and rest. Jiang Yi nodded. The two exited the ruins and mounted their desert beasts to head towards the camp. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Soon after, the wind picked up. A violent wind swept in with yellow sand, and rolling clouds of sand surged on the distant horizon. A sandstorm? Seeing the sudden change in weather, Lin Chen frowned. He sensed that something was about to happen. Having been in the outer desert for more than half a month, Lin Chen had encountered sandstorms a few times, but compared to those, the sandstorm before him was much more powerful in both scale and momentum. We need to leave here quickly, Jiang Yi urged, sensing the unusual atmosphere around them. Something seems off. This sandstorm doesn't seem like a natural disaster, it feels a bit man-made. Lin Chen nodded and immediately ordered the beast to quicken its pace. However, even though the beast was moving quickly, it could not outrun the rushing sand and fierce wind. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm engulfed the entire land, enveloping Lin Chen and Jiang Yi within it. Visibility rapidly decreased, and the sky was filled with yellow sand, blocking out the sun. It felt as if the day had suddenly turned dark. Just as the two struggled to move towards the camp, two figures suddenly emerged from the swirling yellow sand, blocking Lin Chen and Jiang Yi's path. Lin Chen looked at the abruptly appearing figures, his gaze sharpening. He recognized one of them. It was Wu Liang's father, Wu Haiyang. As for the other person beside him, they exuded the aura of a great lord. Mr. Wu Haiyang, what a coincidence to meet you in the vast desert. Lin Chen stared at Wu Haiyang, his tone icy. He had long been mentally prepared for the possibility that the Wu family might come to the desert to seek revenge on him. Although Principal Chu Qingtian had secretly warned the Wu family, as Wu Liang's biological father, he would not let Lin Chen off the hook, even with a warning. At this thought, Wu Haiyang's gaze grew even colder. Lin Chen, you destroyed my son's core territory and ruined his life. I came this time to kill you and avenge him. Immediately, Wu Haiyang revealed a smug expression. Don't think that just because you have an 8th-tier lord protecting you, you can be safe and sound. Mr. Son beside me is also an 8th-tier lord. Lin Chen, you will undoubtedly die today. The moment the words fell, Sun Hongfei tore open an ancient scroll. Then he pointed into the void at Jiang Yi. In the next second, both were enveloped in golden light, forcibly entering a lord battle. Outside, Wu Haiyang sneered while summoning his territory. A vast number of territorial subjects emerged from the portal. Wu Haiyang had been a 6th-tier lord for many years, with a strong army and formidable power. 10,000 6th-tier demon werewolves surrounded Lin Chen. 5,000 6th-tier demon wolf priests continuously cast frenzy spells on the demon werewolves. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Desert Star Core, he could summon even more. In addition to the 6th-tier demon werewolves, there were also 10 7th-tier frenzy wolf kings and a 7th-tier werewolf clan hero. Wu Haiyang himself quickly expanded, growing sharp teeth and claws, transforming into a 7th-tier demon wolf king. Seeing that the opponent had summoned his subjects, Lin Chen raised his hand to summon his own. 1,000 6th-tier black-armored shield guards, 30,000 5th-tier brutal dragon riders, accompanied by a piercing dragon roar from the portal. In the next second, an overwhelmingly powerful figure slowly stepped out from the portal. The highest combat power of Lin Chen's territory, the 7th-tier Crystal Dragon King, made its entrance. The Crystal Dragon King walked in front of Lin Chen and slowly lowered its noble head. Lin Chen immediately jumped onto its dorsal fin. A faint red halo enveloped Lin Chen's entire body, and at that moment, his momentum soared to an unparalleled new height. Summoning a 7th-tier subject required the consumption of 3,000 Desert Star Cores per minute, which was quite expensive. This was also the reason Lin Chen had not summoned a 7th-tier subject in the vast desert for so long. It was too costly. However, the enemy before him left no room for hesitation. To survive, he had to go all out. At this moment, Wu Haiyang also saw Lin Chen sitting atop the Crystal Dragon King. A cautious look flashed in his eyes. He did not expect this kid's strength to progress so rapidly. Not only had he broken through to become a 4th-tier lord, but he had also managed to cultivate a 7th-tier subject 2 levels higher. Such a prodigy, having killed his own son and becoming an enemy of the Wu family, could not be left alive. With this thought, Wu Haiyang showed vigilance and tore open the high-tier dispel scroll he had prepared long ago. With the scroll's enhancement, even if Wu Haiyang's subjects died, they would not be turned into zombies by Lin Chen. This undoubtedly eliminated the possibility of Lin Chen making a desperate counterattack. Having prepared everything, Wu Haiyang waved his hand. The 6th-tier demon werewolves surged toward Lin Chen. Bolstered by various divine techniques, their combat power surged, emitting deafening roars. With only 1,000 6th-tier subjects of his own, directly confronting 10,000 demon werewolves was clearly not a wise choice. A dark aura flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. In the next second, the S-tier Lord Skill Night King activated. Lin Chen and all his subjects instantly transformed into swirling black smoke. In the next second, billions of blood-sucking bats surged forth from the smoke. These bats swept over the demon werewolf army like a black tide, then quickly coalesced around the demon wolf priests. The 1,000 black-armored shield guards let out a muffled roar. The heavy shield swung, smashing the ritualistic magic wolves into a pulp. The brutal dragon riders roamed around, also tearing apart the bodies of the magic wolves. By the time Wu Haiyang managed to control the magic wolf army and return for support, the magic wolf ritualists had almost all been exterminated. Wu Haiyang looked at his heavily damaged troops, his eyes filled with rage. He immediately unleashed the A-level Lord skill, Blood Assault Frenzy. 10,000 magic wolves charged into Lin Chen's subordinate army as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Lin Chen activated his S-level skill, Mad Demon Offering. Under the enhancement of Mad Demon Offering, the fighting power of his subordinates surged to a new level. A fierce melee erupted in an instant. The black-armored shield guards, aided by the Soul Chain, fought back against the magic wolves. However, the brutal dragon riders faced significant difficulties. It took an average of 2 brutal dragon riders to restrain a 6th-tier magic wolf. Yet, the sheer number of magic wolves quickly turned this restraint into a one-sided massacre. Seeing the increasing casualties among the brutal dragon riders, Lin Chen immediately activated Flesh Explosion. Those brutal dragon riders on the verge of death detonated themselves, inflicting heavy damage on the magic wolves. In this life-for-a-life strategy, the battlefield situation began to stabilize again. As long as they could exhaust Wu Haiyang's troops, there was hope for victory. But Wu Haiyang clearly did not intend to drag this out. He led a group of 7th-tier magic wolf kings to charge into the fray. 7th-tier subordinates already possessed the ability to threaten the black-armored shield guards. If the black-armored shield guards suffered significant casualties, Lin Chen would undoubtedly lose this battle. Considering this, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and transformed into a swarm of bloodbats along with the Crystal Dragon King beneath him. The swarm of bloodbats flew towards Wu Haiyang, blocking his path. Time had to be bought for the main force's battle. Red crystal armor quickly covered Lin Chen's body as he drew the Dark Death Sword from his back. He held the reins controlling the Crystal Dragon King in one hand and the Dark Death Sword in the other, coldly gazing at the 7th-tier troops charging towards him. A 1-on-12 battle at the same tier seemed to show a huge disparity in strength, but Lin Chen showed no signs of retreat. At this point, it was a battle of bravery in a narrow path. All previous efforts and improvements were about to be tested. 10 magic wolf kings crashed into the Crystal Dragon King. Their sharp claws relentlessly slashed at the Crystal Dragon King's body. Yet, the Crystal Dragon King did not yield, its tail whipping around like a steel whip, sending several magic wolf kings flying. Its front paws and massive jaws continued to tear at the incoming enemies. However, these magic wolf kings were not only powerful but also incredibly agile. They did not engage the Crystal Dragon King head-on. Instead, they darted around it, constantly launching harassment and sneak attacks, leaving wounds on its body each time. This was not a sustainable strategy. Lin Chen seized the moment and lunged at one of the magic wolf kings. The Dark Death Sword in his hand stabbed fiercely into its chest. The sharp blade did not pierce through the magic wolf king's body but merely left a shallow wound on its chest. Seeing this, Wu Haiyang burst into laughter. My magic wolf kings are powerful subordinates cultivated over more than a decade. Do you think your trash subordinates, raised in just a few months, can compare to me? Wu Haiyang's words did not affect Lin Chen. He remained calm, his gaze resolute. The next second, Mad Demon Offering. Lin Chen used a new S-level Lord skill on himself. A surge of frenzied energy flooded his body. At that moment, Lin Chen felt as if he had been injected with a dozen doses of adrenaline. A terrifying power surged within him, akin to a nuclear explosion. Then, he raised the Dark Death Sword once more, stabbing down at the magic wolf king beneath him with an even more terrifying force. A thud sound echoed. The demon wolf king was instantly pierced through its body. The ability of the Dark Death Sword was activated, and black tentacles spread across the demon wolf king's body, crazily destroying its internal structure. At the same time, Lin Chen felt the violent power within him being replenished. The previously short-lived berserk strength, which could only last for a few dozen seconds, was now extended. How is this possible? How could you kill my subordinate in an instant? Wu Haiyang's astonished voice rang out. He stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. At this moment, the Demon Wolf King's subordinate beneath Lin Chen had completely lost its vitality. In battles of the same rank, even as a Lord Avatar, it was difficult to instantly kill a subordinate of the same rank. How on earth did Lin Chen manage to do this? Realizing the strength of Lin Chen, Wu Haiyang dared not be arrogant any longer. Under his command, the 7th-tier Demon Wolf Clan hero charged towards Lin Chen. This Demon Wolf hero wielded a massive blade, crashing towards Lin Chen like a tank. Just as he was about to hit Lin Chen transformed into a mass of black mist, morphing into a swarm of bats that passed through the Demon Wolf clan hero. The Demon Wolf hero, seeing that he had missed, let out a furious roar, the sound forming a tangible sound wave. It enveloped a large area of blood bats. Affected by this, Lin Chen revealed his true form and turned back, slashing down on the shoulder of the Demon Wolf clan hero. The Demon Wolf was clad in high-quality armor, and Wu Haiyang initially thought this strike posed no threat. But the next second, the Demon Wolf hero let out a heart-wrenching howl. Blood gushed from its shoulder, with more than half of it severed. Not only that, but the strange black long sword in Lin Chen's hand was surrounded by writhing tentacles like leeches, continuously spreading into the body of the Demon Wolf hero along its flesh. This is impossible. How can this damned guy be so strong? In Wu Haiyang's understanding, even if Lin Chen had fortuitously obtained a 7th-tier subordinate, merely obtaining it was clearly not enough, because a lord needed to cultivate their subordinates. By nurturing them bit by bit, the combat power of the subordinates could be continuously enhanced, allowing them to not only defeat enemies of the same rank but even to fight above their level in the later stages. Lin Chen had somehow acquired a 7th-tier giant dragon, and logically, there should be no resources available to cultivate it. But now it seemed that whether it was the giant dragon or the Lord Avatar, Lin Chen's displayed combat power was terrifying. How on earth did this damned guy manage to do this? Wu Haiyang was anxious. No matter what method he used, he had to kill Lin Chen today. Otherwise, once he grew stronger, it would be a never-ending trouble. Just as Wu Haiyang was gathering the remaining Demon Wolf Kings to focus their fire on Lin Chen, the besieged Crystal Dragon King suddenly let out a piercing cry filled with overwhelming pressure. Under the influence of the frenzied offering, the Crystal Dragon King's combat power surged dramatically. It, already battered and bruised, exerted itself once more. Its massive jaws bit a Demon Wolf King in half. With a swipe of its sharp dragon claws, it severely injured 2 more Demon Wolf Kings. Seeing this, the other Demon Wolf Kings rushed forward to surround it, trying to restrict its movements. But the Crystal Dragon King was soon enveloped in black mist, and the next second, it transformed into Batman and vanished from the spot. At the same time, Lin Chen, who was battling the Demon Wolf clan hero, also turned into a swarm of bats. The 2 swarms of bats converged together, like a black snake soaring into the sky, charging fiercely towards Wu Haiyang. Wu Haiyang's expression changed slightly as he tried to summon his subordinates for support. However, the next second, a pale green mist suddenly surged in from all directions. In just a few seconds, it formed a dense fog with visibility of less than 2 meters. In the fog, Lin Chen and the Crystal Dragon King, having reverted to their forms, charged towards Wu Haiyang with their strongest offensive. Die! Lin Chen leaped high, the dark death sword slashing down fiercely towards the ground. At the same time, the Crystal Dragon King shot out sharp red crystals, pinning Wu Haiyang in place. This was Lin Chen's ultimate strike, condensing all his power. Below, Wu Haiyang, though unable to see the surrounding situation clearly, felt the chilling killing intent rushing towards him, making him aware that danger was imminent. Damn it, this guy really wants to force me to use this move. Wu Haiyang's expression twisted with ferocity. He took out a purple-black crystal ball and slammed it hard against his chest. In the next second, countless purple-black gases surged into his chest. Evil God Sacrifice, Blood Abyss Giant Mouth. A powerful evil force surged from his body. Wu Haiyang's figure rapidly withered and cracked at a visible speed. Lin Chen noticed the cracks all over Wu Haiyang's body and frowned slightly. These cracks were almost identical to those on Gu Minhu's body, a sign of being eroded by the evil god's power. Wu Haiyang was using an item infused with the evil god's power. At this moment, within Wu Haiyang's territory, as the evil god crystal ball was activated, large swaths of his followers were eroded by the evil god's power, turning to char. Wu Haiyang used 1/3 of his territory's followers as sacrifices, emanating a terrifying wave of energy. Before Lin Chen could withdraw, a surge of purple-black energy erupted from Wu Haiyang's body, forming a massive, continuously expanding semicircular energy shield. Everything in its path, including the Demon Wolf King, was eroded into char. Lin Chen and the Crystal Dragon King, closest to the explosion, were undoubtedly affected by this attack. The Crystal Dragon King let out a wail, its entire crystalline body shattering wildly, transforming into gray-white char. Soon after, the char crumbled into ashes. Lin Chen was similarly eroded by the energy. The destructive power was like a terrifying nuclear explosion, utterly unresistible. His body also carbonized, shattered, and turned to ash. As the mist cleared, the ground was left charred black. Wu Haiyang, covered in cracks, revealed a twisted and frenzied smile. Ha ha ha, a mere 4th-tier lord dares to challenge me. This is the fate of those who anger the Wu family. Son, I have avenged you. At this point, Wu Haiyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Though the cost is a bit high, with our Wu family's methods, I can fully recover in just a few years. Compared to the loss, being able to eliminate this genius who opposes the Wu family is worth it. Just as Wu Haiyang was reveling in having killed Lin Chen, an incredibly familiar voice rang out from behind him. "Don't worry, I won't let a single one of you Wu family members go." The cold voice seemed to come from hell, filled with chilling intent and murderous aura. Wu Haiyang froze for a moment, stiffly turning his head. To his shock, Lin Chen stood behind him, completely unharmed. Not only Lin Chen, but behind him stood a massive crystal dragon king, its gaping maw opening and closing, spewing forth chilling blood-red steam. Wu Haiyang's pupils trembled violently. "How are you not dead? This is impossible. Why are you not dead?" His hoarse screams received no reply. Instead, he was met with the sharp blade of the Black Death sword tearing through his neck. Instant decapitation. The Crystal Dragon King eagerly opened its gaping maw, completely swallowing Wu Haiyang's corpse. Thus, the 6th-tier lord, who had traveled great distances to hunt him down, was utterly dead. In the moment of death, Lin Chen obtained the territory core of the 6th-tier lord. However, he did not show any signs of joy. Instead, he felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for his resurrection skill, Wu Haiyang's counterattack would have been a guaranteed kill. Recalling the terrifying energy that had enveloped him moments ago, Lin Chen's heart sank to the depths. His strength was still not enough. This was merely a confrontation with a 6th-tier lord. Above the 7th tier, the Great Lord's strength is unimaginable. This time returning to the Imperial Capital's Dragon Academy, "I must enhance my power more quickly," Lin Chen murmured to himself. "I am all alone without any backing. To survive in the lordly conflicts, I must become stronger." At this moment, under the pressure of death, Lin Chen erupted with an unprecedented will to survive. This belief would support him in the future, driving him to keep moving forward and growing stronger. On the other side of the vassal battlefield, with Wu Haiyang's death, his vassals were thrown into complete disarray, becoming wild beasts without a master. Lin Chen immediately ordered his vassals to launch an attack, and in less than 10 minutes, he had slain them all. However, his own losses exceeded 50%. Especially among the black-armored shield guards, the death toll reached 800. Even those who survived were mostly severely injured. Lin Chen commanded his vassals to transport the corpses of both comrades and enemies back to their territory. Among the 16,000 6th-tier demon werewolves, they managed to gather about 7 to 8,000. These were all quite important high-tier cloning materials for Lin Chen at this moment. In addition to the main battlefield, Lin Chen also attempted to recover the bodies of the 7th-tier demon wolf kings. However, these corpses were severely burned in the explosion. Out of 10 corpses collected, he barely obtained 3 with cloning qualities suitable for the 7th tier. After tidying up the battlefield, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Jiang He and Sun Hongfei, who were immersed in their territorial battle. The flow of time within the territory was much faster than outside. While Lin Chen and Wu Haiyang were engaged in battle, the two great lords had been strategizing within the territory for at least 3 hours. Just as Lin Chen pondered what to do next, the golden aura surrounding Sun Hongfei and Jiang He rapidly dissipated. The territorial battle had ended. Lin Chen immediately tensed up, on high alert. He did not know who would emerge victorious from this duel. If Jiang He lost, Sun Hongfei, as a great lord, would certainly not spare him. "Teacher Jiang He, are you alright?" Lin Chen rushed to Jiang He's side. But the next second, Jiang He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen stepped forward to support her, his heart sinking to the bottom. It seemed Jiang He had sustained serious injuries. Could it be that she had lost? What happened next took Lin Chen by surprise. Not far away, although Sun Hongfei did not spit blood, his face was pale, and he staggered back a few steps. Then, as if all his soul had been drained, he collapsed to the ground, muttering continuously, "It's over, all over. My territory, my vassals that I worked so hard to cultivate." Lin Chen was bewildered. What had happened to Sun Hongfei? Could it be? Jiang He's weak voice rang in Lin Chen's ears. "I shattered his territory's core. He is now a useless person. I actually knew about the curse he placed on me long ago. My previous severe cold was influenced by him. But, Jiang He coughed lightly, her eyes filled with coldness. "He was trying to target my lord's core. How could I not want to use his lord's core to complete my promotion? That little trick with the cold, I was already prepared for it." Lin Chen suddenly realized. No wonder teacher Jiang He was so clever. There was this layer of calculation. After Sun Hongfei was rendered useless, Jiang He did not kill him but instead imprisoned him in her territory. "Here, I won't be needing these, so I'll give them to you," Jiang He said cheerfully, casually handing Lin Chen a bag of items. This was a territory storage bag, typically used for holding building materials. Lin Chen took the territory bag and his eyes instantly lit up. Inside were densely packed corpses of various magical creatures. Among them were 600,000 fifth-tier corpses, 100,000 sixth-tier corpses, and various precious materials that Lin Chen had never even seen before, with various highly valuable props and materials. Looking at so many high-grade materials, Lin Chen's eyes widened. Is this the power of a great lord in battle? Fifth-tier lords are as common as dogs, and sixth-tier lords are everywhere? These are materials that have not been affected by the lord's power, Zhang He explained. A larger portion of the subordinate corpses have either been burned to ashes, or they contain various dispelling powers within them, which you cannot use. Especially the higher-tier corpses, the residual lord energy on them is too strong. Recklessly recovering them with your current strength will damage your territory. Lin Chen understood that the battles between true great lords involved millions of troops clashing. It was far beyond what a fourth-tier lord like him could compare to. Even just the scraps at the edge of the battlefield represented a significant wave of wealth for him. After thanking Jiang He, Lin Chen happily accepted this immense fortune. You killed Wu Haiyang, have you thought about how to deal with the Wu family? Jiang He asked, looking somewhat pale as he leaned against the desert beast. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied seriously, I am a student of the Dragon Academy in the Imperial Capital. Alive, I am a person of the Dragon Academy. Dead, I am a ghost of the Dragon Academy. Jiang He rolled his eyes dramatically. The protection of the Dragon Academy is limited. Although I can be your witness, Wu Haiyang was killed. The Wu family will definitely not let this go. You need to be prepared for the Wu family's accusations, understand? Lin Chen pressed his lips together and nodded seriously. I understand, I will be ready. In the following time, due to Jiang He's serious injuries, the two did not continue their exploration in the desert. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a white light rising from the teleportation array outside the Imperial capital, the weary Lin Chen and Jiang He returned once again to this great metropolis of humanity. At the same time, in the Wu family of the Imperial capital, the high-ranking members of the Wu family learned of Wu Haiyang's death and were enraged. Although Wu Haiyang did not have high talent in terms of lordship, he managed the Wu family's assets meticulously. He could be considered the third in command of the family management. Now, he had suddenly died in the outer desert, which was truly unimaginable. Moreover, every member of the Wu family wore a family badge. With Wu Haiyang's death, the family badge shattered, and the scene before his death would be transmitted back to the family territory. Therefore, the Wu family was 100% certain that the one who killed Wu Haiyang was Lin Chen, a freshman from Class 5 of the Dragon Academy in the Imperial capital. Within the Elder Council of the Wu family, several respected elders immediately issued a ban on Lin Chen. Wu Haiyang's older brother, Wu Yong, was filled with grief and anger upon hearing that his brother had died far from home. He immediately led over a dozen high-level lords from the Wu family to the Dragon Academy in the Imperial capital. When the dozen or so great lords appeared aggressively at the school gate, not only the security guards at the gate but also the students inside the school were frightened, especially since these lords did not hide their overwhelming presence as great lords at all. Many lower-grade students were so scared that they stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Wei Changdong sensed the arrival of powerful beings and immediately appeared at the school gate. Alongside him were several department heads from the second and third years and teachers from various subjects. Without exception, all were of great lord strength. I am Wei Changdong, the head of the first-year department. You are from the Wu family, right? What brings you here in such force? Wu Yang's gaze was icy. What brings us here? My brother Wu Haiyang was killed by Lin Chen from your school. Such cruelty at such a young age. Now, immediately hand over Lin Chen. Wu Yang's words left Wei Changdong momentarily stunned. Isn't Wu Haiyang a sixth-tier lord? How could Lin Chen, a fourth-tier, possibly be his opponent? Are you sure Wu Haiyang's death is related to Lin Chen? Wu Yang's forehead bulged with veins. We have near-death footage as evidence. As he spoke, Wu Yang took out a projector and played it in front of everyone. The screen displayed the first-person perspective from 3 seconds before Wu Haiyang's death. There stood Lin Chen, clad in crystal armor, wielding a strange black long sword. Like a god of death, he swung the sword towards Wu Haiyang. His cold gaze was sharp, blinding to the eyes. In the next moment, the blade sliced across Wu Haiyang's neck. The view began to spin wildly and rise, ultimately landing on the ground, leaving only Lin Chen's fierce figure in sight. The screen then turned black. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. This was right at the school gate, and many students had witnessed the scene. They were instantly stunned, jaws nearly hitting the ground. Is that the freshman Lin Chen? Wasn't he exiled to the outer desert? His eyes are so terrifying. Damn, I feel like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Am I the only one who thinks he's really cool? It feels like a god of death has possessed him. Though a bit brutal, a serious man is really handsome, the students kept discussing. Meanwhile, the teachers beside Wei Changdong also showed puzzled expressions. Did Lin Chen really kill Wu Haiyang? Lin Chen seems to have just recently advanced to a 4th-tier lord. It wasn't a subordinate who killed him, Lin Chen did it himself. Wu Haiyang was a 6th-tier lord. It's unbelievable. Wei Changdong had just finished digesting this news. He spoke seriously to the Wu family. Regarding this matter, our imperial capital Dragon Academy will investigate thoroughly. Before that, please do not disrupt our Dragon Academy's teaching order. Please leave the campus immediately. Wu Yong, already furious, sneered, if Lin Chen is not handed over today, our Wu family will turn this Dragon Academy upside down. Is harboring a student who kills indiscriminately what your Dragon Academy stands for? Harboring? With an incomplete chain of evidence, how could one even talk about harboring? Wei Changdong's gaze grew colder. Just as he was about to use force to drive the Wu family away, a student shouted, "Look, Lin Chen is back." The moment the words fell, everyone's eyes turned towards the school gate. A taxi stopped at the entrance, and soon Lin Chen and Jiang He, dressed in desert gear, appeared, looking travel-worn. Damn Lin Chen, I want to avenge Wu Haiyang. Wu Yong shouted angrily, ready to strike. Wu Yong was an 8th-tier lord, powerful and formidable. Fortunately, Jiang He, quick on his feet, instantly blocked Wu Yong's attack. Other members of the Wu family also wanted to act but were stopped by Wei Changdong and other teachers who arrived shortly after. Lin Chen was protected behind them. Well, Wei Changdong, it seems you are determined to protect this student, Wu Yong said, his face twisted in rage as he pointed at Wei Changdong. Is this how your imperial capital Dragon Academy educates people? A student kills a fellow clansman in the outer realm, and not only do you not punish him, but you also protect him? Ha! What a great example of being a teacher. Wu Yong's voice was quite grating, but Jiang Yi coldly replied, Wu Haiyang's death was well deserved. He traveled thousands of miles to the outer realm to kill Lin Chen. He was simply outmatched and killed by Lin Chen. Wu Yong's icy gaze instantly focused on Jiang Yi. If you say that, what evidence do you have? Jiang Yi remained indifferent, raising his hand to throw a disheveled figure out from the territory. Oh, you are the 8th-tier Lord Sun Hongfei? Someone recognized Sun Hongfei's identity, but soon they realized that this guy's territory core had been destroyed. After being thrown out, Sun Hongfei, Jiang Yi said coldly, why don't you tell everyone what your plan is? Sun Hongfei no longer resembled a big shot at all. With a dejected expression, he recounted the events as they were. The gist was that Wu Haiyang had invited Sun Hongfei to help eliminate Lin Chen. He was responsible for dealing with Jiang He, while Wu Haiyang would handle Lin Chen. However, things went awry, and neither of them succeeded. That's enough, no need to say more. Wu Yong interrupted Sun Hongfei, his face dark with displeasure. Regardless of the circumstances, someone from the Wu family has died, and I must bring Lin Chen back to the Wu family today. If he is truly innocent, our Wu family will not wrong an innocent person. As Wu Yong finished speaking, the other members of the Wu family prepared to take action. Their number far exceeded that of the imperial capital Dragon Academy. Even with brute force, they could snatch Lin Chen away. The Wu family was determined to kill Lin Chen, reaching a point of no return. Wei Chandong and the other teachers entered a state of readiness. Once the Wu family made a move, they would immediately retaliate. Just at that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out from above. Although our imperial capital Dragon Academy is a small temple, it is not something that just anyone can offend. Wu family, you are quite imposing. Following that, an elder with a presence like a mountain appeared before everyone. Upon seeing him, Wei Changdong and the others immediately showed expressions of respect. Principal Chu Qingtian, you have arrived. The newcomer was none other than Chu Qingtian, the principal of the imperial capital Dragon Academy. However, at the moment he appeared, another figure with an equally imposing presence appeared beside the Wu family. Hee, Principal Chu, long time no see. When will you come to our Wu family? I'll treat you to tea. The Wu family ancestor, Wu Qifeng, suddenly emerged. He stood in direct opposition to Chu Qingtian, not yielding in presence at all. Seeing his ancestor step forward, Wu Yong became much bolder. He immediately pointed at Lin Chen's nose and questioned, "You brat, come back with me to accept the investigation. If you didn't kill Wu Haiyang, I won't do anything to you. But if you..." Facing Wu Yong's accusations, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, "Isn't the situation already quite clear? I took down Wu Haiyang's territory, and he sought someone to silence me. By good fortune, I managed to turn the tables on him." Hearing Lin Chen's nonchalant remarks, Wu Yong nearly wanted to tear him apart. Even Wu Qifeng, the Wu family ancestor, frowned slightly at that moment. Wu Haiyang wasn't highly regarded in the Wu family, but that was relative. As a 6th-tier lord, Wu Haiyang's strength was definitely above average in the outside world. Yet, he was killed by a mere freshman. Wu Qifeng's gaze was deep as he tried to see through Lin Chen. However, when Lin Chen noticed Wu Qifeng's scrutiny, his expression remained extremely calm. He did not appear like a low-tier lord at all. This young man had profound thoughts and immense potential. Wu Qifeng furrowed his brow tightly, silently making a judgment. A murderer speaks so lightly, Wu Yong sneered. Principal Chu, are you really going to shield this guy? Are you willing to gamble your school's reputation for a killer? The Wu family would definitely not let this matter rest easily. Without a reasonable resolution, they could not simply leave. Chu Qingtian's expression was calm, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Lin Chen, do you have anything else to say? You killed someone from the Wu family, and regardless of right or wrong, the Wu family will not easily forgive you. Lin Chen understood this well, but he was now fearless, so he took a step forward, staring directly at the Wu family ancestor, Wu Qifeng. Wu Liang has suppressed me several times at school, even trying to destroy the core territory of my friend, which is why I turned around and destroyed him instead. Wu Liang's father, Wu Haiyang, brought an 8th-tier lord to the outer desert to assassinate me, and I nearly lost my life. I used almost all my means to slay him. As for these two, I have no regrets. At this point, Lin Chen's voice was strong and decisive. Even surrounded by a group of great lords, he showed no fear. But, I, Lin Chen, will take responsibility for my own actions. If your Wu family thinks I am in the wrong, you can openly challenge me to a duel. There's no need to put pressure on the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. I will not go back with you unless you can defeat me. As a 4th-tier lord, Lin Chen now exuded an aura comparable to that of a great lord. The surrounding students, teachers, and even the Wu family members looked at this young man with newfound respect. Zhang He's cold face showed a slight change, unable to help but glance at the boy. Chu Qingtian's lips curled slightly, though no smile appeared. One could sense his appreciation for Lin Chen. After a long silence, the Wu family members remained quiet. Then Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Alright, since you want a duel, I will grant you that. Wu Yong's voice was cold and harsh. Do you dare to duel me for territory? At this, the students in the distance gasped in shock. Even the teachers protecting Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Wu Yong was an 8th-tier lord. A battle between him and Lin Chen, a 4th-tier lord? It was completely a one-sided slaughter. One must know that a lord who has been promoted to a great lord has high-level dependents worth millions. The troops in Lin Chen's territory were hardly even a fraction of that. Zhang Yi frowned tightly. You, an 8th-tier great lord, dare to duel a freshman student? Is this how your Wu family bullies others? An 8th-tier against a 4th-tier was not a duel, it was a one-sided massacre. Wu Yong, aware of his own shortcomings, snorted coldly, I will suppress my strength to the 4th-tier level. That way, the duel will be fair, right? What Wu Yong said was as ridiculous as flatulence. An 8th-tier lord, even if suppressing his rank, had strength that a 4th-tier lord could not contend with. One must know that within a great lord's territory, even a 1st-tier goblin could potentially possess the strength to slay dragons. No matter how much Wu Yong suppressed his level, the strength of his dependents could not be underestimated. This was entirely an unfair duel. But the Wu family was now seeking justice, and it was clear that this matter would not end peacefully. Refusing the duel would likely lead to even greater conflict. Just as the teachers on site were pondering how to resolve the current predicament, Lin Chen's calm voice rang out. I agree to duel you. Regardless of the outcome, I ask that you Wu family members do not trouble the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy any further. Upon hearing this, both the teachers and students present showed expressions of shock. Lin Chen had gone mad. Wasn't this courting death? A 4th-tier lord challenging an 8th-tier great lord. Even if the opponent suppressed his strength, he was still an unassailable existence. Lin Chen, you. The teachers showed complex expressions. Even Wei Qiangdong and Zhang He frowned slightly. It was Chu Qingtian, however, whose calm pupils flashed with a hint of appreciation. Ah, good, Lin Chen. I didn't expect you to actually agree. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Then let's set a time for a showdown. If you can survive in my hands, all grudges will be wiped clean. The Wu family ancestor, Wu Qifeng, also nodded in agreement, looking towards Chu Qingtian. Principal Chu, what do you think of this proposal? Chu Qingtian's expression was indifferent. Since Lin Chen has agreed, I naturally have nothing to say. But, he shifted his tone. I want to propose 3 demands for this duel. Seeing that Wu Qifeng remained silent, Chu Qingtian continued. First, this public duel will take place 3 days from now at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Dragon Academy in the Imperial Capital. Second, Wu Yong, your troops can only be at most 5th rank, and you can use no more than 4 lord skills. Third, in this duel, Wu Liang will initiate a territory invasion against Lin Chen. If Lin Chen can hold out until the end of the invasion time, he wins. Wu Yong thought for a moment and nodded. These are all fine. Lin Chen has crippled our Wu family's genius and killed our steward. I believe there is no problem in holding a public duel to settle this matter. Wu Qifeng nodded and immediately showed Chu Qingtian a friendly smile. Then Principal Chu, we will see you in 3 days. I hope the student named Lin Chen can cherish these precious 3 days. After the Wu family left, only the teachers and the murmuring students remained on the scene. Both teachers and students showed worried expressions at this moment. The disparity in strength between the two sides in this duel was simply too great. How could Lin Chen possibly win? How could he withstand an invasion from an 8th rank lord? After the Wu family left, Lin Chen thought that Chu Qingtian would call him over alone. Instead, he was told to return first, leaving Jiang He to inquire about the situation. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. The strength of an 8th rank lord should not be underestimated. Even if some of their power was suppressed, it was not something Lin Chen could easily contend with. Therefore, in these 3 days, he had to crazily improve his strength. He had to survive this duel. Shortly after Lin Chen left, news of his duel with the Wu family spread throughout the school. On the playground. Hey guys, have you heard? Freshman Lin Chen is going to publicly duel the Wu family. Who is he dueling? The Wu family? Lin Chen has gone mad, how dare he? The most outrageous part is that the opponent Lin Chen is dueling is an 8th rank lord. Tisk tsk, it's really strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly outrageous. It really is outrageous, a freshman dares to duel a lord. This guy must be crazy. In the library, a few girls huddled together and whispered, our school has produced a genius who is challenging the Wu family. Just 3 days from now. The Wu family? The imperial capital Wu family? Is he challenging the sophomore Wu Liang? Wu Liang was already crippled. The one who crippled him is. Right, it's Lin Chen. Now the one challenging the Wu family is also Lin Chen. I heard he killed Wu Liang's father when he was exiled to the outer desert. Today, a whole bunch of lords from the Wu family came to seek justice. This Lin Chen is too fierce, even daring to provoke the Wu family. In a corner of the library, Gu Qingqing, who had been quietly reading, suddenly looked up. Then, disregarding her ladylike image, she ran over to the group of girls. Her voice trembled a bit. What are you saying? Lin Chen is challenging the Wu family? Seeing Gu Qingqing's nervous expression, the girls realized their relationship was not ordinary. One of the girls quickly shared what she knew with Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing's face turned pale, and she stomped her feet anxiously. How can Lin Chen be so impulsive? How could he possibly be a match for an 8th rank lord? Reflecting on the bits and pieces of her past interactions with Lin Chen, although nothing ambiguous or exciting had happened, every simple and casual exchange made Gu Qingqing feel comfortable and happy inside. It added a lot of color and anticipation to her otherwise mundane campus life. In Gu Qingqing's heart, Lin Chen was a reliable, excellent, and slightly mischievous boy. She originally wanted to continue getting to know him, hoping that one day their relationship could progress further. But now, no way. In this duel, Lin Chen is bound to lose. Gu Qingqing bit her lip, her gaze flickering. Maybe I can ask my family for help. Lin Chen is my friend. I have to help him. In the office of the chairman of Haoyu Group, Chairman Zhang Tianyu suddenly received a message from his secretary. His daughter, Zhang Min, was rushing to the office. It seemed something serious had happened. Ever since the last banquet, when she brought her little boyfriend home, their father-daughter relationship had become delicate. Although they had previously referred to each other as father and daughter, their relationship was quite cold. It was basically just a greeting when they met, with no further communication. But since the banquet, his daughter's gaze towards him had clearly changed, filled with more emotions. Shyness, evasiveness, tension, and even a hint of expectation. Zhang Tianyu naturally understood that this change in his daughter was closely related to that little guy named Lin Chen. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with Lin Chen's performance at the banquet. In the face of a giant like the Wu family in the capital, Lin Chen was able to remain calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Just this temperament surpassed the vast majority of his peers. Furthermore, he had also investigated Lin Chen's performance at school. He was undoubtedly a standout among the freshmen, even more excellent than some scions of wealthy families. Such a young man was indeed impressive. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Min entered with slightly red eyes, looking anxious. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Zhang Tianyu immediately felt a pang of heartache. He quickly set aside his imposing business demeanor and gently asked, Xiaomin, what happened? It's the Wu family. Zhang Min's voice was a bit choked. The Wu family wants to have a public duel with Lin Chen, and it's set for 3 days from now. A public duel? Zhang Tianyu's brows furrowed slightly, and he hurriedly brought a chair for his precious daughter to sit down. Xiaomin, don't panic, take your time. Zhang Min immediately relayed the news she had heard to Zhang Tianyu. When Zhang Tianyu learned that Lin Chen was challenging Wu Yong, the steward of the Wu family, a serious look flashed in his eyes. Wu Yong is an 8th-tier lord, it will be very difficult to defeat him. Zhang Min nodded, clenching her fists in anger. That guy Lin Chen just loves to show off. He agrees to a duel as soon as someone provokes him. How could he possibly be a match for an 8th-tier lord? I just tried calling him several times, but I couldn't get through. Although the difference between a 4th tier and an 8th tier sounded like a fantasy, Zhang Tianyu prided himself on having seen countless people. Having witnessed Lin Chen's performance at the banquet, he knew he was not an impulsive person. Since he agreed to the duel, it meant he must have some confidence. At least he had the strength to fight. Lin Chen killed Wu Haiyang. The Wu family will definitely not let this go easily. I think the reason Lin Chen agreed to the duel is probably to end the feud with the Wu family as soon as possible. Zhang Min looked worried. But can Lin Chen really defeat him? What if he loses and the Wu family destroys the core of his lordship? Zhang Tianyu comforted her. Don't worry, Xiaomin, Lin Chen is not an impulsive person. I believe he will give us a big surprise. Looking at Zhang Tianyu's confident demeanor, Zhang Min nodded slightly. I hope so. Back in his dormitory, Lin Chen immediately set his phone to silent mode. Then he began preparing for the duel in his territory. 3 days was not a long time. He had to seize the moment to improve himself as much as possible. Transforming into the Plague Lord, Lin Chen stood on the Lord's land. After being promoted to the 4th tier, the area of the territory has seen a tremendous increase, and now Lin Chen's territory is essentially boundless. He quickly assessed his current military strength. Since bringing out 1.5 million 3rd-tier zombie soldiers from the world of the Game of Thrones, Lin Chen has entrusted the logistics and maintenance of various buildings to these 3rd-tier troops. The previously used mechanical goblins and black-armored zombies have all been eliminated. In Lin Chen's territory, aside from the barracks for the Plague Wolf Riders, which are still producing troops in an organized manner, all other low-tier barracks have been repurposed into mutation gland plantations, becoming fertilizer for harvesting mutation glands. Currently, these 3rd-tier zombies form the main workforce for logistics and construction in Lin Chen's territory. The 4th-tier lord uses 3rd-tier vassals as logistics and construction workers, greatly enhancing production and transportation efficiency. Next are the 4th-tier aerial units, the Crying Angels, whose cumulative number has now reached 200,000. When they all take to the sky, the sight is overwhelming and oppressive. As for 5th-tier troops, Lin Chen currently has 2 types, the 2-headed Brutal Dragon Riders and the Crystal Dragons. After a period of development and production, the number of 2-headed Brutal Dragon Riders has accumulated to 80,000. Lin Chen has specifically established a garrison for the Brutal Dragon Riders in a satellite city next to the main urban area. Rows upon rows of these riders lie sleeping in dark tents, ready to transform into a torrent of cavalry at a moment's notice, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. After inspecting the Brutal Dragon Riders, Lin Chen flapped his wings and flew over the Dragon Canyon. When he saw the canyon filled with countless crystal dragons, resembling a swarm of bats, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. In just a month, the number of dragons in the Dragon Canyon has reached an astonishing total. 400,000. A full 400,000 5th-tier crystal dragons. Such a terrifying number is something even a 5th-tier lord would find hard to possess. The reason for the large number of crystal dragons is primarily due to Lin Chen constructing 1,120 5th-tier dragon nests in the Dragon Canyon. These nests, enhanced by various territorial buildings, have significantly increased production efficiency. In contrast, the current output of the 2-headed Brutal Dragon Riders can only rely on flesh and blood cloning machines, which explains the vast difference in scale. Observing his Crystal Dragon Legion, Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence. From now on, the 5th-tier dragons will become his main battle vassals. Moreover, the Dragon Canyon needs to continue expanding, otherwise, there won't be enough space to accommodate the dragons. The 6th-tier vassals, the black-armored shield guards, have also produced a considerable number this month. Including casualties, the current number of black-armored shield guards is around 25,000. Such a scale of vassals would have been quite terrifying just a month ago. However, Lin Chen now understands that his strength must continue to improve. By the way, I wonder how Little Black and the Death Knight are progressing with their upgrades. Little Black refers to the Dark Ranger Sylvanas, while the Death Knight is a shorthand for the Lich King Arthas. During Lin Chen's time exploring the outer desert, he had arranged for the 2 heroes to level up by fighting monsters in the 6th-tier monster realm. With a thought, a portal appeared before Lin Chen. He immediately stepped into the portal. After a dazzling flash of light, Lin Chen arrived on a floating island filled with 6th-tier monsters. Surrounding the portal were wooden walls, with hundreds of black-armored shield guards stationed below for defense. Over 1,000 crying angels stood atop the walls. This is a forward base built by Lin Chen, providing supplies and protection for the heroes to level up. The forward base also features a graveyard and a plague well, both designed for healing injuries. Through his perception, Lin Chen knew that Little Black and the Death Knight were currently fighting in a nearby valley. He immediately spread his crystal wings and flew towards the valley. Before reaching the vicinity, the dense roar of battle echoed from within the canyon. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen saw that Xiao He and the Death Knight were each leading a team in combat against a group of 6th-tier flame demon bears. The battle was nearing its end, with the ground littered with the corpses of the flame demon bears. Lin Chen watched the fight from above, casually opening the attribute panels of Xiao He and the Death Knight. Both heroes had reached the 6th tier. Along with their enhanced abilities, their aura effects had also significantly improved. Xiao He specialized in ranged attacks, boosting the attack power and range of ranged units. The Death Knight, on the other hand, was a frontline warrior, increasing the movement speed, combat power, and defense of melee units. Once the flame demon bears were mostly dealt with, Lin Chen led the two heroes back to their territory. The upcoming battle would primarily focus on defending against invasions. The two heroes would play a crucial role in this fight, so Lin Chen planned to prioritize enhancing their levels. At the Lord stage, the maximum enhancement level was 9, with levels 4 and 7 being significant thresholds. The chances of failure were quite high when enhancing from level 3 to 4 and from level 6 to 7. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare more enhancement stones for this tier. Lin Chen intended to stack the enhancement levels of both heroes to 7. To achieve this goal, he brought out all his resources. A mountain of various materials and rare construction materials piled up. These items had been accumulated since Lin Chen started school, with most resources coming from Morak's and Wu Liang's territories. Especially Wu Liang, whose territory was exceptionally rich. Tons of rare resources and equipment were transported to Lin Chen's territory. To store these items, Lin Chen even built an additional storage area outside the main city. This demonstrated just how terrifying the resource amount was for a lord nurtured by a large family. Unfortunately, all these resources now belonged to Lin Chen. Selling resources to buy enhancement stones. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating whether to visit the Lord Market, Lu Wanwan, who he hadn't seen in a long time, suddenly arrived at his territory through a portal. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, and he immediately flew over. Lin Chen, are you okay? My aunt said she couldn't reach you on your phone, so I came to see if you were in your territory. Lu Wanwan's crisp voice was filled with playfulness. Ah, I've just been busy building the territory, Lin Chen chuckled wryly. I'll call teacher Jiang He right now. Lu Wanwan nodded vigorously. By the way, Lin Chen, I heard you're going to duel that whoever, you must do your best. Wanwan raised her fist to cheer Lin Chen on. If you need any materials, just let me know, my territory is quite rich. Unable to resist, Lin Chen ruffled Lu Wanwan's hair, causing her to pout adorably. Exiting the territory, Lin Chen opened his phone's contact list. He found that Jiang He had contacted him. Jiang Min, Gu Qingqing, and a few buddies from class had also called him. Lin Chen smiled wryly and sent them a group message saying, I'm fine, before dialing Jiang He's number. It was nothing serious, he just needed to prepare mentally. Principal Chu meant that regardless of whether he could win the duel, he could ensure that Lin Chen's territory core would not be destroyed by the Wu family. As for whether the territory would ultimately become a wasteland or achieve a hard-fought victory, it depended on Lin Chen's own performance. By the way, Teacher Jiang, I have a batch of materials I need to sell. Do you have any good sales channels? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. You can sell your unused materials to the school, Jiang He replied, but this privilege is generally reserved for students in their 3rd year or above, or teachers. However, considering your unique situation, it wouldn't hurt to open it up early. The Academy store at the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy not only allowed purchases with credits but also permitted valuable items to be sold within the store. The materials sold to the school were then exchanged for lower-grade students through the store, forming a virtuous trading cycle. After Jiang He granted this authority to Lin Chen spent an entire day exchanging all the materials he didn't need for credits. He then used these credits to buy enough materials for 2 heroic spirits to break through to level 7 enhancement. Once everything was ready, it was evening. Lin Chen entered the territory. The higher the level of the enhancement stones, the more expensive they became, and after breaking through level 7, the prices skyrocketed to astronomical figures. After spending more than half of his fortune, Lin Chen finally gathered enough level 7 enhancement stones for both. Next, it was time for a big gamble. Calling the Death Knight to his side, Lin Chen prepared to enhance him to the same level as Xiao He. Without any hesitation, he directly the enhancement stones. Ding! Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV1, ding! Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV2, ding. Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV3, all 3 enhancements succeeded, saving Lin Chen a considerable amount of money. Next, it was time to break through Level 4 enhancement. Ding. Enhancement failed. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV3, 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 after 4 consecutive failures, Lin Chen's face darkened instantly. Following that was a wave of pain in his liver. With each failure, the sound of shattering glass echoed in his ears. Each sound represented a significant loss of money for Lin Chen. However, fortunately, the sound changed on the 5th enhancement. Ding! Enhancement successful. Heroic Spirit Enhancement Level LV4. The Lich King Arthas enhanced to LV4, gaining a new skill, Plague Strain. Plague Strain skill introduction. The army led by Arthas will have the ability to release pathogenic spores, which will parasitize the enemy troops and continuously absorb their life energy. The strains grown from the spores belong to the Lord's subordinates and can be controlled by the Lord. After enhancement +4, Arthas's overall image became much more handsome. He seemed to have regained the aura of the fallen prince from years past. What Lin Chen was most concerned about was the new skill he had obtained. Plague Strain? It can generate pathogenic strains in the enemy's body after infection? And this strain can be controlled by himself? Lin Chen immediately brought a few low-level zombies from the Mutation gland farm for testing. Accompanied by a sprinkle of green powdery substance, several low-level zombies quickly grew tumor-like plants all over their bodies. Soon, Lin Chen felt that these strains were under his control. Moreover, he could choose between 2 forms, hiding and bursting. Hiding meant remaining dormant inside the enemy, while bursting accelerated the absorption of the enemy unit's life force. Lin Chen chose to burst, and when the strains grew to the size of a fist, he activated Flesh Explosion. With a puff sound, the strain on the zombie's shoulder exploded. The power was similar to a firecracker. This skill would only serve as a support role on the battlefield, a rather standard skill. Next, he continued to enhance the 2 heroes. After a rather thrilling enhancement process, Lin Chen consumed more than half of his fortune and finally succeeded in raising Xiao He and the Death Knight to enhancement +7. The moment they broke through level 7 enhancement, both underwent tremendous changes in appearance and momentum. Enhancement +7 did not grant them new skills but significantly strengthened their existing skills. Xiao Hei's silence spell evolved into an area-wide anti-magic spell, capable of preventing enemy mage units within a certain range from using any skills. Meanwhile, the Death Knight, in addition to various enhanced auras, also had the newly acquired Plague Strain skill enhanced. The infection properties and power of the deadly strain were significantly strengthened. This highly infectious method will become an extremely effective means of countering the enemy in large-scale battles. As the enhancement ended, Lin Chen silently breathed a sigh of relief. There were still 2 days left until the public duel with the Woo family. Next, Lin Chen used every possible method to improve his own abilities and enhance the quality of his followers. He built fortifications and strengthened his positions, constructing all defensive buildings. Lin Chen even simulated various combat formations and tactics, hoping to defeat the enemy in the upcoming duel. Lin Chen was well aware that he was currently powerless and without influence. Whether now or in the future, he could only rely on himself. Because of this, he had to put in more effort than others and continuously challenge stronger enemies. Time quickly passed to the eve of the duel. After 3 days of anticipation, news of the freshman challenging the Woo family's 8th-tier lord had spread throughout the campus. Many students, upon hearing this, neglected to cultivate their followers and instead freed up time to witness the battle. So when the duel location was set at the center of the playground, countless students, teachers, and even some outsiders eagerly took their seats in the stands. With so many people present, those unaware might have thought a sports event was being held. Look, the Woo family's lord has arrived. With a shout, everyone's gaze turned to one side of the playground. A dozen lords appeared in the spectators' view, their expressions serious. At the forefront was Wu Yong, one of the decision-makers of the Woo family, a genuine 8th-tier lord. At this moment, on the podium, Chu Qingtian and other high-ranking school leaders were also present. Among them were even some honorary mentors dressed in the Great Wall Guard uniform. Seeing the Woo family's grand display, their expressions turned serious. Chu Qingtian's gaze became intense as he said flatly, "The Woo family's influence is indeed substantial. Do they really need to mobilize so much to bully a junior?" Many in the audience were also discussing the Woo family. At this time, in a temporary resting tent set up on one side of the playground, Lin Chen looked at the arrival of the Woo family and couldn't help but show a hint of caution. The appearance of over a dozen Woo family lords clearly indicated the nature of this duel, it was a fight to the death. They would not rest until Lin Chen was incapacitated. The invisible pressure made Lin Chen frown slightly, but then he relaxed his brow. What was there to fear? In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. At this moment, he could only focus and give it his all. Overthinking would be of no use. Our Wu family has arrived, but why haven't we seen classmate Lin Chen? Wu Yong stood in the middle of the field, speaking with a tone of disdain. Is he too scared to come out? Hearing this, Lin Chen prepared to walk out of the tent. However, just then, at the entrance of the playground on Lin Chen's side, a group of bodyguards in black suits was escorting two figures into the playground. What the hell? Isn't that Zhang Min? Someone among the students recognized the newcomers, but another person shouted more sharply, Zhang Min is with the chairman of Haoyu Group. Zhang Tianyu, the father of Zhang Min? The business magnate? The highest authority of Haoyu Group? What is someone from Haoyu Group doing here? Amidst the crowd's astonished and shocked gazes, Zhang Tianyu strode confidently to the center of the field. Without waiting for Chu Qingtian to ask, Zhang Tianyu's voice was cold as he said, I heard the Wu family is going to duel with a freshman, so I came to take a look. Moreover, this student has a good relationship with my daughter, and I do not wish for him to encounter any unexpected situations. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The chairman of Haoyu Group came to watch the duel? The big shot's daughter's friend. Wow, Zhang Min and Lin Chen have quite the relationship. Is Zhang Min calling her old man to back her up? A wave of heated discussion erupted on the playground. Wu Yong glanced at the impassive Zhang Tianyu, a flash of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Director Zhang, what do you mean by this? Are you backing Lin Chen? Have you forgotten that we are partners? Zhang Tianyu snorted coldly, partners? More accurately, you should say we're the ones being bled dry by your Haoyu Group. If it weren't for my previous illness and the urgent need for sedatives, do you think I would cooperate with you? Wu Yong's face turned various shades of green and purple from the two statements. Zhang Tianyu was right. Over the past few years, the Wu family had indeed swindled a lot of money from Haoyu Group. Now that the mask was off, Zhang Tianyu naturally had no intention of continuing to endure. Mr. Wu, don't forget, Zhang Tianyu reminded him, the machinery in your family's off-world mines was all provided by our Haoyu Group. Who knows, we might suddenly withdraw at any time. Wu Yong suppressed his anger but dared not say more. Lin Chen stepped out of the tent and into the public eye. He had heard Zhang Tianyu's words just now and walked over to him with a somewhat helpless expression. He performed a respectful gesture as a junior. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for coming to watch this duel. Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly. I have high hopes for you, Lin Chen. Just give it your all. With me here, I don't think the Wu family will do anything too outrageous. Besides Zhang Tianyu, Zhang Min also winked at Lin Chen, her small fist clenched, making a gesture of encouragement. Lin Chen forced a smile. Don't worry, I'll give it my all in this duel. At this moment, Wu Yong was feeling very frustrated. He could only urge, let's get the duel started quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. However, what no one expected was that at this moment, another group of people arrived outside the playground. As they entered the playground, not only did the audience start to murmur, but even those sitting on the podium, including Chu Qingtian, instinctively showed respectful expressions. The newcomers were all women. They were the Gu family from the capital, known as the War God family. Leading the Gu family women was their current head, Gu Anlin. She was also Gu Qingqing's mother. The reason the Gu family was known as the War God family was that all the men in their family served in the military and fought on the most dangerous front lines. On that brutally harsh battlefield with a terrifying casualty rate, almost all the male members of the Gu family had perished over the years of fighting. This led to the Gu family being a prestigious family in the capital, yet almost devoid of men. Even though the Gu family was filled with women, they still commanded great respect from other families and forces in the capital, being referred to as the War God family. The Gu family members walked toward the center of the duel. Besides the head of the family, Gu Anlin, there were two others by her side. On her left was the dignified Gu Qingqing, who had changed into a green long robe, appearing at the scene as a member of the Gu family. The other person was somewhat strange. She was not wearing the Gu family robe but was instead wrapped tightly in a burlap coat, even covering her face. From her appearance, she was a woman, but she exuded an incredibly mysterious aura. Why has the Gu family come as well? Wu Yong frowned involuntarily as he watched the Gu family walk toward the center of the arena. The Wu family has no ties with the Gu family. What do they mean by suddenly appearing here? At that moment, Wu Yong felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the Gu family also came for Lin Chen? But how could that be? No matter how outstanding Lin Chen was, it was impossible for a prestigious family to make such a fuss over him. But considering the recently arrived Haoyu group, on the podium, Chu Qingtian took the initiative to greet Gu Anlin, saying, Master Gu, it's been a long time. The Gu family's wealth is not substantial, and their business is limited. but in the imperial capital, the Gu family's status is extremely high. This status was earned by the male members of the Gu family through their sacrifices and bloodshed, bit by bit. Even Chu Qingtian sincerely respects the Gu family. "Hello, Principal Chu." Gu Anlin's voice was gentle, exuding the demeanor of a matriarch. Chu Qingtian, the deputy commander of the Great Wall of Despair, has always maintained a good relationship with the Gu family due to his military background. "I came here this time because Qingqing mentioned there would be an interesting duel today. I heard it's a first-year student competing against the 8th-tier lord of the Wu family. Hee, the Wu family really has no shame, bullying a junior like this in front of so many people." Hearing Gu Anlin's words, Wu Yong's expression darkened immediately. However, considering the Gu family's status, he dared not say much. He could only suppress his anger deep inside. Upon hearing Gu Anlin's comment, Chu Qingtian understood the situation. The Gu family's sudden arrival was not for the Wu family, but for Lin Chen. He didn't expect this kid to have such a wide network, with both the Gu family and the Haoyu group supporting him. Even though Chu Qingtian's cultivation was impressive, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at this moment. "Lin Chen, do your best in the competition later." Gu Qingqing's face turned a bit red, but she still encouraged him. Lin Chen nodded awkwardly. The support from the Gu family made him feel a bit overwhelmed. After sitting down in the viewing area arranged by Chu Qingtian, Gu Anlin curiously asked Qingqing beside her, "Is he the young man you have your eye on? He does look quite talented." Gu Qingqing's face immediately flushed as she emphasized, I am just ordinary friends with Lin Chen. We haven't even started yet. Can ordinary friends go to such lengths to ask me to support him?" Gu Anlin affectionately patted Gu Qingqing's head. "I didn't want to come at first. Our whole family coming to support a junior like this is just ridiculous." Then, Gu Anlin showed a hint of helplessness. "Who told your aunt to come back at this time? Manhwa, are you sure this Lin Chen is worth us going to such lengths?" The mysterious person sitting next to Gu Anlin, wearing a mask, was none other than Gu Manhwa, who had just returned from the evil god battlefield. She had suddenly come back home 3 days ago and chose to support Gu Qingqing's request to help Lin Chen. Gu Manhwa nodded slightly. "Lin Chen is indeed someone worth cultivating. Our Gu family's male members are few and weak, and we urgently need to supplement with excellent males. Lin Chen is a very suitable candidate. Moreover, I can see that Qingqing has a good impression of him, so it would be a natural progression for them to become a couple." Gu Qingqing's face was flushed, feeling shy and somewhat unable to face others. However, Gu Anlin slightly pursed her lips and chuckled. "Whether he can become our Gu family's son-in-law is still uncertain. At the very least, we should see how this young man performs in the duel." Gu Manhwa shrugged. "Then let's wait and see." As Wei Qiangdong announced that both sides of the duel were ready, under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen and Wu Yong were enveloped in a golden halo. Immediately above their heads, a massive holographic projection platform appeared. This platform would broadcast everything happening in the territory to the outside world in real time. At the same time, Lin Chen and Wu Yong's consciousness was pulled into the Lord's space. Lin Chen descended into his territory in the form of a Lord Avatar. The next second, a prompt sounded in his ear. "Lord Wu Yong will invade this world in 20 minutes. Please prepare, Lord. This invasion is a unilateral challenge, and the challenge time is 6 hours in the territory world. The Lord needs to defend for as long as possible, for 6 hours, to minimize the destruction of buildings within the territory. The ultimate goal is to keep the Lord's crystal intact." Lin Chen focused his energy and immediately began to deploy his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes passed. At the edge of Lin Chen's territory, a massive portal slowly opened. The moment the portal opened, countless 5th-tier Locust warriors emerged. 100,000, 300,000, 600,000. In the end, a total of 1 million 5th-tier Locust warriors appeared in Lin Chen's territory. With only one type of soldier, the mountains and fields, as well as the sky, were filled with dense swarms of 5th-tier Locust warriors. These Locust warriors wore standard elite armor and wielded long spears. Their insect eyes glowed with a blood-red light. They looked incredibly formidable. Lin Chen's expression was serious as he immediately began to strategically deploy his troops. 1 million 5th-tier enemies. This was the greatest challenge he had faced since becoming a lord. Soon, the assembled Locust warriors marched towards Lin Chen's main city. Wu Yong's consciousness hovered in the air, quite satisfied as he watched his Locust army. He had trained these Locusts for many years. Despite being only 5th-tier soldiers, they could easily defeat 6th-tier monsters in one-on-one combat. Their racial potential had been fully tapped. Soon, Wu Yong's Locust army arrived at Lin Chen's first fortress. The fortress was built from massive rocks and looked quite sturdy. Wu Yong, too lazy to form a formation, directly commanded the Locusts to charge at the fortress. The Locusts surged like a tide. Half an hour later, the entire fortress was completely overwhelmed. The subordinates inside the fortress were quickly slaughtered. This group of Locust warriors had both defensive and offensive capabilities that reached a terrifying level. Even the dragon-hunting crossbow could only inflict minor surface wounds on them. Lin Chen's gaze was serious as he deployed 100,000 Weeping Angels. The overwhelming number of Weeping Angels surged towards the Locust warriors. Just as the Weeping Angel army was about to enter the Locust warriors' line of sight, Lin Chen's plague mist spread out. Humph, a trivial skill, Wu Yong snorted coldly, also using his Lord skill. Suddenly, flames erupted fiercely from the Locust warriors' weapons. The flames were not only extremely hot but also had a strong dispersing effect. They firmly suppressed the plague mist to several dozen meters away. The Weeping Angels burst out from the mist and charged towards the Locust warriors. The next second, countless long spears tipped with burning flames flew from the Locust warrior ranks. Each spear struck with the force of a crossbow bolt. The moment they hit the Weeping Angels, a series of explosions erupted. In less than a few seconds, the sky was filled with red flames. The Weeping Angels suffered heavy casualties under the scorching flames. They fell from the sky one after another. The students watching this scene shook their heads inside. So many subordinates died in the first encounter. Can Lin Chen withstand the Wu family's attack? I think it's unlikely. The Wu family has deployed 1 million 5th-tier Locust warriors. How can they fight? It's impossible. It won't be long before Lin Chen's territory is crushed into ruins. It wasn't just the students. Zhang Min from Haoyu Group and Gu Qingqing from the Gu family were also nervously clenching their fists, their small faces tense with anxiety. At the same time, in a corner at the back of the playground, I believe brother Lin Chen will definitely win. The sickly beauty Lu Wanyuan said confidently. Jiang Yi beside her was a bit curious. Wanyuan, how can you be so sure Lin Chen will win? His opponent is an 8th-tier Great Lord. Because I believe in brother Lin Chen. Lu Wanyuan smiled. He will definitely win this victory. I believe in him. Jiang Yi gently patted Lu Wanwan's head. Since Wanwan believes, then I believe too. That kid Lin Chen always manages to pull off some unexpected feats. Maybe this time will be no different. The territorial battle grew increasingly brutal. After Lin Chen had exhausted all his 4th-tier Crying Angels, he had only managed to delay the Locust army for half an hour. This time, the invasion lasted 6 hours. Holding them off for that long was no easy task. Just as Lin Chen was pondering this, Wu Yong made his next move. He issued another command, and the Locusts, which had been walking on the ground, spread their wings. They transformed from ground units to aerial units. Immediately, they accelerated towards Lin Chen's main city like real locusts. Seeing Wu Yong launch a full-scale attack, Lin Chen knew it was time to get serious. He immediately sent a battle order to the Dragon Valley. With a roar, the first to take off from the Dragon Valley was the Crystal Dragon King. At that moment, sitting atop it was none other than the Lich King Arthas. Arthas, being a Death Knight, was already a cavalry unit. Switching from a skeletal horse to riding a crystal dragon made no difference to him. After the Crystal Dragon King finished its roar, a massive legion of dragons flew out from the Dragon Valley. 400,000 crystal dragons blotted out the sky, turning the entire Dragon Valley into night. At the same time, Arthas, riding the Crystal Dragon King, raised his longsword. The evil aura, blood-sucking aura, and sturdy shield aura activated. The 3 auras enveloped the entire Dragon Legion. Their movement speed, combat power, and defense were significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, Arthas began to chant a spell. Ice crystals appeared around the Crystal Dragon. All the dragon's bodies were wrapped in a blue shield. Group Frost Armor forms an ice attribute shield around the minions within the area, reducing damage from enemy attacks and slowing down enemy melee units. The Dragon Legion was fully assembled. On the other side, the Locust army was also approaching Lin Chen's main city. When the Locusts cleared the war fog from their line of sight, everyone, including Wu Yong, saw Lin Chen's main city for the first time. They were instantly shocked by the vast area it covered. Holy crap! This is an Imperial fortress. Isn't Lin Chen just a 4th-tier lord? Where did he get an Imperial fortress? My god, look at all those defense towers in the main city. Is this really a territory size that a 4th-tier lord can build? Alas, too bad his opponent is an 8th-tier lord. If it were a 5th or even 6th-tier lord, there might be a chance to turn the tide. Discussions in the audience surged one after another. However, while everyone was discussing the magnificent Imperial fortress, a dark cloud flew in from the east of the Locust army. When it came into view of the audience, the students on the platform were once again stunned, because the dark mass was none other than a huge number of dragons, and all of these dragons were 5th tier. Holy crap, is this the number of minions a freshman can cultivate? A third-year student exclaimed. 5th-tier dragons, at least over 300,000. Even a 5th-tier lord couldn't cultivate such a scale of minions. Look closely at the appearance of these dragons. They are much larger than ordinary 5th-tier dragons. I swear these dragons are definitely mutants. Are you saying that Lin Chen not only has hundreds of thousands of 5th-tier dragon minions, but these dragons are also mutated units? Mutants are definitely stronger in combat than regular minions. The students were in an uproar, the intense discussions roaring like a tsunami. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but mainly because Lin Chen, as a freshman, had a lineage that was simply too extraordinary. It was akin to an elementary school student skipping several grades to take the college entrance examination. How could that not be shocking? Naturally, Wu Yong was equally astonished. He looked at Lin Chen's menacing dragon legion, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. No wonder he could turn the tables on Wu Haiyang. It turned out this kid had such astonishing strength. However, the army of 500,000 dragons was simply incomparable to his 1 million locust men. Each of his locust men could easily take on 4 or 5 5th-tier wild dragons in a one-on-one fight. Wu Yong's heart sank. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the advantage was mine. As the Dragon Legion was about to approach the locust men, Wu Yong unleashed his lord skill, Poison Spike Vine Armor. Instantly, 1 million locust men were enveloped in rapidly growing green spiked armor. Then, they spread their wings as the massive Dragon Legion charged forward. The moment the two sides clashed, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated the skill of the Night King. Hundreds of thousands of dragons transformed into blood-sucking bats, suddenly weaving into the ranks of the locust men. The thrown spears missed their targets. The overwhelming bats swept through the locust men, reverting back to their dragon forms within their formation. Many locust men couldn't dodge in time and were instantly crushed by the crystal dragon's bites. Their claws tore through the locust men's bodies, and black blood poured down like rain. However, Wu Yong's locust men were not simple. After weathering the initial chaos, one crystal dragon had its wings torn off by the locust men. Then several locust men clung to the dragon, carving massive gashes into its body. Blood sprayed from the crystal dragon's mouth, instantly condensing into countless sharp blades that shot toward the locust men. The locust men continuously released poison spikes, counterattacking the crystal dragons. The moment these two armies clashed, the war had already entered a fever pitch. The sky was covered with dragons and locust men. Across the battlefield, bodies of locust men and dragons continuously fell from the sky. Wu Yong observed the battlefield situation, frowning slightly. The current situation was vastly different from what he had anticipated. Logically, as an 8th-tier lord dealing with a 4th-tier lord, even with equal-tiered subordinates, he should be able to take on 10 of the opposing side. However, that was not the case now. Lin Chen's crystal dragons were actually able to fight evenly with the locust army. In fact, relying on their massive size, many battles even showed signs of the dragons gaining the upper hand against the locust men. This was not good news. It was one thing for Lin Chen to have a large number of subordinates, but why was their strength so high? They were actually comparable to the subordinates of an 8th-tier lord like himself. Wu Yong's brow furrowed tightly, and he soon discovered the reason for Lin Chen's subordinate strength. He saw a much larger giant dragon overlooking the battlefield from above. Its enormous size and ancient crystal armor made it clear to Wu Yong at a glance that this dragon was of a very high tier. I didn't expect Lin Chen to already possess a 7th-tier subordinate. I really underestimated him, Wu Yong thought as he assessed this 7th-tier subordinate. He also noticed that a heroic spirit was seated on the back fin of this ancient dragon. Under the command of this heroic spirit, the Crystal Dragon King dove down like a bomber, continuously shooting sharp crystal spikes. The spikes pierced through hundreds of locust men, instantly killing them. Its massive claws easily tore through the bodies of dozens of locust men. At the same time, the Death Knight riding on the back of the Crystal Dragon King raised his great sword, continuously applying various buff skills to the entire Dragon Legion. What the hell? A 7th-tier dragon kin, not just a 7th-tier kin. Look at that heroic spirit sitting on the dragon's back. The aura seems to suggest it's a legendary level heroic spirit. Legendary. Damn, that's impressive. In the audience stands, as the Death Knight commanded the Crystal Dragon King to dive down, the students erupted in a wave of gasps, especially the third-year students, whose pupils constricted sharply, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. 7th-tier dragon kin were already a very rare existence. Most third-year students couldn't even gather a full team of 6th-tier kin. Lin Chen not only had a 7th-tier kin, but it also seemed incredibly powerful. And Lin Chen actually had a legendary-level heroic spirit. This left them with their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Once a heroic spirit reaches the epic level, it becomes a unique existence. They possess powerful commanding abilities, and their combat leadership is far beyond that of a lord. According to statistics from the Dragon Kingdom, among the great lords, only 1 in 100 can recruit an epic heroic spirit. And to recruit a legendary level great lord, it takes 1 in 10,000. Generally, epic and legendary level heroic spirits disdain serving minor lords. However, at this moment, the legendary heroic spirit appearing in Lin Chen's territory was one that could only be successfully recruited among 10,000 great lords. Such an extraordinary situation was bound to astonish everyone. In a separate section of the audience, Zhang Haoyu from Haoyu Group and Gu Anlin, the head of the Gu family, also wore expressions of surprise. As the top leaders of 2 major factions, they naturally understood how rare it was to recruit a legendary heroic spirit. Moreover, the one who recruited a legendary heroic spirit was just a small 4th-tier lord. The potential of this young man was terrifying. No wonder this kid's king can match Wu Yong's locust people evenly. It turns out he has such a powerful heroic spirit backing him, Zhang Tianyu said, a rare heat showing on his serious face. This kid's methods are not simple. Hearing her father give such a high evaluation of Lin Chen, Zhang Min's lips curled slightly, her eyes filled with pride, as if to say, my judgment is pretty good, right? On the other side, in the viewing area where the Gu family was seated, Gu Anlin frowned as he looked at Gu Minghu beside him. Minghu, this kid has a legendary heroic spirit? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Minghu smiled wryly and shook his head. When I worked with this guy, he was just a 3rd-tier lord. This heroic spirit should be one he recently recruited. Gu Qingqing chimed in, I only knew that Lin Chen had an epic heroic spirit. An epic heroic spirit. Gu Anlin fell silent instantly. This meant that Lin Chen currently had 2 heroic spirits, 1 epic and 1 legendary. Moreover, he also had a powerful 7th-tier giant dragon kin and 500,000 5th-tier dragon kin. But this kid was merely a 4th-tier intermediate lord. Accompanying Gu Anlin were mostly female relatives from the Gu family, of Gu Qingqing's aunt and sister generation. They were all intensely discussing Lin Chen. This guy named Lin Chen is quite powerful. No wonder Qingqing wanted us to join the fun, she must have taken a liking to him. Qingqing, if your aunts agree to this marriage, let your mom go propose after the duel. Is our Gu family going to have a son-in-law from the Dragon clan? He. The elders discussed without reservation. Gu Qingqing's little face turned red, and she held back her shyness, saying, I am just ordinary friends with Lin Chen. Don't overthink it. Ordinary friends can elevate their relationship to that of a couple, Qingqing. Auntie tells you that good men require you to take the initiative, otherwise, they can easily be taken away by other girls. Go for it, brother Lin Chen. At the back of the audience, Lu Wanyuan tightly held Jiang He's hand while excitedly shouting. Although she couldn't see the duel, she understood what was happening through the discussions of the audience and Jiang He's explanations. Auntie, look at how amazing brother Lin Chen is. He really is strong, right? I told you teaming up with him was the right choice. He will definitely win. Jiang He glanced at her overly excited niece. A hint of helplessness flashed in her cool eyes. She rubbed her niece's little head. The Wu family's trump card hasn't been used yet. Even if Lin Chen shows great strength, whether he can defeat the Wu family is still uncertain. But brother Lin Chen has already done very well so far, and I believe he will definitely win, Lu Wanyuan said confidently. The focus returned to the Lord's world. After several rounds of fighting, nearly 100,000 of Wu Yong's locust soldiers had been killed or injured. On Lin Chen's side, the number of dragons had also dwindled by about 100,000. From the current situation, it was no longer clear who would win or lose. Wu Yong had to admit that he had underestimated Lin Chen's strength, but that didn't mean Lin Chen could defeat him, the Great Lord. At this moment, Wu Yong had already figured out the weaknesses of Lin Chen's followers. As long as he could exploit those weaknesses, the scales of victory would still tip in his favor. With that thought, Wu Lian unleashed his second Lord skill, S-rank Lord skill, Crimson Sky Demon Puppet. In the sky, 10 beams of blood-red light poured down, instantly enveloping the last 10 locust soldiers of the Legion. Although these 10 locust soldiers were 5th tier, their size had increased more than tenfold compared to ordinary locust soldiers. They looked like overweight people who had gone mad with weight gain. Soon, the bellies of these 10 locust soldiers rapidly swelled, their faces filled with a look of horror. In less than 5 seconds, their bellies burst open like ripe watermelons. Immediately after, the red demon puppets with bat wings rapidly expanded and grew. Each one grew to a height of 8 meters. The demon puppets were spewing blood-red steam, their power rapidly increasing, soon reaching 7th tier levels. The moment the 10 7th tier demon puppets appeared, the audience gasped in shock. the S-rank Lord's skill was terrifying. In an instant, it birthed 10 powerful 7th-tier demon puppets. Meanwhile, Lin Chen only had one 7th-tier dragon. The gap in strength was simply too great. Wu Yong did not hesitate and immediately sent 5 7th-tier demon puppets to attack the Crystal Dragon King. The other 5 demon puppets joined the main battlefield, crazily slaughtering Lin Chen's Dragon Legion like a storm sweeping away leaves. Although the Crystal Dragon was of ancient bloodline, its strength was only 5th tier. It had no means to defend against the attacks of the 7th-tier demon puppets. Lin Chen even specifically commanded 10 dragon suicide squads to charge at one of the demon puppets. Flesh and blood exploded the next second. After 10 explosions, the 7th-tier demon puppet only suffered minor surface injuries. The addition of the demon puppets was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Lin Chen's forces. Countless dragons were killed by the demon puppets. Even self-detonation could not inflict significant damage on them. Meanwhile, the Crystal Dragon King, trapped by the other 5 demon puppets, was now in crisis. Under Wu Yong's deliberate control, the demon puppets did not engage the Crystal Dragon King head-on. Instead, they continuously attacked the Lich King Arthas on its back. At this moment, the Lich King was only 6th tier and was no match for the demon puppets. Whether on the front lines or in the aerial battle, the situation for Lin Chen's side was far from optimistic. Retreat the entire army. Without hesitation, Lin Chen issued the order to retreat. Continuing to suffer losses, his Dragon Legion would soon be depleted. It was better to cut losses in time and retreat to the second line of defense. Dark Knight King, Bloodbat Transformation. Lin Chen activated his Lord skill, and the Dragon Legion on the front line instantly transformed into countless bloodbats, overwhelming the battlefield. The bloodbats evaded the attacks of the Locust People and the Magic Puppets, accelerating towards the main city. Once they escaped the intense battlefield, Lin Chen immediately began to assess the battle losses. Out of 500,000 dragons, only 200,000 remained. Meanwhile, Wu Yong's Locust army still boasted a terrifying number of 800,000. But that wasn't the most troublesome issue. The most challenging problem lay with the 10 7th-tier magic puppets. These puppets not only had high defense but also possessed strong mobility with their wings. Dealing with them was not an easy task. Currently, the only force capable of directly resisting their attacks was the Crystal Dragon King. In terms of both quantity and quality of subordinates, Lin Chen was at a significant disadvantage compared to Wu Liang. Faced with such a predicament, how should he respond next? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Meanwhile, the students and teachers watching from the outside displayed expressions of concern. Lin Chen is strong, but compared to an 8th-tier lord, he is still somewhat lacking. What a pity, if only Lin Chen could develop for a while longer, he might really succeed. Sigh, just those 10 7th-tier magic puppets are beyond his capability to handle. It seems Lin Chen is bound to lose this time. Lin Chen was unaware of the discussions outside. At that moment, he was contemplating strategies to counter the enemy. All 4th-tier Crying Angels had perished. Only 200,000 5th-tier Crystal Dragons remained. 80,000 Brutal Dragon Riders were still in a state of preparation, but the enemy's subordinates were all aerial units. The Brutal Dragon Riders seemed unable to play any crucial role. The number of 6th-tier Black Armored Shield Guards was around 25,000. The Black Armored Shield Guards were Lin Chen's last line of defense. The biggest problem now was that the Black Armored Shield Guards and Brutal Dragon Riders had weak aerial capabilities. They could not engage the Locust People in direct combat. Therefore, he had to come up with a way to strip the Locust army of their aerial combat advantage. Lin Chen suddenly thought of his Plague Mist skill. The current tier of the Plague Mist was A+. When fully unleashed, it could cover half of his territory. What if he compressed the mist covering half the territory to just the size of the main city? It could be anticipated that the plague content within the mist would condense to a terrifying level. However, merely having the Plague Mist was clearly not enough. Lin Chen also recalled the Everwinter Gem he had obtained in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. The Everwinter Gem possessed a portion of the Night King's power. It could lower the environmental temperature based on the scale of subordinates. What Lin Chen needed to do now was to fill the Imperial Fortress with 1,500,000 zombies. He aimed to create an ultra-low temperature environment filled with mist above the Imperial Fortress. This would greatly limit the flying capabilities of the Locust army, forcing them to fight only on the ground or near the surface. Having devised a plan, Lin Chen immediately began to mobilize his troops. The upcoming battle would be the climax of the entire duel. Soon, under Lin Chen's multiple operations, a thick layer of light green clouds began to gather above the Imperial Fortress. The cloud layer was extremely low and had a very low internal temperature. From a distance, it looked like a gigantic mountain floating in the sky, quite spectacular. Creating such extreme weather was not easy for Lin Chen. Its appearance would force Wu Yong to abandon the possibility of attacking the Imperial Fortress from the air. However, if Lin Chen wanted to envelop the Imperial Fortress with this extreme weather, his own subordinates would also be affected by the low temperature, which was not a cost-effective situation. For this reason, Lin Chen allowed the extreme weather he created to only cover the sky. The area up to 10 meters above the ground was not affected by the extreme weather. Soon, Wu Yong's army of locust people appeared in the wasteland, 10 kilometers away from the Imperial Fortress. At this time, the locust people were enveloped in a layer of milky white light. This light was the purification spell Wu Yong had just cast, specifically designed to counter Lin Chen's zombie infection ability. Although Lin Chen could not convert the locust people into his followers through infection, he noticed that some of the locusts still had remnants of the infection from Lin Chen's camp within them. It was the plague strain of the Death Knights. During previous battles, a portion of the locust people had been infected. However, these strains were currently in a dormant state, with an infection rate of only about 10% among the locust army. The infection needed to be expanded further. Once the coverage reached over 80%, an outbreak could be triggered to deliver a fatal blow to the locust army. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the time. Only half of the time since the invasion had passed. The next 3 hours would be the most brutal war that his territory had ever experienced. When Wu Yong saw the thick clouds accumulating above Lin Chen's main city, he immediately dispatched 1,000 locusts to enter the clouds and assess the situation. The result was that this locust troop quickly lost its direction, and all their attributes were significantly weakened. Entering this dark cloud was clearly not a wise choice. Wu Yong immediately ordered a shift from aerial combat to ground battle. At this time, his locust army still numbered a staggering 800,000. Additionally, there were 10 powerful 7th-tier magic puppets. With such combat power, Wu Yong believed failure was impossible. He then issued the command for the locusts to launch an attack. The dense swarm of locusts surged toward Lin Chen's main city like a tide of black water. On the city walls, the Dark Ranger Sylvanas raised her longbow. Under the effect of the strong strike aura, Lin Chen's ranged units received a significant boost in shooting distance and power. In the next moment, countless catapults and turrets unleashed massive stones engulfed in flames. The stones traced black parabolas in the air, and upon landing in the locust army, triggered a cacophony of explosions. Following that, various arrow towers fired giant arrows. These giant arrows fell like a torrential rain, crashing into the locust army. Even with such dense attacks, the locust army remained undaunted, climbing toward Lin Chen's city walls. Many locusts even suddenly spread their wings, shooting toward the guards on the walls like arrows. On the walls, the black-armored shield guards and brutal dragon knights fought side by side, continuously repelling the advancing locusts. The Dark Rangers and Death Knights also wielded their weapons, constantly slaying the locusts that charged forward. In that instant, the war entered a fever pitch. However, Wu Yong's trump card suddenly made its appearance. 3 magic puppets hidden among the locusts slowly approached Arthas. The moment Arthas killed 2 locusts, they launched a surprise attack on him. Arthas, the fallen prince of humanity, reacted swiftly. He immediately crossed his great sword over his chest. In the next second, the attacks of the 3 magic puppets struck the blade, and the immense impact sent him flying. However, after only 2 seconds of being airborne, Arthas stabilized himself. He forcefully drove his sword into the ground, halting his backward momentum. The 3 magic puppets wanted to continue their assault, but 3 white halos appeared above their heads. Immediately after, a barrage of arrows rained down from not far away. Standing at the highest point of the city wall, Sylvanas unleashed the silence spell and the rain of arrows. However, the dense arrows did not cause much harm to them. Instead, the other 3 magic puppets charged at the Dark Ranger, attempting to eliminate him in an instant. Fortunately, Lin Chen, who was watching the battle, realized this. He summoned all his subordinates around to block in front of the Dark Ranger. This barely held off the magic puppet's assault. Accompanied by a tremendous dragon roar, the Crystal Dragon King emerged from the grave. Having healed from its injuries, it immediately joined the fray, launching an attack against the magic puppets. The remaining 4 magic puppets were currently slaughtering the brutal dragon riders on the city wall. The 5th-tier brutal dragon riders were no match for the 7th-tier magic puppets. In just a few breaths, hundreds of brutal dragon riders had already met their demise. With the absence of the brutal dragon riders to stop them, more locust men surged onto the city wall. Under the frenzied attacks of these locust men, even the black-armored shield guards began to suffer casualties. There were still many locust men below the city wall. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. At this moment, Wu Yong could not help but show a smug expression. Under the dual pressure of racial quality and quantity, Lin Chen's territory simply could not withstand this assault. This kid was bound to lose. Lin Chen looked at the rapidly collapsing front line, his gaze chillingly calm. He saw that due to the collapse of the front line, the locust men below the city wall had lost their formation. They crowded together, like a true sea of water, eagerly climbing the city wall to tear apart all enemies. In such a situation, Lin Chen saw a glimmer of hope for a comeback. In a narrow encounter, the brave win. Until the last second, who loses and who wins is still uncertain. At this moment, Lin Chen was completely crazily exhausting his lordly power. Suddenly, all the rooms and windows in the Imperial Fortress were thrown open. Immediately afterward, a swarm of blood-sucking bats, like black smoke, surged madly from all corners of the fortress. The sky was almost completely shrouded by the overwhelming black bats. The Imperial Fortress below was instantly plunged into darkness. With a number reaching trillions, the blood-red bats surged crazily outside. Then they surged towards the Locust Man army crowded above the city wall. Seeing this scene, both Wu Yong and the spectators on the playground were completely stunned. What's going on? What is Lin Chen trying to do? Damn, Lin Chen is exhausting his lordly power. Is he going to continue resisting? In the center of the playground, on the duel ground, Lin Chen was bleeding profusely from his nose due to the exhaustion of his lordly power. But he didn't care. With the next killing move, he aimed to deal a heavy blow to Wu Yong's locust army. At the cost of exhausting his lordly power, Lin Chen transformed 1 million three-tier zombies into a swarm of bloodbats flying towards the Locust Man army above. In the next second, the bloodbats continuously condensed, and one by one, three-tier zombies fell from the sky. The Locust Men, seeing that what was falling from the sky were merely three-tier minions, immediately let out piercing screams. They waved their sharp forelimbs, waiting to tear the minions to shreds the moment they landed. However, at the moment these three-tier zombies fell, their bodies suddenly swelled. Then they self-destructed. A series of explosions continuously erupted within the dense Locust Man army. The bat swarm in the sky kept condensing. Like dumplings being dropped, countless three-tier zombie minions fell densely. These minions self-destructing individually would not cause much harm to the Locust Men. However, with 1 million zombies continuously triggering explosions, the power was not to be underestimated. Countless Locust Men were blown away, some even severely injured and covered in blood, looking utterly tragic. Lin Chen, you're insane. Wu Yong looked at the battlefield where explosions were constantly occurring, unable to help but curse. He never expected Lin Chen to be so crazy as to use his 1 million minions to perish together with the enemy. Not only was Wu Yong shocked, but even the students watching the duel, as well as the two major factions and their mentors, were stunned by Lin Chen's crazy actions. No lord had ever done something so outrageous. He actually used his own followers as bombers. However, sacrificing 1,500,000 third-tier zombie followers proved effective. After 10 minutes of cleaning the ground, the entire land was shrouded in a blood mist. Within the blood mist, Wu Yong's army of locust people had been reduced to 500,000, and most of them bore wounds of varying sizes. Yet these wounds were not fatal for the locust people. 500,000 locust people still possessed the terrifying power to destroy everything. Is this your trump card, Lin Chen? Wu Yong's voice was somewhat deranged. Do you think consuming over 1 million followers can defeat me? Lin Chen said nothing but shifted his gaze to the interior of the Imperial Fortress. After the earlier chaos, both the Dark Rangers and Death Knights had sustained varying degrees of injury. Fortunately, Lin Chen had timely dispatched a squad of black-armored shield guards for support. This barely held off the attack of the 7th-tier magic puppet. Lich King Arthas, it's time for your performance. Lin Chen issued the command, and saw Arthas, who was recovering from his injuries, rise from the ground and run towards a room in the side hall. Passing through the back garden, Arthas saw a crystal giant dragon land before him. Immediately, Arthas mounted the giant dragon and sped towards the front battlefield. At the moment he took to the air, hundreds of crystal giant dragons surrounded him for protection. Wu Yong noticed the approaching dragons and immediately commanded the locust people to intercept them. At the cost of sacrificing hundreds of crystal giant dragons, Arthas finally stopped directly above the locust army. He slowly raised his great sword, and a strange power erupted from within his body. This power was like nuclear radiation, invisible and intangible, yet it affected all the locust people on the front battlefield. More precisely, it affected the plague strains parasitizing the surface of the locust people. In the next second, the plague strains erupted. Countless tiny gray-white sprouts began to grow wildly on the surface of the locust people. The sprouts burrowed into their bodies through the wounds. Sustained by flesh and blood, within seconds, numerous massive colonies of fungi sprouted on their surfaces. From a distance, this group of locust people looked as if they were moldy. Their vitality quickly waned. Wu Yong noticed the abnormal situation but had not yet reacted. In the next moment, Lin Chen activated the flesh explosion. Those strains deeply rooted within the locust people exploded with varying degrees of force. The sound of the explosions was very small, like a firecracker thrown into water. But because it was an internal explosion within the locust people, the damage was fatal, especially since some strains had parasitized the hearts and other vital organs of the locust people. In an instant, the explosions caused massive damage to these organs. Just this one self-detonation resulted in the deaths of a large number of locust people. Wu Yong's army of locust people lost more than half in an instant. The current number of followers was now less than 200,000. Meanwhile, Lin Chen still had around 200,000 followers capable of fighting. For the first time, the scale of the armies in this great battle was even. Wu Yong, who had been full of confidence, finally panicked at this moment. He couldn't understand why Lin Chen frequently employed unpredictable tactics. First, it was the self-detonation of low-tier soldiers at any cost, and then that legendary spirit displayed its strange abilities. Just as he was lost in thought, his 10 7th-tier magic puppets were also subjected to a fierce counterattack. The Dark Rangers cast a silence spell, hard-controlling 4 of the 7th-tier magic puppets. Immediately after, hundreds of black-armored shield guards surrounded them, and massive meteor hammers struck down violently on the immobile magic puppets. In the blink of an eye, the 2 magic puppets were smashed into a pulp. On the other side, the Crystal Dragon King was engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining 6 7th-tier magic puppets. At this moment, the Crystal Dragon King had already used its resurrection once. One of its wings was torn, and its body was covered in deep wounds that exposed bone. Just as it was about to collapse, thousands of black-armored shield guards surged in from all directions. Along with the black-armored shield guards were the brutal dragon riders and the crystal giant dragons. All the vassals rushed in, overwhelming the 7th-tier magic puppets in a tide of vassal troops. An hour before the invasion ended, inside the imperial fortress, blood flowed like rivers. The bodies piled up to 4 or 5 meters high beneath the city walls. The most intense scenes of slaughter had already concluded. The battles throughout the fortress were nearing their end. Wu Yong looked at the once million-strong army of locust men, now nearly exhausted. He felt completely dazed. He had actually lost this battle? Lost to a mere 4th-tier lord. As the last bit of time was consumed, the territorial duel came to an end. Lin Chen had successfully defended against Wu Yong's attack. At this moment, Wu Yong's heart felt like dead ashes, as if his soul had been pulled away. How could he have failed? It felt like a dream. At this time on the playground, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and a dead silence enveloped the area. Whether students, teachers, or members of powerful families, everyone instinctively gaped in shock and disbelief. Lin Chen had actually withstood the onslaught of the Great Lord. This was simply unbelievable. It was a miracle, a super miracle that would be recorded in the history of the Dragon Academy in the imperial capital. Lin Chen is amazing, someone in the audience suddenly shouted. Immediately, cheers erupted like a tidal wave from all sides. Lin Chen is so strong. Incredible. He actually held on. Wow, this is too strong. Among the students, both boys and girls let out intense screams and shouts, applause, flowers, cheers, and admiration. As the golden halo covering him disappeared, Lin Chen and Wu Yong returned to reality. Wu Yong's face turned ashen, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground. In contrast, Lin Chen, though pale, stood firmly in place. Although he wasn't in great shape either, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of so many people. Oh yeah, I knew brother Lin Chen would win. Lu Wanwan's excited little face flushed. Her big, watery eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Lin Chen is so amazing. Next to Lu Wanwan, Jiang Yi was no longer as cold as before. A hint of appreciation flashed in her clear, beautiful eyes, and her lips curled up slightly without her noticing. This kid Lin Chen always managed to pull off unexpected surprises, and trusting Wanwan to him was indeed the right choice. In the viewing area of the Gu family, Gu Qingqing couldn't hide her excitement. Although she had been taught to maintain a ladylike image in public since childhood, in such an exhilarating situation, the image of a lady no longer mattered. Lin Chen, I love you. Gu Qingqing transformed into a little fangirl, shouting loudly. Beside Gu Qingqing, Gu Anlin first looked at his daughter with a hint of helplessness. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Menghu on the other side. This little guy's strength is truly impressive, Gu Anlin said, unable to hide his admiration. To be able to trouble an 8th tier Great Lord at the 4th tier, how terrifying would he be if he were to advance to a Great Lord? Gu Menghu nodded. This kid is indeed very good. By the way, Menghu, you have a good relationship with Lin Chen, right? Gu Anlin asked. Gu Menghu was slightly taken aback and pondered seriously for a moment. She had only known Lin Chen for a few days. At most he had interned under her for a while, and he had even treated her chronic illness. They were acquainted, but not very familiar. It's enough that Qingqing knows him. I'm not close to him, Gu Menghu said. In the viewing area dominated by the Haoyu group's influence, Zhang Tianyu also regarded Lin Chen with a somewhat appreciative gaze. One had to admit, his daughter's judgment was quite good. This kid named Lin Chen could withstand pressure and defeat strong opponents. Truly impressive. The duel came to an end amidst the shouts of the audience. At this moment, Wu Yong had already shaken off the shadows of his defeat. However, he didn't say much. After giving Lin Chen a fierce glare, he left the scene with his family. The Gu family and the Haoyu group, two major powers, along with Principal Chu Qingtian personally overseeing the event, made the Wu family dare not act recklessly. Thus, they could only suppress their anger and leave the venue. As they vanished from sight, Lin Chen, who had been standing upright, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. This battle had taken a heavy toll on him. Not only had many of his kin perished, but he had also suffered significant damage from overexerting his lordly power. Waves of dizziness surged in his mind, and his consciousness quickly began to fade. But the next moment, the aged figure of Chu Qingtian appeared behind him, gently supporting Lin Chen. Immediately after, a voice, commanding yet calm, spread around. This duel is over, unrelated personnel may disperse. It was unclear how much time had passed. When Lin Chen reopened his eyes, he found himself lying on the sofa in the principal's office. Only Chu Qingtian was present. Seeing Lin Chen awake, Chu Qingtian nodded slightly. Not bad. You were able to wake up so soon after overexerting your lordly power. Your territory is quite solid. The physical condition of every lord was linked to their territory. In other words, the territory was a part of the lord's body. Lin Chen showed a hint of gratitude. Principal Chu, thank you for your care. Since the college entrance examination when he gifted the Dragon Cavalry Camp, Chu Qingtian had secretly supported Lin Chen many times. It was precisely because of this support that Lin Chen had come this far. Chu Qingtian waved his hand. You handled the conflict with the Wu family well. Your potential is greater than I imagined. Even more than a certain student I once took pride in. At this point, Chu Qingtian noticeably paused. Then he shook his head helplessly. Let's not mention that. How do you feel now? Lin Chen did a simple check. My body still feels a bit weak, but after some rest, I should recover quickly. Chu Qingtian nodded, then handed him a parchment scroll and a wooden box. This scroll contains the coordinates of a high-level fallen civilization's teleportation point, which includes 6th and even 7th tier beings. You can use this coordinate to plunder resources and kin from there to restore your strength. High-level fallen civilization's teleportation coordinates? Lin Chen didn't expect the principal to be so generous. He stood up and sincerely thanked him. The other box contains a task I've assigned to you. You can open it now. Whether to complete this task is up to you. Lin Chen took the box and opened it, finding a delicate card inside. In the center of the card was written, M76 Nebula, Alpha Centauri Exploration Mission. Lin Chen flipped the card over, which detailed the content of this exploration. The Alpha Centauri system had detected energy dissipation from an unknown civilization. Lin Chen's task was to invade this unknown civilization and gather as much information as possible. Essentially, Lin Chen was the advance team. After the preliminary reconnaissance was completed, the expeditionary force would further explore this civilization. Lin Chen curiously asked, Principal Chu, are you asking me to be a scout? But I'm just a tier 4 lord. The lower the lord's rank, the lower the probability of being discovered by the will of the civilization, Chu Qingtian explained. Even if we send someone else, that person's lord rank won't be too high. I see, Lin Chen nodded. So, do you want to go? Chu Qingtian asked, or would you prefer to stay at school and continue your studies? Along the way, Principal Chu had provided him with a lot of help. Lin Chen immediately realized that this reconnaissance mission was also a form of training from Chu Qingtian. Without hesitation, he nodded, I'll go. I will definitely complete this mission. Chu Qingtian showed a hint of appreciation, then immediately turned serious. Infiltrating an interstellar civilization is quite dangerous. This time, you won't have Jiang He by your side to protect you, so make sure to prepare well before you set off, understand? Lin Chen nodded, I understand, I will take this matter seriously. Leaving the principal's office and heading towards the dormitory, Lin Chen divided part of his consciousness into the territory space. Although he had won the duel against Wu Yong, his territory had suffered severe damage. The production buildings were mostly intact, but the casualties among his dependents were far too many. Originally, there were nearly 3 million people, but now only a pitiful 50,000 remained. The combat units were even fewer, with just over 10,000. I need to recover my strength quickly, Lin Chen sighed. The scale of the territory's dependence would affect the Lord's own physical condition. At this moment, Lin Chen could clearly feel that his body was very weak, almost like being anemic. Fortunately, after Wu Yong's defeat, he had left behind 1 million high-quality cloning materials in Lin Chen's territory. These materials could help him quickly regain his vitality. Just as he was thinking, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. He didn't react in time and bumped right into it. He felt two huge, soft things hit his face, full of elasticity. Sorry, Lin Chen rubbed his somewhat dazed head and instinctively looked up. He saw a person wearing a burlap trench coat and a strange mask blocking his way. Immediately, a small head peeked out from behind the burlap coat. Lin Chen, are you okay? How's your health? Gu Qingqing looked at Lin Chen with some concern. Seeing that it was Gu Qingqing, Lin Chen immediately relaxed. Still a bit weak, Lin Chen said with a wry smile, like I've been staying up for days and nights. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing showed a hint of worry. He has overexerted his lord's power due to the excessive consumption of his territory's dependence in a short time. The figure in the burlap coat said calmly, he needs plenty of rest and nutritional intake. Ha, you are. Lin Chen showed a hint of joy. Captain Gu, you're back? Standing next to Gu Qingqing was none other than Captain Gu Menghu. Gu Menghu looked at Lin Chen, who was full of surprise, and simply nodded, yeah, I'm back. By the way, Gu Menghu changed the subject. Qingqing was worried about your health but felt too embarrassed to come over herself, so I had to accompany her. Auntie, that's not it. Gu Qingqing's face turned red. Lin Chen, I came to congratulate you on winning the duel. Gu Qingqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito. You're amazing, now you're famous throughout the school. We want to invite you to dinner. Okay. Lin Chen scratched his head and did not refuse. After all, the Gu family had come to support him during the previous battle. Although he was unclear why the Gu family would go to such lengths, but the necessary return gift still needs to be more thoughtful. Thank you, Qingqing, and Captain Gu. If it weren't for your Gu family coming, the Wu family probably wouldn't have let it go easily. Gu Menghu nodded, yes, thanks to my Qingqing, the head of the Gu family came in person. You must thank her properly. Just as the three were discussing where to eat, two figures approached from a distance. Lin Chen focused his gaze and was surprised to see Zhang Tianyu, the chairman of Haoyu Group, and his daughter, Miss Zhang Min. Zhang Min initially wanted to rush forward and give Lin Chen a big hug, but upon seeing Gu Qingqing and another woman present, her brows furrowed, revealing a rather wary expression. The two parties exchanged a few polite words and agreed to have a casual meal together. The entire dining process was naturally quite awkward, especially with Chairman Zhang Tianyu present. It was impossible to eat normally. After nearly an hour of torment, the meal ended. Lin Chen bid farewell to everyone and returned to his dormitory. He collapsed into bed, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 2 in the afternoon the next day. First, he glanced at the group messages on his phone. Most congratulated him on his victory, and there wasn't much else of importance. In the following days, Lin Chen's main task was to restore the scale of his territory's vassals. The flesh and blood cloning machine operated around the clock without restrictions. He then dispatched Xiao He and the Death Knights to the Void Island to slay monsters and convert them into vassals. Lin Chen personally led a team to the high-level Fallen Civilization world. As the portal connected the territory and the high-level Fallen Civilization world, a plundering army of 10,000 marched into this world. Lin Chen rode on the back of the Crystal Dragon King. The moment they entered this world, he began ordering his vassals to set up outposts. He surveyed the surrounding crimson sky and earth. Countless city ruins were faintly visible on the horizon. A massive shattered planet floated in the sky. The ground was scorching hot, as if burned by charcoal. This was a destroyed alien civilization. At the same time, when Lin Chen's otherworldly army entered this world, monsters in various regions sensed it and surged toward the outpost like a tide. Lin Chen sent a few crying angels into the air to observe. To his surprise, the tide of monsters consisted of humanoid cockroaches over 2 meters tall. These cockroaches had blank expressions but were extraordinarily strong, each resembling a bodybuilder. What the hell? Martian cockroaches? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He immediately ordered his vassals to prepare for battle. Soon, the cockroach people charged into the outpost's range. Most of these cockroach people were at the 5th tier, with some 6th tier mutated cockroaches mixed in. For these monsters that had not undergone territorial enhancement, Lin Chen's vassals cut through them like chopping vegetables, without any pressure. They killed as many as they could. The bodies of the slain cockroach people were transported back to the territory by the logistics team to serve as cloning material. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. After Lin Chen worked tirelessly for several nights, the scale of his vassals was successfully restored to its peak period. In fact, it was even slightly stronger than before. After absorbing 1 million 5th-tier locust people from Wu Yong, his 5th-tier vassal scale successfully broke through 1 million. If he were to engage in a confrontation with Wu Yong like a week ago, Lin Chen was confident that Wu Yong could no longer breach his main city. As his strength was restored, Lin Chen also received a notification from Principal Chu Qingtian. Lin Chen's mind stirred, knowing that the inspection mission was about to begin. The M76 nebula in the Centaurus Alpha system did not belong to the Void or the Outer Realms. Instead, it was a massive Earth-like planet located in the same universe as Blue Star. According to the mission description, the civilization level Lin Chen was to inspect was similar to that of ancient Rome's feudal era. In this era, humans wield magic and advanced punk machining technology. Decades ago, a plague swept through this civilization. Mad ratmen emerged from sewers and caves, rampaging and slaughtering human towns. To fend off the onslaught of the plague, the Empire dispatched heroes to engage in brutal battles for years. Through a portal, Lin Chen arrived alone at a space station of the Blue Star people, the closest to the plague-ridden planet. After a series of examination processes, Lin Chen was placed in a space capsule and shot towards the massive yellow-brown planet like a missile. Feeling the tremendous tremors around him and the fiery light projected into the cabin by the high temperature, Lin Chen's heart was both tense and excited. With experience from exploring the outer deserts, Lin Chen knew that the pioneers of the Blue Star people had little protection while exploring the realms of various races. Before the human lighthouse was established, human lords could not descend into that area in their avatar forms. They usually explored in their true forms. This meant that once they died, they were truly dead, with no possibility of resurrection. The inspection mission Lin Chen was undertaking was one such situation. The closer he got to the planet's surface, the more he felt his power being suppressed by the laws of this civilization. This was a normal phenomenon, akin to a novice protection period for civilizations, preventing stronger civilizations from erasing them. Soon, Lin Chen's strength was suppressed back to the first tier, and he could not open the territory portal. However, the good news was that he could still use 4 Lord skills. Moreover, his current identity remained that of the Plague Lord, possessing infection characteristics. Feeling the suppression of his power, Lin Chen couldn't help but lament the difficulties faced by pioneers. Even for a great lord to venture here was quite perilous. Fortunately, after being tempered in the outer deserts, Lin Chen's physique had been significantly strengthened. With the Plague Lord's characteristics and a resurrection chance once a week, he already had more advantages than an average person. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The spaceship successfully landed in this world filled with a twilight atmosphere. The moment the hatch opened, the power of this world's laws enveloped Lin Chen. Ding! Plague World Panel activated. The host can gain the power of this world through in-depth exploration of the Plague World. Please be cautious while hunting rats. Any slight movement could trigger a plague tide. At this moment, Lin Chen's strength was only at the first tier. Faced with this unknown world, he naturally had to be extra careful. Stepping out of the capsule, what met his eyes was an extremely dilapidated village. In the granary, farmhouse, and water tower, the corpses of farmers were scattered everywhere. These corpses were covered in numerous bite marks, their innards completely hollowed out. They lay around the farmhouse like dried cured meat. Lin Chen approached a corpse that had only its upper half remaining, grasping an iron sword from its hand. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the air thick with the stench of decay. Lin Chen prepared to enter the farmhouse to see if he could scavenge anything useful, but just as he took a step, he noticed a packhorse with only half its body remaining suddenly raise its head not far away. It then let out a scream. The sound carried far across the open land. Lin Chen's heart sank, and he immediately ran over to pierce the horse's neck. However, it was too late. He saw shadows continuously surging from the nearby fields and stone fences. Lin Chen focused his gaze and was shocked to see a swarm of ratmen. These ratmen resembled goblins, wielding various iron weapons. There were about 20 of them. Lin Chen instantly assumed a defensive stance. As the ratmen charged forward, he swiftly swung his long knife. A second later, several rat heads flew off into the distance. Several ratmen approaching Lin Chen were instantly beheaded by him. However, this did not instill fear in the remaining ratmen. The rest of the ratmen rushed towards Lin Chen. He discarded the broken long knife and picked up another one to charge into the swarm of rats. In less than 3 minutes, the ratmen on the scene were almost entirely slaughtered by Lin Chen. At the same time, a prompt sound rose in his mind. Ding! Influenced by the laws of this world, you have absorbed some energy from this world. Information collection successful. performing similarity structure matching. Congratulations, host has obtained a customized skill tree system. The host can gain experience points by killing enemies in this world and use the skill tree system to enhance themselves. Current level 1, available skill points, 1. One of the advantages between high-level Lord civilizations and low-level civilizations is the ability to convert complex information into data. The energy composition of the world, after being digitized, was simply and crudely summarized as experience points. This made exploration much simpler and more straightforward. Lin Chen opened his complex skill tree, which resembled a human nervous system. A red mark lit up at the starting position of the skill tree. Initial body enhancement. Upgrading grants a +1 boost to all attributes. Lin Chen immediately allocated the skill point to this skill. The next second, a warm current surged into Lin Chen's limbs and bones. His body became a bit stronger. At the same time, 5 skill tree branches appeared below the lit skill. They were Magic Control, Firearm Mastery, Melee Mastery, Archery Mastery, and Shield Mastery. Seeing this, Lin Chen understood. These 5 branches corresponded to 5 professions. If it were an ordinary player, they would definitely choose one direction to allocate points, ultimately becoming a top expert in a specific profession. Lin Chen grasped the general usage concept of the skill tree. He then turned his gaze to the rat corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lin Chen had already sensed the infection threshold within the rats. The next second, Tetanus Grip was activated. The slain ratmen trembled and crawled up from the ground. Unfortunately, it seemed that these ratmen also harbored some kind of virus within them. This was incompatible with Lin Chen's plague power, resulting in the converted ratmen being extremely weak. They couldn't even walk properly. During this alien exploration, Lin Chen couldn't carry equipment, so he had no way to strengthen these ratmen. Looking at the ratmen, who resembled elderly people on the verge of death, Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He activated Flesh Explosion, trying to squeeze out the last bit of value from the zombie ratmen. The result was that these zombie ratmen self-destructed, with power so weak it was comparable to firecrackers. From a distance, it sounded like someone had just farted. Just when Lin Chen thought his plague power had no place to be used, a prompt sound rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 2, available skill points, 1. Plague Civilization Exploration Log. You discovered that not only killing rats can absorb experience points, but destroying their corpses can also do so. Thank you for your exploration. This information will greatly assist the upcoming exploration team. Lin Chen let out a wry smile. He didn't expect his plague power could be used this way. Although the idea of cultivating a zombie army was not feasible, it seemed he had unlocked a method for double experience. If that were the case, wouldn't his efficiency in leveling up by killing monsters increase by 100%? Delightful. He allocated the second skill point to Melee Mastery. Lin Chen immediately felt his proficiency with the weapon in his hand had significantly improved. Melee Mastery then revealed several branches below. Cat Step, Valiant Charge, Prayer Shackles. These should correspond to advanced warrior professions, such as Assassin, Frontline Warrior, and Support Healer. Lin Chen, who understood all of this, immediately realized that in this plague-ridden world, the only way to enhance his combat power was to continuously level up. The more points he allocated to the tech tree, the more his corresponding combat strength would increase. Currently, his rank was suppressed at the first level, and to survive in this plague world, he could only keep upgrading. Having figured this out, Lin Chen headed towards the farmhouse. After a simple search around, he found nothing of value except for a few pieces of cheese and black bread. Just as he was about to leave, several crows suddenly flew out from a nearby field. Following that, a patrol team of over 100 ratmen surged out from the farmland. These ratmen had come to investigate after catching the scent of their companion's blood. Not one to turn down the experience points that had come to him, Lin Chen swung his tattered long knife and charged at the ratman patrol. During the fight, he switched out 4 or 5 worn-out machetes, taking half an hour to eliminate the entire patrol. His level increased by 1 again, and Lin Chen converted the ratmen before self-destructing them. More experience points flooded into his body. At this moment, Lin Chen reached level 4 and gained 2 attribute points. He allocated 1 point each to Cat Step and Valiant Charge. Lin Chen felt his body become much lighter, and a certain energy coating formed around him. His attack speed and defense had both improved to varying degrees. Just as he was sensing the changes in his internal power, a lean, special ratman adorned with some kind of punk mechanical device silently climbed down from the water tower. It then leaped forward, pouncing at Lin Chen, its steel claws stained with green liquid attempting to tear open his chest. At that critical moment, black smoke rapidly rose around Lin Chen. In the next instant, his figure vanished, and a swarm of bats shot up into the sky. In gaming terms, the Ratman that ambushed Lin Chen could be referred to as a special infection. However, this special infected creature posed no threat to Lin Chen's life. The next second, the bats reformed, and Lin Chen descended from the sky, thrusting his machete fiercely into the special infected skull. Accompanied by a wail, the special infected struggled for only a few seconds before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Ding! Kill the claw assassin, gain fate dice *1, fate dice? Lin Chen picked up the dropped item to examine it. Fate dice, after use, can obtain various equipment not exceeding one's own level. The higher the level, the higher the equipment tier obtained. The fate dice was essentially a monster treasure chest in this world. Lin Chen was in urgent need of a suitable weapon, so he chose to use the fate dice directly. As the fate dice rolled across the surface, in the next moment, a white tier weapon appeared before Lin Chen. Elven Long Blade, a sharp blade imbued with the power of swiftness, providing the user with a 5% increase in attack speed. Lin Chen toyed with the newly acquired weapon. Although it was just a basic weapon, it was far more effective than the worn-out machetes he had been using. In the following time, Lin Chen began to hunt ratmen extensively around the village. Faced with the tide of ratmen rushing towards him, Lin Chen showed no fear. The elven long blade in his hand spun like a propeller, crazily reaping the lives of the ratmen. During this process, Lin Chen's experience bar was rapidly increasing. By evening, Lin Chen had already reached level 10. Unfortunately, during this process, he had not encountered any other special infections, so he had not obtained any additional equipment. With the 6 new attribute points he gained, Lin Chen did not allocate them solely to the warrior growth path in the skill tree. Although the skill tree delineated clear career growth paths, the reality was that each growth path could enhance his attributes. For example, the Shield Mastery will increase physical defense and resistance. Bow Mastery enhances agility and reaction attributes. Thus, Lin Chen simply chose the most straightforward and brutal pentagonal warrior route, aiming to eliminate any weaknesses in his build. As night fell, Lin Chen hid inside a water tower to rest. After a night of silence, the next morning, Lin Chen had a simple meal and prepared his monster hunting and leveling plan for the day. However, as he climbed out of the water tower, he spotted a Ratman troop slowly passing by on a nearby field path. This Ratman troop consisted of about 50 members, but they were not low-tier Ratmen, they were stronger in war-standard armor. On the cart they were escorting, dozens of filthy human villagers were imprisoned. To his surprise, he woke up to find an opportunity to gain experience. Lin Chen wasted no time and immediately grabbed his sword and approached. The moment he reached the front of the Ratman troop, he suddenly sprang up and decapitated the Ratman commander. The previously quiet Ratman troop erupted into chaos. Immediately, the remaining Ratmen charged at Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen was only at first-tier strength, with the support of the Plague skill tree, his combat power was not something a few Ratman soldiers could withstand. Coupled with his Lord skills, Lin Chen took less than 10 minutes to slay all the Ratman soldiers. His level rose to 11. He allocated the skill points he gained to the energy enhancement option in the Magic Mastery branch. His mind felt clear and refreshed. Benefactor, please allow us to bow to you. The villagers who escaped from the cart knelt before Lin Chen, their faces filled with excitement and gratitude. They had originally been refugees being transported as food for the Ratmen, thinking they were doomed, but unexpectedly, they had been saved. It was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Chen felt little in response to their gratitude. He approached the oldest villager and asked him about the surrounding area. Long before, during his time at the human space station, Lin Chen had already acquired the language of this world. According to the Elder's account, they were currently located on the eastern border of the Sigma Empire. 3 days ago, this place was attacked by a Ratman army, which slaughtered all the residents. 200 miles to the west lay the Imperial Gallon Fortress, guarded by the elite Sigma Order and the Silver Hand. It was the only safe place in the region. The Elder planned to lead the villagers to the Gallon Fortress to seek refuge. In addition to this, Lin Chen also inquired about the power structure of this world. The Sigma Empire was a vast empire similar to the Middle-earth world, home to various strange races such as dwarves, elves, and goblins. There were even fire-wielding mages and demon hunters skilled in using firearms. Decades ago, an apocalyptic crisis struck the entire Sigma Empire. A mutated breed of Ratmen surged from underground, quickly sweeping across the entire empire. Large swathes of territory fell, farmland was destroyed, and cities were occupied by Ratmen. The world was caught in a cycle of plague frenzy. The empire was on the brink of collapse. The military forces of the empire suffered heavy losses in their repeated confrontations with the plague frenzy. As a result, they began to abandon vast lands and civilians, concentrating their living forces in massive fortresses. At the same time, they issued high bounties to the public to eliminate local ratmen or assist in various combat missions. The emergence of the bounty policy led to the birth of the largest mercenary association in the Plague World. Countless skilled individuals joined the association, engaging in endless hunts for ratmen or being killed by them. This employment relationship has existed in the Sigma Empire for decades and has developed into a mature system. Plague World Exploration Log Update. Marking the Sigma Empire, marking the Mercenary Association. The map is being drawn. The path taken by the host will automatically be mapped to assist future exploration teams. My lord, did you come here to explore alone? The old man asked respectfully. This area has already been ruled by the brutal ratmen. If you are alone, it is indeed very dangerous. Lin Chen looked at the old man and asked, do you have any good suggestions? There is a small mercenary camp in a dense forest to the west. If you are lucky, it should not have been discovered by the ratmen yet. You might find some reliable companions there. Mercenaries in this world? Lin Shan's eyes lit up. The information held by mercenaries was clearly more than that of the villagers. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Lin Shan set off alone towards the dense forest. Feeling that walking was not very fast, Lin Shan transformed into a swarm of bats and soared into the sky. 20 minutes later, the swarm of bats entered the dense forest. On a high tree trunk in the forest, he reformed into human shape. Lin Shan gazed down at a pile of campfires and several mercenaries in armor, wielding various weapons. At this moment, Lin Shan did not actively reveal himself to strike up a conversation. Rule 1 of the Civilization Invasion Code: you are the invader. To the invaded, you are an eternal enemy. Rule 2 of the Civilization Invasion Code: do not develop feelings for any non-civilized life forms, including familial, friendly, or romantic feelings, or your fate will be dire. For the people of the Plague World, Lin Chen was a great villain. This was beyond doubt. Thus, Lin Chen chose to silently observe the team below. Soon, a 4-person squad set out. However, their method of departure was quite special. They did not walk out of the forest. Instead, they used a semicircular blue teleportation array to transport themselves. Lin Chen, transformed into a bat, quietly followed. As the array extinguished, he merged into it and was transported alone, accompanied by a flash of white light passing before him. When Lin Chen regained consciousness, he found himself inside a massive mine. A circular rock corridor led deep underground, with a huge cauldron filled with molten metal in the center. Giant iron chains, as thick as containers, were tied to the cauldron, and a steam engine continuously spewed steam. Ratmen of all sizes surged in from all directions. The 4-person squad swung their weapons in a frenzy of slaughter. They did not notice the bats that had followed them through the teleportation. Lin Chen hid in the shadows, secretly observing this combat team. A heavily armored warrior wielding a sword and shield, a fiery elf girl, a strange mage holding a flaming staff, and a burly dwarf wielding 2 massive hammers. They slaughtered the charging ratmen like a meat grinder, pushing down towards the giant iron cauldron. Undoubtedly, this mercenary team was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, they reached the bottom of the cauldron. However, soon, as a rat soldier surged from the tunnel, the situation began to change. The battle for the 4-person squad started to become strenuous, but a greater crisis quietly descended. A clawed assassin stealthily crawled out from an opening above. Then it pounced fiercely on the armored warrior. Before anyone could react, the warrior's chest plate was instantly torn apart. Blood and entrails gushed out wildly. The fire mage immediately swung his staff, turning the clawed assassin into charred remains. Meanwhile, the armored warrior on the ground was already gasping for breath, clearly not going to survive. Just when Lin Chen thought they were about to lose a member, he saw the fire mage pour a bottle of green potion into the armored warrior's mouth. The warrior's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The entire person quickly got up from the ground, becoming lively once again. Plague World Exploration Log Update: Life Restoration Potion restores over 80% health after use, with no obvious side effects. It seems that the alchemical technology for potions in this world is quite advanced. The restoration potion even has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. After clearing out the rat soldiers, the 4-person team continued to explore deeper into the rat hole. Lin Chen followed closely behind, watching as various log update prompts echoed in his mind. Strength potion significantly increases strength for a short period after consumption. Fire-breathing rat, a powerful ratman wielding a flamethrower, capable of spewing ultra-high temperature green flames. Poison gas rat, a special ratman that throws poison gas grenades, with highly corrosive gas. Various strange and bizarre rat soldier types emerged from the depths of the cave. The 4 mercenaries continued their slaughter, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Just when they thought they could complete their mission smoothly, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the top of the rock layer. Immediately after, the rock layer collapsed, and a 3-meter-tall giant mutated ratman landed in the middle of the mercenary team. Rat Troll, a recognized monster among Skaven ratmen, its immense strength and physical defense make it a nightmare for mercenaries. The moment the Rat Troll appeared, its massive arms swung down fiercely towards the dwarf. The dwarf instinctively raised his dual hammers in defense. However, the next second, the hammers were driven directly into the dwarf's chest by the overwhelming force. The dwarf's body twisted grotesquely, as if it had been smashed like a clay figure. The companions frantically attacked the body of the Rat Troll, but the Rat Troll showed no fear, grabbing the severely injured dwarf and shoving him into its mouth. Accompanied by the sound of harsh chewing, the dwarf was torn in half, with one half swallowed by the Rat Troll. The battle situation took a sharp turn. Without the output from the hammer-wielding dwarf, the entire team was unable to contend with the Rat Troll. The remaining human warriors, Fire Mage, and Elven Girl could not withstand the Rat Troll's assault. The Rat Troll swung its tail in a sweeping motion, sending the three crashing against the wall. The immense force caused them to spit blood continuously. Seeing the Rat Troll charging towards them, fearing for their lives, a human warrior suddenly reached out, pushing the Elven Girl and Fire Mage towards the Rat Troll while he quickly fled backward. The Fire Mage was caught in the Rat Troll's grasp. Knowing he was doomed, he decisively chose to self-destruct. The massive explosion blew apart one of the Rat Troll's hands. Yet, it felt nothing and raised its other hand to crush the Elven Girl. The Elven Girl looked utterly despondent, her longbow falling to the ground. Was she going to die? But in the next second, a figure abruptly appeared above the Rat Troll. He suddenly threw out a sharp blade. The blade transformed into a streak of light, deeply piercing into the Rat Troll's head. The Rat Troll let out a hoarse scream. At this moment, Lin Chen made his move, spinning on one foot and landing lightly on the Rat Troll's head. Grasping the elven longsword embedded in the Rat Troll's skull, he twisted it violently like a meat grinder. The giant Rat Troll let out a wail, then crashed to the ground. Ding! Kill the Rat Troll, gain Fate Dice *1, level increased to level 13, skill points available. 2. Lin Chen immediately allocated the 2 skill points to the perception enhancement and concentration skills on the archer growth path. His mind became much clearer. Then, he activated the Fate Dice dropped from killing the Rat Troll. Clicking the lottery button, Lin Chen received a pendant that increased damage dealt to Ratmen by 5%. Not bad, better than nothing. The female elf thought she was doomed, her eyes filled with tears of fear. However, when she opened her eyes, she found the rat ogre lying on the ground. A stranger in a black cloak was standing on the ogre's corpse. The elf's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. After a long while, she managed to get back up. Lin Chen's attention was not on the female elf. He looked further away, at the fleeing human warrior. During his escape, the guy was ambushed by a ratman wielding a lasso. The lasso tightened around his neck, dragging him into a pile of rats. The air was filled with piercing wails as the ratmen tore him apart. The original 4-member team was reduced to just 1 in an instant. At that moment, the female elf's face was filled with sorrow. However, she still forced herself to suppress her grief and approached Lin Chen, slowly bowing and saying, "Thank you, my lord, for saving me." Only then did Lin Chen focus his gaze on the female elf. She was a rather voluptuous elf. Unlike the elves Lin Chen had encountered before, this one exuded a wild aura. Her delicate features were marked by a look of resilience. The most unique aspect was her blood-red pupils. "What is your name?" Lin Chen asked. "My name is Catherine Lanuadite, my lord." Catherine wanted to say more. In the next moment, the group of ratmen that had finished off the human warrior charged toward them. There were at least 100 of them. Catherine's expression changed drastically. "My lord, we need to leave here, it's impossible for us to." However, Catherine had only spoken half of her sentence when Lin Chen had already drawn his sword and charged at the ratmen. Lin Chen swung his sword, and ratmen's heads flew off wherever he passed. There were many ratmen, but none could get close to him. Lin Chen remained expressionless, striking one after another, as if he were chopping vegetables, killing all the ratmen. Seeing this scene, Catherine's mouth formed an O shape. She was in a state of shock. This lord could kill a rat ogre with a single sword strike. Logically, he should be an assassin specializing in stealth. But why could an assassin confront so many ratmen head-on? Now he looked more like a warrior. In the moment of Catherine's astonishment, Lin Chen had already slain all the ratmen. Lin Chen looked at the long sword in his hand, which had become dull from the fighting. He then discarded the elven long knife and walked over to the corpse of the fallen human warrior. He ultimately found a green-grade beheading greatsword on his body. Beheading greatsword, green armor penetration plus 10%, block plus 15%, after datification. Viewing the weapons and equipment in this world became more intuitive. Lin Chen strapped the greatsword to his back and rummaged through several corpses. He found 3 green pendants and 2 green rings. Lin Chen selected the accessories that enhanced movement speed and attack power. At this moment, Catherine was standing nearby, staring blankly. She tried to speak several times but hesitated. Finally, she couldn't help but say to Lin Chen, "My lord, can you take me away from here? I will offer all my earnings to you as a reward." Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded, "Sure, but you have to tell me how to get out." Catherine immediately began to explain some knowledge about adventures. The previous teleportation portal was referred to as the Shadow Bridge in their world. The Shadow Bridge was originally a teleportation device established by the human high priests in various towns and important facilities. Later, when the Ratmen occupied these towns, the Shadow Bridge became a means for mercenaries to carry out their missions. "Won't the Ratmen destroy these Shadow Bridges?" Lin Chen asked. Catherine carefully replied, "These Shadow Bridges are blessed by the supreme will of the god Sigma. They cannot be destroyed, and killing is prohibited around the portals. Otherwise, the supreme will bring down divine punishment, killing all living beings within this area." Lin Chen nodded, signaling Catherine to continue. "Our team's mission is to deplete the Ratmen forces of the Giant's Furnace, which is the name of this mine." Based on Catherine's description, Lin Chen gathered more intelligence about this world. At this time in the Sigma Empire, the war between Ratmen and humans was at a stalemate. The Ratmen could not breach the Empire's fortresses, but the Empire could not reclaim the areas occupied by the Ratmen. Besides the Ratmen, there existed a special enemy known as Chaos, which resembled humans in form. However, their combat power was several times that of the Ratmen. Through Catherine's description, Lin Chen unlocked more information about this world. This information would not only assist the future human pioneers but also serve as a form of accumulated reward. As a pioneer, Lin Chen would receive generous rewards based on the detail of the intelligence after the exploration ended. After resting, Lin Chen and Catherine began to clear out the Ratmen in the Giant's Furnace. Upon learning that activating the Shadow Bridge portal required a special mark from the Mercenary Association, he decided to keep Catherine by his side for the time being. After all, this alien had no such mark. By 5 in the afternoon, as dusk approached, after a whole day of slaughter, the Ratmen in the Giant's Furnace were mostly wiped out. Lin Chen's level skyrocketed, quickly rising to level 25. Distributing skill points across the 5 branches of the skill tree, Lin Chen's strength was further enhanced. While chatting with Catherine, he learned that the mercenaries in the Ratmen world also had skill trees. However, their level cap was only 35, with 35 skill points. Once the skill points were allocated, no further upgrades could be made. Because of this, various professions emerged, unlike Lin Chen, who was a pentagonal warrior. Perhaps due to Lin Chen's origin from a higher civilization, he could clearly feel that his leveling was not restricted. He could level up infinitely, which meant he could continuously gain skill points to strengthen himself. After clearing out the Ratmen, they saw another Shadow Bridge portal at the bottom of the mine. "Sir, should we return to the camp or head straight to the city?" "Let's go back to the city," Lin Chen replied. Catherine nodded and immediately activated the portal. Accompanied by a blue light sphere, the next moment, the two appeared in a city with massive fortified walls. "Halt, please show your mercenary identification." 2 armored soldiers blocked Lin Chen and Catherine. Catherine promptly presented her identification. The soldiers checked it and then turned their gaze to Lin Chen. "Where's your identification?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. As an alien, where would he get an identification? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Catherine suddenly linked her arm with Lin Chen's, 2 soft mounts pressing tightly against his arm. "Gentlemen, this is Pluto, whom I found in the Ratman's territory. Please make an exception," she said, handing over a bag of gold coins. The 2 soldiers instantly showed friendly expressions. "Oh, it's Pluto. Alright, let's quickly get him an identification, otherwise, it will be troublesome to leave the city later." In the world of the plague, Pluto refers to a lover, a slave, or a low-interest friend. The soldiers were accustomed to this and chose to let them pass. After walking a considerable distance, Catherine quickly released her hold on Lin Chen. With a face full of awe, he said, "My lord, in that kind of situation just now, they would only let you pass if you were said to be my Perudo. You don't mind, do you?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Help me register an identity at the Mercenary Guild, and then, as you said, pay the reward to me." Catherine nodded cautiously. "Alright, my lord, I'll take you there right away." The mercenary identity cards at the Mercenary Guild are divided into levels. From low to high, they are ordinary, elite, silver, and legendary. Higher-level mercenaries can take on lower-level tasks, but lower-level mercenaries cannot take on higher-level tasks. Just as Lin Chen was methodically registering his identification, a voice filled with the scent of alcohol rang out from behind. "Oh, isn't this the first beauty of Everest Lake, Miss Catherine? Can you have a drink with me? I just got promoted to Silver Mercenary, and my friends are celebrating for me." Saying this, the drunkard proudly pointed to the silver medal on his chest. The drunkard's voice was loud, and everyone in the mercenary hall could hear it clearly. Immediately, all eyes focused on Catherine. It really is Miss Catherine. Oh my god, I actually saw the beautiful Miss Catherine. She is even more beautiful than the bards describe, truly worthy of being a noble elf. Damn, who is that pretty boy standing next to her? Could he be her Peruto? Humph, it seems Miss Catherine isn't as chaste as the rumors say, she's a loose woman. Hearing the discussions around her, Catherine frowned slightly. She looked at the drunkard and said, I'm sorry, I have something very important to do right now. Please do not disturb the order here. Upon hearing Catherine's words, the drunkard's friends immediately burst into laughter and insults. The drunkard, unable to save face, stepped forward, wanting to forcibly pull Catherine. Catherine instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, but she saw Lin Chen looking up, seriously examining the task board at the mercenary counter. It seemed he hadn't heard what was happening. Catherine felt a bit panicked. She was just an elite mercenary and could not possibly escape from a silver mercenary. And this lord who had saved her clearly did not want to get involved in this matter. What to do? As she saw the drunkard lewdly reaching for her, Catherine's mind raced, and she gritted her teeth. My lord, if you can protect me, I will give you 3 high-level fate dice that I cherish as a reward. Whoosh! The next second, the drunkard's lewd hand was caught by another large hand. Lin Chen flashed in front of Catherine like lightning. Catherine's eyes turned red, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. You little pretty boy dare to block me. The drunkard snarled, you're looking for. Ah! Before he could finish the word die, his wrist was already twisted by Lin Chen. The mercenaries who witnessed this scene immediately gasped. To be able to break the wrist of a silver mercenary with bare hands, who on earth was this guy? Seeing that things were going awry, the drunkard's friends quickly grabbed their weapons and surrounded them. The atmosphere instantly became tense. When Lin Chen was reading the mercenary code earlier, he learned that there were 2 conditions for promotion: either complete a certain number of tasks to advance, or undergo a strength test. The method of the strength test was also very simple and brutal. Just fight, defeat an elite, and you become an elite, defeat a silver mercenary, and you become a silver mercenary. Right now, Lin Chen's identity card was just an ordinary mercenary. He couldn't take on high-value tasks, and this silver mercenary in front of him just happened to be his path to promotion. With this in mind, Lin Chen beckoned to the group of mercenaries, come at me together, I'm in a hurry. What an arrogant little brat, chop him into meat paste for me. The drunkard sobered up, pouring recovery potion into his mouth while howling. Several mercenaries armed with various weapons charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to use a weapon. He leaped and kicked one of the mercenaries in the face. The immense force deformed his jaw completely. The man flew backward, crashing through several tables. Another attempted to sneak up on Lin Chen from behind. Yet, Lin Chen dodged as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Following that, a powerful uppercut struck the man's abdomen, causing him to vomit bile all over the ground. The scene turned chaotic, but Lin Chen moved like a swimming dragon among the crowd. Each attack inevitably knocked a mercenary to the ground. Damn you, die! The drunkard raised 2 massive battle axes and swung them at Lin Chen. But in the next moment, Lin Chen drew his great sword and firmly blocked the heavy blow of the axes. The drunkard was left stunned. How could this seemingly small human withstand his full force strike? Before the drunkard could react, Lin Chen swung his great sword, deflecting the axes. Then, he turned and delivered a powerful whip kick, slamming the drunkard to the ground. The drunkard was knocked unconscious, frothing at the mouth and unresponsive. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had taken down most of the mercenaries in the guild. He successfully obtained the promotion certificate for a silver mercenary. He was just 1 step away from becoming a so-called legendary mercenary. The mercenaries looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of fear. Even when Lin Chen passed by them, they instinctively stepped back, as if avoiding a god of death. Now, no one called him a pretty boy anymore, he was a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, Caitlin looked at him with admiration. She was incredibly curious about this mysterious figure. Powerful and enigmatic, he also appeared young and handsome. Come on, let's make the trade. Lin Chen waved at Caitlin, your assets, and the high-grade fate dice you mentioned. Caitlin pursed her lips and quickly led Lin Chen to the nearby Sigma Bank to retrieve the items. In the end, Caitlin handed Lin Chen 1,000 gold coins and 3 fate dice radiating a blue aura. Is that all? Lin Chen weighed the pouch of coins in his hand, frowning slightly. Caitlin hurriedly nodded. This is all my savings, my lord. I originally wanted to buy a small house, but the prices in Galan Fortress have risen too quickly, and I don't want to compromise with any man. At this point, Caitlin suddenly showed a look of grievance. If you think this isn't enough, I can be your servant instead, as long as you give me a meal. Lin Chen didn't need a servant, but he had looted quite a few weapons and equipment during the fight. He handed these weapons and equipment to Caitlin. "Help me sell these, you should be able to manage that." Caitlin nodded cautiously. "No problem, my lord, leave it to me." Thus, Caitlin took the looted weapons and equipment to sell. Lin Chen focused his attention on the 3 high-grade fate dice. Fate dice were random lottery items dropped by elite monsters. The higher the elite level, the better the quality of the fate dice dropped. Without hesitation, he began to shake the fate dice. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a crescent pendant. Blue item increases movement speed by 10%, attack speed by 10%, and resistance by 5%. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a goblin flintlock. Blue item, a single-barreled flintlock that can automatically reload, with excellent armor-piercing capability for the projectiles fired. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Knight's Holy Sword. Blue item, a holy sword forged by the Empire's elite blacksmith, once blessed by the Empire's princess, with a 5% increase in armor penetration and a 10% increase in resistance. 3 high-level dice rolled out 3 pieces of blue equipment, which was quite good. Lin Chen equipped the new gear, and his strength increased a bit more. Meanwhile, Catherine also completed her task, bringing a large bag of gold coins to Lin Chen. All the armor and weapons sold for a total of 1,136 gold coins, plus the previous 1,000 coins. Now, Lin Chen had a total of 2,136 gold coins. This amount was enough to support him for his next adventure. "You can go now, Catherine," Lin Chen said. "Your task is complete." "But, my lord," Catherine's emotions became a bit agitated. "Please let me stay by your side, can I?" Saying this, Catherine half-kneeled in front of Lin Chen. "You are a powerful warrior, and I wish to become your servant." Catherine's eyes sparkled, her pupils filled not only with admiration but also with more complex emotions. Having the most beautiful woman of Ebersreich as his servant? That sounded troublesome, and Lin Chen was about to refuse. But Catherine continued, "You are planning to undertake the plague extermination mission, right? The Mercenary Association stipulates that if you want to use the Shadow Bridge to confront the plague, you must gather a team. Although my combat ability is not strong, I can help you with daily troubles, and even," Catherine showed a hint of shyness, "even, I can become your Paluto. In the world of the plague, the strong are revered. Those who possess great power will be supported." At that moment, Catherine looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of admiration and expectation. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "All right then, you can stay by my side for now." Catherine instantly felt a sense of relief, her eyes turning red. "But whether you stay in the end depends on your performance," Lin Chen added. "My lord, rest assured, I will not disappoint you," Catherine promised. In the end, Lin Chen reluctantly accepted Catherine as his attendant. After all, he was merely a passerby in this world, and many trivial matters needed someone to help handle them, and Catherine was clearly such a candidate. That night, Catherine proposed the idea of sharing a bed. She emphasized multiple times that she had never engaged in such activities with other men. Indeed, Catherine possessed an exquisite elven appearance and a devilishly hot figure, especially those blood-red, enchanting pupils, which had an exotic charm. But considering that he was, after all, a human from Blue Star, and that the plague civilization was a different world, Lin Chen decisively rejected Catherine's request. To Lin Chen's surprise, Catherine was not upset by this. Instead, she felt grateful. Her fondness for Lin Chen soared. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, Lin Chen and Catherine headed to an abandoned castle called the Fortress of Order. The castle had been occupied by a Ratman army a year ago and had become one of their important strongholds. As Lin Chen and Catherine teleported to the Fortress of Order and stepped out of the Shadow Bridge's coverage, a large group of Ratmen charged at them. Perhaps to prove her worth, Catherine immediately raised her longbow. The arrowhead flashed with a blue light. Then, the arrows shot by Catherine bounced off the Ratmen like in a game of snooker. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Ratmen were killed. Lin Chen drew the holy sword from his shoulder and swung it at the charging Ratmen. Heads and limbs flew from the rat swarm. In less than a breath, all the Ratmen were slain by Lin Chen. Catherine's arrows were quite lethal, and combined with Lin Chen's great sword, they killed all the Ratmen along the way, both near and far. The experience points steadily and rapidly increased during this process. The time had come to noon, and by this point, the upper levels of the Order of Azeroth's fortress had mostly cleared out the rats. A wealth of experience had propelled Lin Chen's level to soar like a rocket, reaching 35. Level 35 was the upper limit for mercenaries in this world, but it was not Lin Chen's level cap. When he activated Blood Flesh Explosion and gained a massive amount of experience from the corpses of the infected Ratmen, the experience bar for level 35 continued to rise. Each time he broke through, Lin Chen earned a skill point. However, his level still displayed as 35. This meant that as long as Lin Chen kept killing, he could light up all the skills on the skill tree. At that point, he would truly be a Pentagon warrior. He casually lit up a few skills on the skill tree and felt his combat power increase once more. Just then, a series of roars echoed from the lower levels. A well-equipped patrol team of ratmen, towering over 2 meters with strong physiques, appeared in sight. Lord Lin Chen, this is the Ratman patrol team. They're tough opponents. Catherine quickly grabbed her bow and arrow, looking wary. Lin Chen also drew his weapon. Before the Ratman patrol team could charge, he rushed towards them first. With his left hand, he aimed his flintlock at the foremost Ratman and pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly pierced through several Ratmen's bodies. Following that, Lin Chen swung his long sword, cutting through the Ratman patrol team like autumn winds sweeping away leaves. He fought from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, then down to the 1st. During this time, various elite monsters, including rat trolls, claw assassins, and chaos demons, appeared. But in the face of Lin Chen's overwhelming strength, they stood no chance. All these elite monsters were slain by Lin Chen. As a result, he obtained 6 ordinary fate dice and 3 advanced fate dice. With Lin Chen's leveling assistance, Catherine's level also rose quickly, reaching level 30. The two of them used the Shadow Bridge to teleport away, and the next moment, they appeared at a temporary teleportation point in the wilderness. This teleportation point was a small camp. The bulletin board in the camp listed various tasks, big and small. They ranged from searching for a precious artifact in a distant village to rescuing someone or killing a rat swarm in a specific location. The tasks were a mixed bag, but they were plentiful, with endless ratmen to slay. So, Lin Chen eagerly accepted all these tasks, hoping to level up a few more times before sunset. However, just as he cleared out a rat infestation in a village and prepared to head to the next task location, a 4-man mercenary team with unfriendly expressions blocked their path. This team consisted of armored warriors, fire mages, demon hunters, and thieves. Before Lin Chen could say anything, one of the demon hunters stepped forward and said in an unquestionable tone, "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, and let that girl behind you spend the night with us. Otherwise, I'll chop off your limbs and toss you into a filthy ditch to feed the rats." As the demon hunter spoke, the other mercenaries revealed wicked glances, as if the two before them were 2 plump lambs ready for slaughter. "Lord Lin Chen, there are only 2 of us. They must think we've suffered heavy losses and lost 2 companions," Catherine whispered. "You can show them your silver identity badge. They won't dare to be so brazen then." Lin Chen did not follow Catherine's advice but instead asked with interest, "Did you just finish a task and are now planning to rob someone for extra cash?" The fire mage's voice was hoarse as he conjured a blazing fireball in his hand. "Stop wasting time and hand over your valuables immediately. Then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the feeling of being burned alive." Lin Chen rested the holy sword on his shoulder and casually walked towards the 4. The armored warrior, seeing this, immediately showed a mocking expression. "What's wrong? You still want to spar with us? With your little frame, I could chop you into a pile of mush in no time." As he spoke, the armored warrior took a step forward, preparing to swing his sword at the approaching Lin Chen. Behind him, the fire mage and others revealed looks of disdain. The fire mage casually said, "Peter Pan, please don't splatter meat everywhere this time. This is my new robe. If it gets even a drop of blood on it, I won't let you off." The armored warrior, called Peter Pan, completely ignored the approaching Lin Chen and instead turned around with a grin. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to hit my mark this time." Their conversation was filled with casualness, as if Lin Chen were merely a lamb to be slaughtered on a chopping board. They felt no sense of danger whatsoever. When Lin Chen was only 2 meters away, Peter Pan struck. He swung his heavy sword down with the ferocity of a fierce tiger, not holding back at all. Just when the robbery team thought Lin Chen would be chopped to death by Peter Pan, the next second, Lin Chen moved. He dodged Peter Pan's heavy sword with a speed that was almost unimaginable. Swish! With a swift counterattack, he struck like lightning, accurately slicing at Peter Pan's neck. The next moment, a head wearing a helmet flew into the air, soaring 5 or 6 meters high. Blood then gushed out from Peter Pan's neck like a fountain. The blood transformed from a fountain into a waterfall, staining Peter Pan's entire body red. The headless Peter Pan slowly collapsed to the ground, his fingers twitching occasionally. The other 3 members of the robbery team were completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How could this seemingly frail human kill Peter Pan in an instant? Peter Pan was a peak elite mercenary, just a step away from becoming a silver mercenary. To be killed so easily was simply absurd. "Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and fight back." The demon hunter reacted the fastest, immediately raising his firearm to aim at Lin Chen. At the same time, the fire mage began chanting a spell, gathering his ultimate move. Bullets and explosive fireballs shot towards Lin Chen simultaneously. Lin Chen remained expressionless. The next second, he was enveloped in black mist. In an instant, he vanished, transforming into a swarm of blood-sucking bats. the bullets and fireballs missed their target. Following that, the swarm of bats charged at the 3 team members, their sharp teeth and claws tearing at their skin. Just as the 3 were thrown into chaos by the overwhelming bloodbats, the black mist coalesced, and Lin Chen stepped out from it. Swinging his blade, he instantly decapitated the demon hunter and the fire mage. Behind him, the rogue, who had entered stealth mode, attempted to launch a sneak attack. However, Lin Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, predicting and dodging the attack in advance. He then kicked the rogue away with such force that the rogue crashed through a stone wall. In the ruins, blood gushed from the rogue's mouth. Just as he was about to drink a healing potion, he saw Lin Chen approaching him with an expressionless face. The rogue was so frightened that he wet himself, crying out for mercy, "Hero, spare me. I was blind, I deserve to die. Please let me go. I have a wife and kids at home." Put. Before the rogue could finish, Lin Chen pierced his chest with a sword, sending him to meet the god Sigma. While looting the bodies of the robbery team, Lin Chen found a white crystal from the demon hunter. "What is this?" Lin Chen asked Catherine. Catherine took the crystal and examined it. This seems to be a coordinate crystal used by the Ratmen to record the hiding places of valuable items. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled expression, Catherine continued to explain. The advantage of the Ratmen lies in their numbers. Individually, they are not very strong, so the frontline troops would hide the valuable items they scavenged in a certain location. If this Ratman unit is wiped out, they would send a scout rat to deliver the crystal recording the hiding place of the items to the Ratman troops coming from the rear, in order to reclaim the valuable items. These hiding places often contain a collection of valuables scavenged by several Ratman units, making them extremely valuable. Catherine's expression was complex. This small team seems to have hit the jackpot by intercepting a scout rat, but they are too greedy and want to target us as well. In other words, this crystal is actually a treasure burial site of the Ratmen? Lin Chen activated the crystal using Catherine's method. A faint white light extended into the distance. Following this light would lead them to the treasure buried by the Ratmen. After gathering the spoils, Lin Chen and Catherine headed towards the treasure location. An hour after Lin Chen and Catherine left, a well-equipped Imperial Knight appeared at the original spot. The leader was tall and handsome, his armor embedded with valuable gems. He held a horse in one hand and gestured to his subordinates with the other. A knight wielding a holy war hammer immediately began to chant. Soon, a white halo covered the area. Following that, a holographic image appeared before everyone's eyes. The scene of Lin Chen clashing with the 4-man robbery team was replayed in holographic form. One knight rode up to the knight commander. He threw a battered figure, barely recognizable, to the ground. It was the drunkard who had fought Lin Chen earlier. At this moment, he was in a state of barely breathing. "Sir Ronikant, I have just confirmed from this drunkard that the human in the projection is the one who disrupted the order of the mercenary guild." The knight commander, referred to as Ronikant, nodded slightly. "The Empire's seers have predicted that the devil from the sky will sweep through our Sigma Empire after the plague descends. This human may very well be the beginning of this catastrophe." One subordinate asked, "Sir Ronikant, do we need to return to the Empire for reinforcements? After all, it is a devil from the sky." Ronikant gazed at the battle hologram and shook his head slightly. "Send a brother back to report. The rest will come with me to hunt the devil from beyond. I hope to eliminate it before it grows stronger." With the sound of neighing horses, this well-equipped cavalry unit rushed towards Lin Chen's direction. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware that a crisis was about to descend. Following the crystal's guidance, Lin Chen and Catherine arrived at a long mountain range. Many Ratmen were hidden within the mountains. Lin Chen showed no mercy in dealing with these Ratmen, launching a bloody massacre against them. Meanwhile, Catherine had improved her strength significantly after leveling up with Lin Chen during this time, especially after equipping herself with higher quality gear. Her arrows were also quite lethal. The two of them coordinated and continued to approach the depths of the canyon. However, just as they were about to reach the treasure storage point, the quality of the Ratman troops began to rise rapidly. 3 rat ogres appeared, and dozens of clawed assassins lurked in the surrounding caves, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Higher up, several steampunk-styled rotary machine gun monsters aimed at Lin Chen and unleashed a barrage of fire. Lin Chen pulled out his bird gun and blew one of the rotary machine gun monsters to pieces. "Catherine, the ranged troops are up to you," Lin Chen informed, quickly taking out 2 vials from his backpack. The golden one was a strength potion, capable of temporarily enhancing the user's strength attribute. The blue one was a speed potion, which increased the user's speed for a short time. Lin Chen drank both vials, a surge of overwhelming power filling his heart. A rat ogre swung a thick tree branch at Lin Chen, but in the next second, Lin Chen directly cut the branch in half with a single stroke. He then jumped onto the rat ogre's back. Grabbing its fur with one hand, he wielded his long knife with the other, stabbing it fiercely into the ogre's neck. With a violent twist, the rat ogre's head was severed as if it were a potato pulled from the ground. He collected the fate dice that fell from the rat ogre. Lin Chen then charged towards another ogre. Catherine shot arrows from behind, occasionally switching to her short knife to kill the rats charging at her. At this moment, Lin Chen did not deliberately protect her. Catherine had to grit her teeth and fight desperately against the surrounding ratmen. The battle lasted a total of half an hour. After half an hour, the entire canyon was a river of blood, with ratmen corpses scattered everywhere. Catherine was panting heavily, leaning against a nearby rock wall. A large claw mark had appeared on her chest, blood continuously seeping out. Her delicate cheeks were now pale. Her left eye had even been pierced by some sharp object, looking quite tragic. Just as she tried to stop the bleeding, a vial of recovery potion was handed to her. Catherine was slightly taken aback, then looked up to meet Lin Chen's calm gaze. "The stench of blood here will soon attract more ratmen," Lin Chen said. "We need to hurry back to the gathering place before sunset." Catherine's nose tinged with bitterness, suppressing the urge to cry as she accepted the potion. With the help of the recovery potion, Catherine's injuries quickly healed to a large extent. She stood up from the ground, stretching her sore waist, and then walked over to Lin Chen. "Lord Lin Chen, I'm all better now. Thank you for your potion." Lin Chen said nothing, pointing to a cave not far away. Catherine nodded and immediately walked with Lin Chen towards the cave. Inside the cave, there were still quite a few ratmen present. However, most of these ratmen were slave rats, with combat abilities even weaker than an ordinary villager. After a brief and not very intense battle, the two finally reached the bottom of the cave. At the bottom of the cave, a massive rusted iron door appeared before them. Lin Chen kicked the door open, revealing piles of golden, shining treasures. It was a mountain of gold and various precious weapons and equipment. Catherine stared blankly at the heaps of treasure, murmuring, "My lord, we can get rich now." This world had storage items, similar to a bag of holding. He tossed his storage bag to Catherine, signaling her to collect all the treasures here. Lin Chen then began to select the most precious items among them. Plague Origin Stone, a mineral containing powerful plague energy, said to be mined by underground miners. The ratmen mutated after consuming this stone. Enchantment Scroll can grant random magical attributes to weapons or accessories, enhancing their combat power. Golden Battle Helmet, purple armor with powerful defensive capabilities, said to be impervious even to the penetrating flintlock guns designed by legendary dwarves. Heavenly Calamity Fate Dice, golden, a precious die with a very small chance of rolling out a top-tier treasure, red grade, said to be obtainable only by killing certain powerful lord-level life forms. Heavenly Calamity Fate Dice? Lin Chen's heart raced. This was clearly a more advanced fate die. He found a stable place to sit down. Lin Chen held his breath and focused, clicking to use the Heavenly Calamity Fate die. He watched as the die, glowing with golden light, landed on the ground. Guided by an inexplicable force, it spun rapidly on the surface. After about 10 seconds, the fate die came to a stop. Immediately, a golden halo quickly spread out, eventually covering the entire world. What a pity, it wasn't a red artifact. However, golden legendary equipment was also very rare. Once the golden halo disappeared, a beautifully crafted longsword with a gem-encrusted hilt appeared in his view. King's Greatsword, a powerful weapon crafted by legendary artisans for the ruler of a nation, symbolizing royal authority and power, possessing the attribute of never wearing out. Wielding this greatsword, you will gain the blessing of royal power. When swung, it can accumulate rage points. The higher the rage points, the hotter the blade's temperature. When rage points reach their peak, high-temperature flames can ignite on the blade, burning through enemy armor. Attribute enhancement, armor-piercing damage increased by 30%, heavy strike damage increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 10%, attack speed increased by 15%. The power of this king's greatsword should not be underestimated. Even Lin Chen, after equipping this greatsword, experienced a significant boost in strength. In the future, when dealing with elite monsters like the rat troll, he would probably only need a single strike to finish them off. Currently, most of Lin Chen's equipment was of blue quality. He began to anticipate what it would be like to switch to a full set of golden gear. After a thorough looting, Lin Chen set aside the most valuable materials separately. It took him and Catherine nearly an hour to gather all the shining gold. Roughly estimating, Lin Chen had collected about 300,000 units of gold this time. Even in the Lord's world, this was already a considerable income. The sky was getting late, and the night in the wild was not safe. Lin Chen prepared to return to the gathering place to rest. Just as they stepped out of the mine, a golden aurora, filled with a chilling killing intent, shot towards Lin Chen's direction. The speed was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Lin Chen instinctively pulled Catherine behind him. Immediately, he was engulfed by the concentrated light. If Lin Chen had a health bar at that moment, it would surely be rapidly depleting, almost to the point of emptying. However, the good news was that this sudden golden beam was powerful but lacked endurance. It quickly dissipated into the air. Lin Chen then quickly consumed 2 recovery potions to replenish his nearly depleted health bar. Catherine, shielded by Lin Chen, did not suffer much damage, but her small face was pale. It's the Light Knights of the Sigma Church. Catherine trembled as she spoke. How could they appear here? Lin Chen unsheathed the king's greatsword and planted it into the ground, watching the White Knights not far away with great interest. A strong killing intent flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. Light Knights of the Sigma Church? Sounds like an official organization. Does the power core of this world know about its identity? The Paladin commander scrutinized Lin Chen with a serious expression. The earlier aurora was the result of all the power of the Holy Knights being concentrated. Moreover, it was in a surprise attack situation. The fact that it hadn't killed this devil was telling of how terrifying this devil's strength truly was. Ronikin tilted his head, his gaze shifting to the elven woman behind Lin Chen. The elven woman was clearly from their world. Why was she mingling with a devil? Ronikin said, "You, a devil from beyond the world, are surrounded. Please lay down your weapons and accept the judgment of the Holy Empire and the Light Knights." Lin Chen immediately showed a look of understanding. The power core of this world is truly formidable, noticing the existence of an alien like him so quickly. When Catherine heard the words "devil from beyond the world," a hint of confusion crossed her face. She couldn't help but ask, "Lord Lin Chen, what does that knight mean?" In theory, the Holy Knights wouldn't attack us mercenaries. Lin Chen had not yet spoken, but it was Ronnie Kent who explained. "This beautiful elf lady, the human male standing next to you, is an evil criminal. He comes from another world, and his ultimate goal is to enslave our civilization and harm our kin. Why are you associating with such a devil?" Catherine immediately retorted, "Impossible, how could Lord Lin Chen be a devil? He saved me from the Ratman. We have gone through many adventures together. I believe he is not a bad person." Ronnie Kent did not want to say more and directly drew the knight's sword from his waist. "Miss, I advise you one last time, stay away from this devil. Otherwise, my subordinates and I will regard you as a follower of the devil." Catherine quietly glanced at Lin Chen. Although she only saw his profile, she could still feel Lin Chen's indifferent attitude. Was he even too lazy to explain? Catherine bit her red lips but raised her bow, aiming an arrow at the Holy Knight charging from a distance. "Lord Lin Chen," Catherine said firmly, "no matter who you are, I only know that you saved my life, and I am very happy to be with you. Even if the enemy is the Sigma Church, I will fight alongside you." With that, Catherine shot the first arrow at the Holy Knight. Lin Chen was slightly surprised by Catherine's words. He had thought that once Catherine learned his true identity, she would betray him without hesitation. He was even prepared to take her down the moment she betrayed him. But it seemed that this elf girl had quite a high level of loyalty to him. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Knights charged in. Compared to the Ratman, the overall combat power of the Holy Knights was clearly much stronger. The moment Lin Chen clashed with them, he felt a pressure several times greater than that of the Ratman. The leading knight raised his great sword, a white halo covering the blade, and then smashed it down towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised the king's great sword to block, but his feet suddenly sank. Immediately after, several blades came at him. Seeing no way to dodge, Lin Chen transformed into a swarm of bats to change his position. In less than a second, he reformed behind the last knight. The knight sensed a murderous intent rising from behind him. His hair stood on end, and he instinctively prepared to launch an attack behind him. But his sword was ultimately half a beat too slow. With a thud, the blade pierced through the knight's armor, penetrating from his chest. Bright red blood instantly flowed out from the gap of the blade. "No! Philip!" A knight let out a heart-wrenching scream. He then raised his prayer hammer and aimed it at Lin Chen to unleash a spell. With a swish, Lin Chen was enveloped in blinding white light. His vision instantly went blank. He couldn't even hear the sounds around him. Yet despite this, Lin Chen still felt someone approaching him. And there was a strong murderous intent. Lin Chen tightened his body and, at the moment the murderous intent struck, swung out a semicircular sword edge. Then he poured a potion to eliminate negative buffs into his mouth. His vision and hearing quickly restored, Lin Chen saw 2 decapitated corpses lying motionless at his feet. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights further away were now looking at Lin Chen with faces full of fear. Their eyes seemed to regard him as a bloodthirsty devil. Ronnie Kent's face turned extremely ugly. This otherworldly devil before him possessed such powerful strength. If they swarm out and invade their own world, the consequences are unimaginable. At this thought, Ronikin took out a crystal ball, his expression becoming particularly serious. "Brothers," Ronikin's voice was deep, "the plague has ravaged our homeland. Now, demons from beyond the world also threaten our existence. As honor knights of the Sigma Church, we must do everything in our power to protect our homeland, even at the cost of our lives." As Ronikin's somber voice echoed, a white halo began to emanate from his body like steam. The other knights realized what their leader was about to do and quickly planted their weapons into the ground, the white halo rapidly coalescing around their bodies. These white halos surged into the crystal ball as if they were alive, causing it to flash with blinding white light inside. Detected: the source power of the plague world is coalescing. Exploration log updated. Source power, one of the core energies that constitute a civilization. Preliminary analysis of the source power of the plague world has been conducted. This source power can compress space in a very short time to produce a massive explosion. According to rough calculations, the power of this explosion will be no less than that of a small tactical nuclear missile. Host is advised to evacuate immediately. Is this going to self-destruct, comparable to a nuclear explosion? Lin Chen frowned. The 6 knights before him were glowing with blinding light, cracks beginning to spread across their armor. To eliminate Lin Chen once and for all, they were willing to choose mutual destruction. Is this the power of faith? My lord, what's wrong with these paladins? Catherine also sensed that something was amiss. Lin Chen had no time to explain. He immediately grabbed Catherine's wrist and pulled her towards the treasure cave. Even because he was running too slowly, he tilted his head and drank a vial of speed potion. Then he picked up Catherine and desperately fled deeper into the cave. Catherine dared not say much, only clinging tightly to Lin Chen's neck, not daring to move. About 10 seconds later, a white light shone from the cave entrance. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. Everything organic was annihilated in the path of the white light. Above the canyon, as the white light swept through, the entire canyon collapsed with a thunderous roar. Debris fell, and the canyon was reduced to ruins in this terrifying explosion. At this moment, deep within the treasure cave, rocks continued to collapse, and huge cracks rapidly spread across the rock walls. Feeling the increasingly scorching heat behind him, Lin Chen furrowed his brow tightly. He ran desperately deeper into the cave. The next second, the ground suddenly shattered without warning. The ground plummeted wildly, and the entire cave collapsed completely. Beneath the cave, there was actually an underground river with a surging current. Before the flames completely engulfed Lin Chen and Catherine, the two fell into the cold river water. They were then swallowed by the whirlpool of the underground river, disappearing from this space. Lin Chen suffered serious injuries in the explosion and fell into a coma after being engulfed by the dark current. In a vague sense, he felt the bone-chilling cold around him. Soon after, a soft, warm body pressed against him. Then, Lin Chen completely lost consciousness. At this time, in the capital of the Sigma Empire, a top-secret document was urgently delivered to the Emperor of the Sigma Empire. The 28th Emperor, Kyan, furrowed his brow as he read the document. A serious expression flashed in his sapphire-like pupils. Dozens of ministers and generals stood nearby. One minister cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Emperor Kyan's expression was emotionless. "The demon apostle has appeared at the Galan fortress." Upon hearing this, the ministers' faces changed dramatically. The demon apostle? The prophecy of the high priest has come true. Oh my god, is the sky going to destroy my Sigma Empire? The plague has already been troublesome enough, and now a more powerful enemy has appeared. Sigh. The ministers were discussing among themselves, their eyes filled with deep concern. Silence. A voice of great authority echoed from the side hall. The hall instantly fell silent. An elderly man dressed in extremely luxurious attire slowly walked out. His white robe was adorned with precious gems of considerable value. He held a golden scepter and wore a divine crown more splendid than a king's. High Priest Stersha, you have arrived. The ministers bowed and paid their respects, even more devoutly than when meeting the emperor. High Priest Stersha, the supreme authority of the Sigma Empire's church, represented the pinnacle of divine power in the empire. Even Kyan often had to compromise with this ecclesiastical pope. There is no need for alarm, everyone, Stersha said gently. Currently, there is only one demon apostle that has descended. We can certainly capture it alive for research. Emperor Kyan's gaze was deep. Does the bishop mean to study this extraterrestrial visitor? Stersha nodded. The church has the top experts in biological stitching. They will obtain sufficient information about the demon through dissection. If we are lucky, we might even learn of their weaknesses. But how to capture it is a problem, Emperor Kyan said. Sir Ronikin has already sacrificed himself during the capture. Your Majesty, rest assured, Stersha said with a confident look. I will dispatch the church's latest biological alchemy experiment. The Barbados 05-1 experimental subject will participate in this mission. I believe it can defeat and capture that demon. Unconscious, Lin Chen had no idea how much time had passed outside. When he opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black. He slightly moved his body, only to find a soft figure pressed against him. He could feel the warm breath and the slow beating of a heart. Lord Lin Chen, you finally woke up, a joyful voice rang out in the darkness. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, Catherine, where is this? And where are my clothes? Catherine recounted what had happened after Lin Chen lost consciousness. After being swallowed by the vortex, they had appeared in a cavern of an underground river. The temperature in this cave was extremely low, and both of them were soaked by the underground water. To maintain warmth, Catherine had removed all her clothes and relied on body heat to keep warm. At this point, Catherine leaned closer to Lin Chen. The scent and warmth enveloped him. My lord, you were unconscious for 3 hours. I didn't mean to violate your body. I was just worried that you might never wake up. It was impossible to start a fire in the underground river cavern. Lin Chen smiled wryly and patted Catherine's shoulder. You saved me, how could I blame you? Next, we need to find a way to escape from here. As he said this, Lin Chen attempted to get up. However, this movement tugged at his wounds. Lin Chen grimaced and took a sip of a recovery potion, but there were no signs of recovery from the injury on his back. Lin Chen's brow furrowed instantly. What was going on? Lord Lin Chen, I have heard that the power of the paladin represents the divine, and even powerful recovery potions cannot heal the wounds. Catherine helped Lin Chen up. The best way is to wait for the wounds to heal naturally. Lin Chen's thoughts turned. Paladins belonged to the church, and the church was the center of divine rule in this empire's civilization. This meant that the church possessed the energy bestowed by the divine. This energy was similar to the power of erosion in the Lord's world, quite troublesome. The top priority is to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Lin Chen took out a glowing stone from his storage bag. The soft halo instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. The pitch-black underground world welcomed a brief moment of light. With the light, Catherine's face suddenly turned red. At that moment, both she and Lin Chen were in a completely exposed state. Suddenly being able to see each other clearly was inevitably awkward. However, after a brief moment of shyness, Catherine suddenly said, My lord, in my hometown, if we have had intimate contact with the opposite sex and have seen each other's bodies, we must marry. This is a consistent tradition of our Kiurma jungle elf tribe. At this point, Catherine leaned happily against Lin Chen's shoulder. My lord, you have seen Catherine's body, so you must take responsibility for me. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Lin Chen scratched his head and instinctively asked, What if we don't get married? Then the Kiurma jungle elves will be cursed by the god of filth and lose eternal happiness. Catherine looked at Lin Chen with her alluring red pupils. My lord, even if you have someone you like, it's fine, as long as I can be by your side, I will be very content. Saying this, Catherine boldly leaned closer to Lin Chen. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she gave him a passionate kiss. Now it was Lin Chen's turn to feel awkward. After all, Lin Chen was just an ordinary male college student. How could he withstand such temptation? If it weren't for his injuries, he would have lost control by now. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Lin Chen took out 2 sets of equipment, handing one set to Catherine. Ahem, let's put on some clothes first. The temperature around here is still a bit low. Catherine obediently nodded. 5 minutes later, the two, now dressed, began to explore the underground cavern. The anticipated adventure hidden deep underground did not materialize. After the exploration, Lin Chen confirmed that this was just a very ordinary underground cave. The cave above had collapsed, and the only way to leave was to move along the water flow. Lin Chen took out the Empire Greatsword and handed Catherine another long sword. The two began to dig along the water flow. Time reached 3 a.m. The world of the plague was pitch black. On the dark ground, countless ratmen seemed to fill the farmlands and abandoned fortresses once again. At this moment, in a certain deep well waterfall, stones suddenly rolled into the pond below the waterfall. Immediately after, 2 drenched figures emerged from the waterfall. Hiss! The ratmen stationed here were instantly alerted. They charged towards the figures. One of the figures drew an arrow and aimed it at the approaching ratmen, preparing for a powerful shot. The arrow seemed to weave through the ratmen's bodies like a stalk, instantly killing most of them. My lord Lin Chen, you rest for a bit. Leave these nuisances to me. Catherine settled Lin Chen and raised her elven dagger, charging towards the ratmen. Most of these ratmen were low-level ratman slaves. Catherine swiftly dispatched them all. 10 minutes later, by a pile of campfire, Lin Chen and Catherine were drying their wet bodies. Perhaps due to having expressed their feelings earlier, Catherine sat down next to Lin Chen and handed him a skewer of sizzling, oily beast meat. My lord, how do you feel now? Lin Chen nodded. I've probably recovered about 60%. dealing with ordinary ratmen shouldn't be a problem. I should be almost fully recovered by tomorrow morning. Well, that's good. Catherine hesitated for a moment, looking worried. The paladins represent the church. If they find out we are still alive, they definitely won't let us go. My lord, will Catherine have to accompany you on the run from now on? Lin Chen was silent for a moment. It's not that we're on the run, but for now, we should prioritize improving our strength. We should have become wanted criminals in the Empire by now. Obtaining supplies will likely be very difficult. Hearing Lin Chen's concerns, Catherine quickly said, My lord, I know a place that's suitable for us. In the northern part of the Empire, there's a place called the Fortress of Takla, known as the City of Chaos. Although it is under the Empire's rule, it is close to the territory of a fallen nation and is the end of the exile road, making that fortress a paradise for criminals and evildoers. Even the Empire finds it hard to intervene in the City of Chaos. How about we go there? Lin Chen agreed to Catherine's suggestion and set off for the Chaos Fortress immediately after dawn. However, since they were both fugitives, even the shadow bridge in their temporary camp could not be used. They had no choice but to walk through the wilderness. The wilderness was filled with ratmen troops of various sizes. For Lin Chen, this was an excellent leveling environment. Time flew by, and 3 days later, after slaughtering a patrol of ratmen soldiers, Lin Chen leveled up again and gained new skill points. At this point, although Lin Chen's level panel showed he was level 35, his actual level was around 150. With 150 skill points, he could almost light up the entire skill tree. Lin Chen's overall combat power also rapidly increased during this process. Looking at the nearly fully lit skill points on the skill tree, Lin Chen knew he was almost at the graduation panel. He then allocated his newly acquired skill points to the last skill, Berserker Bloodline. Berserker Bloodline, the heavier the injury, the higher the combat power bonus, with a maximum bonus of 50%. With this, all the skills on the skill tree were lit up by Lin Chen. He had truly become a Pentagon warrior. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The host has completed the trial of the 4 Chaos Gods and received the title, Chaos Champion. Your actions have attracted the attention of terror, lust, corruption, and deception. Please attempt to complete deeper explorations. Author's note, the 4 gods here can be seen as wild gods, not on the same level as the deities of the Lord's world, essentially the difference between the Jade Emperor and the Earth God. Chaos Champion, the host who obtains this title receives a 10% increase in all attributes and gains the authority to use the power of the 4 Chaos Gods. At this moment, Lin Chen's skill tree panel underwent a significant change. At the end of the skill tree branches, lines continuously connected and intertwined, forming 4 larger skill icons. Similar to online games, lighting up several small skills could unlock a larger skill. Lin Chen immediately clicked on the 4 skill icons to check them out. Terror LV0, slaughter living beings to create terror. Plunder Vitality to unleash destructive nightmares. Lust LV0, seek the pleasure of life, resist or unleash powerful illusions. Corruption LV0, erode corpses with evil power, breed eternal darkness, and repair oneself. Deception LV0, use dark magic to deceive souls, desecrate spirits, and transform evil spirits. Damn, what an evil feeling, Lin Chen thought as he looked at the descriptions of the 4 new skills, his head buzzing. The new skills did not have more detailed descriptions, and they no longer upgraded through skill points. Instead, they gained experience through different conditions. However, since it was still the exploration phase, Lin Chen would have to figure out how to upgrade them. My lord, I've finally reached max level. Catherine's excited voice interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. Immediately after, Catherine hugged Lin Chen tightly and planted a kiss on his cheek. After spending this time together, Catherine had become bolder with Lin Chen. A few times, she even changed clothes in front of him. The alluring scenes made Lin Chen suspect that Catherine was not an elf but a succubus. Realizing that Catherine was becoming increasingly bold with him, Lin Chen frowned slightly and suddenly pulled her into his arms, his palm landing hard on her backside. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. The once arrogant Catherine tensed up. Her rose-red pupils instantly revealed a pitiful and wronged expression. The atmosphere suddenly turned ambiguous. Lin Chen carried Catherine and walked towards a secluded spot near the pond. Catherine seemed to sense what was about to happen next, shrinking in Lin Chen's embrace, not daring to move. Soon, the nightingale cried out, and the red pill fell to the ground. A prompt sound rang in Lin Chen's mind. Sexual torture level increased to LV1. You can use illusions in a small area, and your resistance to illusions has increased. As expected, the way to increase the sexual torture level was as described, seeking the pleasures of life. Since that was the case, the upgrade methods for the other 3 skills could also be inferred. Fear torture gained experience through killing enemies. Corruption gained experience by eroding corpses. Deception involved capturing souls. Each skill represented a form of divine power, a considerable force in the world of the plague. He needed to quickly raise the levels of these 4 skills to gain the strength to fight against the Empire. While he was thinking, the delicate body beneath him slowly awakened. Like a lazy little cat, she lay in Lin Chen's arms. At that moment, Catherine felt exceptionally happy. Being favored by Lin Chen made her feel a joy that soared to the skies. Not just joy, but also immense happiness and a sense of security. "Lord Lin Chen, what are you thinking about?" Catherine asked dreamily. Lin Chen rubbed Catherine's head. "I was thinking about how to increase my strength to protect you." Catherine's face flushed. "Just being with you is enough for me. No matter what danger we encounter in the future, I will be by your side." "That's true," Lin Chen said seriously, "but I still need to increase my strength. And you must help me increase my strength." Catherine showed a hint of surprise. "Me?" Lin Chen flashed a mischievous smile and whispered a couple of words in Catherine's ear. Catherine's face turned so red it seemed like it could bleed, but meeting Lin Chen's gaze, which seemed to devour her, she cautiously said with her big watery eyes, "Lord, you can come, I will hold on." Lin Chen transformed into a dedicated worker, spending an entire day raising the sexual torture level to LV5. Then he specifically found a Ratman troop and secretly cast illusions on them. The next second, the Ratmen under the illusion turned on their companions. A few minutes later, only a few Ratmen survived, the majority having perished at the hands of their comrades. This illusion skill was indeed quite powerful. Currently, the range of illusions Lin Chen could cast was only the size of a basketball court. It was not hard to imagine that when the illusion level was raised high enough, its influence could even extend to an entire legion. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Catherine with burning eyes. Catherine's face instantly flushed. "Lord, can I rest a bit tonight? I really have no strength left. My legs are still weak." Lin Chen grinned and gave Catherine's backside a playful slap. He then walked towards the battlefield. After taking out the remaining Ratmen, Lin Chen's fear torture level also rose to LV1. The power of fear torture allowed Lin Chen to summon a powerful nightmare to participate in battle. The higher the fear torture level, the stronger the summoned nightmare would be. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Lin Chen used the power of corruption. The Ratman corpses on the battlefield rapidly shriveled into dry bones at a visible speed. The extracted life energy flowed into Lin Chen's body. The level of Manhwa has also been upgraded to LV1. The power of Manhwa can absorb and store the life force of dying beings, automatically repairing any injuries to the body. It is equivalent to having a useful healing spring inside, and this spring can also heal others. When Lin Chen took down the Ratman, the ability mechanism of Genshi was also triggered. Dozens of green evil spirits rose from the Ratman's corpse, pausing like puppets in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen could sense the presence of these evil spirits and waved his hand slightly, causing them to vanish into thin air. At the same time, Genshi also leveled up to LV1, with the ability to summon evil spirits to fight alongside Lin Chen when he attacks, tearing apart surrounding enemies. Moreover, these evil spirits can accumulate and be released at a certain point in time, triggering a massive wave of evil spirits. This is a quite powerful AoE skill. After fully understanding the abilities of the 4 new skills, Lin Chen and Catherine officially set off on the road to the City of Chaos. However, the journey was still through the wilderness. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to reach the City of Chaos but instead took the opportunity to slay various rat troops to increase his strength. Soon, Catherine learned from a traveling merchant about the location of a plague fortress. This fortress, originally named Wind Whisper Fortress, was once a prosperous gathering place for humans. 3 years ago, it was captured by Ratmen, and hundreds of thousands of civilians were slaughtered overnight. Wind Whisper Fortress has since become a paradise ruled by Ratmen. It is said that deep within Wind Whisper Fortress, there is treasure left by the fortress lord. However, mercenary teams have been entering the fortress for 3 years to investigate, most of whom have not returned, becoming food for the Ratmen. The fortress is filled with powerful Ratmen, and even legendary mercenaries must be extremely cautious. Lord Lin Chen, are we going to Wind Whisper Fortress? Catherine asked, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's. The soft pressure made Lin Chen's heart flutter. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her slim waist, pulling her into his embrace. Of course, Lin Chen smiled. It's just the right time for you to change your equipment. Catherine showed a happy expression. Then let's set off for Wind Whisper Fortress. 3 hours later, the two had arrived at the outskirts of Wind Whisper Fortress. Looking out, a dilapidated yet grand city appeared before them. The city covered a vast area and was surrounded by tall city walls. The walls were riddled with large cracks and moss-like plants. Occasionally, a few Ratman slaves could be seen crawling out from dark corners, fighting over pieces of black, rotten meat. So next, our goal is to conquer this city, Lin Chen said with a smile. This beautiful lady by my side, Are you confident? Catherine shot Lin Chen a glance. If you are confident, then I am confident. Lin Chen nodded and immediately led Catherine towards Wind Whisper Fortress. The number of ratmen inside the fortress was too great, making it impossible to kill them all at once. Lin Chen and Catherine first arrived at the northern city wall area to clear out the ratmen inside. Soon, ratman troops surged in from all directions like a tide. Lin Chen skillfully drew his king's greatsword and swung it fiercely at a ratman in one direction. The moment the blade made contact with the ratman's body, dozens of green spirits emerged from behind him, immediately pouncing towards the rat horde. These evil spirits did not possess a physical form, and their attacks on the ratmen were of a mental nature. Nevertheless, they still caused significant disruption. After slaying a few ratmen, Lin Chen raised his arm again, releasing the illusion represented by Color Sin. In the next second, the ratmen began to see their companions as enemies, engaging in a frenzied battle among themselves. In an instant, the northern city wall was filled with roars and screams. 20 minutes later, the northern city wall was completely cleared. Only 1,000 withered ratman corpses remained on the scene. If it had been before, clearing out 1,000 ratmen would have taken at least an hour. But now, the efficiency had clearly improved significantly. After taking down this group of ratmen, aside from the Color Sin level still being LV5, the other 3 Chaos God skills had all been upgraded to level 3. The splash damage and range of the evil spirit during basic attacks increased, and the life absorption efficiency improved. The most noticeable enhancement was Terror LV3. As Lin Chen activated the Terror skill, a shadow resembling Lin Chen appeared beside him. Destruction Nightmare LV3, a death shadow formed from the power of slaughter and fear, which can replace the host to carry out killings when released. Lin Chen immediately commanded the newly summoned Destruction Nightmare to attack the ratmen in the side hall. The Destruction Nightmare formed a large sword similar to Lin Chen's in its hand and charged at the ratmen in an extremely brutal manner, crazily shredding their corpses. This was merely the Destruction Nightmare condensed from the power of terror at level 3. Its strength was already close to Lin Chen's own. If the level were to rise even higher, who knows what terrifying power this nightmare could unleash. Filled with curiosity, Lin Chen began to clear out the ratmen in other areas of the castle. With the help of the Destruction Nightmare, the clearing efficiency significantly increased. During this process, there were occasional high-level ratmen special infections that attempted sneak attacks. After taking down these special infectors, Lin Chen gained another batch of fate dice. Finding a moment to rest, Lin Chen opened all the fate dice and once again obtained a batch of high-level equipment. By the time they finished clearing the town streets, he had accumulated a large pile of high-level gear. Both Catherine and Lin Chen were now fully equipped in purple gear. The purple gear Lin Chen chose had all attributes boosting attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. Overall, his strength increased by nearly 40%. Catherine also specifically selected a set of purple gear that enhanced agility and ranged damage. Wherever her arrows flew, they sliced through the ratmen effortlessly. None could withstand the arrows she shot. As the sun set and dusk fell, the ratmen in Windstop Fortress had been cleared out for the most part. With the arrival of night, Lin Chen and Catherine lost the desire to continue fighting. They found a sturdy rock bunker by the city wall and prepared to rest. However, just as the campfire was starting to rise, Catherine's pointed elven ears suddenly twitched. She then frowned slightly, her gaze turning towards the stone window beside her. "What's wrong, Catherine?" Lin Chen asked. Catherine stared silently out of the stone window for a long time, then revealed a look of surprise. "My lord, come quickly and look." Lin Chen immediately moved to Catherine's side and peered out through the stone window into the distance. The pitch-black earth, with a huge round moon half hidden behind the black forest. At the junction of the black forest silhouette and the round moon, a massive flying object was slowly approaching. The flying object resembled a type of airship known as the Kinnoff airship. However, the thrusters were spewing forth some kind of green magical flame. Steam continuously gushed from both sides of the flying object, and at the front boiler, workers were constantly feeding magical ore into it. The blazing green flames kept boiling the boiler, providing flight power for the ship. This was a magical steampunk-style steamship. This should be a new technological product from the church. Catherine frowned. But why is it appearing here? Before Catherine could finish her sentence, Lin Chen suddenly reached out and pulled her back from the stone window. A massive axe crackling with blue arcs of electricity flew in from outside the stone window, embedding itself deep into the rock wall on the other side of the room. Immediately, the entire stone wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a 2-meter-tall armored warrior standing silently outside. In his hand, he held a single axe that flickered with electric light. The dark red glow emanating from his eyes beneath the helmet gave off an aura of lifelessness, as if he were a soulless entity. Clearly, the flying axe that had just been thrown was his handiwork. At the same time, aboard the magical steam airship, several individuals dressed in ecclesiastical robes were observing the events unfolding below. Deacon Cree, the experimental subject Barbados 05-1 has confirmed the location of the demon apostle. Deacon Cree was a hunchbacked old man wearing a white cloak. He squinted slightly, a flicker of intense heat passing through his eyes. Life alchemy has always been a nominally forbidden art of the Empire. The Archbishop has sent us here to prove to the world the greatness of life alchemy. Therefore, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. A nearby acolyte exclaimed with excitement, Barbados is a super soldier we stitched together using the bodies of 10 living legendary mercenaries, and it has been infused with ratman blood and granted ancient sorcery. Even the demon apostle could never be its match. Indeed, Barbados is the most perfect biochemical weapon we have created, and I have absolute confidence in it. Kree's face revealed no joy or anger as he calmly stated, to be prepared for the unexpected, begin charging the withering magical cannon. If anything goes wrong, the magical cannon will resolve all troubles. At Kree's request, workers began to throw large amounts of green ore into the steam furnace. Soon, green energy surged wildly into a massive cannon aimed at the ground. After completing this, the members of the church turned their gaze back to the distant city wall. At that moment, below the city wall, Lin Chen was already engaged in battle with the experimental subject Barbados. The instant they clashed, Lin Chen realized that this humanoid creature was no ordinary foe. Its overall strength was several times greater than the paladins he had encountered before. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen had been frantically enhancing his own abilities these past few days, facing this emotionless killing machine would likely have left him with no choice but to flee. However, things were different now. Lin Chen's strength had significantly increased. More importantly, he had allies. In the next moment, Lin Chen activated the power of terror. A nearly 2-meter-tall shadowy figure slowly appeared beside him. Barbados slightly turned its head, its crimson eye sockets devoid of any human expression. Suddenly, it raised its palm. In the next second, the massive lightning axe embedded in the wall flew back into its hand. It then swung both axes and charged at Lin Chen. Go! Lin Chen commanded, and the nightmare of destruction surged forward without hesitation towards Barbados. At the same time, Catherine, who was waiting for an opportunity nearby, frantically pulled her arrows, attempting to inflict damage on Barbados. Unfortunately, Catherine's attacks were utterly ineffective. The arrows struck Barbados's armor and were deflected away. Frustrated, Catherine nearly drew her short sword to engage in close combat. On the other side, with the help of the nightmare of destruction, Lin Chen and Barbados's battle began to reach a stalemate. One attacked from the front while the other struck from behind, relentlessly assaulting Barbados's armor. Soon, cracks began to appear in Barbados's armor, threatening to break at any moment. Realizing that this approach was futile, Barbados let out a furious roar. It slammed both axes down onto the ground. A massive blue lightning sphere suddenly exploded. In Lin Chen's astonished gaze, the light sphere passed through his body. The immense power of the lightning paralyzed him, leaving him unable to move. Roar! Barbados kicked the nightmare of destruction away and leaped up. Both axes came crashing down towards Lin Chen's head. My lord! Catherine was taken aback by the situation. There was no time for support. On a distant magic airship, members of the church who witnessed the scene all smiled. Without a doubt, the battle was about to end. This demon apostle was about to fall under the lightning giant axe of the experimental subject Barbados. After this battle, we will be able to prove the power of life alchemy to the Empire. At that time, we will be able to forge an army of alchemical warriors. The so-called plague is completely unfounded. Life alchemy is the greatest science. Just as the church members were fantasizing about a bright tomorrow, a startled voice rang out from the cockpit. Look, what is that? The focus returned to the battlefield. At the moment the giant axe was about to strike Lin Chen, a dense black mist enveloped him. As the giant axe fell, bloodbats soared into the sky. Barbados's double axes struck empty air, causing him to stagger forward. The bloodbats that flew high quickly coalesced into a dense black mist. Lin Chen leaped out from the black mist, his king's great sword thrusting downwards with great force. Barbados tried to dodge but was blocked by the charging destruction nightmare. The king's great sword struck Barbados's nape without obstruction, piercing through his armor and embedding deeply into his body. Barbados let out a furious roar, and the lightning on his axes spread throughout his body, radiating outward. The power of the lightning contained within was several times greater than before. Lin Chen decided to withstand this attack. Gripping the king's great sword tightly, he poured all his strength into a downward thrust. At the same time, arcs of electricity enveloped Lin Chen's entire body. The immense destructive power instantly caused severe damage to his bodily functions, but Lin Chen remained calm, because immediately after, a massive surge of life energy flowed from within him. This life energy was entirely absorbed from the bodies of the defeated by the power of Negu. In less than a breath's time, Lin Chen's body returned to peak condition. He then twisted the direction of the king's great sword, instantly tearing open Barbados's entire back. When the armor on his back shattered, exposing the flesh beneath, Lin Chen was startled by the sight before him. Beneath that flesh, several human faces and various internal organs were stitched together. All the faces displayed expressions of pain and agony, as if they had endured unprecedented torment before being sewn together. It was then that Lin Chen realized that the monster before him was an alchemical product similar to Frankenstein, an almost immortal magical experiment. Lin Chen also noticed that within this biosynthetic experimental body, something resembling tree roots was coiled. At the very center of this coil was a tumor resembling a heart. A dark shadow could be faintly seen within that tumor. Roar! The severely injured Barbados let out a heart-wrenching roar. He turned around, attempting to launch an attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not confront him head-on but transformed directly into a bat to evade his assault. At the same time, the Destruction Nightmare entangled with Barbados. The frenzied Barbados quickly smashed the Destruction Nightmare to pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen reformed and appeared behind Barbados. The king's great sword plunged into that heart-like tumor. Then, with a violent twist, the tumor shattered, revealing a book engraved with human faces at the point of rupture. Lin Chen, quick-witted, immediately stored the book in his storage bag. Barbados then collapsed to the ground like a robot running out of energy. The power of the Chaos God activated automatically. The flesh and blood energy of Barbados was quickly absorbed and ultimately transformed into the life energy stored within Lin Chen's body. The power of Terror was upgraded to level 5, and the summoned Destruction Nightmare would become even more powerful. But this was not the main event. In the next moment, 10 ghastly green undead rose from the ground. They were both male and female, clad in various weapons and armor. Some were strong human warriors, while others were robust dwarves and agile elves. Compared to the Ratman souls from before, these undead clearly possessed a certain level of intelligence. They knelt before Lin Chen with reverence, as if paying homage to a king. "Thank you, our lord, for liberating us from our mortal shells. We shall serve you for eternity, fighting by your side until the last moment." At that moment, Lin Chen also received a stream of memory information regarding these undead. These 10 souls were originally the 10 most powerful legendary mercenaries of the human faction. Until one day, they were captured alive by the Imperial Church and subjected to various inhumane experiments. Ultimately, the 10 legendary mercenaries were sewn into Barbados's body, never to escape. Moreover, Lin Chen learned that there were still members of the church on the airship in the distance. It was they who had transported Barbados here and attacked Lin Chen. Understanding this, Lin Chen cast a cold gaze toward the airship high above. This scene was precisely witnessed by the church members inside the airship. At that moment, the airship was in chaos. The experimental subject Barbados has been taken down. This is impossible. This can't be real. That damned demon apostle is even more terrifying than we imagined. Look, the demon apostle is looking at us. What a terrifying gaze. What should we do? Damn it, what should we do? The church members were completely panicked, especially when faced with Lin Chen's cold gaze, which revealed no emotion. They felt their scalps tingle and lost all composure. Just then, a cold snort sounded. "Even if Barbados is dead, we can continue the production. But the demon apostle must not leave here alive. What are you waiting for? Activate the withering magic cannon immediately." The speaker was Deacon Klee. When his voice rang out, the scene noticeably calmed down a bit. Yes, they still had the withering magic cannon, a powerful weapon. Even a strong demon apostle could not survive being hit by the withering magic cannon. Immediately after, the operators activated the magic cannon, aiming the barrel at Lin Chen's location. In the next moment, the magic cannon unleashed a barrage of green energy orbs. The orbs moved at incredible speed, carrying immense energy as they shot forth. In the night sky, ghastly green arcs streaked across, with the ends of the arcs clearly marking Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, first giving Catherine a look to protect herself. Then, his body transformed into thousands of bats, vanishing into the night. Everyone on the airship was now focused on the area being bombarded by the magic cannon. The green energy orbs, containing overwhelming explosive power, were quite terrifying. They not only completely destroyed large sections of the Wind Whisper Fortress's walls but also set ablaze countless Ratmen in the ensuing sea of flames. Where the fire spread, the air was filled with the Ratmen's wretched cries. Looking at the now ruined Wind Whisper Fortress, the church members breathed a sigh of relief. With such a large-scale bombardment, the demon apostle absolutely cannot survive. It's stable now, really stable this time. Although we lost a Barbados experimental subject, at least the demon has been eliminated. We have saved the people. We are heroes. Everyone celebrated with relaxed expressions. Even Deacon Klee had fewer wrinkles of worry on his brow. He couldn't believe that the demon apostle could survive such a large-scale bombardment from the withering magic cannon. The demon apostle is alive. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of defeating the devil, several bats squeezed through the gap of the airship door. Before the members of the Holy See could react, the bats crashed into the cabin door. In the next moment, countless bats surged into the cabin like they had gone mad. The bats had blood-red pupils and sharp claws. The instant they entered the cabin, they left the members of the Holy See with numerous scratches on their faces. A few guards rushed in, trying to slay these bats, but in the next second, the bats coalesced into human forms, and Lin Chen, wielding a great sword, instantly slaughtered the guards of the Holy See. It's the demon apostle. My God, how did he end up here? We're done for, we're dead. Once they realized it was Lin Chen, the priests of the Holy See were immediately terrified. This demon had killed the strongest amalgamation, Barbados, a terrifying monster. If even Barbados couldn't defeat him, how could these powerless people be his match? They watched as several priests trembled, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. No one dared to breathe, their faces filled with fear as they looked at Lin Chen. Even the most respected Deacon Klee had his withered arms trembling slightly, fear flashing in his eyes. Demon Apostle? That's a nice nickname, Lin Chen spoke, revealing a harmless smile. But compared to your actions of using your fellow countrymen for human experiments, I can't really be considered a demon. The moment his words fell, 10 ghastly green souls appeared behind Lin Chen. When the members of the Holy See recognized the faces of these souls, they were instantly horrified. Because these souls were, in fact, their former experimental subjects. They had been tortured to death and sewn into Barbados's body as materials. Now, these materials had come back for revenge.